He had inherited Madara's will and would absolutely unleash Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, casting the entire world into a dream and forcing peace on it. At the same time, he'd create a world where Rin existed and where Rin loved him. Actually, that priority was reversed. Creating a world where Rin existed was more important. But that didn't conflict with anything. He was going to use it anyway. Still, last wishes, huh? So in other words, Nagato really is dead. Abido wasn't particularly surprised. Nagato had long since had too much of his life force drained by the Jido Mazo, outer path demonic statue. Withered away was always going to be his final fate. Even so, Abido was furious at Conan's actions. She'd actually brought people here to strike directly at the Jido Mazo. Truly a textbook example of pulling the rug out from under him, but they were far too naive. How could it possibly be that simple? Rarg! The Jido Mazo roared, as if it could sense the malice of the people before it. Jirya's expression turned grave. Looks like I won't be able to pull off a large-scale sealing jutsu. We'll have to find a way to destroy it instead. At that moment, the Jido Mazo went berserk, lunging toward them like it wanted to swallow them whole. The sheer difference in size alone radiated crushing pressure. Jirya leapt high into the air, flying through hand seals mid-jump before slamming his palm down. Kuchios, Yadai Kyuzashi no Jutsu, summoning, food cart destroyer technique. Bang! A gigantic toad dropped from the sky, slamming straight down onto the Jido Mazo. The huge toad had a pipe in his mouth and looked thoroughly displeased. Hey, Jirya, what you drag me out here for? I ain't your errand boy. Come on, Gamabunta, don't complain. Hurry up and deal with the enemy. Jirya pointed at the thing pinned under the toad's body. Hey, this is a tree trunk. No, it's alive. What the hell is this thing? Gamabunta was shocked. He had a nasty feeling that whatever he was standing on wasn't anything good. It looked like a stump, but the way it roared was more like some kind of beast. He didn't have much time to be surprised, though, because the Jido Mazo actually managed to heave him up and send him flying. You've got some strength, I'll give you that, but that ugly mug of yours really ticked me off. Since you look like a tree stump, eat my blade. Gamabunta yanked out his giant tanto. As he fell, he swung it down in a single massive slash, the blade biting into the Jido Mazo's body and drawing out a scream that sounded half roar, half shriek. But despite that, the attack didn't do much damage. The result stunned Gamabunta. He knew just how strong he was and how sharp his blade was. Yet this stump couldn't be cut down. What in the world was this thing? Hey, Jirya, what the hell did you call me up against? Why can't I cut it? Oh, that's the leftover shell of the Jubai, 10 tails. The 10 tails. Yeah, it's the husk left after the 9-tailed beasts were split from it. Nanny, you dragged me out here to fight that thing. You trying to get me killed or what? Gamabunta was furious. He wanted nothing to do with fighting something like this. But Jirya just shouted back, quit complaining and attack, I'll back you up. As he spoke, he flew through another string of hand seals. Gamabunta, too annoyed to argue anymore, just took a huge gulp of toad oil and spat it out in a massive spray. At the same time, Jirya unleashed a Katten fire release from his mouth, combining with the toad oil in a terrifying explosion of flame. Katten Gamuandan fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Jido Mazo's giant body was swallowed entirely by the flames, its screams growing even louder. On the other side, Samui and Conan were teaming up against Abido. Samui rushed in with her short blade, closing in on Abido in an instant. Her slash left trails of afterimages in the air, and in a blink her knife had cut straight through his position. But all she cut was empty air, as if she'd sliced through an intangible afterimage hanging there. Careful, he can turn intangible, Conan called out. I know, but he can't stay intangible forever. Samui sounded absolutely confident. Her short blade moved even faster, slashing 7 or 8 times a second. Even though she couldn't hit him at all, she never stopped for an instant. Her goal was to drag things out until the 5-minute limit on Abido's Kamui, warping space, intangibility ran out. And to prevent a surprise attack from him, she kept moving, circling from angle to angle to ensure her own safety. However, don't forget he also had the Rinnegan, Samsara eyes. The very next second, Shinra Tensei almighty push. Boom! Samui exploded on the spot, only to burst into smoke. It was a shadow clone. A moment later, the real Samui sprang out from a corner to charge again, her blade just as fast, refusing to let Abido drop his intangibility even for a moment. So no, it wasn't that she'd forgotten about the Rinnegan. She'd been wary of it the entire time. Samui was a cool-headed, highly intelligent kunoichi. She'd long since analyzed every piece of intel on Abido and thought carefully about how to counter him. If Kamui, warping space, intangibility meant you couldn't hit him, then she'd just keep slashing until his intangibility ended. If the Rinnegan could blow people away with pure repulsive force, then she'd send in shadow clones to do the cutting. Multiple clones hidden all around, ready to replace anyone that got blasted apart. Like this, she'd force Abido into a situation where his Kamui, warping space, would stop being effective. Once that happened, we'd see whether he died or not. Conan quickly saw through Samui's tactics and couldn't help but admire her. As expected of the woman Reikage trusts so much, to think you could find such a good approach. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have thought of anything. No, you would have. You've got those 600 billion explosive tags, after all. Abido had clearly seen through Samui's strategy as well, and deep down he couldn't help but scoff. It felt exactly like that time with Natsuki. Back then, Natsuki had held a lightsaber right where Abido's stomach would be, just waiting for his intangibility to end. The moment Kamui, warping space, dropped, his guts would be skewered. The worst part was Natsuki was so fast that Abido couldn't dodge at all. In the end, he'd had no choice but to retreat into his Kamui, warping space, dimension, and not come out. And now this woman was using almost the exact same tactic. The difference was that she wasn't on Natsuki's level, and this time, Abido also had the Rinnegan. So what was there to be afraid of? Shinra Tensei, almighty push. He unleashed another blast of repulsive force, this time much stronger than before. Not only did he blow away the Samui clone that had gotten too close, he also wiped out all the clones hiding in every corner around him. Samui had no choice but to pull back, returning to Conan's side. But Conan was the type to seize every opportunity. She immediately raised her hand and aimed at Abido. Shishigami no Jutsu, paper Shikigami technique. Fuush. Countless sheets of paper surged out, sweeping toward Abido in a wild torrent, mixed with a mass of explosive tags. The moment they reached him, they detonated in rapid succession. She knew full well that this wouldn't be enough to kill him. But it could hold him in place. As long as she bought Jiraiya-sensei enough time, she believed he could seal, or even shatter, the Jido Mazo. You're seriously starting to annoy me. Abido, clearly impatient, walked right out of the explosions with Kamui, warping space, active, heading straight for the two. They immediately backed off, not trying to fight him head-on at all, focusing entirely on stalling him for as long as they could. Chapter 338. Abido also saw through the two women's intentions and hurriedly looked toward the Jido Mazo. He arrived just in time to see the statue swallowed by a torrent of fire, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. With flames that strong, it'd be bad if the Jido Mazo actually got burned to death. Then the statue's agonized roar rang out. The gigantic tree stump suddenly started sprinting through the base, its whole body wreathed in flames, trampling who knew how many white Zetsu to death along the way. Jiraiya and Gamabunta immediately gave chase. Abido tried to pursue as well, but Conan instantly flung out a mass of explosive tags, detonating them to block his way. Unfortunately, she couldn't really stop him. He just activated Kamui, warping space, ran forward in his intangible state, and simply ignored all the damage. This intangibility is seriously a pain. Samui swore under her breath, then quickly went after him alongside Conan. Over on that side, Shino was still slaughtering white Zetsu with his insects when he suddenly saw an enormous, bizarre tree stump-like thing charge out, covered in flames. He immediately knew that was the Jido Mazo, and decisively ignored the white Zetsu to rush straight at it. Kidechu. Shino slapped a palm against the Jido Mazo's foot, and then immediately backed off. However, he was very dissatisfied. It seemed his Kadechu hadn't even managed to bite through the Jido Mazo's outer shell, so they couldn't parasitize it at all. The Jido Mazo noticed Shino and swung a massive fist down at him in fury. Shino could only keep dodging over and over. He sent wave after wave of bugs to gnaw at it, but the effect was minimal. As expected of the Jubai's husk, if Fu were here instead, her seven tails chakra-raised insects might actually be able to break through that defense. In Shino's mind, the bugs raised on Fu's seven tails chakra were the strongest of all. Just their jaw strength alone was absurdly powerful. If she unleashed a true 10,000 insects devouring bite, they might really chew this thing to death. But thinking about that was pointless right now. Since he couldn't deal with the Jido Mazo directly, protecting his teammates became the priority. At that moment, Jirya and Gamabunta caught up and continued their assault. The furious Jido Mazo swung its fist at Gamabunta, the shockwaves from its punches dangerously explosive. Even Gamabunta didn't dare take them lightly and could only dodge. Jirya dono, what do you need me to do? While mopping up White Zetsu, Shino yelled out a question. He genuinely wanted to help. Jirya spared a moment to answer. Go help Conan and Samui, they're holding Abido back, make sure they don't get hurt. Understood. Shino didn't hesitate for even a second and sprinted inward. He just happened to run into Abido phasing his way out, with Conan and Samui chasing behind him. After confirming his two teammates were safe, Shino finally relaxed a little. Then he immediately unleashed a massive swarm of insects, completely surrounding Abido. Shino knew full well that this guy could turn intangible, but that was fine. There was a time limit on that. His swarm would be able to bite him the moment his intangibility ended. Nice work, kid from the Aburium clan. Samui gave him a thumbs up, then she and Conan moved to Shino's side. The three of them were ready to block Abido together. Abido only felt more and more irritated. He immediately fired off a Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, blasting the insect swarm away and forcing all three of them back. Right after that, he used Bancho Tenon, Universal Pull, and yanked Shino straight toward him. Shino! Conan cried out in alarm and moved to help, but Shino's hand clamped down on her shoulder. Shino was here, so the one over there. The Shino being pulled in exploded into a cloud of insects the moment it reached Abido. It was clearly a mushy bunshin, insect clone technique, and in the blink of an eye, a huge swarm once again engulfed Abido. Luckily for him, his Kamui warping space, intangibility was already active. Otherwise, he probably would have been stripped down to bare bone in an instant. Never underestimate the power of an insect swarm. By now, Akatsuchi had completely blocked off the exit. Using his burly frame like a battering ram, he crashed through a mass of white Zetsu and forced his way inside. He saw Jirya and the giant toad battling that enormous tree-stump-looking thing and knew at a glance it was the Jido Mazo. Without hesitation, he used Dotten Earth Release to upheave the ground and tilt it, directly knocking the Jido Mazo's legs out from under it. The Jido Mazo lost its footing and immediately face-planted in a spectacular fall. Nice one, Akatsuchi. Jirya praised him, tactical ideas flashing rapidly through his mind, until one suddenly clicked into place. His eyes lit up. He pulled out a sealing scroll and, after opening it, flung out a mass of black flames from within. The black flames fell onto the Jido Mazo's body and instantly made it scream in agony, rolling wildly on the ground. But no matter how much it rolled, the flames didn't go out. They even started to ignite the floor. That's right. This was the Amaterasu, Heavenly Illumination black flames, Jirya had sealed away previously. Even though Itachi was dead, the black flames of Amaterasu were an unquenchable fire that would keep burning until they consumed their target. Since Jirya had sealed them back then, it was the perfect time to put them to use now. The Jido Mazo's screams were so heart-wrenchingly shrill that everyone nearby couldn't help but shiver. Abido, still being harassed and blocked by the others, heard the sound and had a terrible premonition. He immediately activated his intangibility and rushed ahead, ignoring everything else. What he saw when he arrived was the Jido Mazo being burned by black flames. Itachi's Amaterasu? No, Itachi's already dead. That flame must be what Jiraiya sealed away before. Abido put it together in an instant. He didn't dare waste any time. He flashed right up next to the Jido Maz and used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blast the black flames away. Only then did the Jido Mazo get a chance to breathe. Even flames like that can be repelled. The Rinnegan really is no joke. Jiraiya frowned. For the moment, he had no idea how else to destroy the Jido Mazo, and he also had no surefire way of dealing with Abido. Shino, Konan, and Samui rushed over as well. Seeing the current situation, they were equally at a loss. It was Samui who muttered, "If we had the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying pot, we might be able to seal that thing away." That's it. Shino's eyes lit up. Maybe only Rikudo Ningu, Six Paths tools, can subdue that monster. Those were treasures left behind by the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths. Taking care of a mere ten-tails husk should be no problem at all. He wasn't wrong. The problem was they didn't have any of the Six Paths tools on them right now. And the Kohaku no Johei required the target to respond verbally to the holder before it could seal them. There was no way something like the Jido Mazo would respond properly. But Shino and Samui weren't thinking about exactly the same thing. What Shino actually had in mind was Tenten's Benaya Seigo, Crimson Gourd. That gourd had even managed to seal Samehada, Sharkskin Greatsword. That meant that as long as it was a living being, there was a chance it could be sealed. So this operation was likely going to fail. But next time, they could send Tenten out to join the fight. This failure would just mean they hadn't known how strong the Jido Mazo was at the start. They could treat everything that happened as intel gathering. Figuring out that using the Six Paths tools to seal it might work was also a very important discovery, wasn't it? As expected of one of the legendary Sannin, you really are strong. Abido gave his grudging praise. However, since you all dared to come here today, be prepared to stay for good. None of you are getting out of here alive. Jido Mazo, kill them all. The Jido Mazo seemed to understand him. It threw its jaws open with a roar, only to vanish with a poof the next second. Abido, Jiraiya, and everyone else. Not good. Someone had just used Kuchios, summoning technique, to summon the Jido Mazo away. Chapter 339. In the land of rice fields, Neji, Kuretsuchi, Atsui, Chijiro, Temari, and Kankuro successfully linked up with Anko's recon squad. Anko provided Kabuto's location and requested to join the assault squad. However, Neji, as the team leader, refused. He understood exactly what Anko was thinking. It was nothing more than seeing Kabuto as Orochimaru's successor and still having unresolved feelings about everything related to Orochimaru, so she wanted to meet Kabuto and fight him. There was nothing inherently wrong with that, but the timing was terrible. A full-scale ninja world war was about to erupt. Fights driven by personal feelings like that needed to be shelved. On top of that, Anko still had Orochimaru's curse mark on her shoulder. If Kabuto was able to control that mark, Anko would instantly become a liability. And that was not acceptable for an assault squad. After turning Anko down, Neji led the team straight toward Kabuto's laboratory for a surprise attack. When they arrived, there was no hesitation at all. Neji immediately used Hakusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, to blast the door apart, and the 6 of them filed in one after another. Inside the lab, Karin, who had been arguing with Suigetsu a moment ago, suddenly coughed dryly. "Something's wrong. It feels like someone's coming. No, they're heading straight for the lab." When it came to Karin's Kagura Shingen, Kagura's mind-eye, Suigetsu, Anko, and Jugo all trusted her completely. So they immediately regrouped around Kabuto. These last few days, Kabuto had seemed a little unhinged. Ever since he swapped in the Rinnegan, it was like he'd obtained some kind of power that made him floaty and smug. There was nothing to be done about it. Sage Eyes had that kind of special power. "Oi, Kabuto, we've got intruders." Almost as soon as Karin finished talking, there was an explosive crash at the door. The next second, people charged in. The lab wasn't very big, so the two sides ran into each other right away. Neji quickly swept his gaze over them and recognized a few faces. Kabuto is mine, you all handle the others. Be careful around the woman named Guren, her crystal release is dangerous. Back when they were trying to wipe out Orochimaru, Natsuki had given them intel on various people. Crystal release Guren had naturally drawn Konoha's attention. Her crystal release really was dangerous. It could crystallize an entire human body, including their blood, and then shatter them with a single smash. That was nothing to take lightly. It was just that, during the operation against Orochimaru, they hadn't run into Guren. Neji hadn't expected to find her here under Kabuto instead. Got it, let's go. Unryukin-zan, Cloud-style flame slash. Atsui was the impulsive type. He had long since been itching for a fight. He charged forward with both hands gripping his sword, swinging it in wide arcs as he poured Katen, fire release, chakra into the blade, making it look like he was dancing with a sword of flames. Clang, steel met steel. Suigetsu drew the executioner's blade to meet him, the massive sword radiating a chilling aura. Chijuro was taken aback. The executioner's blade, and you're from the Hazuki clan. Suigetsu glanced at him, then his eyes lit up the moment he saw the bandaged sword Chijuro pulled out. Soto, Hurame-carry, twin swords, Hurame-carry. Ha, you're from Kirigakure, right? You came all this way to deliver that blade to the great Suigetsu-sama. You couldn't blame Suigetsu for being excited. His dream was to collect all 7 blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now that Hurame-carry had walked right up to him, how could he possibly let it go? Oi, firesword guy, I want to fight that glasses punk. Buzz off, Suigetsu snapped impatiently. So hot. Atsui couldn't care less what the enemy wanted. All he cared about was how much fun the fight was. This big sword-wielding guy felt like a perfect opponent. There was no way he'd just hand him over. So the clash between the two grew even fiercer. Neji was already charging straight at Kabuto, firing another hack kusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm from a distance. Kabuto responded by using Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to repel the attack, then lifted his hand to cast Bancho Tenin, Universal Pull, trying to drag Neji over. The Rinnegan, huh, so the other Rinnegan is here. Neji was surprised, but not afraid. In fact, he was excited. Last time, he hadn't been able to match pain, and that had left him feeling frustrated. Now that he was facing the Rinnegan again, it was the perfect chance to wash away his previous shame. His Byakugan suddenly shifted to blue, and he raised his hand to unleash his own gravitational pull, locking into a stalemate with Kabuto's Bancho Tenin, Universal Pull. The space between the two of them warped under the strain, scaring everyone else into backing away quickly. Kuretsuchi had already closed in on Guren. The girl might still be young, but her talent was excellent, and her confidence ran deep. Even knowing that Guren's crystal release was dangerous, she deliberately chose the most dangerous opponent to take on. She whipped through hand seals. Daten, Tsuchayashai's earth release, earth and stone bamboo shoots. In an instant, sharp stone spires erupted from the ground beneath Guren's feet, forcing her to quickly retreat. Guren countered by forming crystal shuriken, sending a dense flurry of snowflake-like blades flying at Kuretsuchi. Fortunately, Kuretsuchi raised an earth wall in time to block them. After exchanging ninjutsu, both women decisively charged in, shifting to close-quarters combat. Kuretsuchi used Gan, no Sho no Jutsu, rock palm technique. Her legs coated in stone like 2 massive pillars as she kicked at Guren. Guren, in turn, formed a crystal blade around her arm. One hand defended while the other attacked. The two traded blows back and forth, neither giving an inch. For a while, it was impossible to tell who held the upper hand. On the other side, Karin hid behind Jugo. Seeing 3 more enemies on the opposing side, she immediately slipped further back. Jugo, you handle them. I'm gonna take cover. Karin's combat strength wasn't very high. Her specialties were sensing and healing, so every time a real fight broke out, her first rule was to run. Fortunately, her teammates knew what she was like and didn't complain. Jugo activated his curse mark, his arm mutating into something strange and enormous, and the amount of chakra he released was nothing to sneeze at. What do we do? This guy looks really strong. Can we even beat him? Chijiro was, as always, chronically lacking in confidence. "We can for sure." Kankuro spoke up. "Chijiro, you and I will take him. Temari, stay back and provide support. Kabuto with a Rinnegan is no joke, so keep an eye on Neji for us." Temari hefted her giant fan. "Don't worry, I'll support whenever I need to, and Neji isn't exactly weak himself." She'd heard a bit from Shikamaru about Neji's Tenseigen, reincarnation eye. She knew the Tenseigen and the Rinnegan were both sage eyes, so she didn't believe Neji would be outclassed by Kabuto. Reassured, Kankuro unstrapped the puppet from his back and sent chakra strings into it, bringing it to life. The puppet he controlled was no longer the old crow puppet from before, but the original body puppet of Sasori of the Red Sand, the one Granny Chio had taken back and handed over to him. With that, Kankuro's strength had risen dramatically. Akahigi, Endan Red Secret Technique, Flame Bullet. He manipulated the Sasori puppet's arms upward, and the emitters in its palms spewed out a torrent of flames. Jugo's hand transformed again, turning into a massive shield-like shape that blocked the flames cleanly. But in that moment, Chijiro rushed in, swinging Soto, Hurriemkari twin swords, Hurriemkari, and firing off a millstone-sized chakra blast that smashed straight into Jugo. This guy's not useless at all. Kankuro was honestly impressed. Seeing Chijiro's timid attitude earlier, he'd assumed the kid wasn't very strong. But once the fight started for real, it turned out he was plenty capable. Sure enough, anyone chosen to be part of the assault squad was no pushover. Chapter 340. Haha, as expected of Soto, Hurriemkari twin swords, Hurriemkari, I want it more and more. Suijutsu even had the leisure to watch Chijiro's fight. Seeing the power of Soto, Hurriemkari twin swords, Hurriemkari, he became even more covetous. Unfortunately, he was currently being dogged by this hot-blooded big guy and couldn't get away for the moment. He cursed, "Oi, firesword guy, I'm not fighting you, I want to fight that glasses kid." So hot. What answered him was Atsui's catchphrase, followed by an even more ferocious Unryu Keen Zan, cloud-style flame slash. Each swing of the blade was faster than the last, driving Suijutsu back step by step. Catching Suijutsu in an opening, Atsui whipped his sword down at Suijutsu's head in a vicious arc. But splash! It was the sound of water. Suijutsu's head exploded into spray and then quickly reformed, as if he hadn't taken any damage at all. The Hazuki clan's Suika no Jutsu, hydrification technique. Atsui wasn't surprised. In fact, he got even more fired up and ramped up his assault. On Kuretsuchi and Gyuren's side, their battle was intense enough to shake the rafters. Both women were strong at taijutsu, and after exchanging dozens of blows, they were still deadlocked. Kuretsuchi's close combat might be superior, but Gyuren's shot-in, crystal release, was too dangerous, forcing Kuretsuchi to constantly stay on guard. That was the only reason their fight was at an even 50-50. Meanwhile, Neji and Kabuto were locked in a clash of two different sage eyes. The Tenseigens, Reincarnation I Gravity, and the Rinnegans, Samsara I Bancho Tenon, Universal Pull, were locked in a tug-of-war, the space between them twisting more and more. Heh, as expected. Another Senningan, Sage Eye like the Rinnegan. I really do want your eyes too. Kabuto stared greedily at Neji's blue eyes, then suddenly unleashed Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sending a powerful surge of repulsive force crashing toward Neji. But Neji was no longer the same as before. His reactions were sharper, his mastery far higher. He released his own repulsive force in response, blocking Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push head-on. And Kabuto clearly wasn't used to this power yet. His Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, came out as an instant burst, not a sustained push, like tapping a skill button in a game instead of holding it down. Because of that, the jutsu didn't last and immediately entered cooldown. Neji's repulsive force, however, continued past the point of collision. After neutralizing Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, it kept going and slammed straight into Kabuto. Boom! Kabuto's body smashed through the lab wall, blasting open a huge hole. Fortunately, his heavily modified body was tough, so he only took minor injuries. But he understood clearly that Neji's mastery of the Tenseigen, Reincarnation Eye, was far beyond his own grasp of the Rinnegan. He'd obtained the Rinnegan not long ago. Not only was he nowhere near proficient with its abilities, but its chakra consumption was also huge. As for his other techniques, against the Tenseigan reincarnation eye, they probably wouldn't do much. If this kept up, he would definitely lose. This won't do, I need a helper. Right, I haven't tried the Rinnegan's Kuchios no Jutsu summoning technique yet. If I summon that monster out, things should get interesting. Once the idea occurred to him, Kabuto became visibly manic. He activated the Rinnegan, and in the next instant, a huge, tree-stump-like monster appeared behind him. Without so much as a word, it thrust a bunch of black rods straight into Kabuto's back. "Oi, what the hell? I called you out to fight the enemy, not to stab me," Kabuto snapped. "Ralag." The answer was the Jido Mazo's outer path demonic statue, enraged roar. Just moments ago at the main base, it had been burned painfully by Amaterasu, heavenly illumination black flames, and was already in a fury. Now, having been abruptly summoned here, how could it not be angry? On top of that, the one who'd summoned it clearly couldn't truly control the Rinnegan's power. That meant there was no need to be polite. First things first, plug in the charger. It started a fierce drain, almost instantly sucking Kabuto's chakra dry. Kabuto visibly shrank, his whole body thinning out. His chakra reserves were never huge to begin with, and the Jido Mazo outer path demonic statue was draining both fast and hard. There was no way he could endure that. He quickly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. Of course that bastard Abido would do this, no wonder he was so eager to trade. Just you wait, I'll make you pay big someday. Your sun and moon are called Nohara Rin, right? You'll definitely get to see her. The Jido Mazo outer path demonic statue, feeling like its one sip and it's gone was a raw deal, was full of disdain. Still, it would do the work it was brought here for. It pulled out the black rods, then turned toward Neji and spat out a torrent of chakra dragons, trying to strip Neji's chakra away as well. Neji immediately unleashed repulsive force and blasted the chakra dragons aside. He and his teammates all stared at the Jido Ma's outer path demonic statue with grim expressions. Except for Atsui, everyone else had seen the truth scrolls at the 5-cage summit. They instantly guessed what they were looking at and were both shocked and elated, their emotions too tangled to describe. That's the Jido Mazo outer path demonic statue, right? It is the Jido Mazo, isn't it? No doubt, that's definitely the Jido Mazo outer path demonic statue. Talk about being gift-wrapped and delivered to us. Back when Jirya was picking members for the sealing squad, the main target had been the Jido Mazo outer path demonic statue. The ones who didn't get selected for that mission had sulked for quite a while. Their mood had only improved after they got the assignment to go after Kabuto. They never imagined that everything would turn around like this, and Kabuto himself would summon the Jido Mazo outer path demonic statue right to them. What were they waiting for? Time to take everything down in one go. There was no way they were going to pass up a windfall like this. Sode, Haraimkari Kaiho twin swords, Haraimkari unleashed. Catching Jugo before he could get fully back on his feet, Chijiro immediately fired off a chakra blast from Sodo. Haraimkari Kaiho twin swords, Haraimkari unleashed toward the Jido Mazo outer path demonic statue. With a thunderous boom, the statue only staggered back a few steps. You had to understand, this was the kind of chakra blast that could blow away Sasuke Susanoo. And yet, it had only managed to make the Jido Mazo outer path demonic statue retreat a little. The Jido Mazo outer path demonic statue was far from weak. First of all, its outer shell was unbelievably tough. If your attack power wasn't high enough, you could forget about breaking through its defenses. Kankuro was even more surprised. This shy, hesitant-looking Chijiro really did jump at the chance to earn credit. In that case, he would. Before Kankuro could jump in, Jugo had already recovered and come charging back, leaving Kankuro feeling extremely put out. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much. Chijiro's attacks hadn't even managed to breach the Jido Mazo's outer path demonic statue armor. His puppets wouldn't be able to do much either. He'd be better off just focusing on fighting this berserk weirdo in front of him. On the other side, Temari swung her fan in a wide arc, unleashing a powerful blast of cutting wind. The wind-released jutsu slammed into the Jido Mazo, outer path demonic statue, but it didn't even make the statue sway, let alone damage it. At that, everyone's eyes grew even more serious. Even Kuretsuchi, who had initially wanted to try something, didn't act rashly anymore. Kabuto slowly recovered, then laughed. This guy's not easy to deal with. You might as well sit tight and wait to die. Your Tenseigen reincarnation eye will be mine, and you'll all become Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation puppets. Then I'll send you to fight the allied forces. Ha 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 ha. Atsui, Kuretsuchi, Temari, Kankura, and Chijuro all narrowed their eyes dangerously. They wished they could kill Kabuto on the spot. Only Neji remained perfectly calm. He silently took up the stance of the 8 trigrams, his Tenseigen reincarnation eye glowing an even deeper, eerie blue. Jukin, Hak Rokujian Shinkusho, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 divine vacuum palms. In the next second, his hands flew, palms striking out at extreme speed. But instead of simple air pressure strikes, what blasted forth was the Tenseigen's reincarnation eye repulsive force. That violent power slammed into the Jido Mazo, outer path demonic statue, sending the massive statue flying backward. Chapter 341. Booms, 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 boom. One palm strike after another smashed into the body of the Jido Mazo, outer path golem, blasting the Jido Mazo clean off its feet. With a deafening rumble, its massive, tree-like body smashed through the entire laboratory wall, opening up a huge breach as it flew outside, even crashing into and shattering a small mountain. Looking more closely, one could clearly see palm-shaped marks on the Jido Mazo's body, and even cracks spreading from them. The outer shell had been broken, and there was internal damage as well. Nice one, Captain Neji, the teammates cheered, full of excitement. How is this possible? Kabuto was dumbfounded. He had never imagined Neji could be so powerful that he could send the Jido Mazo flying and crack it open. That was the vessel of the Ten Tails, you know. Did this not feel utterly ridiculous? But to Neji, this was only natural. If the Jido Mazo could be controlled by the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, then if the Tenseigen Reincarnation Eye, which was likewise a Senningan, Sage Eye, could not even break through the Jido Mazo's defenses, then the Tenseigen would be far too overrated. What Neji had just used, the Jukin, Hak Rokujian Shinkusho, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 divine air palms, was a powerful technique he had developed by attempting to fuse the Tenseigen's power into the standard Hak Rokujian Sho. This was the first time he had unleashed it in battle, and the results were clearly very impressive. Kabuto, both you and the Jido Mazo are going to be destroyed. The Tsuki no Mi Keikaku, Eye of the Moon plan, or whatever you call it, is going to collapse. Neji fixed his gaze on Kabuto, his blue eyes piercing and soul-shaking. Kabuto clenched his fists, clearly unwilling to accept this. The Jido Mazo, which had already crawled back to its feet, was furious as well. Enraged, it let out another roar, but then actually stepped back a few paces in wariness. From Neji's Tenseigen, it could feel a power of the same origin as its own. A power that made it wary. Die, Neji was about to strike again. Kuchios no Jutsu, Edo Tensei, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Kabuto acted first, burning through the last of his strength to summon a coffin. Neji immediately halted his advance, a faint sense of dread rising in him. In the very next second, as the coffin lid creaked open, the person who stepped out made his eyes widen in shock. The newcomer wore crimson armor from the Warring States era, his spiky hair hanging loose, an aura of absolute dominance radiating from him as he walked out of the coffin. His gaze was the gaze of one who cared for no one in this world. Madara Uchiha. Neji recognized him. He had, of course, never met Madara in person, but he had been to the Valley of the End. The colossal statue of Madara stood there. Even if the real person was not perfectly identical, the resemblance in bearing and features was unmistakable. There was no way he could be wrong. Hearing this name, the teammates' expressions all changed drastically. They immediately pulled back to Neji's side, forming up to defend together. At this moment, Madara looked down at his own hands. So I've been revived? This is Edo Tensei. What's going on? Clearly, the plan had gone awry. He had not been resurrected with the Rinnegan, but had instead been brought back with Edo Tensei. Did that mean the plan had failed? He quickly surveyed his surroundings. The first thing he saw was the Jido Mazo, which did not surprise him. Then his gaze swept over the others, finally stopping on Kabuto, whose back was studded with black receivers. Who are you? Why is the Rinnegan in your possession? What is the current situation? Madara was not flustered in the slightest. He had absolute confidence in his own strength, and so he was able to ask calmly. Kabuto hurriedly replied, Lord Madara, it was Black Zetsu who instructed me to bring you back with Edo Tensei. For that, I traded with Abido Uchiha to obtain a Rinnegan Samsara Eye. But now is not the time for explanations. Our opponent is extremely powerful and possesses a Tenseigan Reincarnation Eye, which is likewise a Senningan, Sage Eye, evolved from the Byakugan, White Eye. Neither I nor the Jido Mazo can defeat him. Oh, a Senningan just like the Rinnegan, but evolved from the Byakugan, this Tenseigan. That was something Madara had not anticipated, but even so, he remained unperturbed. In his view, power was all that mattered. Possessing a Senningan did not necessarily make one strong. Besides, in his current Edo Tensei state, he feared no one. Even if the Sage of Six Paths himself appeared, Madara would still dare to invite him to dance. All the same, it seemed many things had happened after his death. Abido, that brat, had already gotten his hands on the Rinnegan and had even used it as a bargaining chip. That did not sit right with him. And Black Zetsu had actually had this kid bring him back with Edo Tensei. Something had definitely gone wrong. But it did not matter. Now that he had returned, everything would be fine. He looked at Neji, folding his arms across his chest in a domineering pose as he spoke. The Tenseigan, huh? Brat, state your name. Neji answered solemnly, Neji. So you really are from the Hyuga clan. I didn't expect the Byakugan to be capable of evolving. But even so, you're nothing more than a grain of sand. Madara was obviously full of arrogance. Hooking a finger at Neji, he said, Come, let me test your strength. Do not disappoint me too much. Neji's own competitive spirit flared. He once again assumed the 8 trigrams stance, then erupted into motion. Juken, Hak Rokujian Shinkusho, Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 divine air palms. Boom, booms, boom. Powerful repulsive force, reinforced by his palm strikes, roared forward, as if it could blast the very fabric of space apart. Madara raised an eyebrow slightly and immediately unleashed Susanoo, guardian deity avatar. He had not expected that in the very next moment, Susanoo's defense would be shattered by the palm force, which then crashed directly into his body and blew half of him apart on the spot. Oh, your strength is not bad. Madara actually smiled. He had not expected this Tenseigan to be so formidable. Not only had it easily broken his Susanoo, it had also inflicted such massive damage on him. If he were not in an Edo Tensei body, he might already be dead. Good, very good. That's awesome, we beat him, Atsui shouted excitedly. Are you stupid? Kuretsuchi snapped at him without the slightest courtesy. He's an Edo Tensei body. He can't die unless we use a sealing jutsu. Does anyone here know a sealing jutsu strong enough? Everyone fell silent. They might know a bit of sealing, but to seal someone like Madara was absolutely impossible. Neji decided swiftly, we're pulling out, this mission can't be completed. Everyone was reluctant, but what choice did they have? The enemy had literally called Madara out onto the field. Neji himself would already be under heavy pressure, dealing with Madara alone. Trying to kill Kabuto and destroy the Jido Mazo on top of that would be truly difficult. If they tried to force it, they would probably be wiped out. So, everyone nodded in agreement and retreated backward together. Did I give you permission to leave? Madara once again manifested Susanoo, guardian deity avatar. This time, it was an enormous giant, completely obliterating what remained of the laboratory. Its head seemed to pierce the heavens themselves, both hands gripping 2 massive swords. Boom, as the twin swords came crashing down with unspeakable power, all that filled one's eyes was despair. Neji reacted instantly. unleashing a combination of repulsive force and chitin to form a huge hemispherical barrier of protection. Hakushinkusho, chitin 8 trigrams divine air palms, heavenly rotation. Thud, thud, thud. The strikes from Susanoo were completely repelled, and everyone inside the barrier remained unharmed. If Neji were facing Madara alone, he might still be able to hold out for a while. But with his teammates to protect, continuing the fight was a losing proposition. Moreover, his Tenseigen was still far from fully developed, and he was not certain he could truly contend with Madara. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a figure suddenly flashed in front of them. The newcomer was holding a bowl of noodles, eating as he walked. Yo, Neji, you guys want some Ikaraku ramen? Chapter 342. Natsuki, why are you here? Everyone lit up, as if they had just seen hope itself. With Natsuki around, even if he did not instantly warp them all back to safety, there was a real chance he could even go toe-to-toe with Madara. Natsuki quickly wolfed down the last of his ramen, then teleported the bowl and chopsticks away. I figured you were about to track down Kabuto and was worried you might be in danger, so I came to check on you. Looks like I was right to come. As he spoke, his eyes shifted toward Madara, who had dispelled his Susanoo, guardian deity avatar. The Shura of the ninja world, huh? I really want to have a fight with him and see whether I can actually win. Natsuki also noted the presence of the Jido Mazo, Outer Path Golem, and Kabuto. If he wiped all of them out here, would that not basically solve everything? Kabuto hurriedly called out, Lord Madara, be careful of this guy. His name is Natsuki. He defeated the Rinnegan Samsara Eye before. Oh, defeated the Rinnegan. Madara's interest spiked. Seriously, there's still a youngster this strong in this era, and just now that was Tabarama's Hurricane no Jutsu Flying Thunder God technique, wasn't it? Interesting. Far too interesting. The interesting part is just getting started. Natsuki shot back, then waved to Neji and the others, signaling them to fall back to a safe distance. In the very next instant, he shot forward. Mato Senjin Demon Blade Thousand Edge was already drawn, its White Fang-style swordwork, Byakuga Taijutsu White Fang sword style, slashing straight for Madara's head. Madara raised an eyebrow and casually scooped a kunai off the ground to meet him. At the very first clash, he sensed something was off. Mato Senjin split and shifted on its own, slipping around the kunai's guard and continuing its arc toward his skull. An interesting ninja tool. He gave it a brief word of praise as he tilted his head, narrowly slipping past the blade. But Natsuki's foot followed immediately after. His big kick was about to slam into Madara's stomach when Madara's reaction speed showed its fangs. His other hand snapped out and caught Natsuki's leg. Boom, booms, boom. Their fists and feet collided in a rapid blur. Clang, clang, clang. Sword and kunai rang out as they struck again and again. Because Mato Senjin was ill-suited to pure blocking, Madara was clearly on the defensive. Even though his Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body could not truly die, he still did not want to lose in technical skill to some youngster. That would be a real blow to his dignity. Bang, Madara was sent flying by a kick, but he rolled several times along the ground and came up standing, looking completely unfazed. The look he gave Natsuki, however, carried clear approval. He had acknowledged the boy's taijutsu and kenjutsu. Youngster, your name is Natsuki, correct? Madara asked. You can also call me Grandpa Natsuki, Natsuki replied, utterly fearless. Arrogant brat, a young man should not get so full of himself. Heh, if you are not full of yourself, can you even call yourself young? You, on the other hand, are just some fossil from a bygone age. Stop crawling out here to embarrass yourself. That jab actually made Madara angry. He flashed through a rapid string of hand seals and spewed forth a sea of roaring flame. Katen, Goka Meshitsu, fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Natsuki was not about to lose ground. He even showed off by forming seals with one hand, then opened his mouth and unleashed a massive torrent of water. Suten, Deibikushoha, water style, great exploding water wave. Boom! Water and fire collided with equal might, and in an instant, dense steam billowed up like thick smoke, blotting out everyone's vision. Natsuki's performance honestly took Madara by surprise. He clearly had not expected a teenager to possess such a huge chakra reserve, and his ninjutsu was no joke either. This water style was no weaker than Tobirama's. But it still was not enough. Madara laughed. Ha 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 ha. If this is all you've got, there's no way you'll ever defeat me. The only one worthy of being called my rival from beginning to end has always been Hashirama alone. Yeah, we know you're obsessed with Hashirama. No need to bring him up every time. He's not here. Natsuki, however, said, "Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" The moment the words left his mouth, he vanished with Arashi Shunshin, storm-style body flicker, reappearing at Madara's flank. A Kasoku Kiku, light-speed kick, whipped toward Madara's waist, the laser-charged chakra at his foot enough to blow half a body to pieces. But this was Madara he was dealing with. Madara had already sensed Natsuki's movement. Arashido, storm release, you certainly know a lot for someone so young. He chuckled softly, raising his arm to block Natsuki's leg. The laser blast fired from Natsuki's foot, obliterating a distant small mountain on impact. The sheer power of that strike made Madara take him even more seriously. He had clearly underestimated this boy's talent. And Natsuki's combo was not done. He simply switched legs and launched another Kasoku Kiku, lightspeed kick. Madara was about to block it again when he suddenly felt something coil around both his ankles and yank them hard. He lost his balance in an instant and only had time to raise one arm in defense before Natsuki's kick smashed into his shoulder. Boom, Madara's left shoulder exploded into fragments on the spot. At the same time, both his legs were severed by slicing edges. A closer look showed it was caused by densely packed iron sand. "Oh, you even wield Jitten magnet release. Remarkable boy." Madara did not stint on his praise. He had always looked fondly on the strong. In the original events, after nearly being kicked to death by Guy, he loudly declared that Guy was the strongest taijutsu user he had ever seen. Now, without even using Susanoo, guardian deity avatar, he had been battered to this extent. It was only natural he would offer generous praise. In truth, the reason Madara had not used Susanoo for defense earlier was because he had already activated his main Jikayo and cast a Genjutsu, intending to win with illusions. The Genjutsu had done absolutely nothing, and by the time he thought of defending, it was already too late. Fortunately for him, he was an Edo Tensei body. Otherwise, he might really have died just now. Everyone watching was already stunned speechless by their battle. This level of combat was clearly beyond their understanding. Even the village's cage would probably not reach this height, so Madara and Natsuki, had they already completely surpassed the cage level? Seeing Natsuki maul Madara like this, all 6 members of Neji's squad could not help but cheer. If they could actually take Madara out here, that would be ideal. In contrast, Kabuto's face was extremely ugly. He had not expected Madara to fail to suppress Natsuki and instead get torn up like this. He did not believe Madara had lost already. After all, that gigantic Susanoo form from earlier had not even appeared yet, and Natsuki still had not used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, or several of his trump cards. Who would win in the end was anyone's guess. Ha 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 ha, well done. Natsuki, you are the most impressive youngster I have ever seen. Madara roared with laughter as he praised him. Thanks for the compliment, but you're the dumbest would-be overlord I've ever seen. Natsuki shot back without missing a beat. And was he wrong? Madara had let a weakling like Black Zetsu play him like a fiddle, turning his life's work into a joke. Natsuki, however, had no intention of letting this golden opportunity slip away. He immediately summoned a coffin with a Kuchios, summoning, and pressed both palms toward Madara. He was going to seal Madara away. Kabuto's expression changed. Lord Madara, watch out, that technique can seal an Edo 10. Boom, Kabuto was blown away mid-sentence by one of Neji's long-distance palm strikes. Madara also sensed something was wrong and hurried to cloak himself in Susanoo for protection. Too late, Fuinjutsu, Mafuba sealing technique, demon sealing wave. Spiraling chakra erupted, sweeping up Madara's battered body and ramming him straight into the coffin. Chapter 343. Damn it. Even Madara had not expected Natsuki to know this kind of technique, actually trying to drag him straight into a coffin and seal him away. If Natsuki really succeeded, how was Madara supposed to realize his dream? He could not count on Black Zetsu or Abido to save him either. With the strength Natsuki had just displayed, Abido and Black Zetsu absolutely would not be his match. There was no way they could rescue him. For the first time in a long while, Madara actually felt a twinge of panic. He instantly activated Susanoo, guardian deity avatar, to cloak himself, but he could not exert much strength through it. Fortunately, his Dojutsu had not been completely sealed. He could still force out at least the skeletal form of Susanoo. He just could not struggle freely. All he could manage was to swing one of the skeletal arms. With a loud bang, the coffin was swatted away and sent flying into the distance. It did not break, good craftsmanship. Damn it! Natsuki had not expected Madara to still be able to move. It seemed the sealing of Mafuba, demon sealing wave, had not fully suppressed the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, which gave Madara the chance to act. Now that the coffin had been knocked, who knew how far away, he had no way to press the seal. So Natsuki grit his teeth, slammed Madara down hard into the ground in a rather rough fashion, then used Arashi Shunshin, storm-style body flicker, to flash and close again. One more Kasoku Kiku, lightspeed kick, shattered Susanoo's defense, and his right hand managed to grab the back of Madara's neck, successfully leaving behind a Hurricane no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique, formula. But before Natsuki could celebrate, the Madara in his hand suddenly turned into a wooden dummy. Mokyuten Bunshin, wood-style clone, when did he? Natsuki's heart jolted. He quickly scanned the area and soon locked onto the real Madara. Madara had not bothered to hide. He burst out in that signature Uchiha maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha, you really almost sealed me just now, and you came close to leaving a Hurricane mark on me as well. Good thing I used Mokyuten Bunshin, wood-style clone, in time. Hashirama's trick really is useful. There he goes with Hashirama again. Can he go a single conversation without bringing that guy up? Natsuki was a bit speechless, and also inwardly regretful. He had failed to seal Madara with Mafuba. Next time, he probably would not get such a good opening again. He had not expected Madara to react that quickly. Judging from what had happened, it had to be that in the instant Susanoo got blown apart, Madara used Mokyuten Bunshin to slip away, precisely because he was worried about getting tagged with a Hurricane formula and having Natsuki bring a whole squad to visit and jump him later. And not just now. During their earlier taijutsu exchanges, Madara had been extremely cautious as well, never giving Natsuki the slightest chance to plant a formula. That was the downside of revealing Hurricane no Jutsu right from the start. Against a true top-tier fighter, sometimes the tiniest piece of intel could be the key to victory. Natsuki chuckled. You really are lucky, you know. Can't you just obediently let yourself get sealed already? Relics from a bygone era shouldn't keep stirring up storms in the shinobi world. Madara shook his head. I have my own dream to create a world where only the victorious exist, a world of nothing but peace, a world of nothing but love, a world of all these things together. You may not understand, but I alone, as the savior, can make it real. I, Madara, acknowledge your strength. So, how about it? Will you join me? Natsuki snorted. It sounds stupid. And are you sure you can actually succeed? Everything you know is nothing more than lies Black Zetsu fabricated. That's why I call you the biggest idiot of all the idiots we've ever raided. Madara's eyebrow twitched, but he did not believe Natsuki's words. He did not think some kid knew anything. Even if that boy's power had earned his recognition, even if he somehow knew of Black Zetsu's existence, that still was not enough for Madara to overturn his beliefs on the testimony of a single youngster. After all, everything he knew came from the ancient stone tablet handed down in his clan. Long before Black Zetsu appeared, he had always acted alone. How could Black Zetsu possibly have fabricated all of that as lies? And after he had persevered for so many years and pulled so many strings for this dream, how could he be shaken just because of a few lines from a teenager? Forget it, since the boy refused to join him, there was no need to force the matter. However, that boy's strength was extraordinary. In the future, he would definitely become an obstacle to the plan. If Midora could erase him here and now, that would not be a bad outcome. Then enough talk. Midora no longer intended to waste time. He directly activated Susanoo, guardian deity avatar again. The nearly 100-meter-tall blue-armored giant rose from the ground, and Midora himself hid within its torso. At this moment, both offense and defense had been pushed to their peak. Kabuto watched, greed and fanaticism flickering in his eyes. Clearly, he had developed a powerful interest in Midora's strength. He had one Rinnegan, Samsara Eye in hand, but could not bring out its full power yet. Only once he took Sasuke's body, perhaps then he would be able to manifest a Susanoo Gundam, just like this, and become invincible in the world. When that time came, would even Orochimaru-sensei in the Pure Land feel envious of him? Neji and the others, on the other hand, did not look good at all. They had been so close to sealing Midora just now, and then everything had turned upside down. Now, faced with Midora in full Gundam Susanoo, how was Natsuki supposed to win? Kuretsuchi simply shouted, "Natsuki, how about you hurry up and get us out of here? You can't beat Midora right now. Use Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to take us back first, and we can figure out the rest later." The others felt the same, everyone except Neji. Because he knew very clearly that a mere Susanoo was not something Natsuki had never dealt with before. Back when Sasuke's big brother had his Susanoo smashed to pieces, he had probably thought he was invincible too. In the end, he still got beaten pretty miserably. So Neji believed Natsuki absolutely would not lose to Midora. As expected, Natsuki just shook his head and did not agree with Kuretsuchi's suggestion. Looking up at the nearly 100-meter-tall Susanoo giant, he was not nervous in the slightest. If anything, he was excited. He was finally about to have a Gundam versus Gundam showdown with Midora. Then they would see which one stood at the top. Natsuki clapped his hands together and shouted, "Mokyuten, Senju Cannon. Wood Style, Thousand-Armed Cannon." "Huh, Mokyuten, Wood Style?" Midora was startled, and then he saw several massive trees erupt from the ground, swiftly merging into a huge wooden cannon statue even taller than his Susanoo. Rows upon rows of arms fanned out behind it. Calling it Senju Cannon, Thousand-Armed Cannon, was no exaggeration. "Ha ha ha ha, Natsuki, I Midora acknowledge you. Come." Midora burst into another round of wild Uchiha laughter. "Senju Cannon no show, ora ora ora, Thousand-Armed Cannon palms." Under Natsuki's control, the densely packed wooden arms hammered down on the Susanoo giant in a crazy barrage. Midora was not about to hold back either. He directed the Susanoo giant to swing massive fists upward to meet the oncoming blows. In an instant, colossal fists and gigantic palms crashed together in midair over and over, each impact unleashing a shockwave so fierce that heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Everyone present could only stare, dumbstruck. The members of Neji's squad, however, were becoming more and more excited. They had thought Natsuki was just being stubborn and refusing to retreat out of pride. They had not expected him to be hiding such a terrifying technique, actually wielding Mokyuten like the first Hokage. Rumor had it that Midora had always lost to Hashirama. In that case, Natsuki should also be able to defeat Midora, right? "Ha ha ha ha, this is great. You've brought back all my memories of fighting Hashirama." Midora kept laughing, thinking once again of his beloved Hashirama. Chapter 344. Natsuki ignored Midora's wild laughter and instead changed his method of attack. He had the massive wooden hands stop trading blows with Susanoo's fists, and instead abruptly coil around Susanoo's arms, clamping both of them in place. The rest of the wooden hands seized the opening and launched a frenzied assault, hammering down on Susanoo's head. In barely 2 seconds, Susanoo's head was smashed to pieces. "Not bad at all, but I'm not going to lose to some youngster." Midora poured even more power into his eyes. Susanoo's head regenerated in an instant, and its arms tore free of the wooden grip. In both hands, it formed a pair of gigantic swords. One swing cleaved through a cluster of wooden hands, the twin blades then stabbed straight through the cannon's abdomen. Rip, a jagged, ugly hole was torn through the wooden cannon's midsection. Midora shouted crazily, "Ha ha ha, your Mokyuten Wood Style is nothing compared to Hashirama's." "Oh really? That Susanoo of yours is nothing but a paper tiger." Natsuki refused to back down verbally. With a sharp clap of his hands, the wooden cannon not only regenerated, but the mass of wooden hands on its back twisted together into something like a huge rope. In the next second, that rope coiled into a colossal wooden dragon. The massive wooden dragon shot out from behind the cannon, instantly wrapping itself around Susanoo's entire body and squeezing tighter and tighter. It looked ready to crush Susanoo into scrap by sheer force. Crack, crack, crack. As the wooden dragon kept constricting, the Susanoo giant let out ominous creaking sounds, and more fractures became visible along its armored surface. Madara only chuckled, forming hand seals before unleashing Katen. Goka Mekiaku, fire style, majestic flame destroyer, igniting the wooden dragon in an instant. But Natsuki was not dead or stupid. He immediately countered with Suten, Suichoha, water style, water surge wave, to extinguish the flames, giving Madara no time to press the advantage. Madara responded with a surprise move. His hand seals shifted again, and from the ground erupted several thick vines that snaked up and coiled around the wooden dragon's head and tail. With a brutal yank in opposite directions, they ripped the dragon in two, allowing Susanoo to break free. Then, the twin swords dropped in a vicious downward arc, cutting the wooden cannon cleanly into 3 huge pieces. To be fair, Hashirama's Mokyuten was absurd. It was best not to compare yourself to that guy. Even so, Mokyuten was not all Natsuki had. He ignored the shattered cannon, slapped his hands together again, and poured out chakra. The ground surged and solidified into a towering stone giant, which immediately thrust out its arms and clamped down on Susanoo's wrists. Madara remained unfazed. Heh, even if you swap Mokyuten for Doten Earth style, it's pointless. In front of Susanoo, guardian deity avatar, those giants of yours are just hollow shells. Is that so? I guess you already forgot how your Susanoo's head got smashed into paste just now. Natsuki had no intention of losing on the level of trash talk either, and he still had a new Gundam to field. He suddenly pulled out a scroll and unsealed a massive quantity of iron sand. Under the control of Jitten, magnet release, the iron sand rapidly gathered into a colossal iron giant. The stone giant was sturdier than the wooden cannon, and the iron sand giant was tougher than the stone giant. With both giants attacking together, could Susanoo really hold out? HMPH, petty tricks, Madara was not impressed. In that case, I won't be polite. Natsuki let out a low chuckle as he formed a gigantic iron sword in the iron giant's hand. Reiten, lightning style, chakra crackled along the blade as he drove it straight towards Susanoo's abdomen. Crack, one thrust, and Susanoo's defenses shattered. The sword pierced right into Madara's body, the Reiten discharging and frying his spiky hair into a full-on explosion afro. The stone giant seized the moment, heaving with both arms and tearing Susanoo's arms clean off. It then drove a massive punch straight into Susanoo's torso, blowing the entire giant avatar apart in one strike. Madara was still being ravaged by the lightning-charged iron sword, his Edo Tensei body gradually crumbling under the onslaught. Then his Mangekyou Sharingan suddenly changed, transforming directly into the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye. Of course, he had awakened the Rinnegan before he died, and now in this Edo Tensei state, he could fully exert it. A single pulse of that power blasted the coffin away, and even the stone giant and iron sand giant were crushed to dust by the repulsive force. Natsuki had already fled to safety with Arashi Shunshin, storm-style body flicker. He had failed to seal Madara yet again. After the first failed attempt with Mafuba, demon sealing wave, Natsuki had known the odds of success the second time were low. Even so, he had still given it a try. Forcing Madara to bring out the Rinnegan was not exactly a waste of effort. But if things went on like this, it would never end. Killing Madara was impossible. He was an Edo Tensei body. Sealing him was out of reach as well. There was nothing they could do. As for killing Kabuto, would Madara just stand there and let them do it? Perhaps feeling Natsuki's gaze on him, Kabuto's heart gave a sudden jolt. He instantly cast Kawarami no Jutsu, substitution technique, vanishing from where he stood. That guy was sharp. he had clearly sensed the killing intent. Natsuki ignored him and turned his eyes instead to the Jido Mazo outer path golem, which had not moved at all this whole time. Now that Madara had once again unleashed the power of the Rinnegan, and Kabuto had taken the chance to slip away, the only target left was the Jido Mazo. In any case, Natsuki had no intention of coming here for nothing today. By this time, Madara had already regenerated. His expression was feral and imperious. "What's wrong? Out of tricks already? Come on, use more, make this more fun for me." Natsuki snorted. "Madara, do you even have any shame? If you weren't in an Edo Tensei body, you'd already be dead twice over. By rights, that means I've already won. The only reason you can strut around right now is because you're a corpse." "Ha, well, you might have a point." Madara's interest clearly piqued. "But I can't help it. How about this? Figure out a way to bring me back to life so we can really fight. If you can still kill me then, I'll admit defeat." Keep dreaming." Natsuki had no desire to keep bantering. He shot the Jido Mazo a subtle glance, then raised a single finger. "I've still got one more trump card." Madara's curiosity flared. "Oh, a trump card? If you've got the guts, use it. I, Madara, will not lose." "Then you'd better watch closely." Natsuki lowered his gaze, so Madara could not see exactly where he was aiming. He took up the stance for Kamehameha, Turtle Destruction Wave, a glowing electromagnetic sphere forming between his palms. "Ka-mi, ha-mi." "Ha." He thrust both hands forward, aimed straight at the Jido Mazo. Chapter 345. Madara had originally been wondering what kind of trump card it was, and how he should block it next. After all, Natsuki had given him far too many surprises today. He really had not expected Natsuki to throw away all martial ethics, not even aiming at him, but instead locking onto the Jido Mazo outer path golem. Not good. He wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. The Kamehameha, Turtle Destruction Wave, reached the Jido Mazo in an instant. Perhaps the Jido Mazo instinctively sensed the danger, because it hurriedly twisted its body to the side, but its leg still took the hit. Boom, the deafening roar shook the skies. The Jido Mazo was swallowed by a burst of blinding light and let out a heartrending scream. One of its legs was blown clean into the air, and the now one-legged Jido Mazo tumbled and rolled wildly along the ground, howling in agony so loudly it was as if even its own mother would be crying out. In the next second, bang, both the crippled Jido Mazo and its severed leg turned into smoke and vanished. Clearly, the summoning had been cancelled, and it had been sent back to its main base. Click, what a pity, I almost blasted it to dust. Natsuki was genuinely regretful. He also knew there was no point in sticking around any longer, so he instantly flashed to Neji and the other's side and used her Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to warp everyone away. Madara was still a little dazed. When he finally reacted, he flew into a rage. "Natsuki, get back here." Whoosh, Natsuki brought the assault squad flashing back into the operations conference room. Everyone inside rushed over. "You're back. Has the rakeage turned back to normal?" Natsuki hurriedly said, "Give me a cup of water. Let me catch my breath first. Then I need to head straight to Jiraiya-sama. The Jido Mazo's leg has been blown off, and I need to go finish the job." Blasted off the Jido Mazo's leg. Wait, weren't you just going to pick up the assault squad? How did you end up running into the Jido Mazo? Fortunately, Neji and the others quickly chattered out a rundown of what had happened, stunning everyone present. Kabuto has a Rinnegan, Samsara-ai. He was the one who summoned the Jido Mazo. Madara has really been brought back with Edo Tense, impure world reincarnation, and he fought Natsuki to a standstill. Natsuki's final big move blasted off one of the Jido Mazo's legs, and then the Jido Mazo returned. One piece of intel after another left the Raikage, Tsunade, and Gaara all dumbfounded. They did not know whether to be shocked or delighted, but in the end, they were simply relieved. It was a good thing Natsuki went. Otherwise, the assault squad probably would not have come back. And on top of that, he had brought back several critical pieces of intelligence. Kabuto has a Rinnegan, Madara has been Edo Tensei revived, and the Jido Mazo has lost a leg. Before the Fourth Shinobi World War had even officially begun, They had already secured this much vital intel. It would be extremely helpful for future strategic planning. However, since the Jido Mazo had been unsummoned just now, no one knew what was happening with Jirya and the sealing squad. No wonder Natsuki said he needed to hurry over and take a look. If Jirya and the others were still over there and happened to run into the returning, one-legged Jido Mazo, that would be the perfect opportunity. The Reikage immediately spoke up. "Natsuki, take me with you later." Tsunade stepped in at once. "Reikage, you're the commander-in-chief of the allied shinobi forces. How can you be going deep into enemy territory? Let me go instead." I refused to listen. "Then I'll hand the commander's position over to you right now. Either way, I'm going to smash the Jido Mazo. Once that thing is gone, all the problems are solved." Tsunade shot back, "Do you think this is a child's game? You can't just give up the commander's seat because you feel like it. Everyone chose you, which means they trust you the most. That makes it even less acceptable for you to leave on a whim. I'm just a mere advisor. It's fine if I go." Mei and Anoki, however, both laughed. "You two are important top brass. How can you abandon your posts? We're the ones who are just right to go to the front." Gaara. He really wanted to go too, but he did not dare say it. A Jinchuriki going to hunt the Jido Mazo was no different from delivering rations. Do not assume that just because you are strong you can handle the Jido Mazo. That thing has a technique that can rip a tailed beast right out of your body. If you go, you are going there to die. So Gaara could only sit quietly and watch the others argue, full of envy. Natsuki, meanwhile, took a Hyorogan soldier pill and downed 2 bowls of water in big gulps before finally catching his breath. Fighting a monster like Madara drained him far more than usual. Fortunately, his chakra reserves were already enormous, and on top of that he had been carrying a chakra battery with him, so his supply had never truly been a major issue. Watching everyone argue, he could only speak up. "Tsunade dono, Reikage, you two shouldn't go." And Tsunade were both stunned. "Why not?" Natsuki patiently explained, "You're both close combat types. You're not suited for fighting the Jido Mazo. It's best to send the Tsuchikage and Mizukage. Jinten Dust Release can probably reduce the Jido Mazo to atoms, and Yaten Lava Release plus Futten Boil Release would likely melt it into nothing. As long as we destroy the Jido Mazo, Abido won't be able to form the Jubai Ten-Tails. That'll be our victory." "Ha ha ha," well said Brat Natsuki. Anoki puffed himself up proudly. "Let this old man's Jinten reduce that so-called Jido Mazo to ash." Mei chuckled seductively. Natsuki-kun's words are exactly what One-san wanted to hear. Then it's settled. Chijiro could not help but worry when he saw this. He was Mei's bodyguard, and in truth he had always treated Mei as an older sister, even as a mother figure. He really did not want her putting herself in danger. But he also knew this was not something they could afford to avoid. Given the current situation, Mei and Anoki really were the two most suitable to go. Neji quickly asked, "Natsuki, can you take a few more people? I didn't really contribute much this time, so I want to go over there and help too." The others were a little tempted as well. This was a chance to strike at the very root of the enemy's power. It might well be the key to winning the entire war in one stroke. No one wanted to just sit it out. But Natsuki shook his head. "Neji, I understand that you want to help, but I used up a lot of chakra earlier. If we hit an emergency, I might not be able to bring that many people back. It's better not to take too many. Just bringing the Tsuchikage and Mizukage is the optimal choice." Neji understood and nodded silently. He still was not happy about it, though. He had awakened the Tenseigan, reincarnation eye, so why was he still unable to contribute at the most crucial moment? Clearly, his mastery of the Tenseigan was still not enough. If he had been stronger, he could have just blown the Jido Mazo apart earlier, and none of this would be happening now. He had to become even stronger. Once Natsuki had recovered a bit more, he stopped fussing over details. "All right, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, grab my shoulders. I'll take you over there." The two of them immediately reached out and placed their hands on Natsuki's shoulders. It would be their first time experiencing Hurricane no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique. They had no idea what teleportation would feel like. In the next second, whoosh, the three of them vanished. The Reikage and Tsunade could only sigh. They regretted not being able to go, but they quickly pulled themselves together and began assigning personnel to continue tracking Kabuto's movements. Chapter 346. Time rewinds a little. Over at Akatsuki's main base, Abido had originally planned to team up with Jido Mazo, demonic statue of the Outer Path, and wipe out Jirya and the others in one go. But the statue was suddenly reverse-summoned away. For a moment, he just froze on the spot, mentally cursing Kabuto. Jirya's group also stared, eyes widening. Jido Mazo had been summoned away. Were they still fighting or not? But Shino was the first to sense something off. The Rinnegan is with Abido. How did someone else manage to summon away Jido Mazo? Could it be the holder of the other Rinnegan? Samui nodded. Sounds about right. It looks like the other Rinnegan already has a master instead of being kept by Abido. In that case, we need to make a choice. Jirya-sama, do we retreat, or do we stay and wait for Jido Mazo to come back? You decide. Konan and Akatsuki also turned to look at Jirya, waiting for him to make the call. Jirya was conflicted. He had not expected such a drastic change to the sealing plan, and as the leader of this operation, the responsibility on his shoulders was not small. He had not expected that, after Abido got his hands on the Rinnegan, he would actually give one of the eyes to someone else, only for that person to summon away Jido Mazo at a time like this. Was this not just making things worse? And Abido himself clearly looked surprised too. Things really did always turn out contrary to expectations. Making a decision right now was not easy at all. He thought for a moment, then turned to his own student. Konan, what do you think we should do? Konan paused, pressed her lips together, then said, It'll be dangerous, but I think we should use this chance to eliminate Abido. And even though Jido Mazo was summoned away, from what I know of it, if there are no tailed beasts to absorb, it won't stay away for long. It doesn't have much patience. Oh, Jido Mazo has no patience. If it has no tailed beasts to absorb, it will quickly come back. That was valuable intel. Jirya relaxed a little and smiled. Then we take Abido out first. If Jido Mazo comes back while we're at it, we destroy it too. That way, everything is settled. Yes, everyone let out a breath of relief. In truth, no one wanted to head home empty-handed. Otherwise, this entire trip really would have been for nothing. Even if Jido Mazo was gone, they still had the real culprit, Abido. If they killed him, there would be no need for a fourth Great Ninja War at all, right? With an opportunity this good in front of them, how could they just let it pass? In short, beat him down. Ha ha ha, you're really bold, yelling all that about killing me right to my face. Want me dead? It won't be that easy. After a brief moment of shock, Abido quickly steadied his mood. Settling things with Kabuto could come later, dealing with these enemies came first. These enemies were not easy opponents. The bugs of the Aburame clan and that Kanoichi from Kumo were already annoying enough on their own, and Jirya was an even bigger problem. One of the legendary Sannin would never be easy to handle. If he had not intervened just now, Jido Mazo would have been burned to death by Amaterasu. Who knew what other techniques Jirya might be holding back? If he did not go all out, this would not be a simple fight. Since you insist on staying here and dying, I'll be happy to oblige. Kuchios no Jutsu, Pain Rokudo, Summoning Jutsu, 6 Paths of Pain. He slammed his palm into the ground, and with a series of puffs, 6 silhouettes appeared around him. The hearts of Jirya's 5-man squad tightened. They had deep misgivings about the 6 Paths of Pain, and it appeared Abido had created a new set. The question was, how strong were these new bodies? They took a closer look at the faces, and could not help but stare in shock and confusion. Samui gasped. Yujido? Our Kumo's two-tails Jinchuriki Yujido? She's an Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation body now, and she's been turned into one of the 6 paths. You had to admit, Edo Tensei was a truly twisted jutsu. Abido had plagiarized Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain concept, and combined it with the advantages of Edo Tensei, then selected Jinchuriki for their raw power. He had even returned part of their tailed beast's chakra to their bodies, allowing these Jinchuriki-based paths to wield fighting strength close to their living peak. With this new 6 paths at his side, He was confident he could take down Jiraiya's group. Jiraiya studied them carefully, then blurted out, "Two Tails Jinchuriki Ujido, former Three Tails Jinchuriki and fourth Mizukage Yagura, Four Tails Jinchuriki Roshi, Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, the Scorch Release user Pakura, and one I don't recognize. Every one of them was a powerful shinobi in life. This is going to be trouble." Conan, however, did recognize the last one. That last one is the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata. The original Six Paths of Pain personally went to the land of water to capture him. The Six Tails, just as expected. Now, they all knew they had to take this seriously. Dai, go. At Abido's order, the new Six Paths moved. First, the Two Tails, Four Tails, Five Tails, and Six Tails Jinchuriki all half-transformed, their bodies wrapped in blood-red-tailed beast chakra, their forms becoming monstrously twisted. Then, the Hyuga ninja leaped in. Jiraiya's group immediately fell back. They had no intention of clashing head-on with these opponents. It was not just that the enemy was overwhelmingly strong. The key issue was that these were Edo Tensei bodies. Even if they landed direct hits, their attacks would be almost meaningless. Suten Tepidama Water Style, Water Bullet. From the rear, Yagura unleashed a water-style attack. Jiraiya's group did not try to block it, choosing to dodge instead. Pakura took the opportunity to rush forward, holding only a single kunai as she slashed toward Samui. Samui was just about to meet her strike when Jiraiya suddenly yanked her back, pulling her heavily out of the attack's path. Samui protested in confusion. "Jiraiya-sama, I was only going to block her. Is there a problem with that?" Jiraiya shook his head. "You kids probably don't know who Pakura is. She's Sunagakure's famous Scorch Release user. Her signature move, Kajisatsu Oversteam Kill, is terrifying." Oversteam Kill. The idea behind Kajisatsu is that, while you're trading blows in close combat, she suddenly superheats and evaporates all the moisture in your body, drying you up in an instant and killing you on the spot. Evaporating all the moisture in someone's body in an instant. What kind of horrifying technique was that? Samui broke into a cold sweat from head to toe. She had never imagined that her simple attempt to block a kunai had brought her just half a step away from death. Scorch Release user Pakura was truly no ordinary opponent. Most people, seeing her charge in with a single kunai, would not even think of dodging. They would choose to parry, giving her the perfect opening for an instant kill. No wonder she had been chosen as one of the new Six Paths. There was nothing simple about her at all. Shikigami no Jutsu, paper technique. Conan sent a torrent of paper flooding toward the enemy, each sheet concealing an explosive tag. Explosions boomed again and again. They did little real damage, but they did hold the enemy back. Shino released his insects, Akatsuchi shaped a giant golem of stone, and together they managed to barely keep up with the new Six Paths in a desperate, grinding tug-of-war. The battle was at a standstill, and every moment was dangerously close to collapse. But not a single person shouted for a retreat, because this was their best chance to get rid of Abido. They absolutely could not give it up so easily. Chapter 347. Jiraiya and the others had been tangled up with the new Six Paths for quite some time, and they had been on the back foot the whole way. The new Six Paths really were strong. The four Jinchuriki could partially transform into their tailed beast forms, and the Biju Chakura, tailed beast chakra, they unleashed was terrifying. Yagura and Pakura were also throwing out lethal attacks non-stop, making them almost impossible to guard against. Even Gamabunta, the big toad, had taken an accidental hit and had no choice but to dispel his Kuchios, summoning, and return. Fortunately, Jiraiya and his group were all veteran, battle-hardened shinobi. They were not so easy to defeat. Even in such a difficult situation, they still managed to hold on. But this could not go on forever. At this rate, Jiraiya's broken leg really might end up needing amputation. Just then, bang. A massive shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it came with a heart-rending scream. It was the Jido Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path that had been reverse-summoned earlier. It had actually come back. And the Jido Mazo looked miserable. It was missing a leg. Oh wait, that leg had come back too. Jiraiya immediately locked onto his target. He quickly linked chakra threads to his teammates and plucked them to send Morse code. Everyone, we probably can't beat them as we are. Sealing the Jido Mazo or killing Abido is unrealistic, but that severed leg. We might be able to seal it and take it with us. Shino understood right away. Jido Mazo needs its body to be whole to fuse into the Jubai 10 tails. If it's missing a leg, that changes everything. Samui said, then we'll handle the distraction. Juri-sama, you go seal that leg. Everyone came to an agreement and sprang into action. Abido, meanwhile, was still a bit dazed. He could not figure out how the Jido Mazo could have gone away for such a short while and then come back missing a leg. What in the world had it run into? Even if it had encountered Hashirama revived, it should not have ended up like this, right? Just then, Abido noticed Juria's group suddenly launching a full-out assault. He instantly realized they were going to gamble everything on one play, trying to destroy or seal Jido Mazo. There was no way he was going to let them succeed. Akatsuchi slammed both fists into the ground. Daten, Ganbashira Earth-style, rock pillars. Bang, the earth suddenly heaved up into massive stone pillars, thrusting the new 6 paths into the air. Shino promptly released a vast army of insects, sending them swarming over everything, while Conan ruthlessly scattered a storm of explosive tags and detonated them. As long as the enemy died, it did not matter if it was death by 1,000 poisons. Samui charged in at the front, her short blade dancing. Juria followed close behind her, both hands busy preparing a sealing jutsu. That leg was not just any leg, he had to seal it properly. Abido quickly understood the 6-man team's plan. You want to take that leg? Don't even think about it. 6 paths, stop them with everything you've got. Hai Nezumi Dama, fire mouse orbs. Yujido spat out mouse-shaped blue flames. Yaten, Shakukaryugen no Jutsu, lava release, scorching river of flowing rock technique. Roshi spewed magma spheres like crazy. Futten Kairiki Muso, boil release, peerless might. Han exploded with a shockwave of steam. Kyosen Gasu, strong acid gas. Udakata exhaled a cloud of corrosive mist. Suten Tepidama water style, water bullet. Kajisatsu, oversteam kill. Faced with the overpowering counterattack from the new 6 paths, Shino, Akatsuchi, and Conan struggled desperately to hold out. They even got themselves injured when they slipped up, but all of them endured it. Samui was even more reckless. She actually met the charging Han head-on and was sent flying on the spot by the 5 tails Jinchuriki. Thanks to everyone's efforts, Jurya finally managed to reach the severed leg of the Jido Mazo. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfurled his scroll and began the sealing process. But Pakura had already arrived. Her kunai stabbed toward him, though what she really intended to unleash was Kajisatsu. For a moment, Jurya was trapped in a dilemma. He did not want to interrupt the sealing, or everyone's efforts would be wasted. But if he continued, he would almost certainly be turned into a dried-out corpse by Kajisatsu. What a hassle! At that very moment, 3 figures suddenly flashed into existence behind him. One of them snapped a kick into Pakura's body, sending her flying like an arrow loosed from a bow, and half her body was blown away in the impact. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? That familiar voice made everyone light up with joy. Shino could not hold back his delight. Natsuki, you're here. Samui, Akatsuchi, and Conan all broke into smiles as well. Reinforcements, this is great. Jurya was happy too, but he did not stop his sealing work. Fortunately, it did not take much longer. He successfully sealed the Jido Mazo's severed leg into the scroll and finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had really thought he was going to die just now. Anoki and Mei took in the battlefield with a glance, then immediately locked onto the one-legged Jido Mazo and Abido. Mei said, so that's the Jido Mazo. It really did lose a leg. Jurya-sama made a decisive call. I'm guessing he couldn't deal with Jido Mazo head-on, so he gambled everything on sealing the leg. It's not a bad choice. Anoki's expression was far from pleasant. Roshi, Han, those 2 idiots. Those 2 had once been Iwagakure's Jinchuriki. One had gone wandering outside the village and been captured, the other had been hidden deep in the village and still got taken. Anoki had been furious back then. He had not expected that their Edo Tensei bodies would end up being turned into new six paths and used as enemy weapons. Natsuki Juryasama, Shino, you're all right, Natsuki asked, though he could already see for himself that they were fine. It felt like a pointless question. Barely. Jurya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You really showed up at just the right time. Thanks to your help, I managed to seal the Jido Mazo's leg, though I still don't know how it got broken in the first place. Natsuki blinked. Oh, I broke it. Oh, so it was why Nanny. Say that again. How did this end up being your doing? Natsuki could not be bothered to explain. He locked onto the Jido Mazo and smiled. Jido Mazo also sensed Natsuki's arrival. Thinking of the hatred over its severed leg, it let out a roar of pain and terror, as if it wanted nothing more than to kill Natsuki on the spot to vent its rage. Anoki cracked his knuckles. Jido Mazo and Abaido are both here. We wipe them out in one go, and then there doesn't need to be any kind of shinobi world war. Mei nodded in agreement. Exactly. Kirigakure has only just recovered. We have no desire for a great war right now, so those two can go die for us. Natsuki immediately hurled a marked kunai at the Jido Mazo. Once the kunai reached a point near the statue, he flashed over in an instant. Anoki and Mei still had their hands resting on Natsuki's shoulders, so they came along with him in the same shunshin. Jinten, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Anoki unleashed a terrifying column of white light. Yaten, Yakai no Jutsu, lava release, melting monster technique. Mei opened her mouth and spewed a stream of highly corrosive acid straight at the Jido Mazo. Like hell you will. Abaido panicked. He knew how terrifying Anoki's dust release was. It could disintegrate anything down to its atoms. While his own Rinnegan techniques could withstand it, Jido Mazo could not. Worse, he was not even close to Jido Mazo right now. Damn it, Kamui Divine Authority. He chose to use Kamui, violently twisting space and dragging Anoki's dust release into his pocket dimension. Chapter 348. However, Mei's Yaten, lava release, did not arrive in time to block it, and the concentrated acid crashed down onto the Jido Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Zzz. The statue's lower leg was instantly corroded away, and it let out an even more ear-splitting scream, the kind that felt like it would make your eardrums bleed. Mei was not satisfied at all. That Jido Mazo is too big. My Yaten lava release can't cover much of it, and its hide is ridiculously tough. The corrosion is way too slow. Shame my Jinten dust release got blocked. Anoki was annoyed. If my Jinten dust release had hit it head-on, at the very least half that Jido Mazo would have been reduced to dust. Natsuki immediately said, then we pin the enemy down, and the cage focuses on the main assault against Jido Mazo. Anoki and Mei had no objections. That was indeed the optimal plan. So Natsuki and Mei rushed Abaido together. Abaido had been about to run to Jido Mazo's side to protect it, but the two of them cut him off. The new six paths wanted to move in and support him, but Shino, Akatsuchi, Konan, and Samui threw themselves in their way instead. Shino even dared to face two Jinchuriki alone. Sorry, you two, but you're going to have to keep us company a while longer. You're not going anywhere near that side. As he spoke, he unleashed his Kikeichu, destruction insects, at full power, instantly blanketing the two of them. Yujido immediately spat fireballs in an attempt to burn the swarm to death, but realized that the insect casualties were minimal. Their resistance to fire was astonishing. Roshi hurled magma orbs as well, but even then, more than half of the swarm survived. To strengthen his bugs, Shino had deliberately sought out magma, on the basis that magma's temperature was among the highest natural extremes. If he could cultivate insects that could withstand magma, then there would be no need to fear any Katen, fire style. Now was the time to put that theory to the test. And the results were exactly what Shino had hoped for. He was overjoyed and immediately released even more insects, wrapping Yujido and Roshi completely and ravenously devouring their Biju Chakura, tailed beast chakra, to the point that even portions of their half-tailed beast forms were eaten away. Because they had absorbed too much Biju Chakura, some of the insects could not endure it and died, but others survived and swelled, growing larger and larger. Some of the biggest were the size of a human head. Shino was not surprised, and he directed these giant insects to lunge at the other enemies as well. Conan, meanwhile, took on the regenerated Pakura. Knowing how lethal Pakura's Shakutan, Scorch Release, was, she refused to engage in close combat. Instead, she used paper clones in a human bomb strategy, sending clone after clone in with explosive tags attached. It was barely enough to keep Pakura tied down. Akatsuchi handled Utakata without too much trouble. Utakata's base strength was not exceptionally high. Even with the power of a tailed beast, he was only pushing Akatsuchi back by a small margin. As for Samui, she had been injured earlier when she blocked Han's charge. Her lower back was still aching from being smashed aside by him. Han wielded Futten Boil Release. The superheated steam granted him terrifying speed, letting him ram into targets like a roaring locomotive, and his attack power was immense. That one block earlier had almost knocked Samui's guts out of place. She had no idea how long they would need to keep this up. She could only hope that Natsuki's side would succeed quickly. Jiraiya, for his part, was now facing the remaining Yagura. Since the Three Tails had yet to be captured, the former Three Tails Jinchuriki had not been granted its power in this Edo Tensei body, so his current strength was not particularly impressive. In short, the new six paths were completely pinned down. And Natsuki and Mei had fully intercepted Abaido. In theory, Natsuki alone might have been enough to stall him, but just in case, the two of them moved together. And indeed, that just in case soon appeared. A half-black, half-white figure suddenly emerged from the ground and launched Mokyuten, Wood Release, attacks at Natsuki and Mei. Natsuki immediately used Mokyuten, Wood Release, to block the strike, and Abaido seized the opening, sprinting toward the Jido Mazo. Jinten. Kamui. Abaido had just been about to use Kamui, Divine Authority, to stop the Jinten Dust Release, the way he had earlier, when Natsuki flashed in with Arashi Shunshin, Storm-style body flicker, his lightspeed kick already swinging through. Abaido was forced to choose intangibility. When he used Kamui, Divine Authority, on other objects, he could not phase himself at the same time. If he insisted on blocking the Jinten Dust Release, he would definitely be killed by Natsuki's lightspeed kick. So he chose, without hesitation, to protect himself. Buzz! The light of the Jinten Dust Release appeared in front of Jido Mazo in an instant. The statue reflexively raised both hands to block, and it actually managed to stop the attack, but both of its arms were disintegrated into atoms on the spot. Now it had broken arms and a broken leg. It was truly a pitiful sight. Roar! It let out a sky-shaking howl of agony, like it had just watched its entire family die. Abaido could not care about anything else. Still in his intangible state, he rushed toward it. Just when it looked like Anoki was about to unleash another attack, Abaido used Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god, to blast him away. Then he darted up to Jido Mazo and used Kamui, Divine Authority, to absorb the statue into his personal dimension. The very next second, Natsuki's lightspeed kick came whipping in again. In his fluster, Abaido only managed to twist his torso slightly, and his entire shoulder and half his chest were blown apart, sending him flying. He did not make a sound, as if the pain belonged to someone else. A moment later, a white Zetsu rose up from underground, tore off one of its own arms and half its chest, and handed them to Abaido. Abaido calmly accepted the pieces and joined them to his body. His maimed torso was restored in an instant. Back when he had died, he had already used White Zetsu's body parts to rebuild himself. So this kind of operation was nothing more than daily routine to him. To everyone else watching, though, it was utterly insane. For anyone else, that level of injury would have been fatal. Abaido had not even groaned, and he had not shed a single drop of blood. Then he had fixed himself completely in moments. He was basically a monster. Soon, Abaido regrouped with Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu said, "Abaido, we should retreat. We can't stay here." Abaido nodded. He had been about to toss out a few more threats, but seeing Natsuki poised to throw out another lightspeed kick at any moment, he hesitated. Even with the Rinnegan and Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god, to repel everything, there was still a 5-second cooldown. For someone with Natsuki's extreme speed, 5 seconds was an eternity. Fighting Natsuki was dangerous. Right now, he had no real chance of winning. So, retreat it was. The space around them twisted into a spiral, and Abaido and Black Zetsu vanished on the spot. The new 6 paths were forced to withdraw as well. Natsuki, Anoki, and Mei exchanged a glance and let out a collective sigh. They had not expected Abaido to be so decisive, to store Jido Mazo away and bolt without hesitation. It was truly a shame. No one felt more regret than Anoki. He had been a hair's breadth away from turning Jido Mazo into dust, but Abaido had blocked him again and again. It was infuriating. Natsuki and Mei had done their best to keep Abaido occupied, but with his phasing ability, it had been almost impossible to pin him down. Unless Kakashi came along, they could not completely lock down that intangibility. Natsuki clicked his tongue in frustration. It seemed that next time they had to bring Kakashi specifically to deal with Abaido. After all, you needed Kamui, Divine Authority, to defeat Kamui, Divine Authority, or there really was no good way to handle him. Chapter 349. Is everyone all right? Natsuki asked. No injuries, just a shame about this operation. Shino shook his head. The others felt the same. It was such a rare chance to put an end to the Shinobi World War, and yet they had failed to seize it. It was hard not to feel regret. Natsuki could only spread his hands. Things were never that simple. Unless he were completely invincible and could slaughter enemies at will, this kind of outcome was inevitable. That was clearly impossible right now. He did not even have a way to deal with Kamui, Divine Authority's intangibility, so he basically could not truly pin Abaido down. Abaido had practically fought with his life on the line to protect the Jido Mazo, demonic statue of the Outer Path. It was no surprise the operation had not succeeded. The enemy was not nearly as weak as some might imagine, so they absolutely could not be taken lightly. Still, it was not as if they had gained nothing. After all, Jido Mazo was now crippled. Both arms had been erased by Anoki's Jinten dust release, and one leg had been sealed away. In that state, could it still become the Jubai 10 Tails? On top of that, they now had intel on Abaido's new 6 paths, and they had also learned that he could use White Zetsu's body to repair his own injuries. Once they returned and worked out a counter-strategy, they would definitely be able to seize the upper hand in the battles to come. As for the countless White Zetsu here, they had to be wiped out. No point leaving them to swell the enemy's ranks. Afterward, Natsuki treated Samui first, since she had the most serious injuries. Konan and Shino took responsibility for clearing out the White Zetsu in the area. Konan flew up into the sky and rained explosive tags down from above, while Shino sent his bugs everywhere. White Zetsu died in droves. In total, they probably killed nearly 10,000. Out of 100,000 White Zetsu, that only brought the number down to 90,000. There was nothing they could do about that. There were only so many White Zetsu clustered here, and many of the others had probably not been deployed yet, or had already been destroyed or sent elsewhere. Once everything was done, Konan left behind a massive carpet of explosive tags and obliterated Akatsuki's former main base, burying it along with her and Nagato's memories. Natsuki then used Huraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to take everyone back to the War Council chamber. And the others rushed over immediately. Well, did you destroy the Jido Mazo? Anoki and Mei both shook their heads, not in the mood to talk. In the end, it was Samui who gave a serious, orderly report of what had happened. Once everyone finished listening, they all felt it was a great pity, but no one blamed the team. They had already performed spectacularly. From here on out, it seemed they would have to defeat the enemy head-on on the battlefield. Before long, a new strategy meeting was convened. All high-ranking personnel attended, including division commanders, squad captains, and others. Even Natsuki and Ten did not escape the summons. I began speaking. Right now, the ninja of all the villages have gathered. Next, follow the division allocation plan. Form up your units with all possible speed and get your combat strength fully organized in the shortest time. Then the army will march to the designated positions to block the incoming white Zetsu horde. The daimyo guard unit must also protect the daimyo. Do not let the enemy capture them as bargaining chips. The Jinchuriki must be kept absolutely safe. They're the key to our victory. That was the basic framework, but the matter of protecting the daimyo still left everyone a bit speechless. In truth, when facing a cataclysm at the scale of the entire world, the lives of the daimyo were not exactly the top priority. But the allied shinobi forces still had to protect them. After all, this world's people thought a certain way. The daimyo were the symbol of a country, the embodiment of its legitimacy. If the daimyo were not protected, it was tantamount to the country itself being wiped out. It was complicated. In any case, they had to split off troops to guard them. Tsunade added, "White Zetsu has underground movement capabilities, so we need to prevent them from tunneling beneath our lines and infiltrating the rear." Gaara followed up, "White Zetsu can also disguise themselves, so be extremely cautious about spies infiltrating our forces, especially the medical and logistics division. Don't give White Zetsu any chance to slip in and cause chaos." Others also spoke up one after another, forming a circle and refining the plan together in more and more detail. Once the meeting ended, they immediately summoned every ninja to assemble in the plaza. When Natsuki followed the others to the high platform overlooking the plaza, he saw that the once empty square was now packed shoulder to shoulder with shinobi, along with some samurai from the land of iron. Everyone wore a ninja forehead protector and looked to be in good spirits. Natsuki spotted quite a few familiar faces: Genma, Reido, Iwashi, Izumo, Kotsu. Pretty much every capable shinobi he could think of had been pulled into the war. Next, in accordance with the division plan, the commanders of each unit were announced. 1st Division Commander Darui, 2nd Division Commander Kitsuchi, 3rd Division Commander Kakashi, 4th Division Commander Maki, 5th Division Commander Mifune, and Medical and Logistics Division Commander Dan, among others. Once the officers had been named, it was time to sort the rank and file. Fortunately, the rosters had already been posted, so every ninja quickly found their assigned division. They gathered with their units, received supplies, and prepared to move out. Natsuki had not yet been specifically assigned, so he returned to the office with 10 for tea. He had been exhausted earlier. Finally, he could rest a little. Next up would be the battle of the 80,000 strong allied shinobi forces. Everyone would be showing off their full abilities. Their primary opponents would be White Zetsu, as well as a sizable contingent of sand ninja forces. As for Dreammaker Kabuto, who knew how many graves he had dug up, or how many dead he had turned into Edo Tensei puppets. How many members of the allied shinobi forces would end up seeing the faces of their own relatives and friends, only to be forced to fight those same loved ones? If they wanted to free those loved ones from control, they would have to kill Kabuto. The problem was that Kabuto currently had Madara guarding him, which would make killing him no easy task. However, Natsuki did not believe someone like Madara would be willing to remain under Kabuto's control forever. He would surely look for a way to break free. That would depend on how the power struggles among the enemy played out. At that time, in the land of fields, Tanokuni, Abaito and Black Zetsu arrived and successfully rendezvoused with Kabuto and Madara, then released the heavily wounded Jido Mazo. Madara looked at the statue, which had only one leg left. His expression could not have been any darker. Even that last leg had been severely corroded. It was truly a sight of utter misery. He could not help but say, "Abaito, you really are a disappointment. You could not even protect Jido Mazo." Abaito's temper was running hot as well. He jabbed a finger at Kabuto. "I was going to ask you the same thing. Why did you reverse summon Jido Mazo out of nowhere? And even if you did, why did it come back missing a leg? Weren't you over here too? Why didn't it lose a leg on your side?" Madara suddenly felt a bit awkward. You don't understand how strong the enemy over here was." Abaito sneered. "The enemy on my side was strong too. Natsuki came with the Tsuchikage and Mizukage in tow. Jido Mazo was nearly reduced to atoms by the Tsuchikage's Jinten, dust release, and I almost got kicked to death by Natsuki trying to protect it. What else was I supposed to do? The fact that it's still intact at all is already pretty good. What did you say? Natsuki showed up on your side too. Madara's expression darkened. So that kid really is something. He blew off one of Jido Mazo's legs on my side, and then he turned up on yours as well. It's no surprise you couldn't beat him. Even if I ran into that brat myself, I'd end up taking the worst of it. Chapter 350. Very soon, both sides finished explaining what had happened to them, and then fell into silence. None of them had expected the enemy to move so quickly, with such a clear objective, and to carry out such precise strikes. Killing Kabuto would remove the threat of Edo Tense, impure world reincarnation. Sealing the Jido Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was an even more ruthless move, cutting off the plan right at the source. As for how the enemy had learned about the Jido Mazo, Abaito guessed that Konan had leaked the intel. Back then, he had indeed decided that Konan and Nagato no longer posed a threat, so he had not bothered to hunt them down. He never imagined that after Nagato's death, Konan would defect to Jiraiya's side and even lead Jiraiya to that snowy stronghold to seal the Jido Mazo. That really had been his mistake. Madara sneered. Ever heard of pulling weeds up by the roots? You actually let Nagato and Konan walk away alive. Abaito's smile turned ice cold. You're scolding me? Weren't you the one bragging about how strong you are? And yet you still couldn't beat Natsuki. He blew off one of the Jido Mazo's legs right in front of you, and you even let him get away afterward. That's your strength? Natsuki was right. Old relics from a bygone era should stop trying to stir up the world. You should just go back and take a nap. Oh, Abaito, you've really grown a spine. You dare talk to me like that now. Hath, you're an Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body right now and under Kabuto's control. Why shouldn't I be bold? I was willing to follow the plan, but Black Zetsu went behind my back and colluded with Kabuto, using your Edo Tensei body to threaten me. There isn't even basic trust anymore. What makes you think I should be polite? Abaito might have been a dead last dropout once, but that did not mean he would stay a fool forever. This was Black Zetsu, stabbing him in the back. How was he supposed to just swallow that? And you as well, Kabuto. Abaito turned his muzzle on a new target. You reverse summoned the Jido Mazo without warning, and that's why it ended up like this. And wasn't Madara's Edo Tensei body already handed over to me? Yet you still summoned him over to protect you. So that earlier deal was just for nothing, is that it? Even if you're afraid of dying, that doesn't give you the right to touch my things as you please. Otherwise, I might as well kill you right now. His loathing for this snake, who had inherited everything from Orochimaru, ran deep. Kabuto had used Rin to threaten him, wrecked his plans over and over. He was absolutely deserving of death. Kabuto, however, stayed perfectly calm. Mama, no need to get so worked up. Protecting myself is for the sake of the operation. If I die, all the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, bodies will lose control and disappear. Madara would vanish too. At that point, you'd be the only one left, Abaito. Do you really think you can take on the entire allied shinobi forces alone? Madara was laughing to himself on the inside. Disappear? At worst, he would be released from Edo Tensei and slip free of Kabuto's control. He would not shed a single tear over Kabuto's death. Abaito, on the other hand, fell silent. He did not actually have that kind of confidence. The allied shinobi forces were no pushovers. Even with 100,000, now only 90,000, White Zetsu, victory was by no means guaranteed. And capturing the Jinchuriki was far from easy. Most importantly, Natsuki alone was the biggest obstacle, one he had no way to overcome. So Kabuto might have a point. As long as this venomous snake stayed alive, the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, army remained in play, and there was still a chance to win. Especially Madara, this absolute trump card simply could not be lost. If they did, their odds of success would plummet to nearly nothing. Fine, I'll let this one slide, but there won't be a next time. Abaito forced himself to compromise. Relax, there won't. The lenses on Kabuto's glasses flashed, hiding his expression completely. He would certainly never reverse summon something like the Jido Mazo again. The thing just drained his chakra, even his life force, for free. Fortunately, he had already removed the black receivers from his back, and his body had assimilated Karen's bloodline, granting him powerful regenerative ability. That was the only reason he had recovered so quickly. But this matter was far from over. As a snake, he held grudges very dearly. Being screwed over by Abido like this, he would definitely pay it back someday. Madara suddenly said, 4. Abido blinked. Already 4, huh, nice were. Nanny, 4, only 4, what have you even been doing, Abido? Abido chuckled dryly. Don't pin this all on me. It's not that I didn't try, it's that the enemy is too strong. Every attempt to capture the 1 tails and 7 tails was forcefully blocked by Konoha. The 3 tails was secretly sealed away by Sasuke. Later, Nagato sent the 6 Paths of Pain to invade Konoha, and they got beaten by that monster Natsuki. So tell me, what exactly was I supposed to do? Madara fell silent. He had not expected Konoha to be this reliable. Not only had they saved the 1 tails and 7 tails Jinchuriki, they had also sealed the 3 tails. A single village had successfully protected 4 Jinchuriki. It was absurd. Hahaha, Konoha really is strong. If Hashirama were still around, he'd be overjoyed. Madara even found the mood to crack an inappropriate joke. HMPH, you've still got time to joke. If we don't come up with something soon, the Tsuki no Mi Keikaku, Eye of the Moon plan, is going to fall apart. Abido's tone was harsh. Unlike Madara, he could not remain completely unfazed with a Baijudama-tailed beast bomb pointed at his face. He thought for a while, then gave his orders. Black Zetsu, go scout the locations of the Jinchuriki, and make sure you also look for Jito Mazo's severed leg. That leg should be with Jiraiya. Once we have the precise locations, we can line up our shots for another precision strike. Black Zetsu nodded quickly. I've already picked up a few things. Right now, the Allied forces are deployed along the southern coastline of the Land of Lightning. The 1 tails Jinchuriki, Gaara, is currently the supreme commander of the Allied forces, and he's usually at the main headquarters in the rear. The other Jinchuriki may be even further behind, but I can't be certain. From intel I overheard some time ago, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails and 7 tails seem to be at Mount Myaboku. What's Mount Myaboku? Madara frowned so hard, he could have crushed a fly between his brows. He did not know much about the 3 great sage regions, only that they were extremely mysterious locations, and he had no idea where they were. If 2 Jinchuriki had really escaped to Mount Myaboku, they would be very hard to find. The only way would be to capture Jiraiya, steal the contract scroll for Mount Myaboku, and use the summoning contract to find a path there. That whole chain of moves would be extremely troublesome. Things were proving far more complicated than he had thought. In reality, Black Zetsu did not yet know that Naruto and Fu had already returned. Ever since the 5 great villages had decided to form the Allied Shinobi forces, Black Zetsu's primary surveillance had been focused on the Land of Lightning. He had paid little attention to other villages. Naruto and Fu had caused little commotion upon their return, and Natsuki had immediately used the Flying Thunder God to take them away, straight to the giant turtle. The intel Black Zetsu had overheard by chance was already out of date. Chapter 351. After wrestling with it for a while, Madara finally made a decision. You go investigate the whereabouts of the other Jinchuriki first. You also must confirm whose hands the sealing scroll containing the demonic statue of the Outer Path's severed leg has fallen into. Once you have the information, report back immediately. Understood, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu agreed and then sank into the ground. It was obvious that now that Madara had returned, Black Zetsu no longer intended to bother dealing with Abido. Abido did not care either. He had never truly believed Black Zetsu was trustworthy. He offered a suggestion. What about attacking the feudal lords? Madara's expression turned strange. Attack the daimyo, why waste time on that trash? In Madara's eyes, daimyo were nothing but garbage, rice-eating parasites who knew nothing beyond stuffing themselves, and thus completely beneath his notice. Abido, however, clearly had a different view. We don't care about the daimyo, but the allied shinobi forces do. If we capture the daimyo and demand the alliance hand over the Jinchuriki, it might work. Madara simply waved his hand. Do as you like, no matter how foolish it is, I won't stop you. To him, raiding and abducting daimyo was pure stupidity. but he could not be bothered to restrain Abido. As long as it did not interfere with the Eye of the Moon plan, he would not care. Abido only gave a small nod. In truth, he did not think much of the daimyo either, but he felt it was worth a try. At the very least, attacking them would force the alliance to split their forces, so it was not entirely pointless. "And what about you? What do you plan to do next?" Abido asked again. "What do I plan to do? Obviously, Tgthegood." Madara was a man of action. For now, even if the locations of the other Jinchuriki were unclear, the One-Tails Jinchuriki Gaara was already confirmed to be stationed in the rear of the Allied forces, so there was nothing to hesitate over. They were going to fight sooner or later, so better to fight early. The moment he made that decision, the White Zetsu army immediately began advancing toward the Land of Lightning. At the same time, the divisions of the Allied shinobi forces had already established defensive lines on the western border and western coast of the Land of Lightning. 80,000 shinobi were spread out, forming a defensive line as tight as an iron barrel. Soon, the 2nd Division detected the White Zetsu army moving underground. Their captain Kitsuchi immediately joined forces with his daughter Kiritsuchi and moved. Daten Kaitsu Shokutsu Earth Release, Open Earth Rising Excavation. Booms, booms, boom. The rocky ground surged upward all at once, forming a towering mountain. The White Zetsu army lurking beneath the earth was directly forced up from below, erupting like a volcanic blast from the mountain's peak, spewing out in a way that was frankly disgusting to look at. Besides those underground, there were of course White Zetsu on the surface as well. In no time at all, the 2nd Division clashed with the White Zetsu horde. Looking out, they seemed like swarms of clustered white locusts. One glance made your skin crawl. Kill! At Kitsuchi's order, the allied shinobi immediately surged forward, the roar of battle shaking heaven and earth. The alliance's side began by hurling kunai, shuriken, and all manner of tools, and some even started throwing explosive tags, cutting down large numbers of White Zetsu. But the White Zetsu were not slow. They quickly closed the distance and crashed into the front lines, engaging the shinobi in close combat. Most White Zetsu did not use ninjutsu, and simply relied on taijutsu to fight. And in this timeline, they were different from the originals. In the original story, the White Zetsu had been strengthened by Kabuto using Yamato, making them stronger. The ones now lacked that enhancement. Even so, they were not weak. It was not easy for a mere genin to kill a White Zetsu, especially since the shinobi had a limited supply of kunai and shuriken. Once they ran out, they became very passive, and in terms of stamina, they were inferior to the White Zetsu as well, so the battle did not go particularly smoothly. Compared with the 2nd Division, the 3rd Division under Kakashi's command was in even worse shape. They did not only run into the White Zetsu army, but also encountered an Edo Tensei strike team. This group of Edo Tensei were mainly the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, including Faguki, Kashimaru, Jinin, Jinpachi, Aimuri, Mangetsu, and the others. Except for Aimuri, the rest all had their ninja blades in hand, making them extremely troublesome opponents. Kakashi just felt a headache starting. After all, there were not many people in his division who could perform sealing techniques. Dealing with Edo Tensei bodies was no easy matter. Fortunately, he had previously learned Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave, from Natsuki, so he had to personally take the point, with others providing support. He immediately gave the order. "Iwashi, you will temporarily take over command of the 3rd Division. Ryamizu, Masaki, Fumiya, you 3 will form the main sealing squad with me to seal these Edo Tensei bodies. Guy Lee, you 2 support us." Understood. No one wasted a word of nonsense, answering crisply in unison. Very quickly, the allied shinobi and the White Zetsu army were locked in combat, while Kakashi's squad engaged the former 7 ninja swordsmen. Kakashi immediately pulled out a scroll and summoned a coffin, then activated Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave, from a distance, targeting Aimuri first. Since she no longer had her ninja blade, the Thunder Fang Blade's Kiba were in Tenten's hands, she was relatively easier to deal with. Sure enough, Aimuri was sucked into the vortex of the Mafuba with no chance to resist, and was stuffed straight into the coffin and sealed away. Nice, Kakashi. Guy could not hold back his praise, then launched his Konoha Heightenjari, leaf-flying kick, straight at Fuguki. Guy's sudden appearance left Fuguki, Kashimaru, Jinin, Jinpachi, and the others all shocked and pale. This form of his dragged their memories back to that assault on Konoha years ago. Back then, there had also been a Kappa, who exploded with terrifying power and kicked the Seven Swordsmen into something resembling a slapstick comedy act. Even now, recalling it made them involuntarily tremble. However, this time they were Edo Tensei bodies and had no fear of death at all, so they quickly straightened their backs again. Since they had run into another Kappa, this time they would take their revenge. At the same time, the other divisions were also facing attacks from Edo Tensei teams and the White Zetsu Army. Darui's first division came up against Edo Tensei Dan, Hisashi, and others. The 5th Division, led by Mifune, crossed blades with Edo Tensei Hanzo of the Salamander, Kenki, and the rest. For a while, the entire western region of the Land of Lightning shook under the din of battle, with casualties on both sides piling up beyond measure. A little further back from the front lines, the medical division was swamped with work, and the logistics and transport unit was run ragged like dogs. By comparison, Natsuki in the rear looked quite relaxed. But it was not that he wanted to be idle, only that this was what he had been ordered to do. He had to conserve his strength and wait for Madara to move. The moment Madara appeared, Natsuki would have to head to the front immediately and personally face him in battle. At present, it seemed that Natsuki was the only one who could stand against Madara. There was also another group of people, including Neji, Tenten, Jiraiya, Anoki, and others, who were all on standby, ready to rush to the battlefield the moment they were needed. At this time, reports from the front announced that large numbers of Edo Tensei bodies had appeared, and reinforcements were urgently required. Tenten stood up and stretched lazily. Looks like it's my turn to take the stage. My path as a legendary Kunoichi starts right here. Chapter 352. New fanfic is up. Naruto, starting out by making money. Natsuki also stood up, and in one smooth motion pulled Tenten into his arms and kissed her. The others, seeing this, silently turned their heads away, not wanting to be force-fed dog food. Is your chakra battery fully charged? Natsuki asked. Full. It hasn't been that busy these last few days, so I charged every battery to max. It's more than enough for me to go on a rampage, Tenten replied smugly. Be careful. Don't worry, I won't get careless. Then get out there and earn yourself the title of Legendary Ninja Tools Master. Tenten nodded, locked onto Kakashi's position, and in a flash she was gone. The next second she appeared right behind Kakashi. Kakashi jumped, then turned around. Seeing a familiar face, he was overjoyed. Tenten, you're here. Tenten nodded, her gaze sweeping across the former 7 ninja swordsmen. She paid particular attention to their weapons and recognized them immediately. After all, she had spent quite a bit of money back then collecting information on these blades. Then the brightest thought surfaced in her mind. As a future legendary ninja tools master, of course she was going to set her sights on ninja tools. Once she opened her own shop, she could not be lacking in top-quality merchandise, so she had to seize all of these swords. Even if someone from the Hidden Mist wanted them back in the future, they would have to pay up. Heh, Kakashi-sensei, leave all of these people to me. Their swords are all mine too. As she spoke, she scattered a spread of formula-marked kunai, then took out the red gourd, the golden canopy rope, and the 7-star sword. In the next instant, she used Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to flash across the battlefield, appearing near Kashimaru and striking him with the golden canopy rope. She then instantly slipped away again, appearing behind Jinpachi and snapping the rope across him as well. With flashes of Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, and lashes of the golden canopy rope, she tagged every Edo Tensei body once in the blink of an eye. They were all still a bit dazed, not understanding what the point of these seemingly meaningless attacks was. One of the chattier ones could not help it and opened his mouth, letting his usual word spirit slip out. Tenten once again made a circuit with Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, using the 7-star sword to neatly sever every single word spirit and then flashing back to Kakashi's side. Immediately afterward, all of those verbal curses were sucked into the red gourd and sealed away. The cursed words also all appeared on the blade of the 7-star sword. Tenten flipped the 7-star sword over so the others could not see. Jinpachi stared at Tenten with a cold sneer. "I don't know what you're doing, but flitting around like a fly really annoys me. Let me use the explosion sword, Shibuki, to blow you too? Huh, not good." Cursed phrase, explosion sword, Shibuki. Jinpachi was immediately sucked into the red gourd. The others were all stunned by this, then began blurting out confused questions. Quite a few accidentally let their usual catchphrases slip, which happened to match the cursed words, and they were all sucked into the red gourd one after another. Hugh, sucking in that many people at once really does burn through chakra. Tenten grumbled in displeasure, but still quickly stowed the 3 swords explosion sword, Shibuki, longsword, Nuibari, and blunt blade, Kabutoiri into her own scroll. Hee, mine, they're all mine. The corners of Tenten's mouth were practically reaching her ears. She had just collected 3 excellent ninja tools in one go. How could she not be ecstatic? In the future, when she took over her father's ninja tools shop, she would display all these fine blades. She did not even have to sell them, just line them up to look pretty. The satisfaction of that was going to be unreal. Of course, the very best of all would be the 6 Paths ninja tools. Those would be the shop's crowning treasures. Their family's ninja tools shop was sure to have booming business. "All right, stop laughing, your drool is about to drip out," Kakashi reminded. "What drool?" Tenten wiped at the corner of her mouth, but she did rein herself in a little. "Tenten, that was brilliant." Gai-sensei and Lee gave her a thumbs up. The others also spoke up in turn. "Tenten is amazing. As expected of someone who can wield the 6 Paths ninja tools, she really helped us a ton." "Ha, I thought this was going to be a grueling battle, but Tenten showed up and solved everything. This feels just too good." Yeah. With the Edo Tensei squad gone, those white Zetsu are going to get slaughtered. Time to show those disgusting white things what we can do." With the enemy's Edo Tensei strike team wiped out, the Allied forces' morale shot up, and their top-tier fighters were freed. They charged into the white Zetsu army like tigers into a flock of sheep. In no time at all, the white Zetsu horde was beaten back again and again, suffering heavy losses, and the 3rd Division's victory was only a matter of time. Kakashi smiled. "Tenten, this is all thanks to you. I won't waste words on thanks. You probably still have to support other fronts, so I won't keep you. Just be careful." "Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, Lee, you all be careful too." As she spoke, Tenten locked onto Darui's position and flashed away. Each division commander was carrying formula-marked kunai from her and Natsuki, making it convenient for the 2 of them to use Huraishin, Flying Thunder God, to provide support. Right now was exactly the time for them to display overwhelming might. "Tenten really is incredible," Lee said with open envy. "Ha, as expected of my disciple, and as expected of our comrade." Gai-sensei's bright white teeth flashed. It would probably be more accurate to say, as expected of Natsuki's girlfriend. Kakashi silently added that line in his heart. He knew that Tenten's growth could not be separated from Natsuki's influence, but Tenten's own hard work was just as important, so there were some things he chose not to say out loud. On the 1st Division side, the main battlefield was along the coast. The white Zetsu were relatively easy to handle. It was the Edo Tensei enemies who were hard to deal with. However, Asuma's team was stationed here, and with Shikamaru's sharp mind helping, Captain Darui quickly laid out their battle plan. Before long, they had Dan and Hizashi restrained inside a 4 violet flames formation. Even so, actually capturing them was no easy task. At that moment, Tenten arrived, her smile dazzling. "Everyone, do you need the help of a legendary ninja tools master?" Hearing that, Darui, Asuma, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino all broke into smiles as well. This problem had just stopped being a problem. With Tenten on the move, the number of Edo Tensei enemies on the battlefield plummeted rapidly. In the rear, when Madara received the report, he only looked dismissive. 6 Paths ninja tools, just some boring toys. He truly did not think much of the 6 Paths ninja tools. In the original events, once he had become Six Paths Madara, he had literally spat the tools out of his body, which in turn handed a bit of welfare to White Zetsu. But just because he looked down on them did not mean they were useless. In reality, the three-piece set Tenten carried had already become a nightmare for the Edo Tensei bodies. Even someone like Madara, if he was careless, could be sealed into the red gourd. Kabuto offered a reminder. That girl named Tenten is actually Natsuki's girlfriend. Her Huraishin, Flying Thunder God, was taught by Natsuki, and she's skilled at using all kinds of ninja tools. Her strength is far from ordinary. In fact, thanks to how active she is on the battlefield, the number of our Edo Tensei bodies is dropping rapidly, and the alliance is gaining a massive edge. Oh, she's Natsuki's girlfriend. No wonder she has that level of ability. Madara immediately changed his tune. He had a genuine appreciation for Natsuki, and by extension, he could not help giving Tenten his approval as well. Chapter 353. Night fell. After a full day of intense fighting, casualties were indeed heavy, and even those who made it through unscathed were exhausted. It's said in the original story that the Fourth Shinobi World War only lasted 3 days. That really feels like child's play, but in reality, it shouldn't be counted like that. It should start from when Abaido declared war. After that came the alliance of the 5 great nations plus the Land of Iron, with shinobi and samurai forming the allied forces. All the preparations before open conflict should also be counted as part of the war. After all, the preparation of troops and supplies is one of the most important aspects of warfare and cannot be ignored. Besides, compared to ordinary people, shinobi are basically superhumans. When they travel, their speed far outstrips normal humans. And while it looks like they fight with cold weapons, their various ninjutsu are in no way weaker than modern firearms, and some can even destroy the heavens and the earth. Many battles look like they drag on for a long time, but in fact they end very quickly. So with sufficient preparations early on, followed by a swift and decisive campaign, having the war only last 3 days is actually not a problem. The only thing worth criticizing is that a shinobi's stamina and chakra are not that monstrous. Just 1 day of fighting leaves the vast majority of shinobi completely worn out. The idea of fighting at high intensity for 3 days straight doesn't feel very realistic. The most ridiculous case is Kakashi. His Sharingan is supposed to constantly consume his chakra, yet his Kamui gets used casually again and again. Even villains would cry seeing that. The topic is drifting, let's pull it back. After returning, Tenten, pale-faced, burrowed into Natsuki's arms and immediately fell sound asleep. Continuous use of the 6 paths ninja tools, even with the help of chakra batteries, had taken a serious toll on her. It wasn't just chakra consumption either. The mental strain was even greater. Fortunately, she had swept away a large number of Edo Tensei bodies without incident, greatly boosting the alliance's morale. By now, Tenten's name was already known throughout all 3 divisions of the army, and even all the way to the land of rice fields. Even though Natsuki was stationed in the far rear, he had still heard many people praising Tenten, which naturally filled him with pride. But seeing Tenten this exhausted in front of him, he couldn't help but feel distressed. All he could do was hold her gently in his arms, softly patting her back and coaxing her into a peaceful sleep. Reikage A. Tsunade and the various strategists saw this and all instinctively lowered their voices. But when they spoke, there were smiles on their faces. Reikage A said, "We really do have this girl to thank. If not for her, we'd probably have taken a huge loss on the first day alone. Edo Tensei is way too troublesome. In the end, that guy Kabuto really does need to be taken out." That's right. If Kabuto isn't killed, Edo Tensei will just keep adding more and more enemies, Tsunade said, her expression solemn. Even with Tenten able to provide support, frequent use of the 6 paths, ninja tools, and Huraishin, Flying Thunder God, is a huge burden on her. Just look at how much Natsuki is worrying over her. Mabui asked, "Should we send another strike team to assassinate Kabuto? He should still be in the land of rice fields. It might not be that hard to locate him. Once we get our hands on the Rinnegan and transplant it into one of our own, then summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path and seal it, wouldn't everything be wrapped up neatly? Shikaku cut in immediately. The idea is good, but not realistic. Reikage A was just as clear-headed. Kabuto might not be that hard to kill, but he's probably together with Madara right now. That, Shinobi Shura, is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid not only would the strike team never come back, even a path-clearing vanguard squad wouldn't return from the first contact. Reikage A would never underestimate someone like Madara in the slightest. Because of that, many decisions had to be made with extreme caution. One misstep and a huge number of people really would die, and no one wanted to see that result. Tsunade, however, was in no rush. The White Zetsu assault is just an appetizer. The real main course is still to come. We can't be impatient. Once Madara sees the battle turning against him, he'll definitely step onto the field himself. We should conserve our strength and wait for him, then defeat him in one decisive strike. That's the best course of action. And once Madara appears, we can send people after Kabuto then. Let that snake jump around for a couple more days. Everyone nodded. It was only the first day of the war. There really was no need to rush. If they treated today like the final decisive battle, right from the start, then all their prior preparation would have been wasted, and failure would become very likely. Dragging things out and letting the enemy grow anxious first was a favorable strategic choice. At that moment, an intel officer hurried in and delivered a report. Reikage read it and almost slammed the table, but he was afraid of waking Tenten, so he only suppressed his anger and handed the report to Tsunade. Tsunade read it and almost burst into profanity on the spot. The report stated that several batches of supplies in the rear logistics lines had suddenly gone up in flames, and a number of people had inexplicably died. For the moment, panic had spread through the logistics corps, and if not for a few experienced Jonin keeping the situation under control, chaos would have already broken out. The problem was that the logistics corps commander was Shizune. It was not that Shizune had failed in her duties. She had been busy performing surgery on the wounded, which created a gap in logistics that White Zetsu had slipped through. In fact, before starting surgery, Shizune had repeatedly warned everyone to be careful, and the operational plans also emphasized vigilance against White Zetsu infiltrators. However, some people in the logistics corps had become careless because the frontline battles were going so smoothly. That was the main reason White Zetsu found an opening, and exactly why Reikage A and Tsunade were so angry. Yet at the same time, they could not really blame anyone directly, because White Zetsu's impersonations were nearly impossible to detect. Even the Byakugan could not see through them, and the Inuzuka clan could not pick up any discrepancies in scent. That was a bit of a bug in the system, and gave everyone a headache. Fortunately, Tsunade quickly came up with an idea. Send the Torture and Interrogation Division. They specialize in reading people and are extremely sharp. No matter how skilled White Zetsu is at transformation and disguise, fooling the Interrogation Division won't be easy. You're right, then let the Interrogation Division handle it, Reikage A agreed, finding the idea excellent. Soon after, Ibiki made his return to the stage. Leading the Interrogation Division to the logistics sector, he ferreted out a number of hidden White Zetsu in short order, which calmed the logistics corps considerably. For the Interrogation Division, frontline combat was not necessarily their strong suit. Rooting out spies and eliminating them was what they did best. Even if the infiltrators became White Zetsu, there was no way they would escape the division's eyes. The following day, after a night's rest, the shinobi were all refreshed and once more headed for the battlefield. Tenten scarfed down 3 big bowls of rice, then dragged Natsuki off to a quiet corner for a quick recharge session, which brought her back to full power. For the moment, however, she did not have to deploy, because so many Edo Tensei bodies had been dealt with the previous day that there probably would not be many today, or maybe none at all. That suited her fine. She could take the opportunity to top up the chakra batteries and study the newly acquired ninja blades. As for Natsuki, a mission quickly came down for him: escort a team to the daimyo. What's going on? The daimyo have been attacked. Natsuki was very curious. Who would dare lay hands on the daimyo? If, just like in the original story, it turned out to be Black Zetsu, that would be perfect. He could just take Black Zetsu out, and the plot to come would be completely turned on its head. After all, for Lady Kaguya to resurrect, she still needed Black Zetsu to pull the strings. Chapter 354. Tsunade handed over a scroll. We just received word. Abido has led the new 6 Paths of Pain in a surprise attack on the daimyo's escort unit. The situation is urgent. Abido, what is that guy thinking? Natsuki could not make sense of it, but he did not waste time. Then I'll take a team over there immediately. Tsunade, however, blocked him again. You bring them over and come straight back. There are others to deal with Abido. Your mission is to conserve your strength. When Madara shows up, he's yours, got it? Natsuki nodded. He wasn't some battle maniac who felt the need to fight every single opponent. Besides, he actually didn't like fighting Abido. That guy was someone Kakashi should handle. Only Kamui was truly convenient for dealing with Kamui. It was very hard for anyone else to fight him effectively. Natsuki understood his own role clearly, so he did not dwell on it. Then he saw the support squad: Neji, Anoki, Shino, and Yamato. It was only 4 people, but each one was strong, especially Anoki. Despite his age, his power was tremendous and absolutely not to be underestimated. Neji was being sent specifically to counter the Rinnegan, so Abido could not just bully people with it. Everyone, hands on me, huddle up. With a flicker, Natsuki brought the group straight to Mei's side. At that moment, Mei was locked in a running battle with the new 6 Paths, fighting alongside Chijiro. Seeing reinforcements arrive, she was instantly overjoyed. The daimyo's guards did not have many top-tier fighters, and no one had expected Abido to personally come for them, so they had been forced into a passive position. If not for Mei and Chijiro's strength, they would likely have already been driven back. Fortunately, they were not far from the main camp, and communications were very fast, giving them enough time for backup to arrive. You're here, now I can relax a little. Mei smiled, and Chijiro let out a deep sigh of relief. Natsuki. Abido's eyes widened when he saw Natsuki show up, but in the very next second Natsuki vanished again. Abido instinctively glanced around, tense, afraid Natsuki would suddenly strike. Neji, seeing his reaction, could not resist mocking him. That's your courage level, and you still dared to start a shinobi world war? Stop looking around. Natsuki has already gone back. His matchup is Madara, not a clown like you. Your opponents are us. A flush of anger rose in Abido's chest, but he forced himself to act composed. Just you lot, you're no match for the new 6 Paths of Pain. As his voice fell, Yujito, Roshi, Han, and Utakata entered partial-tailed beast mode, while Yagura and Fu also tensed up, power surging around them. In that case, allow me to greet you first. Shino moved first. His swarm of insects surged toward Yujito and Roshi. Last time, he had subdued the 2 of them with his bugs, and if they had not been summoned away mid-fight, the new 6 Paths of Pain would already have been short 2 members. Yujito immediately spat out a massive blue flame. Hai Nezumi Dama, Fire Mouse Orb. Roshi followed with a volley of molten spheres. Yaten, Shakuretsu Ganryu no Jutsu, Lava Release, Scorching River of Lava Technique. Even so, Shino's insect swarm was vast. They withstood the flames and rolled onward toward the pair. However, having learned from last time, the 2 immediately pulled back and no longer tangled with Shino. In truth, it was Abido who was directing them. All 6 paths bore both Sharingan and Rinnegan, allowing them to share vision. Even though Abido had seemed not to be paying attention to the other battles last time, he had in fact gathered intelligence through their shared Rinnegan sight. Shino's bugs were not afraid of fire, so Yujito and Roshi could not be allowed to face him again. Since that was the case, Han and Utakata would be sent to engage him instead. However, before Han and Utakata could make a move, Anoki fired off a blast of dust release that forced all 3 Jinchuriki to retreat. If that hit, they would likely be wiped out down to the last particle. Hath, scared of this old man, are you? Good, I was only worried you wouldn't be. Anoki immediately cast Chakajugan no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, his body rising into the air. He had no intention of getting into some drawn-out melee. He left the main fighting to the others and hovered overhead, ready to snipe at any time. That was how he could inflict the greatest damage. Seeing this, Yamato quickly formed hand seals. Mokyutin, Jumoku Ease, would release, tree binding eternal burial. Ha, Mokutin. Those who did not know Yamato could not help a look of surprise. Since when had wood release become so cheap and common, like anyone could use it? First there had been Madara and Natsuki, then Black Zetsu, and now another one. It felt like half the world knew wood release. Was it something anyone could just learn? But Yamato's attack had already begun. Yagura was suddenly caught by writhing vines, which rapidly thickened into a towering tree. In the blink of an eye, he was trapped beneath its massive roots. Ha ha ha, nicely done. Now watch this old man erase him with dust release. Anoki immediately went for the sneak attack. A beam of dust release dropped toward Yagura's head the very next second, only to be swallowed into the Kamui space a heartbeat later. The outcome left Anoki thoroughly annoyed. Hey, one of you go fight Abido already. Stop letting him interfere with this old man's ambushes. Oh, sorry about that, I'll go. Neji took on the burden and stepped up to face Abido directly. Abido's expression grew grave, and he did not dare underestimate Neji in the slightest. After all, the Tenseigen and the Rinnegan were both sage eyes and both controlled repulsion and attraction. Neji had already clashed with the Deva Path and Kabuto before. He had lost to the Deva Path, but he had blasted Kabuto away. It was clear that the Tenseigen was no joke. Abido even worried that the Tenseigen might have some undesirable effect on the infinite Tsukuyomi. This was a sage eye too, after all. Neji's Byakugan turned into a beautiful blue, and he took his stance. Then he struck. Go, Shohiten Jian Shinsho, majestic Shohiten 14 divine palms. Bangs, bangs, bang. Palm after palm, each one unleashed terrifying repulsive force with immense power. Moreover, as Neji dug deeper into the Tenseigen's potential, that repulsion only grew stronger. Using 8 trigrams techniques to channel the force saved eye power, amplified the effect, and carried no cooldown. It was far more convenient than the Rinnegan's version. Abido did not try to tank it. He immediately slipped into intangibility to evade, but Neji's feet traced the 8 trigrams diagram, and with a single step he suddenly shifted his line of attack. Bangs, bang. 2 palms slammed into Fu. Her body exploded into fragments in an instant. Nice, Neji. Mei praised him and at the same time spat forth vaporous acid. A wave of Yaten lava release surged over the remaining pieces of Fu's body, covering them completely. Chijiro seized the opening, pouring a massive amount of chakra into his twin blades Hurame-kari. With one mighty swing, he cleaved through Yamato's great tree and split it, along with Yagura bound within it, straight in two. Yamato immediately cast another wood release. A vine lashed out, wrapping around the black receiver rod that was about to fall from Yagura's body, and tugged to pull it free. However, from the other end of the black rod, 2 chains suddenly shot out and wound around the vine. Both sides pulled at once. The tug-of-war over the black receiver had begun. Chapter 355. Natsuki returned to the conference room and resumed his so-called conserving strength by charging chakra batteries. After all, the upcoming battle with Madara would absolutely consume an enormous amount of chakra. While he had time, the more he charged, the more he would have on hand when the time came. Fortunately, his chakra recovered very quickly, so he was not particularly worried about the drain from charging. And Tenten had specially prepared a large number of batteries just for him, so he could charge to his heart's content and not have to worry about running out of chakra in battle later. Black Zetsu didn't show up. Natsuki let out a breath. He had thought Black Zetsu would, just like in the original story, go raid the plateau where the daimyo were. But it seemed he was overthinking it. The original plot here had already been scrambled beyond recognition. At best, he could still borrow some intel on specific people. Everything else was useless. As for Abido's ambush on the daimyo, Natsuki didn't worry too much. With Neji and the others there, it was enough. Abido's Kamui, divine authority, intangibility couldn't be hit, but while he was intangible, he couldn't hurt anyone either. And the Rinnegan's abilities were being countered by the Tenseigen reincarnation eye, so there definitely wouldn't be any real problem. However, the chakra consumption situation for the new 6 paths was another matter entirely. Right now, Yamato was controlling vines in a tug-of-war against chains. Those black rods were chakra transmission controllers, used to operate the 6 paths of pain. As long as a single rod was removed, even if the pain bodies could still move, their control would become unstable. Simply put, the puppet techniques they usually saw used chakra threads, which were wired. This was wireless, and the black rods were the wireless signal devices. So pulling out the rods was absolutely necessary. But Abido began his classic villain monologue. These black rods aren't the same as pains before. They're connected to special chains that can absorb the chakra of whoever touches them, making that chakra unstable. Oh, they could absorb the chakra of anyone who touched them. That really was useful information. Yamato truly was grateful. It was only because he had been some distance away earlier that he had chosen to pull from afar with vines. That was the only reason he had luckily avoided touching the chains. Otherwise, it really would have been dangerous. But with that, there was no way to pull the rods out anymore, which meant they could not force the new 6 paths to go out of control. The key point was that the new 6 paths were Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation bodies. If they were damaged, they would automatically regenerate, so you practically couldn't fight them in any meaningful way at all. Seeing Yagura about to regenerate fully, Yamato suddenly had no idea what the best move was. At that moment, Shino flickered over. Yamato, swap opponents with me. You go pin down Yujido and Roshi. I'll try this one. All right. Yamato agreed without hesitation. He didn't know what Shino planned to do, but he had no better option right now, so he could only trust him. And compared to racking his brains, trying to make Yagura go out of control, he was more willing to wrestle with 2 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki. Yamato immediately used wood release and sent vines snaking toward Yujido and Roshi, but one spat fire and the other spewed lava, giving him a massive headache. It really felt like wood release was being hard countered. On the other side, while Yagura had not yet fully recovered, Shino released a massive number of Kikeichu, parasitic destruction insects. Once the Kikeichu entered Yagura's body, they immediately began ravenously devouring chakra and rapidly swelling in size, ripping apart the half-regenerated body in an instant. They even seemed intent on nesting and laying eggs inside him, because Edo Tensei bodies had so much chakra that the bugs could gorge and breed to their heart's content. Before long, Yagura's entire body had become a bug hive. He was covered from head to toe in Kikeichu bigger than his own head. It looked terrifying, but it worked surprisingly well. Because the Kikeichu grew so large, Yagura's body simply could not regenerate properly. Whenever his body tried to reform, it would be bitten apart and smashed apart again, and with so much chakra being drained in the process, his regeneration slowed even further. Bit by bit, it was as if a tiny closed ecosystem had formed. The Edo Tensei body provided all the chakra. The Kikeichu simply had to keep absorbing chakra and laying eggs nonstop. And that wasn't all. The Kikeichu also found the black rods in the way and started working together to pull them out. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack. One of the black rods had actually been bitten cleanly in half by the bugs. At that point, it became much harder for Abido to control him. Mei was overjoyed. Shino-kun, over here, do the same to Fu. Shino didn't hesitate for a second and immediately headed toward Fu. Abido panicked. Worried that the new 6 paths would lose another member, he had Han launch Shoki Resha Geki, steam train charge, and in the blink of an eye Han was barreling straight toward Mei. What greeted him, however, was one of Chijiro's chakra blasts. Twin swords, Hurame Carry was no joke. Its chakra blast was powerful enough to knock back Sasuke Susanoo. Knocking a mere Jinchuriki flying was nothing. There was still one more Jinchuriki, though. Utakata blew out a mass of bubbles, and just a glance was enough to see how dangerous they were. Mei wasn't about to let them get close. She opened her mouth and spat out Yaten lava release acid, intercepting the bubbles. Sure enough, they exploded immediately, and the blast was nothing to scoff at. By then, Shino had reached Fu's position and started releasing Kikeichu again. Afraid that the new 6 paths would lose yet another member, Abido had no choice. He fired off Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god, blasting Shino on the spot into a swarm of scattering insects. It was an insect clone. Shino had been guarding against that exact move. Seeing this, Anoki did not hesitate and unleashed Jinten Dust Release, sending it roaring straight at Fu. Dust Release was what Abaito feared most. Once any of the 6 paths were hit, the black rods inside them would be reduced to nothing. Even if their Edo Tensei bodies regenerated afterward, they would no longer be under his control. So he absolutely had to stop it. Kamui. Hack Rokujian Shinkusho, 8 trigrams 64 divine air palms. This was exactly what Neji had been waiting for. In the instant Abaito activated Kamui, his body was not intangible, making it the best possible moment to strike. Abaito jumped in shock, almost forgetting there was a Tenseigen locked onto him the whole time. To make matters worse, he had just used Shinra Tensei, and its 5-second cooldown had not ended yet. Anoki also knew how to pick his timing, forcing Abaito into a nasty 3-way choice. Naturally, he chose to save himself. He phased out again, turning intangible as he could only watch Fu being erased into nothingness by Dust Release. Before long, a tiny black speck appeared in the nothingness, gathering itself together like ashes swirling back into the shape of burnt paper. Slowly, it reformed into Fu's body. Edo Tensei could not be killed, so even being reduced to nothing by Dust Release wasn't permanent. The good news was that the black rods inside her had vanished, and her eyes were no longer Mangekyo or Rinnegan. She was no longer under Abaito's control. The bad news was that she was still one of Kabuto's Edo Tensei summons, and thus still an enemy combatant, so she had to be sealed away immediately. Sealing techniques, anyone of a certain age knew at least a few. Mei instantly activated a sealing technique and sealed Fu completely. Oh, sorry, Mei. Certain age wasn't meant to be calling you old in particular. Chapter 356. Abaito's expression was incredibly ugly. He had originally thought that, with his Rinnegan and the new 6 paths of pain, coming here to grab a few feudal lords as hostages would be an easy job. He hadn't expected Natsuki's Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to be this flexible, warping in with a whole batch of reinforcements in an instant, and even bringing a Tenseigen user whose sole job was to counter his Rinnegan. His Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, and Bancho Tenin, Universal Pull, were clearly no worse than Nagato's, but they were being completely pinned down by that Hyuga. Even when he did use them, they didn't achieve much. On top of that, he kept having to rely on Kamui, Authority of the Gods, to phase himself, otherwise he could be hit by that Hyuga's long-range strikes at any moment. He had wanted to rely on the new 6 paths to win, but the reinforcements plus that Mizukage were no weaklings either. They had actually managed to bring down both Yagura and Roshi. Now there were only 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki left. Should he gamble it all? Abaito didn't want to retreat this hastily, so he controlled the 4 Jinchuriki to enter full-tailed beast mode. Last time, when he realized the new 6 paths were still lacking in power, he had directly pulled 4-tailed beasts back out from the still-crippled Jido statue and resealed them into the Jinchuriki. With his Rinnegan control, the Jinchuriki naturally became perfect Jinchuriki, able to draw out their full power. This was not the time to hold back. A perfectly fine 6 paths had already been cut down to 4 paths. What was the point of hiding anything now? In the next instant, the 4 Jinchuriki transformed. The towering forms of the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails loomed up, blotting out the sky and exuding an overwhelming pressure. Not good, that lunatic actually resealed the tailed beasts into the Jinchuriki. This is trouble. Anoki's brows furrowed tightly, feeling that things had taken a dire turn. With tailed beasts on the move, and 4 of them at that, this whole area was doomed, let alone the safety of any feudal lords. It would be hard enough for the few of them just to keep themselves alive. Abaito let out that signature Uchiha mad cackle. Ha ha ha, you're all pretty strong, huh? If you've got what it takes, try blocking the tailed beasts. Try blocking the Bijudama, tailed beast bombs. Go die. Then, all 4-tailed beasts began to gather Bijudama at the same time. Everyone's faces changed drastically. They wanted to find cover, but they knew cover was useless. For a moment, no one knew what to do. Bijudama were basically the equivalent of nuclear weapons. At this distance, how could they possibly escape? Don't panic. Anoki forced everyone to stay calm. Then he floated up into the air. Was he planning to personally clash head-on with the Bijudama? Dust release was powerful, but going up against Bijudama with it didn't seem to have much chance of success. But Anoki also knew that he had to step forward. As a veteran of the previous generation, he had to lead by example and show everyone that only by not fearing danger could they have hope. However, at that moment, another figure flew up even faster than him, in a blink reaching an altitude almost level with the four-tailed beasts. Suspended in midair, that figure took up the stance of the 8 trigrams palm. Anoki's expression shifted. That Hyuga kid. Relax, none of us are dying here. My Tenseigan is a sage's eye after all. The blue eyes Neji had now brimmed with confidence. A confidence so infectious that Anoki actually dazed out for a moment and chose to believe him, simply stopping where he was and waiting to see what Neji would do. In the next second, boom, 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 boom. The 4 massive Bijudama crashed toward them, practically arriving at the barrier in an instant. Everyone felt their breathing almost stop. Neji took a deep breath, his body suddenly spinning at high speed. Terrifying repulsive force blasted out from his palms, instantly forming a massive repulsive barrier that enveloped everyone inside. Hakushinkusho, Chitin 8 trigrams vacuum palm, rotation. Booms, 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 boom. The 4 Bijudama slammed into the repulsive barrier and were actually bounced right back along their original trajectories by that overwhelming repulsive force. A second later, there was an earth-shattering rumble, followed by 4 different tailed beast screams of agony. The tailed beasts had been blown up by their own Bijudama. We're saved. Of course we're saved. Neji Kohai just bounced all 4 Bijudama back at them. Ha, as expected of the Tenseigan, as expected of a sage's eye. That's insanely strong. The Hyuga clan, that ancient clan, from today will be famous throughout the entire shinobi world. The explosive power of the Bijudama was immense, and the shockwaves they produced were no small matter. Even the residences of the feudal lords collapsed. Fortunately, Neji had bounced them back to explode right on the tailed beasts' heads, and because the tailed beasts were so tall, the detonations happened pretty high above the ground. That was the only reason the impact on the ground wasn't catastrophic. Immediately after, the 4-tailed beasts shrank back down. Anoki seized the opportunity to fire off a dust release. Jinten, dust release, and Mei followed right up with Yaten, lava release, spewing forth molten torrents. Shino's insects didn't remain idle either, swarming straight at the enemy. Abaido was already completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Neji could develop repulsive force to this level. Using repulsive force to perform a chitin that bounced back Bijudama was ridiculous. But he had no time to hesitate. He manipulated the 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki to evade the attacks, then turned and retreated without looking back. He understood that as long as Neji was present, his objective was impossible to achieve, and if he stayed any longer, his losses might become even greater. So retreat was the only option. The others saw this and didn't give chase either. In truth, they were too exhausted. Those Bijudama had scared them so badly their legs had gone soft. Some of them had almost peed themselves. Watching Abaido withdraw, everyone finally let out a long breath. Even Neji felt relieved. This was his first time ever reflecting 4 Bijudama, and it had been more than intense. The chakra expenditure was no joke either. Fortunately, it had worked. Otherwise, this Hyuga heaven would have been standing in a coffin by now. Anoki looked over at him, and for once a smile appeared on his face. Your name is Neji of the Hyuga, right? You're very impressive. This old man likes youngsters like you. Do you have a girlfriend? My granddaughter Kuretsuchi is very pretty. How about I introduce you to her? Oh, you've met before, haven't you? You were on the same surprise attack squad when you went to hunt down Kabuto, right? I think my granddaughter is really not bad. Neji's mouth twitched. He honestly didn't know how to respond. Just how afraid was Anoki that his granddaughter wouldn't be able to get married if he was trying to sell her like this everywhere he went? Shouldn't this be something Kuretsuchi decided for herself? Neji, however, had no idea how bitter Anoki felt inside. Anoki knew very clearly that his granddaughter had a thing for Deidara, but that guy was already an Edo Tensei, sealed inside Natsuki's girlfriend's crimson gourd. There was obviously no way that could ever work. Which left him with no choice but to swallow his pride and go look for a few outstanding young men to introduce to his granddaughter. At that moment, Mei tilted her head back and shouted, "You too, get down here already. Talking up there is exhausting. Anoki, stop trying to poach Neji Kohai. He's now the Celestial Clan head of the Hyuga, you know. No way he's marrying into Iwagakure." Anoki's face darkened. Did I say he was going to marry in? This old man is just helping introduce them. You meddlesome big-age leftover woman, don't get in the way. Be big-age leftover woman. He actually called me a big-age leftover woman. That damn Anoki, does he think I want to be single? It's that nobody is willing to marry me. I'm this beautiful and this sultry, so why does nobody fall for me? Chapter 357. The news of this victory was quickly sent back, and Natsuki immediately flashed over to take Neji, Shino, Anoki, and Yamato away. Then no one knew who started it, but the story spread, and before long all three divisions of the army knew. The Hyuga clan's Tenseigen Heavenly Ninja had used a single kite rotation to directly bat away 4 Bijudama, tailed beast bombs, and had even scared the Rinnegan-wielding Abaido into fleeing with his tail between his legs. Once this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar throughout the entire army. Everyone knew that the Hyuga was an ancient clan, one of Konoha's great families, and that their Byakugan and Juken, Gentle Fist, were famous across the shinobi world. But that was about it. After several shinobi world wars, there were very few truly renowned Hyuga, and the clan's reputation mostly rested on the high strategic value of the Byakugan, something other villages coveted. This time, however, the name of the Tenseigen shocked the shinobi world. Where did the Tenseigen come from? It was an evolution of the Byakugan. And the Tenseigen was also a sage's eye, in no way inferior to the Rinnegan. Its unleashed power had directly bounced back the Bijudama. How could that not be considered outrageous? As expected of the Hyuga clan. For a time, the story spread like wildfire, and the army's morale soared as a result. Within the army, the Hyuga clan members could not help but strut a little. Their heavenly ninja was, of course, incredible. He had literally knocked 4 Bijudama back in one go. In the entire history of the shinobi world, how many people could say they had done that? So clearly, the Hyuga really were the strongest clan. When Hayashi heard the news, he was so excited that his eyes filled with hot tears. He had always known that Neji would one day lead the clan to a new era of glory. Now, in the midst of this great war, that moment had finally come. The Hyuga's renown had once more climbed to the very peak of the shinobi world. Hinata was also truly happy for Neji. As expected of Nejina, he's amazing. I can't embarrass Nejina either, so I have to work hard too. On the other side, Abaido returned to the base in the land of rice fields, covered in dust and in a rather sorry state. Kabuto and Madara were naturally still there, and they had already heard of Abaido's battle record. For the moment, both of them watched this defeated stray dog with relaxed leisure. Madara didn't bother to be polite. This is your strategy. Go capture some feudal lords as bargaining chips and manage to make yourself look like that in the process. Abaido was furious. That Tenseigen is completely ridiculous. He actually bounced away 4 Bijudama, and his abilities are similar to the Rinnegans. I couldn't take advantage at all. Heh, that's you being useless. Don't blame the Rinnegan. Madara mocked him. From what I know, Neji's Tenseigen has only been awakened for a few years, yet he has already combined its power with Juken, Gentle Fist, and created such a powerful technique. Calling him a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. You used to be dead last in your class. You only became a little competent after my training, but your brain still hasn't opened up. How could you possibly beat someone like that? Madara naturally looked down on Abaido. The reason he had picked Abaido as his heir in the first place was precisely because this dead-last loser was both stupid and naive, which made him incredibly easy to manipulate. He hadn't expected that stupidity to become such a major flaw. This guy actually thought that just having the Rinnegan made him invincible. As if it were that simple. You needed to develop truly powerful techniques with the Rinnegan to become invincible. This guy had just copied Nagato's Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, and Bancho Tenon, Universal Pull, and played around with the 6 paths of pain, thinking everyone would fear him, when in reality he was laughably weak. So Natsuki could beat him, Neji could beat him, it felt like anyone could beat him. If he'd just taken some time to properly develop the Rinnegan, he would never have been this weak. If you fully exploited the Rinnegan's power and used Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstruction Shaking Star, you could drag down whole meteorites. Could the Tenseigan do that? In the end, it all came back to this dead last loser being useless. Madara couldn't be bothered to waste more words on Abido and went straight to the point. Right now, the situation on the battlefield is extremely unfavorable for us, because so many Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, bodies have been sealed away by Natsuki's girlfriend using the Rikudo Ningu, 6 paths tools, and because White Zetsu is weak, we're not gaining any advantage at all. We have to change our tactics, or we're just going to lose at this rate. Abido said sourly, and how do you want to change them? Madara grinned, completely arrogant. Simple, I'll step in personally. These so-called allied shinobi forces are nothing but flocks of weak chickens. Abido immediately poured cold water on him. You think you're that strong, but have you considered that Natsuki is also that strong? Last time, you were basically evenly matched with him. If you think you can just do whatever you want on the battlefield, you're wrong. And if Neji with the Tenseigan joins the fight as well, you'll be even more on the back foot. Hehaha, I'll die laughing. Madara let out a wild laugh. Who have I, Madara, ever been afraid of? In this world, the only one who can truly contend with me is Hashirama, that so-called Hashimama. The Tenseigan may be powerful, but it hasn't been awakened for long and can't have that much real force behind it yet. Natsuki is strong, but his chakra is limited. How could I possibly lose? If I feel like it, these allied shinobi forces are nothing but flocks of weaklings to be crushed. You could call it confidence, or you could call it arrogance. But he did, indeed, have the right to be arrogant. Perhaps just as he said, only Hashirama could truly suppress him. The allied shinobi forces were nothing but flocks of weak chickens in front of him. Madara-sama, should we at least wait for Black Zetsu to bring back more information before you make a move? Kabuto thought it would be safer to wait a bit. No need, petty details. Madara replied with utter confidence. The Alliance has deployed its forces in the western reaches of the Land of Lightning and set up their main camp in the east, right near the southeastern coastline. I'm certain the Jinchuriki are hidden farther behind that main camp, probably on some hidden island somewhere. It won't be easy for Black Zetsu to pinpoint their location. But as long as we smash the Alliance, it won't matter. Someone will know exactly where the Jinchuriki are. We can simply ask them then. Hearing this, Kabuto no longer objected. This was the Shura of the shinobi world, with an energy stat of 190, and on top of that, he was an Edo Tensei who didn't fear death. He could play however he wanted, so whatever. In that case, it's my turn. Next up, Tadaki. The 3rd Division was the unit blocking the western border of the Land of Lightning. It was also the main land-based defensive line, responsible for intercepting enemies coming from the land of rice fields. At the moment, though, all the White Zetsu had already been wiped out, and the Edo Tensei squads were nowhere to be seen. So this could be considered a temporary victory. In truth, Kakashi felt very relieved. Back then, when Natsuki formed that special operations squad with him, Sasuke and Neji to support Kumagakure, they had specifically taken down the 3 Edo Tensei cage that Kabuto had brought, the 3rd Reikage A, the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu, and the 2nd Mizukage Genjutsu. Those 3 were still sealed and hadn't re-entered the battle. If they hadn't taken those 3 out in advance, today's fight would have been a brutal slog. And it wasn't just those 3. There had also been the Sound 5, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Sasori. All of them had been sealed ahead of time as well, which was why they didn't have to face so many troublesome enemies now. We really do owe Natsuki and that little heavenly couple a lot for this. Otherwise, I have no idea what we would have done. Kakashi couldn't help but smile, but in the next second his smile froze. He looked toward the solitary figure walking toward them from the distance. His face grew extremely grave, and he immediately gave the order. Quick, send word to headquarters. Madara is here. Chapter 358. Madara's arrival put a crushing pressure on the allied shinobi forces, and morale instantly plummeted. Kakashi knew the man facing them was a legendary monster. This wasn't a situation where you could win just by throwing more people at the problem, so he immediately commanded the troops to begin a slow withdrawal. Only he and Guy stayed behind. Among the entire unit, only the two of them had power that could really count as strong, and they had excellent teamwork, so the two of them were enough to remain on the front line. Everyone else had to pull back as much as possible, so they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire and die for nothing. Madara noticed Kakashi's arrangement and simply smiled, leaping lightly onto a large boulder, looking down at the members of the 3rd Division from on high. His body wasn't especially large, but he radiated the domineering presence of a king. Everyone couldn't help swallowing hard. They were clearly scared out of their wits. But seeing Kakashi, their commander, standing his ground gave them some courage. The fear in their hearts lessened somewhat. Some even wanted to summon up their bravery and rush forward, but the acting captain, Tatami, stopped them. As Kakashi had said, this was not a situation where numbers mattered. Anyone without enough strength who charged in now would just be throwing their life away. So retreating wasn't shameful, because they had powerful comrades capable of matching this enemy, already on their way. Madara spoke in a dominant tone. What's this? Only the two of you plan to stay and fight me? So this is the so-called allied shinobi forces. Nothing but scattered grains of sand, not even worth mentioning. Kakashi replied solemnly, to fight someone of your level, numbers don't matter. The two of us still have a few tricks. We'll keep you company for a while. How about it? A few tricks, huh? Very well, I'll treat it as a warm-up. Madara didn't refuse. He sprang down in an instant and rushed straight at Kakashi and Guy. The very next second, Madara lunged in with a flying kick aimed right at Guy's face, but Guy's taijutsu body was absurdly strong. How could he possibly fall for something like that? He tilted his head aside to dodge, then whipped his leg around in a horizontal sweep, countering with a Konoha Senpu, leaf whirlwind. Madara simply slapped a hand onto Guy's whirling leg. Using that as leverage, he flipped cleanly in midair, bringing his heel snapping down onto Guy's head. Boom! Guy's head was hammered into the ground, but he immediately rolled away like a donkey, dodging further damage. Madara tried to follow up with another kick, but his strike hit nothing but air. He snapped his arm sideways, and in the same motion easily caught Kakashi's wrist, squeezing just enough to make Kakashi drop the kunai from his hand. Just as he was about to continue his attack, bandages whipped in from behind and wrapped tightly around him, successfully binding him up. Kakashi used the moment to drive a kick straight up into Madara's jaw, blasting him upside down into the air. Guy seized the opening to launch another flying kick, knocking Madara even higher. The bandages wound tighter and tighter around him as he rose, and when Guy judged the timing to be just right, he grabbed hold of the mummy-wrapped Madara and drove him downward. What exactly are you planning to do? Madara sounded like he was still in a playful mood. Take this, Amot Renge, front lotus. Guy roared, spinning at high speed with Madara as they plummeted, then smashed Madara's head straight into the ground. Boom! The impact blasted out a huge crater. Madara's skull was buried in the pit, his body sprawled forward like a puppet with its strings cut. But he just sat up laughing. Ha 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 ha, a fine technique, but that's all it is. If this is all you've got, then nanny. Kakashi had already set the coffin in place, both palms pressed toward Madara. A surge of chakra exploded out from him. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba sealing technique, demon sealing wave. You brat, you can use that too. Madara clearly had some trauma regarding the Mafuba. It was like Piccolo Daimao back in the day. Now, seeing Kakashi using the Mafuba as well, and picking his timing perfectly, even Madara couldn't help his voice cracking a little. This technique really was a bit of a bug. Once it hit, your power was almost completely sealed in an instant, leaving only the Manjikaio's ocular power not entirely suppressed. Last time, he had only escaped by using Susanoo to smash the coffin away and break the technique. And this time, as the spiraling chakra vortex was about to swallow him, Madara's eyes instantly shifted into the Rinnegan. A pulse of repulsive force burst out, blasting the coffin away and sending Kakashi flying along with it. Phew, that was close. I almost got done in by that again. Madara wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. It was clear he'd been playing around a little too much just now and had nearly got himself killed. He would have to start taking things more seriously. Who knew what other tricks these two still had? Guy had already flashed to Kakashi's side and helped him up. Such a shame, we were so close. Kakashi nodded. Yeah, I didn't think his eyes would resist the ceiling. Just like Natsuki's intel said, his reaction was too fast. If he'd been even a second slower, we might really have pulled it off. Fortunately, Kakashi wasn't discouraged. Their mission from the outset had been to buy time. To stall until Natsuki could arrive. Since their previous plan had failed, then they had no choice but to fight head-on. It was still better than letting Madara rampage through the entire alliance, which would lead to truly horrific casualties. Guy were going all in. Kakashi formed seals and gathered chakra into his hand, lightning chirping. Chidori, 1,000 birds. Right, we fight side by side. Ha, Hachiman Tonko, Rokudai Kamen Kai, 8 gates released formation, 6th gate of view open. The blue beast of Konoha is on the move. Guy opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates without the slightest hesitation. He understood how tough an opponent Madara was. There was no room for doubt here. He just had to burn his youth and go all out. Ew. Guy bellowed as he charged in. A straight punch blasted the air into flames, the fiery fist print shooting straight for Madara's forehead. So the Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates released formation, not bad. Madara's interest was piqued. He slipped his head aside to evade the flaming fist, but Guy was incredibly fast. In a blur, he slipped behind Madara, his whip kick scything in, the air around his legs sizzling with heat. Faced with this kind of extreme speed, ferocious taijutsu, Madara did not dare underestimate it in the slightest. He instantly wrapped himself in a skeletal Susanoo, but in the very next moment there was a sharp crack. The ribcage of the Susanoo was shattered by a single straight punch from Guy. Beautiful straight punch. Madara had barely finished the compliment when a shrill bird song rang past his ear. He instinctively twisted aside, but the Chidori was even faster, grazing past his shoulder and slicing it clean off in an instant. However, he was an Edo Tensei body. The severed shoulder flew right back and reattached itself almost immediately. Madara then whipped around, driving a back fist into Kakashi and knocking him flying, lifting his leg in the same breath to block Guy's next whip kick. Cracked. His shin actually fractured. Oh, that's some impressive power. What's your name? For the first time, Madara took Guy's strength seriously. Me, I'm the proud blue beast of Konoha, might Guy. Guy raised a thumbs up and introduced himself proudly, eyes brimming with confidence, without a trace of fear toward Madara. Good eyes, good confidence, but it's still not enough to deal with me, Madara. Madara clapped his hands together. Mokyutin, Kaikai Kyudo would release, undo trousers. Wrestle. Thick, dense trees erupted rapidly from the ground, their branches moving like living things as they lashed toward Guy and Kakashi, trying to bind them. The two of them, however, slipped past or cut through the branches with relative ease. Even so, their expressions were very grim. This Madara was absolutely no easy opponent. How had Natsuki fought this guy back then again? Chapter 359. News that Madara had appeared on the battlefield was carried by the fastest messenger birds and reached headquarters at top speed. The intel ninja responsible for reading dispatches took one look and turned pale with shock. He staggered to the war room, didn't even bother with formalities, and slammed the door open. Emergency intel. Madara has appeared on the 3rd Division front line. Nanny, so fast. Everyone present was stunned. No one had expected Madara to show himself on only the 2nd day of the war. It seemed the iron wall, put up by Barrett and Kafute, had finally made Madara lose his patience. Immediately said, Natsuki, It's time for you to take the field, and take me with you. Now that the strongest enemy has appeared, keeping me in the rear at headquarters is a waste. Tsunade agreed. That's right, we should be at the front, not just for morale, but because of the responsibility on our shoulders. Anoki rubbed his lower back. Haha, I'll make a trip too. As Tsuchikage, I can't let others think I'm afraid. In truth, I've been afraid of Madara for many years. It's time I rid myself of that fear. All three Kage were brimming with fighting spirit. In truth, they had all been waiting for this day. Even though they had said they wanted Natsuki to face Madara, as elders and as Kage, how could they possibly just throw him out there alone? They had to go as well. They also wanted to fight Madara. Shikaku and Mabui exchanged a glance, then hurriedly advised, "We still have to guard against Abido. He may appear somewhere else." A waved his hand. Have Neji lead the response when that happens. Neji is already a super strong fighter, stronger even than us Kage. Everyone turned to look at Neji. He met their eyes and gave a firm nod. Although he very much wanted to go after Madara, he knew he was the one best suited to dealing with Abido. It was better for him to stay. No matter where Abido showed up, he would be able to rush over immediately. Shino spoke up, "Natsuki, take Tenten with you." Tenten chimed in as well. That's right. Since the enemy is an Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation body, how can you not take me, the Edo killer, along? Even Madara probably won't be able to withstand the suction of the Crimson Gourd. Ha 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 ha, he definitely won't. That's a treasure left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. A laughed heartily, then remembered something. Right, bring Kumigakir's Kohaku no Johei amber purifying pot as well. It's just gathering dust in the vault. Now's the perfect time to use it. Madara, Abido, the Jido statue. One of the three has to get sealed. We'll see if they can withstand it. Very quickly, the Kohaku no Johei amber purifying pot was brought out. Tsunade and Anoki all placed a hand on Natsuki's shoulder. Tenten and Natsuki then locked onto Kakashi's position. Gaara said solemnly, "Everyone, I will remain in the rear to coordinate everything. Please fight without worry. I wish you victory." The others nodded, and in a blur of motion, they vanished. Neji immediately said, "Shino, Yamato, contact the Mizukage and Chijiro right away. We have to be ready to move at any time. The moment Abido appears, we move to support." Shino calmly pushed up his sunglasses. "Relax, I already sent my bugs out with messages." On the 3rd Division's line, Madara had resumed his fight with Guy and Kakashi. Madara's flying kicks, Madara's grapples, Madara's splits, Madara's dynamic dance steps. His movements whipped around like a swirling storm, his lithe frame rampaging across the battlefield with almost seductive grace. He grabbed Kakashi by the neck and hoisted him up, asking in a domineering tone, "You too, want to dance?" Kakashi, "No, I don't. Put me down now." Thankfully, Guy suddenly burst in, smashing an uppercut into Madara's jaw and knocking him into the air. Guy leapt up after him and unleashed a huge technique. Isakujaku Morning Peacock, Ora 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 Ora. Guy's frantic barrage of flaming straight punches blossomed in midair like a spray of petals, the fire fanning out like a peacock displaying its tail. It was breathtakingly beautiful. However, Madara's eyes were the Rinnegan. A repulsive force barrier continuously formed in front of him, protecting his body perfectly. He watched Guy's super move with an amused smile, taking not the slightest damage. "Haha, not bad, not bad. For a Kappa like you, you've got some strength. But if you think you can win against me like this, that's impossible." He hadn't finished speaking when his repulsive barrier suddenly twisted, as if something had disrupted it. He immediately looked down and saw the Tamo spinning in Kakashi's eye. That was Abido's Kamui, authority of the gods. "Ah, I almost forgot this eye used to belong to that idiot Abido." What answered him was an even more ferocious Isakujaku, Morning Peacock. With the barrier warped and unraveled by Kamui, authority of the gods, Guy's flaming punches slammed directly into Madara's body. In the next instant, the flames exploded even more brilliantly in the sky. Guy poured everything he had into his final straight punch and drove Madara into the ground, blasting out a huge crater. Madara looked once again like Yamcha lying in a crater, and his body was even starting to crack apart. Kakashi repeated his earlier tactic, quickly setting up the coffin and preparing to unleash Mafuba Demon's sealing wave. But suddenly Mokyutin would release branches wrapped around him, and Suzunu's left arm swept across, smashing the coffin and sending Kakashi flying. As for Guy, he had just landed when he caught a repulsive blast from the Rinnegan head-on and went sailing away right alongside Kakashi. Madara seemed quite satisfied. The two of you really do have a couple of tricks. If I weren't an Edo Tensei body, there's a real chance you might have killed me, but my warm-up is over. It's time for you to die. As he spoke, Susanoo surged up around him, forming the towering giant. It gripped its swords in both hands and slashed down toward them. But Guy and Kakashi didn't dodge. Instead, they smiled. The next second, F-whoosh. 5 people appeared. A's charging strike and Tsunade's monstrous strength punch smashed into the descending Susanoo blades, blowing the attack apart on the spot. Anoki followed with a blast of Jinten dust release, shattering Susanoo's head. 3 Cage had entered the field, overwhelming in their presence. The allied shinobi in the distance, who had been watching in worry, could no longer hold back their cheers. Their Cage had arrived to save them. Natsuki and Tenten were here too. Victory was in reach. Oh, Natsuki, you actually came, and you brought 3 friends. Madara's eyes lit up slightly. He had clearly been waiting for Natsuki as his opponent. As for the 3 Cage, he dismissed them outright. You 3 made quite an entrance. Don't tell me you actually think you can be my opponents. The Reikage, just an insect. Tsunade, compared to your grandfather Hashirama, you're not even a fraction of his level. Anoki, at least you haven't forgotten what fear feels like. You've got something worth looking at. But none of you are my enemies. I still prefer Natsuki. The 3 of you can just stand aside and watch. His attitude was ridiculously arrogant, not even sparing a glance for the 3 Cage. The 3, however, didn't find anything strange about that. This guy had the capital to be arrogant. What they needed to do now was figure out how to defeat him. That was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 360. The 3 of them were the Cage of their respective villages, bearing the weight of responsibility on their shoulders. It was impossible for them to step back and let the younger generation go first. Besides, each of them had pride in their bones and the courage to challenge a super-strong opponent like Madara. This was a battle they had to fight. Anoki was the first to speak. Madara, I know how strong you are, but you're a dead man. Stop stirring up storms in the shinobi world and obediently go back to the Pure Land. The future of this world should be decided by the young. Tsunade added, Madara, you hold yourself in such high regard, but in the end you're just an idiot being played like a puppet by Black Zetsu. Your so-called Eye of the Moon plan is nothing but Black Zetsu's scam. Once you learn the truth and realize a lifetime of effort was just you being used as a tool, it'll be far too late for regret. Don't waste your breath, he won't listen. Just knock him down, that's all that matters. A was far more hot-tempered. He couldn't be bothered with long speeches. He simply activated his lightning release chakra mode and charged straight in. And in truth, just as A had said, Madara was never going to listen to anyone's nonsense. He believed in his own eyes, believed in the secrets he had seen on the stone tablet, and believed in his own dream of becoming a savior. How could a few words from others change that? Maybe only when Black Zetsu finally stabbed him in the back would he truly wake up. In the blink of an eye, A reached Madara, fist wrapped in lightning as he slammed it forward. Madara didn't move at all. He simply stood in place and let Susanoo materialize around him. He didn't take the 5 Cage seriously and couldn't even be bothered to dodge. Boom! The lightning-clad fist smashed into Susanoo and did absolutely nothing. Boom! Tsunade's Tsutenkyaku, Heaven Kick of Pain, followed right after, but she couldn't crack Susanoo's defense either. Susanoo really was a bugged-out technique. The stronger the user, the stronger Susanoo seemed to become. With Madara's level of power, his Susanoo was absurdly thick and solid. You weren't going to break it just like that. In the original history, Tsunade had been able to crack Susanoo's armor only by relying on the power of Byakugo, no Jutsu, strength of 100 technique, combined with the support of the other Cage. Only then had Madara's Susanoo been broken. Now there were only 3 cage. Whether they could break this Susanoo was anyone's guess. A, however, didn't believe in impossible and kept up his assault. Meanwhile, at some point Anoki had already clambered onto his back, opening the road and stacking buffs for him. Reiten, Juryubaku, Lightning Release, Heavy Current Rampage. Daten, Chakajugen no Jutsu Earth Release, Super Weighted Boulder Technique. A's Lightning Charge, combined with Anoki's Earth Release, produced a crisp cracking sound. Susanoo split open with a clear fracture. Tsunade immediately followed up with a punch from the side, and the whole Susanoo shattered completely. Take this, Reiten, Rariato Lightning Release, Lariat. Boom! A's arm swept across Madara's collarbone like a scythe, sending him flying. Both of Madara's shoulders visibly shattered, and his head lolled as if it might come off at any moment. If he hadn't been an Edo Tensei body, he probably would have been heavily injured, if not outright killed. Tsunade rushed in right away, raising her leg high to deliver another Tsutenkyaku, Heaven Kick of Pain, directly onto Madara's head. Mokyutin would release. Madara pressed his hands together. Thick tree vines erupted from the ground, instantly wrapping around Tsunade. Her leg remained raised, and for a moment she couldn't move at all. Madara's body, however, had already regenerated. He let out a breath. Katten, Goka Metsushi, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flames roared forth, covering an enormous area. Tsunade was in real danger. At that moment, a white beam of light tore through the sea of fire. It spun in a circle, slicing a path open and completely sweeping the flames away, freeing Tsunade from her predicament. It was Anoki's Jinten, Dust Release. The 3 cage regrouped, their expressions grim. They hadn't expected Madara to be this strong, and it even looked like he still hadn't used the power of the Rinnegan. That meant he was far from going all out. They couldn't deny that this was a heavy blow to their morale. Even so, they couldn't possibly give up so easily. This wasn't about pride. It was about their responsibility as cage. In the rear, Kakashi and Guy watched with deep concern. They had already fought Madara once and knew exactly how terrifying he was. Unless they threw everything they had at him, there was no way to win. Now, even with 3 cage acting together, they were still being pushed back. It was only a matter of time before they lost. The only question was how long they could hold out. Natsuki asked, Kakashi-senpai, are they buying time? Kakashi nodded. We actually discussed a plan in private beforehand. Once Madara appeared, we'd send someone to track down Kabuto's location and carry out another assassination. As long as Kabuto is eliminated, Madara's Edo Tensei state will be cancelled. That would mean our victory. So that's it. It is indeed a solid plan. Natsuki understood. If you were thinking in normal strategic terms, this plan was plenty reasonable. In the original course of events, things had been similar. While the 5 cage fought Madara, the Uchiha brothers went after Kabuto and pulled his plug. All of the Edo Tensei bodies immediately lost their controller. After that, there were reunions between the living and the dead, and many people had their wishes fulfilled. Even Dan had flown over just to say farewell to Tsunade. However, Madara was a walking bug. Even if Kabuto died, Madara could use Edo Tensei, Kai Impure World Reincarnation, release on himself and completely break free of control, turning into an Edo Tensei that no one could command. As long as he didn't want to leave, nobody could send him back to the Pure Land. So Natsuki wasn't exactly optimistic about this plan. But it didn't matter. When the time came, he could just beat Madara down himself. Up ahead, the battle still raged. Anoki and Tsunade rotated their attacks. Their coordination wasn't bad at all, and they managed to tangle with Madara for quite some time. On the surface, Madara still acted as if he looked down on the 3 of them, but in truth he was enjoying himself. While they hadn't reached the beyond cage realm, all 3 were still at the peak of cage level. Working together, they did cause him some trouble. But precisely because of that, Madara was starting to feel annoyed. The 3 of you attacking one of me, I won't call it underhanded. If that's how you want to play it, I'll just add more of me. As he spoke, Madara used Mokyutin, Wood Release, to create 6 clones. Each wood clone opened a 3-meter-tall Susanoo and charged the cage from all directions. This development gave the 3 cage-splitting headaches, but they had no choice except to grit their teeth and face it. However, Susanoo was tough by nature. To break its defense at all required considerable power. Now it was 6-on-3, which immediately threw them into an extremely passive position. Before long, Susanoo sent Tsunade flying with a single punch. Thankfully, she was unharmed. She still hadn't even activated Byakugo no Jutsu, strength of 100 technique. Remained agile, carrying Anoki on his back as he darted between the 6 small Susanoo at high speed. With Anoki's lightning effect from his weight manipulation jutsu, his movements were even faster and lighter. For now, he remained uninjured. The problem was, at this rate, they were nowhere near being a match for Madara. Guy couldn't take it anymore. The blue beast of Konoha can't just sit and watch his comrades fight and do nothing. I'm going too. He charged straight toward the maelstrom of battle, and Kakashi followed right behind him. Chapter 361. At the same time, in the land of rice fields, Anko's scouting squad, after confirming that both Madara and Obaido were not present, immediately began their reconnaissance operation. Relying on her familiarity with Orochimaru, Anko once again successfully located Kabuto's hideout. The last time she had asked to join the surprise attack unit and been rejected, she had been extremely displeased, but she hadn't dared to act on her own. She could only bottle up all that frustration in her heart. What she wanted this time was a chance to fight Kabuto head-on. After all, there was no need for Orochimaru's so-called successor to exist at all. At this moment, Anko was lying low in a patch of shrubs, observing a concealed cave entrance in the distance. Suddenly, the cursed seal on her shoulder throbbed with pain, letting her know that Kabuto was nearby. The next second, she darted aside at high speed and thrust out her hand, unleashing Sene Jashu, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Her snakes tangled immediately with the snakes from Kabuto's own Sene Jashu, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. But she did not forget for even a moment the duty of a captain. She shouted, "Move, get out of here and take the intel back." Captain Anko. Her squad members were worried sick, but none of them dared to stay. They could only retreat at the same time, fleeing to the rear. However, Guren, Genjutsu and Jugo had already given chase. Kabuto chuckled. "Anko, don't think that just because you received Orochimaru-sama's Ten no Juin Cursed Seal of Heaven, that makes you his successor. I, Kabuto, am the true successor. I inherited everything from Orochimaru-sama, and I have even surpassed him." Anko sneered. "So what? Who would even want to be that snake's disciple?" "Heh heh, you obviously care a great deal, yet you pretend you don't. Human nature really is hard to grasp." Kabuto shook his head with a smile, glaring at Anko's duplicity. In truth, Anko had become Orochimaru's disciple from a young age. She had always held only respect and trust toward him. But after Orochimaru defected and she chose not to follow, some of her memories were cut off. She believed that Orochimaru had abandoned her and had brooded over that ever since. But none of that mattered to Kabuto. His objective had nothing to do with such things. He smiled as he looked Anko over, his gaze finally settling on her shoulder. "The Ten no Juin Cursed Seal of Heaven? Maybe Orochimaru-sama really is still alive. Since we're currently at a disadvantage, why don't we revive Orochimaru-sama? Once he joins the war leading a few Edo Tensei, in pure world reincarnation, cage into battle, I wonder how spectacular that will be." Thinking this, his smile grew even wider. Anko's arrival was simply perfect. On another front, the 4th Division led by Maki had encountered the enemy. And that enemy was only a single person, the 4th Tgthegood, Rasa. Even though it was just one man, the psychological pressure Rasa exerted on Maki was far greater than that of tens of thousands of white Zetsu. Maki knew very well that Rasa was strong, well beyond what he could handle. "That bastard Kabuto, he even turned my father into this." Temari's face was filled with fury and disgust. This feeling of having to fight one's own family made her sick to her stomach, and right now, she wanted nothing more than to tear Kabuto apart with her bare hands. But aside from fighting, there was no other choice. Rasa had also spotted the two of them and spoke in a helpless tone, Temari, Maki, fall back. I don't want to fight you, much less hurt you. But I can't control myself. Maki answered seriously, 4th Tgthegood-sama, I'm sorry, but I cannot retreat. This is my duty as a division commander. Temari added, Dad, I'm not backing down. I'm going to defeat you. Rasa was left with no choice. He raised his hand and began manipulating his gold dust. Jitten, Sakin magnet style, gold dust. In an instant, a massive surge of gold dust surged forward like crashing waves. The allied shinobi were so terrified that they immediately turned and ran. A battle at this level was something they simply could not participate in. Temari quickly flipped open her 3-star fan and swung it furiously. Futon Daikemetachi no Jutsu wind style, great sickle weasel technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violent wind did blow away plenty of gold dust, but gold dust was not mere sand. Its weight was tremendous, something that a mere wind style could not easily disperse. In short order, the 4th Division was mired in dire straits. Somewhere else, on the 1st Division's coastal defense line, Darui was yawning in boredom. According to the latest statistics, the Allied forces had already wiped out no fewer than 90,000 white Zetsu. By now, the enemy had probably run out of their white Zetsu army. Even so, just to be safe, they still had to maintain vigilance. At that moment, the observer suddenly reported, Captain Darui, something's coming in from the sea. Darui instantly snapped to attention, took the binoculars and looked out. He could only see a few tiny black dots, but he could confirm that they were humanoid. 5 figures sprinting across the sea. It's Abaido and 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki. Hurry, notify HQ immediately, Abaido is here. Darui did not dare relax for an instant. He immediately began issuing orders. He absolutely did not underestimate Abaido. They had to have Neji, with his Tenseigen, reincarnation eyes, come over in order to properly engage Abaido. Anyone else who went up against him had no chance of victory. Until then, their 1st Division's mission was simple: stall him. Shikamaru clicked his tongue and shook his head. Such a drag. Why does this Abaido guy have to come through our sector? Asuma lit a cigarette. Don't complain, Shikamaru. Use that brain of yours and think of a way. How do we pin him down long enough for reinforcements to arrive? Shikamaru pulled a face, but his mind was already racing. However, the next second, the 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki suddenly transformed into their tailed beast forms and opened their jaws, beginning to condense 4 Baijudama, tailed beast bombs. Shikamaru's expression changed drastically. This isn't something you can beat just by thinking. Find cover now, otherwise a lot of people are going to die. Panic spread through the troops. Some ran as far as they could, some used Earth-style to dig themselves into the ground, and some simply dove into the sea. But none of them could feel at ease. They were not Neji. They could not bat away Baijudama, tailed beast bombs. All they could do was pray that wherever they hid, they wouldn't be unlucky enough to be blown to bits. The next instant, 4 Baijudama, tailed beast bombs, roared in and slammed into the 1st Division's positions, triggering massive explosions. There was no need to count casualties. Everyone knew the losses would be devastating. HMPH, and you think the likes of you can stop me? Abaido, finally having regained his confidence, strode forward with the 4 uncontrollable Edo Jinchuriki in tow. Originally, he had considered replenishing the ranks of the Paths of Pain with new bodies, but after thinking it over, he had given up on the idea. Even if he did add new members, their strength would still be inferior to Yagura and Yakura. There was no point. Things were fine the way they were now. With 4 Jinchuriki blasting a path open with Baijudama, tailed beast bombs, who could possibly stand in their way. Yet just as he was about to cross over the devastated defensive line, his body suddenly came to a halt. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, he simply couldn't move. Kage-mei no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, got you. Shikamaru crawled out from behind a pile of rocks, looking completely bedraggled. He clearly hadn't found a good place to hide. But he was smart. After shoring up his own defenses and avoiding the very center of the explosions, he had managed to keep himself alive. Now, he had even succeeded in ambushing Abaido. Chapter 362. Nice, Shikamaru. Two voices rang out as Asuma and Darui burst out from behind the rubble. One wielded a chakra blade, the other raised a long sword, both charging straight for Abido's chest and abdomen. But the very next second, the four Edo Tensei Jinchuriki immediately went into partial tailed beast cloaks, rushing in and slamming the two of them flying. The shockwave rippled out and Shikamaru was also blasted away, breaking his cage main no jutsu, shadow imitation technique. Choji took the opportunity to partially enlarge himself, his massive fist crashing down, only to be repelled and blown back by Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Fortunately, none of them were seriously injured. They scrambled back to their feet, though their expressions were grim. Asuma asked, "Shikamaru, got a plan yet?" Shikamaru's smile was bitter. "I'm working on it, but I don't like our odds. A Rinnegan with 4 Jinchuriki backing him is basically cheating. People like us aren't meant to fight that." Darui said, "Cheating or not, we still have to deal with it. We just need to hold until reinforcements arrive. You're our strongest brain, so hurry up and think of something." Shikamaru sighed, feeling thoroughly unlucky. But if he wanted to live, if he wanted everyone else to live, and if he wanted victory, he had to come up with something. Fortunately, over at HQ, the Intel division led by Inoichi had already hooked up a special device that greatly boosted the range and efficiency of message reception. They received the distress signals in short order. The 1st Division's defensive line has encountered Abido. The 4th Division has engaged the Edo Tensei 4th Keizukage. We need to dispatch reinforcements immediately. Neji stood up at once. "Shino, Yamato, we're moving out. Have Gora contact the Mizukage. The daimyo doesn't need her guarding him anymore. Taking down Abido is the top priority now." With that, Neji, Shino, and Yamato headed out the door and mounted Badura. Since Natsuki and Tent had gone to the front lines, there was no more flying thunder god to speed up reinforcements, which meant everyone else would move slower. So the two had chosen instead to summon Badura and a whole flock of giant mountain eagles, and HQ had been feeding them on cattle and sheep. Whenever support was needed, the reinforcements simply rode the eagles straight to the front. It had to be said, choosing to sign a contract with the mountain eagles back then had been absolutely the right call. Now, they were proving invaluable. Gaara immediately ordered that a message be sent to Mei, telling her and Nagato to hurry to the 2nd Division's line of defense. Even so, when it came to the 4th Division's side, Gaara couldn't calm down. That battlefield involved his father, and with Maki and Temari there, the two of them were no match for Rasa. He knew better than anyone how strong his father was. Whenever Shukaku rampaged, it was always Rasa who got it under control. Because of that, he was worried. He couldn't bear the thought of his sister Temari dying there. "Maki, what about me? I don't get to live." "No, I'm going to the 4th Division myself." Gaara suddenly stood up and headed for the door, but Konan instantly spread her arms, blocking his way. "You can't go," she said, her tone firm. "You're a Jinchuriki, you can't go to the front lines. I won't let you." To make up for her past mistakes, she was prepared to do anything within her power. Failing to seal, the Jido statue had left her dejected for quite some time, but she had pulled herself together quickly and assigned herself a new mission: protect the Jinchuriki. Shikaku added, "Gaara, Konan is right, you cannot go to the front." Mabui said, "We'll send others as reinforcements, you don't have to worry." But Gaara simply couldn't set his worries aside. "No one understands my father's strength better than I do. All of our top fighters have already gone off to different fronts. There's no one left who can stop him. That means I'm the only one who can go." "No, I absolutely will not let you go." Konan stood her ground. "If you're that worried, then let me go instead. I've already assigned the Nara team to protect your sister." Gaara opened his mouth, saw the unshakable resolve in Konan's eyes, and suddenly didn't know what to say. He knew a lot about Konan's past. He knew that, to atone, she was willing to throw away her life. That knowledge moved him more than he cared to admit. But he also couldn't just stand by and watch Konan walk off to die. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice rang out. "Hey, hey, don't forget you've still got me, the Toad Sage Jurya. At a time like this, of course it's my turn to head out." That's right, they still had Jurya. He had stayed at HQ partly to protect Gaara, but also because he carried the sealing scroll holding the severed leg of the Jido statue. Everyone had simply taken it for granted that he had to remain in the rear. But now, perhaps it really was time for him to go to the front. Jiraiya nodded. All right then, leave Rasa to Jiraiya-sensei. Conan, you be careful too. Gaara wasn't ungrateful. With even Jiraiya stepping up, he didn't have much left to worry about. If even Jiraiya couldn't handle Rasa, it wouldn't matter if Gaara went as well. Conan let out a quiet breath and smiled. Natsuki and Tenten's summoning beasts really are convenient. They've helped us a lot. Jiraiya agreed readily, but added, Conan, I know you want to make amends, but you need to protect yourself too. Otherwise, in the future, how am I supposed to face Yahiko and Nagato? Conan lowered her gaze and said nothing. In truth, after Nagato's death, she'd had no desire to go on living. If Nagato hadn't given her a new mission, she would probably have gone after Abido long ago in a suicidal attack. So now, as long as she could help in any way, she was prepared to sacrifice her life without hesitation. But the more she was like that, the more it hurt Jiraiya. And yet, he could not talk her out of it. Chapter 363. Back to Natsuki's side. Guy and Kakashi had already rushed forward. Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates released formation. Kyomen, 7th gate of wonder, open. Facing such a powerful enemy, Guy did not hesitate for even a moment before opening the 7th gate. He kept remembering what Tent had said on the first day Team Guy was formed, when they had talked with Natsuki about who was Konoha's #1. Tent had answered without the slightest doubt that it was Might Guy. As long as he opened the 6th gate, he could fight at cage level. Open the 7th gate, and he could fight at super cage level. Open the gate of death, and he might even be able to kick the Rakuto Sennin, sage of 6 paths, half dead. Back then it had sounded absurd, but now it felt a little less absurd. Madara was undoubtedly a powerhouse far above ordinary cage level. Since that was the case, Might Guy was going to open the 7th gate today and see for himself whether he could fight at super cage level. Ew. Blue steam exploded from Guy's entire body. In the next instant, he tore the earth beneath his feet as he flashed forward. Boom, with a single kick he blew apart a small Susanoo along with the wood-style clone inside it. The speed and power were so overwhelming that everyone was stunned. Even Madara could not help but look sideways at him. Boom. 1 kick per small Susanoo. In less than 2 seconds, 4 small Susanoo bodies and the wood-style clone were all taken care of. That's insane. I was utterly shocked. He had always been extremely confident in his own taijutsu. Combined with his lightning release chakra mode, he had considered himself overwhelmingly strong, convinced that he was the strongest among the 5 kage and that even Anoki's dust release was nothing to fear. Yet for the first time today, he witnessed taijutsu that completely surpassed his own. Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates released formation, was this terrifying. Tsunede's eyes were also wide open, so Guy was actually this strong. Anoki could not believe it either. Are the young people nowadays all this scary? That bald kappa is actually this powerful. However, Guy could no longer hear any of them. He was already charging straight ahead, rushing right at Madara, his straight punch compressing the air as it drove toward Madara's heart with terrifying force. Madara immediately activated Susanoo in its giant form. Although it still was not the final form, its defensive power was extraordinary. Guy's straight punch, however, had already arrived. With a thunderous boom, Susanoo exploded. The terrifying shockwave of the punch lifted Madara off his feet, even tearing cracks all across his body. It was easy to imagine that if Susanoo had not gone full defense just now, that punch would definitely have blown him to pieces. But instead Madara burst out into wild Uchiha laughter. Ha 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 ha, Might Guy, was it? I, Madara, acknowledge you. Come, let me see the might of the 7th gate of Hachiman Tonko. Guy did not disappoint Madara. He brought both hands together and began compressing the air. In the next second, he had compressed it into a tiger-shaped air cannon. Harudora Daytime Tiger. Roar, the tiger-shaped air cannon seemed to unleash a tiger's roar. The terrifying shockwave exploded, filling heaven and earth, engulfing Madara in an instant. Madara's Rinnegan had already opened, condensing a layer of repulsive force into a barrier around his body. A moment later, the shockwave slammed into the barrier. At first, it only shuddered slightly, which made him reveal a faint smile. Yet his smile had not lasted a full second when he heard a series of sharp cracks. Fissures spread in dense lines across the barrier of repulsive force. A bad premonition rose in his heart. After obtaining the Rinnegan, his power at supercage level had gone even further, not far from the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths. It was no exaggeration to say he was invincible in the entire ninja world. Guy's seventh gate, however, had unleashed power on the same supercage level. So even though his Rinnegan's repulsive force was supposed to push away everything, under such an overloaded impact it could not hold. He might not care about precise realm divisions, but he understood perfectly well how frightening this move of Guy's was. So he decisively raised Susanoo again for protection. In the next instant, the barrier of repulsive force shattered outright, his Susanoo followed suit and broke apart, and he himself was hurled hundreds of meters away by the shockwave. Fortunately, he had defended in time and did not suffer any real injury. Even so, his heart was deeply shaken, because Guy's punch had truly surpassed his expectations. Guy was panting heavily. Opening the seventh gate clearly made his entire body ache unbearably, but he had long since learned endurance. He would be fine for a short while yet. And he had confirmed his own strength. He really had stepped into the realm of supercage. He had not only shattered the Rinnegan's protective barrier, but also broken Madara's two-layer Susanoo defense along with it. Although he still had not managed to hurt Madara, there was no question that opening the seventh gate allowed him to possess the power to defeat even overwhelmingly strong enemies. That alone was enough. It was only pain. As long as he did not open the gate of death, he had nothing to fear. Behind him, Kakashi had already caught up. Using Kamui, Divine Authority, he helped the three-cage finish off the remaining two small Susanoo. But at this moment, the three-cage were all staring blankly at Guy's back. That strange, tight green outfit of his might once have looked comical, but now it was a warrior's armor, proof of the strongest. Tsunade could not help murmuring, "The seventh gate of Hachiman Tonko must hurt a lot, right?" Kakashi spoke up. "It does hurt a lot. I heard that when Natsuki was learning Hachiman Tonko, he tried to open the seventh gate once and literally passed out from the pain. Guy, though, has trained in Hachiman Tonko for many years. His willpower is beyond anything normal people can compare to, and his strength has long since surpassed everyone. Natsuki once said that Guy is Konoha's #1. With the sixth gate, he can fight a Hokage. With the seventh gate, he can fight at super cage level. And if he opens the gate of death, he might even be able to kick the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, half dead. I used to think he was joking, but now I feel he might not have been talking nonsense at all." The three-cage said nothing, but their hearts were greatly shaken. If things really were as Natsuki had said, then calling Might Guy the #1 in the ninja world right now would not be an exaggeration. After all, in the ninja world, who could possibly surpass the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths? Wait a second. Suddenly came back to himself. Did you just say that Brat Natsuki also learned Hachiman Tonko? Kakashi looked completely matter-of-fact. Yeah, Hachiman Tonko was what Natsuki first learned. He already used it when he fought Orochimaru. Back then, just opening the sixth gate was enough for him to almost beat Orochimaru to death. It's just that once he later learned Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, he started using Hachiman Tonko much less. And Anoki exchanged a look. We suddenly have a very good feeling about this. The corners of Tsunade's mouth could not help but lift into a smile. She had a very good feeling too, because she had just remembered everything about Natsuki. Indeed, what Natsuki had first learned was Guy's Hachiman Tonko. Though he had not trained it for very long and had barely used it later, who could say that Natsuki's taijutsu was weaker than Guy's? Perhaps Natsuki was still hiding a surprise for everyone. Up ahead, the battle was far from over. Guy only took a brief breath, then launched another straight-on assault. This time, Madara no longer chose to simply defend. He decided to meet Guy head-on. He condensed repulsive force from the Rinnegan across his entire body and charged in, smashing his straight punch into Guy's. With a single roar of impact, the earth itself exploded, the sound even more terrifying than thunder. The two of them could not decide a winner in that clash, and continued a superhuman hand-to-hand battle. Boom, booms, boom. As they collided again and again, the monstrous shockwaves rippled outward, constantly shattering and sweeping away the surrounding rocks. The terrain was not only leveled, but gouged into deep craters. Chapter 364. Gai Sensei. Far behind the battlefield, Lee was both worried and excited. He had never imagined that Gai Sensei was this overwhelmingly strong. Their opponent was the Shinobi World's Shura, someone even the combined force of the three Kage could not overcome, yet Gai Sensei opened the seventh gate and forced Uchiha Madara into an even fight. As expected, Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates released formation, was absolute power. And he, as Might Gai's disciple, even if he could not use ninjutsu at all, would one day prove himself to be an outstanding shinobi. However, only those who had truly trained in the 8 gates knew the truth. The farther the gate, the worse the pain, the greater the damage to the body. Lee could not help worrying that Gai Sensei might be hurt. No problem, Natsuki and Tenten are here, everything will be fine. Lee forced himself to believe it. The others could not help cheering. A moment ago they had been terrified and even hopeless because of Madara's power, but now it was as if they had found new life. At last they realized that this bizarre-looking, kappa-headed man was monstrously powerful beyond imagination. It seemed they really shouldn't judge by appearances. Natsuki and Tenten were also watching Gai's clash with Madara, their expressions tense. Tenten said, "Natsuki, what you said back then, it's all true, but the pain of opening the 7th gate is unbearable. Gai Sensei can't keep this up for long, we need to do something." Natsuki nodded, "Then it's our turn, we can't just keep watching." The two exchanged a firm glance and began walking forward, resolute and utterly without fear of Madara. Harudora Daytime Tiger. Gai once again unleashed his ultimate technique. But this time, Madara had no intention of passively defending. His Rinnegan released an even greater surge of ocular power, and he struck first with a blast of repulsive force. The tiger-shaped air cannon had barely formed before it was crushed back toward Gai. Boom! The air cannon detonated, and Gai was hurled away by the violent shockwave, tumbling hundreds of meters before crashing into the ground. Smoke rose from his body, his skin flushed red. He tried to stand and continue fighting, but the intense pain sweeping through him made even him groan. The 7th gate was a burst-type enhancement meant only for short periods of combat. He had already fought Madara for too long. Yet he refused to accept defeat, not like this. Kakashi's expression changed. This is bad, Gai has hit his limit, his body has taken severe damage. The 3 Kage also panicked and hurried toward Gai. But before they reached him, 2 kunai flew past and embedded into the ground in front of Gai, followed immediately by Natsuki and Tenten appearing beside him. Tenten couldn't help complaining, "Gai Sensei, you're too reckless. Do you want us to die of worry?" Seeing them, Gai finally relaxed. He gave a thumbs up, showing his bright white teeth. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm the blue beast of Konoha. Youthful battles must always be given everything." Tenten sighed helplessly. Complaining was useless, this was just who Gai was. Natsuki also raised a thumb. "Gai Sensei, do you believe what I told you before now?" Gai's smile grew even bigger. "Ha ha ha ha, of course I believe it." Natsuki continued, "Gai Sensei, you've already proven yourself. Leave the rest to me and Tenten. You should retreat and get treatment first." "Ooh, I leave it to you." Gai did not argue. He knew exactly how capable Natsuki and Tenten were, and he trusted them. Kakashi arrived, nodded at Natsuki and Tenten, then hoisted Gai onto his back and rushed away. Soon he reached Tsunade and the other Kage, laying Gai down carefully. I gave a heartfelt thumbs up. "Might Gai, magnificent." Anoki laughed loudly. "You youngsters are insane, but you make this old man's blood boil, ha 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 ha." Gai gave them an enthusiastic thumbs up in return. Their praise was more than deserved. "What a reckless fool." Tsunade sighed in both exasperation and relief. She quickly summoned Katsuyu and began healing him. Luckily, Gai's body was extremely tough, and the battle wasn't too long. More importantly, treatment had begun immediately, so the injuries were not catastrophic. Guy wanted to speak, but Tsunade glared at him once, and he obediently went silent. Meanwhile, Natsuki and Tenten faced Madara. Natsuki smiled. Uchiha Madara, how was that? That was my girlfriend Tenten's teacher, Might Guy. He must have given you quite the thrill. Madara snorted, amused, though he fully acknowledged Guy's strength. So, now it's the two of you against me. Well, mostly it's me. Tenten is here to cheer and support. Natsuki winked at Tenten, then strode forward. She, however, remained at the back. Madara frowned slightly. He wasn't stupid. Tenten staying behind meant she wasn't just cheering. She clearly had a role to play. His wariness rose. Natsuki didn't waste words. He instantly pulled out a large set of marked kunai, the medium for Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and scattered them, preparing for the next phase. Madara narrowed his eyes. Flying Thunder God is fast, yes, but defeating me won't be so easy. Is that so? Then how about this? Hachiman Tonko, open. A shockwave burst from Natsuki's body, his hair standing on end as if he were transforming, like a Super Saiyan, only without the color change. In a flash, Natsuki vanished. So fast. Madara immediately activated Susanoo for protection. But in the very next instant, Susanoo was shattered by a single kick. Natsuki's twin-legged strike plowed forward without slowing. Madara managed to crouch just in time, avoiding the main strike, yet the trailing shockwave still flipped him through the air. Now he understood. Flying Thunder God's instantaneous velocity, combined with the physical power of the 8 gates, interesting, truly interesting. The 8 gates were indeed overwhelming, but the user's immense airflow made their movements traceable to high-level opponents, its inherent weakness. But Natsuki used the Flying Thunder God to bypass that weakness, turning the 8 gates into a pure offensive amplification. Even opening only the 6th gate, his burst power was fully comparable to Guy's 7th. And unlike the 7th gate, the 6th gate inflicted far less physical damage, meaning Natsuki could fight for much longer. Chapter 365. Good grief. Madara was genuinely stunned. Knowing Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, was one thing. But this kid also knew Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates released formation. And he was using both together. Was he trying to ascend to heaven? In the rear, Guy was being treated while still pumping his fist in the air. As expected of Natsuki, combining Hiraishin with Hachiman Tonko, he's even faster and stronger. He's only opened the 6th gate and he's already fighting at the same level I was just now. If he opened the 7th gate, wouldn't he just kick Madara into pieces? Go, Natsuki. Your burning youth is the strongest. Anoki and Kakashi all nodded along, full of confidence in victory. They had originally thought that Natsuki could only match Madara in ninjutsu. Clearly, they had underestimated him. He really was the strongest fighter in the entire allied shinobi forces right now. Only he could defeat Madara. Sit still, stop moving around. Tsunade could only pin Guy down, half helpless, half amused as she continued to heal him. But she did finally exhale in relief. When the 3 cage had been unable to beat Madara, they had been close to despair. Guy's overwhelming entry had given everyone hope again. Now Natsuki made them see a future. This so-called infinite Tsukuyomi catastrophe, they were going to shatter it here and now. Swish boom, swish boom. Natsuki flickered with Hiraishin no Jutsu, while attacking with the power of the 6th gate. Madara's Mangekyo, Sharingan, and Rinnegan could track Natsuki's movements, but his own body couldn't keep up. If he used Susanoo to defend, it would just get blown up again, so he had no choice but to rely on a repulsive force barrier from the Rinnegan. However, every punch and kick Natsuki slammed into the barrier left cracks in it. This was a barrier formed from the Rinnegan's ocular power, and it was being cracked like this. How ridiculous could this get? Madara understood that, at such a young age, Natsuki's physical strength had already surpassed Might Guy's. With just the 6th gate opened, he had power comparable to Guy's 7th gate. If Natsuki ever opened the 7th gate, Madara's repulsive barrier definitely wouldn't hold. This brat was a real threat. Kasokujeri, lightspeed kick. Natsuki suddenly switched forms, the force of his kick carrying hidden Ranton, storm-style lasers. With a deafening blast, the repulsive barrier was swept apart. Midora jerked his head aside in a hurry, but the laser still grazed him, blowing away half his head. Damn, Mokuton would style. Boom! Natsuki's kick smashed into Midora's chest, blowing his whole body apart. But the scattered body turned into wooden fragments. Midora had used a wood-style clone successfully and had already repositioned himself far from Natsuki. Just as Midora was staring intently at Natsuki, a girl's figure suddenly appeared behind him with a soft swish. The Hikinjo, golden canopy rope, snapped across his shoulder. It didn't look like much, but it gave him an immediate sense of foreboding. An attack like that is supposed to do whoa. Midora hadn't even finished speaking before the words were dragged out of him, becoming a spoken word spirit. Tenten's Shichisaken, 7-star sword, immediately extended, ready to slice that word spirit apart. Of course, Midora couldn't let her succeed. He immediately unleashed repulsive force to blow Tenten away, but she vanished in the next instant, leaving his repulsion hitting nothing. Natsuki flashed in again and launched another Kasokujeri, forcing Midora to dodge once more. At that moment, Tenten flickered back into position. One clean stroke of Shichisaken cut off the word spirit, and she instantly jumped away to a safe distance. The severed word spirit was sucked into the Banaya Crimson Gourd, triggering the curse effect. Tenten flipped Shichisaken so Midora couldn't see the writing on the blade, then glanced down herself, and froze. Hashirama tilde. So Midora's verbal tick was the first Hokage's name. Just how much did he love the first Hokage, to the point that even Hashirama had become his catchphrase. Fortunately, Tenten managed to swallow her urge to comment. Hugging Banaya to her chest, she calmly watched Midora. Natsuki closed Hachiman Tonko and flickered to Tenten's side, standing in front of her with the same, got you expression. Midora let out a low laugh. So that's it, you two brats really pulled one over on me, ha 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 ha, nicely done. He had figured it out. The reason Natsuki had brought Tenten into the fray was exactly for this. Among the barrage of marked kanai he had thrown at the start, some were Natsuki's Hurashin kanai, and some were Tenten's marked kanai. Natsuki had then gone all out against Midora to fully monopolize his attention, while Tenten waited for the opening to use the 3-piece set of sage tools to curse him with word spirit. He had to admit, these two brats were terrifyingly competent. He almost wanted to give them an applause. In the rear, A and Anoki high-fived, clearly fired up by Natsuki and Tenten's perfect teamwork. Midora, as an Edo Tensei body, couldn't be killed no matter how hard they hit him. After all, he was already dead. There were only two real options. First, kill Kabuto. Second, seal Midora away. The second option was the hardest, but also the most realistic one right now. Even putting aside the still unused Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying bottle, just Tenten's Sage Tool 3-piece set alone was enough. Once the curse took effect, no matter how strong Midora was, he would still be sealed. Guy stuck his thumb up again. As expected of my disciple, that was brilliant. Guy and Tsunade both finally relaxed completely, as if they could already see victory. Natsuki stood facing Midora, guarding Tenten, saying nothing. As long as Midora stayed silent, Banaya would slowly suck him in. As for making Midora say the cursed word on purpose, Natsuki had not tried to bait him. This guy was no fool. If he sensed something was off, all their careful planning would have gone to waste. Midora finally spoke. I'll admit, you've made me see you in a new light. Those Rikudo ninja tools may be trivial in my eyes, but in my current Edo Tensei body, I do have to take them seriously. Natsuki chuckled. Even if you weren't Edo Tensei, you'd still get countered just the same. Midora, you've already lost. Give up on that Tsuki no Mi Keikaku Eye of the Moon plan. That thing is nothing but a lie black Zetsu fed you. Once Mugen Tsukiyomi, Infinite Tsukiyomi, is cast, everyone will be turned into white Zetsu. There is no peace and no dream world, only the destruction of the world. You're not a savior, you're an executioner. Silence, what does a brat like you know? Midora snapped, you may have some strength but you're still too young. You understand nothing, so you spout nonsense. There was no way he would believe Natsuki. In his eyes, Natsuki had simply learned some scattered intel and was trying to undermine his conviction with words. But Natsuki was far too green. There was no way he could fool Madara. Natsuki spread his hands. No wonder you and the first couldn't agree and ended up fighting. Madara sneered. And what do you know about me? What do you understand about Hashi? He cut himself off mid-sentence, eyes widening as he clamped a hand over his mouth, staring warily at Tenten. But he couldn't see anything wrong with her at a glance. He did know a bit about the sage tools. Back when he was searching for a way to bring peace to the shinobi world, he had naturally researched the things the Rakuto Sennin, sage of 6 paths, had left behind. It was precisely because he understood them that he had once dismissed them as boring. That didn't mean he looked down on their power. And right now, that power was pointed straight at him. Chapter 366. Madara knew very clearly what his usual catchphrases were. For example, Hashirama, do you also want to dance? Have you seen me in my prime? Uchiha nice, and so on. But the word he said most often was definitely Hashirama, because that man was too important to him. Not only was he a lifelong rival, he was also a lifelong dearest friend. The only thing missing between them was a marriage certificate. Therefore, he had every reason to suspect that the cursed Kodadama was Hashirama. Even if he couldn't read anything from Tenten's expression, he had to stay on guard. If he slipped up even once, he really would get sucked into the red gourd, and the whole Tsuki no Mi Keikaku, Eye of the Moon plan, would go up in smoke. The red gourd was not like Natsuki's coffin. Inside that thing, there was no way to resist at all. Natsuki blinked. What were you about to say? Weren't you going to refute me? Why are you covering your own mouth? You two little brats, you think I don't know what you're up to? Madara's face darkened. I understand the Rakuto Ningu, 6 paths ninja tools, far better than you do. One of my catchphrases has been cursed. The moment I say it, I'll be sucked into the red gourd. You think I'm stupid? Natsuki looked genuinely surprised. And you still dare say the Rakuto Ningu, 6 paths ninja tools are boring? They're pretty amazing. Madara snorted. It's precisely because I understand them that I find them boring. What a joke. They're not even as good as our Uchiha fan. You should know that our Uchiha fan is. Right, my fan. That bastard A from the hidden cloud still hasn't given it back to me. Natsuki chuckled. Forget about looking for your fan for now. Which phrase do you think is the cursed Kodadama? Obviously it's Hashinayan Nayan. Madara once again couldn't help covering his mouth, then glared at Natsuki and Tent. He was obviously furious. How could he not be? He loved nothing more than to have Hashirama on the tip of his tongue, and now he didn't dare say it because of the Kodadama curse. Of course it made his heart ache. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with Natsuki any longer and spoke bluntly. If you think you can deal with me using the Rakuto Ningu, 6 paths ninja tools, then you're making a big mistake. From here on out, I'm going to get serious. Use whatever tricks you have. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Anyone who stands in the way of my plan will receive no mercy from me. Natsuki pressed his lips together at that, then turned and exchanged a look with Tenten. Tenten pouted, clearly very displeased. She had originally thought that securing the Kodadama curse would be enough to seal Madara. She hadn't expected this Shura of the ninja world to be so formidable. Not only had he guessed the cursed word, he even held himself back from saying it. More importantly, he clearly knew that staying silent too long would also get him sucked in, so he kept talking nonstop. Just think about it. Someone who constantly had a catchphrase on the tip of his tongue could still force himself not to say it while he had no choice but to keep talking. Impressive, isn't it? Especially when Madara loved Hashirama so deeply. For him to hold back from calling out his beloved's name was even more difficult. And yet he still did it. That was truly admirable. Natsuki could only comfort her. It's fine. In a bit I'll smash his mouth so he can't open it for a long time. He'll still get caught sooner or later. Just wait and see. Tenten nodded, then said, I'm fine. You're the one who has to be careful. Natsuki patted Tenten on the head, then flashed back to stand opposite Madara, squaring off against him once more. Madara still stood with his arms folded, maintaining his overwhelming aura from beginning to end, radiating crushing pressure. Fortunately, it did nothing to Natsuki. Still, he had to keep talking. What else do you have? Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates is powerful, but it doesn't last long. At this point I can't keep hiding things anymore. Natsuki looked helpless on the surface, but in truth he was excited. Being able to fight such a powerful opponent was, in itself, a delight. Besides, he wanted to try fighting Madara head-on. He clapped his hands together, and his entire aura suddenly changed. Dark markings appeared at the corners of his eyes. Senin Modo, Sage Mode, on. Sage Mode, you can use that too. Madara once again showed an expression of disbelief. Natsuki had simply shocked him too many times. Having overwhelming strength was one thing, but he also knew all sorts of powerful techniques. Ranton, Storm Style, Mokuton Wood Style, Jitten Magnet Style, Mafuba Demon Sealing Wave, Hurricane Flying Thunder God, Hachiman Tonko 8 Gates, and now even Senin Modo Sage Mode. It felt like there was nothing he couldn't do. But precisely because of that, Madara felt an even greater need to defeat him. Only a true powerhouse was worthy of Madara, going all out to bring them down. At that moment, Natsuki suddenly raised his hand, a swirling, boiling sphere of water forming in his palm. Uzumaki Fudodan, Vortex Boiling Bullet. In the next second, that Uzumaki Fudodan, Vortex Boiling Bullet, was whisked away by Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, appearing right in front of Madara. Not good. Boom, the Uzumaki Fudodan, Vortex Boiling Bullet, detonated. A gigantic spiral sphere of boiling water suddenly burst open, with Madara at its center, sweeping across a radius of over 100 meters. The surrounding rock was instantly ground to powder, and terrifying heat poured out. The ground for hundreds of meters around shook under the impact. Even where Natsuki and Tent were standing, a searing wave of heat slammed into them, making it very uncomfortable. The hot air spread like smoke, hanging in the air and refusing to dissipate. Behind them, the 3 Kage, Kakashi, Guy, and the rest of the allied shinobi further back stared blankly at the scene, finding it utterly unbelievable. How was anyone supposed to dodge an attack like that in live? So, was Madara dead? Only after a long while did the steam slowly disperse, revealing a crater 100 meters across, with Madara standing inside it, seemingly unharmed. But his expression had grown grave. What an incredible technique! If I hadn't hastily wrapped myself in the power of the Rinnegan, I would have been shredded by that force with no way to fight back. Even the Rinnegan's barrier and Suzanu's defense were almost crushed. The power of that jutsu is absurdly overwhelming. Is this the work of Senin Modo, Sage Mode? Madara no longer knew how to even evaluate Natsuki. Just this one Uzumaki Fudodan, Vortex Boiling Bullet, alone deserved a perfect score. With Senin Modo, Sage Mode, boosting its power and Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, delivering it instantly, it was practically a one-hit kill move. If it had hit anyone else, there probably wouldn't even be bones left. Even he had panicked for a moment just now. Fortunately, the combined protection of his Rinnegan and Sharingan had saved him, otherwise he really would have been reduced to ash. In that case, he wouldn't have been able to speak for a long time, and would have been sucked into the red gourd. On top of that, while he was trapped inside Uzumaki Fudodan, Vortex Boiling Bullet, he had been forced to mutter to himself the whole time because the technique lasted quite a while. If he had forgotten to keep talking, he would have been caught by the curse as well. Seriously, the Rakudo Ningo, 6 Paths Ninja Tools, were such a pain. Natsuki didn't answer Madara. Instead, he raised his hand and gathered a Mizu Enzan, Water Circle Slash, then flung it out. The Mizu Enzan, Water Circle Slash, seemed to rip through the air itself, reaching Madara in an instant. Madara instinctively bent backward to duck, but Natsuki raised 2 fingers like a blade, and the Mizu Enzan, Water Circle Slash, immediately turned 90 degrees and scythed sharply downward, cleaving toward Madara's waist. Chapter 367. On the other side, in a laboratory in the land of rice fields. The entire reconnaissance squad had been captured, including their captain, Anko. Right now, Kabuto pulled aside the fabric on Anko's shoulder, exposing the heaven-cursed seal there. He could clearly feel that Orochimaru had not died. So he took out a chunk of cursed seal material from his own body and pressed it against Anko's curse mark. In the next second, that cursed seal material absorbed the power of the seal, transforming into a snake's head that drilled out of Anko's shoulder. The massive snake head opened its jaws wide. Inside that maw, Orochimaru was revealed. Orochimaru-sama, you really are still alive. Guren's eyes burned with fanaticism. She was obviously a complete brain-dead fangirl of Orochimaru, the type of woman who was willing to offer up her body to him, and not in the sense of sharing it, but in the sense of letting Orochimaru take it over entirely. For Guren, the idea of sharing one body with Orochimaru was probably a beautiful dream. Orochimaru slowly slid out from the snake's mouth, his hoarse laugh as cold and sinister as ever. I didn't expect you, Kabuto, to be the one who chose to revive me. Kabuto smiled. Orochimaru-sama, I've always been your successor. Of course I'd look for ways to bring you back. What's so strange about that? Is that so? But I get the feeling your ambition has grown larger than mine. Orochimaru was no fool. Anko's curse mark is essentially one of my clones. I've already learned everything that happened from within the seal. Kabuto, you simply want Chinese letter my hand to obtain the Edo bodies of the first, second, third, and even the fourth Hokage, then use them to support your side in this war, isn't that right? Kabuto did not deny it. Indeed. After all, I don't have those Hokage corpses. Only you, Orochimaru-sama, would be willing and able to help me with that. Orochimaru shook his head. Unfortunately, I have no interest in conflicts started by others, so I don't intend to take part. However, Kabuto had already prepared his counter. He guided him patiently. Does Orochimaru-sama mean to say you're not even interested in Senningan, Sage Eyes? This time, Orochimaru fell silent. It was clear Kabuto understood perfectly what Orochimaru wanted. Orochimaru wanted to master all ninjutsu and pursue the power of immortality, and Senningan, Sage Eyes, were precisely the realm he had never yet been able to reach. His previous desire for Sasuke's body was, at its core, nothing more than a means to settle scores with Itachi. But Orochimaru had never abandoned his pursuit of power and eternal life. Now the Rinnegan was shining right there in Kabuto's eyes. You've gotten much smarter, Kabuto. You even know how to bait me, and I have to admit, it worked. So then, what do you want me to do in exchange for letting me study your Rinnegan? Kabuto's smile turned triumphant. Orochimaru-sama, saying it like that makes us sound like strangers, doesn't it? We're teacher and disciple working together. You bring out the Hokage with Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, and join Lord Madara's Tsuki no Mi Keikaku, Eye of the Moon plan. Once it succeeds, both Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji, who has already awakened the Tenseigen Reincarnation Eye, will be within reach, won't they? Sasuke and the Tenseigen, huh? No doubt about it, Orochimaru was very interested. Sasuke's body was something he had always wanted, and Neji, who had newly awakened the Tenseigen Reincarnation Eye, naturally drew his attention as well. Both the Tenseigen Reincarnation Eye and the Rinnegan were Senningan, Sage Eyes. The Tenseigen evolved from the Byakugan, while the Rinnegan evolved from the Sharingan. However, Sharingan was highly incompatible with those who did not possess Uchiha blood, almost impossible to sustain, and the Rinnegan was likely the same. The Byakugan, on the other hand, could be transplanted onto practically anyone and still function. In that case, would the Tenseigen work the same way? The more he thought about it, the more intriguing it became. Orochimaru couldn't help extending his long tongue and licking his entire face from chin to brow. Karin and Suijutsu immediately felt their scalps go numb and instinctively ducked behind Jugo, as if afraid that the great snake might suddenly swallow them whole. In the end, Orochimaru said, "Your idea is interesting. It might be worth a try. However, I need my arms restored, and my teacher Sarutobai's soul must be brought back as well. We'll go to Konoha's Uzumaki shrine first. There's something I need to retrieve." Meanwhile, on the 1st Division's defensive line, Darui, Asuma, and the Ino Shika, Cho squad were struggling just to hold on. Facing the formidable Abido together with 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki, tailed beast hosts, Darui and the others truly had no answer. They didn't have many top-tier fighters here to begin with, and they'd already been hit by a Bijudama-tailed beast bomb earlier. Their morale had basically hit rock bottom. Only a few of them were still resisting, cornered and desperate. Fortunately, back when they were trying to stop Dan, Hayashi, and the other Edo bodies, they had specially set up a Shishiinjin 4 Violet Flames formation in this sector. It had never been fully dismantled, so they could still make use of it. Shikamaru immediately thought of this and gave Ino a look. The Yamanaka clan had a technique called Shinshin no Jutsu mind transmission technique, which allowed them to speak directly to others in their minds without fear of being overheard. Ino used it at once. After learning of Shikamaru's plan, she hurriedly relayed it into the minds of all their teammates. The group exchanged glances, understanding one another instantly. Then they fought as they retreated, luring Abido and the 4 Jinchuriki toward the barrier device. They couldn't make it too obvious, of course. They still had to occasionally show signs of counterattacking so Abido wouldn't notice anything. Fortunately, after the Bijudama-tailed beast bomb barrage just now, Abido had regained his confidence and, like Sasuke, had fallen into that bad habit of getting cocky. He simply didn't believe that a few nobodies could do anything to him, so he wasn't particularly wary. And because the fighting distance was close, he didn't bother having the 4 Jinchuriki form up in a tight encirclement around him. Just as Abido was at his most arrogant, Darui, Asuma, Choji, and Ino moved into 4 positions and activated the barrier at the same time. Shishiinjin 4 Violet Flames formation. Abido's own overconfidence had led him to cluster together with the Jinchuriki, and the formation's area of effect was large. Only that combination allowed them to successfully trick him and the 4 Jinchuriki into the barrier's range. Seeing the barrier erupt around them, Abido merely gave a cold snort and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already outside the formation. He had Kamui, after all. A mere barrier couldn't possibly restrain him, and he wasn't remotely afraid of such ants playing tricks. With Shinra Tensei, he could even blow the whole formation away if he felt like it. Only, in the next second, he found he couldn't move. Off to the side, Shikamaru was holding a hand seal and finally let out a breath of relief. "I knew you had Kamui. There's no way I wouldn't factor that in. I've been waiting for you to phase out. I claimed every shadow in the area ahead of time, just so that the instant you emerged, I could use Kageme no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, to pin you down." Chapter 368. Abido's expression turned ugly. He hadn't expected to be held up for so long by a few ants like this. How was that any different from getting slapped in the face? He had Manjikayo Sharingan and the Rinnegan, and he was commanding 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki. His power level was absurd, so how had he allowed a few ants to stall him? If Madara and Kabuto found out, wouldn't they just mock him again? Abido's anger spiked. His Rinnegan flared, unleashing Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. The blast radius was huge. Shikamaru was blown away on the spot, and the Shishiinjin 4 Violet Flames formation shattered instantly. The 4 shinobi, maintaining the barrier formation, were caught in the shockwave and slammed to the ground in an instant. "HMPH, you've wasted enough of my time. You can all die now." Abido's eyes were filled with killing intent as he controlled the 4 Jinchuriki to move in for the kill. Yet in the very next second, Shikamaru suddenly dropped into a full doja, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Don't kill us. I'll tell you where the Jinchuriki are." Abido froze for a moment, then looked silently at Shikamaru. The others also stared at Shikamaru in disbelief, but they knew he wasn't the type to sell out a comrade just to save his own life. Shikamaru was a smart man. If he was doing this, he definitely had a plan. So they all fixed their eyes on him and kept their mouths shut. Since that was the case, they might as well listen. They could always kill them afterwards. If he was in a good mood, he might even spare a few ants. "Talk," Abido ordered. Shikamaru said instead, "You have to promise to spare us first. If you agree, I'll talk." Abido was impatient, but he still nodded. "Fine, I promise not to kill you. Now hurry up and speak. Don't waste my time." Shikamaru let out a huge sigh of relief and quickly said, "I know Naruto is at Mount Mayaboku." "Exactly, Shikamaru. You're close friends with Naruto. How can you sell out a comrade like that? Even if you survive, no one will acknowledge you, Asuma roared. But, Ino spoke up weakly, but I think Shikamaru should say it. Our lives matter too. Why do we have to die just to protect a Jinchuriki's secret? We never liked Jinchuriki that much anyway, right? I'm still young and pretty, and I haven't even been in love yet. I don't want to die, sob. Shikamaru almost couldn't hold back his laughter, and silently gave everyone a thumbs up in his heart. He hadn't expected them all to act this well. No need for direction, everyone slipped right into their roles. Ino's performance in particular made the scene that much more convincing. This way, not only could they buy their lives for the moment, they could also drag things out. Shikamaru knew Natsuki was on his way. He snapped at Asuma. Asuma, can't you see? Ino is so young and pretty. You really want to just let her die like this. As long as we keep quiet ourselves, nobody will ever know we leaked the Jinchuriki's location, so what's the problem? You can think whatever you want. I'm going to live. Anyone who tries to stop me, I'll fight them too. Now Asuma, Darui and Choji all fell silent, only glowering at Shikamaru. Which was fine. As for Ino, all she had to do was bury her head and sob. That was enough to keep them from seeing through the act. Shikamaru hurriedly smiled at Abido. As far as I know, Naruto was taken to Mount Mayaboku by Jiraiya. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki went with them. That information is solid. Abido frowned. How do you get to Mount Mayaboku? Shikamaru shook his head. I don't know that part, but Jiraiya definitely does. With your abilities, catching Jiraiya should be nothing. After all, you have the Rinnegan, right? Abido didn't comment on that, but pressed on. What about the other Jinchuriki? Shikamaru answered honestly. Gaara, the One-Tails Jinchuriki, is at headquarters serving as overall commander. Honestly, the Hokage was crazy to agree to let a Jinchuriki serve as commander. It's completely. That's enough, I don't need your pointless opinions. Keep talking about the other Jinchuriki. Oh, there's also Sasuke, and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. A piercing eagle cry split the sky. Shikamaru smiled. Kakashi-sensei already took them into the Kamui space, didn't you see it? Abido froze, finally catching on. You're playing me, you want to die that badly. Choji opened a new bag of snacks and crunched loudly. So what if we are? We know you used to be the dead last. No wonder your head doesn't work right. We put on a little show and you fell for it. Truly brainless. Asuma and Darui both shrugged, as if their anger from just moments ago had never existed. Ino even took out a little mirror, checking her face and carefully wiping away the tear marks at the corners of her eyes. In truth, there hadn't been any real tears to begin with. Now Abido could no longer keep it together. Just a moment ago he'd thought Shikamaru was scared to death and tattling on his own. He'd been feeling smug about it, only to find out they'd all been acting together to play him. You were stalling for time. You guessed right, but there's no prize. The answer came in Neji's voice. He, Shino, and Yamato dropped from the sky, landing right in front of Abido. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji hurriedly ducked behind Neji, worried Abido would go berserk and lash out. Ino still had the leisure to wave up at the sky. Badora, thanks. When we get back to the village, I'll make Shikamaru buy you a whole deer to eat. Shikamaru sighed helplessly. Hey, venison is expensive. Forget it. We owe Badora big time this round. If he'd been any slower, I really couldn't have kept the act going. Right, Badora answered with a ringing eagle cry, soaring freely across the sky. Is everyone all right? Shino asked, concerned. Not really. We almost got blown to bits by a Bijudama-tailed beast bomb. Good thing you showed up when you did. Ino let out a very real sigh of relief. A lot of what she'd said earlier had been pure acting, but that didn't mean she actually wanted to die. She was young, pretty, and still single. Of course she didn't want to die. Neji fixed his gaze on Abido, his voice cold. So, you were planning to pass through here. Where were you heading? Actually, you don't need to answer. Today, you'll die here. As he spoke, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful gravitational pull, dragging at the tailed beast sealed inside Abido's body. Seeing this, Abido immediately forced Yujito into a tailed beast transformation. A massive blue flaming cat burst from the earth and roared furiously at the group. But being bigger didn't mean it was useful. Neji released a violent repulsive force, blasting the giant blue cat away. Chapter 369. Shino attacked as well, sending a swarm of insects straight toward Abido and forcing him to go intangible. In other words, phasing was basically the only thing he really relied on. He could use Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blast the bugs away, of course, but the swarm would just regroup and attack again in the next second. It was a terrible trade. Aside from going intangible, he had no other real option. Shino's bugs also swarmed toward Roshi. He already had experience dealing with this Edo Jinchuriki. Mokyutin Jubaku Iso, wood style, tree binding eternal burial. Yamato, naturally, wasn't idle either. He used Mokyutin to bind Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, in place. Utakata, the Six Tails Jinchuriki, was just about to make a move when his body suddenly refused to respond. He had clearly been caught by Shikamaru's Kagemain no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique. Asuma and Darui immediately lunged in. Chakra blades and long sword flashed, slicing open Utakata's abdomen in an instant. Shikamaru quickly controlled Utakata's hands, reaching inside his belly toward the black receivers. "Watch me rip those black rods out." Utakata's hands gripped one of the black rods and started to pull, but chains suddenly shot out from inside the rod, wrapping around his forearms and starting a tug-of-war. The chains also began draining Utakata's chakra. "Great, now I'm the one pulling on myself. What kind of sick setup is this?" Seeing this, Abido immediately commanded all four Jinchuriki to fully transform. In an instant, four gigantic monsters appeared in front of everyone. The two tails, a massive cat wreathed head to tail in blue flames, the four tails, a red-furred ape, the five tails like a white horse-shaped beast, and the six tails, a chubby, bloated slug. All of them were huge, and clearly nothing to take lightly. Forced to release his shadow imitation on Utakata, Shikamaru felt a pounding headache coming on. Ino quickly asked, "Shikamaru, can we even win this?" Since all four Jinchuriki were nothing but puppets, her clan's jutsu didn't seem applicable, and she didn't have much else in her toolbox. For a moment, her situation was as awkward as Shikamaru's. Shikamaru's shadow techniques were practically useless against tailed beasts. But Shikamaru didn't panic. "We're at a severe disadvantage against Biju. Better to focus on helping Neji. That Abido guy can phase, so most attacks won't touch him. But your clan's ninjutsu might be able to control him. Ino, I'll watch and read the situation. You stand by and be ready. Once we get an opening, if you succeed, the victory is ours." Ino nodded seriously. If Shikamaru said her jutsu would work, then it would. All she had to do was listen to Shikamaru. Neji seemed to understand this logic as well, so he began issuing assignments. "Shino, deal with the four tails. Darui, take the two tails. Choji, handle the five tails. Yamato, the six tails is yours. Just keep them contained within your capabilities and prioritize your own safety. Abido is mine." No one had any objections, and they decisively moved to block the tailed beasts in front of them. Fighting Biju was incredibly dangerous, but if they were just stalling them, it should be doable. Right. Abido let out a cold laugh. "You really think that bunch of trash can contain tailed beasts?" Neji's confidence did not waver. "We just need to hold them for 5 minutes. Your phasing limit is exactly 5 minutes. I'll make sure you have no chance to dodge. Once your phasing ends in 5 minutes, you'll be in a checkmate you can't escape." As he spoke, he shifted into a hack 8 trigrams stance. Then, in the next second, he raised both hands, extending his index and middle fingers like twin blades. His fingers snapped forward in rapid thrusts, transmuting repulsive force into fingertip strikes that pierced straight through Abido's intangible body. Juken, Renzoku Shinkashi, gentle fist, continuous divine sky fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Terrifying finger thrusts flew out with shrill sonic cracks, each one carrying a payload of concentrated repulsive force. The Hyuga were already adept at striking acupoints, originally to land precise hits on an opponent's chakra network and shut down the flow. Now, Neji infused those finger strikes with repulsive force, launching them outward. Not only could they disrupt chakra, they could also punch clean through human flesh. Put simply, it was something very akin to the Rokuman Jushinkan, 6 veins divine sword. Neji's thrusts were incredibly fast, and within moments, a dense barrage of finger strikes was passing straight through Obaido's body. It wasn't hard to imagine that the moment Obaido's phasing ended, his body would be turned into a sieve. The key was that this Shinkushi technique barely used any chakra. Compared to Shinshoten, Divine Palm Airstrike, its consumption was much lower. Forget 5 minutes, even if Neji kept it up for half an hour, he wouldn't tire. Obaido immediately understood how troublesome this technique was, and his expression darkened. He tried to dodge at high speed, but Neji's finger strikes were faster. No matter where Obaido moved, the barrage continued to pass through his body. He simply didn't have time to turn off his intangibility. If this continued, once his phasing limit was up, he would definitely die. However, he wasn't panicking. He still had the powers of the Rinnegan. When the time came, he could just repel Neji's attacks and solve the problem. But he seemed to have forgotten that Neji's Tenseigen, reincarnation eye, could also command both repulsive and attractive forces, and that Neji's control was superior to his. Obaido had no idea where this kid's absurdly refined control even came from. On the other side, Shino's bugs had fully engulfed the Four Tails. Tailed beasts were large, but Shino's swarm was just as overwhelming. And after devouring tailed beast chakra, the bugs kept growing larger. The biggest of them were already the size of millstones. Because the Four Tails chakra was special, the huge insects all turned a molten lava red. Before long, the Four Tails' entire body was covered in millstone-sized bugs. The Four Tails kept swatting them off, but they just crawled right back on and continued to siphon chakra. They also gnawed into the beast's flesh, tearing their way toward the black rods embedded in its body. Obaido knew just how broken Shino's insects were. Last time they had even bitten through black receivers. They were extremely dangerous. So he hurriedly had the Four Tails spit magma spheres at Shino, but Shino used Jeppo, Moonstep, to dart and streak through the air, never getting hit at all. At the same time, he kept spawning more insects, so the number of bugs crawling over the Four Tails only increased. At that moment, one of the giant bugs bit down on a black rod and immediately started trying to pull it loose. The chains inside the rod sprang to life, wrapping around the huge insect. But more and more big bugs latched on, some biting into the rod, others chewing away the flesh around it, so the receiver would be easier to pull out. Obaido was on the verge of a breakdown. Since when had these bugs become this broken? It was ridiculous, completely ridiculous. He had no idea how much effort Shino had put into cultivating stronger insects. Ever since he met Fu, he frequently borrowed tailed beast chakra from her to raise his swarm. The bugs' power had steadily increased. At this point, they were arguably the strongest insect colony in the world. Even tailed beasts weren't necessarily their match. You could call it outrageous, but this was simply the result of Shino's hard work. Over there, Yamato repeatedly unleashed Mokuten, binding the Six-Tails tighter and tighter. But the Six-Tails spewed acidic mist. Whenever the mist touched the wood-style branches, it dissolved them completely. It felt like the beast couldn't be restrained at all. Yamato felt like even if you gave him 10 more Mokuten users, they still wouldn't be enough to truly pin the Six-Tails down. Choji was having an even harder time of it. His current strength was nowhere near the level he'd reached in the original timeline. Without having endured much hardship, he had never undergone his butterfly metamorphosis, so his power was much lower. He could only partially expand, turning both arms into gigantic fists to grapple with the Five Tails' strength. Even so, he was being steadily pushed back by the beast's furious charge. Chapter 370. Choji. Everyone was worried, but none of them could break away. Shikamaru and Ino were even more anxious, but their own mission was critical, so they could only choose to believe that Choji's thick skin and sturdy body would keep him alive. Obviously, they were wrong. In the next second, a house-sized chakra shell smashed into the Five Tails and blasted it straight backward, sending the massive beast crashing heavily into the sea. Then everyone saw Chijiro standing there, looking like his kidneys had given out, barely supporting himself with the twin sword Hurame-kari, panting like a dog. Mei walked forward carrying Choji and praised him. "Nice work, Chijiro. You actually managed to knock the Five Tails flying." Chijiro was too exhausted to speak. Just now he had squeezed every last drop of chakra he had to force REINCARNATION to form a chakra shell that big. His liver and kidneys would probably never forgive him for this. Fortunately, the chakra shell had done its job, and he hadn't let the Mizukage down. You had to admit, the twin sword REINCARNATION was truly terrifying. It could blast away Sasuke Susanoo, and it could blast away a tailed beast as well. The only question was whether the user had enough chakra. Sasuke, can we not bring up things from the original story? Seeing this, everyone finally let out a long breath of relief. Darui couldn't help exhaling. Looks like we've got reinforcements. The Mizukage herself came with her guard. This fight should be in the bag now. As he spoke, he immediately ramped up his output, outright copying Natsuki's Yasaka no Magatama, 8-span Magatama, and firing a storm of laser-like projectiles. In an instant, he drove the Two Tails back step by step. Yamato also relaxed a little. Hurry and give me a hand, this guy spits acid mist, my Mokuton can't hold him. In theory, Yamato also knew Suten and Daten, but faced with corrosive acid mist, those elements didn't seem very useful either. It was a total headache. But Yamato was misunderstanding things. Suten and Daten could be extremely powerful too. The problem was that his chakra reserves just weren't enough. A man who ended up kidney shot, just from overusing Mokuton, to build a single 3-bedroom apartment, really had no concept of what overwhelming chakra meant. Mei flashed through hand seals and spat out a stream of water. Suten, Suryuden no Jutsu, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Water dragon bullet, that was going to be enough. Yamato stared, stunned, as that thin stream of water suddenly swelled to a torrent greater than a waterfall. It wrapped around the 6 tails and transformed into a colossal water dragon, lifting the beast's massive body straight into the sky. What kind of chakra is that? Yamato drooled with envy, feeling that people really couldn't be compared to each other. And she wasn't done yet. Mei turned toward the Two Tails, puffed her cheeks, and unleashed Yaten, Yakai no Jutsu lava style, dissolving monster technique. A wide swath of highly corrosive liquid splashed down over the Two Tails' head, sizzling and eating away with a terrifying hiss. Just watching it made Darui's scalp tingle. This Mizukage was absolutely terrifying. With Mei and Chijiro's timely arrival, their side finally broke out of their disadvantage. The 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki were powerful, but Shino, Mei, and Darui were no pushovers either. Handling them was no longer a problem. Abido's frustration was visible to the naked eye. His phasing time limit was about to run out, while Neji's long-range point-strike barrage still hadn't stopped. A bad premonition gnawed at him. Damn it, Shinra Tensei, almighty push barrier. He decisively chose to use Shinra Tensei again, but instead of a quick tap like before, he held it down. This caused the Rinnegan's repulsive force to stop being an instant blast and instead act like a prolonged protective shell around him, ensuring he could safely ride out the gap when Kamui's intangibility ended. Sure enough, in the next second Neji's Shinkashi, divine sky fingers, slammed into the barrier, and the protective shell successfully blocked the finger strikes. The corner of Abido's mouth lifted. He was just about to feel pleased when he noticed that at some point, Neji had switched from Shinkashi, divine sky fingers, to Shinkasho, divine sky palm. Palm strikes sheathed in raging repulsive force smashed into the barrier and shattered it in an instant, then slammed hard into Abido's body. Bangs, bang, bang. 3 consecutive hits. His shoulder, thigh, and kidney area were all left mangled and torn. His body was patchworked together from white zetsu tissue. While that made it easier to repair, the inherent durability was mediocre at best. Being struck by Neji's Shinkasho, divine sky palm, caused serious damage, and the pain nearly made Abido collapse on the spot. Fortunately, he immediately reactivated his intangibility and finally managed to catch his breath. But now the look he cast at Neji's pale light carried clear wariness and caution. As expected of the Tenseigen, reincarnation eye, it had actually broken his absolute defense. This couldn't go on. Abido fumed inside, but all he could do was look for a way to escape. Maybe he never should have acted on his own. He should have stayed with Madara. With his current level, operating solo was a losing proposition. Damn it, having the Rinnegan should mean being the strongest. He cursed inwardly, still not understanding the truth. Nagato had possessed the Rinnegan as well, and he hadn't been invincible. So why did Obaido think that just having the Rinnegan would make him untouchable? The fact was, the former Deadlast was not a born powerhouse. In terms of growing into his strength, his natural instincts weren't that great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be using the Rinnegan like this. Just as he was spacing out, a shout suddenly rang out. Ino's now. Ninpo, Shintenshin no Jutsu ninja art, mind-body switch technique. Buzz. A surge of mental energy slammed into Obaido's mind and directly seized control of his body. Using Obaido's voice, Ino said, "Shikamaru, I did it, what now?" Shikamaru quickly replied, "Ino, control the Jinchuriki and make them revert. Have them stay still. We'll pull out the black receivers first." Ino did exactly as instructed. Soon, the four-tailed beasts began reverting from their transformed states back into their original hosts. Ino did have a question, though. Why are we having Choji go after the Jinchuriki and not Obaido? Shikamaru shook his head. It won't work. If we attack Obaido, you'll share the damage. Even if we bind him or try to seal him now, he can escape at any time using Kamui's phasing. There's nothing we can do about that yet. We still don't have a way to counter Kamui. Everyone fell silent at that, feeling a little helpless. The truth was, no one thought Obaido himself was all that strong. He was just a guy who relied on Kamui to run wild. Without Kamui, the Rinnegan wouldn't save him. He'd still get knocked flat easily. But fine, if they could dismantle the four Jinchuriki, it would be like cutting off Obaido's arms and legs. After that, as long as Neji kept an eye on him, Obaido wouldn't be able to stir up any more trouble. No one hesitated. They immediately went all out on the immobilized Edo Jinchuriki. Shino's bugs bit through several black receivers on the spot. Darui simply tore Yujito's Edo body apart with his sword and yanked all the black rods free. These people were Edo Tensei bodies and couldn't truly die, so speed was all that mattered. Chijiro swung her aim carry and chopped Han's body into 3 pieces, clearing the way for someone with sealing techniques to remove the rods afterward. Just when everyone thought it was over, Ino suddenly screamed. Her mind was forcefully ejected from Obaido's body and snapped back into her own. She collapsed unconscious on the spot. Ino. Shikamaru rushed to check her condition. Once he confirmed she was unharmed, he let out a long breath of relief. Then he looked back at Obaido. The Sharingan in Obaido's eye was glowing an eerie red. It seemed his Manjikayo had forcibly driven Ino's mind out. Chapter 371. Over on the other side. On the 4th Division's defensive line, the 4th Tgthegood Rasa advanced like a one-man army, manipulating gold dust with terrifying precision. The 4th Division was driven back step by step. Temari and Maki commanded the allied shinobi forces, putting up a grueling, desperate resistance. Rasa even tried to persuade them. "You too, stop struggling. You're not my opponents. Retreat while you can. Temari, remember to protect Gaara. As his father, I'm sorry. You and Kankuro, as his big sister and big brother, you have to protect your little brother." Temari immediately broke down in tears and could only nod through sobs. But retreat was impossible. This was the Alliance's defensive line. If it collapsed, everyone behind them would be in danger. Just then, an eagle's cry rang down from the sky. Temari's eyes lit up. She quickly looked up. Conan descended with wings spread behind her, almost like an angel. The moment Conan landed, she lifted Temari into the air. "I promised Gaara I'd protect you, otherwise he wouldn't stay in the main camp with peace of mind." Hearing that, Temari sighed helplessly. That's just how he is. Even when he runs into you, he has to be held back. "No need to thank me. This is what I should do." Conan simply shook her head, then looked toward Rasa, who was still controlling the gold dust. She had no intention of joining the fight because someone else would make a move. Sure enough, Jirya leapt off the eagle's back and used Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique midair, calling forth several toads. He himself stood atop the head of a massive toad. Boom! The toads slammed down, kicking up a commotion that instantly drew everyone's attention. Jirya struck what he believed was a handsome pose and proclaimed loudly, "The Toad Sage Jirya has arrived." "It's Jirya Dono." "Great, it's Jirya Dono, we're dead." You mean we're saved. With Jirya Dono here, the next battle is definitely fine." As expected, Jirya didn't waste a second. With the giant toad's support, he unleashed Katten, Gamma Uenden Fire Release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet, melting the gold dust that filled the sky. In an instant, Rasa's assault was cut off and his defense was broken. In the next moment, Jirya moved behind a toad with fiery red lips, slammed his palm onto its back, and the toad immediately spat out Sutin. Tepidama Water Release, Toad Oil Bullet. This Tepidama was nothing like ordinary water techniques. Its penetration was top tier, and its speed was extremely fast. Sure enough, in the very next second, the Tepidama pierced straight through Rasa's abdomen, splitting him cleanly in two. Yeah, Jirya Dono is the best. The shinobi couldn't help cheering. Victory at last. At that moment, two other toads extended their long tongues, each wrapping up one half of the bisected Rasa and pulling them into their mouths. Rasa's Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body tried to reform and recover, but it couldn't. Jirya was just about to strike another handsome pose when he sensed something and immediately looked into the distance. Konan set Temari down and also looked the same way. Tears instantly streamed down her face. How can this be? Yahiko, Nagato, you too as well. In the distance, two figures approached, more precisely. An orange-haired man supporting a white-haired man as they limped forward. Yahiko and Nagato, who were already dead. They too had been brought back by Kabuto's Edo Tense, impure world reincarnation. Kabuto had already seized Yahiko's body, the Deva path. And with Kabuto's grave-robbing skills, finding Nagato's grave wouldn't be difficult. Konan and Jirya simply never expected Kabuto to desecrate the two of them as well. For a moment, sorrow spread through the air. Yahiko and Nagato took a long time to reach them. Yahiko greeted them with a smile. "Yo, Konan, Jirya-sensei, long time no see, how have you been?" He was still that sunny boy. That smile made people want to protect him. Konan and Jirya couldn't control their tears at all. They wanted to step forward and embrace them, but they knew they couldn't, because the two of them were not in control of themselves now. Nagato explained, "We were with Rasa just now, but my legs don't move fast, so we ended up much slower." So that was it. No wonder it looked like Rasa was attacking alone. He'd had teammates all along. It was just that the teammates didn't seem very reliable. Yahiko, Nagato, I. Konan choked, unable to form words. "Konan, it's good that you're okay. Stay by Jirya-sensei's side. Sensei will protect you." Yahiko's gentle comfort only made Konan cry harder. "Yahiko, don't worry, I'll protect Konan." Jirya spoke solemnly. "And I won't allow anyone to profane your souls. Next I'll fight with everything I have and seal you away. Prepare yourselves." Yahiko tried to say something, but his body moved against his will, launching Sutin. Suidanha, Water Release. Water-severing wave, straight at Jirya. Jirya immediately answered with Katten, Dai Endan, Fire Release, Great Flame Bullet. The collision erupted into thick steam, obscuring the area. Taking advantage of the cover, Jirya swiftly ordered Maki to organize a sealing squad. He could seal them himself, yes, but he didn't have the hands to do it right now. So the division's sealing team needed to seal the bisected Rasa first, so he wouldn't escape later. Jirya couldn't spare attention for Rasa. He had to subdue his two students first. Whatever needed to be said could be said later. But at that moment, Nagato also had to act. With a single Bancho Tenon, universal pull, he yanked Konan over. With his other hand, he pulled a massive boulder from nearby, clearly about to smash Konan to death. In terms of manipulating the Rinnegan, Nagato was far superior to Uchiha Abaito. Fortunately, a toad shot out its tongue, wrapped Konan, and yanked her back with a hard pull, dragging her out of danger. "Konan, are you okay?" Jirya checked on her, but he still had to keep fighting. He dashed forward, easily dodging Yahiko's Suidanha, and once he was close, he drove a Rasengan, spiraling sphere, down, slamming his student into the ground. Yahiko's body was damaged, but as an Edo tense, impure world reincarnation vessel, he wouldn't die. Jiraiya was about to seal him when Nagato's Shinra Tensei, almighty push, detonated outward, so fast it was almost impossible to react. Jiraiya was blasted a great distance away. If he weren't so tough, he might have been killed on the spot. Ha ha ha, what a world, the student beating up the teacher. Jiraiya even had the mood to joke, which showed he was fine. Dealing with Yahiko was still manageable. Dealing with Nagato, however, was extremely difficult, because the Rinnegan was truly a nightmare to face. At least Konan had recovered as well. No matter how unwilling she was to do this to her two family members, she still chose to seal them away. She still had a mission to complete, and she couldn't afford to be delayed here. So she said to Jiraiya, "Sensei, I'll handle Yahiko. Nagato is yours." "All right, be careful." Jiraiya wasn't too worried. With Yahiko's ability level, he shouldn't be a match for Konan. The hardest problem, in truth, was Nagato alone. Chapter 372. Konan nodded. With a casual lift of her hand, countless sheets of paper burst forth from her body. She looked like a paper doll herself, an endless source of paper. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Paper filled the sky, sweeping down to engulf Yahiko. Yahiko used Sutin water release to defend, but water could not stop paper. And Yahiko had only been 15 when he died. His strength had never reached a truly high level, so there was no way he could be Konan's opponent. Before long, Yahiko was completely wrapped in paper, unable to move at all. Konan, unable to hold back any longer, rushed forward and pulled him into her arms. Her grief had long since overflowed. "Konan, you and Nagato have worked hard." Yahiko could only comfort her gently. He couldn't even raise a hand to pat her hair, but being held in her embrace like this was already enough. For him, it made this forced resurrection feel worth it. Nearby, Nagato watched the scene and felt a moment of solace as well. But he couldn't control his own body. He had to act. He used Bancho Tenon, universal pull again, dragging Jiraiya straight toward him. But even as he was being pulled in, Jiraiya cast Katnan, and Dan fire release, flame bullet, and the fireball rushed straight into Nagato's face. Nagato had no choice but to use Shinra Tensei, almighty push, to blast the flames away, yet Jiraiya used that opening to close the distance. Ranjashigami no Jutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair suddenly extended, instantly winding around Nagato's entire body. The binding force was so intense it looked like it could slice Nagato apart. Nagato immediately couldn't move. Just as Jiraiya was about to seal him as quickly as possible, Nagato's cooldown ended and he launched Shinra Tensei, almighty push again, blowing Jiraiya away. Jiraiya was thoroughly irritated. "Nagato, can't you restrain yourself a little? Wouldn't it be easier if you just let me seal you?" Nagato smiled helplessly. "Jiraiya-sensei, if I could control myself, I wouldn't be here at all. You'll have to find another way. Honestly, I feel like I'm stronger now than even the Deva path. If I truly go all out, you'll take catastrophic casualties." And he was right. At this moment, Nagato's only inconvenience was his legs. He wasn't affected by illness anymore, and he wasn't afraid of chakra depletion. More importantly, he didn't have to fear losing his lifespan when using high-level techniques. So yes, right now, he really was stronger than the Deva path. He could spam Cho Shinra Tensei, Super Almighty Push, and Chibaku Tensei, Planetary Devastation, whenever he pleased. Even if Natsuki showed up, it wasn't certain he could resolve it cleanly. Now it was truly troublesome. From the rear, Temari offered a suggestion. "Jiraiya Dono, why not contact the main camp and have them notify Tenten to come? At this point, maybe only Tenten can seal Nagato." "That's right, this might be the only way." Jiraiya brightened with delight. "Quick, Temari, contact the main camp and have Tenten come help for a bit." Jiraiya knew perfectly well that the situation on Natsuki's side was urgent against Uchiha Madara, but he believed that with Natsuki present, Tenten wouldn't need to step in. So she should have time. Besides, given how Natsuki doted on his girlfriend, there was no way he'd let Tenten take reckless risks. Rather than sending Tenten to fight Uchiha Madara, it was safer to have her come here. At the same time, Natsuki's battle with Uchiha Madara continued without pause. Natsuki was currently in Sage mode. His gigantic water circle slash was avoided by Uchiha Madara, only for Natsuki to form seals and make the water circle slash pivot 90 degrees, slicing toward Madara's lower body. Mokyuten Bunshin would release clone. Uchiha Madara immediately substituted a clone in his place, and the wood release clone was split cleanly in two by the water circle slash. The slash was so sharp that it cut easily into the ground, even sinking underground, as though nothing in the world could impede its cutting. Seeing that, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. With that cutting power, it might even slice the Jido Mazo in half. I can't afford not to guard against this. At this point, Uchiha Madara no longer dared to underestimate Natsuki in the slightest. If the Jido Mazo emerged and Natsuki cleaved it in half, or worse, into multiple pieces, with a single water circle slash, wouldn't everything be ruined? Could a broken Jido Mazo really endure absorbing the 9 tails and the other tailed beasts to form the Jubai? Uchiha Madara had doubts. Since the Jido Mazo was the 10 tails husk, assume it was a cup. The 9-tailed beasts as condensed chakra were the water. If the cup was damaged, how could it possibly hold the water? So he absolutely had to be careful of Natsuki. He could not allow him to destroy the Jido Mazo. Also, he had to retrieve the Jido Mazo's severed leg. Its arms had already been erased into nothingness by Anoki and could not be recovered, but that leg had to be reclaimed. Otherwise, whether a crippled Jido Mazo could absorb all the tailed beasts was still uncertain. After all, if the cup became smaller, or even leaked, how much water could it really hold? While Uchiha Madara was thinking, Natsuki's attacks never stopped. He exploded forward with Ranshin Shunshin, Storm Flicker, faster than usual by a wide margin, and whipped out a light-speed kick that swept toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara reflexively raised his guard, but the repulsive barrier on his body felt like it was on the verge of collapse. In Sage mode, Natsuki's strength had surged dramatically, and with Ranton, Storm Release, enhancing his strikes, even the Rinnegan's repulsion defense was struggling to hold. But Uchiha Madara wasn't about to fear Natsuki. He immediately used Uchiha Ryu, Ryut Uchiha style, Flowing Heaven. In an instant, he moved as if he were dancing, smooth, flowing, almost beautiful to watch. His speed and power spiked, and Natsuki was forced back again and again. Uchiha Body Slam. Uchiha Madara suddenly seized Natsuki and drove him hard toward the ground. But Natsuki braced both hands against Madara's abdomen, and a Ranton Storm Release laser burst from his palms, punching straight through Madara's stomach. For an Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation body, that kind of injury wasn't worth noticing. Uchiha Madara didn't let go. He rammed a knee into Natsuki's abdomen, then swung a heavy punch at Natsuki's head. With a loud crack, Natsuki's face split open, only it was a layer of solid stone. Clearly, he had used Dotten Earth Release at the last instant to form a stone hide to protect his face. "You old bastard, don't you know you're not supposed to hit the face? I have a girlfriend, you know, not like you, pining after Hashirama." Natsuki barked out the insult and reached to plant a Hurricane, Flying Thunder God formula on him. Uchiha Madara hurriedly evaded, his face darkening to an extreme. "You're talking nonsense. Hashi, I mean, that's not the kind of relationship. He and I are eternal rivals and also friends bound by shared bonds. Not that kind of relationship. What filth is in your head all day long?" Natsuki didn't answer, but the look on his face said everything. He absolutely suspected their relationship was not normal. From behind, Tent had heard it too and couldn't help laughing. She knew Natsuki was doing it on purpose, trying to provoke Uchiha Madara. If Madara's emotions spiked, he might forget about the Katadama curse and slip up. But Uchiha Madara was still sharp. Hashi was already on his lips, and he forcibly stopped himself. What a shame. Chapter 373. Just as Tent was mulling it over, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind her. "Kakashi-sensei, why are you up here?" Tent asked, instinctively glancing toward the rear. "How is Guy-sensei?" Kakashi gave her a reassuring look. "Guy is fine. With Tsunade-sama and Katsuyu treating him in time, he's out of danger. He just needs to rest for about half a month. Good, that was a relief. Tenten nodded, then looked at Kakashi with continued confusion. She didn't believe he had come up here just to chat. Kakashi hurried on. A message came from the main camp. Jiraiya and Konan ran into Nagato's Edo Tensei in Pure World Reincarnation body at the 4th Division's defensive line. It may be even harder to deal with than the Deva path back then. They need you to go help. So there's work to do. Tenten immediately lit up with excitement. She had just taken a hit to her pride against Uchiha Madara. The Katadama curse had clearly landed, yet Uchiha Madara simply refused to make a mistake for ages and never got pulled in. It had left Tenten feeling frustrated. This was the first time since obtaining the Sage of Six Paths tools that she'd faced something that felt like failure. But now there was a new job. The pent-up irritation in her chest finally had somewhere to go. Nagato might be stronger than the Deva path, but the pain bodies were puppets, something the Six Paths tools couldn't easily handle. Nagato, however, was the original body. That made him easier to deal with. In Tenten's eyes, it was a small matter. Then I'm going, I'll be right back. As she spoke, Tenten locked onto the formula she had left on Jiraiya and vanished with 3 rapid flashes. Thankfully, she and Natsuki had left their formulas on all key figures beforehand, so they could relay messages and provide support at any time. Now it was paying off. In the next moment, Tenten appeared behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya, is that Nagato? Tenten looked toward the white-haired Nagato. When she saw the Rinnegan, she could hardly contain her excitement. Jiraiya's face lit up. Tenten, your timing is perfect. Quickly, use your Six Paths tools. We need to seal Nagato first. Nagato also looked relieved. So you're Tenten, Natsuki's girlfriend? It's on you now. If not, I'm afraid I'll lose control and use a major technique. The casualties won't be light. Tenten nodded. The 7 stars sword in her hand still carried the Katadama curse phrase, Hashirama, and for some reason, she didn't really want to use it. So she took out a scroll and summoned the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying jar. This was something the Reikage had given her earlier. Not just anyone could use it, but since she held all 4 of the Sage of Six Paths tools, she obviously could, so it had naturally been entrusted to her. Before, she hadn't expected Uchiha Madara to ever fall for it, but Nagato was different. Nagato's attitude clearly marked him as one of them. He would cooperate. Tenten opened the Kohaku no Johei's seal and said to Nagato, I'll call you once, you just answer. Nagato. Nagato nodded, yes. In the next instant, Nagato was pulled, against his will, straight into the Kohaku no Johei, and the lid sealed itself shut again. Jiraiya and the others hadn't even processed what happened. For a moment, everyone simply stared in a daze. That was it. Tenten finally exhaled in satisfaction. Yes, that's the kind of feeling I like. I got stonewalled at Uchiha Madara's side and it pissed me off so badly. Damn Uchiha Madara. Only then did Jiraiya snap back to himself. Tenten, it's over already. That was way too fast. Tenten put her hands on her hips. Heh, of course. These are the Six Paths tools and Nagato cooperated, so it's done. So impressive, Jiraiya couldn't help but say. And he understood the logic. Nagato couldn't control his actions, but his speech wasn't being controlled, so all he had to do was answer the Kohaku no Johei once. That was it. It sounded simple, but it wasn't. What wasn't simple were the Six Paths tools themselves. And they weren't something just anyone could use. It looked like all you needed was to call a name and get an answer, but controlling the Kohaku no Johei still demanded real mastery. Right now, only Tenten could operate the full set of Six Paths tools. She was practically like a successor to the Sage of Six Paths. Konan approached as well, bringing Yahiko wrapped up like a mummy in layers of paper. Tenten, thank you for coming all this way. How is the battle on Uchiha Madara's side? Tenten shook her head. Uchiha Madara is strong. Tsunade-sama, the Reikage, and the Tsuchikage fought him and fell into a disadvantage. Then Gai-sensei opened the 8 gates and forced a stalemate, but the 8 gates can't last. Not long ago, Natsuki and I swapped in. Natsuki and I used the Six Paths tools to place a Katadama curse on Uchiha Madara, but he knows the tool's intelligence and hasn't taken the bait. It's been infuriating. Right now, Natsuki is the one trading blows with him. She delivered the situation quickly, but her worry rose again anyway. Then she added, I have to go back and take a look. Uchiha Madara might slip up at any moment. My Benaya Seigo, Crimson Gourd, is waiting for him. With that, she vanished again in a blur. Jiraiya chuckled in admiration. She really comes and goes like the wind. Yahiko agreed. Yeah, thanks to her, otherwise this would have been a real mess. Konan rarely smiled, but she did now. With Yahiko beside her, she felt genuinely satisfied. And with Nagato sealed, once Kabuto was killed, maybe they could even be released to reunite, if only briefly. Still, she couldn't keep Yahiko like this. She had to seal him too, otherwise moving afterward would become difficult. So she looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, please seal them. The Reikage and the Tsuchikage can handle the sealing of Rasa. Jiraiya nodded, then asked his two students if they had anything else they wanted to say. Only after confirming there were no more words did he move to seal them away. Thus, the battle on the 4th Division's defensive line came to an end. Meanwhile, along the coastline, where the 1st Division's line was holding, Uchiha Obaido expelled Ino's consciousness from his body and regained control. He immediately tried to reassert control over the last remaining Jinchuriki, the 6 Dales, but Yamato had already bound Utakata tightly with Mokyuten, would release. He was using vines to yank the black rods out, and the two sides were locked in a tug-of-war. At the same time, Neji's Hakusho, 8 trigrams air palm, came flying in. Uchiha Obaido quickly turned intangible. He could only cover one side and neglect the other. He successfully avoided Neji's strike, but he didn't have time to force Utakata into another tailed beast transformation. And Yamato had already yanked out one of the black rods, causing a disruption in Utakata's control signal. This was bad. All 4 pain bodies could no longer be controlled. And as the rods were removed, the 4 Jinchuriki regained their awareness. As Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation bodies, they wouldn't die. Those rods had only suppressed their souls and turned them into puppets temporarily. Once the suppression was lifted, their consciousness naturally returned. But they had been resurrected by Kabuto. They were still the enemy's forces. Their actions were still not under their own control. Roshi shouted immediately, "Quick, seal me." Yujito also called out, "Darui, bring the Kohaku no Johei, that's the easiest way to deal with us." Chapter 374. Han and Utakata, of course, didn't want to be manipulated either. They were already dead, yet they were still being treated like tools, milked for every last scrap of value, without being allowed even a moment of peace. How could anyone endure that? Darui, however, looked troubled. Getting the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying jar, right now won't be that easy. Are you looking for the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying jar? Tenten's voice suddenly cut in. At some point, she had already appeared behind Darui. That's right, she was back again. She had just returned to Kakashi's side when she was informed that the 1st Division's coastal line had been hit by Uchiha Obaido. Considering Obaido's Kamui phasing, plus 4 Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, Jinchuriki in tow, it was obviously going to be a nuisance to deal with. So she came over on her own. After all, she couldn't really interfere much in the fight on Uchiha Madara's side. She also realized something else. Although those 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki had been turned into pain-like puppets, they weren't the same as Nagato's 6 paths of pain. Nagato's 6 paths were corpses. The 6 paths tools couldn't deal with that. But Obaido's new 6 paths were Edo Tensei bodies. Those could be dealt with. All she needed was to land the Katadama trigger. And since the Edo Tensei Jinchuriki couldn't speak freely, once the keyword was forced, they would be pulled straight into the gourd. In any case, she came to try, and the moment she arrived, she heard what Darui had just said. "Tenten, why are you here?" Darui froze, then immediately broke into a grin. "Perfect, you couldn't have come at a better time. Hurry up and use the 6 paths tools on those Jinchuriki." Tenten didn't waste words. She directly produced the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying jar. While controlling it, she called out loudly, "I'll call your name once. You answer understand? Yujito, Roshi, Han, Yudakata. Yes. The four of them answered immediately. Tenten opened the lid at exactly the same time, and the four of them were instantly sucked into the Kohaku no Johei. Bang! The lid slammed shut. The fight was over. Shino had both hands in his pockets and praised without hesitation. As expected of Tenten, she arrives and the battle ends. Everyone else finally relaxed as well, smiling in relief. Even May couldn't hide her envy. This girl is just enviable. She's holding the Six Paths tools, and she even has a powerful boyfriend. Is it that men these days prefer pure girls like her instead of alluring beauties? Hey, your envy is aimed at a very strange target. Darui, meanwhile, asked curiously, why is the Kohaku no Johei with you? Tenten raised a hand and wiped imaginary sweat from her brow, then complained, the rakeage loaned it to me. Seriously, he's the rakeage. What's wrong with just giving me the Kohaku no Johei? If not, I can buy it. My family's rich. The jar just sits in your village warehouse collecting dust anyway. Selling it to me would be better. That really can't happen, Darui said with a wry smile. This was Kumagakure's treasure, an artifact left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. There was no way it would be sold, let alone gifted away. Tenten couldn't be bothered to keep complaining. She understood perfectly well that something like this would never be casually given away. Then she looked toward Uchiha Abido. Abido's face was dark, practically dripping with gloom. He hadn't expected Tenten to suddenly show up with the Kohaku no Johei, and before he could even react, she had sealed all 4 Jinchuriki into it. Those 4 Jinchuriki weren't the real point. The point was that the tailed beasts were inside them. Now those 4 tailed beasts had been taken back, and he had not a single one left in his hands. Didn't that mean all his earlier effort was completely wasted? How was the Eye of the Moon plan supposed to be completed like this? He couldn't help roaring, give the tailed beasts back to me. Tenten stuck her tongue out and ignored him. Then she used Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, and flashed away. She didn't want to fight Uchiha Abido right now. She knew she had recovered the 4 Jinchuriki, so the most critical thing was not letting Abido snatch them back. With the 9-tailed beasts all on the Alliance's side, how exactly were the enemy supposed to win? So smart as she was, Tenten didn't cling to battle. She simply left. You brat, stop right there. Abido bellowed, pure fury. His earlier confidence was nowhere to be seen. Why are you shouting so loudly? Neji regarded Uchiha Abido with calm composure. Tenten is smart, so she left first. She won't give you another chance to steal the tailed beasts back. And she knows Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, neither you nor Uchiha Madara can catch her. Your plan can't succeed. Uchiha Abido fell silent. He had no interest in trading words with Neji. This time, he had brought 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki, and not only had he failed to break through the Alliance's line, he had also lost the 4 Jinchuriki. It was an absurd loss. His gaze swept over everyone present, eyes full of killing intent and indifference. But in the end, he didn't even bother to leave a threat. He used the Rinnegan's repulsive force to defend himself, enduring the attacks, then used Kamui to sink into the other space. He didn't reappear for a long time, making it obvious he had withdrawn. Everyone could only sigh helplessly. Kamui really was absurdly unfair. Once again, they had failed to take Uchiha Abido down. Still, Neji and the others had arrived in time, so there were no heavy casualties. And Tenten had recovered all the tailed beasts, an enormous piece of good news. There was nothing to complain about. They should be celebrating. Neji said, since things are stable here, we should head to Natsuki's side to support him. Tenten is carrying 4 tailed beasts right now. I'm worried the enemy might target her. We should go protect her. That's right. Our job now is to protect the Kohaku no Johei and not give the enemy any opening. Darui agreed. We'll continue holding this defensive line. You all go to tents. She may need support over there too. He whistled, and Badara immediately swooped down. Everyone quickly climbed onto the eagle's back. With a piercing eagle cry, Badara carried the reinforcements toward the 3rd Division's line. Kakashi, meanwhile, looked surprised. You're that happy to have work to do. Tenten shook the scroll containing the Kohaku no Johei and grinned. Heth, you wouldn't believe it. I just went to the 1st Division's coastal line and sealed all 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki into the Kohaku no Johei in one shot. That means the 4-tailed beasts are in here too. What, really? Kakashi was overjoyed. So now all the tailed beasts are on our side. Of course it's true. Tenten handed the scroll over to Kakashi. Give the Kohaku no Johei to the Reikage for safekeeping. Keeping it with me isn't safe. Chapter 375. Kakashi accepted it solemnly, then immediately sprinted toward the Reikage. Once he arrived, he handed the scroll to the Reikage and repeated Tenten's report word for word. Impossible. Unbelievable. That's way too incredible. The 3 Cage were stunned, and then in the next breath, overcome with ecstatic joy. Right now, the 5 living Jinchuriki were being protected on the allied shinobi forces side. Add to that these 4 Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, Jinchuriki, and all 9-tailed beasts were now in the Alliance's hands. So how, exactly, was the enemy supposed to assemble the 10 tails, let alone cast the infinite Tsukuyomi? Guy, still lying there, raised his thumb again and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, that's our tent, nicely done. The 3 Cage gave their approval as well. This was the kind of merit that simply couldn't be disputed. If you counted it up carefully, Natsuki and Tenten, the young couple, were the brightest performers in this entire war. From the very beginning, during the mobilization and preparations, the 2 of them had been flashing around with Huraishin, Flying Thunder God, massively improving the efficiency of the whole mobilization. And now, in strategic operations, Natsuki was personally holding the line against the strongest enemy, Uchiha Madara, while Tenten had sealed the Edo Tensei army and even sealed away 4-tailed beasts. In other words, an overwhelming portion of the credit belonged to the 2 of them. How fortunate the allied shinobi forces were to have these 2 as allies. At this point, victory felt assured. The Reikage chuckled as he put away the scroll containing the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying jar, choosing to personally keep it. As for why Tenten didn't keep it herself, the Reikage could probably understand. Tenten's Huraishin, Flying Thunder God, was fast, but her overall combat strength wasn't top tier. If the enemy caught a single opening, the Kohaku no Johei could easily be snatched away. There was also another reason. Tenten didn't want herself to become a target, because that would make Natsuki worry. And perhaps there was a third reason as well. Tenten's father was just an ordinary civilian. If the enemy played dirty and captured her father to force her to hand over the Kohaku no Johei, she would be trapped in an impossible dilemma. So it was better to hand it to the Reikage for safekeeping. After all, the Kohaku no Johei wasn't truly hers to begin with. That way, she could be unburdened, and her mood would be far lighter. Tsunade sighed with emotion. What a smart girl. Anoki nodded. She is smart, but really, it's also because we aren't strong enough. Otherwise, why would a child have so many concerns? Now that the 4-tailed beasts are entrusted to us for protection, that is only proper. Whether we can hold on to victory, this responsibility should be ours to bear. Isn't that right? The Reikage and Tsunade both nodded in agreement. This was not someone else's duty. If danger was coming, then let it come to them. Over there, Natsuki was still fighting. He had been in sage mode for half an hour already, and there was still no sign of the battle ending. Uchiha Madara found it utterly unbelievable. What kind of monster are you? Instant sage mode is one thing, but you can sustain it for this long too. Natsuki chuckled. Simple, practice more. He wasn't lying. After learning sage mode, Natsuki truly trained it every day. After years of repetition, he had mastered instant activation, and he could maintain it for a long time. That was one of his greatest foundations for confronting Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, Sage Mode could not be combined with the 8 gates. Sage Mode required the balance of 3 energies, kept in a precise ratio, while the 8 gates forcibly opened the body's limits and threw that balance into chaos. Once the balance broke, Sage Mode could no longer be maintained. Still, Natsuki had already reached the level beyond Cage. In Sage Mode, he was not weaker than Uchiha Madara. So there was nothing to regret. He could simply keep fighting. Natsuki continued, guess whose sage mode I learned? Uchiha Madara, intrigued, followed along. Whose? Heh, the person you care about most. I see, then no wonder, hahaha hee. Then say it, you can't even bring yourself to say his name. Are you really his close friend? Are you really his lifelong rival? Hehehe, you little bastard. Uchiha Madara was laughing in anger. It was Natsuki and his girlfriend who had cursed his catchphrase, and now Natsuki was turning around to blame him. Was he trying to provoke him into slipping? Fine. He really was angry now. Natsuki, if you're so capable, then take this. Uchiha Madara activated Susanoo, but his eyes were the Rinnegan. He and Susanoo formed seals together, as though some invisible force were reaching out into outer space to grasp something. Tengai Shinsei, heaven-concealed Earth Star. Boom! An enormous meteor fell from the sky. Everyone stared in shock. Even the three cage gaped like their jaws had dropped clean off, because it was simply beyond imagination. Summoning a meteor, it was practically divine. How could a foe like this possibly be defeated? But Natsuki wasn't surprised at all. He had known Uchiha Madara possessed this technique, so he flew upward to meet it. Very quickly, he reached the underside of the meteor, and at the same time, flicked a formula kunai toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara froze, then his expression changed. In the next moment, the meteor above Natsuki vanished, and reappeared directly above Uchiha Madara's head. Ha, Hurricane, what a freakishly broken technique. Even Uchiha Madara had to admit it. With Natsuki's chakra reserves, moving a tailed beast bomb 10 times larger wouldn't be a problem, let alone a mere meteor. He understood immediately. He had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. And Natsuki was still watching the sky. Soon, he spotted the second meteor. Uchiha Madara loved the second meteor. Enemies who fought desperately to withstand the first would often fall into despair when the second arrived. Just like in the original history, Anoki's old bones had barely held off one meteor, and the second nearly crushed him. But against Natsuki, this trick was useless. Natsuki flew up again, and once more transferred the meteor to hover above Uchiha Madara's head, as if to see how Madara would answer his own summoned calamity. And Uchiha Madara, worthy of the title Usura of the shinobi world, didn't dodge at all. He had Susanoo raise its great sword, then swung it down in a single violent arc. A terrifying blade wave split the two massive meteors into 4 pieces, showing just how monstrous Susanoo's power truly was. 4 fragments crashed down with thunderous detonations. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo remained standing at the center, domineering and invincible. He laughed loudly. Hehaha Hurricane, not bad. Natsuki laughed as well. Your Susanoo is pretty good too. I just wonder if it would break if a meteor actually landed on it. Wanna test it? If you can tank it, I'll give you a thumbs up. HMPH, you think this is a child's game? Uchiha Madara, how could I possibly? Before he could finish, something half black and half white suddenly emerged from the ground at his feet. Who else could it be but Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu spoke rapidly. Madara-sama, bad news? I just received word. Abido brought 4 Jinchuriki to push through the coastal line, but they were taken by Natsuki's girlfriend using the Kohaku no Johei. All 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki are gone. Chapter 376. What, damn it, you idiot. Madara was furious. What was he even doing? All 4 Jinchuriki got taken. That means we don't have a single Jinchuriki left in our hands now. Then what the hell are we even fighting for? Black Zetsu was also feeling a kind of despair. He hadn't expected Abido to be that stupid. After finally capturing the tailed beasts, he actually let them get stolen back. Black Zetsu's plan to save his mother had taken so long to set up. Was it all going to collapse again? Madara kept cursing. He thought his Edo Tensei pain were so amazing, and he even yanked the tailed beasts back out of the Jido Maws after it absorbed them, then stuffed them back into the Jinchuriki bodies, thinking it would boost combat power. And what did it amount to? Just not strong enough. Otherwise, how could he come up with such a brain-dead way to get stronger? Isn't this just handing the enemy a chance to take the tailed beasts back? Black Zetsu said nothing. He couldn't even be bothered to complain anymore. That was exactly why he rushed over to report to Madara, hoping Madara could turn things around. Otherwise, all his work would be wasted again, and his mother still wouldn't be freed. But then, he suddenly felt a hostile gaze. Natsuki, standing across from Madara, locked onto him with a dangerously sharp look. "Hess, Black Zetsu, you're out in the open, huh? Then die." The moment the words fell, Natsuki was already behind him, sweeping a light-speed kick toward him. Bang! Madara's kick intercepted the light-speed strike. A storm-release laser grazed past Black Zetsu's scalp, blasting nearby half of a meteor INTO Chinese letter. Black Zetsu felt death breathing down his neck. He immediately dove underground to get away, then surfaced from a safer spot. Even so, the back of his head still felt icy. He turned around and instantly met Tenten's cold stare. Behind her, Kakashi, Tsunade, Anoki, and even Guy, still lying there, were all watching him with killing intent. What was going on? Why were they directing such murderous hostility at him? Black Zetsu is out, then he can die. Reiten Chakura Shunshin no Jutsu, lightning release. Chakra body flicker technique. A flashed out in an instant, his fist driving straight for Black Zetsu's head. Black Zetsu yelped and slipped back underground. The ground was smashed into a huge crater, but there was no corpse in sight. Daten Kaitsuchi Shokatsu Earth Release. Open Earth Rising Excavation. Rumble. Anoki's Earth Release spread over a wide area. The rocks below bulged upward in an instant, actually forcing up several White Zetsu. Clearly, Black Zetsu had been relying on underground White Zetsu to monitor everywhere and relay information through their network. But Black Zetsu himself was nowhere to be seen. Seems like he's here. Tsunade slammed a monstrous strength punch that split apart a section of ground, yet Black Zetsu still didn't appear. Kakashi shrugged. That guy's the #1 runner. Killing him is really not easy. Everyone looked regretful. It was rare for Black Zetsu to show himself. If they could have killed him, that would have been ideal. With that deepest hidden snake gone, Otsutsuki Kaguya probably wouldn't be released. Bangs, bangs, bang. Natsuki and Madara exchanged another clash, then pulled apart to face each other at distance. Madara stared at Tense. "I heard you used the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying pot, to take away 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki." Tenten put her hands on her hips proudly. "Yeah, that teammate of yours, Abido, was way too polite. He delivered the tailed beasts right to me. I couldn't exactly refuse, right? A teammate like that, maybe he really is." Madara clearly looked down on Abido too, but his tone turned threatening. "Hand the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying pot over to me. I can spare you and Natsuki. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Natsuki laughed. "Big talk, but you still haven't beaten me." Tenten spread her hands. "It's not with me. That tool wasn't mine to begin with. I was only borrowing it. You're threatening the wrong person." "Not with her." Madara's eyes sharpened as he swept his gaze over the people behind. Or admitted it bluntly. "It's with me. After this, I'll send it to Killer Bee. Then all 9-tailed beasts will be hidden away. You and Abido can forget about getting even one." "Good, as long as you admit it." Madara took a long look at A, then glanced at the sky. Finally, he said, "I'm tired of fighting today and it's getting late. We'll fight again tomorrow. Natsuki, you've got a cute girlfriend, so cherish your life. I advise you to know what's good for you and stop opposing me. Otherwise, tomorrow I won't hold back. And you, Kate, go ahead, hide your Jinchuriki as well as you can. Tomorrow I will seize every last one back. Ha 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 ha." He was still that confident. Even with all the tailed beasts gone, practically back to square one in a single day. But he was confident anyway, because he was a true overlord. He had the right to be confident. Natsuki, however, seemed to think of something. "Tomorrow is the full moon." Madara chuckled. "You're smart enough. That's right, tomorrow is the full moon, the best time to activate Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Before tomorrow night ends, I will open Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Go die." Bang, Madara vanished. Everyone stared at the spot where he disappeared, silent for a long time. This was only the second day since the start of the 4th Shinobi World War, and yet it had already reached this point, far beyond what anyone imagined. Still, the allied shinobi forces had achieved an enormous victory. They had eliminated the White Zetsu army, destroyed the Edo Tensei army, dealt a heavy blow to Madara and Abido, and even snatched back four-tailed beasts in the end. It was a victory worth being proud of and happy about. But the war wasn't over. They absolutely couldn't get complacent over a single win, otherwise the enemy could flip the table and kill them all. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki suggested, "Is there a way to make tomorrow night overcast?" Make it overcast, that's a creative idea. Even Kakashi couldn't help smiling. But you're right. If Madara needs to cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, through the moon, then we make the sky overcast for him, better yet, a thunderstorm, so the moon can't be seen. Let's see how he activates it then. Everyone laughed, but they were also running the feasibility through their minds. Maybe it really could work. After all, if you can't see the moon, then Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, can't activate right. Creating rainy weather wasn't hard either. Put enough water vapor into the sky and the clouds would thicken, darkening the heavens. But for a monster like Madara, someone who could even drag down meteors, dispersing clouds should be easy. It probably wouldn't be enough to stop him. They'd need something stronger. As Madara withdrew, the fighting here could finally be considered a win. The shinobi in the rear all erupted into cheers, not just celebrating victory, but celebrating that they were still alive. Just then, an eagle's cry rang down from above. Neji and the others leapt down as well. Seeing the scene so jubilant, they thought Madara had been killed. After asking, they learned it wasn't that. Madara had simply retreated, but it still counted as a victory, more or less. Chapter 377. When the battle ended, Natsuki immediately used Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to take everyone back to the main headquarters. The first thing, of course, was to eat a proper meal. After all, Natsuki had been fighting Madara for a long time, and everyone else had been watching for a long time too. Their stomachs had been growling ages ago, so naturally they needed to replenish themselves properly now. And after eating, Natsuki and Tenten went to take a thorough bath as well. Once they were done washing up, they climbed into bed together, held each other close, and fell into a peaceful sleep. Tomorrow was definitely going to be a brutal fight, so some things were better left undone, so they wouldn't end up with shaky legs at the critical moment. But if the two of them could rest, the cage couldn't. When Gaara saw that everyone had returned safely, he truly let out a huge sigh of relief. He felt guilty that he couldn't go to the front lines and fight, but he also understood that not getting captured in the rear was itself a major strategic objective, so he could only accept the arrangement and swallow his pride. Still, he had been working hard in the rear in every way he could: information relay, intelligence analysis, and decision discussions. He participated actively in all of it. It could be said that while the commander wasn't at headquarters, it was Gaara's efforts that kept the entire camp running in an orderly manner. After the meal, a new strategy meeting began. The 5 Cage and all other key figures attended, everyone except Natsuki and Tent, and no one thought anything was strange. Natsuki and Tenten had been more than active enough today, with the greatest achievements and the greatest exhaustion. No one had the nerve to disturb the top contributors. At worst, they could brief them on the conclusions tomorrow, and if they had objections, they could raise them then. Tomorrow is the full moon, the time Madara and Abido most want to activate Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, said heavily. Right now, the 5 Jinchuriki Gaara, Sasuke, Fu, Killer Bee, and Naruto are all under our protection. And the 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki, Yuji, Roshi, Han, and Utakata, have been sealed inside the Kohaku no Johei amber purifying pot. You could say all 9-tailed beasts are in our hands, but we can't get complacent because of that. Tomorrow is going to be a hard fight across the board. Tsunade agreed. Exactly. Madara and Abido are both extraordinary. If they intend to activate Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, tomorrow night, then they'll launch a fierce assault tomorrow during the day, or even tonight. We have to prepare for everything. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Especially at the point about those two being extraordinary, no one objected. Even though Abido kept getting forced into setbacks, his Kamui intangibility was extremely difficult to deal with, which was exactly why he had managed to escape again and again. On top of that, Abido had the Rinnegan. He simply wasn't using it well yet. Who knew whether he might suddenly master some terrifying technique and catch everyone off guard? If that happened, it would be a serious problem. As for Madara, there was no need to even say more. That man was genuinely strong. Right now, only Natsuki could hold him back. But Natsuki's chakra was limited, while Madara, as an Edo Tensei body, didn't need to worry about chakra at all. Once Natsuki ran out, that would be the moment Madara cut loose and slaughtered everyone. What frightened them most was that Madara had clearly been hit by the Katadama curse of the Six Paths tools, yet he could still hold out for so long without being sucked into the red gourd. It was absurd. Tenten had nearly shut down over it, because it was simply too hard to comprehend. So, has anyone considered telling them the truth? Gaara suddenly said. If they knew Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, is Black Zetsu's scam, would they wake up? Anoki shook his head decisively. They won't. In fact, Kakashi already told Abido a lot of the truth long ago, and he didn't believe it. Natsuki told Madara during the fight too, and Madara didn't believe it either. They think we're deliberately feeding them lies to shake their resolve and conviction, so they refuse to believe us. So that was it, what a pity. Gaara was disappointed. He'd never imagined he'd learn such a thing in the first place. But it wasn't surprising. Those two had been plotting for years. How could they change their minds over a few words from someone else, or start doubting their own beliefs? And for Black Zetsu to deceive both of them, his ability to disguise himself had to be exceptional. Even Madara had never once suspected Black Zetsu was deceiving him. It could only be said that Black Zetsu's planning and acting were far too masterful. At that moment, Mei spoke up. Then how do we arrange things next? This is the top priority. Or tomorrow, let Gaara go over there too and take the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying pot with him. That way the enemy won't get even a single-tailed beast. No, Neji spoke up in opposition. If the location gets exposed, wouldn't that mean we get wiped out in one net? The others all nodded. In truth, even though the island turtle's location was concealed, it wasn't impossible to find, especially with someone like Black Zetsu, whose abilities were hard to predict. They had to be cautious. If they really sent all the Jinchuriki to the island turtle, and it was discovered, then it would truly be over. During the meeting, they didn't even dare to say the island turtle's name out loud, afraid Black Zetsu might have some special way of listening in. Gaara thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped the table and said solemnly, "Everyone, forgive my shamelessness. I've decided to hide at Mount Mayaboku." Swish, everyone looked at Gaara, surprised, relieved, and even admiring. Clearly, Gaara understood the stakes. Even though the allied shinobi forces seemed to have the upper hand, they still had to guard against Madara's violent counterattack. The best approach was to hide the Jinchuriki properly. If the island turtle might be discovered, then they should go somewhere far harder to find. Mount Mayaboku. That was why Gaara called it shameless. He felt that while everyone else was fighting, he, as the allied forces' overall commander, was going to hide, which was genuinely embarrassing. But he also knew the strategic meaning of doing so was enormous. Because even Madara didn't know where Mount Mayaboku was. If a single Jinchuriki was hidden at Mount Mayaboku, then how would the enemy capture him? How would the enemy assemble the Ten Tails? How would the enemy activate Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi? They simply couldn't. They were doomed to lose. Anoki nodded in approval. Good kid, you're very impressive. Before, I looked down on you for being such a young Kazekage. Now I dare say this, your Kazekage is far better than your father, Rasa. Agreed, Gaara's method is excellent, affirmed. In that case, immediately have Gaara take the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying pot, to Mount Mayaboku. I refuse to believe we can still lose after that. The others all voted in favor. I immediately handed the scroll containing the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying pot, over to Gaara. Jirya directly summoned Fukasaku and Shima. The two great toad sages also understood that the shinobi world faced catastrophe, so they decisively reverse-summoned Gaara to Mount Mayaboku. Everyone, the peace of the shinobi world depends on your efforts. Fukasaku left those words behind, and he and Shima departed. At that, everyone finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. It really felt like, with this, the Allied side simply could not lose. Chapter 378. In the Land of Lightning, on a certain hidden mountain, Madara and Obito met. Madara said nothing, but the pressure radiating from him made Obito not dare to step any closer. This was the part Obito could never learn. He had impersonated Madara for years. He could only mimic Madara's voice, but he could never mimic Madara's dominating presence. That aura, calmly imposing without anger, and once enraged, able to make blood run like rivers, was something he would never master. Because, deep down, he and Madara were fundamentally different. Madara carried the shinobi world in his heart, and he was a peerless warlord who had slaughtered his way through countless battlefields. Obito, on the other hand, was just a foolish kid with romance on the brain. How could it be the same? Obito, what you did this time is honestly beyond words, Madara said in a low, heavy tone that only made him more terrifying. Didn't expect it, ha. Madara laughed. What didn't you expect? Forget Tenten Natsuki, who was fighting me, could have teleported over the next second if he wanted. You didn't know that those two can use Huraishin, Flying Thunder God? Even if Tenten hadn't brought the Kohaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, she still had the red gourd. And the fact that she can use the Six Paths tools, you didn't know that either. At that, Obito had nothing to say. Because all of that was intelligence they had already known. It was only because he had been careless and underestimated the enemy that today's crushing defeat happened. And fine, you copied Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain. Fine, you used Edo Tensei Jinchuriki too, but you pulled the tailed beasts back out of the Jido maws after it had already absorbed them, stuffed them back into the Jinchuriki again, and then openly took them into battle. Isn't that just telling them the tailed beasts are with you, so they can come take them back? What did you think our plan was going too smoothly, so you decided to add difficulty on purpose? Obito stayed silent. He had honestly thought his Edo 6 Paths were excellent. Reusing the Jinchuriki as combat assets was, in his mind, nothing short of brilliant. And in the original history, his Edo 6 Paths really were strong. It was just that here, he had run into opponents. 2 people who could use Huraishin, Flying Thunder God. One who was no weaker than Madara, and one who could use the 6 Paths tools and provide support anywhere at any time. Against those two, there was no way not to take losses. In fact, Tenten sealing the Edo Tensei army all over the battlefield had already been a clear example. But Obito was arrogant. He still charged ahead stubbornly, thinking he was incredible, only to end up suffering a total collapse. In Madara's eyes, there were only 2 words for it: ridiculous. But Madara had no choice. Back then, he had only chosen this loser because the naive dead last was easy to manipulate, so he plotted to have Obito take over his position and wait for his own revival. Then they ran into monsters like Natsuki, Tenten, Neji, and Shihei, and this disastrous defeat was simply inevitable. Still, what's done is done. There's no point blaming you now, Madara said, as though his anger had faded, his tone turning light and casual. You also know you're impatient. A grand plan like this must be steady. Rest well tonight. Starting tomorrow, we launch a full assault. Since the tailed beasts are all with them, we just eliminate them and seize the tailed beasts completely. In the end, it's not that complicated. Madara spoke as if, with him present, every plan would proceed smoothly, and he truly had the arrogance to match. But Obito was still worried. But can you really defeat Natsuki? That guy is absurd, and his girlfriend Tenten has the 6 Paths tools, and there are 2 other peers who are also very strong, Hyuga Neji and Aburame Shihei. Obito, don't forget who I am. Madara declared domineeringly. I am Madara Uchiha. In this world, the only one who can truly act against me is Lusai. Madara shook his head. I've been hit by the curse of the 6 Paths tools. There are some words I can't say. What? Isn't that terrible? And yet you still haven't been sealed. You're insane. Obito suddenly felt that maybe he really had underestimated Madara. A person cursed by the 6 Paths tools, and it barely affects him, only that some words can't be spoken. That was unbelievably outrageous, yet Madara said it like it was nothing. Truly worthy of the legend. Well, aside from not being able to say certain words, I also can't stay silent for too long, Madara added, explaining in advance so Abido wouldn't look at him strangely later tonight. So tonight I can only talk to myself. Don't take it too seriously. It's all minor. Then he asked Black Zetsu, I told you to investigate, has it shifted? Black Zetsu responded immediately. Madara-sama, I have a hypothesis. With the allied shinobi forces deploying defenses like this, the Jinchuriki's location is clearly somewhere behind their main headquarters. I infiltrated to probe it. On the coastline behind their headquarters, they've stationed many shinobi, as if guarding something out at sea. It's said that in the seas of the Land of Lightning, there is a creature called an island turtle, a sea turtle as large as an island, roaming year-round. If someone were hidden on it, it might be hard to find. Madara's eyes lit up at once. An island turtle, can you confirm where it is? Black Zetsu shook his head. Not exactly, but I can narrow the rough area. Tomorrow I'll go again. I will definitely be able to find it. Good, do it that way. Madara began assigning tasks. Tomorrow, Abido and I will launch a direct assault toward the Allied main headquarters. We'll capture the One-Tail's host, Gaara, first. Black Zetsu, you find where the other Jinchuriki are as quickly as possible. Once you do, the two of us will go kill our way over there. Presumably, we can also locate the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying pot. Everything will proceed according to plan, so there's no need to worry. Abido and Black Zetsu truly did relax. Because Madara's strength was their trump card, because he was Madara, the legend of the shinobi world. Oh right, where did Kabuto go? Madara seemed to suddenly remember that person. That man was still holding a Rinnegan. They had to get it back as soon as possible, or have Black Zetsu control him and use Rin Tensei, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, to revive Madara. But Abido shook his head. I don't know. What have you been doing? Abido immediately argued back. Don't look at me like that. You should ask Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu collaborated with Kabuto on his own. In fact, there are many things I don't know. Asking me is useless. Chapter 379. Meanwhile, Kabuto and Orochimaru's group had already arrived outside Konoha, at the Uzumaki clan shrine. Don't ask how they got there so quickly, they were just there. Although the land of whirlpools had long since fallen, a shrine still existed in Konoha. Because Uzumaki Maido, Senju Hashirama's wife, and Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato's wife, were both Uzumaki, and neither of them had a simple background. However, with Maido and Kushina both deceased, the shrine had gradually fallen into ruin. After entering the shrine, Orochimaru extended snake heads from his hands and began selecting among the masks on the wall. Before long, he had chosen one. Kabuto was curious. You found it that fast? Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. Haha, I've seen the Shinigami before, after all. I know it's sent. Next, I only need to summon the Shinigami and trade its sacrifices for the souls of my arms and the souls of several Hokage. Kabuto, did you bring the white Zetsu? Kabuto tossed out several white Zetsu. Already prepared, please use them, Orochimaru-sama. However, Kabuto didn't seem particularly interested in the ritual to come. He looked absent-minded, as if thinking about something else. Orochimaru noticed. What, do you have something to do? Kabuto didn't hide it. Earlier, because of the Rinnegan matter, Abido set me up. I was thinking. He probably wants to see the person he loves most, so I want too. Haha, Kabuto, you really are a wicked man. Orochimaru said that, but he didn't stop him. Go handle your business. Guren and the others will guard this place. Nothing will go wrong. I'm going to begin the ritual. I'm looking forward to getting my arms back. With that, he put on the mask and began the ritual to summon the Shinigami. Kabuto left the shrine and headed straight for the cemetery. He'd been an infiltrator in Konoha for quite a while, so he naturally knew how to find the graves of those who died during the Third Shinobi War. Not long after, he found Nohara Rin's headstone. Hes, Abido, if you offend a venomous snake, you should be prepared to be bitten back. I'll let your beloved White Moonlight witness what you've become. I wonder whether her heart will ache, or whether yours will hurt even more. When Kabuto returned to the shrine, Orochimaru's ritual was already finished. Orochimaru clenched and unclenched his fists, savoring the strength in his hands, and the smile on his face finally became much more genuine. Only he knew how agonizing it had been to lose his arms. Now that he had retrieved them, now that he had healthy hands again, many things would become far easier. As for the 4 people who had been brought back via Edo Tensei, they all looked tense. Senju Tabarama glared at Orochimaru with hostility. "So it's you again, this Orochimaru, using Edo Tensei to bring us back? You dare abuse the technique I created." Hiruzen looked shocked as well. "My soul, and the souls of the first and second, should have been devoured by the Shinigami. And yet Minato has been released too. Even a technique like Shiki Fujin, Reaper Death Seal, has been undone. Orochimaru, what exactly are you trying to do?" Hashirama scratched his head. "So, what's going on here?" Minato, on the other hand, smiled like a little son. "First Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama, hello. I'm the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. 3rd Hokage-sama, long time no see." "Oh, you're the 4th, it's already the 4th. Hashirama looked very interested. "So how is the village now? It should be stable and peaceful, right?" Minato awkwardly scratched his head. I don't know. I died earlier than 3rd Hokage-sama, so I was swallowed by the Shinigami first." Hashirama suddenly understood. "Right, you and Saru weren't sealed together, then who is the 5th now?" Orochimaru kindly reminded him, "It's your granddaughter, Tsunade." At that, Hashirama's expression stiffened, and he looked deeply worried about the village, leaving everyone confused. Was he worried Tsunade couldn't protect the village properly? "It's because I spoiled little Tsuna back then. She learned my gambling habit. I'm really afraid she'll gamble the whole village away. Ha 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 ha." Seeing the so-called god of shinobi acting so unreliable, everyone immediately had black lines all over their faces. It really felt like this god of shinobi was not what they had imagined. At that moment, Hiruzen stared straight at Orochimaru and demanded sternly, "Orochimaru, you brought the 4 of us back with Edo Tensei. What are you doing this for? Don't tell me you still intend to destroy the village." "Oh no, it doesn't matter." Kabuto walked in, pushing up his glasses. "Right now, Madara has launched the 4th Shinobi World War. We're here to take you to the battlefield." "What? The 4th Shinobi World War?" Hashirama couldn't help pressing a hand to his forehead. "That baka Madara, what on earth is he doing now?" Minato asked, "So the situation is bad and you want us to help?" Kabuto shook his head. "No, you've misunderstood. We're not on the side of the allied shinobi forces. We're with Madara, and we're not asking you for help. You have no choice but to follow orders and act as Madara's partners, and join the final battle against the allied shinobi forces." Those words left all 4 Hokage stunned. They could vaguely sense that this shinobi war was unlike any before. Perhaps it had already gone completely insane, beyond anything they could imagine. Early the next morning, the allied shinobi forces began moving. Every division pulled its defensive lines back, relying tightly on the main headquarters. Since they knew Madara would attack aggressively, scattering their forces wasn't a good idea. Better to unite and face the powerful enemy together. Tsunade and the others stopped sitting in offices. Instead, they set up directly on the front line, discussing tactics while waiting for the enemy to arrive. As for Natsuki and Tenten, they'd slept wonderfully. After washing up, they also enjoyed a satisfying breakfast. Then they prepared all their gear, refreshed and high-spirited, and headed to the front. "So today is the decisive battle?" Natsuki looked at the arrangement and understood. "But I don't think having more people will necessarily help. It might just mean more casualties." I was confident. "Natsuki, you're young, maybe you haven't seen true army warfare. People say strength in numbers for a reason, it's not just talk. Madara's fire release is strong, so we counter with a crowd of water release. It's that simple. With enough people, numbers do matter." Tsunade explained in more detail. "Natsuki, I know you're strong, but Madara is an Edo Tensei body. His chakra is endless, while you will eventually run out. When that happens, others have to step in so you have time to rest. Do you understand?" Natsuki nodded. He did understand. "So next, it's 80,000 versus 2. The advantage is ours, right?" Chapter 380. Since the arena had already been set, Natsuki wasn't in a hurry anymore. He directly pulled out a big pile of sunflower seeds and started cracking them, cracking as he thought through what other loopholes might still exist. Then Tenten reached out too and grabbed a handful. The couple munched nonstop like two little hamsters, not the slightest bit nervous. It made the 4-cage, who had been somewhat tense, look at them with a mix of amusement and helplessness. A rumbled, "Why are you eating hamster food? Is that stuff even good?" Natsuki chuckled, "You don't get it. Hamsters are picky eaters. If they like it, it must be delicious. Like peanuts, hamsters don't eat peanuts. Look, peanuts are really." He blinked, "Bamboo shoots." I didn't respond, but he seemed to think it made sense. Hearing that, May also reached over and took some. "Watching you two eat so happily, I want to try it too. Waiting around is boring." Then she copied Natsuki and Tenten's motions, one after another, and very quickly got addicted. Humans generally don't dislike nuts and seeds, and girls who like snacks especially enjoy them. Once you master the fast eating method, it's hard to stop. Seeing that, Tsunade grabbed a handful as well. After chewing a bit, she felt thirsty. A jug of sake would be perfect right now. May gave a thumbs up. "The Hawkage is right, so want a drink." Seeds with alcohol, naturally. But their conversation made A and Anoki want to roll their eyes. Eating seeds was one thing, but they were seriously talking about drinking too. Didn't they know they were about to fight a powerful enemy? Were they planning to go out there and fight with drunken boxing? Fortunately, the enemy still hadn't arrived. Just then a scout rushed up and shouted, "Madara is here, Madara is here, Abido is with him." The 4-cage immediately stood, locking their eyes forward. Soon they saw a man in red Warring State's armor approaching, with a man in a black cloak patterned with red clouds walking beside him. "Madara. Abido." A shouted, "Prepare to engage." The allied shinobi forces answered with a thunderous roar, the scene vast and imposing. 80,000 versus 2, no one could say who would win yet. But the allied side's morale was sky-high, not losing in the slightest to Madara's dominating aura. Madara crossed his arms and called out, "Allied shinobi forces, listen well. I, Madara, order you today to hand over all the tailed beasts, and I will spare your lives. If you refuse, don't blame me for being ruthless." Enough talk. I didn't hold back at all. A dead man from the old era belongs in the grave, and his soul belongs in the pure land. Stop stirring up chaos in the world of the living. Madara, since you started this war, today there's only one outcome, 3 straight wins. As for Abido, the one who declared war, he wasn't even worth acknowledging. Abido didn't mind. He was never doing this for any grand cause for the shinobi world. He was doing it for love and longing, that was all. Madara laughed at A's words. A mad, unrestrained laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, if that's the case then let's begin, Ruruka." As he spoke, he charged straight at them, openly calling for a duel. "Natsuki, you didn't get enough yesterday, did you? Come, fight me again." Natsuki waved a hand. "You old man are cheating. Edo Tensei doesn't fear death. Every time I kill you, you refuse to admit defeat. Who wants to fight you? Edo Tensei first, then we'll talk." "Heh, that's not up to you." Madara's speed increased even more, like an arrow loosed from a bow. And he understood clearly. In the entire allied force, the strongest one was probably Natsuki. If he defeated Natsuki, dealing with the allied force afterward would become far simpler. Since that was the case, he might as well start by scratching the itch from yesterday. But before he could reach them, the surrounding shinobi attacked first. On the left, a mass water release surged out. On the right, a mass lightning release erupted. The combined damage of lightning and water was no joke. Let's see how Madara handles it. HMPH, mere grains of sand. Madara sneered and directly activated Susanoo for defense, completely unafraid of the allied forces' combined assault. When the attacks ended, Madara was unscathed. He even turned and fired a fire release back toward the side that had just used water release. Those shinobi, drained of water and caught off guard, would be burned to death for sure. Daten Doryuheki Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Fortunately, shinobi from the rear rushed forward, piling up a towering stone wall together, finally blocking the sea of flames. Yet even hiding behind the wall, they were still roasted by the heat until it was unbearable. Many felt fear rising in their hearts, convinced that Madara could not be defeated. The 4-cage saw it too, and realized the Allied forces' ordinary strength wasn't enough. They couldn't sit still anymore. The next second, 5 people charged Madara together. Why 5? Because Jiraiya also went into battle, making up for Gaara's absence. For the moment, it was effectively the 5-cage facing Madara. Ha ha ha, this time it's 5 of you at once. Madara's smile was full of disdain. Last time, 3-cage couldn't win. Add 2 more and you still won't win. You're just struggling in vain, stalling for time, completely meaningless. But Tsunade and the others didn't answer. They simply charged forward relentlessly. Jiraiya struck first, summoning Gamabunta, then unleashing a roaring fire release. Katen Gamma Yuenden fire release, Toad oil flame bullet. If you looked closely, you could even see his eye corners marked with shadowed pigmentation. He had clearly entered Sage mode already. The moment Madara appeared, he had begun preparing, and now it was time to use it. Against a terrifying enemy like Madara, Jiraiya knew he had to go all out, so he entered Sage mode without hesitation. Good. Madara gave him praise, but with Susanoo up, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. He crashed straight through Jiraiya's flame bullet and instantly arrived before Gamabunta. Susanoo's massive twin swords chopped down. Gamabunta didn't dare be careless. He immediately drew his blade to meet it, yet the next second, Susanoo's twin swords pressed him down, the difference in raw power obvious. Gamabunta couldn't help complaining. Jiraiya, you bastard. You summon me out and it's to fight this kind of monster. Jiraiya sighed helplessly. Gamabunta, I don't have a choice, hold on. Gamabunta couldn't be bothered to argue more and instead gritted down and held the line. The Toads of Mount Mayaboku honored their contracts. If they were summoned, they would help Jiraiya to the end. Besides, Fukasaku and Shima had specifically instructed it. Even Gamabunta didn't dare disobey. Still, clashing head-on with Madara's Susanoo was truly making things difficult for him. Seeing that, Tsunade quickly used a summoning jutsu as well. The massive Katsuyu appeared, and a mouthful of acid sprayed directly onto Susanoo, instantly corroding 3 holes through it. As expected, Katsuyu was in a league of her own. Acid was terrifying. Even Madara looked surprised. The 3 great sage regions, huh? They're all beasts, but they do have some skill. Indeed. Chapter 381. On the other side, a group of people blocked Abaido's path. Neji, Shino, Kuretsuchi, Darui, Chijuro, and Temari, each one a standout young talent from their village. Darui, young talent. Forget it, Kakashi was the one in front anyway. Kakashi stared straight at Abaido with a solemn gaze and tried to talk him down. Abaido, stop. Everyone here is part of the allied shinobi forces, and the world you want to create isn't real. Rin won't be real there either. Shut up. Abaido roared, if you're here to stop me, then we fight. Today, it's either you die or I win. Kakashi shook his head. If you insist on this, then I'll have to knock some sense into you. With that, he raised a kunai and charged. Abaido didn't use his eye power at all. He raised his own kunai and met Kakashi head-on, clashing blade to blade. But his taijutsu really wasn't great. Before long, Kakashi caught him cleanly and kicked him to the ground. Kakashi moved in to restrain him, only to be blasted back by a sudden repulsive force. Clearly, Abaido had lost the exchange in taijutsu and could only fall back on what he was actually good at. Neji, of course, wasn't about to stand there and let Kakashi reminisce with an old friend. He surged forward and unleashed Hack Rokujian Shinkusho, 8 trigrams, 64 vacuum palms. Palm after palm detonated with violent bursts of repulsion, forcing Abaido to activate intangibility at once. But Kakashi didn't have the luxury of holding back anymore. He used Kamui, Divine Authority, as well, canceling out Abaido's Kamui, Divine Authority, intangibility. Abaido's face changed dramatically. He immediately pushed the Rinnegan's power, blocking all of Neji's palm strikes. Daten Doskijun Earth Release, Earthstone Spikes. Kuretsuchi joined in, and stone spears erupted from the ground, stabbing toward Abido. Abido could only evade. With his Kamui, divine authority, countered by Kakashi and the Rinnegan pressured by Neji, he had no spare bandwidth left to handle everyone else's attacks at the same time. Futen, Kametachi no Jutsu Wind Release, Sickle Weasel Technique. Ranton, Ryuza Sakusu Storm Release, Laser Circus. Hurriemkari Kaiho, Hurriemkari Release. Temari, Darui, and Chijuro attacked in sequence, battering Abido into a steady retreat. Shino, on the other hand, didn't move. In Shino's view, Abido's techniques were already completely countered. Stepping in now would be nothing more than kicking a man while he was down. He wasn't interested, so not acting was fine. Besides, he had a feeling the situation would not remain this straightforward. Something would change later, there would be a variable. So he conserved stamina and chakra now, waiting for the moment he would actually need to act, when he could truly make a decisive impact. Neji had similar thoughts. Neji wasn't stupid. He would never believe they could defeat Madara and Abido that easily. If it were truly that simple, then with Natsuki's strength, it would have been done already. So caution was the better choice, save strength for when it mattered. As for Abido's repulsion barrier, breaking it wasn't difficult at all. A few techniques would be enough. Over on the other front, Madara naturally saw Abido's predicament, but he couldn't be bothered to intervene. In his eyes, Abido had brought it on himself. He'd had 2 Kamui, divine authority, and still handed one over to Kakashi. Now he was countered, and he couldn't even manifest Susanoo, armored avatar. A Mangekyo that can't use Susanoo, armored avatar. Does that even count as a Mangekyo anymore? Reitan, Juryubo Lightning Release, Heavy Flow Violent. Daten, Chokajugan no Jutsu Earth Release, Ultra Added Weight Rock Technique. Reikage A began a hard push. Tsuchikage Anoki climbed onto his back again, and with the two working together, the scorching impact slammed into Susanoo, armored avatar, tearing jagged cracks across it. Tsunade seized the opening and drove a monstrous strength punch into it, smashing Susanoo, armored avatar, to pieces. Mei naturally followed up immediately. Suten, Suiryu no Jutsu Water Release, Water Dragon Technique, surged forth and blasted Madara up into the sky. Now, Anoki decisively unleashed Jinten Dust Release straight into Madara's body. But before he could celebrate, he saw it get absorbed. A Rinnegan Technique, Fuin Hanton Sealing Rebound. Even though he'd already known this was likely, Anoki still couldn't hide his frustration. Madara counterattacked at once. He formed seals and spat out 5 fire dragons, locking onto all 5 of them with precision. Katten, Ryuin Hoka no Jutsu Fire Release, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. The fire dragons struck from above, below, left, right, every angle. The hit rate was effectively guaranteed. There was no dodging. The only option was to endure it head-on. Jirya and Anoki immediately worked together to raise Daten. Doryuheki, Earth Release, Earth-style wall, but the wall was blown apart with ease, forcing the 5 of them into a desperate scramble to avoid being engulfed. When the allied shinobi forces saw even the cage fighting together getting bullied by Madara, morale faltered. Some even felt fear take root, stumbling backward in panic. Natsuki chose that moment to speak. Tsunade-sama, finished with your senior citizen calisthenics, isn't it about time you handed the field over to the younger generation? Tsunade laughed and cursed at him. You brat asking to get hit, are you? I'm eternally young, I don't need any senior calisthenics. That said, if you're that impatient to get in there, fine, I'll let you have it. The other 4 exchanged glances. They could tell they weren't Madara's match, and there was nothing else for it. They'd assumed 5 of them together could at least hold Madara off for a while, but it turned out they still couldn't. If that was the case, then they had to rotate out and let Natsuki take over personally. Once they were off the field, they would recover properly. When Natsuki needed to rest, that would be the moment the 5 old folks stepped back in to fight and buy time. Whoosh! In the next instant, Natsuki appeared in front of Tsunade, facing Madara directly. Madara didn't seize the chance to strike. Instead, he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Natsuki, you finally decided to move. If you'd stalled just a little longer, I'd have killed those 5. You should know you won't get that chance. Natsuki's tone stayed calm. Madara, I'll say it one last time. You really were deceived by Black Zetsu. He isn't your will, he's. Enough, Madara cut him off, clearly unwilling to hear another word. You brat don't know what you're talking about, so stop babbling, fight, or get lost. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to continue either. He silently drew the demon blade, 1,000 blades. This was going to be a battle of attrition. He didn't want to open with his trump cards, so if he could drag it out, he would drag it out. Natsuki had a strong feeling there would be another twist later, which meant he had to preserve enough power to respond. Besides, in Edo Tensei form, Madara couldn't truly be killed. Sealing wasn't an option here either, so all they could do was grind him down little by little. If Madara revived for real, then he could be killed instead. Which meant assassination-style tactics might actually be the right approach. What you plan to win with swordplay? Madara sneered. How I fight is my choice. As he spoke, Natsuki swept the demon blade, 1,000 blades horizontally. The blade body shattered and extended at the same time, reaching Madara's throat in the blink of an eye. Madara let out a cold laugh. He didn't even bother with Susanoo, armored avatar. He simply leaned back into a deep bend at the waist, letting the strike pass over him. Scatter. Natsuki snapped his wrist. In an instant, more than 1,000 fragments burst outward, turning into a dense storm of hidden weapons that shot toward Madara. Madara immediately stepped into Uchiha Buyo, Uchiha dance steps, weaving like a butterfly through the blizzard of shards. His Sharingan tracked everything with perfect clarity, ensuring not a single fragment could touch him. Chapter 382. Even though an Edo body wouldn't actually be harmed, Madara still dodged. That was Uchiha pride. Getting tagged by mere hidden weapons would be humiliating. And they were fighting in front of practically the entire shinobi world. No matter what, he couldn't afford to lose face. The Uchiha cared deeply about appearances. Natsuki, seeing this, smiled faintly. He poured lightning release chakra into his grip, and instantly arcs of electricity linked every fragment together. In the next moment, a lightning net formed, enclosing Madara within it. Oh, a new way to play. Madara raised a brow, then unleashed Katen. Goka Mekiaku, fire release, great fire annihilation, drowning the 1,000 blades fragments in a sea of flame. Under that blaze, even the lightning seemed to be burned away. Many fragments clattered to the ground, as if they had lost their connection to the hilt. Natsuki formed a one-handed seal and spat out Sutin. Tepidama, water release. Water bullet, a high-pressure water jet that pierced through the firestorm and shot straight at Madara, only for Madara to lean aside and avoid it. But high-pressure jet meant it was continuous. Natsuki tilted his head, and the water lance kept tracking Madara, as if it would not stop until it bored straight through him. Madara flipped and twisted non-stop to evade. Natsuki's water jet pursued relentlessly. In no time, the ground was carved into a shredded mess by the cutting stream, yet Madara still wasn't touched even once. Then, Madara seized an opening and lunged toward Natsuki. He was in close in the blink of an eye, Uchiha-style punches, driving straight for Natsuki's face. But Natsuki suddenly lifted the hilt. Guided by it, the 1,000 fragments flew back, instantly recombining into a long blade. With a backhand slash, he severed Madara's fist cleanly off. Nice, Madara actually praised him. But Madara's severed hand still continued forward and slammed into Natsuki's face, punching him straight back. Natsuki flipped once and landed, glaring at Madara with clear displeasure. This old comrade really liked hitting people in the face. Did he not know a man's face was important, too? Around them, the allied shinobi forces watched in silence, swallowing hard. They hadn't expected Natsuki to trade blows with Madara in ninjutsu and taijutsu, and come out even, maybe even slightly ahead. If Madara hadn't been an Edo body, he would have genuinely lost an arm. In theory, that meant Natsuki had the edge, but this was not sparring, it was a fight to the death. What mattered most wasn't theory. Even so, everyone had just witnessed the terrifying power of Konoha's demon blade. Morale surged back. At the very least, no one believed Madara was invincible anymore, and fear no longer spread as easily. Madara's hand regenerated. He folded his arms. "So, you plan to kill me like this?" Natsuki didn't bother with chatter. He simply put away the demon blade, 1,000 blades, then sprinted straight at Madara at high speed. When he was about to reach him, he suddenly opened his mouth and fired a beam of light. "Here comes a Coke." It was one of 6 paths Madara's techniques, actually called Ranton, Koga, Storm Release, Light Fang. A laser fired from the mouth, sweeping wide areas with extreme speed and power. Natsuki borrowed it outright. Sure enough, Madara was caught off guard. He immediately manifested a basic skeletal Susanoo, armored avatar, for protection, but the laser pierced it on the spot. Natsuki's Storm Release was not something a mere skeletal form could block. Bang! The laser struck Madara's right arm, and it exploded apart. Madara's expression darkened. As Natsuki closed in, Madara raised his left hand and, unbelievably, completed one-handed seals. Mokuton, wood release, erupted, and countless trees surged from the ground, trying to bind Natsuki. But Natsuki flashed away with Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. He had long since placed formula markings in multiple locations for convenience in battle. And the moment he reappeared to the side, he was already in a Kamehameha stance. The electromagnetic cannon between his palms condensed instantly, and he thrust it straight at Madara. "Ha ha ha ha, fighting you really is enjoyable, Natsuki." Madara laughed wildly. He didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his left palm into the beam. His eyes had already turned into the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, and a terrifying, repulsive force erupted outward, pushing against the electromagnetic cannon. "All right, let's shift the camera angle." Okay, now Madara is on the left side of the frame. As the saying goes, in beam clashes, the left side loses. Madara, on the left, underestimated the electromagnetic cannon's force. He increased his ocular output and launched a repulsion projectile into it. The two attacks collided head-on, detonating a violent shockwave. Bizaze, bizaze, bizaze. Wave after wave of impact expanded outward, and everyone stared in horror. At the commander's orders, the Allied shinobi forces retreated at once, widening the battlefield. The electromagnetic cannon and the repulsion projectile locked in stalemate, neither gaining ground for a moment, but Natsuki decisively increased output. The electromagnetic cannon began forcing the repulsion back toward Madara, and then, at close range in front of him, it detonated. Rumble. Louder than thunder. The two forces exploded not far in front of Madara, and a small mushroom cloud instantly swallowed him whole. The allied shinobi watched with their mouths hanging open. No one had imagined that a collision between the two of them could produce such terrifying destructive power. If that mushroom cloud had exploded inside the allied ranks, no one knew how many would have died. It was truly horrifying. After a long while, the mushroom cloud finally dispersed, revealing a massive crater. Madara stood at the bottom, ragged but perfectly upright. His left arm was gone, and his body was torn and ruined. But as an Edo body, he was already regenerating rapidly. Madara roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, I almost got killed by you. No, that's not right. You can't kill me. But Natsuki, I, Madara, fully acknowledge you now. You are the strongest of the younger generation. Even that Tgthegood reincarnation I can't compare to you." Natsuki snorted. "Flatter me all you want, it won't change anything. You and I are enemies. Today I will defeat you. Then let's see what else you've got." After his body finished restoring, Madara used the Rinnegan's power to float into the air, looking down at Natsuki. Natsuki met his gaze without fear. The two sides became poised and tense once again, the atmosphere turning razor-tight. Compared to the excitement here, Obaido's side was simply brutal. With his Kamui, divine authority, intangibility countered by Kakashi, and his Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, pressured by Neji, and with everyone else attacking relentlessly, Obaido had no way to fight back. That he had managed to hold on this long at all was already impressive. And he, too, was drawn by the commotion of Madara and Natsuki's battle. When he saw the terrifying mushroom cloud rise, he gulped hard in fear. He had always known Natsuki and Madara were strong, but he had never imagined they were strong to this extent. This was no longer within the realm of human beings. Ordinary people simply could not comprehend it. And while the battlefield here raged like wildfire, a group of figures approached in silence. At the front were two people, Kabuta and Orochimaru. Chapter 383. Hey, is this really a human fight? Suiatsu was completely numb. This is, what kind of? Karin, Jugo, and Gurin were all pale with shock, as if they were watching the end of the world. What a lively scene, as expected of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. We're not late, are we? The battles reached the most exciting point. If we join now, we can absolutely flip the whole situation. Kabuto merely adjusted his glasses and said nothing. But behind the lenses, his eyes gleamed frighteningly bright. He was intensely interested in the power of Natsuki and Madara, so much so that he practically wanted to dissect them on the spot, to uncover the secret of their strength. For someone pursuing ultimate power, that kind of overwhelming destructive burst was irresistibly alluring. Hashirama, meanwhile, looked delighted. To think someone can fight Madara to this extent, who is that kid? Tobirama recognized him. Big brother, it's that boy. Back when we were forced to fight Sarutobi, he was the kid from the Chunin exams who battled the One-Tail. I think his name was Natsuki. I can't believe that in just a few years he's grown to the point where he can fight Madara. It's unbelievable. Oh, that kid, Hashirama remembered. Ha, Konoha really is overflowing with talent. That boy is absolutely the kind of pillar who will become Hokage in the future. Tobirama shot a sideways look at Hiruzen. Sarutobi, Natsuki shouldn't still be a genin at this point, right? Hiruzen looked blank. Tobirama-sensei, you can't ask me that. I was dead too. I have no idea what happened after that. If anything, you should be asking Tsunade. Thankfully, Tobirama didn't press the issue. With Konoha producing a talent like Natsuki, Tobirama was genuinely pleased. Minato looked around anxiously, but he couldn't find his son anywhere. His expression fell with quiet disappointment. Then, the group fell into a brief silence. And that immediately triggered a commotion. Orochimaru, wasn't he dead? And Kabuto, so he finally shows his face. Just like Orochimaru, another snake that hides in the shadows. And those others look like Edo bodies. Wait, am I seeing things? That blonde guy, why is he wearing the fourth Hokage's cloak? No, you're not seeing things. That blonde guy is the fourth Hokage, Minato, and not just him. First Hokage Hashirama, second Hokage Tobirama, third Hokage Hiruzen. Their Edo bodies are all here too. In an instant, the allied ranks exploded into an uproar. But Tsunade and the others weren't happy at all at the sight of the four Hokage. Their expressions turned grave. Because the four Hokage had arrived alongside Kabuto and a revived Orochimaru, which meant the four Hokage had been summoned by the enemy's Edo Tensei and would be enemies of the allied shinobi forces. This was a catastrophe. When Natsuki saw the four Hokage appear like this, he immediately understood. This was the plot everyone had been hinting at. Fortunately, it wasn't completely outside his expectations. In the original story, those four were summoned by Orochimaru anyway. Now it was simply a matter of them being on a different side. Natsuki didn't understand Orochimaru's reasoning, but it was likely Kabuto had persuaded him. The thought of fighting the four Hokage made Natsuki's head ache. Leaving Hiruzen aside, just Tobirama and Minato, two flying thunder god users, would be a nightmare to deal with. And Hashirama was as terrifying as Madara himself. How were they supposed to fight that? So yes, yesterday's victory really had been celebrated too early. This enemy reversal was abrupt, hard to answer, and painfully difficult to handle. At that moment, Madara also saw the person dearest to him. Excited, he shouted, "I've waited a long time for you, Hashirama. Oh no, this is bad. I'm finished." He remembered the Katadama curse was still in effect, and when he turned his head, he saw Tenten holding up the red gourd the entire time, aiming it straight at him. Right now, not only Natsuki and Tenten, but even Tsunade, Reikage, and the others had smiles spreading wider and wider, because none of them had expected such an absurdly good turn of events. In the next instant, a force yanked Madara in, and he couldn't resist at all. "Chato Mat, I haven't even caught up with Hashirama yet. I haven't. His voice cut off completely. Tenten, grinning from ear to ear, happily jammed the stopper into the gourd. Got you at last. Let's see you keep looking down on my 6 paths ninja tools now. Silence. The kind of silence that made the entire battlefield feel unreal. Then, in the very next second, the Allied forces erupted into thunderous cheers. Yes, amazing. That's our 6 paths Tenten. Edo body nemesis, Madara's done for. Tenten. 6 paths Tenten, 6 paths Tenten, 6 paths Tenten. On that day, Tenten became a legend of the shinobi world with her 6 paths ninja tools, because she had sucked the invincible Asura of the shinobi world, Madara, straight into the red gourd. For a moment, even Tenten felt lightheaded, as if she were floating. Her legend had really been born like this. And it was in front of 80,000 allied shinobi, with countless major figures as witnesses. It felt like she had transcended. Madara, you idiot. Hashirama couldn't help pressing a hand to his forehead. Haha, this is too interesting. Reviving to join this war was absolutely worth it. Orochimaru looked delighted, licking at his lips. Madara deserved to be sealed before he keeps disturbing the shinobi world, Hashirama said, satisfied. Then he looked toward Tenten and asked, Sarutobi, who is that little girl? Do you know? Hiruzen smiled. Hashirama-sama, her name is Tenten. She's a Konoha ninja, 1 year above Natsuki, and she's also Natsuki's girlfriend. Natsuki's girlfriend? That little girl. The Hokage were stunned. Natsuki being that strong is one thing, but he has a girlfriend this impressive too, and she can even control 6 paths ninja tools. She's truly something else. Konoha really is full of talent. The Hokage were delighted. But someone else looked absolutely miserable. Abaido. Abaido had been getting bullied badly and was struggling to find a way to turn the situation around. Then Kabuto brought reinforcements. But before Abaido could even feel relieved, Madara, too excited after seeing an old friend, forgot the Katadama curse was still on him and walked straight into the trap. HMPH. Yesterday he'd been talking himself up like he was invincible, and now he was finished all the same. Still, even without Madara, it wasn't over. They'd just gained Hashirama, hadn't they? Same difference, same difference. Abaido didn't dare waste time. He broke away from his opponents and quickly reached Kabuto, naturally taking position at his side. But he didn't notice the strange look in Kabuto's eyes. After all, snakes repay grudges, and a venomous snake like Kabuto was not something you provoked lightly. Because when the bite comes back, it can be terrifying. Chapter 384. Kabuto, you finally showed up. Abaido managed to get back on his feet again. Heh, of course I came. This is the 4th Shinobi World War, something this lively, how could I not take part? Kabuto said with a smile. Good, we're short-handed right now. Abaido's expression made it clear, get your people moving immediately. But Kabuto wasn't in a hurry. He was a good boss. Before making his employees work, he let them catch up with their families. And besides, he wanted to see what the 4 Hokage would say to the Allied side. Yes, at this moment, that was exactly what he was thinking. Just then, Reikage A, Tsunade Anoki, and Mei converged, 4 Kage gathering in one place. Natsuki, Tenten, Neji, Shino, Kuretsuchi, Chijuro, and the other younger fighters naturally refused to be left behind. Kakashi, Darui, and the others remained silent, drifting toward the enemy's rear. As expected, what came next would be a brutal fight. Hashirama greeted them with a broad grin. Yo, Tsunade, look at you, all grown up now. How's the village these days? Tsunade's face darkened. Grandpa, great-uncle, the village is doing fine, but the shinobi world isn't. You've become the enemy's tools. Tools? Next will be a nightmare that ends the world. The end of the world, was it really that serious? It was a shinobi war, people had fought those before. Ending the world sounded excessive. But the current situation really was different from the first 3 wars. Back then, it was village against village. Now it was the 5 great nations united against a single overwhelming enemy. Maybe end of the world wasn't impossible after all. Hiruzen, meanwhile, spotted Jiraiya and smiled. Jiraiya, you came to help too. That puts my mind at ease. Jiraiya scratched his head, helpless. This is not a situation that lets anyone feel at ease. For a moment, the atmosphere dipped into something low, awkward, and heavy. Kabuto, however, watched with relish, like he was savoring the pressure right before a storm, and it delighted him. Then Tsunade's gaze snapped like lightning onto Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you really are hard to kill, you venomous snake, revived again. And now what? You're going to stand against the entire shinobi world. Orochimaru's voice rasped. In truth, I'm not interested in the war itself, but I am interested in the sage's eyes. Neji's Tenseigan reincarnation eye, I want it for research, so I can only join the opposing side. Neji stiffened. He hadn't expected to be targeted. But he wasn't afraid. He fixed his eyes on Kabuto instead and spoke with stern force. Kabuto, you're still clinging to the wrong path. Back then, you accidentally killed your own foster mother. After all these years, you still haven't awakened to it. When that happened, everyone turned to look at Kabuto, suddenly curious about his past. Kabuto narrowed his eyes. What do you know? Hess, I know far more than you'd like. Natsuki stared at him coldly. Yakashi Nano, head of Konoha's orphanage and the foster mother you respected most. But she was also a member of Root, forced to work for Danzo. For the orphanage, you became a spy too. Then on a mission, you killed her by accident because she had been sent by Danzo to assassinate you. You both knew too many secrets. Danzo couldn't allow either of you to live. Tabarama's expression shifted in surprise. He immediately understood. That was his good friend doing his usual work again. He couldn't help wondering what state Danzo was in now. Natsuki's words hooked Kabuto's memories, and for a moment Kabuto looked distant, remembering the panic and helplessness when the counterattack landed, and he realized he had struck his foster mother. And the cruelest part was that she couldn't recognize him anymore. Yakashi Nano was such a gentle person, Natsuki continued. She treated everyone in the orphanage like her own children, including you, Kabuto. You recognized her, but she couldn't recognize you. That hurt, didn't it? But you only inherited her glasses, you didn't inherit her gentleness. Have you ever considered that among the people you've harmed, some of them were also from the orphanage? Just like you, they were Yakashi Nano's children, your brothers and sisters. When you die, what face will you have left to meet your mother? You, shut up, Kabuto cracked. His mind turned into a tangled mess. He hadn't expected Natsuki to rip open the wound so suddenly. Having that pain dragged into the open made him erupt in fury. Here comes a Coke. But Natsuki had no intention of shutting up. He opened his mouth and fired a laser. He didn't believe Talk no Jutsu would make Kabuto repent. The optimal solution was to kill this snake outright. Whoosh! Natsuki's lightspeed kick slammed in, reaching Kabuto in an instant. But in the next moment, Hashirama caught Natsuki's ankle. The laser skimming off Natsuki's foot grazed past Kabuto's scalp and blasted into the distance, exploding a small mountain. I didn't expect you to know Storm Release 2, Hashirama said, even more impressed. Then his expression turned apologetic. Sorry, I don't want to fight you, but I can't control myself. You'll have to defeat me quickly, otherwise I don't know what I'll end up doing. The battle resumed the moment Natsuki made his move. Orochimaru decisively lunged for Neji. His target was the Tenseigan reincarnation eye. Neji immediately shifted away, refusing to cluster into a single brawl. Orochimaru pursued at once. And with Orochimaru came Gyurin, Suijutsu, Jugo, and Karin. They had originally been Orochimaru's people. Later, they simply followed Kabuto because they had nowhere else to go. Now that Orochimaru had returned, they naturally continued fighting at Orochimaru's side. But Neji's special ability was instantaneous displacement. Just as he stabilized his footing, Hayashi rushed in with several Hyuga elites to block Orochimaru's path, clearly intending to protect their clan's Heavenly Ninja leader. Even Hinata was there. Hinata's strength was average, but her resolve to protect her brother was real, so she stepped forward despite the danger. That alone was enough for Hayashi to approve of her. Shino, meanwhile, didn't hesitate. He released his insects at Kabuto without mercy. He understood Kabuto was the linchpin, which was exactly why Shino chose him as his opponent. He even suspected A kunai flashed to Hiruzen's position. In the next second, someone flickered over and kicked him hard, sending him flying. The speed was so fast it drew shock and admiration from everyone watching. Chapter 385. This little girl can use Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, too. Tobirama and Minato were both taken aback. But Tenten had no time to pay them any attention. She charged straight after Hiruzen. She hadn't chosen her opponent at random, she had thought it through. The red gourd on her was sealing Madara. She could not allow the enemy to steal it. And since the second and fourth could both use Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, she had no confidence she could outpace them. So she could only pick the third as her opponent. Even if the third was called the strongest Hokage, his threat level still could not be compared to someone like Madara, already sealed away. Hiruzen wasn't foolish. He immediately saw what Tenten was doing and smiled kindly. Tenten, you really are outstanding. This is the right decision. Come on, seal me with the red gourd. Tenten wasn't about to be polite. She flicked out a large handful of formula kunai, carpeting the surrounding area, and then, whoosh, she flashed behind Hiruzen. She swung out the Shichisaken 7 stars sword, but Hiruzen slipped aside. Tenten frowned at once. Third Hokage-sama, can you please stand still? If I can't hit you, how am I supposed to seal you? Hiruzen was both amused and exasperated. Tenten, I don't want to move either. I just can't control myself. Tenten had no choice. She could only continue circling and probing, trading moves with Hiruzen. Over here, Kakashi decisively lunged toward Abido, only to be intercepted by Minato. Kakashi's expression was complicated, but his resolve didn't waver. Minato-sensei, move aside. I'm going to knock sense into Abido. Minato, clearly still missing crucial context, stared hard. So you're Abido, you didn't die back then? And this outfit, and you have my Flying Thunder God formula on you. So Abido, you were the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident. Why would you do that? Heh, Minato-sensei, nothing we say now matters. Let's fight. Abido couldn't be bothered to explain. He retreated at once, leaving Kakashi to Minato. His Kamui, Divine Authority, intangibility was countered by Kakashi's Kamui, Divine Authority, and his Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, was being checked by Neji's Tenseigan, Reincarnation Eye. Now that both of those threats had separate opponents, didn't that mean he could finally do whatever he wanted? But did he really think others wouldn't see through that? Reikage A immediately activated his Raiten, Lightning Release, Chakra Mode, and surged in, his Liger bomb-like strike snapping toward Minato's neck. Minato had to evade. And Kakashi seized that instant to break through the line and re-engage Abido again. Kakashi still remembered what Natsuki had said, use Kamui, Divine Authority, to defeat Kamui, Divine Authority. Which meant the only one who could reliably counter Abido's intangibility was Kakashi himself. He had to carry that responsibility. Kuretsuchi and Temari followed up without hesitation, providing support and pressure. Minato, seeing this, did not continue protecting Abido. Minato was an Edo body summoned by Orochimaru, meaning he belonged to the enemy side. But Orochimaru hadn't ordered him to guard anyone in particular, only to fight the enemy. So now that Reikage A was on him, Minato simply accepted the match. I didn't expect we'd cross hands again, Minato said with a smile, as if recalling those old battles against A and B. HMPH, today my lightning release chakra will surpass your Flying Thunder God, Reikage A bellowed, charging again. His lightning-enhanced body flicker was blindingly fast. He reached Minato in an instant. But Minato merely flickered away with Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing off to the side. When it came to speed, Flying Thunder God truly was in a league of its own. Lightning body flicker might have flicker in the name, but it still involved motion. Flying Thunder God had no motion at all. It crossed space, it was true instantaneous movement. If Reikage A wanted to beat Minato on speed, that would be difficult. Fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone. Anoki and Darui were already moving in as well, ready to join. With numbers on their side, ganging up on a powerhouse was simply more practical and, frankly, more enjoyable. That left Tobirama. He was immediately surrounded by Tsunade, Jirya, Mei, Chijiro, and others. But Tsunade barked an order. Jirya, go help Tent. Hiruzen-sensei is no ordinary opponent. Tent alone might not be able to handle him, and more importantly, her gourd cannot be stolen. Jirya understood instantly and flashed toward Tenten's side. Tobirama nodded approvingly. Tsunade, your judgment is correct. Midora must never be released again. Now, work together and defeat me. During the fight, I'll tell you my weaknesses. Then Grey Tunkle, forgive me. Tsunade didn't hesitate. She swung a monstrous strength punch straight in. Tobirama slipped away easily, then snapped a counter into Tsunade's midsection, sending her flying back. Chijiro's twin blades, her aim carry, immediately fired chakra projectiles, aiming to blow Tobirama apart in an instant. But Tobirama moved even faster, leaping high into the air and evading the blasts. The result left Chijiro wide-eyed with disbelief. How is he that fast? I finally caught the perfect timing. It really was perfect timing. He had seized the opening cleanly. If it had been anyone else, they would have been sent flying. But the opponent was Tobirama, so of course it wasn't going to be that simple. Tobirama formed seals at high speed and spewed a massive volume of water. Suiten, Suishoha water release, water collision wave. Mei answered immediately with her own Suishoha, water release, water collision wave. A water release clash erupted between Hokage and Mizukage. But Mei was clearly being suppressed, and that was not a comforting outcome. You're a Hokage, how is your water release better than mine? Mei complained, genuinely finding Tobirama absurd. Tobirama had no rebuttal. He was Hokage, yes, but he truly didn't excel at fire release. If anything, his water release was closer to sea-style in scale and consistency, and he had rarely lost in that field. Still, Mei wasn't alone. With Tsunade and Chijiro striking at intervals, the two sides stayed roughly even overall. In an instant, the entire battlefield collapsed into chaos, multiple high-level skirmishes overlapping at once. Tens of thousands of allied shinobi watched, unable to insert themselves cleanly. All they could do was hold position and wait. Fortunately, the allied ranks did not panic. Command remained intact, and units were poised to reinforce at any moment. Asuma even dragged Shikamaru forward. Shikamaru, watch closely. If we need to deploy, we deploy immediately. Numbers are our advantage. We can't just let a handful of people inside the ring bleed themselves dry. Shikamaru knew how urgent it was and began observing at once. And it wasn't only him. Other strategists arrived too, all trying to find a workable plan to support the front line. Meanwhile, Natsuki fully engaged Hashirama. He used Ranton Shunshin, Storm Release Body Flicker, to flash unpredictably, then chained lightspeed kicks at Hashirama again and again. Yet Hashirama dodged every single one, almost as if he were even stronger than Midora. No wonder he was the shinobi god who had made Midora concede. There was simply no comparison. Your name is Natsuki, right? A hero truly can emerge young. Hashirama still had time to chat mid-fight. First Hokage-sama, you flatter me, Natsuki replied calmly. But inside, he was already thinking hard about the real problem. How, exactly, was he supposed to bring Hashirama down? Chapter 386. Hashirama was, after all, different from Midora. Natsuki had fought Midora several times already, and his moves were well known to Midora. But Hashirama knew nothing about Natsuki, and that was something he could exploit. The key issue was how to bait Hashirama into a trap. A spark flashed through Natsuki's mind. He suddenly thought of an idea and immediately grinned. Shadai-sama, do you want to know who Tsunade-sama's partner is? Tsunade's partner, who? Hashirama's interest was instantly piqued, and he looked over at once. Natsuki seized the opening and clapped his hands together. Mokyuten, Jubaku Ice, would release, binding eternal burial. It was Yamato's technique. It was fairly practical, and with a sneak attack it was even easier to land. Sure enough, Hashirama froze in surprise for a split second, and vines immediately wrapped around him. The vines swelled in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they grew into a massive tree that bound Hashirama tightly in place. Hashirama blinked. Kid, you can use wood release too, But forget that. Hurry up and tell me who Tsunade's partner is. Do I have great-great-great-grandkids already? In your dreams, Shadai-sama, Tsunade-sama is still single, Natsuki shot back. That single sentence left Hashirama completely stunned. Tsunade was no spring chicken. She was old enough to be a grandma, and she was still single. That was simply unbelievable. Natsuki took advantage of the moment and summoned a coffin. Then he thrust both palms toward Hashirama and detonated chakra. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba sealing technique, demon sealing wave, ha. Spiraling chakra instantly swept Hashirama up and stuffed him straight into the coffin. With a loud bang, the lid slammed shut. The rapid-fire sequence left everyone watching in utter disbelief. No one expected Natsuki to take Hashirama down that quickly, and for a moment, they couldn't believe their eyes. Natsuki was just about to slap on a few sealing tags when, the very next second, the coffin lid bulged and was forced open. A snake head emerged from inside, coiling around Hashirama and dragging him out. The sudden change even stunned Natsuki. Hashirama was also momentarily dumbfounded. In the next second, Natsuki exploded. Orochimaru, you damned long worm, why would you stick a snake on Shadai-sama in the first place? You ruined everything. Orochimaru let out a hoarse chuckle. Heh, just in case. I learned quite a few of your methods from Anko's curse mark, so of course I took precautions. Looks like I was right. That guy really was a clever venomous snake. Now it was over. A perfectly good Mafuba was wasted, and now that Hashirama had seen it once, he would never fall for it again. Hashirama shoved the snake away from his neck and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Natsuki, that was a great move. I wasn't paying attention and I got caught. How about you do it again? This time I definitely won't have any snakes on me. You'll be able to seal me for sure. Natsuki rolled his eyes. He genuinely didn't even have the energy to complain. Everyone else was also speechless, and all they could think was what a shame. If not for Orochimaru, Natsuki would have successfully sealed the most troublesome Shadai-sama, freeing his hands to deal with the others. Orochimaru, that bastard, Tsunade couldn't help cursing. That sealing move was solid, Tobirama agreed, but then his tone shifted sharply. Tsunade, what is going on with you? You're already in your 50s, why are you still single? Was Natsuki telling the truth? Tsunade instantly turned beet red. It's none of Nidame-sama's business, just go back with Grandpa already. As she spoke, she abruptly increased her offensive pressure and punched Tobirama so hard his cheek cracked. A granddaughter beating up her grandpa. Filial piety taken to terrifying heights. Over on the other side, Neji saw Orochimaru ruin the plan and couldn't help getting angry. He decisively unleashed Hack Rokujuyan Shinkusho, 8 trigrams 64 vacuum palms. His hands whipping in a flurry as a terrifying repulsive force erupted, blasting Orochimaru cleanly into 2 pieces. Guren cried out in shock, Orochimaru-sama, and was about to rush forward, only to be knocked back by Hayashi with chitin rotation. The other Hyuga clan members were filled with fervor and pride. Their clan head was overwhelming, one burst of power, and Orochimaru was defeated. Who else could do that? Of course, Orochimaru wasn't that easy to kill. Hands tore open the corpse's mouth from the inside, and Orochimaru crawled out of it. The Deijirayo Chikushin no Jutsu, Great Snake-style body-shedding technique, looked disgusting, but it was extremely effective. Now Orochimaru stared at Neji's azure eyes, greed flashing across his face. As expected of the sage eye, it's incredible. Neji, give me your body. Neji answered with his palm. With a simple lift of his hand, a terrifying attractive force dragged Orochimaru into midair. Then a burst of repulsion struck, and Orochimaru was split into 2 again. But in short order, Orochimaru crawled out of a corpse's mouth once more, like an endless nesting doll. He simply wouldn't die. The current Orochimaru was no longer the cripple who had lost the use of his hands. He had recovered, and he fought with effortless ease. Killing him would not be so simple. Kabuto's side, however, looked far less smooth. Shino stood with both hands in his pockets, cool as could be. His swarms ravaged the battlefield without pause. Insects that had previously devoured all kinds of tailed beast chakra had already been cultivated. These were unquestionably the strongest bugs now, far beyond even Fu's. Facing Kabuto's Rinnegan, Shino showed not the slightest fear. With a casual gesture, he directed multiple swarms to strike Kabuto from different angles. Kabuto immediately used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, blasting one swarm away on the spot, but in the next second, other swarms surged in. That was Shino's strength. He knew Shinra Tensei had a cooldown, so he layered his swarms in staggered waves. The moment Shinra Tensei was used and entered downtime, the swarms he held in reserve accelerated suddenly, closing the distance in an instant and leaving the enemy with no way to defend. Sure enough, Kabuto could only retreat in a hurry. At the same time, the snake head protruding from Kabuto's abdomen transformed into Kitamaru, spitting webs that intercepted many of the insects. The Sound Fours techniques? Shino remained calm. In the past, that might have been troublesome, but I'm not who I used to be. My insects don't fear spider silk. Kabuto watched as the insects stuck in the webbing simply ignored the adhesion, broke free with ease, and even gnawed the webs apart. It was absurd. With the swarms lunging in again, Kabuto had no choice but to rely on the Rinnegan's power, expanding a repulsive barrier to protect himself. But using the Rinnegan consumed chakra heavily, and it was completely unsuitable for prolonged fighting. For a time, Kabuto's position became precarious. Just then, a cleaving strike from the executioner's blade suddenly swept in, forcing Shino to dodge. Looking closely, he realized it was Suijutsu. Instead of helping over on Orochimaru's side, he had come here. And Suijutsu wasn't alone. Jugo and Karin were with him. Those three seemed to be close and were moving together. They had chosen to come assist Kabuto. Chapter 387. You guys, you actually came to help me. Even Kabuto was surprised. After all, leading that team on a daily basis had never been easy. Even Karin, the weakest among them, didn't respect him, let alone the others. And yet, at this moment, they had run over to back him up. It was truly hard to believe. Suijutsu hefted the executioner's blade in a defensive posture and snorted. Don't get the wrong idea. Orochimaru told us to come. Karin nodded vigorously. Yeah, don't get all emotional and think we're helping you. If Orochimaru hadn't seen you were about to get eaten alive by bugs, he wouldn't have sent us at all. Fine, then I'll thank you very much. Kabuto didn't feel like getting sentimental. He simply said, this guy's insects are nasty. They're hard to deal with. Suijutsu immediately gave him a look like he'd just stated the obvious. Anyone with a brain can see that. Seriously, you want us to fight someone this annoying? Shino didn't care whether Kabuto had reinforcements, and he couldn't be bothered to trade words. Even more insects erupted from his body and screamed through the air. Suijutsu swung the executioner's blade, but he looked distinctly unhappy about dealing with a swarm. Jugo's arm mutated, but his situation wasn't much better than Suijutsu's. Facing bugs that blotted out the sky, he didn't know how he was supposed to help either. Karin, on the other hand, turned around and ran. She hated insects the most. Kabuto was speechless. How is this helping me? None of you can deal with them. Suijutsu couldn't help complaining. Stop acting like it's nothing. With things like this, it's obvious our side is in trouble. If this keeps up, we're going to die. Think of something. Kabuto really did start thinking while dodging the insects, and in the end his gaze shifted to Abido. He shouted across the battlefield, Abido, what do we do now? Abido was using Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blast Temari's wind release away. Hearing that, he immediately answered, obviously we find where the tailed beasts are and capture them. Kabuto asked again, where are they? Abido's face darkened. If I knew, would this still be such a hassle? They might be at Myabokuzen. That's the best place to hide. He said it, but it was clear he least wanted that answer, because nobody knew where Myabokuzen was. If the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts really were there, it would be a dead end. But the people who knew the truth all felt their hearts drop. If it had been earlier, it wouldn't have mattered if the enemy guessed. But the situation was different now. Because Minato was on the enemy side. At that moment, Orochimaru spoke. If it's Myabokuzen, then it's not difficult. Minato is Jiraiya's student, and he signed a contract with Myabokuzen. He's even been there, just have him go. Not good. And Tsunade, among others, instantly realized the problem. Having Gaara go to Myabokuzen had been a brilliant play. But because Minato had become an enemy Edo Tensei, that brilliant play had turned into a glaring hole. No matter how carefully you calculate, fate can still flip the board. This was going to be trouble. Sure enough, Abido's eyes lit up. Right, how did I forget? Minato-sensei really has been to Myabokuzen. He might have even left a Hurration formula there. Ha ha ha. So Minato-sensei, take a trip to Myabokuzen and bring the Jinchuriki back. Minato didn't move. He saw A's expression, something was clearly off. They'd guessed correctly. But in the next second, Minato was no longer in control. It was as if a compulsion had seized him, a fusion of Amaterasu and a violent gale driving him forward. He had no choice, he could only go. Not a chance, a lunged. But Minato had already locked onto Myabokuzen's direction. With a flash, he vanished. A's expression turned vicious. He shouted toward Jiraiya, "Hey, Jiraiya, can you use Hurration to go to Myabokuzen?" Jiraiya spread his hands. Probably, it might be extremely far and it'd cost a ton of chakra, but Minato is an Edo body right now. He doesn't run out of chakra, so he should be able to. Damn it, how did it come to this? Accursed, then threw caution aside and charged Abido with Raidri Netto lightning release, Liger Bomb. Abido immediately used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, but Kuretsuchi seized the timing and launched an earth release, thrusting the ground beneath his feet upward. Abido was lifted into the air, and his Shinra Tensei skewed off target. At the same time, A's arm swung in. Kamui. Kamui. Kakashi decisively activated Kamui, canceling Abido's intangibility. In the next moment, A's Liger Bomb swept across Abido's chest, nearly making him fold on the spot. Bang! He crashed to the ground. He looked miserable, yet he wasn't dead, because his body had been modified by white Zetsu. Even grievous injuries wouldn't kill him easily. I was about to stomp him again, when 3 streaks of yellow flashed below. Minato was back, already, holding Gaara by the collar, and from Gaara's arms a scroll slipped loose. I immediately abandoned the follow-up attack and reached for the scroll with his big hand, but a black hand suddenly shot up from the ground, snatched the scroll first, and tossed it to Abido. "Black Zetsu, you damn bastard!" A roared, using his lightning body flicker to kill toward Abido again. Gaara finally reacted. Without hesitation, he began transforming into a tailed beast, forcibly breaking free of Minato's grip, then twisting and lunging at Abido. Abido instantly understood what the scroll represented. He fired Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blast the attack away, then leapt backward at top speed. "Sorry, I didn't even understand what was happening and I got brought back by this. However, I also didn't hide the scroll properly." Gaara's voice was full of guilt. "This isn't on you, we miscalculated. I had no choice but to accept it. That was the 4th Hokage. He was Jiraiya's student, he went to Myabokuzen, and he left Hurration formulas there. Kabuto and the others resurrected him with Edo Tensei, and now he's on the enemy side. He was ordered to go to Myabokuzen to capture the Jinchuriki. Our best move just got destroyed." Gaara finally understood, though half of what I said still didn't register to him. He had shamelessly steeled himself and decided to hide at Myabokuzen, but he never imagined the enemy would have a counter like this. Back at Myabokuzen, he had been worrying about the battlefield and absent-mindedly studying the scroll in his hands. He thought there was no danger. Then Minato appeared, grabbed him without a word, and flashed back, leaving the scroll exposed. It was all his fault. Why had he been looking at the scroll? On the opposite side, Abido didn't hesitate in the slightest. He immediately drove the Rinnegan's power. Kuchios, Ido Benjo summoning jutsu, mobile toilet. Bang! The gigantic Jido Maza was summoned, hideous in form. It was missing limbs, crippled, yet the moment it appeared, it unleashed a furious roar that made the allied shinobi's faces change. Abido then decisively summoned the Kohaku no Johei from within the scroll and tossed it into the Jido Mazo's mouth. Chapter 388. In the next second, the Jido Mazo's roar took on a note of joy. Right before everyone's eyes, the two hands that had been erased by dust release grew back. As for the severed leg, it was still severed. But that didn't dampen the Jido Mazo's excitement in the slightest. That long-lost feeling of chakra surging through its body, of strength returning, felt so good it genuinely believed it could slaughter everything in sight. Inside the Kohaku no Johei were four-tailed beasts. The 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails. The Jido Mazo had absorbed them before, only to have Abaido forcibly rip them back out later. That sensation had been agonizing, but now they were returning again. Then it locked onto Gaara as well, sensing the energy inside him that it needed. On the allied side, everyone's expressions turned incomparably ugly. They wanted nothing more than to tear Abaido, Kabuto, and Orochimaru into pieces. The huge advantage that Natsuki and Tenten had fought so hard to secure yesterday had vanished in the blink of an eye. It felt like all of yesterday's effort had been for nothing. But there was no choice, it was already reality. They could only keep fighting. Hashirama studied the Jido Mazo with curiosity. What is that thing? Why is it so ugly? Natsuki explained, that's the Jido Mazo, the shell of the 10 tails. Your best buddy, Madara, wanted to shove all 9-tailed beasts into it and fuse them into the 10 tails. That thing has the power to destroy the world. What, Madara, you idiot? Hashirama's head throbbed. He couldn't understand why his old friend would do something like that. Now that he thought about it, what Tsunade had said about the world ending really might not have been exaggeration. Each tailed beast was powerful on its own. If all 9 became one, it would be terrifying beyond measure. Even Hashirama himself probably wouldn't be able to stop it. So what could they do? Beside him, Tobirama cursed. As expected, the Uchiha are an evil clan. Hiruzen glared as well. So the ninja world is about to face catastrophe. Jirya, Tenten, hurry and seal me. If you can seal me, you should be able to seal that thing too. You don't have to tell me, Tenten snapped, whipping out the Kakinjo golden binding rope. But Hiruzen dodged it again, and she instantly got annoyed. Sandaime-sama, stop dodging. Hiruzen hurriedly called out, Jirya, quick, use a toad to restrain me. Jirya didn't dare waste time. He immediately summoned a giant toad, and with their coordination, the toad's tongue successfully wrapped around Hiruzen, while Tenten's Kakinjo also latched onto him. Hiruzen tried to spit out the Katadama, but Tenten severed it with the Shichei-seiken, 7-star sword. When Tenten saw the cursed words on the Shichei-seiken, her expression turned strange, but she still said quickly, Sandaime-sama, repeat after me. Danzo, I am the Hawkage. Hiruzen flushed bright red, but he still shouted, Danzo, I am the Hawkage. And then he was sucked into the red gourd. Jirya's expression also turned odd. He could practically feel his teacher's social death. He never expected that even at the end, Hiruzen-sensei would still be fixated on that old thief Danzo. Wasn't that relationship a little off? But Tenten didn't have time to dwell on it. She immediately said, Jirya-sama, let's go try it. If we can seal the Jido Mazo, that would be ideal. Jirya nodded and escorted Tenten over at once. And the allied shinobi forces weren't just standing around. They understood that the Jido Mazo was the linchpin of the war's outcome, so they moved immediately. The command division reorganized the units and began a full-scale operation against the Jido Mazo. Abaido had already climbed onto the Jido Mazo, looking down at everyone. But his battered, miserable appearance had none of the confidence of a victor, and his eyes were filled with thick worry. He didn't believe his side truly had the upper hand. It was all Madara's fault. Madara had been sucked into the red gourd by the Sage of Six Paths tools, leaving Abaido without an anchor. He had no backbone, no confidence at all. At that moment, the half-black, half-white Black Zetsu appeared beside him. Abaido, where is Madara-sama? I found the turtle's location. Let's hurry and capture the Jinchuriki. Abaido lit up. You found it, then move now. Black Zetsu pressed again. Where is Madara-sama? About that. He accidentally got sucked into the red gourd and sealed. Abaido's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present had their ears pricked. The moment they heard the turtle's location had been exposed, their expressions all turned grim. That Black Zetsu was clearly not ordinary. At the very least, his tracking ability was first-rate. He had found the turtle's location so quickly that the allied side was forced back into a passive position again. Bad, very bad. I immediately ordered, "Darui, assemble a squad now. Your mission is to kill Black Zetsu." "Yes, boss, I guarantee mission success." Darui accepted at once, then called Samui, Atsui, and Akatsuchi to move with him toward the Jido Mazo. If they could kill Black Zetsu, a lot of problems would be solved along with him. So the assassination had to succeed. Tsunade spoke while snatching a moment to breathe. "The turtle's location has been exposed. What do we do?" Mei suggested, "Gaara, join the fight right now. We'll send 2 people to Natsuki's side so Natsuki can free up his hands. If something changes, have Natsuki use Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to extract people." Gaara immediately agreed, leaving in a ninja dash together with Hashirama. In his mind, he spoke to Shukaku. "Shukaku, you saw that, right? That's the Ten-Tails shell, the Jido Mazo. You don't want to get absorbed by that ugly thing either, do you?" Shukaku's irritated voice replied, "You don't have to provoke me on purpose, dad's son." Meaning, he was going to make a huge scene. He wanted to play too. Gaara immediately formed hand seals in Shukaku's form and opened his mouth, spitting out a massive ball of wind. "Futen, Renkuden, wind release, drill air bullet." Natsuki instantly used Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to flash away, reappearing on Shukaku's shoulder. He watched the wind sphere crush forward, only for it to be bizarrely blocked by a thin stretch of forest. Hashirama casually created the forest. A mere wind sphere couldn't hurt it at all. He leapt onto a treetop and examined Shukaku. "So this is the One Tail. Back when the villages were dividing up the tailed beasts, Sunagakure didn't get a share because they already had one. I never really knew how strong the One Tail was." He actually looked a little eager to try. Natsuki, meanwhile, spoke with Gaara. "Gaara, are you getting used to full tailed beast transformation?" Gaara's voice answered, "It feels good. The after effects are cooperating." "Natsuki, I'm really sorry." "It's fine, none of us expected this either. Call it losing by 1 move, but it doesn't matter, we haven't lost yet." Chapter 389. Natsuki could actually understand Gaara's thoughts very well. Ever since Gaara crawled out of his darkened past, he had completely changed. He was not only gentle and kind, but also deeply responsible. For the sake of winning the battle, he had shamelessly, as he put it, decided to hide at Myabokuzen and leave the fighting to everyone else. Then this happened, and his brilliant move instantly turned into a terrible one. More than anything, he felt he hadn't protected the Kohaku no Johei properly, and that was what led to the current situation. That was why he was full of self-blame, and why he apologized. But this really wasn't his fault. Even if Natsuki had been the one in Gaara's shoes, he might not have done any better. Natsuki didn't know how to comfort him, and honestly, he wasn't all that bothered either. In war, you win some and you lose some. Yesterday, the Allied side had dominated, and today the enemy had forcefully pulled one back. That was completely normal. What mattered most was that the war wasn't over. They hadn't decided victory or defeat yet, so there was still time to fight for the win. Right now, instead of blaming themselves, they needed to push harder, defeat the enemy, and crush their plan. That was the only thing that mattered. "You're right, we can't just stare at a loss," Gaara rallied himself. "Then I'll make up for my mistake. First we win, then we talk." As he spoke, he formed seals again and fired off another, Futen, Renkuden wind release, drill air bullet, straight at Hashirama. Hashirama's battle lust had already been stirred. He clapped his hands together and would release condensed into an enormous Buddha statue. A mere Renkuden couldn't harm it at all. The Buddha's massive hand reached straight for Shukaku's head. "Wow, what the hell is that?" Gaara dodged. Shukaku instinctively grew wary. Okay. Gaara didn't really know how strong the Buddha was, but sensing Shukaku's fear, he could only retreat. But the wooden hand still kept reaching forward. In the next second, Natsuki suddenly sprang off Shukaku's shoulder and landed on the wooden arm. With a single kick, he snapped the arm off. At the same time, he complained, "Shadai-sama, you need to keep yourself under control. Don't get carried away and forget you're on our side. This is a war. You can't just get hyped up and start brawling. Every second you delay, more people die. Sorry, seeing a tailed beast made my hands itch, Hashirama said with an embarrassed grin. I'll try to control myself, but don't expect too much. Natsuki wasn't expecting much in the first place. If Hashirama could break free of Edo Tensei control, he would have done it back during the first Chunin exams. He wouldn't have just watched Hiruzen fight for his life. What Natsuki feared was the opposite. If Hashirama genuinely wanted to fight from the bottom of his heart, it would only make things worse for the allied side. But now that Hashirama had already brought out the Buddha, Natsuki couldn't beat him without showing real skill. So Natsuki clapped his hands together as well. Mokyuten, Senju Cannon would release, Thousand-Hand Cannon. In the next instant, several towering trees burst from the earth and fused into a tall cannon statue, smaller than Hashirama's Buddha by one size. That was only normal. Natsuki's chakra reserves simply couldn't compare to Hashirama's. And besides, Hashirama was an Edo body right now. His chakra was basically infinite. Comparing size was meaningless. Haha, so you can use this too? Then let's measure ourselves. Sure enough, Hashirama's itch kicked in. He directly commanded the Buddha's giant hand to seize Natsuki. It wasn't just fast, it carried an overwhelming pressure. Even standing atop the wooden cannon, Natsuki felt as if the sky were collapsing. But Natsuki wasn't easy prey. He had the cannon's two hands clamp onto the Buddha's wrists, while the other wooden arms hammered down in a frenzy. But when it came to wood release mastery, no one could surpass Hashirama. His Buddha had far more hands. In nearly an instant, they moved, each one grabbing the cannon's arms until the whole scene became awkwardly locked. Fortunately, Gaara acted. A massive claw suddenly shot out, lunging straight at Hashirama. But the Buddha still had hands to spare. One massive wooden hand caught Shukaku's claw, and then another reached over and clamped down on Shukaku's head. For Hashirama, capturing a tailed beast was like play. So even if Gaara was a perfect Jinchuriki, in Hashirama's eyes he was still just a brat. Natsuki abandoned the wooden cannon entirely. The moment the Buddha ran short on spare hands, he instantly used a high-speed movement technique to flash right in front of Hashirama, his fists whipping out in rapid-fire strikes. Hashirama was forced to retreat. As long as Hashirama had to split his attention, controlling the Buddha cleanly would become difficult. Sure enough, in the next second, Shukaku broke free of the restraint and began spitting out one small air bullet after another. Small was only in reference to Shukaku's scale. Those air bullets were already finishing moves by wind release standards for many shinobi. Under Shukaku's chakra, though, they were merely petty sneak attacks. Hashirama continued dodging them. His strength might be monstrous, but a shinobi's body was still fragile. If an air bullet landed, he would definitely take damage. And Natsuki coordinated with the air bullets, repeatedly striking from Hashirama's blind angles as Hashirama evaded. It actually forced Hashirama into a frantic rhythm. Maybe he was acting, but for now, Natsuki treated it as real. Then Natsuki saw Hashirama reveal an opening, but instead of attacking, he sidestepped away. Because right behind him, Anoki was floating in the air without anyone noticing. Anoki fired off a dust release at Hashirama, the ambush fast and perfectly timed. But Hashirama was Hashirama. He clapped his hands together, and a line of wood release rose in front of him. The dust release didn't do the slightest bit of damage. As expected of a shinobi on par with Madara, Anoki said, "My dust release is completely useless." He said it, but he wasn't discouraged. Anoki knew exactly how terrifying Madara was, and Madara had held Hashirama in the highest regard. That alone proved Hashirama's strength was extraordinary, so he wasn't particularly bothered that dust release hadn't achieved anything. Natsuki looked at him. "Tsuchikage, why are you the one here?" Anoki laughed. "Ha ha ha, because I'm the strongest among the 5 Kage, of course. And against the god of shinobi, long-range attacks are the safest. If you get caught, you won't be escaping." It was completely reasonable. And also completely depressing. The enemy was too strong. For the moment, they truly didn't know how they were supposed to win. And the more they thought that way, the more painful it became to remember how Natsuki's earlier, Fuinjutsu, Mafuba sealing technique, demon sealing wave, had failed. If Orochimaru hadn't interfered, the situation wouldn't be this grim. Damn Orochimaru. He needed to die sooner rather than later. Natsuki took a deep breath. Looks like I have to gamble again, like I did against Madara. Chapter 390. Before Natsuki could make a move, Anoki decisively raised a hand to stop him. Natsuki, from here on, take it easy and conserve your strength. This fight against Shadai-sama will be led by me and Gaara. You must stay in a state where you can disengage at any time. Oh, Natsuki's eyes lit up, thinking they'd come up with some clever plan. But Anoki slowly shook his head. There's no plan. Black Zetsu has tracked down the turtle's location. If anything changes, we'll need you to move immediately and retrieve all the Jinchuriki. So you must stay free, and you must preserve enough chakra. Natsuki understood at once, and he didn't object. From the perspective of overall strategy, the Jinchuriki mattered more. Once the enemy freed up manpower to go after the Jinchuriki, it would be better to bring the Jinchuriki back directly. In any case, the location was already exposed. Even Myabokuzen wouldn't be safe now, so it would be better for everyone to come fight together. Several Jinchuriki fighting side by side was an enormous amount of combat power. Seeing Natsuki's expression, Anoki immediately knew he'd thought it through. Anoki was genuinely satisfied with this young man. Not only was he overwhelmingly strong, his mind was flexible. Most importantly, his temperament wasn't impatient or stubborn. He was good at thinking calmly and making accurate judgments. A leader like that was rare. If a village had someone like this to inherit it, it would surely flourish. Unfortunately, Natsuki already had a girlfriend, so Anoki couldn't even begin to scheme. All he could do was envy Konoha. After that, Natsuki deliberately paddled in the back. Anoki and Gaara coordinated to tangle with Hashirama, and naturally, they were pressed down and beaten back by Hashirama the whole time. Hashirama grew dissatisfied and shouted, "Natsuki, why aren't you putting in any effort? Fight me like you did Madara. You absolutely have the strength to face me. Stop hiding it, get out here and fight." Shadai-sama, calm down. Natsuki almost rolled his Byakugan to the sky. This isn't the time for sparring. This is a war. I need to preserve enough strength to protect my companions. I already told you not to focus on getting yourself hyped up. Think about the big picture. Do you want to see all Konoha's shinobi die before you're satisfied? Hashirama fell silent. He knew it wasn't the time, but his hands were itching. If only Madara could be released so they could fight properly. The problem was that he was being controlled by the enemy, so even if Madara were released, he wouldn't be on the opposing side anyway. There'd be no chemistry, and it wouldn't be a real bout. So Hashirama immediately said, "Then hurry up and take down Orochimaru. The 4 of us were resurrected with Edo Tensei by him. If you defeat him, you'll have 4 fewer enemies." Oh. Orochimaru, not Kabuto. In an instant, countless gazes locked onto Orochimaru, and even the always composed Orochimaru broke into a cold sweat. Neji immediately shouted, "Hyuga clan, you heard him. Defeat Orochimaru, free the 4 Hokage-sama, and we won't need to keep fighting the 4 Hokage-sama." Woo, defeat Orochimaru. The Hyuga clan instantly erupted in a roar, completely shedding their usual cool demeanor. Neji took the lead, unleashing Hak Hyakunajuhachi Shinkusho, 8 trigrams 128 vacuum palms, hammering Orochimaru until he had no room to fight back. Gyurin tried to intervene, but Hayashi led several Hyuga elites in repeated Kaiten rotation, completely unafraid of her crystal release, leaving her only able to watch helplessly as the Orochimaru she revered was beaten down. Over on Kabuto's side, Suigetsu and Jugo couldn't help glancing toward Orochimaru. Hey, Orochimaru's fine, right? Do we need to go back and help?" Suigetsu asked cautiously. "Can we even leave?" Jugo's words dragged Suigetsu back to reality. Dense swarms had completely surrounded them. There was no way out. Worse, neither of them had any ninjutsu suited to dealing with insect swarms. As for Kabuto, he had the Rinnegan, but he wasn't Uchiha blood. Using the Rinnegan drained him brutally, and he could only afford a few uses at most. The situation was truly grim. None of you are leaving, especially you, Kabuto. Shino wasn't going to be polite. He commanded the swarms to engulf Suijutsu and Jugo, ravenously devouring their chakra. Even Suijutsu's hydrification couldn't save him, because hydrification also relied on chakra. And chakra was exactly what the insects consumed. He couldn't resist at all. Before long, Suijutsu and Jugo were drained dry and collapsed to the ground. Karin had stayed farther away and narrowly escaped. Kabuto, meanwhile, used Shinra Tensei Almighty Push to blast the swarms away, then fled toward the Jido Mazo, intending to have it save him. As for Suijutsu, Jugo, and Karin, those teammates didn't matter anymore. Cold-blooded, like a venomous snake, no one should expect Kabuto to care about his companion's safety now. Seeing that, Shino decisively pursued with the swarms. Meanwhile, near the Jido Mazo, Tenten and Jirya had already reached the area. Then it became two people turning into three. Conan had joined them at some point without anyone noticing. Jirya's expression was grave. What we do next could be fatal. Are you prepared? Conan nodded firmly. I've long since prepared myself to die, to atone for the mistakes Nagato and I made. Tenten, however, said, I'm not dying, I'm going to live. Only by living can I keep fighting the enemy. Unless we can take the Jido Mazo with us, dying has no meaning. And you too, don't just go dying either. I'm not collecting bodies. Jirya and Conan both froze, staring at Tenten in surprise. And unexpectedly, they found themselves agreeing. Yes, sacrifice could feel noble, but it had to mean something. If they could take the Jido Mazo down with them, then dying would be worth it. But if their deaths achieved nothing against the Jido Mazo, then sacrifice had no value. So before the Jido Mazo was defeated, they had to stay alive, so they could continue fighting it. The two nodded solemnly. All right, we'll live. That's more like it. Don't die at the drop of a hat. There's so much more value in staying alive. If they still couldn't kill the Jido Mazo, then Tenten still had her husband. What could a mere Jido Mazo do then? Tenten continued, there are two operations next. First, you cooperate with me to complete the Katadama curse and see if the red gourd can seal the Jido Mazo. Second, if that fails, you cooperate with me to leave a Hurration formula on the Jido Mazo. That'll be crucial for later. I'm planning to use a money release ultimate technique against it. Conan didn't understand. Money release ultimate technique? Is it a powerful move? Tenten held up her fingers. 10 billion explosive tags. Even Jirya was dumbfounded, so that was what she meant by refusing to die. But Conan blinked. I have 600 billion, want me to add those too? Thud. Tenten and Jirya both fell flat on the ground. Chapter 391. Wah, how much? You said how much? 600 billion. Are you sure it isn't 60 million? For the first time, Tenten started doubting what rich even meant for her own family. Her usual ultimate moves only cost 100,000 or 500,000. This time she pulled out 1 billion and thought that was already the ceiling. She did not expect there to be someone even more outrageous. What's wrong with you? Conan asked, confused. Heh, Conan Nisan, let me tell you. Tenten gave a thumbs up. All right, then later it'll be 2 operations, with Operation 1 as the priority. Jirya and Conan nodded solemnly. The three of them charged straight toward the Jido Mazo, but before they could reach it, they saw Kabuto being chased by a swarm of insects, with nowhere to go, up in the sky or down on the ground. Seeing this, Tenten immediately flicked out a handful of Jutsushiki Kanai, Formula Kanai. The instant the Kanai reached Kabuto's vicinity, 1,000 Kibaku Futa, explosive tags, were teleported in and detonated. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push, 420. Kabuto hurriedly countered, blasting away the explosion from the 1,000 tags. The pursuing insect swarm behind him was also flung aside, but his speed was delayed for a moment because of it. Shino immediately lashed out with 2 Rankyaku, storm leg slashes, landing them squarely across Kabuto's back. The key was that this guy was ruthless. He actually used the push from the slashes to accelerate forward, and in no time at all, he reached the Jido Mazo. The Jido Mazo took one look. Wasn't this the one who summoned it earlier and got its leg blown off? back then, it had only absorbed a tiny bit of this guy's chakra, and it ended up suffering that badly. Meanwhile, this guy was completely fine. He even yanked out the black rod that had been draining his chakra. How could it accept that? So the Jido Mazo pointed a black rod at Kabuto's back again. But Kabuto suddenly opened his mouth wide. A giant snake shot out from inside, and with a cicada shell escape, he shed away and sprang up onto the Jido Mazo's head. He landed beside Obaido and Black Zetsu. At this moment, Black Zetsu looked utterly lost. Because in Black Zetsu's view, with Madara gone, the Eye of the Moon plan's success rate was absolutely not high. Sure, the Shinobi Alliance was locked in chaotic battles everywhere right now, but in the end, the winner would be the strong. That meant the Alliance. When the time came and a whole crowd turned their attention to Obaido and the Jido Mazo, Obaido would likely be unable to hold. The Jido Mazo would also be at risk of being destroyed. The main issue was that they still had not captured enough Biju for the Jido Mazo to absorb, so its strength was not that great. If Natsuki freed up his hands, would he not just blow off the Jido Mazo's other leg as well? So they had to find a way to rescue Madara. Black Zetsu's gaze locked onto tent near the Jido Mazo, or rather, onto the red gourd on her back. He needed to find an opportunity to snatch it. After Kabuto landed, he spoke immediately. Obaido, this can't continue. Didn't you say you already know where the Jinchuriki are? Just drive the Jido Mazo straight over there and catch the Shinobi Alliance off guard. Ha, Kabuto, you're thinking too simply. Obaido shook his head. Last time, because of your mistake, the Jido Mazo lost a leg. It's inconvenient to move now. Trying to smash through the Shinobi Alliance's defensive line will be very difficult. Besides, Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, is right here. Let the Jido Mazo devour the one-tail first. The Jido Mazo let out a dissatisfied roar. Kabuto looked toward Gaara, who was fighting Hashirama. Then just have Hashirama take Gaara down, right? Even Black Zetsu was somewhat speechless. Kabuto, don't you see Natsuki over there? If Hashirama could capture Gaara, he would have already. The only reason he hasn't is because Natsuki has been stopping him, so the best approach is to lure Natsuki away. Only then can Hashirama successfully seize the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Natsuki, huh? Kabuto looked at Natsuki again, then shook his head. That guy could not be lured away. And even if he were, he could use Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to flash back to Gaara's side immediately. So what should they do? Black Zetsu suggested, doesn't the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage both know Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique? Send one of them to the island turtle, leave a Flying Thunder God formula there, and bring us over. As for Gaara, once we've caught the other Jinchuriki, we can come back and focus on capturing him. Wouldn't that be faster? Obaido immediately approved. That makes sense. So he called out to Orochimaru at once. Orochimaru, have Minato-sensei follow Black Zetsu to the island turtle and leave a Flying Thunder God formula there. Orochimaru was currently being driven into constant evasions by Neji. Hearing that, he did not hesitate and immediately issued the command to Minato. Don't even think about leaving. Roared in fury as he tried to intercept. Last time, he failed to stop Minato, letting Minato flash to Mount Myaboku. That led to Gaara being brought back and the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying bottle, falling into the enemy's hands. Gaara blamed himself, and as the Alliance's commander, felt even worse. He believed it was his failure to stop Minato that caused those consequences. So this time, he would absolutely not allow Minato to leave again. Unfortunately, Reiten Shunshin, lightning body flicker, was still no match for Flying Thunder God. Minato merely tossed a Jutsushiki Kanai, formula Kanai, in a certain direction, and then vanished. The Flying Thunder God formula was truly absurd. As if, as long as you had enough chakra, you could ignore any time and any distance and reach the formula's location instantly. And the most ridiculous part was that such a powerful technique did not even require hand seals. It was simply unreasonable. Seeing Minato disappear, fumed and charged toward Tabarama. It was all this guy's fault for inventing Flying Thunder God in the first place, putting the Alliance in such a passive position. And wait, Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, was also something he created, so he was the real culprit. All of this had been within Natsuki's awareness. The moment he saw Minato accept the mission and leave, Natsuki also flickered away and disappeared. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu had already vanished as well, going to guide Minato. Abido and Kabuto were focused by the squad of Tenten, Jiraiya, Konan, and Shino, so they did not even notice Natsuki's departure. After all, the Six Paths tools were frighteningly powerful. Even someone as strong as Madara had been caught by them. The Jido Mazo might also be sealable. So they absolutely could not let Tenten succeed. Abido immediately leapt down from above, blocking Tenten's squad. But Shino greeted him head-on with a fresh wave of insects, forcing Abido to turn intangible. Intangible was good. Intangible meant he could not hurt anyone. As for the Rinnegan's powers, so long as they stayed alert, they would be fine. Tenten did not hesitate. She immediately threw out a large handful of Jutsushiki Kanai, Formula Kanai, aiming them at the Jido Mazo's single remaining foot, only for Abido to blow them all away with Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. Good, a 5-second cooldown, the perfect opening to strike. Jiraiya and Konan each threw out several more Jutsushiki Kanai, Formula Kanai, all aimed toward different directions. These Formula Kanai were given to them by Tenten. While Abido was guarding against Tenten, the two of them could use the chance to scatter Kanai and create openings for Tenten to get close to the Jido Mazo. Chapter 392. Whoosh, Tenten flashed to a Kanai arriving right at the Jido Mazo's thigh, and then she controlled the Kikinjo, golden binding rope, and snapped it onto the Jido Mazo's body. In the next second, the Jido Mazo trembled uncontrollably. Its roaring mouth even clamped shut. Looks like the Kikinjo, golden binding rope, was working. The Jido Mazo was enduring it, forcing itself not to spit out the Katadama, spirit word. Stop it. Abido's eyes were bloodshot, but he could not do anything about it. Tenten was still a bit far, and her speed was too fast. Tenten was not about to waste this perfect chance. She slapped a hand onto the Jido Mazo's leg and successfully left a Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique formula. She was just about to plant a few more formulas in other spots when she suddenly sensed danger. So she did not hesitate, she flashed away. In the next instant, lightning surged over the Jido Mazo's body and struck the position where Tent had just been. If Tent had been even a fraction slower, she really would have been fried. But at the same time, the Jido Mazo failed to hold back. It opened its mouth and spat out a clump of something, exactly the Katadama, spirit word, that had been forced out by the Kikinjo, golden binding rope. I'll slice up that Katadama, curse you. Tenten threw another Jutsushiki Kanai, Formula Kanai, toward the Katadama, but a Kanai shot down from above and knocked her Formula Kanai aside. 22. It was Kabuto. Abido also used the opening to close in on Tenten. So startled that her scalp went cold, Tenten hurriedly flashed behind Kakashi. She was the key to the Katadama curse. Whether this succeeded depended on her, so she was not stupid enough to personally take Abido head-on. She left that to Abido's real opponent. Earlier, Kakashi and A had coordinated a hit on Abido. After that, with the Jido Mazo appearing, Kakashi had to go help regulate the Alliance's troop deployments. Only now did he make it back, because the Allied forces were already set. At any time, they could swarm the Jido Mazo. Naturally, Kakashi supported Ten's operation. If Tenten could successfully seal the Jido Mazo, then this battle was effectively decided. So when Abido chased up, Kakashi decisively stepped in. At that, Abido had an urge to cry. Kakashi again. And he could not even go intangible anymore. How was he supposed to fight this? At the same time, on the other side, Natsuki flashed onto the turtle, arriving right beside Sasuke. Sasuke saw how battered Natsuki looked and was immediately alarmed. Natsuki, why do you look like this? Is the front line that tight? Natsuki nodded and called everyone over. This place has already been discovered. Even Gaara hiding at Mount Mayaboku was dragged back by the enemy. Hiding is useless now. Everyone, come with me to the battlefield. Fight shoulder to shoulder with our comrades. The moment he said that, the 4 Jinchuriki laughed, and all of them looked at Sasuke. It was obvious, they were tired of waiting. Naruto clenched his fist. I trained here at the Waterfall of Truth, and Killer Byakusen also guided me. I'm a perfect Jinchuriki now, so it's time to show what I can do, you know. I've been pushing to go out and fight this whole time, but Sasuke kept stopping me. I've been going crazy holding it in. Sasuke snorted. What do you know? This is an allied operation. If we Jinchuriki rush over recklessly, there's a risk of getting captured. Then we're just causing trouble. Didn't you see how battered Natsuki looks? Don't get arrogant just because you've gained a little strength. The enemy's power is beyond imagination. We have to be cautious. Naruto scratched his head, unable to talk his way past Sasuke. At this point, Sasuke no longer had even a trace of his original self. He had grown into an outstanding powerhouse. His strength was not weak at all, but like Gaara, he understood the big picture. He knew that hiding first was the best way to ensure victory. If they had not been exposed, hiding might have remained the plan, and the Jinchuriki might not have taken the field at all. Which meant that the current situation was already terrible. It was not optimistic in the slightest. Natsuki explained, Sasuke's right. The situation is not good. Orochimaru was revived by Kabuto, and then he used Edo Tensei in Pure World Reincarnation to bring back the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. The second and fourth both know Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. They use it even more smoothly than Tenten and I do. And the first is godlike. I'm not confident I can beat him. How did things end up like this? No one expected that the 4 Hokage, summoned back by Edo Tensei, would become the enemy's power. Kabuto really deserved to die. And when Naruto heard that the 4th was here, his emotions immediately surged. He had clearly already met Minato within the seal and knew the truth about himself. Now he could barely wait to see his dad. But the moment he thought about how his dad had become a tool for Kabuto and Orochimaru, anger flooded him as well. What about Madara and Obito? Sasuke asked about the key figures. As for Madara, I fought him a few times, and then he slipped up and got sucked into Tenten's red gourd. He's sealed right now. And what? Natsuki's answer left them all dazed. Madara, of all people, had already been sealed away. But when they remembered that Hashirama, Madara's equal, was still present, they did not feel any more relieved. Either way, the enemy was strong. They could not underestimate them. Even though Madara is sealed, that doesn't guarantee he can't come back out. Someone might seize Tenten's red gourd, anything is possible. Also, the Jito Mazo is the Ten-Tails body, and the Ten-Tails was split into the 9 Biju. That means it may have special suppression or sealing power over Biju, so you must be careful. Natsuki continued to warn them. Only after everyone nodded did he flash again, bringing them all back to the main battlefield. The moment they arrived, seeing the chaotic melee everywhere, the Jinchuriki were briefly stunned. Natsuki immediately grabbed Shikamaru and hauled him over. Shikamaru, the Jinchuriki are here, you handle the battle assignments. Don't let them act recklessly. Place their combat power where it makes sense. Most importantly, do not let them get captured. All right, I get it. Shikamaru scratched his head in frustration, then said to the 5 of them, Killer Byakusen, you go coordinate with Asama. You 2 brothers together are unbeatable, and that's where you'll be safest. Killer B immediately pointed 2 fingers at Shikamaru. Nara kid, smart kid, your arrangement is high level, yeah. Then he flashed straight toward his big brother and threw himself at Tabarama with a Raryu Netsudo, Liger Bomb. Bro, I'm here. Ha, B, let's fight together. Absolute Beast Liger Bomb. The 2 brothers attacked Tabarama from front and back, the pillar of the nation, pushing into a situation that was impossible to evade. But the one in the middle was Tabarama. Sensing the power of their attack, he naturally did not meet it head-on. He used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and vanished. The 2 brothers missed with a misalignment. They were not discouraged at all and continued to pursue Tabarama. Chapter 393. Obito, who had been desperately trying to stop Tenten from cutting down the Katadama, was drawn by the commotion over there. He flicked his gaze over, and his expression went blank for an instant. He had not expected that the moment he sent Minato to the island turtle to leave a formula mark, the Jinchuriki would suddenly appear on the main battlefield. It seemed the Allied forces had been running a targeted operation against him the whole time. Then he looked toward the rear of the alliance and sure enough, he spotted Naruto, Sasuke, and Fu. Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, really was absurd. There was no defending against it. But fine, it was better this way. If the Jinchuriki were all here, then he did not have to waste time searching. Next, he just had to capture them with everything he had and let the Jido Mazo absorb them all. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Abido forced Tenten's squad back again. No matter what, he could not allow Tenten to get through. If Tenten reached the Jido Mazo, and the Jido Mazo got hit by the Katadama curse, it would end up like Madara. And if that happened, what was even the point of continuing? Over here, Shikamaru kept issuing assignments. Sasuke, Naruto, you two join the allied forces against the Jido Mazo. Fu, you go link up with Shino. The two of you are good with insects. If you coordinate, you can bring out the strongest effect. So that ugly thing wants to absorb Aisabu? Then we just kill it, Sasuke said coldly. Over these days, his relationship with the Three Tails, Aisabu, had only gotten better. Especially after they came to understand one another, they had become friends. There was no way he would let Aisabu be absorbed now. Naruto cracked his knuckles, eager to move. Then now it's our time to shine, Databeo. Fu answered with action. Small wings spread from her back, and she flew straight toward Shino at top speed. Natsuki still found time to emphasize it one more time. Be careful of the Jido Mazo. Don't get hit by its techniques. If you do, the Biju inside you might get ripped out. Understood. Sasuke and Naruto responded seriously, then immediately charged toward the Jido Mazo. Natsuki looked back to Shikamaru. Keep an eye on the Jinchuriki. If anything happens you can't handle, call me. I'm going to deal with Hashirama alone. Gaara and Anoki can't hold much longer. Shikamaru nodded. Go fight, the allied forces aren't useless. Natsuki did not delay. With a whoosh, he returned to Gaara's side and silently watched Hashirama. Hashirama was clearly restraining his strength as much as possible, but the pressure Gaara and Anoki were under was no joke. Natsuki, you're back, Gaara said with relief. Yeah, from here on, leave it to me. You two go coordinate with the allied forces. Focus on destroying the Jido Mazo and Abido, and stay alert for the fourth Hokage coming back at any time. Natsuki stepped in front of the two of them, facing Hashirama. All right, be careful. Gaara and Anoki did not hesitate. They truly could not beat Hashirama. The fact they had held on for that long was already impressive. That was the massive gap between cage level and beyond cage, and there were two of them. Against a bugged existence like Hashirama, it was genuinely brutal. As the two withdrew, Hashirama did not bother with words. He looked utterly unreliable, yet in the next breath, his foot snapped out, striking Natsuki's ankle. Then both palms shot straight for Natsuki's face at terrifying speed. Natsuki dropped his stance and slipped the strike, reaching to plant a formula on Hashirama's arm, only for Hashirama to evade just as quickly. But Natsuki clapped his hands together. The ground erupted with a massive quantity of iron sand. Under magnet release control, it wrapped around Hashirama's legs and began a frenzied grinding kill, attempting to shred his lower body to pieces. In the very next second, Hashirama turned into a Mokuton Bunshin, would-release clone. Natsuki looked utterly exasperated. First Hokage-sama, could you not be that fast, or be even faster? Show more of your strength, like you did against Madara earlier. He did not actually accept that request, in earnest. He still needed to preserve chakra for what came next. So for him, the best approach was to fight Hashirama slowly, minimizing expenditure. Once Neji defeated Orochimaru, everything would naturally be settled. With that in mind, Natsuki drew the demonic blade, Senbin, and began a measured, deliberate battle. On the other side, Neji unleashed a surge of gravitational pull, yanking Orochimaru straight into midair. Orochimaru looked as if he had no way to resist at all. Orochimaru-sama. Gurren was frantic and charged in. Hyuga Hayashi seized the opening and used kite rotation to blast Gurren away. Hinata also seized the opening and used Hack Rokujian Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms, sealing Gurren's chakra points completely. It was rare for Hinata to have mastered the 64 palms. It was a substantial improvement. But now that Neji was clan head, she no longer had to shoulder that burden. The clan's atmosphere was good, and she intended to protect her Nejioni-san. She could not let their hard-won change be shattered. Orochimaru ignored Gurren completely, still staring greedily at Neji's blue eyes. He sighed in admiration. So beautiful, such beautiful eyes. The more I look, the more I want your body, Neji. Neji felt his skin crawl. He raised a hand and fired a violent repulsive force, blasting Orochimaru into multiple pieces on the spot. This guy really can run, Neji could not help muttering, and he almost felt a grudging respect. Ever since he first learned of Orochimaru, he had known one thing. Orochimaru's survival skills were first-rate. Whether it was Tenten's Tiandan Ogi, Heaven Release secret art, or Natsuki's Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates technique, nothing could finish him off. Only later, after Orochimaru lost the souls in his arms, did he become easier to handle and was quickly suppressed. Who would have thought he did not die and had even recovered? Neji desperately wanted Orochimaru dead. If Orochimaru died, the 4 Hokage could break free of control and the enemy's strength would drop drastically. But no matter how many killing moves he used, no matter how many times he shattered Orochimaru, he could not kill him. Even with the Byakugan active, he had no idea how Orochimaru was preserving his life. And now, Orochimaru simply vanished. This poisonous snake has real tricks. Looks like killing him isn't happening for me. I'll go help the others. Chapter 394. At this moment, Orochimaru had already slipped back to Abido and Kabuto's side. Kabuto was surprised. Orochimaru-sama, weren't you going to seize Hyuga Neji's body? Why did you suddenly come back? Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue. Kabuto, are you really asking when you already know? Well, Kabuto pushed up his glasses. Looks like Orochimaru-sama couldn't beat Neji. Orochimaru did not deny it. As expected of the Tenseigan, Neji has long since surpassed me. If I want to defeat him and take his body, I can't do it alone, so I can only come over here to help. His thinking was simple. Work together with Abido and win this battle first. After that, there should be a chance to seize Neji's body and obtain the Tenseigan. In that case, we stop Tenten together, Abido said quickly. We can't let Tenten cut down the Jido Mazo's Katadama, or it'll end up like Madara and get sucked into that gourd. Kabuto and Orochimaru had personally witnessed the mighty Madara being pulled into the red gourd, so they naturally understood that the Katadama really was terrifying. Orochimaru agreed, his venomous snake eyes fixed on Tenten. Tenten, it's been a long time. Back in the Forest of Death, the first time we met, your strength was already dazzling. I never expected you'd grow to the point where you can control the 6 Paths tools. Natsuki's judgment really is excellent. Natsuki's judgment is obviously excellent. Tenten affirmed it, then added, since you brought up that Forest of Death incident, I don't mind recreating it. Take this, my money talk secret art, 100 million explosive tags technique. Earlier, Tenten had been trying to cut down the Jido Mazo's Katadama, but Abido had been stopping her with everything he had. Then Kabuto came down to help obstruct her. Even her upgraded second plan had not been going smoothly. Naturally, she was furious. If Operation 1 wouldn't work, then Operation 2. She pulled out a mountain of explosive tags, then used Huraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to teleport straight to the formula she had left on the Jido Mazo's thigh, and detonated on the spot. The instant Tenten said money talk secret art, Orochimaru chose to evade. Kabuto knew Orochimaru was first-rate at staying alive, so he naturally followed. Only Abido stood there staring blankly at what Tenten was doing, his mind buzzing. He probably thought he misheard. He could not believe the number Tenten had just said. How much? You said how much? Rumble. A horrifying explosion erupted. A terrifying shockwave swept outward. The allied shinobi, who had been preparing to close in, immediately scrambled backward. Many were outright thrown off their feet. The explosion was that violent. Luckily, the allied shinobi were not too close, so their injuries were minor. Tenten's side also retreated in the first moment. Only Abido, still stunned, remained in place. In the next second, he was swallowed by the blast. Arooizar. The Jido Mazo let out a scream that shook heaven and earth, instantly drawing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Seeing Tenten's group retreat, Tsunade immediately shouted, "Tenten, Kakashi, what happened?" Tenten, however, grinned. "Nothing happened. My 100 million ultimate just went off, that's all." "What 100 million ultimate?" Tsunade froze for a beat, then reacted. "You used 100 million explosive tags to blow up the Jido Mazo? You've gone completely insane." Her voice was loud, carrying across the battlefield. Instantly, everyone looked at Tenten with shock and disbelief, as if they were meeting her for the first time. Using 100 million explosive tags for demolition, you really are insane. But the friends who knew Tenten felt it was only natural, because Tenten was a madwoman. Aside from the number of explosive tags being absurd, the operation itself was perfectly sound. She was not bombing randomly. She was bombing the Jido Mazo. Had they not heard that bone-deep scream? If she could blow the Jido Mazo into dust on the spot, even better. After a long while, the smoke and dust finally cleared. The first figure to appear was Abido. He was uninjured. Clearly he had used Kamui intangibility to evade the impact, but his face was darker than soot because he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, in the next second, the Jido Mazo, already missing one leg, fully emerged from the smoke. And now it was not missing one leg. It was missing two. 100 million explosive tags had detonated right at its thigh and blasted off its last remaining leg on the spot. Yes, amazing. Ha 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 ha, 100 million explosive tags to blow off the Jido Mazo's leg, Tenten, as expected. Wow, Tenten is so cool, I'm going to chase her. Get lost, that's Natsuki-sama's wife. If you want to die, nobody's stopping you. The allied shinobi erupted. Cheers and laughter burst out like it was New Year's. The Jido Mazo was simply too miserable now. With both legs gone, it was crippled beyond words. Tenten looked it over, then smiled at Konan. "Konan Nissan, explosive tags work. 100 million blew off its leg. If you stack 600 billion on its chest, wouldn't it get blown into paste?" Konan's eyes lit up as she nodded hard. "Yes, then next we blow it into paste." It was obvious Konan had found her approach. If the Jido Mazo could be destroyed by explosions, then she would hand over all her explosive tags. They had to blow the Jido Mazo into fragments and see if it could still absorb Biju then. The Jido Mazo was a shell. If the shell was destroyed, the container was broken, and it naturally could not hold the Biju. So what was there to hesitate about? Just blow it up. Kakashi said, "Next, I'll handle restraining Abido. You go straight for the Jido Mazo. Have Tenten leave a formula on its chest and retreat. And Tenten, don't forget to cut down the Jido Mazo's katadama. If the demolition fails, we can still try sealing." Jirya agreed, "Then I'll deal with Orochimaru." Shino said, "I'll handle Kabuto." Konan said, "I'll protect Tent. Nobody is laying a finger on her." The demolition squad formed again, and with ill intent, they advanced toward the Jido Mazo once more. The Jido Mazo, writhing on the ground and wailing, shuddered instinctively, sensing something terrible coming. Orochimaru and Kabuto returned at this time as well. Seeing the pitiful state of the Jido Mazo, they could not help clicking their tongues in amazement. Abido's face was black. "You two ran pretty fast." Orochimaru replied as if it were self-evident. "Of course, I know that little girl's money talk secret art, and unlike you, I can't go intangible. Naturally, I ran first." Kabuto said, "Same." "Two bastards." Abido was furious, but he did not even know what to curse them with. After all, fleeing was instinct. Even if those two had stayed, it would not have changed anything. The explosion had already happened, and because Tenten used Flying Thunder God to detonate right in front of the Jido Mazo's thigh, there was simply no time to stop it. Chapter 395. Over here, Tabarama was still flashing around to evade the brothers' attacks, but he still found time to glance toward the Jido Mazo. She actually used Hurricane no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique, to teleport explosive tags, and she detonated 100 million at once. That little girl did well, Tobirama could not help praising. Of course she did. Tenten has always been outstanding. Tsunade, who was covering the flank nearby, said smugly. When it came to Tenten, Tsunade was naturally very satisfied. It could be said that among Konoha's top 15 female shinobi, Tenten's strength stood out the most. Only then came Yakumo and Megumi. Especially after learning that Tenten had the 6 paths tools, Tsunade felt even more at ease. She even used Tenten as a trump card more than once, and Tenten never let her down, repeatedly earning merit in battle. This time was the same. The only person who would dare to use 100 million explosive tags to bomb the Jido Mazo was Tenten. If she could learn the mutual multiplying explosive tags technique I created, that would be even better. As long as you find the right spot and you have enough explosive tags, you can blast the Jido Mazo to death, Tobirama added. Oh, you mean that, second grandpa? Tenten already learned it, Tsunade said again, dropping another bombshell. Huh, seriously? Of course it's true. Natsuki traded me a chakra battery specifically for the chance to learn that forbidden technique, mainly for Tenten. Incredible. The younger generation is unbelievable, Tobirama sighed. Then he casually threw out a Suten Suishoha water release water shockwave, forcing the brothers back. Not being able to land a single hit on Tobirama for so long made both A and B visibly irritated. On Natsuki's side, the fight was just as spectacular. Natsuki used Hadake Kenjutsu. His Raiten Shunshin, lightning body flicker, was not much slower than Ran Shunshin, storm body flicker, and his blade work was fast and exquisitely precise, forcing a head-on exchange of slashes with Hashirama. Hashirama's real strength was his wood release. In terms of taijutsu, he was not actually that much above Natsuki. And because Hashirama was distracted by the violent explosion over there, once he learned what had happened, he could not help praising, "That little girl did well. She's your girlfriend, right?" "Yes, Tenten is my girlfriend. She has been since we were 7, Natsuki said, sweeping his blade through. 7, you locked it in that early? That really is good judgment, compared to that little Tsuna just. Natsuki did not respond. That was an already dead old man worrying about his granddaughter's love life. It was not Natsuki's place to say anything. He only answered with heavier attacks. At present, the overall situation had not deviated from Natsuki's expectations. He knew Hashirama was the strongest, so he proactively took on the job of containing Hashirama and handed the task of destroying the Jido Mazo to everyone else. Even without his participation, even without him giving a single instruction, they would still fight on their own. Just look at this. Blowing off the Jido Mazo's last leg was a brilliant operation. Tenten, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Konan, and Sasuke were all highly active. As for the others, even if they could not defeat their opponents, at least they could keep them pinned. The battlefield situation was clearly leaning in the Alliance's favor. And with the new Jinchuriki joining, the balance might tilt even further toward the Alliance. Hopefully, this time they could destroy the Jido Mazo and Abaido, ideally kill Black Zetsu as well. Then this calamity would be over. Just then, near Orochimaru, Minato flashed back with Black Zetsu in tow. Abaido, Minato has already left a flying thunder god formula on the island turtle. Let's hurry over. Black Zetsu could hardly wait. No need, Abaido said, pointing at Naruto and Sasuke, who were charging this way. The Alliance knows our plan, so they had Natsuki bring the Jinchuriki over instead. Now all the Jinchuriki are here. Black Zetsu went blank. Then wasn't all my work for nothing? Abaido said, it wasn't for nothing. The Jinchuriki were forced out by you. Now that they're here, it's perfect. We go all out. Hearing that, Black Zetsu nodded, then reflexively turned to look at the Jido Mazo. With just one glance, his eyes went wide. He thought his vision was playing tricks on him, and he even rubbed his eyes. His voice trembled with disbelief. Abaido, what happened while I was gone? Why is the Jido Mazo's leg broken again? Abaido's voice was flat. Why are you yelling? It just got its leg blown off by Tenten's 100 million explosive tags. Once it absorbs Biju, it can attach it back. What matters now is stopping Tenten from using the Six Paths tools on the Jido Mazo. The Jido Mazo's katadama has already been forced out. If the katadama gets cut by the Shicheseiken 7 stars sword, and the katadama curse succeeds, the Jido Mazo will get sealed just like Madeira. And then it's over. Black Zetsu's expression changed. His wariness of Tenten surged to its absolute peak. He could already imagine it. With the Jido Mazo's level of intelligence, it would definitely blurt out some habitual phrase unconsciously. Humans might not understand it, but the Six Paths tools definitely would. After all, he had even heard that Samehada got sucked in. If the Jido Mazo was a living being, it would not escape either. Fine, you handle blocking Tent. I'll go check the Jido Mazo, Black Zetsu said, thinking he might be able to reconnect the severed leg. He hurried to the broken leg area. He had barely begun to examine anything when his heart suddenly chilled. He decisively dodged sideways, but his arm was still severed by a senbon cut. Nice Samui, Darui praised, then immediately used his technique. Ranton Laser Circus. Black Zetsu jumped in alarm and threw up Mokutan defenses, but several beams still punched holes through his body. Luckily, whether it was the severed arm or the laser wounds, they all hit the white portion. The black portion was fine. Black Zetsu was essentially possessing White Zetsu. Damage to White Zetsu had little to do with Black Zetsu himself. Even if White Zetsu died, Black Zetsu could switch to another host. Even if his combat power was not that strong, his survival ability was not inferior to Orochimaru's. Otherwise, how could he have lived all the way from Kaguya's era to the present? At this time, Atsui and Akatsuchi also pounced in, both looking murderous. This was the assassination unit Darui had assembled on the spot, created specifically to kill Black Zetsu. Earlier, Black Zetsu had followed the 4th Hokage away. Darui's group could not find a target, but they stayed hidden anyway, because they knew Black Zetsu would come back. And just as expected, Black Zetsu not only returned, he was alone. It was the perfect moment to strike. But in the next second, a yellow flash appeared, blocking in front of Black Zetsu. My apologies, everyone. I've been ordered to protect Black Zetsu. Darui's brows knit hard. He naturally knew how strong Minato was. His speed was so extreme that even A and B could barely match him. Darui's storm release likely could not keep up with that. Looks like killing Black Zetsu was going to be very difficult. Chapter 396. Just then, Neji arrived with several elite members of the Hyuga clan. He didn't spare Black Zetsu or Minato a glance. Instead, Neji raised a hand and activated an attractive force, directly yanking the Jido Mazo's massive severed leg up into the air. He was going to steal the leg outright. Black Zetsu's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Abido, stop him." The Jido Mazo was already missing one leg. If it lost another, this container really might be ruined. How would it still be able to hold the tailed beasts? If the Jubai Ten-Tails couldn't be formed, how could the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, be activated? And if that couldn't happen, how could Mother be saved? Abido obviously understood that Neji couldn't be allowed to take the severed leg, but Tenten's demolition squad was already charging in. He simply couldn't free his hands. "I'll go," Kabuto said. In the next instant, he transformed into a giant serpent and shot forward. Moving at top speed, he reached the severed leg in moments, reverted to human form, and immediately activated Bansho Tenin Universal Pull, turning it into a tug-of-war against Neji. Both the Rinnegan and the Tenseigan were sage eyes, and their power was terrifying. As they pulled against each other, even space itself began to warp. That enormous severed leg was dragged and torn between them, as if it might split in half at any second. But then Neji's expression flickered. He abruptly canceled the attractive force and switched to repulsion, Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, instantly blasting the severed leg away and sending Kabuto flying along with it. The gigantic leg traced a graceful arc through the air and landed perfectly right in front of Sasuke and Naruto, who had just arrived. "Perfect, Naruto, cover me." Sasuke immediately pulled out a sealing scroll. He spread it open and began forming hand seals. Abido and Black Zetsu both reached out like they were trying to grab something that was already slipping away, shouting at the top of their lungs, "No, don't." Even the Jido Mazo seemed to realize it couldn't let another leg be taken. It actually rolled and scrambled back upright, stretching out a long arm to snatch the severed leg back. But Naruto instantly shifted into a golden form. He formed a Reisen Shuriken, spiral shuriken, between his hands and hurled it straight into the Jido Mazo's outstretched arm. A thunderous boom erupted. The Jido Mazo's huge hand was forced to stop, and the Reisen Shuriken carved dense, crisscrossing wounds across it. It wasn't on the level of 100 million explosive tags, but it accomplished the goal. Sasuke slammed a palm onto the severed leg and unleashed Fuinjutsu, sealing technique. In an instant, the massive leg was sealed into the scroll. Sasuke snapped the scroll shut and flung it backward. From far away, it hit Shikamaru square in the chest. Shikamaru caught the scorching hot potato, utterly speechless. "Hey, Sasuke, why are you dumping this on me to hold?" Sasuke didn't even look back. "I'm not giving it to you. I'm giving it to the allied shinobi forces' rear line. If I carry it, it could get stolen in a split second. You guys keep it safe." Shikamaru had no choice but to stow the scroll away. He understood why Sasuke couldn't keep it. Sasuke was already a Jinchuriki, tailed beast host, and a prime target. If he also carried around a severed leg, wouldn't he become a walking feast for the enemy? The Jido Mazo, meanwhile, flew into a rage, roaring as it charged straight at them. It also seemed to sense that Sasuke and Naruto carried the energy it desperately wanted. It grew even more frenzied, opening its mouth and spewing enormous chakra dragons that tore toward the two of them. "Naruto, dodge, don't get hit." Sasuke remembered Natsuki's warning. They absolutely could not take the Jido Mazo's techniques head-on. There was a high chance they'd be suppressed. Naruto felt the danger too. Using his golden form, he dodged at blazing speed, nothing like the old dead last from before. Now he truly looked like a reliable shinobi. Sasuke dodged as well, and in doing so, saw the chakra dragon sweep through several allied shinobi. In an instant, their chakra was drained dry. What an overbearing power! Sasuke no longer dared to underestimate the Jido Mazo. It could drain several shinobi from this distance. If a Jinchuriki got hit, the tailed beast might be ripped out directly, and that would be catastrophic. So Sasuke warned again, "Naruto, remember what Natsuki said. Don't let the Jido Mazo's techniques hit you. The tailed beast will be taken, and once the tailed beast is taken, the Jinchuriki dies." "I know, run," Naruto replied, his expression equally grave. He accelerated forward and fired another Reisen Shuriken straight at the Jido Mazo's head. But the Jido Mazo opened its mouth and shot out a mass of energy in return, successfully intercepting the Reisen Shuriken. It had already absorbed the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails. The energy inside it was no small thing. Blocking an ordinary ninjutsu was nothing. If not for the tricky placement of Tenten's 100 million explosive tags, how could its leg have been blown off? Still, it could sense it now. The energy it wanted had arrived. The immense power inside these two was exactly what it needed. As long as it could seize them and devour that energy, it would be able to recover most of itself. So it stretched out a huge hand again, trying to grab Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto simply transformed into a golden Ninetales form and spat out a Baijudama, tailed beast bomb. But the Jido Mazo extended its other hand and intercepted the Baijudama, then reached for the Ninetales itself. "This thing is way too tough. How did its legs even get blown off?" Naruto stared in disbelief. The first leg was blown off by Natsuki's Denjuryoku Ho electromagnetic cannon. The second was probably just now Tenten's 100 million explosive tags, Sasuke said as he watched, instinctively comparing them. "Compared to 100 million explosive tags, how does your Baijudama measure up?" Something felt off. Were 100 million explosive tags really more powerful than a Baijudama? In truth, power aside, the key was that Tenten's blast placement was absurdly precise. It hit the exact spot that had previously been corroded by Mei's Yaten lava release. That area was relatively weaker, and the 100 million tags finished the job and severed the leg. Right then, a Baijudama suddenly blasted in from the distance, slamming directly into the Jido Mazo's forearm. Its forearm was forced open, and clear fracture-like cracks spread across it. Naruto and Sasuke immediately looked back. Fu was hovering in midair, already in her seven tails form. She formed seals and fired a massive Renkuden compressed air bullet, actually knocking the Jido Mazo into a roll. At the same time, Gaara and Anoki arrived as well. The damage might not have been huge, but it was effective. When Albedo and Black Zetsu saw four-tailed beasts moving in to surround and attack together, it was obvious what they intended. They were going to blow it up again. And this time, it wouldn't be 100 million. It would be 600 billion. No matter how tough the Jido Mazo was, surely 600 billion would reduce it to dust. Chapter 397. Chapter 398. Whoosh, Black Zetsu was brought by Minato straight to Albedo's side. Albedo, this won't do. We still have to get Madara-sama out, Black Zetsu advised. In Black Zetsu's eyes, Albedo was far too green. In a decisive battle like this, he simply couldn't carry enough weight. Having Madara personally on the field would be far more reassuring. Albedo understood that perfectly well. In the past, he had played at being Madara, acting like he was unstoppable. But the truth was, he was nowhere near Madara's level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be flailing like this now. If Madara were here, he would absolutely be able to solve this mess. So keeping Madara imprisoned was out of the question. Otherwise, the Eye of the Moon plan would never succeed. Albedo clenched his teeth. Black Zetsu, hide yourself and wait for an opening. Orochimaru, have Minato sense it go snatch the red gourd. Orochimaru merely smiled, as if Albedo's awkward, desperate state was entertainment. Still, he did pass the order on to Minato. Even if Minato didn't like it, he had no choice but to go. However, the moment he came face to face with Tenten's squad, he spoke up immediately. I've been ordered to seize the red gourd. Tenten, Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi, protect the red gourd and don't let the enemy take it. Behind them, Albedo's face went dark. Orochimaru, why didn't you silence him? Orochimaru wore an innocent expression. You didn't say anything. Besides, Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, only controls behavior. Thoughts and speech are basically uncontrollable. I can't do it anyway. Want to try it yourself? For fuck's sake. Albedo wanted to tear Orochimaru apart. But he also knew this was not the time for infighting. Their side was already short-handed. If he made Orochimaru an enemy, then the other Hokage would likely turn hostile as well, and that would put him in an even worse position. After hearing Minato's warning, Tenten immediately hugged the red gourd to her chest and ducked behind Jiraiya. Konan also stayed close to Tenten, preventing any attempt to snatch the gourd. Konan understood clearly. Madara was sealed inside the red gourd. If he were released, the allied shinobi forces situation would only get worse. The red gourd had to be protected at all costs. Even if it meant abandoning the demolition plan, they could not act recklessly. After all, others were already dealing with the Jido Mazo. For example, the four-tailed beasts were currently throwing everything they had into a mutual destruction fight against the Jido Mazo. At that moment, Shikamaru's voice suddenly carried over. Tenten squad, Darui squad, pull back for now. Let the allied shinobi forces push forward to deal with the Jido Mazo. Everyone froze for a beat, immediately realizing this meant a full-on mob assault was about to begin. They withdrew without hesitation. Darui was unwilling, but Black Zetsu had already slipped underground. With no way to find him, Darui could only retreat no matter how frustrated he felt. Minato, meanwhile, still had orders to seize the red gourd, so he followed them. Jiraiya stopped decisively. Tenten, Kakashi, Konan, you pull back first. Next is the master and student battle between me and Minato. You must protect the red gourd. Jiraiya-sama/sensei, be careful. The three didn't hesitate. They turned and retreated at speed. As for Jiraiya's safety, it wasn't overly worrying. He was Minato's teacher, after all. Even if he might not win, Minato wouldn't kill him easily. Over there, Naruto, now transformed into a massive nine-tails, glanced in this direction. He recognized Jiraiya, the pervy sage, and he recognized his own father too. But now wasn't the time to reunite. "Dad, wait for me. Once we finish the enemy, I have so much to tell you," Naruto vowed silently, while continuing to coordinate with the 3 tails, 7 tails, and 1 tails to encircle the Jido Mazo from multiple angles. The allied shinobi surged in as well. Under Shikaku's direction, they began the operation. Earth Release Unit Move. In Earth Release, Tgthegood Earth Style, Tectonic Core. A large group of shinobi activated Earth Release in unison. The ground split open, and the earth beneath the Jido Mazo sank in a perfect square, forming a massive, box-shaped pit. Second Earth Release Unit Move. In Sekai Kagyo no Jutsu Earth Style, Lime Condensation Technique. A wave of shinobi exhaled huge amounts of powdered lime, pouring it into the square pit. Kirigakure Shinobi Forward. Suiten Water Release, Suiten Water Bullet. Crash, a large number of mist shinobi spewed water in bulk, mixing it with the lime in the pit. It was textbook civil engineering. They were trying to cast the Jido Mazo into concrete. Fire Release Unit Move. Katten Fire Release, Gonka no Jutsu Great Flame Technique. Whoosh, flames poured out in waves, rapidly curring the mix. In the blink of an eye, the enormous Jido Mazo had become a giant concrete pillar inside the pit. It looked extremely solid, but anyone with eyes could tell the effect probably wouldn't be decisive. "Oh ho, what a magnificent ninjutsu," Hashirama couldn't help praising. "The shinobi are really united, and the coordination is excellent." Tabarama shook his head. Concrete casting might restrain an ordinary summoned beast, but trying to trap something like that will be difficult. And Abido isn't panicking, not out of blind confidence, but because he knows exactly how dangerous the Jido Mazo is. Indeed, the Jido Mazo had already absorbed the power of 4-tailed beasts. Its strength was no trivial matter. Just because one of its legs had been blown off by 100 million explosive tags didn't mean it was weak. Concrete wasn't going to hold it. Sure enough, in the very next moment, crack, crack, crack. The concrete casing split with multiple fractures, then exploded apart as the Jido Mazo broke free with ease. The result immediately deflated the allied shinobi forces' morale. They had thought it would work, only to realize it was a wasted effort. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead too. The operation wasn't going smoothly, but he didn't forget to keep morale up. "Don't lose heart, our operation wasn't completely useless. At the very least, we bought our strongest fighters a brief window to rest. Their chakra is recovering, and they'll be able to rejoin the fight soon." Hearing that, the shinobi reacted at once, and morale surged back. That's right. Maybe they weren't strong enough. Maybe mass combo attacks couldn't truly hurt it, but they could restrain and delay, buying precious time for the heavy hitters to recover. That was vital, it could not be ignored. So they had to make use of this battlefield that seemed useless. Many shinobi shouted, "If that's the case, let's buy even more time." Shikaku immediately began issuing new orders. "Kirigakure, Sunagakure, begin." In the next moment, Miss Shinobi cast Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in mist technique, blanketing the entire area in thick fog to disrupt the enemy's vision. The sand shinobi readied themselves. Once the rested fighters were ready to re-engage, they would be responsible for blowing the fog away. It had to be said, numbers were power. With fog on the scale, at minimum, Abido's side would be severely hampered. Chapter 399. However, battle did not become impossible inside the thick fog. Neji seized the opening at once, leading elite Hyuga fighters like Hayashi straight toward Abido. The allied shinobi forces' heavy hitters could use the lull to recover, but the enemy would not be allowed the same luxury. And with visibility reduced, the Byakugan, White Eye, became even more decisive, so Neji had no reason to hesitate. 8 trigrams, 64 divine vacuum palms. Neji locked onto Abido's position and unleashed his trump card. Palm after palm of repulsive force blasted forward, but each strike passed straight through Abido's body. He had clearly chosen to phase. Neji did not get discouraged. Stepping through 8 trigrams footwork, he quickly shifted his angle and attacked again. Abido continued phasing, but this time, the palm force that passed through Obaido slammed into the Jido Mazo behind him. A repulsion palm was no joke. At the very least, it hurt badly enough to make the Jido Mazo howl in pain. Obaido's face darkened, but he couldn't be bothered to care. As long as the Jido Mazo wasn't instantly killed, it didn't matter. His own safety came first. Meanwhile, Hayashi led several fighters straight toward Kabuto and Orochimaru. Those two were anything but ordinary, so they had to be treated as priority targets. "Yo, Hayashi, long time no see. Looks like your Hyuga main branch and side branch system has been abolished," Orochimaru said while parrying. "Of course," Hayashi answered bluntly. Now that the Hyuga's Tennin has emerged, every clansman naturally follows his lead. Hayashi didn't fear anyone learning it, and he didn't care if people discussed it either. No matter what mistakes the clan had made in the past, the Hyuga would soar under Neji's leadership. The Hyuga would rise again. Tennin, huh? So, the Byakugan evolving into the Tenseigan makes someone a Tennin? Orochimaru analyzed aloud, unconsciously extending his tongue to lick his face. Hayashi didn't want to waste words. He drove in with the 8 trigrams gentle fist, and with the others coordinating, they steadily forced Orochimaru back. Orochimaru was indeed terrifying, solidly caged here. But inside the fog, his effectiveness naturally dropped. The Hyuga had the Byakugan advantage, and with it being a group beatdown, they held the upper hand. On the other side, though, the group trying to handle Kabuto failed to gain ground, because Kabuto was outright broken. Not only did he have the Rinnegan, he had also fused multiple bloodlines and possessed all sorts of bizarre abilities. The Hazuki clan's Suika no Jutsu, hydrification technique, Kimimera's Shikitsamiyaku, dead bone pulse, and more. He was simply hard to deal with. Especially for a clan that fought bare-handed, Shikitsamiyaku was a brutal hard counter. When the opponent can sprout bone spikes directly from their body, do you really want to keep driving gentle fist into that? Neji noticed his clansmen's predicament. While fighting, he took a moment to send several palms toward Kabuto as support, forcing Kabuto to hurriedly raise Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, as a protective barrier. At the same time, Jiraiya and Minato had engaged. Minato said awkwardly, "Sorry, Sensei, I have to fight you." Jiraiya didn't mind. "It's fine. Once we defeat Orochimaru on our side, you'll be free. Still, Minato, it's been a long time, I've missed you." Minato silently gathered a Rasengan, spiraling sphere in his palm, but there was a faint smile on his face. "I've missed you too, Jiraiya-sensei." "Minato, I'm sorry." "Why are you apologizing, Jiraiya-sensei?" "Back during the Ninetales incident, I wasn't there beside you, even though I was your teacher. And for all those years, I didn't return to the village. Naruto suffered so much. That's on me." "Jiraiya-sensei." Minato didn't know what to say, and the Rasengan in his hand ended up pressing forward almost on instinct. Jiraiya dodged easily and used Ranjishigami, Wild Lion's mane, trying to bind Minato, yet Minato's speed made avoiding it almost trivial. Moreover, Jiraiya still carried a marker Minato had left behind when he was alive, so Minato used Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to appear behind him. A Rasengan came down. Fortunately, Jiraiya was sharp enough to evade in time, and he counterattacked in the same motion. The master and student traded exchanges back and forth, though strictly speaking, it was Jiraiya who was tying Minato down. Minato might have Hurricane, but he hadn't placed formula markers everywhere. Using it freely wasn't that simple, so he was effectively being delayed. If you looked closely, Minato was doing it on purpose. His assigned order was to seize the red gourd, but if he was forced into combat, then naturally he couldn't go seize it. That was why he was taking it slow with Jiraiya. You couldn't exactly call that defying the caster's will, right? He was simply being held up by an enemy. And besides, he wasn't going to seize the red gourd. Plenty of witnesses could prove that. After quite a while, Neji's side still hadn't gained a decisive advantage, and their stamina had begun to drain. They chose to withdraw. Seeing that, the Sand Shinobi immediately whipped up a powerful wind, blowing the fog away completely. "All right, everyone back to the fight," Naruto shouted. In Ninetales form, he surged forward again to re-engage the Jido Mazo. Sasuke, Gaara, and Fu did the same, They weren't following Shikamaru's plan down to the letter, but given the situation, no one had time to nitpick. All four, each in a tailed beast form, fired by Judama, tailed beast bombs, at the Jito Mazo's chest in an instant. But the small stump-like protrusions on the Jito Mazo's shoulders suddenly began to grow. They rapidly thickened and elongated, transforming into multiple arms that casually batted the Baijudama aside. It was clear the Jito Mazo was forcing its body, preparing to transform using the power of four-tailed beasts into a 10-tails form. It looked strained, but it had no choice. Its body twisted grotesquely, and it became a gigantic, one-eyed crawling monstrosity. The small stumps all stretched into 10 massive tails. The Jubai 10 tails, true to its name. Only because it had lost 2 legs, this crawling form currently had only a single pair of forelimbs. A massive single eye dominated the front. Beneath it was a gaping mouth packed with dense, needle-like teeth, so disgusting it made your skin crawl. Seeing that, Abido flipped up and planted himself on the 10 tails' head. A tube immediately extended from the 10 tails and pierced into the back of his skull, and he forcefully took control of it. Kabuto and Orochimaru, seeing this, also leapt onto the 10 tails to temporarily avoid being swarmed. Kabuto had originally considered testing whether he could control the 10 tails as well. But when he caught Abido's gaze, he dropped the thought immediately. It wasn't fear. It simply wasn't time to turn on Abido yet. When the time came, Kabuto intended to deliver the true killing blow, making Abido experience the humiliation and helplessness of having his ugliest self witnessed by the person he loved most. A snake held grudges. Don't provoke a snake, understood. Elsewhere, Natsuki, still fighting, spared a glance, and couldn't help thinking that tailed beasts really were hideous. And because this 10 tails hadn't eaten enough, it looked far thinner than the original's chubby crawling form. It looked even more revolting. Chapter 400. Is that the 10 tails' true form? Why does it look like a giant bug? Hashirama asked. It's a very dangerous bug, Natsuki emphasized. Then he added, and it's still not the final form. It hasn't absorbed 5 more tailed beasts yet, so its energy is insufficient. But even with 4 tailed beasts absorbed, it's already strong enough that ordinary shinobi can't do a thing to it. If the allied shinobi forces try to face it head-on, they'll only suffer horrific casualties. To ordinary people, tailed beasts were disasters. Every time a Jinchuriki lost control, it became a catastrophe. And yet this was humanity's own doing. Everything was fine, but they just had to create Jinchuriki. Then when things went wrong, they blamed the Jinchuriki instead. And the tailed beasts were living their lives only to be sealed up without warning. If it were him, he'd go berserk too. As that thought crossed his mind, Natsuki suddenly increased his output and drove a punch straight into Hashirama's face, finally venting a bit of that anger. Hashirama covered his cheek, startled. You seem angry. Yeah, I'm extremely angry, Natsuki snapped. First, Hawkage, do you even know that the 9-tailed beasts were originally split off from the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths? He taught them to protect the shinobi world. But because humans fought constantly, the tailed beasts absorbed that resentment and darkened. And the worst thing is, you were the first to start capturing and sealing tailed beasts. That made them hate humans even more, and people started treating them like calamities. In the end, you bear responsibility that can't be waved away. That happened. Hashirama went blank. He truly hadn't expected that he could have done something so terrible. Back then, distributing the tailed beasts had been meant to balance the village's power, so war would not break out so easily. Instead, Jinchuriki became each village's ultimate weapon. Whenever war erupted, sending out a Jinchuriki meant mass slaughter, completely contrary to Hashirama's original intention. And most importantly, as Natsuki said, forcibly capturing and sealing the tailed beasts planted enormous hatred in them, especially the 9 tails, which had become completely blackened. All it took was Hashirama saying, 9 tails, you're too dangerous. And then the 9 tails was sealed by force. What did it even do? It was living its own life, got forcibly controlled by Madara to fight, lost, then got captured and sealed into a human body and treated like a giant battery. The other tailed beasts suffered the same fate. Thinking about it now, the tailed beasts were pitiful. And because Jinchuriki existed, the Shinobi World's wars became even more horrific than the chaotic warring states era. And all of it stemmed from Hashirama and Madara. Hashirama scratched his head. Well, I didn't know all that. Back then I thought tailed beasts were too dangerous, so I captured them, then distributed them to balance village power so everyone would check each other and wars wouldn't happen. I didn't think that far. Ha ha ha. And you have the nerve to laugh. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to lecture him further. He simply threw a whirlpool boil bomb straight at him to enjoy. Hashirama clapped his hands and formed a wood release barrier, easily blocking the whirlpool boil bomb with no visible strain. Natsuki immediately flung several water circle slashes, shaving Hashirama's forest flat in a straight line. Even the sturdy barrier was cut open, forcing Hashirama to dodge. Haha, that's a good technique. What's it called? Hashirama still had the leisure to ask. Natsuki didn't answer. He threw even more water circle slashes, then used chakra threads to control them, sending the blades in from multiple directions until even Hashirama found it difficult to evade cleanly. The next instant, slash! Hashirama's wrist was cut off. Natsuki's relentless barrage finally made Hashirama pay. And he used the opening to flick out a chakra thread, yank the severed hand to himself, and swiftly inscribe a Hurricane, flying thunder god, formula on the back of it, then toss the hand back. When Hashirama regenerated, he lowered his gaze to the formula on his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Nicely done. Thanks for the compliment, appreciated, Natsuki shot back. Natsuki clapped his hands and entered sage mode. The whirlpool boil bomb he'd gathered in his palm was instantly sent via Hurricane straight to Hashirama's face and detonated at point-blank range. This time, Hashirama only managed to form an incomplete wood release barrier before he was swallowed whole by the terrifying vortex. Natsuki didn't dare waste time. He immediately summoned a coffin, then created a shadow clone to shoulder it and charge with him toward the blast center. He had to seal Hashirama while he was still in pieces. He couldn't wait for full regeneration. Under the heat, Natsuki's skin blistered, though a chakra shroud let him endure. And he did see it. Hashirama's shattered body was already gathering itself back together. If he waited even a little longer, Hashirama would be fully restored again. Seeing Natsuki arrive with the coffin, Hashirama's eyes lit up. Quick, seal me, hurry. Obviously, Funjutsu, Mafuba demon sealing wave. Spiraling chakra surged out, wrapped the nearly regenerated Hashirama, and stuffed him into the coffin. The lid slammed shut with a heavy bang. Natsuki immediately slapped more than a dozen sealing tags onto it, covering the entire coffin. HMPH, finally, let's see who's going to free you now. Boom! A beam of energy shot in, by sheer bad luck. It struck the coffin dead on, detonating a violent explosion that even blew Natsuki off his feet. Natsuki glanced toward the origin of the beam and saw the Ten-Tails' single eye in the distance, glowing red. The Ten-Tails was firing energy beams indiscriminately. One sweep killed who knew how many shinobi, and the resulting explosions caused waves of additional casualties. Damn it, it just happened to hit the coffin by accident. Why was it that accurate? Natsuki cursed, but his eyes swept across the allied formation. Even without a finalized count, the devastation was obvious. As expected, against a monster like that, ordinary people were nothing but fodder. Even standing far away to watch could get you killed by the blast radius of a single stray energy shot. Natsuki flipped and landed steadily. He'd been caught in the explosion, but he wasn't seriously hurt. Behind him, Hashirama's body, blown apart, regenerated rapidly, looking utterly confused. Natsuki, weren't you sealing me? Why am I out again? Natsuki felt exhausted to the bone. You were sealed, but the instant I shut the lid, the Ten-Tails blast blew the coffin apart. Hashirama seemed to understand Natsuki's mood, even if he couldn't find words for it. Like spending an entire afternoon baking a perfect cake, only for a bratty kid to fling it onto the floor. That kind of misery was painfully relatable. Chapter 401. Over there, the Ten-Tails was finally enraged by the relentless barrage from the four Jinchuriki. it immediately unleashed a continuous volley of Baijudama, tailed beast bombs, spewing energy waves like a machine. Wherever they passed, it was practically apocalyptic. The allied shinobi forces suffered grievous casualties. Naruto shouted anxiously, "Fall back, leave this to us." As he spoke, he split off Kyuubi chakra to shield many people. Gaara copied him and protected a large number as well. But Sasuke did not do the same. He transformed into a Three Tails form, then wrapped the Three Tails in a Susanoo armor shell. A colossal sword smashed up toward the sky. Susanoo armor. Sasuke, clad in divine war gear, charged straight at the Ten Tails. When Baijudama energy cannons fired at him, he used Susanoo's greatsword to shatter them and kept advancing. In short order, he reached the Ten Tails. Compared to its sheer size, the Susanoo armor was still a notch smaller, but smaller did not mean weaker. The Susanoo thrust its sword directly toward the Ten Tails' massive eye. The Ten Tails raised a hand and flicked the blade aside, actually knocking it away with a single motion. Sasuke didn't lose heart. He lunged in instead. Despite his massive body, he slipped past the Ten Tails' grab with ease. A Baijudama formed at his mouth, then he shoved it straight into the Ten Tails' own gaping maw. Boom! The Baijudama detonated inside the Ten Tails' mouth, blasting it into a bloody, mangled mess. The Ten Tails screamed and, enraged, reached out to grab Sasuke. Because Sasuke was armored, his tailed beast form was protected by Susanoo, so he wasn't harmed by his own Baijudama. As the Ten Tails' giant hand came down, his left eye suddenly activated its Tgjutsu. Amaterasu. Whoosh, black flames ignited across the Ten Tails' hand. The Ten Tails' screams became even more heartrending. It kept scraping its hand against the ground, again and again, but the black flames would not go out. On the Ten Tails' head, Abaito stared in shock. I didn't expect Sasuke's Tgjutsu to be Amaterasu too, and that Susanoo armor, it's genuinely troublesome to deal with. Abaito was, frankly, jealous. He had possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan before, yet had never awakened Susanoo. He had entrusted his eye and Rin to Kakashi out of friendship, and the result was that Kakashi failed to protect Rin. Now, Kakashi was using that same eye against him. He had even missed his chance to pilot the mecha. Seeing Sasuke's Susanoo look that cool, it would be strange not to envy it. At that moment, Naruto and Gaara attacked as well. One threw an enormous Rasen Shuriken, spiral shuriken. The other spat out a massive Renkuden compressed air bullet, provoking another furious roar from the Ten Tails. Fu also continued her aerial assault. Of course, even if tailed beasts seemed like infinite chakra, their chakra was still finite. If they used Baijudama non-stop, they would eventually run dry and need time to recover. That was why Naruto and the others relied on ninjutsu instead. Especially Gaara, who had to conserve the most, Shukaku's chakra was the lowest. If he didn't ration it, he would burn out quickly. Abaito took one last hard look at Sasuke's Susanoo armor, then said to Kabuto, "Kabuto, go help. Knock the Ten Tails' left eye aside for a moment." Kabuto asked back, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Abaito replied, "I'm connected to the Ten Tails. I need to control it." Only then did Kabuto fall silent. He waited until Sasuke wasn't paying attention, then leapt down from the Ten Tails' head and fired a Shinra Tensei, almighty push, blasting the Amaterasu flames away. As for Orochimaru, he stared at Sasuke with naked greed. He had always wanted Sasuke's body. Now it looked like his choice back then had been right. Sasuke really was exceptional. A Mangekyo Sharingan, a Susanoo wrapped around a tailed beast form, his strength was absurd. Even facing a Ten Tails that had absorbed 4 tailed beasts, he didn't flinch. Orochimaru wanted him more than ever. Sasuke noticed Orochimaru's gaze and also locked onto Abaito. For a disgrace like Abaito, Sasuke wanted to personally execute him. His Tgjutsu flared again. Enton Kagetsuchi. In an instant, 5 black flame arrows formed in front of the Susanoo armor and shot toward Abaito and Orochimaru. Kagetsuchi was the other Mangekyo technique of Sasuke's second eye. It could shape the black flames into any form, with excellent offense and defense alike. And that made the other eye's Amaterasu feel awkward by comparison. Abaido didn't dare underestimate it. He immediately used Shinra Tensei to blast the black flame arrows away. But Sasuke's pressure didn't stop. The second wave arrived at once, right in the cooldown window of Shinra Tensei, so Abaido could only choose to phase. And that made Orochimaru miserable. He could only dodge desperately. The one who suffered most was the Ten-Tails. Because Abaido failed to block the arrows, several landed on the Ten-Tails' back, provoking another agonized howl. "Sasuke, your strength is respectable," Abaido tried to put on a cool front. "How about cooperating with me? I'll create a beautiful world for everyone. In your world, the Uchiha won't have been massacred. They'll thrive and become the strongest clan. Your parents and your brother will still be alive. You'll like that world." Sasuke sneered. "Only idiots would want a fake world like that. I'll repeat something Natsuki said. Rin loves Kakashi. Only Rin who loves Kakashi is the real Rin. The Rin in the world you create is fake." "Shut up, you bastard, shut up." Abaido hadn't expected Sasuke to land such a brutal hit. His composure shattered instantly. He had thought Sasuke's strength was impressive and tried to lure him with words, hoping for another ally. After all, hatred from the clan massacre could push Sasuke into darkness. Abaido had targeted Sasuke before, tried to convert him, only to have his plans ruined. This time he had only wanted to try his luck again, but Sasuke's words were a direct critical strike. In that instant, Abaido no longer wanted to recruit Sasuke at all. "If you won't take the hint, then die." Abaido controlled the Ten-Tails and formed an enormous Baijudama, aiming it straight at Sasuke's Susanoo armor. Sasuke didn't dodge. He intended to tank it head-on. There were too many shinobi behind him. If the Ten-Tails fired that massive Baijudama into the formation, casualties would be catastrophic. Sasuke wasn't some bleeding heart saint, but he couldn't just watch that many people die. And among the shinobi behind him, there might be friends. So he would take this shot, and he should be able to take it. After all, he was wearing Susanoo over a tailed beast form. The durability would be more than enough. Shine! Boom! The massive Baijudama arrived in the blink of an eye, because it was fired from extremely close range. Sasuke was about to receive it when, in the next moment, a figure flashed in front of him, flying straight toward the massive Baijudama, and even blocked it with an earring for an instant. "Sasuke, don't throw your life away. At times like this, you should call me." Chapter 402. Natsuki, how? Whoosh! Sasuke's answer was the disappearance of the massive Baijudama, tailed beast ball. The very next second, the spot where Natsuki had been fighting Hashirama erupted in a world-ending explosion. Clearly, Natsuki had warped the massive Baijudama, tailed beast ball, over to Hashirama's side. Using the enemy's power to beat Hashirama was simply the easier option. Natsuki grinned. "I've been keeping an eye on everyone's situation. I saw you trying to take a Baijudama, tailed beast ball, that big head-on like you had a death wish, so I came to save you. All right, I've got to go seal Hashirama again. You're up next, handle your side." With that, he vanished again in a flash. Naruto suddenly shouted, "Sasuke, you seriously went too far. If you actually caught something that huge, you would have died." Gaara added, "Sasuke, do not act so recklessly again." Up in the air, Fu said, "But 280. There were a lot of allied shinobi behind him. Sasuke was trying to take all the damage himself, wasn't he? Good thing Natsuki got there in time. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what would have happened." Naruto and Gaara both turned to look behind Sasuke. Sure enough, an allied unit was in the middle of retreating. If Sasuke had dodged just now, those people would have been wiped out or left with massive casualties. So that was why Sasuke didn't move. Not because he was showing off, but because he was protecting his comrades. Naruto and Gaara both felt a jolt in their chests. If it were them, they probably would have done the same. "Sasuke." "Yakamashi." Sasuke snapped, his voice annoyed but laced with a hint of embarrassment. "Who cares about that? Quit wasting time and fight. Let's clean these idiots up already." "Yeah, let's go." Naruto and Fu answered with instant energy. Gaara wasn't as expressive, but he still raised Shukaku's massive hand in support. On the other side, Natsuki flashed back. Before the aftershock of the Baijudama, tailed beast ball had even fully dispersed, he wrapped himself in chakra to protect his body and rushed toward the blast's center. It didn't take long before he spotted Hashirama again, half destroyed and barely holding shape. Hashirama looked even more shattered than before, almost reduced to grains of sand, slowly gathering himself back together. When his mouth finally formed, he spoke right away. "I thought you vanished to do something else. Turns out you were delivering me a big gift." I had zero guard up. My body got ground to pieces by that Baijudama tailed beast ball. "All right, you can seal me now with peace of mind. Just don't let me out again." "Understood. First Hokage Dono, after the fighting's over, there should be time for you to say goodbye to Tsunade." Natsuki produced the coffin. "Ha, that'd be perfect. I'm counting on all of you from here," Hashirama said. "Don't worry, Fuinjutsu, Mafuba Demon Sealing Wave." Natsuki activated Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave, stuffing Hashirama back into the coffin and sealing him away again. This time, there were no surprises. He stored the coffin inside a scroll, creating a double-layer seal, and kept the scroll on his person. At this point, even if a dozen immortals came to try to rob him, no one was taking it. Natsuki was just deciding who to support next when he noticed chaos breaking out at the rear headquarters. He focused and his face changed instantly. He vanished at once. Earlier, when Natsuki warped the massive Baijudama, tailed beast ball, Tenten's squad had already pulled back to a safe distance, nearly all the way to the rear headquarters, finally in position to rest. Tenten had been thinking she could use her 600 billion Kandan Ogi money release secret art on the Jido Mazo demonic statue of the Outer Path. But instead the Jido Mazo demonic statue of the Outer Path transformed. And it transformed into something extremely dangerous. Even the allied shinobi were being ripped apart by successive energy shockwaves, leaving heavy casualties. The grim outcome put everyone on edge. They all knew the Jubai, Ten Tails, would be hard to deal with. They hadn't expected it to be this monstrous. This was no longer a battle ordinary people could participate in. So the command staff immediately ordered the allied shinobi to withdraw and leave it to the 4 Jinchuriki, tailed beast hosts, and the Gakage, 5 Cage. Anyone else charging in would just be throwing their life away. Tenten didn't rush into the fight either. Even though she had Huraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and could wield the Rikudo ninja tools, 6 Paths ninja tools, facing a monster like that was still far too dangerous. And there was no need to hurry. She planned to think carefully how to maximize her strengths. This was also a good chance to recover. She'd been using Huraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, repeatedly while simultaneously controlling the Rikudo ninja tools, 6 Paths ninja tools. Her chakra and mental focus had taken a real hit. She needed a proper breather. Just then, a shinobi approached with some drinks in hand, someone who looked vaguely familiar and yet somehow not. In a worshipful tone, he said, "Tenten-sama, your performance just now was incredible. You've worked so hard. Please, have some drinks and rest." "Oh, thaw him." Tenten reached out to take one, but instinctively stopped, her guard shooting up. "Who are you? Why don't I recognize you?" There was no way she was accepting something from a stranger who walked up out of nowhere at a time like this. Even with that admiring expression, she had to be cautious. One mistake was all it took to get exploited. And she remembered that white Zetsu could disguise themselves as shinobi. They were notoriously hard to identify. The shinobi immediately looked wounded. "Tenten-sama, why are you so suspicious of a comrade? I just admire you and wanted to bring you something to drink." Tenten shook her head, cert. "No, something's off. Tell me who you are, your number, your name, and your unit." Conan stepped in front of Tent at once, blocking her and staring the shinobi down warily. The commotion drew attention. Darui, sensing something wrong, immediately drew a kunai and rushed over. The moment the shinobi realized he'd been exposed, he lunged at Tent. Smoke was already curling off him, explosive tags were strapped to his body. He was planning to take her with him. Conan instantly wrapped him completely with Kami no Jutsu paper technique and flung him far away. Boom! He detonated into a spray of gore. Then a severed white arm tumbled down onto the ground, unmistakably a white Zetsu arm. Darui shouted, "There are white Zetsu infiltrators in the headquarters. Their target is the red gourd. Everyone protect Tenten, flush out the white Zetsu spies." Shikamaru also hurried over, but the moment he arrived, he spotted it. Behind Tenten's gourd, a black hand emerged from the ground in complete silence, reaching for the red gourd from about 1.5 meters below. "Black Zetsu, don't you dare." Shikamaru fired off Kage Main no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, locking Black Zetsu in place. Tenten's blood ran cold. She hadn't realized Black Zetsu had gotten behind her so quietly, she'd been a heartbeat away from losing the red gourd. But before she could even rise, Black Zetsu moved faster. Through White Zetsu Wi-Fi underground, he instantly contacted Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, send the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage to me. Take the red gourd." Orochimaru didn't hesitate for even a moment before issuing the order. The next second, whoosh. Tobirama and Minato flashed in beside Black Zetsu with Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. One grabbed the red gourd, the other cut the bindings. Then, whoosh, they disappeared again. The red gourd vanished with them. So did Black Zetsu. It turned out both of them had left Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, markings on Black Zetsu's body. Chapter 403. Oh no, the gourd. Tenten panicked. Luckily, she had already left her own Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, formula on every single one of the 6 paths ninja tools, so she flashed after them immediately, not caring about her own safety at all. "Tenten, don't go." Konan, Shikamaru, and the others tried to stop her, but it was already too late. In an instant, their worry spiked. If Tenten went alone, it would be incredibly dangerous. This was bad. At that moment, Tobirama and Minato had already flashed in with the red gourd in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru decisively pulled the stopper out at once, yet nothing happened. Seeing that, Obaido immediately placed one hand on the gourd and poured a huge amount of chakra into it. Whoosh! A figure shot out from the mouth of the gourd and took the form of Madara. Uchiha Madara freed. "Ha ha ha ha, I Uchiha Madara am out." Madara's face twisted into manic laughter. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes darted around at lightning speed. "Hashirama, Hashirama, where are you? I Uchiha Madara am out, where is Hashirama?" The second he escapes, he starts looking for his lover. Just how much do you like Hashirama? Honestly, you had it coming, getting sealed in the red gourd. Right then, Tenten suddenly flashed in, snatched the stopper with quick hands, and jammed it back into the gourd's mouth. The gourd still contained the Edo Tense, Impure World Reincarnation army. Letting the enemy release them would be catastrophic. As Tenten moved to seize the gourd, Obaido chopped a hand across to intercept her. If he weren't worried about blasting away his own side, he probably would have used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to fling Tenten away. But even so, Tenten's situation was still extremely dangerous. The next second, whoosh. Natsuki abruptly appeared beside the gourd, forcefully yanked it over, then flashed in front of Tenten, placing her behind him. Tenten's voice trembled with tears. "Natsuki, it's all my fault. I let that great devil out." Madara, the great devil, looked displeased. "Who are you calling a great devil, you little brat? I, Uchiha Madara, am the savior. You there, Natsuki. Tell me where Hashirama is." "So you really are still hung up on your best buddy." Natsuki gave a dry chuckle. "Your Hashirama is sealed by my Mafuba, demon sealing wave." Madara froze, then rage detonated across his face. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hashirama isn't that weak. There's no way you sealed him. You're lying." "I'm not lying, it's true." Natsuki's expression went serious. First Hokage Dono said the person he hates most in this life is a guy named Uchiha Madara. He doesn't want to see you at all, so he'd rather be sealed by me. Madara went blank, as if smashed by a hammer out of a clear sky. Natsuki didn't linger. He flashed away with Tenten and the red gourd. The moment they returned, everyone crowded in. "Tenten, are you okay? That was way too reckless. You scared the hell out of us." Tenten's eyes were rimmed red. "Everyone, I'm sorry, I didn't protect the red gourd. That devil Uchiha Madara got out." Everyone's faces changed. They hadn't expected Madara to break free after all. But no one blamed Tent. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head. If we're talking responsibility, honestly, I'm the most at fault. I never thought White Zetsu would have infiltrated headquarters too. That's how the enemy got their opening. Conan added, I'm the one who failed to protect the Red Gourd. I was guarding Tent, but I didn't notice Black Zetsu making a move from behind. I didn't do my job. So, Tent, you don't need to blame yourself. This isn't your fault. Darui spoke up too. I loosened up because we were resting. By the time I realized I was a step late, that's on me too. Everyone's. Tenten knew they were comforting her. She was moved, but she felt even more guilty. Natsuki patted her on the head. You silly girl. If you're blaming yourself, you're being arrogant. Black Zetsu called in the second and fourth Hokage. Their Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, is smoother than mine, fastest in the entire shinobi world. Even if I'd been the one guarding the Red Gourd, I might not have been able to keep it safe. So who are you to look down on those two and blame yourself? And besides, you risked your life to grab the Red Gourd, and you kept the Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, army sealed inside. That's already impressive. The others chimed in as well. Yeah, Tenten, stop blaming yourself. Tenten sniffed, wiped her eyes hard, and rasped, then fine, I'll be arrogant. Next, I'm using the Red Gourd to seal every last one of them. That was the kind of girl she was. She steadied herself fast. Natsuki checked the Red Gourd again and found only his and Tenten's Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique markings. He immediately relaxed. Looks like Tabarama and Minato hadn't intentionally left any formula on the gourd. If they had, it would have been dangerous and messy. Natsuki would have had to constantly worry about Tenten's safety. Still, the fact that Abaido had managed to release Madara surprised Natsuki. This was a six paths tool. Even if you pulled the stopper, a sealed person shouldn't be able to come out unless the user could actually control the gourd. But Abaido had forced Madara out just by pouring chakra into it. Was it because of the Rinnegan? Fortunately, Abaido wasn't skilled with it yet. If he'd released the previously sealed Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, army all at once, that would have been a disaster on a completely different scale. Natsuki also checked Tenten's condition more carefully, then knocked her forehead with a finger. You really did go wild. That much chakra burn, and you don't have that many chakra batteries either. Be more careful. Were you trying to drain yourself dry and pass out? I know, okay, I messed up, Tenten said, sticking her tongue out playfully. Natsuki couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. But with Tenten acting like that, it was obvious her mindset had fully recovered. No need to worry. Natsuki said, next, I'll handle Madara. Good thing I sealed the first Hokage earlier, at least I won't have to fight two monsters at once. Tenten, you stay in the rear and follow the command staff's orders. Do not take risks. Remember this, I'm not able to rush in and save you every time. As he spoke, he stared straight at Tenten until she nodded seriously. Only then did he ease up. Natsuki lightly kissed Tenten on the forehead, and then he vanished. You two are really close, Conan said, envy in her voice. Conan had once had two people she was very close to as well. Not lovers, but family in everything that mattered. Only now, both of them were gone. Tenten only smiled faintly and didn't say anything. She and Natsuki weren't married yet, but they were already like an old married couple. Their bond had long since moved past the Hiten drama of young love. It was steady and real. So no matter where they were, their closeness came naturally. It wasn't performative, and it wasn't meant to show off. Even with others nearby, they didn't feel awkward. It was simply the way they were, no need to care about anyone else's gaze. Chapter 404. Above the 10 Tails, Uchiha Madara was getting the full briefing. Everything that happened after he'd been sealed away, how the reinforcements Yakushi Kabuto brought fought, how they seized the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying bottle, how the Jinchuriki, tailed beast hosts, appeared, how Senju Hashirama was sealed, and so on. Even though he hadn't seen the exact moment Hashirama got sealed, he could more or less guess what went down. Madara's eyes lit up with realization. So Hashirama got screwed because Natsuki baited him with a ridiculously huge Baijudama, tailed beast ball, and that's why he got sealed. Now that makes sense. No way someone like Hashirama gets sealed that easily otherwise. And everything Natsuki said was definitely a lie. Brats rotten to the core. Everyone fell silent. The legendary Shinobi no Shura. Why was he non-stop? Hashirama, Hashirama, Hashirama. So was the relationship between Madara and Hashirama good, or was it bad? Then Madara's eyes abruptly shifted into the Rinnegan. The Ten Tails immediately extended a tube and plugged it into the back of his head, and he began controlling the Ten Tails directly. And rare praise from him, he added, "At least you managed to take back 4 of the tailed beasts. Not bad." But his expression wasn't all approval. There was irritation too, clearly, the fact that the Jido Ma's, demonic statue of the outer path, had lost 2 legs had him in a foul mood. Also, all 5 Jinchuriki were supposedly accounted for, yet none of them had reported in for ages. It made Abido look incompetent. So Madara decided he'd handle it himself. He didn't care how strong the allied shinobi forces were, snatching 5 Jinchuriki should be effortless. Then he remembered something else. You said you threw the Kohaku no Johei straight into the Jido Mazo's mouth. Fine, but what about the Jinchuriki inside the bottle? They're Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation. They're our manpower. Why didn't you release them to fight? Well. Abido froze up. It wasn't even that he was lying. He genuinely hadn't thought about it. Madara's face darkened instantly. What are you even good for? No wonder this battle's been so suffocating. You've got combat power sitting in your pocket and you don't know how to use it. You deserve to get bullied. As he spoke, he controlled the Ten Tails and forced it to spit them out. 5 people hit the ground. Yujido, Roshi, Han, and Utakata, 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki. And Nagato. Madara's mood flipped immediately. Ha 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 ha, Nagato, welcome back. Now keep fighting for the Tsuki no Mi Keikaku, plan of the Eye of the Moon. He rated Nagato highly, at the very least, far more than Abido. And now that Nagato was Edo Tensei, paired with sharing and control, he could unleash absurd power. This battle just got that much more secure. Nagato stood there, stunned. Hadn't he already been sealed inside the Kohaku no Johei? How was he out again? He didn't want to listen to Madara, but his body wouldn't obey. For a moment, he almost wanted to die all over again. He didn't want to be a tool anymore. He didn't want to keep making mistakes. On Natsuki's side, he flashed onto Sasuke's Susanoo armored avatar's shoulder. Tsunade, Mei, I, and B, Jirya, and the others had lost their opponents as well once Senju Tabarama and Namikaze Minato vanished, and they all converged on this position. When they saw Madara reappear, everyone's faces tightened. Still, nobody blamed Tent. The moment Tabarama and Minato vanished, everyone had felt the shift in the air. Now it was obvious the 2 of them had used their speed to go snatch the gourd. At least the gourd wasn't in enemy hands, and the enemy hadn't been able to unleash the Edo Tensei army again. That alone was worth being grateful for. But no one expected that Madara, the instant he returned, would also release every Edo Tensei sealed inside the Kohaku no Johei. Even without tailed beasts inside them, those 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki were still dangerous. And Nagato still had the Rinnegan. Right now, he might even be stronger than the original Deva path. It was hard not to fear that. The tide really had turned. The enemy had swung the momentum back in a single move. The next phase was going to be brutal. Natsuki raised his voice. Tsunade-sama, the Shadai-sama has been sealed. I'll go all out against Madara. You coordinate everything else. If you need me, call for me. Tsunade nodded once. Good, go deal with that demon. The rest is on us. She had reason to be confident. The rank and file had withdrawn, but they could surge back in at any moment, and the fighters still on the field were anything but ordinary. Gaara, Sasuke, Fu, Killer Bee, Naruto, 4 perfect Jinchuriki. Tsunade, I, Anoki, Mei the 4 Cage. Jirya, Neji, Shino, Kakashi, Darui, Chijuro, Kuretsuchi, Temari, more heavy hitters. And the allied shinobi forces still had plenty in reserve. Tenten, Yakumo, Ino, Shika, Cho, Akatsuchi, Samui. They hadn't even entered the fight yet. With that much strength, there was no way they lost. Madara crossed his arms and looked down on them, his voice carrying effortless authority. Allied shinobi forces? Give up. Hand over the tailed beasts and cooperate with the Tsuki no Mi Keikaku, plan of the Eye of the Moon. Then everyone will have a world that belongs to them. I will create a world with only victors, only peace, only love, only perfection. The shinobi world will reach flawless peace. You should support me, your savior. Why resist? Hearing that, the allied shinobi exchanged uneasy looks. Some even showed a hint of longing, because maybe a world like that really would be beautiful. Madara, the world you're describing is a fantasy. It has no meaning, Tsunade shouted back. You think you're a savior, but you're just a fool being used by Black Zetsu. He used you to free his sealed mother. Once the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, activates, his mother will break free, and everyone in the shinobi world becomes her nourishment. Everyone turns into Shiro Zetsu, White Zetsu. That isn't peace, it's bullshit. Wake up already, you idiot. In the shadows, Black Zetsu's expression twisted. He hadn't expected Tsunade to know the plan. Worse, she'd yelled it out loud. Now everyone had heard it. Would Madara start to doubt? What was he supposed to do now? But Madara's laughter thundered out instead. Ha 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 ha, that same line again, I'm sick of it. When I awakened the Rinnegan before I died, I saw the truth clearly. Do you think I can't tell whether I've been deceived? Trying to shake my resolve with cheap rhetoric, what a joke. I'm done talking. If you're determined to stay blind, then fight. Sa Tadakida, come on, fight. Whoosh, Natsuki struck first, snapping his wrist and sending a storm of Jutsushiki Kanai, Formula Kanai, flying straight toward the Ten-Tails. Then flash, he appeared above the Ten-Tails. Senin Moto, Sage Mode, ignited instantly, and in his hand, a millstone-sized spiraling sphere of water condensed and dropped like a hammer. Senpo, Cho Uzuri Dandanai, Sage Art, Ultra Giant Vortex Bullet. Chapter 405. The massive water sphere dropped, and just as it was about to explode right in front of Madara. The next instant, Fujutsu Kyuin, Sealing Jutsu Absorption. BZZZT. Madara's Rinnegan activated, and he absorbed every last bit of power from the spiraling water sphere. He didn't even move. The sheer, standing there looking cool factor was obscene. But Natsuki hadn't been counting on that move to win. In a flash, he reappeared on the Ten-Tails' back. He'd thrown a lot of Jutsushiki Kanai, Formula Kanai, earlier. While he was pressuring with the vortex-boiling attack, several of those Kanai had successfully landed on the Ten-Tails' back, exactly as planned. If Madara was sitting on top of the Ten-Tails, then Natsuki would open the battlefield right here on its back. Any collateral damage would be the Ten-Tails' problem anyway. Ideally, they'd kill the Ten-Tails outright. The moment Natsuki touched down, he slammed a palm onto the Ten-Tails' back and left a Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, formula there. That way, even if he got knocked off, he could warp right back up. Madara turned his head and laughed. Hey ha ha ha, Natsuki, how many times have we fought now? Natsuki's face didn't change. However many it is, you've basically lost every time. You keep calling yourself a savior, but your actual strength isn't anything special. You talk huge, but that's all it is. Fighting you, I've gotten seriously injured before. Young man, Madara said calmly, you're still too arrogant. But he wasn't underestimating Natsuki either. Winning and losing isn't that simple. As long as I'm not down, I won't admit defeat. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to keep talking. He raised both hands and condensed 2 circular water blades into his palms. But he didn't swing at Madara. Instead, he slashed downward, twice, carving 2 vicious wounds into the Ten-Tails' back. The Ten-Tails roared in fury. Stop that! Madara surged forward and counterattacked immediately. Natsuki met him head-on, parried cleanly, and even returned blows. In an instant, the two were trading attacks back and forth, tight, fast, and brutal. And the moment Natsuki moved, the others didn't just stand there watching. First, armored Sasuke charged straight at the Ten-Tails. The giant turtle beneath him blasted water cannons while the Susanoo, armored avatar, raised its colossal sword and cleaved down, forcibly yanking the Ten-Tails' attention in their direction. Naruto stayed in his golden Kurama form, forming an enormous Rasen Shuriken in his claw and hurling it toward the Ten-Tails' massive single eye. Gaara was in Shukaku form as well, firing Renkuden air bullets non-stop. The damage wasn't huge, but it was constant harassment, enough to keep the Ten-Tails scrambling. Seeing that, Killer Bee transformed too, becoming the 8-tails bull octopus body, and launched a gigantic ink-black Baijudama, tailed beast ball. As for Fu, she was already in 7-tails form, hovering high in the air, and she kept pelting Abaido, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and the others with Baijudama. Abaido repelled them with Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, and for the moment, he honestly didn't have a clean way to deal with her. Fu was flying too high, hitting her directly was difficult. Even if the 10-tails fired an energy wave, she could dodge easily, and with multiple tailed beasts pestering it from every direction, the 10-tails was getting overwhelmed. Down below the 10-tails, the ground battle erupted as well. Neji immediately took Nagato, because Nagato had the Rinnegan, and right now, Neji might be the only one who could actually hold him in check. And Neji had his own pride riding on it. Last time, he'd lost to the Deva path. Now that he'd run into the puppeteer behind Pain, he could finally defeat him and prove the Tenseigan reincarnation I was superior. The Reikage I rushed Yujito head-on. Yujito was from Kumagakure, so I knew her style and how to fight her. Anoki chose Roshi. He understood Roshi's threat level. Even without a tailed beast inside him, Roshi could still use Yaten Lava Release Chakra mode, an extremely dangerous opponent. So the old fox had to step in personally. Kuretsuchi naturally took Han. As Iwagakure's princess, she had a responsibility to put him down. Fortunately, it wasn't a pure one-on-one, Temari stayed behind her, providing support. Mei went after Utakata. Since Utakata was originally from Kirigakure, she had the duty to defeat him. Chijiro, as Mei's guard, stayed close to cover her. And because it was obvious the lower battlefield was in trouble, Senju Tabarama and Namikaze Minato were dispatched down there. Tsunade, Jirya, Kakashi, and Darui moved to intercept them, but even at 4 versus 2, it wasn't guaranteed. Those two were absurdly fast. Tracking Hurricane, Flying Thunder God users was a nightmare. The allied side still had Shino, too, but Shino was fearless. He directly stepped onto Jeppo Moonwalk and climbed into the sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fu. Then he released his swarm. Fu split off a portion of 7-tails chakra and let the insects feed on it. One by one, they swelled rapidly until each bug was the size of a millstone. Under the two of them controlling the swarm, the mass of giant insects surged toward the 10-tails forehead. Hey, this is ridiculous. Kabuto pushed his glasses up, speechless, not even sure how to deal with it. Orochimaru, however, immediately slipped into analysis mode. Aburame clan Kikeichu parasitic insects can evolve continuously. This boy Shino used 7-tails chakra energy as a growth medium long ago, letting the swarm adapt to Biju chakra. Now, even after consuming massive amounts of 7-tails chakra, they won't rupture, they'll just keep expanding. A swarm of insects this large really is a serious threat. Dealing with it won't be easy. Kabuto sighed. Orochimaru-sama, please stop analyzing and think of an actual solution. The swarm is coming down. Orochimaru spread his hands. I don't have one. I'm excellent at staying alive, but I can't match the raw power of you two with the Rinnegan. Good luck. Fortunately, Kabuto didn't have to shoulder it alone. Abaido was going to act. He raised a hand and used Mokyuten, Sashiki no Jutsu, wood release, piercing insertion technique. Dense wooden spikes fired out wildly, impaling plenty of insects. But the swarm was too thick, wiping them all out wasn't simple. He followed with Katen, Gakikyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball jutsu, but the results were minimal. And then the swarm arrived, nearly blotting out the sky. Even the 3 on the 10-tails back felt their scalps prickle. Kabuto activated Shiketsumiyaku, dead bone pulse, ripped a bone sword from his body, and started cutting down the giant insects that got close. But they were shockingly hard. Each kill took real effort. Orochimaru, meanwhile, was holding nothing but a kunai. When a bug flew at him, he simply jabbed its head once, clean kill, making it look effortless. He even had time to pick one up and examine it, his face carrying a faint, almost pleased smile that the others couldn't understand at all. More insects landed on the 10-tails head as well, gnawing furiously. They couldn't break through the 10-tails hide right away, but it still made the beast howl in pain. Abaido got sick of it and immediately went for a big move. Katten Bafuranbu, Fire Release, Blast Wave Wild Dance. His Manjikayo sharing in warped space, whipping up a violent storm, and then he exhaled spiraling flames. With the storm feeding it, the fire erupted instantly and rolled across the swarm, incinerating a huge number of insects. Shino and Fu watched and couldn't help chuckling. Their insects had extremely high fire resistance. And their insects were endless. Chapter 406. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiraling flames were ferocious. Bugs scorched black and dropped out of the air one after another, but even more of them didn't die. Some of them actually flew right through the fire, still diving straight for Abido's head. Abido went pale and immediately phased into intangibility, barely avoiding disaster. When he looked up again and saw the swarm still packed thick like a living storm, Abido's whole body went numb. Damn it, they're just bugs. Why are they this hard to deal with? Cursing, Abido simply had the Ten-Tails lift its head, preparing to fire energy waves to counter Naruto and Sasuke's pressure. But armored Sasuke widened his Manjikayo and instantly formed dozens of black flame arrows, slamming them into the Ten-Tails' head. The Ten-Tails shrieked like it was being skinned alive. It frantically tried to scrape the flames off with both hands, only for the fire to spread and ignite its hands too. Now it was pure rage and agony. It screamed and thrashed so hard its head slammed into the ground, but it still couldn't rub off the black flames. It was so frantic it nearly started rolling around. Madara, in the middle of his intense fight with Natsuki, didn't understand what was happening. He shouted immediately, "Abido, what's going on?" Abido stammered, nothing, it's just a little annoying. Bugs, Amaterasu, it's easy to handle." That did not sound easy. Madara stole a glance back and saw the Ten-Tails' head nearly submerged under an ocean of insects. Abido was caught inside the swarm, while Kabuto and Orochimaru had clearly fled, nowhere to be seen. Looking closer, he also saw black flames licking over the Ten-Tails' head, obviously Amaterasu. This brat, I step away for a moment and he's getting bullied like this. Getting distracted in the middle of a fight, are you looking down on me that much? Natsuki cut him off. A Ranton, storm release, laser punched straight through Madara's chest, but Madara's expression didn't change as he flipped backward. It was obvious the Ten-Tails' condition had him rattled. He didn't have the patience to keep tangling with Natsuki. But Natsuki wasn't about to let him go. The hardest opponent here was Madara. If Natsuki kept him pinned, everyone else's battles became dramatically easier. And that was exactly what was happening right now. Without Madara controlling the overall field, Abido couldn't withstand the allied side's concentrated assault. With the Ten-Tails screaming like that, it was no wonder Madara was getting anxious. Natsuki intended to exploit that, lock Madara down until he had no room to breathe. Ranton Oji-senpo, dada. He used storm release like a rapid-fire barrage, copying Vegeta's style from Dragon Ball, hammering Madara with continuous blasts until Madara was forced to activate a repulsion barrier. And with Natsuki in Sennin Modo, Sage Mode, storm release was on another level. Even the repulsion barrier began to crack under the relentless impacts, forcing Madara to pour in more power. But the more he reinforced the barrier, the less time he had to help Abido. All he could do was listen to the Ten-Tails' screams and feel the creature under his feet twisting like it wanted to roll in agony, while he ground his teeth in frustration. Worse, Natsuki would miss on purpose sometimes. Several lasers drilled into the Ten-Tails' back instead, making it howl again. Madara couldn't take it. "Hey, aim properly, Natsuki. Are you doing that on purpose or are you just sloppy?" "Oh," Natsuki replied calmly, "I'm purposely being sloppy." And he kept up the Prince barrage. It was effective, both a drain and a delay. And because he kept missing in the exact same spot, even with the Ten-Tails' hide and resilience, the repeated hits carved out several ugly, jagged wounds. Madara finally snapped. He activated his complete body Susanoo, armored avatar, charged through the repulsion barrier, and came straight for Natsuki. Natsuki stopped firing and simply stood there. Compared to the complete Susanoo, he was like an ant, but he showed no fear at all. He just tilted his head up and stared at Madara. Natsuki, Madara growled, you've pissed me off. Shine. Die. Slash. The Suzanu's great blade came down. Natsuki didn't move, as if he'd been frightened stiff. But in the next instant, he vanished. The blade cleaved straight into the Ten-Tail's back, tearing open an even more horrific wound. The Ten-Tails erupted into a scream that sounded like its soul was being ripped apart. Honestly, ever since it transformed from the Jido Mazo, demonic statue of the Outer Path, into the Ten-Tails, it had basically been screaming nonstop. These monsters were fighting on its back like it was a training ground. Of course it hurt. Abido shouted over the chaos. Hey, Madara, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill the Ten-Tails? Madara's expression tightened with regret. He'd been baited. He'd gotten heated and reflexively used the complete Susanoo to kill Natsuki and forgot where they were. On the Ten-Tails' back, the bigger the attack, the more the Ten-Tails suffered. No wonder that little bastard was so fearless. No wonder he insisted on fighting on the Ten-Tails' back. He'd planned this from the start. Madara scowled and canceled the Susanoo, keeping his guard up against Natsuki. But Natsuki had already used Storm Release movement to flash above Abido's head, slamming 3 vortex spheres down at once. Abido jumped in shock and instantly used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, blasting the spiraling water spheres away. He hadn't even finished exhaling when he saw Natsuki already set in a Kamehameha stance, an electromagnetic cannon shot about to fire straight down. Crap! Abido's mind went blank. He could phase through it himself, sure, but the Ten-Tails was beneath him. If that electromagnetic cannon hit, the Ten-Tails' head would take the punishment. And Abido knew exactly how terrifying that cannon was. Madara himself had said it. Natsuki's shot had blown off one of the Jido Mazo's legs. Now Natsuki was in Sage mode. The cannon would be even stronger. He couldn't dodge. And he had to stop it. Abido grit his teeth and opened his Mangekyo, preparing to catch the electromagnetic cannon inside the Kamui dimension. You idiot, do you think Natsuki will just wait for you to catch it? Madara snapped. And sure enough, Natsuki's aim shifted instantly. The electromagnetic cannon didn't go for Abido at all, it roared toward the Ten-Tails' arm instead. He changed targets the moment he saw Abido trying to tank it. The next instant, boom! The electromagnetic cannon slammed into the Ten-Tails' left arm, its left foreleg, and the violent energy tore the limb clean off on the spot. The Ten-Tails screamed again, the black flames still hadn't been cleared, the swarm was still chewing at it, and now it had lost an arm. Disaster after disaster. Those 2 Rinnegan users were doing it no favors at all, just letting it suffer through one nightmare after another. Abido was completely numb. Madara, why didn't you stop him? Madara's Rinnegan almost looked like Hyuga Byakugan, white eye from how hard he was glaring. I was that far away, how was I supposed to stop it? Natsuki's fast, and he's deliberately avoiding both of us. You can't block that, all right. Madara sounded genuinely irritated. He already knew Natsuki was troublesome. He hadn't expected him to be this troublesome. Chapter 407. Down below, the fighting beneath the Ten-Tails was just as brutal. A threw-out Raryu Nikudo, lightning plow hot knife, and Yujito's head went flying clean off. I was naturally familiar with Yujito's fighting style. He caught the opening almost immediately, and with Yujito no longer having any tailed beast chakra, dealing with her wasn't difficult. Seal me already. Yujito truly didn't want to keep being used as a tool. Relax, I'll find someone who can seal. As he spoke, drove another punch into Yujito's stomach, blasting her apart into fragments so she wouldn't regenerate too quickly. Then he flashed away with Reiten Shunshin, lightning body flicker. When he returned, Jirya was with him. Jirya, seal Yujito first. Tossed out the order, then took Jirya's place and went to fight Minato instead. Yeah, I knew this dirty work was going to end up on me. Jirya muttered as he hurriedly slapped a Fuin Fuda, sealing tag, onto Yujito, instantly sealing her up into something like a mummy. Even so, he still flicked his gaze over her figure and shook his head in regret. What a knockout, and she had to be an Edo body. What a waste. With a heave, he hurled the mummy toward the rear headquarters and let them handle the guard duty. He'd barely finished there when Mei called him over, because Utakata had been taken down as well. Utakata's real strength wasn't that high to begin with, he'd mainly relied on his tailed beast. Now that the tailed beast was gone, Mei subdued him easily. Chijiro didn't even get a chance to step in. Jirya slid over, sealed Utakata at speed, then flung that mummy toward the rear again. After that, Mei, and Chijiro moved to support the others, and before long, they dealt with Roshi and Han too. That left 3 troublesome opponents, Nagato, Minato, and Tabarama. At that moment, Nagato was locked with Neji in a contest of gravity. The two faced each other from a distance, palms raised as if pressing against invisible hands, pulling so hard that space itself warped, neither giving an inch. Nagato even spoke while maintaining the strain. "You've grown a lot since last time, but it's still not enough. You can become even stronger. I can feel your Tenseigan reincarnation eye still has room to evolve. Keep developing more powerful techniques, then defeat me and destroy the Ten Tails." Neji nodded. "I know, I've never stopped pushing it." In truth, the Tenseigan ceiling was terrifyingly high. In the finale, Otsutsuki Tonri forced his way into a 6-path steer state through the Tenseigan's power alone, and his Gyutadama, truth-seeking balls, techniques were outright monstrous. Neji simply hadn't reached that level yet. By comparison, someone who awakened the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, typically only reached the level beyond Cage, still a huge step short of 6-path steer. Maybe you needed something like Sasuke's 6-Damo Rinnegan to truly enter 6 paths territory. But Sasuke had been forcibly boosted with the Sage of 6 Paths help. So really, reaching 6-path steer wasn't something you could just do. Even Madara planned for so long, and after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he only barely qualified as 6-path steer. And even that 6-path steer still got ended by Black Zetsu with a simple hand through the chest. Honestly, it almost made 6-path steer feel not that unbeatable. Anyway, back to the point. Nagato and Neji erupted with Shinra Tensei, repulsive force, at the same time, and the space between them looked like it might shatter. Still, neither side could overpower the other. Seeing that, no one dared interfere. Instead, everyone swarmed toward Tabarama and Minato, ganging up on 2 Hokage should let them win faster. Tabarama even praised them. "Good, that's it, defeat us together, then hurry and support the Jinchuriki." Minato added, "Jirya-sensei, Tsunade-sama, Naruto is in your hands." Then everyone surged in. In the rear, Tenten swallowed a Hyorugan soldier pill. While resting and recovering, she lifted a set of binoculars to observe the battlefield. When she saw her husband blast off another of the Ten Tails' legs, she cheered with a grin, practically bouncing in place. Others saw Yujito, Roshi, Han, and Utakata all defeated as well. Hearing the cheering, they joined in too. Overall, morale didn't dip at all. On the contrary, with the main battlefield fighters holding the advantage, the rear headquarters was brimming with confidence. After checking the perimeter again and confirming no white Zetsu had slipped in, Shikamaru finally let out a hard breath. But seeing how intense the fighting was up front, while everyone in the back could only watch, he scratched his head despite himself. "What can we do?" Shikamaru blurted. "Wow, Shikamaru, you're not calling it a pain for once," Tenten said, genuinely curious. "Aren't you the guy who hates hassle the most? You're actually thinking about helping now. Are you really Shikamaru?" Shikamaru rolled his eyes. "Tenten, I hate hassle, sure, but when it's time to fight, I never slack off. Watching everyone battle while I can't do anything, that makes me uneasy too, you know." Everyone else nodded in agreement. They wanted to charge in as well, but they also knew they couldn't. They weren't strong enough. If they went, they'd only drag everyone down or die for nothing, and that would be utterly meaningless. So they could only watch, each of them wound tight and ready, thinking that if the moment came, they'd rush forward, if only to haul the wounded back. Conan felt that most sharply. To make up for her mistakes, she wanted to contribute however she could. But this fight had already escalated beyond anything she could participate in. She'd once planned to offer up 600 billion explosive tags so Tenten could pull out the ultimate money path secret art. But now even Tenten couldn't recklessly step onto the field, let alone execute a plan like that. Tenten was frustrated too. With the 6 Paths ninja tools, she might not be able to do much, and the consumption cost was enormous. She needed another way to help. Then an image flashed through her mind. Earlier, when Jaimu fired that railgun and blew off the Ten-Tail's left foreleg. She remembered the railgun principles Cao Mu had explained, and her eyes lit up. She immediately pulled out paper and pen and began drafting a design. By railgun theory, she'd need a special 1.7-meter barrel. With electrical power and magnetic force, the barrel would generate a tremendous push. Then she'd need to manufacture the projectile, so that, under that massive acceleration, it would launch at extreme speed. It should be able to inflict serious damage on the Ten-Tails. If she carved a Huraishin Jutsushiki, Flying Thunder God formula, onto the projectile, then followed up with Kaiendo Ogi, Way of Money secret art. At minimum, she could blow the Ten-Tails so hard it would go cross-eyed, and that alone would count as meaningful support. Most importantly, she'd be attacking from the rear, so it would be safe. So what was she waiting for? Do it. Tenten decisively opened a scroll and summoned a massive pile of iron sand. Then, she activated the Magnetrelease external heart module on her right arm and began shaping the iron sand with Jitten magnet release to form the barrel. Seeing her work, everyone gathered around to watch. Before long, a gigantic barrel was completed. Its first round already snapped back and slammed into the chamber in an instant. Chapter 408. Tenten, what are you doing? Shikamaru felt like Tenten was getting a little carried away. After all, they were very far from the Ten-Tails. Even a cannon might not reach it, let alone actually injure it. Worse, it could even hit their own people. And yet, he didn't think she was doing something pointless. Tenten wasn't stupid. After spending so long around Natsuki, picking things up by osmosis, she'd probably learned a thing or two. Tenten smiled. You saw the move Natsuki used to blow off the Ten-Tail's left foreleg, right? That's called a railgun. Natsuki explained the principle to me. I think we can try it. When the time comes, we'll pool everyone's chakra and launch the shell. I refuse to believe the Ten-Tails won't take any damage. Shikamaru immediately rubbed his chin. If that works, it's actually a pretty good idea. Conan noticed something too. You carved a Flying Thunder God formula on the shell. Are you planning to run the money-style secret art again? You caught that? Tenten gave her a look that basically said, you're sharp. I'm thinking if the shell can get close enough, we'll try blasting it with, say, 1 or 2 billion worth of secret art bombing. If it works, we keep going until it dies. Lee squeezed in, eyes shining. This is perfect. Not being able to help has been eating at us. If we can combine everyone's power and hit it with one shot, I'll burn my chakra to the last drop. Besides, we've got tens of thousands of people here. No way we can't blow it apart. Yeah, and we're far enough back that it's not even dangerous. Right, if we can't go up front without getting in the way, then we support from the rear. One shot and drop it. Tenten's got it, everyone help out. More people crowded in, each of them fired up. Because honestly, being unable to fight felt awful. Charging in would only get them killed or make things worse, so they'd been forced to sit on their hands, and it was driving them crazy. If they could at least contribute with long-range artillery, everyone was willing to go all in. Tenten smiled. Easy, let me test it first, it should work. With that, she began to sight in on the Ten-Tails. The Ten-Tails was massive, so aiming wasn't hard. The real question was the railgun's range and output. Once she had her line, Tenten decisively poured in a huge amount of lightning release. Lightning produced magnetism, and electromagnetic force instantly formed inside the barrel, generating a violent push that slammed the shell forward. Boom! The projectile screamed out trailing sparks and lightning, its speed not inferior to Natsuki's storm release. Not long after, Shikamaru lowered his binoculars. Tenten alone is too weak. Get more people, feed in more chakra, and tighten the aim. I'll do it. Move, how much chakra do you even have? Let me, I've got the most. They rushed to volunteer, shoving so hard even Lee got pushed aside. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 people were lined up behind her. Tenten waved them into place. I've corrected the direction, but I have to maintain the barrel with magnet release, or the recoil will shatter it. I need a few lightning release users up front to feed lightning release chakra into the barrel. Everyone else, supply those guys with chakra. When I trigger it, push together, everyone at once. 3 burly cloud shinobi stepped to the very front. They planted their big hands on the barrel. Behind them, a long chain formed, each person gripping the shoulders of the one in front, ready to pour power forward. Shikamaru stayed on binocular duty to make sure they didn't accidentally tag Sasuke, Naruto, or the others. When he saw a wide, clean opening around the Ten-Tails, he signaled sharply. Tenten immediately barked commands. Now start feeding chakra, lightning release chakra into the barrel, don't rush. Charge it, charge it, charge it, on 3, 1, 2, 3, fire. Boom! A streak of white light erupted from the barrel, surging forward like it was going to tear the air apart. The recoil was so savage it flipped the 300+ people behind it onto their backs. But they scrambled up immediately, eyes locked on that white streak. And then, with a heavy thud, it smashed into the Ten-Tails' right shoulder. The Ten-Tails staggered, and the shell actually punched in and lodged there. Yes, it worked. Ha, that was incredible. Yeah, it did damage. The damage wasn't huge, but it was damage, and if 300 people could do that much. What about 10,000? Wouldn't that snap the Ten-Tails' remaining legs clean off? Everyone started calling for more people, but most of them were wobbling on their feet. They'd nearly drained themselves dry and were exhausted. Fortunately, Lee hadn't gotten to join earlier because he'd been shoved aside. Now he bounced off at full speed to spread the word. Tenten checked through the binoculars again. Once she confirmed the shell was still embedded in the Ten-Tails, she immediately pulled out a scroll and summoned a mountain of explosive tags. Conan used paper release to add even more, piling them right in front of Tent. Take as many as you want. Or do we just use everything? Let's start with 50 billion. Tenten's face went deadly serious. I'm going to bleed myself dry for this. She wrapped 50 billion explosive tags in chakra, used Flying Thunder God to warp them over for a delayed detonation, and shouted, Money-style super secret art, 50 billion explosive tags jutsu. Up front, Sasuke and Naruto were still desperately keeping the Ten-Tails occupied. But Sasuke felt something was off. He snapped, Naruto, 2 things just flew in, felt like they came from behind. Was that an attack from the rear? Naruto didn't have the bandwidth. No clue, but one of them looked like it punched into the Ten-Tails. That one hit hard. What the hell is going? Money-style super secret art, 50 billion explosive tags jutsu. The voice from the rear was loud, almost like it was meant to warn them. Sasuke and Naruto both jolted as they instantly understood what money style meant. And 50 billion. 50 billion explosive tags. That was insane. Everyone get back, it's going to blow. Sasuke and Naruto shouted it out, then turned and hauled Tsunade and the others away at full speed. Gaara followed suit. Even Shino and Fu hurried to get far out. Tenten had deliberately set the explosion on a delay, specifically so their allies could clear the area. The next second, an explosion tore the world open. The Ten-Tails vanished beneath a colossal mushroom cloud, its screams swallowed whole. The shockwave was so violent that, even at that distance, it hit like a hurricane and flipped everyone off their feet. But as they tumbled, they laughed. Some of them were outright cackling. Ha, we did it. No way that ugly thing survives. Exactly. If it's still alive, we hit it with 100 billion, 1 trillion. Hey, do we even have that many explosive tags? Of course we do. Conan's got 600 billion, and Tenten's loaded too. If we weren't worried about hitting our people up front, we could have dropped all 600 billion and turned that Ten-Tails into paste. Chapter 409. After a long while, the mushroom cloud finally dissipated. What appeared was a gigantic crater, proof that even only 50 billion explosive tags still carried monstrous power. The Ten-Tails lay sprawled in the pit, limbs splayed. Not only was its last remaining arm gone, half its shoulder had been torn open as well. The sight was miserable. Whoosh! Natsuki flashed to the side, and when he saw the scene, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From far behind, cheers erupted. It was clearly Tenten's handiwork. She really had gone and played it big. The Ten Tails was still screaming, almost whimpering now. It looked like it was still taking damage. Even the black flames on its head hadn't gone out yet, and it was practically losing all feeling in its skull. Madara and Obito reappeared as well. Obito could phase, so it made sense he hadn't been hurt. Madara, on the other hand, had sensed something wrong and instantly threw up a repulsive force barrier plus Susanoo protection, so he'd avoided the blast too. But seeing the Ten Tails in this state, there was nothing to be happy about. Madara demanded, "Obito, you've been up front controlling the Ten Tails this whole time. What exactly happened?" Obito's face was dark. Looks like something got fired from the Alliance's rear base. Then Natsuki's girlfriend, Tenten, pulled the same trick as before, used Flying Thunder God to warp 50 billion explosive tags right next to the Ten Tails. Her again. Why couldn't that girl just stay in the back and stop causing chaos? Madara sighed, then snapped, "Why didn't you just blow the explosion away? Where's your Rinnegan? Where's your war fan? Wait, that's right. Where did you put the Uchiha war fan? Hand it over, now." Obito, sulking, hurriedly pulled the war fan out of his storage and passed it to Madara. Madara relaxed the moment it was in his hand, like having it meant the world belonged to him again. As for the Ten Tails, if they wanted to salvage this, they'd have to absorb the remaining Jinchuriki immediately. Otherwise, forget infinite Tsukuyomi. At this rate, the Ten Tails would just get beaten to death. Not far away, Tobirama's, Minato's, and Nagato's bodies were slowly regenerating. They'd known the blast was coming, but they hadn't dodged. They hadn't defended either. Their orders were to fight the Alliance. They hadn't been ordered to evade an explosion like this, so they simply didn't, and that meant they'd die. The moment Minato's mouth reformed, he shouted, "Jiraiya-sensei, before we fully regenerate, hurry and seal us, now." Tobirama and Nagato echoed him, "Yeah, hurry." Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and the others who knew sealing techniques didn't hesitate. They rushed in and slapped down sealing tags, sealing all three as fast as possible. Just like that, the enemy lost 3 more high-end combatants. That left Madara, Obito, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and that giant thing. Shinra Tensei. Kabuto suddenly appeared and repelled the black flames off the Ten Tails' head. The Ten Tails finally got a moment of relief, but in its current battered state, it was hard to even look at. Orochimaru reappeared as well, his voice hoarse. "It seems Madara Dono's strength is nothing special after all, and perhaps this so-called infinite Tsukuyomi isn't worth yearning for. I'm considering whether I should continue supporting you." In truth, he'd been uneasy for a while. His dream was to learn every jutsu and achieve immortality, not to destroy the shinobi world. And earlier, after hearing Tsunade say that infinite Tsukuyomi was just a con by Black Zetsu to resurrect his mother, that all humanity would be trapped in an illusion while their bodies transformed into white Zetsu, he'd felt a chill. If that were true, it would be a catastrophe. He hadn't fully believed it at the time. A man like Madara shouldn't be so easily deceived. Still, he'd kept his guard up. He'd been present, but never truly going all out, waiting to see how things developed. Now, whether Tsunade's claim was true or not, one thing was obvious. Going to war against the entire shinobi world was arrogance on Madara's part, and the current humiliation pretty much proved it. So Orochimaru was genuinely thinking about backing out. Madara, however, burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, support or not, even if I stand alone, I will cast infinite Tsukuyomi and bring peace to the shinobi world, because I, Uchiha Madara, am the savior who will rescue this world." Huh, big talk for someone about to bite his tongue. Sasuke's voice cut in. He and Naruto moved in front and back, boxing Madara and Obito in. Earlier, the two of them had used their massive constructs to shield Tsunade and the others, preventing serious casualties. And the moment they arrived, they had to listen to Madara grandstanding. Sasuke knew the truth. He had nothing but contempt for Madara's savior speech. Savior? He was just a pitiful fool who'd been played by Black Zetsu from the start. Madara kept smiling. "What do you even know about me? Have you ever witnessed my true prime? Young brats this arrogant deserve the consequences of arrogance." With that, he activated his perfect Susanoo. A colossal giant rose into the sky, towering like a god of war, crushing the air with pressure alone. Sasuke didn't flinch. He activated his own perfect Susanoo in response. He'd already had Natsuki help him complete the eye fusion surgery. His eyes were already an eternal Mangekyo. He no longer feared damage, and he no longer feared burning out his ocular power. He was going to teach that self-important bastard a lesson. Clang! The two Susanoo giants slammed blade against blade, fighting atop the Ten-Tails' belly like it was a battlefield platform. Naruto didn't interfere. Instead, he charged straight at Kabuto. Ever since Pain's invasion of Konoha, he'd sworn he would beat Kabuto down one day, and he wasn't about to let this chance slip. Everyone else swarmed in as well, leaving Obito and Orochimaru with nowhere to run. Kakashi called out, "Obito, stop, you've lost." Obito's expression twisted into madness. "Kakashi, why are you stopping me? All I want is to create a world where Rin exists. Why are you getting in my way? You didn't protect Rin. I didn't kill you for revenge. I only want to see Rin again, so why are you blocking me? Why?" Kakashi fell silent. He didn't know how to talk his closest friend down. And in his heart, guilt had already consumed him. He believed it was his failure to protect Nohara Rin that pushed Obito into darkness. He didn't feel he had any right to condemn him. But the others didn't care about that. Snapped, "The world you want is one where everyone dies with you. That's why we're stopping you. You and Madara aren't going to succeed." As he spoke, he lunged in with Raryu Nikudo, lightning plow hot knife. Obito's eyes widened. He unleashed a Massivaria Shinra Tensei, repulsive force, blasting away and forcing everyone around him back. Then a tube from the Ten-Tails connected to the back of his skull again, and he suddenly unleashed a new jutsu. Mazonokusari, demonic statue chains. Rattle, rattle, rattle. 5 enormous chains erupted from the Ten-Tails' mouth, shooting forward at terrifying speed toward the 4 Jinchuriki. Before anyone could even react, the chain heads were already upon them. Chapter 410. Not good, everyone dodge. Natsuki shouted a warning and flashed to Naruto's side, shoving him away. But the chains curved on their own, still chasing Naruto. In the next instant, they latched onto him, binding the 9 tails inside him and starting to yank it out. It wasn't just Naruto. Gaara, Fu, and Killer Bee all got hit too. Sasuke managed to block the chains with Susanoo's defense, but he couldn't celebrate for long. Seeing this, Madara suddenly surged into a fierce offensive. Rinnegan repulsive force erupted, actually shattering Sasuke's Susanoo, and the chains successfully connected to Sasuke's back. "This is bad." Natsuki grimaced in frustration. Sure enough, sometimes you can't get complacent just because you're winning. Everyone thought the enemy was finished. After all, aside from Madara, who was truly dangerous, the others were all manageable. The Ten-Tails was missing hands and legs and was practically on its last breath. By all logic, there shouldn't have been any way for them to turn the tables. And yet, until the very last moment, victory and defeat are never decided. You can't afford to get careless. Because everyone believed the win was secured, they relaxed their guard. And that was exactly how Madara pulled off his desperate counterattack. The statue's chains, shooting chains from the mouth of the demonic statue of the Outer Path, was a technique specialized for sealing tailed beasts and retrieving them. Now that the Ten-Tails was using it, its power was overwhelming. The tailed beasts couldn't resist at all. Sure enough, Sasuke, Naruto, Fu, Gaara, and Killer Bee all felt their strength drain away, as the power inside them was forcibly extracted. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others all paled. They rushed forward and grabbed the chains, only to feel their own chakra being pulled out the moment they made contact. These chains were brutally domineering. Natsuki didn't lose his composure. He immediately fired a vortex boil bomb at Obito. If he could eliminate the one using the technique, the problem should resolve itself. But in the next second, Madara dropped from above and swatted the vortex boil bomb away with his war fan, sending it flying right back. Natsuki reached out and caught the vortex boil bomb again, using Hurricane no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique, to send it behind the Ten-Tails to where the wood-style positioning was, except the Ten-Tails' back was pressed to the ground. The vortex boil bomb instead appeared on its belly and detonated with a thunderous blast. Even so, the 10 tails forced itself to hang on and didn't loosen the chains. If anything, it dragged even harder, determined to pull every tailed beast back. Maybe it understood, if it didn't absorb them, recovery was impossible. Worse, it might actually be killed by these people, so it had to save itself. As the 10 tails struggled desperately, several tailed beasts were yanked out completely, beyond anyone's control. Sasuke felt powerless. "Kaifu, sorry, the promise I made you, I'm afraid I can't keep it." But the 3 tails replied, "Sasuke, you won't die, so remember to save me." As it spoke, it severed one of its tails on its own initiative and left it inside Sasuke, something it had deliberately learned earlier, back on Fishman Island, from the 8 tails Juki. It hadn't expected it would truly come in handy. Maybe the tailed beasts all felt the danger now. Maybe they were all thinking the same thing. What if they really got absorbed by the 10 tails? What would they do then? And Juki's answer had been simple: leave a tail behind inside the Jinchuriki. Let the Jinchuriki live, so the Jinchuriki can save everyone later. The tailed beasts didn't trust humans, but if it truly came to that, they might have no other choice. And besides, right now, they were actually getting along reasonably well with their Jinchuriki. So this was the only play. The 7 tails and 8 tails made the same decision as the 3 tails. Even the 9 tails hesitated awkwardly before finally leaving a tail behind as well. Only Shukaku was helpless. "Sorry, red-haired brat, Shukaku only has 1 tail. I can't cut it off for you. You might have to die, but those days playing cards with you were pretty fun." Gaara only felt guilt. "Sorry, Shukaku, I couldn't protect you." Shukaku fell silent, then was dragged away by the chains forcibly. The other 4 tailed beasts were the same, ripped away and pulled into the 10 tails. And then the 10 tails, previously weak and crippled, suddenly began to change. Its limbs regrew, and it rose upright. Its formerly gaunt body swelled with strength, and its 10 tails thrashed wildly like living things. It let out an earth-shaking roar, proclaiming its rebirth and venting its joy. Its massive silhouette seemed to pierce the sky itself, flooding everyone with suffocating pressure. Madara burst into laughter again. "Ha ha ha ha, Abido, nicely done. For once you were actually useful." Abido said nothing, his expression dark and unreadable. It was obvious. The 10 tails had gathered the power of the 9 great tailed beasts. Even if it was still incomplete, it was already terrifyingly strong. If someone became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, they might obtain the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. And Abido was never going to hand that opportunity to Madara, so their internal struggle was about to begin. Natsuki's expression was ugly. He hadn't expected to get played like this. In the end, he still wasn't urgent enough, and that was why he'd made such a mistake. But at least the Jinchuriki were still alive. Wait, no. Natsuki flashed to Gaara's side and stuffed 10 Senzu beans into Gaara's mouth in one go. Right after a tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki's life hasn't fully dissipated yet, and this wasn't spiritual damage either, so the Senzu beans should work. If they didn't, then the only option left would be reviving him with the Rinnegan. Naruto cradled Gaara as tears pattered down his face. His voice broke. "Gaara, wake up, you can't die, Gaara." Everyone else looked stricken, too. Temari, as his sister, collapsed to the ground, crying so hard she could barely breathe. Then in the next moment, Gaara suddenly sat up, bright-eyed and full of vigor, without the slightest trace of severe injury. "Huh, Gaara, you're not dead," Naruto blurted in shock. "Gaara," Temari threw herself at him, hugging him and sobbing uncontrollably. Gaara was still dazed. "Wasn't I supposed to die after having my tailed beast extracted? What's going on?" No one understood either. They all looked to Natsuki, because just now it seemed like he'd fed Gaara something. Natsuki spread his hands. "Just a little something good, it's very precious, so don't you dare die again. If you die again, I won't have any way to save you." He couldn't talk about the Senzu beans, because he only had 90-some left. Between saving Lee earlier and saving Gaara now, he'd burned 2 Senzu beans total. 2 whole beans. It was basically like carving flesh off his own body. If Gaara hadn't been about to die, Natsuki never would have taken them out. It was way too wasteful. Hearing that, everyone nodded solemnly. Something that could bring a dying person back was practically a divine medicine. Natsuki having even a small amount was already miraculous. There was no way he could have much more. And besides, none of them wanted to experience death. Dying and coming back to life was even more unthinkable. Chapter 411. Then everyone looked toward the Ten-Tails as it roared wildly, and for a moment, their hearts all sank. Just now, they'd been far too cocky. They thought the Ten-Tails had lost all 4 limbs, and with Madara and Obaido unable to gain the upper hand, the outcome was basically decided, so they relaxed. The Jinchuriki, in particular, were too close to the Ten-Tails, and their guard wasn't nearly as tight as it had been earlier. That was what gave Obaido the perfect chance to strike back. It never should have happened. As shinobi, they should have understood. Until the very last second, nothing is settled. The ending is never guaranteed. Any reversal can happen. They had already been in a dominant position before, and still gotten hit by a desperate counterattack, so why hadn't they learned their lesson? This flaw showed up in the original story, too. Back then, Orochimaru revived and brought several Hokage with him. They used the deity gates to suppress the Ten-Tails, suppressed Edo Madara, and even defeated 6 Paths Obaido. Everyone thought it was over. Then Black Zetsu ambushed them and revived Madara. Madara turned the tables, became 6 Paths Madara, and activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. It's hard to even imagine the despair of that moment. If Black Zetsu hadn't stabbed 6 Paths Madara in the back, no one even knows how they could have won. Now, that same bad habit was producing consequences just as severe. The Ten-Tails had absorbed all the tailed beasts. Even if it was still missing a few tails and the Yin Nine-Tails, its strength was still terrifying. Trying to bully it the way they had before probably wasn't happening anymore. Roar, the Ten-Tails' howl grew even louder. And it seemed to start exerting itself, using heaven and earth alteration. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had been swallowed by black clouds, lightning and thunder crashing as tornadoes raged, filling everyone with a deep, suffocating hopelessness. Back at the rear base, the shinobi who'd been convinced of victory were now terrified beyond words. Staring at the Ten-Tails towering into the clouds, one after another fell into despair. Some finally understood what doomsday meant and simply collapsed to the ground, giving up on hope altogether. Tenten's eyes were heavy with tension, but there was still light in them. Natsuki, you're the strongest. You'll win, right? She had always believed in Natsuki's strength. No matter what happened, he always found a way to solve it. Just like when pain invaded, facing the overwhelming Deva path, no one could stand against him, except Natsuki. Natsuki had beaten pain and had even deflected Shinra Tensei. Natsuki like that felt unstoppable. So Tenten believed he would win. On this side, when everyone saw the heavens and earth changing, fear gripped them all. It looked like things really had reached the worst-case scenario. Then they saw the Ten-Tails lock onto a direction, straight toward the rear base. It opened its mouth, spat out a fleshy, petal-like bloom, and began condensing a red energy sphere atop those petals. Tsunade's face drained. No, that beast holds a grudge. It wants to wipe out everyone at the rear base. The moment she said it, everyone turned pale. Natsuki thrust out his hand. Grab me, all of you, we're going back to the base. I'll use Huraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to send that energy sphere away. No one hesitated. Hands clamped onto Natsuki's arm, and in the next instant, with a sharp whoosh, they all reappeared right in front of Tenten. The base erupted in relief. Natsuki, is everyone okay? Tenten hurried forward. Tenten, don't panic. Natsuki stopped her. The Ten-Tails is attacking here, which is perfect. I left a formula on its body earlier. I'll use Huraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to give the energy sphere back to it. Tenten nodded quickly and didn't interrupt, but her gaze lingered on Natsuki's shoulder. Natsuki's eyes were locked on the Ten-Tails. The next second, a booming crack split the air, a colossal red energy sphere shot toward them. Even the weakest among them could feel the horror packed inside that sphere. If a tailed beast bomb was a nuclear weapon, this thing might be even more terrifying than a hydrogen bomb. It's coming. Natsuki steadied his breath, chakra gathering in his hands. Then he sprang straight up into its path. The instant his palm touched the sphere, he successfully transferred it. Whoosh, the sphere abruptly appeared behind the Ten-Tails, exactly at the spot where the formula was on its back. The Ten-Tails froze for a fraction of a second, while Madara, Abido, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and the rest all stared, eyes wide. Damn it! Boom! In that moment, the world seemed to turn black and white. A violent roar of sound, a mushroom cloud that punched into the sky, ground that shuddered, hurricane winds that screamed through the air. Everything felt like the world itself was collapsing under the pressure. At the rear base, everyone stood dumbstruck, staring at the scene in complete silence. Their jaws had basically hit the floor, no one even remembered to pick them up. It was simply too shocking. If that energy sphere had actually hit the base, everyone would have been wiped out. And at that point, there'd be no need to worry about a Shinobi World catastrophe anymore, because everyone would already be dead. Hey, do you think the Ten-Tails got blown up by its own attack? Someone asked. Who knows, I hope so. And I hope Madara and Abido got blown up too. Then the war would finally be over, someone replied. That was probably everyone's wish. This war was too terrifying. Compared to it, the white Zetsu hordes and Edo Tensei army from earlier were nothing. No one wanted to fight monsters like this. Even if you survived, you'd probably still be so scared that nightmares would run away from you at night. Then, a shrill scream came from within the mushroom cloud, not too far away. Everyone heard it, their faces turned grim. So even that hadn't killed them. Those monsters really were absurdly hard to put down. Thinking about it, it made sense. Earlier, even back when it was still the demonic statue of the Outer Path, the thing had been battered to the point of losing limbs, and it still hadn't died. Of course it was stubbornly durable. Before long, the mushroom cloud suddenly dispersed at high speed. The Ten-Tails was using its mangled tails to fan the air, forcibly blowing away the smoke. Madara and Abido's figures emerged as well. Madara threw back his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I almost thought we were done for. Natsuki, you really know how to play, using the Ten-Tails' own energy sphere to blow up the Ten-Tails. That flying thunder god really is insane. Natsuki let out a cold laugh, his voice carrying over. You're the real old pervert. That didn't even kill you. Why don't you just die already? Madara replied, My goal isn't accomplished yet. How could I die? Now the Ten-Tails is complete. Still missing a bit, perhaps, but once I become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, I'll still have a chance to step into the Sage of Six Paths realm. I can still activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. And then the world will become a perfect world. Only winners, only peace, only love. Perfect world? Who does he think he is? Some heaven-defying emperor who can decide eternity with one stroke. Natsuki didn't bother arguing. He focused, sensing the formula he'd placed on the Ten-Tails, and found it was still there. As expected, unless you had 6 paths level power, you couldn't purge a flying thunder god formula. Even after the Ten-Tails had been blasted into a bloody mess, the formula remained once it regenerated. That was almost too good. Conan, where are those 600 billion explosive tags of yours? Hand them over, I've got a show to put on. Chapter 412. Conan froze for a beat, then decisively dumped every last explosive tag in front of Natsuki, piling them up into a mound like a small mountain. Thankfully, it wasn't like in the original story, where it was an entire sea. Conan had used paper release along with explosive tags as camouflage. In reality, when you actually stacked the tags up, it wasn't that outrageous. So we're blowing it up again. Tenten's big eyes sparkled. Yeah, the formula I left behind is still there, so I can blow it up one more time. Natsuki hurriedly explained, the Ten-Tails is way too dangerous. If we can attack from long range, that's better, so I'm leaning toward using the Money Talk Ultimate technique. I just don't know whether 600 billion explosive tags can match the power of that red energy sphere from earlier. If it still doesn't die after that, then we'll have to go in close, and that'll be 100 times more dangerous. Everyone fell silent. Truth was, nobody felt confident. 600 billion explosive tags sounded like an absurd number, but an explosive tag was still just an explosive tag. Its power was fixed. No matter how many you had, it might still be hard to compare to the Ten Tails' raw energy. Sometimes, sheer quantity just couldn't produce a qualitative leap. If they could kill that beast from far away, that was obviously ideal. No one wanted to fight something like that up close. Natsuki spread chakra over the vast mass of explosive tags, then locked onto the formula's location. His flying thunder god transport and detonation executed in one smooth, seamless motion. Over there, Madara was practically floating on pride. The Ten Tails was complete, and his goal was finally within reach. Obaido's expression was gloomy, clearly calculating something. Orochimaru, meanwhile, had vanished somewhere. Kabuto had returned, though, and the moment he saw the immense pile of explosive tags appear behind the Ten Tails, his voice went shrill. "No, it's not again." Boom. Another colossal mushroom cloud erupted. The Ten Tails, along with the three of them, was swallowed up by the terrifying blast. Even the Ten Tails' screams were drowned out by the roar of the explosion. The gale it kicked up still reached the Allied forces' main base, but this time, the people there only felt one thing. It still wasn't big enough. If the blast were bigger, maybe, just maybe, it would finally kill the Ten Tails. Half a day passed. The mushroom cloud was blown away again, and the Ten Tails was still there, but compared to last time, it looked utterly miserable. Looking closely, several of its tails seemed to have been blown clean off, and its body was a mangled mess of torn flesh and blood. Clearly, the two bombings worked. At the very least, it wasn't as arrogant as it had been right after reviving. It even looked pitiful. Not that anyone pitied it. And it didn't dare spit out energy spheres anymore, either, because it knew someone could relocate those spheres right back near it. That would be blowing itself up. And it absolutely refused to do that. That damned monster, how is it still alive? Damn it, how are we supposed to kill something like that? No choice, we have to go up there and fight it. However we do it, we charge first and figure it out as we go. The Allied shinobi were in an uproar, but at least they weren't panicking like before. Maybe it was because they were too desperate. At this point, they just wanted one last all-in push, so they wouldn't regret living through all of this. There were calm people too, but none of them spoke. They were thinking, searching for a path forward. And then, right at that moment, Orochimaru showed up, an unwelcome visitor. "Need help?" Orochimaru asked, strolling forward unhurriedly. "Orochimaru, you bastard," Tsunade snapped. "Come on, don't get so worked up." Orochimaru wore an almost agreeable expression. "You saw how I acted earlier. I told you I was considering whether to support Madara, and now it's clear, I chose not to." Tsunade and the others didn't buy it for a second. "You think we'll believe you just because you say that? We had the upper hand, and it was you who brought 4 Hokage into this and stirred everything up until it became a disaster. Now that Madara has the advantage, there's even less reason for you to come to our side. This is obviously a trick. What? Are you trying to take back the severed leg of the demonic statue of the Outer Path? Or are you trying to mess with Sasuke and Neji's bond?" It was obvious. Nobody trusted Orochimaru. There had been no warning, no foreshadowing, nothing. Especially not at a time like this, when Madara clearly held the advantage. Switching sides now offered Orochimaru no benefit at all, so how could anyone believe it? But Orochimaru didn't rush. Instead, he looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya. "The two of you understand me best. You should know my dream has always been to learn every jutsu, and then pursue the secret of immortality. I'm a bad person, sure, but I have no interest in destroying the world. I helped them before because I wanted to seize Sasuke and Neji's bodies, that's all." His eyes narrowed, gleaming. "However, I'm interested in the truth you mentioned, Tsunade. If the truth really is what you say, if Madara has been deceived, and activating the infinite Tsukuyomi means ending the world, then I have no interest in supporting him any longer. If shinobi are wiped out, and all humans become white Zetsu, what meaning does this world even have?" No one answered, no one believed him. A snake couldn't be trusted. Trust it once, and you might find fangs in your throat. But Jiraiya was a man of emotion, and clearly, Orochimaru's words had gotten through to him. He summoned a massive scroll and tossed it to Orochimaru. "Then here's the truth, read it and decide." Orochimaru caught the scroll, opened it, and skimmed through it at speed. Then his face split into a delighted grin. So that's how it is. Heh heh heh, how fascinating. The rasping, icy laughter made more than a few people break out in goosebumps. But Orochimaru was plainly in a good mood. So this is the world's truth, chakra's origin, the sage's eyes, the sage's body, everything. His tongue flicked briefly, almost unconsciously. Interesting, really interesting. But my research isn't finished yet, so this infinite Tsukiyomi, forget it. I have no interest in a shinobi world full of nothing but white zetsu, and I certainly don't intend to become one myself. Tsunade's gaze remained hard. Nice words, why should anyone believe you? Orochimaru shook his head. You don't have to believe me, I'll join the fight and do what I can, that's all. Natsuki watched him closely. He actually believed Orochimaru, because to Orochimaru, Madara's peaceful world held no appeal whatsoever, and a shinobi world filled with white zetsu had zero research value. So it wasn't that Orochimaru had repented. He simply didn't support Madara's plan. At least for now, that made him temporarily usable. Natsuki didn't say any of that aloud, he just handed a scroll to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, the first Hokage is sealed inside this. If you think Orochimaru is trustworthy, then release the Hokage and use them as support. The decision is yours. I'm choosing to trust your judgment, Tsunade-sama. Tenten nodded hard. Me too, I trust your judgment, Tsunade-sama. One after another, the others echoed their agreement, only adding to Tsunade's crushing pressure. But there was no time to hesitate. Because the Ten Tails started moving. The Ten Tails split off a massive swarm of clones and sent them rushing toward the allied forces. It might not have dared to spit out an energy sphere anymore, but it could still slaughter people with sheer numbers. Chapter 413. Natsuki didn't say anything else, he just charged straight at the Ten Tails. His targets were either the Ten Tails or Madara. Only those two threats required his hand, everything else didn't. There were people assigned for that. But Tenth, Sasuke, Neji, Shino, Naruto, Fu, Konan, and the others immediately followed right behind him. Better to stop talking and just cut their way in. As for whether to trust Orochimaru, that call was on Tsunade, they didn't need to overthink it. Before long, Natsuki met the first Ten Tails clone. He drew the demon blade, 1,000 blades, and took its head off in a single slash, never even slowing down. Behind him, Tenten switched into the Craftsman Ninja Village 4-piece set. The Dragoneye telescoping sword on her back shot out to strangle and shred, her left hand's peacock sword rode the wind, and her right hand's light sword spat fire. She carved forward like an avalanche. Sasuke wasn't any slower, lightning body flicker under his feet, Kusanagi in hand, his kill speed barely behind Natsuki's. Neji ran with both palms thrusting out again and again. Each Ten Tails clone he struck went flying like trash, utterly unable to fight back. As for Shino, his body flicker was just as fast, and every time he passed a clone he only threw a light punch, looking like it did nothing. In reality, he slipped parasitic insects into the clone's body. The moment he moved on, the clone swelled from within and burst apart. Fu, Naruto, and Konan each unleashed their own specialties as well. Watching from the rear, the base's shinobi were instantly fired up. They stopped agonizing and made the decision, charge. Luckily, A's booming voice cut through the chaos. All shinobi form up by your village's original squad assignments. Engage as squads. Anyone lacking strength do not fight alone. Now begin the offensive. Kill, kill, kill. Shinobi were superpowered, and their discipline wasn't inferior to soldiers. In short order, everyone regrouped into their established village squads, then advanced in 3 lines to meet the Ten Tails clones head-on. There were simply too many clones. Natsuki and the others cut through wave after wave and still couldn't clear them all, so the remaining hordes fell to the tens of thousands of shinobi behind them. Natsuki didn't look back. He kept pushing at the very front, and soon he reached the Ten Tails itself. He snapped into Sage mode and hurled out a super-massive vortex boil bomb. But in the next instant, the Ten Tails lifted a hand and flicked, casually batting the vortex boil bomb away, as if swatting an ant. The boil bomb slammed into the ground and happened to land among several clones, instantly crushing and pinning them. Natsuki's brow twitched. So once it's gathered the power of all the tailed beasts, it really is on another level. To it, my vortex boil bomb is probably just a scratch. Even the railgun might not do much. That made things messy. If he couldn't deal damage, how was he supposed to kill it? Maybe it was time to use something he'd been saving. Tenten arrived behind him, staring up at the Ten-Tail's enormous form. Fear crept into her face. Natsuki, how bad is it? Natsuki put an arm out to stop her. Tenten, this Ten-Tail's is dangerous. It's hard to deal meaningful damage, and even the Six Paths tools might not work. Don't get close unless you have to. Tenten looked a little crestfallen, but she knew this wasn't the time to force it. She forced a grin. I thought I could finally fight at your side, but I've still got a long way to go. That said, I can take Kabuto, right? Natsuki gave her a thumbs up. Yeah, Kabuto's yours. There weren't many enemies left now. The Ten-Tails and Midora weren't targets Tenten could realistically touch. Abido's intangibility had to be countered by Kakashi. That left only Kabuto. Kabuto had a Rinnegan, but after everything so far, he still didn't seem able to bring out its true power. So letting Tent handle him made sense. Shino arrived nearby. I'll go with Tents. Kabuto's weird. If she's alone, I won't feel good about it. Natsuki nodded, grateful. Then I'm counting on you. Shino gave a cool, simple nod, and the two of them headed for Kabuto. Natsuki's gaze locked onto Midora. Midora and Abido stood close to the Ten-Tails, like they were weighing who would become its Jinchuriki. But the two of them clearly weren't going to agree. Abido wanted to become the Ten-Tails' Jinchuriki himself. He had no intention of reviving Midora. Midora had likely guessed that from the start, so he didn't look surprised. And an Edo Tensei body could become a Jinchuriki too, so he had no reason to hand the chance over to Abido. They were already plotting against each other. Now, it was just a matter of who played the better hand. And in the shadows, Black Zetsu was scheming as well, currently on Midora's side, because it didn't believe Abido could succeed, and it favored the stronger Midora. Natsuki didn't care about any of that. He surged forward and closed the distance. Midora turned, war fan still in hand. The moment he saw Natsuki, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, Natsuki, you're back, so we fight again, but you're doomed to lose. The Ten-Tails is complete. The tide can't be stopped anymore. Natsuki shook his head. If I kill you too, your tide is nothing but bullshit. Well said, but even if you're strong, killing me won't be that easy. Oh yeah, Natsuki's eyes sharpened. Then 8 gates, gate 7, open. A surge of blue aura exploded off his body, like a Super Saiyan god blue, and his presence climbed in an instant, towering pressure crashing down on both Midora and Abido. Gate 7. Midora didn't dare take him lightly. Earlier, Might Guy's 7th gate had fought him to a standstill, and Natsuki's 6th gate had already reached the same level as Guy. Which meant Natsuki's 7th gate would be even more terrifying. If he let his imagination run wild, Natsuki might even be comparable to an Otsutsuki Jinchuriki at cage level. It sounded ridiculous, and yet, Midora felt an unsettling urge to believe it. Correct. The instant Natsuki's foot shattered the ground, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Midora, one kick punching straight through Midora's abdomen. Midora and Abido both stared, eyes wide in shock. Too fast, too strong. Their eyes couldn't track him, their bodies couldn't even react. Shinra Tensei, they roared together, releasing a repulsive force blast. But Natsuki vanished again. The next time he appeared, he was at Midora's flank. His fist smashed through the repulsive force barrier, then pulverized Susanoo with the follow-through, and finally erased half of Midora's head in a shower of dust and gore. Abido recoiled in panic and tried to retreat, but Natsuki's gaze had already pinned him. Natsuki's fist was there. The repulsive barrier broke again, and the pressure of that punch distorted space itself, forcing Abido's intangibility to fail. Chapter 414. Bang, Abido's head exploded on the spot. And yet Natsuki immediately felt something was off. He just couldn't put his finger on what. He stared at the corpse on the ground, only for it to vanish a moment later. Even the blood disappeared with it, as if what he'd just seen had been an illusion. But Natsuki couldn't be caught in genjutsu. The next second, Abido appeared in the distance. He looked terrified as he stared at Natsuki. He even yanked up his sleeve and glanced at his arm, where a Sharingan embedded there slowly closed. Looks like, just in case, I went and hid extra eyes in my body. Izanagi, huh? Natsuki snorted. Fine, you slipped death once, but how long do you think you can keep that up? Natsuki's smile turned sharp with contempt. He didn't have a shred of mercy for someone like Abido. Kamui hides tears, huh? Destroy the world for Rin, huh? People like that deserve to be put down. Madara had regenerated as well. He widened the distance between himself and Natsuki, but he was still laughing. Ha 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 ha, if I weren't an Edo Tensei body, I'd have died twice just now. Natsuki, when it comes to Taijutsu, I, Madara, will call you the real deal. Just spare me, Natsuki shifted his stance. Talking won't save you, now die. He was about to move. Whoosh! Several figures appeared. Hashirama Senju, Tabarama Senju, Minato Namikaze. It looked like Tsunade had decided to trust Orochimaru, releasing 3 Hokage as reinforcements. As for Hiruzen, the third was still sealed inside Tenten's red gourd and hadn't been released yet. Madara spotted his best friend instantly and roared, eyes blazing. Hashirama, I've been waiting for you. Hashirama pointed at him. You idiot, wait your turn. Madara went stiff, clearly shocked that his best friend wasn't even going to acknowledge him first, but then he actually stood there obediently, like he really was waiting for Hashirama to finish whatever he was doing before coming to deal with him. Tabarama turned to Natsuki. Brat, I didn't think you'd become this strong. I underestimated you. Natsuki temporarily dropped the 7th gate, keeping it open for long was agony. Just a trump card. I'd been holding it back, but now I can't afford to. Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates was dangerous. The further the gates opened, the more brutal the force the body had to endure. So even with the 6th gate, Natsuki didn't keep it active constantly. And the 7th gate was something he treated as a last resort. Because his body, hardened through training in the gravity chamber, had become absurdly strong far beyond guys. With only the 6th gate, he could already match a super cage-level monster like Madara. Once he opened the 7th, he reached a level comparable to Guy opening the Death Gate. But the pain also multiplied catastrophically, so unless it was a critical moment, he wouldn't touch it. So the 3 Hokage-sama are our reinforcements? Natsuki asked. Right. Minato's smile was bright as ever, open and upbeat. Orochimaru has chosen to support the allied forces, so Tsunade-sama released the 3 of us. Next, we fight that big thing together. Natsuki glanced at Madara and Abido. Those 2 are the root cause, we should erase them first. As for the 10 tails, if I go all out, I might be able to hurt it. And honestly, I'd rather destroy it than suppress it. Oh, Hashirama swung an arm, casual as a mountain moving. Then go test it, we'll hold these 2. Tabarama frowned, big brother. But Hashirama just laughed. Confidence is a good thing in the young, we should support it. Besides, that trump card of his really is strong, isn't it? The 10 tails is a catastrophe. Compared to sealing it, I also think destroying it is better. Let him go. If he fails, we step in. Tabarama finally stopped objecting, and Minato nodded as well. Natsuki didn't hesitate anymore. He shot Madara and Abido one cold look, then sprinted straight for the 10 tails, snapping the 7th gate back open mid-run, shattering the earth as he leapt skyward. Madara chuckled. The 10 tails is the combined body of the 9-tailed beasts. Natsuki's 7th gate may be strong, but to injure the 10 tails he. Crunch! Natsuki's punch snapped the 10 tails, incoming arm clean off. Madara's voice cut out mid-sentence. For once, even he couldn't hide his shock, Natsuki's strength still exceeded his imagination. He what? Hashirama asked, turning his head toward Madara. Hashirama, Madara growled. Madara, Hashirama answered. The 2 old lovers locked eyes, their battle intent surging in unison. Then they jumped off to the side and created distance. It basically went like this. Madara unfolded a perfect Susanoo, Hashirama. Hashirama unleashed the wood release Buddha, Madara. And then their 2 giant mechas slammed into each other. Heaven and earth cracking apart was nothing new. just their usual. Tobirama glanced over, rubbed his forehead with a headache, then looked back at Abido. Now then, you evil little Uchiha brat, do you want to live or do you want to die? Minato tried persuasion instead. Abido, stop, you can't win. But Abido only shook his head, he didn't say a word. And that silence made the two speed-type Hokage even more certain. A villain who refused to repent had only one outcome. Minato might look soft, but he killed decisively. Anyone who rose to prominence in the Third Great Ninja War wasn't some bleeding heart saint. Even if Abido had once been his student, Minato didn't have to spare him. After all, Abido's actions had led to Minato's and Kushina's deaths, and forced Naruto to endure more than a decade of loneliness. No matter what reasons Abido had, harming others was still harming others. So yes, he had to die. And then Kakashi suddenly arrived. Minato-sensei, second Hokage-sama, can you let me try talking to Abido one more time? Tobirama didn't approve. He refuses to repent, talking is pointless. But Minato couldn't help being gentle with his student. Fine, try once more. If he still won't turn back, then we won't hold back. Thank you, Minato-sensei, Kakashi said, relieved. He walked toward Abido, expression complicated. Abido, don't keep doing this. If Rin saw you like this, she wouldn't be happy either. Abido lowered his gaze. Then, in the next instant, he lunged close, and used Kamui to drag both of them into the space. Minato's expression snapped tight. Damn, we got played. Tobirama stayed calm. Told you, talking was pointless. Now Kakashi gets to suffer for it himself. Minato sighed, helpless. He'd softened for a moment, thinking Kakashi might get through to him. Back when they were kids, Abido and Kakashi had been close. Looks like time really could change everything. Chapter 415. On the main battlefield, the Allied forces' shinobi were fighting the Ten-Tails clones in squad formations. Each Ten-Tails clone was huge and bloated. Most of them stood 3 to 4 meters tall, disgustingly fleshy, and the way they ran made people think of the weird, loping titans. Even so, the Allied squads fought with surging momentum, clashing with the clones in a fever of blood and adrenaline. Over here, the Ino Shika, Cho squad was in the thick of it. Shadow imitation technique. Partial expansion jutsu. Bam! As Choji's massive fist hammered down, the Ten-Tails clone, pinned by Shikamaru's shadow, was smashed flat. As for Ino, the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques weren't very useful in this situation, so she focused on reading the battlefield and calling out warnings to her teammates. Nearby, a family of 3 rode the chaos with their ninja dogs. Fang over Fang. Kiba fought alongside his mom, Tsume, and his sister, Hana, coordinating with their dogs to unleash the clan's secret technique. 3 spinning drills tore through 3 Ten-Tails clones in quick succession. Tsume's confidence practically overflowed. HMPH, the Ten-Tails is nothing in front of Fang over Fang. Kiba's forehead twitched. Yep, that's my mom. In reality, Fang over Fang wasn't some unstoppable move. From the beginning of his career to the end, it never really changed. Great for mowing down fodder, but the moment you ran into something actually strong, it stopped being enough. But Tsume stayed cocky anyway, probably a dog owner delusion. As for why Kiba wasn't teamed up with Hinata, it was simple. Shino wasn't here, and Team 8 was originally built more for reconnaissance. Right now, this battlefield needed combat more than scouting, so it made more sense for Kiba to run with his own ANBU group. Hinata was currently with her father, Hayashi, along with several other Hyuga powerhouses. They'd formed a large unit, cutting down enemies at speed while staying tightly clustered around Neji, terrified that anything might happen to the clan's greatest hope. But after the Hyuga reforms, the overall atmosphere in the clan had turned positive. Even many main branch members who once rarely left the compound were now actively fighting on the front lines, not inferior to the branch family at all. And honestly, the Hyuga's gentle fist really was strong. Even Hinata, who was still comparatively weaker, could break a Ten-Tails clone after unleashing 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The older generation like Hayashi fought with effortless mastery. One rotation could fling a Ten-Tails clone away, and the Hyuga moved across the battlefield with an almost arrogant freedom, showcasing their strength to everyone watching. Of course, the most dazzling one was still Neji. Where Neji's 8 trigrams 64 gods vacuum palms passed, the Ten Tails clones flew up like grasshoppers, bodies splitting apart as they died, utterly and completely. Squads from other villages passed by and couldn't help giving a thumbs up. As expected of the prestigious Hyuga clan, this is insane. But really, it wasn't the Hyuga as a whole that was ridiculous. It was Neji. Then there was a combined unit of Team 7 and Team Guy. Sakura, Sai, and Lee formed a trio under Guy's lead, pushing forward at speed. 3 of the loping, weird-type clones blocked their path, bearing fangs and flailing claws. Even without techniques, just their massive bodies carried a heavy pressure. Leaf Hurricane. Lee and Guy both met them head-on with snapping whip kicks. But Guy's body was still in the recovery phase, so he couldn't output his full strength, and he couldn't one-shot them. Sakura stepped in with monstrous strength, driving a punch that sent one Ten Tails clone stumbling back. She'd always had that brute force talent, and after 2 years training under Tsunade, her strength had grown fast. But she wasn't delusional, she hadn't awakened into some legendary state, and she didn't think she'd caught up to Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke were improving too quickly. For Sakura, closing that gap was getting harder and harder. At this point, she couldn't even team with them anymore, because those two were fighting near the Ten Tails' main body, and that was a battlefield she simply couldn't enter. Super Beast Scroll. Sai rapidly sketched several enormous tigers. The moment they sprang to life, they surged forward and helped finish off the 3 clones that had been tied down. After Danzo's death, Sai had completely broken free of Root's control and could finally get along with everyone normally. The only issue was his mouth. He was still sharp-tongued, and Sakura still occasionally flattened him for it. And because Naruto and Sasuke were so overwhelming, Sai often looked less impressive by comparison. But here, on this battlefield, Super Beast Scroll was finally getting to shine. Even so, Team 9 was shining even brighter. Even though Natsuki had already left Team 9, and even though Yaba was no longer leading them, Yakumo Kurama, Tomoya Yamashiro, and Megumi Kato were still cutting a swath through the enemy. The 3 of them took on 5 Ten Tails clones at once. Tomoya used the Scatter Thousand Crows technique to harass and disrupt. Megumi used water vines to bind and restrain. And Yakumo, calm and elegant, painted without haste, finishing in a few strokes. 5 bolts of lightning dropped. 5 Ten Tails clones instantly dropped dead. Their kill speed was absurd. Yakumo really was strong. She'd reached elite Jonin level. Tomoya and Megumi were a bit behind, but their roles were different. One leaned toward intelligence gathering, the other toward medical ninjutsu. Their support was excellent, and their synergy was sharp. Yakumo, Tomoya, there are wounded over there. Let's go help. Megumi hadn't forgotten her responsibility as a medic. Sure, Yakumo said gently, her smile soft. Same as always, Tomoya scouts, I protect, and Megumi treats. Tomoya, however, looked distracted. His eyes kept drifting toward the Ten Tails' main body. He knew Natsuki was strong, but he couldn't stop the worry. Who do you think Boss is fighting right now? Megumi smiled. Boss is definitely fighting the strongest enemy. That's what he always does, front line, every time. He even had Madara pinned to the ground and grinding him into the dirt. That was true, but still. Tomoya didn't answer. He just kept staring, and then he finally caught sight of Natsuki. I see him, over there, Boss is beating up the Ten Tails. Tomoya shouted, practically vibrating with excitement. Yakumo and Megumi looked immediately. They saw Natsuki leap up and smash one of the Ten Tails' hands into a burst of gore. Then, with a full 3,600-degree spinning roundhouse, he actually kicked the gigantic Ten Tails off the ground. The Ten Tails was easily over 1,000 meters tall, with a mass that had to be terrifying. And yet Natsuki kicked it airborne. It was beyond ridiculous. Yakumo's smile turned sweet and proud. Boss is boss, he's the strongest. Tomoya and Megumi nodded hard. Yeah, Boss is the strongest. At that moment, after launching the Ten Tails into the air with the spinning kick, Natsuki didn't stop for even a second. He drove out punch after punch, compressing the air into cannon blasts that hammered into the ten tails again and again. No matter how tough its body was, the ten tails still took visible dents, fist marks punched into its flesh, while it howled and shrieked in pain. Chapter 416. The ten tails clearly recognized Natsuki. Right now, it was both terrified and consumed by hatred. It probably couldn't understand it. How, after swallowing all the tailed beasts and reaching what should have been its absolute peak, it was still getting beaten down by this human. From the moment this man had appeared, he'd blown off one of its legs. After that, he kept dragging people into battles meant to kill it outright. Every severed arm, every broken leg, it all traced back to him. If it hadn't been absurdly hard to kill, it would have been erased long ago. It wouldn't have had any chance to recover to full strength. Today should have been its day of freedom, its day to rampage, because it was finally restored. And yet this human was here again, beating it down again. So why is this human this strong? No. It couldn't just sit there and take it. It had to strike back. The ten tails roared. Its damaged tails twisted into massive hands and lunged for Natsuki, trying to grab him. But Natsuki only snapped out a few whip kicks, and those hands were swept off at the wrist on the spot, making the ten tails howl in even greater pain. Natsuki glanced over the ten tails' gigantic body and decided that punching it one strike at a time was a waste. A finisher would be faster. Down below, Sasuke activated a perfect Susanoo. The Susanoo's massive blade came down and managed to cleave open 3 of the ten tails' toes. There was no helping it. The ten tails was simply too big. Even a Susanoo giant over 100 meters tall looked like a kitten in front of it, so the damage was naturally limited. But Sasuke kept hacking, and the accumulating cuts finally gouged out a respectable wound. The ten tails hissed and retreated. Seeing Natsuki dominating in midair, Sasuke refused to keep playing toenail technician. He made the Susanoo beat its wings and lift off, flying straight to the ten tails' hideous face. Amaterasu. Whoosh, black flames erupted across the ten tails' cheek. The ten tails let out a furious roar, immediately tore away the burning portion of flesh, and flung it aside, then launched its impalement technique at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged easily and swung his blade again, pressing the attack. Naruto saw how active Sasuke was and immediately entered Sage Mode. His golden aura turned into a streak of light as he leapt skyward, hurling a super-massive Rasen shuriken that cleanly sliced off one of the ten tails' tails. Gaara floated in the air on a sand cloud, repeatedly firing off practice air bullets in rapid succession. Even so, he raised his voice in warning. Naruto, Sasuke, Fu, Killer Bee, be careful. You still have parts of the tailed beasts inside you, and the ten tails can control them again with its sutures. Don't worry, yo, Killer Bee barked, wrapped in tailed beast chakra as he swung and struck in a frenzy with lightning tremor blades. All I want to do now is pound the ugly freak and save my Juki buddy, yo. The 8 tails being taken had him furious. He looked downright feral. Fu released a swarm of insects, feeding them a small amount of tailed beast chakra to enlarge them, then driving the swarm to tear at the ten tails with vicious bites. Go bugs, we're saving Chomai, saving your insect king. The ten tails, clearly enraged by the relentless assault, triggered another heaven and earth upheaval, this time on a smaller scale, only covering Natsuki and the others, with Chomai and tornadoes under its control constantly battering them. But these were all battle-hardened fighters. They weren't about to get clipped easily, dodging wasn't difficult. Seeing the ten tails still having the leisure to attack everyone else, Natsuki decided he was done with little punches. He shouted, Sasuke, Naruto, Killer Bee, Gaara, Fu, watch yourselves. I'm about to use a finisher. Don't get caught in it. A finisher? Natsuki was using a finisher. Sasuke and the others immediately pulled back. They knew how terrifying Natsuki was. If he called it a finisher, it would be monstrous. Better to create distance. Natsuki raised both hands and started compressing the air. Under the pressure of his powerful straight punches, the atmosphere collapsed into a single point, forming a tiger-shaped air cannon. Then he drove it into the ten tails' abdomen. Morning peacock, no. Evening elephant. No. He called it Star Tiger. Boom, the tiger-shaped air cannon detonated with a ferocious, tiger-like roar, tearing into the Ten-Tails' midsection. In the next instant, the Ten-Tails released a shriek so hysterical it scraped the sky. And under everyone's stunned gaze, its massive body was swept cleanly in half at the waist. Star Tiger's force expanded into a horrifying shockwave, scything across several kilometers and kicking up a cyclone-grade gale. Mountains cracking and the earth splitting were nothing. The surrounding Ten-Tails clones were wiped out in a single pass. Thud, the Ten-Tails' upper body smashed into the ground. Its lower half swayed, as if refusing to fall. But once your body was severed, staying upright wasn't easy. It finally toppled with a rumbling crash that shook the whole battlefield. Silence. Then the entire Allied forces erupted into cheers, roaring, screaming, celebrating Natsuki's blow and celebrating victory. To a lot of people, cutting the Ten-Tails in half was basically the same as winning. If Natsuki could do it once, he could do it again, and again, until it died. The Ten-Tails couldn't stop him. So this battle was over. Natsuki, he took Bushy-Brow Sensei's move and pushed it this far. This is insane, Databeo, Naruto gaped. This is the power of Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates, Sasuke said, clearly more familiar with the mechanics. Natsuki's always respected Gai-sensei. He's even said Gai-sensei is Konoha's strongest. Before, Gai-sensei's 7th gate fought Madara evenly. Now Natsuki's 7th gate just tore the Ten-Tails in half. 8 gates? Terrifying. If I'd known, I would have learned it too. Killer Bee, Gaara, and Fu could only nod. They didn't even know what to say anymore. Natsuki shut down the 7th gate. Steam rose off his body, and his muscles still ached. This was the price of that overwhelming power. Fortunately, he'd trained for years in the gravity chamber. He was long used to this level of strain. Aside from the first time he'd opened the 7th gate and passed out from pain, the later training runs had gone smoothly. Forget the 7th gate, he'd even opened the 8th gate in a special lab before. It was unbelievably strong and unbelievably dangerous. Once the Death Gate opened, it might not close. He'd spent hours experimenting before he finally figured out the trick to shutting it. Back then, he'd been drenched in cold sweat. But this situation didn't require the Death Gate. And besides, he still had trump cards. It hadn't come to that. Looking at the Ten-Tails, still howling and struggling despite being split into 2 pieces, it was clearly too stubborn to die easily. Maybe he should pulverize its head into paste to be safe. Off to the side, before the Ten-Tails fully collapsed, Tenten and Shino circled back in. Kabuto calmly adjusted his glasses, and he was actually smiling. So it's you two handling me? What a pity. I was hoping Natsuki would come kill me personally. You're not worth Natsuki's attention, Tenten snorted. Dying to us is the same. Kabuto, you've done nothing but evil. Time to go. Shino didn't waste words. He simply released a cloud of insects. Chapter 417. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A swarm erupted and in an instant, engulfed Kabuto. The snake head protruding from Kabuto's abdomen morphed into Kitamaru's face, and it immediately began spitting out webs. It did snag plenty of bugs, but he'd tried this long ago, and it had never worked. The insects tore free of the webbing almost at once, and kept tightening the ring around him. With no choice left, Kabuto threw out Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, blasting the swarm back and crushing a good number of them on the spot. Then he reached out and used Bancho Tenon, Universal Pull, on Tenten, yanking her toward him in an attempt to seize her as a hostage. But Tenten was anything but easy prey. She snapped open the Bashozen banana palm fan and, with a single swing, unleashed a gale force storm. Kabuto was swept away like debris, and he coughed blood midair. The hit clearly did serious damage. KH, I almost forgot you've got 6 paths tools. Looks like I'm dead this time. Kabuto laughed bitterly. Back then, he'd used Bancho Tenon, Universal Pull, on Shino and only managed to drag in a bug clone. He'd nearly been eaten alive. This time he figured pulling Tenten would go better, and instead he got this. Tenten was even more vicious than Shino. One swing of that fan could kill a normal Jonin outright. Only Kabuto's unnaturally tough body let him tank it with just injuries. but he was already riddled with damage. He hurriedly cast Kusanagi, no my dance of Kusanagi. Bone spikes speared up from the ground in clusters, forcing Tenten and Shino to retreat. What he forgot was that both of them could fly. They kicked off into Jeppo moonwalk, sprinting through the air as they chased him down. Shino's swarm followed like a living tide. If Kabuto let up for even a second, the bugs would drown him. Seeing how absurdly fast he could run, Tenten simply pulled out Rado, Kiba Lightning Fang, and called down a bolt. It struck him dead on. Kabuto screamed, his body charred black as he crashed to the ground. Then the swarm poured over him, chewing and tearing. In truth, Kabuto was strong. But ever since he'd swapped in a Rinnegan, the chakra drain was savage, and he couldn't even fully bring out its power. Instead of boosting him, it had dulled his edge. And Tent and Shino were strong in their own right. Working together, they brought him down with ease. Kabuto's voice turned raw with unwillingness and confusion. Is this really how my life ends? So, what was my dream anyway? Was it wrong that I wanted to become someone like Orochimaru-sama, Nano-sensei? Can you tell me? HMPH, you've done evil beyond counting. Dying here is all you deserve. Tenten sentenced him without a flicker of sympathy. Just as she was about to finish him, a thunderous roar rolled across the battlefield. She and Shino snapped their heads around, only to see the colossal tentails severed clean in half at the waist, and an enormous air tiger bursting out from the torn cross-section. The rampaging air tiger churned the sky, whipping up a violent tempest. The terrain itself was rewritten in seconds. Tenten's eyes lit up with joy. That's Natsuki's Herudora, daytime tiger. He cut the tentails in half with one move. Shino's dark lenses flashed with reflected light as he spoke with quiet pride. That's only the natural outcome. Natsuki is the strongest. A mere tentails is nothing to him. Kabuto stared at the tentails, now split into two writhing halves, utterly dumbstruck. So he'd underestimated Natsuki after all. He'd thought Natsuki was, at best, evenly matched with Midora, but he'd never imagined he could become even stronger than that. So, from the beginning, had choosing the opposite side been the wrong call? But what choice did he have? He could only run with villains. Even if he tried to defect to the allied shinobi forces, they would never have accepted him. This wasn't the original story. There was no Itachi to cleanse him with Izanami, so all he could do was keep playing the villain until the only ending left was death. And then, at the very moment despair swallowed him, a shadow erupted from the earth, spreading over his lower body in an instant. A hoarse voice rasped out, "Since you're finished anyway, it's time to reclaim the Rinnegan. This was never power you had the right to covet. Now, Rin Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of heavenly life technique." Tenten and Shino whipped back at the sudden voice, their faces draining. Because the shadow, Black Zetsu, was already manipulating Kabuto, forcing him to cast Rin Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of heavenly life technique. Elsewhere, after an earth-shaking battle with Hashirama, Midoriya's Susanoo defenses had been smashed apart. He himself was pinned to the ground beneath a massive wooden Buddha hand, like Sun Wukong trapped under 5 Elements Mountain, unable to escape. Midoriya laughed. "Hey ha ha ha, that's the good stuff, Hashirama. Fighting you is the only thing that ever really hits." Midoriya. Hashirama went momentarily still, as if the past had surged up in him, memories that couldn't be erased. But he snapped back quickly, voice hard with scolding. "Midoriya, you baka, what are you even thinking? This Mugen Tsukiyomi, trapping the entire shinobi world in genjutsu, how could that ever create peace? Illusions are still illusions. People have to live in reality. Otherwise, what you call peace is meaningless." Midoriya shook his head, resolute. "Hashirama, we've always seen the world differently. I can't convince you, and you can't stop me. No matter what you say now, it's useless. I believe what my eyes have shown me, that is the truth. Only Mugen Tsukiyomi, Infinite Tsukiyomi, can save the shinobi world. I've given everything to this goal." Hashirama still couldn't accept it. For peace, you start a war that engulfs the world. Yes, for a truly perfect peace, even war is worth it. Midoriya's voice suddenly flared with intensity. "And you can't stop me, because I'm about to come back to life. Rin Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of heavenly life technique, ha 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 ha." In the next instant, Madara's body began to change. The technique was taking effect. The corpse-like shell that had seemed thin as paper gained real weight and flesh. The cracks along his face vanished. He had a living body again. At the same time, the counterfeit Rinnegan in his eyes began to peel away, shedding completely and stripping his vision. But it didn't matter. Even without eyes, Madara was still the strongest. Hashirama's shock broke through. Madara, you. That's right, I'm revived. Madara roared the declaration, and then violently tore free of the Mokuton, would release, restraints. He snapped a kick out so fast it sent Hashirama flying. Cracks spidered across Hashirama's body as he tumbled across the ground. The moment he stopped, Madara seized him by the head, and a terrifying suction force began ripping away the natural energy within him. Then Hashirama saw it, on the face embedded in Madara's chest. A faint outline formed at the corners of its eyes. He understood at once. When Madara had bitten off a piece of him back then, it wasn't just for the cells. He'd planted them here, and now he was stealing the power of Sage Mode as well. So you really did get stronger, huh, Madara? Hashirama sounded almost awed. He couldn't even fight back. Hashirama, Madara said, voice heavy with certainty. When I cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, and become the new sage of 6 paths, you'll finally understand how great what I've done truly is. Chapter 418. Tobirama and Minato, who'd been watching from the sidelines, were stunned by the sudden reversal. They rushed in to help. Tobirama flicked several formula kunai into the area around Madara, then gripped another kunai and launched Hurricane, Flying Thunder God Slash, aiming to take Madara's head. But even without eyes, Madara could still see perfectly. He merely shifted his body aside to evade Tobirama's strike, then snapped a back kick. Not only did it send Tobirama flying, it shattered half his face. Ha ha ha, so it really does hurt when I've got a real body. Madara threw his head back laughing, then turned toward Minato, who was charging in as well. Minato had already drawn on the power of the Yin Ninetales. He became a yellow flash and appeared right in front of Madara, slamming a Rasengan toward Madara's chest. Madara dodged instantly, like the Sharingan was still there. Minato pressed the assault, fast and relentless, even using the opening to scatter his formula kunai around the field and accelerate his tempo through Hurricane no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. In the next heartbeat, THK, a kunai stabbed into Madara's arm. But Madara used the moment to clamp down on Minato's hand. Your Flying Thunder God really is fast, but I've got you now. It was obvious he'd done it on purpose, failed to dodge by a hair just to bait Minato into an opening. Most people couldn't pull that off, but Madara had fought through countless wars. For him, it wasn't difficult. And he'd noticed something different about Minato. There's tailed beast power in you. I get it, you're the father of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. You split off part of the Ninetales power and sealed it into yourself. In that case, I'll take it without apology. As he spoke, one hand speared through Minato's abdomen, dragging out the Yin Ninetales chakra. Over where Tenten was. After Black Zetsu forced Kabuto to cast Rin Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, Kabuto should have died. But with Black Zetsu possessing him, he was left in a half-dead, half-living state, still a puppet on Black Zetsu's strings. Tenten and Shino rushed in, only to be blasted back by Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. Black Zetsu immediately seized Kabuto and slipped underground, burrowing toward Madara. Tenten's face twisted with anger. It's that Black Zetsu freak again. He just pops out of nowhere whenever he feels like it, and it's always to ruin everything. Black Zetsu really was like that, same as in the original story. Back then, after 6 paths, Abido was defeated and wanted to use Rin Rebirth to revive the people who died in the war. Black Zetsu suddenly possessed him, switched the target to Madara, and rewrote the entire battle. And later, when Minato tried to transfer the Yin Ninetales into a dying Naruto, Black Zetsu had appeared again to steal the moment. He pulled off one absurd play after another, and the hero side still couldn't do a thing about him. A slippery old snake who'd lived for 1,000 years, he was infuriatingly agile, an expert at escaping, and even better at seizing the exact right timing. And more importantly, he had white Zetsu underground like radar across the battlefield. With that network and his Yukamao no Jutsu mayfly technique, letting him move silently beneath the earth, he could show up at every critical moment, make a play, and usually succeed. Just now, Tenten and Shino had looked away for a split second, distracted by the 10 tails getting bisected, and Black Zetsu had immediately exploited it. It made her furious, and there was nothing she could do. Shino said, Black Zetsu definitely revived Midora, and now he's definitely returning Kabuto's Rinnegan to him. We need to stop it, fast. Right, we're going now. Even knowing how dangerous Midora was, Tenten couldn't afford to hesitate. Meanwhile, inside the Kamui space. After a furious, all-out brawl between Abido and Kakashi's Chidori punched straight through Abido's heart, just like the day it had pierced Rin's heart. Kakashi froze in shock. He hadn't meant to kill Abido. Abido didn't spare him a glance. Fighting through the agony of dying, he forced himself out of the Kamui space and returned to the place he'd vanished from. But the instant he saw Midora, his expression collapsed. Midora, you actually revived. That was completely outside Abido's plan. He'd never intended to bring Midora back. He wanted to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki himself. He wanted to be the savior. Yes, he wanted a world with Rin in it, but he wanted to face her as a hero. He wanted to be the one who brought peace to the shinobi world. But now, Midora was alive. And Midora would never allow Abido to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. He'd reclaim his Rinnegan, and Abido would die as a pathetic joke. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. Abido, Midora said, I thought you died inside Kamui. As he spoke, he directly extracted the Yin Ninetales from Minato and sealed it into himself, then kicked Minato aside like he was nothing. Seeing Abido's battered state, Midora was genuinely surprised. Because he could feel it, the curse mark he'd planted inside Abido, his hidden control mechanism, was gone. Abido was ruthless enough to destroy his own heart just to remove it. If White Zetsu hadn't modified his body, he would have died long ago. There was no way he should still be standing now. So Abido had done this because he believed he'd become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki next, and that once he succeeded, his body would repair itself. Midora pieced together a great deal in a heartbeat. With his mind, it wasn't hard. Right then, someone rose from the ground. It was Kabuto, dragged along under Black Zetsu's control. Abido's eyes sharpened in instant understanding. So it was you. You controlled Kabuto to revive Midora. There's no way Kabuto would have refused to use Rin Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, on his own. Black Zetsu ignored him. He immediately dug out the Rinnegan and handed it over to Midora. Midora slotted the Rinnegan in and could use it at once. By the time Tenten and Shino arrived, it was already too late. They were about to rush forward when they noticed Hashirama, Taburama, and Minato, 3 Hokage, standing off to the side, watching without making a move. Tenten, Shino, you're here. Minato quickly waved them over. Don't go in yet, things are bad, we can't act recklessly. Hearing that, Tenten and Shino hurried to the Hokage's side, getting the situation in rapid bursts while watching the confrontation between Midora, Abido, and Black Zetsu unfold. Midora looked at Abido and spoke flatly. Abido, you're about to die, so it's time you returned my Rinnegan. Chapter 419. Abido's heart sank. He knew this was coming. But he didn't want to give the Rinnegan back. In his current state, there was no way he could fight Midora head-on. And if he tried to absorb the Ten-Tails now, Midora would absolutely stop him. So what was he supposed to do? Midora's voice turned icy. What? You don't want to return it? Abido clenched his teeth. I'm not giving it back. I'm going to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. I'm the one who should be the savior. You old relic from the previous era, stop sticking your nose in. Oh, an old relic from the previous era? Midora started laughing. Ha, ha 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 ha. His laughter exploded into a roar. So you've finally grown bold enough to talk to me like that. Your wings have hardened, huh? But even if you refuse, what does it matter? I'll kill you and take the Rinnegan right back. Abido didn't flinch. Before I die, I'll destroy the Rinnegan with everything I've got. You? Madora's anger flared. He hadn't expected Abido to be this stubborn. The Rinnegan was powerful, sure, but only when it was used. At the end of the day, it was still just an eyeball. Destroying it wasn't hard. With Abido's Kamui, he could twist space the Rinnegan into ruin if he really wanted. That left Madara cautious, held hostage by his own greed. For a moment, he didn't know how to play it. That was when Black Zetsu stepped forward. Using Kabuto like a mouthpiece, it chuckled. Abido, you're doing great. Perfect timing. I'll introduce you to someone. You'll thank me for this. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, summoning, impure world reincarnation. It slapped its hands together, and a coffin rose out of the ground. Abido's face drained as a memory struck him, Kabuto's old threat. Damn it, Kabuto, you actually dared to do it, I'll kill you. And then, under Abido's despairing stare, the coffin lid slowly creaked open. A girl stepped out, her face marked with colored patterns. Rin. Abido's tears spilled over. Abido, what's going on? Rin still looked dazed, then her eyes landed on Minato. Minato-sensei, where is this? Didn't I die? What's happening? Minato opened his mouth, but no words came. He couldn't bring himself to say something that cruel. Rin, gentle as ever, hurried toward Abido. Abido, you're hurt. Let me take a look. She lifted her hands, about to use medical ninjutsu. Abido stared at her, at the contours of her face, every familiar line, feeling like he could look forever and never grow tired. If only time could stop right here. But in the next instant, Rin's hand suddenly reached for Abido's Rinnegan. Rin froze, horrified. Oh, Abido, what is this? I can't control myself. What's happening to me? Her eyes brimmed with frantic tears. Abido didn't blame her. How could he? How could he ever blame Rin? He knew exactly what this was. Black Zetsu had done it on purpose. Let Rin get close, then steal the eye in the moment Abido couldn't refuse her. And Abido didn't want to refuse her, even if the price was devastating. How could he ever refuse Rin? Tenten watched, dumbstruck, then sighed in helpless disgust. This damn love-brained idiot, I don't even know what to say anymore. Shino shook his head too. Maybe Rin is his entire world. Maybe he wants nothing but that love. Her death broke him so completely he was willing to kill his teacher and sensei mother, willing to start a shinobi world war just to create a world where Rin exists. Someone like that is sick in the head, and there's no cure. The Senju brothers nodded in agreement. Sick in the head, no cure. Minato opened his mouth, then closed it again, still unable to say anything. He was a man who'd been willing to die with his wife. Maybe he could understand Abido, because a beloved mattered that much to a man. But he couldn't understand Abido either, because he would sacrifice himself for the one he loved, while Abido would destroy the world for her. Maybe sick in the head really was the only verdict. Rin, still not in control, stepped back and handed the Rinnegan over to Madara. After Madara fitted the eye into place, he looked at Abido's miserable state and almost kindly delivered the cruel truth. Abido, do you think I chose you to inherit my plan by accident? I picked you because you were too naive, too full of love. When someone like that loses what they love, the hatred runs deeper. And the more naive you are, the easier you are to deceive. His tone sharpened like a blade. That's why I arranged for Rin to die right in front of you, and you really did fulfill your role beautifully. Now you can die. Abido's eyes went wide, disbelief splintering across his face. He'd heard the truth from Kakashi before, but in his heart, he never truly wanted to believe it. Even when suspicion gnawed at him, he still didn't dare accept it. Because if that was the truth, then his love meant nothing. Now that Madara had said it with his own mouth, Abido's mind turned to chaos. Panic, shame, humiliation so intense he felt like he could die from it alone. At least Black Zetsu, somehow, showed a sliver of mercy. Abido, you've been helpful. Consider this your payment. Before you die, you can say a few words to the one you love. Make the most of it. Then it looked at Madara, the meaning clear. It was time to do the real work. Madara lifted his head. A perfect full moon hung in the sky, cold, round, and blue. It was the ideal moment to cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. Don't you dare, Madara. Hashirama surged forward with Tabarama and Minato, moving to stop him. Tent and Shino started to rush in too, but Minato stopped them. He knew those two kids would only be throwing their lives away. The three Hokage were already dead. They didn't have to fear dying again. But Madara was no longer the Madara they'd fought before. Rinbo Hengoku Limbo, border jail. Madara used the Rinnegan's power, splitting off invisible shadows around him. The moment the Senzu brothers and Minato charged, those unseen clones slammed them down, pounding them into the earth. Madara followed up by firing black chakra rods, pinning all three Hokage to the ground so they couldn't move. Then his Uchiha laughter erupted, wild and triumphant. Ha 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 ha, no one in this world can stop me, not even the Sage of Six Paths, that's what I say. And with the black rods in place, he launched himself toward the full moon. Tenten stared frantic. Shino, what do we do? Shino answered immediately. We can't go in. If we do, we die. An enemy like that can only be handled by Natsuki. We need to get him a message. Now tell him what's happening. Okay, I'll write it. Tenten hurriedly got to work. Rin returned to Abido's side again, eyes full of worry. Abido, are you okay? Abido felt dazed, like he'd fallen back into the past, like Rin was still the same gentle Rin from back then. But now, he didn't even have the right to face her. Still, there was one more thing he had to do. In the next instant, he pulled Kakashi out of his space. Chapter 420. The moment Kakashi reappeared, he was about to try talking Abido down again. Then he saw a familiar girl. Rin, how are you? And then he noticed the cracks on Rin's face and immediately understood. Edo Tensei. But he still couldn't understand why Edo Rin was here. Rin's eyes lit up the instant she saw him. Kakashi, it's been so long, you and Abido, you've both grown up so much. Kakashi didn't know what to say. There was joy, real joy, in that reunion, but he also knew this wasn't the time for any of it. Then Abido suddenly coughed up blood. Abido, are you okay? Rin panicked, rushing to him. Rin, one last thing, please. Abido wanted to reach for her hand, but he didn't dare extend his arm. Rin, transplant my eye into Kakashi. Rin and Kakashi both jolted. Abido, why would you? Abido cut them off. Rin, Kakashi, I did too many things wrong in this life. I hurt too many people. Even if I wake up now, it doesn't change anything. His breath shook. I'm dying, just like last time. This time, too, I want to give my eye to Kakashi. Kakashi, I want you to take my eye and protect this world. It's the only thing I can do now, my only atonement. Abido. Kakashi couldn't speak. Tears poured down anyway. He'd been trying to pull Abido back from the edge for so long. He never imagined that the moment Abido truly came to his senses would also be the moment his life ran out. Rin looked at Abido for a long time, eyes trembling, and then she nodded. Just like back then. No one could know how much pain and reluctance was tearing her apart inside. But she understood Abido, understood what he was trying to do and why he couldn't keep going. Kakashi didn't refuse. He silently knelt and accepted the procedure. Thankfully, it wasn't complicated. The transplant was finished quickly, and after using Shozen no Jutsu mystical palm technique, the eye could function immediately, though for Kakashi, the chakra drain was even worse than before. Good thing he still had a chakra battery to prop him up. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to use it at all. And besides, out here on the battlefield, his always goes even buff was basically stacked to the ceiling. In other words, he could use it. Even pulling out a Susanoo wouldn't be surprising at this point. Abido's empty eye socket seemed to curve with a faint, satisfied smile. With his last breath, he finally took Rin's hand, his final obsession, the one thing he couldn't let go of. He whispered, Rin, I want to hear how you truly feel. You have to say what's in your heart. If you don't, there won't be another chance. Rin looked like she was about to break down, but as an Edo Tensei, she couldn't shed tears. She could only choke on her words. I like Kakashi. I've always liked him. Abido, I'm sorry. I always saw you as a little brother. That's good. That's how it should be. Just like Natsuki said, Rin loves Kakashi. That Rin is the truest Rin. And then Abido. His body went still, and his remaining life finally extinguished. Obaido, Kakashi's eyes went wide, but no words came. Rin didn't react like a living person might. Instead, her body began to break apart into drifting light. With a soft smile, she said, "Kakashi, I have to go too. If Obaido walks that road alone, he'll cry. Getting to see you again, getting to confess to you, I'm satisfied." Her voice gentled even further. "You have to live well, okay? I hope you'll be happy." Kakashi reached out, an instinctive, desperate hand. But all he could do was watch Rin disappear. His tears blurred everything. But he still remembered what mattered most. First, he collected Obaido's body. He intended to take it back and bury him properly. Then he used Kamui to move toward Tenten and Shino to ask what was happening. With both Kamui eyes now, he should be able to help. On the other side, Natsuki stared at the Ten-Tail's headless body, wondering if he should keep attacking. After he'd split the Ten-Tails in half earlier, he realized its vitality was still absurd. It wasn't going to die easily. So he'd followed up with another attack, smashing its head into pulp. And even then, it still didn't seem dead. That kind of life force was downright monstrous. Sasuke, Naruto, Gaara, Fu, and Killer Bee gathered around as well, exchanging uneasy looks. Sasuke said, "I think it's going to regenerate. We should use the opening to set up a large-scale sealing technique and lock it away completely. Right now, we don't have a reliable way to kill it." It was a good suggestion. But it probably wouldn't happen. Because someone would stop them. A large-scale sealing technique, not a bad idea. Madara's voice drifted in, and he arrived with Black Zetsu at his side. "Natsuki, you really are strong, opening the 7th gate and injuring the Ten-Tails this badly. In the shinobi world, you truly are the strongest, but this isn't over." His smile sharpened. "I'm about to become stronger than you. I'll become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. I'll become the new sage of 6 paths." Power surged around him as he began absorbing the Ten-Tails itself. Rikudo, Jubai Jinchuriki Fuin, 6 paths Ten-Tails Coffin Seal. As the jutsu took hold, the Ten-Tails, split in two, began to rush into Madara's body at terrifying speed, as if it were being pulled through a funnel. Naruto and the others instantly lunged to stop him. But even in that state, Madara could still use Rinbo, Hengoku Limbo, Border Jail. Invisible shadows struck in an instant, blowing Sasuke and the others away like rag dolls. Whoosh! Natsuki flashed in front of Madara in a blink, snapping open the 7th gate, and firing a point-blank air cannon straight at him. But Madara was even more insane than anyone expected. He forced the Rinnegan's repulsive power to its limit, slamming that invisible force head-on into Natsuki's air cannon. The collision detonated into a violent explosion. In a single instant, everyone was blasted away by the shockwave. Everyone, except Natsuki. Natsuki stood unmoving, as if the blast didn't even exist. He scanned through the smoke for Madara. A moment later, Madara rose to his feet. And the Ten-Tails was gone. Completely. It had been fully absorbed. Madara's mouth was smeared with blood. He'd clearly taken heavy damage from that air cannon. And yet he was smiling. No, he was laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, Natsuki, you really are strong, you nearly killed me, but now I'm the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. I'll gain 6 paths power and you're no longer my match." Everyone's faces tightened, heavy with dread, as they watched Madara's body begin to change. His hair turned white. A marking appeared on his forehead. A white robe formed over him, and at the collar sat 6 dark red Magatama. 9 black orbs floated behind him, and in his hand was a Shakuja-like staff. He looked exactly like a sage of 6 paths. And the pressure rolling off him was so terrifying that people couldn't even summon the will to resist. Madara had finally stepped into the 6 paths realm, becoming the 2nd sage of 6 paths in the shinobi world. This is the sage of 6 paths," someone whispered. No one answered, they could only stare stunned. At that moment, Kakashi arrived with Tenten, Shino, and the 3 Hokage, and they saw it too, shock freezing them in place. With the Ten-Tails clones wiped out, more people rushed over as well: Neji, Tsunade, the 4th Reikage A, Anoki, and others. everyone staring at Six Paths Madara, their pupils trembling like earthquakes. Chapter 421. You're all here. Madara's gaze swept over them. His voice carried its own natural authority. The war is over. As the new sage of Six Paths, I will cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, and bring true peace to the shinobi world. Those who knew the truth turned pale with despair. So in the end, they still hadn't been able to stop Madara. Was the shinobi world really about to be destroyed? No way I'm letting you pull that off, Databeo. That familiar verbal tick rang out as Naruto stepped forward, voice hard with conviction. Up until now, I've worked my ass off to earn everyone's acknowledgement, worked my ass off to become Hokage. What Mugen Tsukuyomi? What creating an illusion world? Isn't that just denying everything I've done? I'm not letting you get your way. Tsuchikage. Madara looked at Naruto and only smiled faintly, as if he couldn't be bothered wasting breath on an insect. But Naruto's words still landed. People who'd been drowning in hopelessness forced themselves upright. Yeah, Madara hadn't cast Infinite Tsukuyomi yet. That meant there was still time. They couldn't let him succeed. Living in a dream world was the last thing they wanted, never. Minato looked at his son and nodded, pride softening his face. Naruto, you've grown up. Sasuke for once agreed with Naruto. Madara, you still don't understand that Black Zetsu deceived you. The road you chose is wrong, so we're going to stop you. He snapped open his perfect Susanoo and surged forward. Naruto, Killer Bee, the 3 Hokage, the 5 Kage. Everyone rushed in together, trying to crush Madara under the weight of united force. Madara merely smiled, motionless, while the black spheres floating behind him shifted and spread into a shield, effortlessly blocking every attack. Those were the hallmark of the Six Paths state. Gyudadama, truth-seeking balls. Truth-seeking balls carried yin, yang, and the 5 nature transformations. They could morph into any shape, serving as both spear and shield, and their power was overwhelming. Against them, ordinary attacks were like ants trying to shake a tree, completely useless. Right now, Madara truly was the strongest in the shinobi world. HMPH, mere grains of sand. Madara snorted and used Rinbo, Hengoku Limbo, border jail again. Invisible shadows lashed out, instantly blasting countless people away. Naruto and Sasuke were thrown as well, crashing far off and going limp. Sakura's face went white as she sprinted to treat them, but it probably wouldn't do much. Madara followed with his own strikes. One blow erased half of Hashirama's body. Tobirama and Minato each lost an arm, reduced to drifting ash. And the strangest part, even though all 3 were Edo Tensei bodies, the shattered parts didn't regenerate. Senjutsu power clearly suppressed Edo Tensei. The Sage of Six Paths really was terrifying beyond belief. Seeing every attacker flung aside, the people still standing felt dread and despair tighten around their throats. Just then, a man stepped forward with the heavy gait of a kappa. Kakashi jolted. Guy, don't tell me you're... Guy nodded solemnly. Konoha's Azure Beast ends today. I'm evolving into a red beast. This is the moment I open that door. That door. The 8th gate. Shimon Gate of Death. Opening the Gate of Death granted unimaginable power, at the cost of your life. Guy had resolved to burn everything. Lee's eyes brimmed with tears, but he couldn't stop him. He'd always known. Once his teacher decided, nobody could change it. But then Neji, who hadn't spoken until now, stepped in and blocked him. Guy-sensei, it's not your turn yet. Guy blinked, startled. Neji, what are you saying? Neji pointed at his own eyes. Sage eyes aren't just the Rinnegan, there's also the Tenseigan. I didn't understand how to develop these eyes before, but after seeing Madara step into the Six Paths realm, I think I finally get it. His voice sharpened, calm and certain. My eyes can help me enter Six Paths as well. The words hit like lightning. Everyone stared, and then hope exploded across their faces. If Neji reached Six Paths too, then maybe they could actually fight Six Paths Madara. Neji walked forward, meeting Madara head-on. We're both descendants of the sage. If you can enter Six Paths, so can I. His eyes narrowed. And you needed the Ten Tails power, I don't. He raised his hand. Watch Tenseigen Chakra Modo, Tenseigen Chakra Mode. His Tenseigen power erupted. Green chakra cloaked his entire body. As he kept feeding it, black spheres began forming around him one after another. 1, 2, 3, until 9 truth-seeking balls hovered behind him. In that instant, his presence surged upward, until it stood level with Madara's. Neji had successfully stepped into 6 paths. Madara's brow lifted, intrigued. Oh, so you really did manage to reach 6 paths. I didn't expect you to be the real threat. Cheers and gasps rippled through the ranks. Hyuga clan members, Hayashi among them, broke down in tears. Their heavenly ninja had become a new sage of 6 paths. For the Hyuga, this wasn't just taking off. It was surpassing every peak in their history. Guy exhaled, relieved. If Neji was stepping up, then Guy didn't have to die. His resolve had been interrupted. His youth wouldn't blaze in that final eruption. But he'd been saved. Natsuki spoke quickly. Neji, he's stronger than you. Be careful. Everyone else fall back. Don't get caught in the fallout. Kakashi-senpai and I will support you at any moment. We're taking Madara down. Kakashi nodded, expression grave. With dual Kamui Mangekyo now, he could finally contribute at full power. Everyone agreed. They dragged the unconscious to safety and retreated, clearing the field for a clash of legends. Only the 3 Hokage stayed. They were battered and missing pieces, but they might still be useful. More importantly, they weren't afraid to die. If it came down to it, they could take a hit meant for someone else. And surprisingly, Orochimaru stayed too. He licked his face with an unnaturally long tongue, eyes gleaming with excitement. So both kinds of sage eyes can reach 6 paths, and the Byakugan path seems even better. His mind raced. True, evolving the Byakugan into the Tenseigen is difficult, but you don't need to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and it isn't exclusionary like the Sharingan. After the war, I should find a way to obtain some Byakugan. He tilted his head, already planning. If we win, I won't dare act recklessly. With a sage of 6 paths in the Hyuga, I can't afford to offend them. So getting Byakugan directly probably won't happen. I'll have to research cloning. If I can acquire some Hyuga blood, I can cultivate a Byakugan that way. As for why the Byakugan was so special, that was obvious. Kaguya's primary eye was the Byakugan. The Rin Tenseigen was only the 3rd eye on her forehead. The main eye was bound to be stronger than the auxiliary one. Right. Chapter 422. Natsuki waved to Tent and Shino, signaling for them not to worry. Then he looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, why are you still here? Aren't you afraid the aftershocks will tear you apart? Orochimaru just smiled. A battle between sages, how could I miss it? Don't bother worrying about whether I live or die. Focus on fighting. You can't lose, or the shinobi world really will be destroyed. Hearing that, Natsuki couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore, and instead locked onto Madara. At this moment, Neji stood facing Madara, the pressure rolling off both of them climbing to its peak until the air itself felt scorched. The next second, Neji moved first. 3 Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, shot from his side, streaking straight at Madara. It was only a probing attack. Neji had just reached the 6 paths level for the first time. He knew Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, were powerful, but he didn't yet know exactly how powerful, nor how they compared to Madara's. Madara decisively shaped his own Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, into a circular shield. Neji's 3 orbs slammed into it, blocked cleanly. But the collision detonated into a terrifying shockwave. A gale erupted across a radius of nearly a mile, violent enough to make the ground howl. Just a simple clash, and it produced that kind of force. Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, were truly monstrous. And because of that, everyone more or less understood what it meant. Their Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, were about the same in raw strength. The difference was that Madara fought alone, while Neji had allies backing him. In theory, that meant Neji held the advantage. But Madara's pride was higher than the heavens. He wasn't the type to fear a disadvantage. For years, he'd fought alone anyway. This was nothing new. He tried a different approach, shaping 5 Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, into Kana-like forms and firing them at Neji. Neji wrapped 2 of his own Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs, around his hands and began using Hakusho, 8 trigrams palm, to knock the incoming orb kunai away one after another. As expected, he still preferred the fighting style he knew best. The Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs, simply boosted both his offense and defense. He was still feeling it out, but his talent was absurd. Almost immediately, he started building a style that belonged to him alone. With a sharp whoosh, he blurred forward at extreme speed, striking with Hakusho, 8 trigrams palm, again and again. Each palm carried a title, overwhelming might. If Madara took even one clean hit, it would be a grievous wound at minimum. Madara couldn't help himself, he actually applauded. Good kid, your talent is incredible. Does Konoha really have to be overflowing with monsters like you? Even as he praised him, he raised his Shakujo staff to parry, while simultaneously controlling the Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs at his side, shaping them into various ninja tools and launching a relentless barrage. Neji's combat instincts were just as terrifying. His Hakusho, 8 trigrams palm, flowed without pause, and his Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs, automatically guarded his body. For a time, he actually drove Madara back step by step. They were moving so fast that no ordinary person could even approach. Every collision between them kicked up shockwaves strong enough to crush the battlefield around them. Natsuki and the others didn't act rashly. They were support. If they forced their way in, they wouldn't help at all. They'd only drag Neji down. Still, under Neji's fierce assault, Madara began to show the first signs of losing ground. Madara activated Rinbo, Hengoku Limbo, Border Jail, striking with invisible shadows. But Neji's eyes were no longer the Byakugan, they were the Tenseigan, evolved beyond it. Invisible shadows didn't mean anything to him. His palms flashed, fast as stormlight, shattering several of the shadow attackers. Then he erupted with a brand new move. Rikudo Shinkugeki, 6 Paths Divine Vacuum Strike. Boom! Neji slammed a palm forward. That strike contained the power mechanics of Hakusho, 8 trigrams palm, fused with repulsive force and 6 paths senjutsu, and he even shaped a Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs, into a palm seal, sending it out with the blow. Space itself twisted in front of the impact, like reality had been grabbed and wrung. Just seeing that palm was enough to understand its terror. If Madara got hit head-on, he'd be crippled even if he didn't die. Madara didn't dare underestimate it. He hadn't expected Neji to be so gifted, so quickly weaving 6 paths power into his clan's palm techniques and forging a new, overwhelming move. Compared to that, the rest of them really did look lacking. And yet Madara was thrilled. To step into the 6 paths realm and still find an opponent worthy of him, this was something to celebrate. Ha 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 ha, Neji, I acknowledge you. In pure talent, I, Madara, am inferior to you. Laughing wildly, he yanked the war fan from his back and covered it completely with Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs, intending to use the fan and the orbs together to fling the incoming Rikudo Shinkugeki, 6 Paths Divine Vacuum Strike, back at Neji. But at that critical instant, Natsuki flicked Kakashi a look. Kakashi understood immediately. His Mangekyou spun, and he unleashed Kamui, warping space from afar and twisting the Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs, off the surface of the fan, leaving the fan itself exposed. Damn! Madara's expression snapped tight. He hadn't expected that. But the palm seal of Rikudo Shinkugeki, 6 Paths Divine Vacuum Strike, was already there. It struck the war fan dead on. A sharp crack rang out. The fan didn't deflect the force. Under that impact, it shattered on the spot. And then came the roar of destruction as Madara was swallowed by the surging palm force. Hashirama and Tobirama couldn't help but praise him. That was beautiful, Kakashi. You picked the moment perfectly, Minato added without holding back. Kakashi scratched his head, a little embarrassed. In truth, it was Natsuki's signal that reminded him he'd only acted in time because of that, and the real terror was Neji's attack. Kakashi hadn't expected Neji to be this extraordinary either. He'd only just entered the 6 Paths realm, yet he was already combining his palm techniques with 6 Paths power to create a new move. Even Madara had admitted inferiority. It was downright unreal. It really made it feel like the Hyuga clan had once rescued a giant eagle with Moonlight Whitebird. And now that eagle had broken free of its cage and become a world-soaring rock. "Be careful, he's definitely not dead," Natsuki warned. "I know." Of course Neji knew. His eyes saw everything clearly. As the dust and smoke dispersed, Madara stood there, scuffed and battered but alive. In that final instant, he'd fully erupted the repulsive force of his Rinnegan, weakening part of the Gyudadama, truth-seeking orb's, power. And a sage's body was absurdly durable, with recovery to match. Killing him wouldn't be that easy. Madara counterattacked immediately. He tossed the shattered war fan aside, raised one hand and formed a sword-finger seal against his brow. Then, in the next second, both palms erupted with dense, purple lightning, engulfing Neji in an instant. Senpo, Inton Repa, Sage Art, Yin Release Lightning Surge. Rumble Crash. Violet lightning raged like a living disaster, as if it could shred space itself. But Neji didn't panic in the slightest. His Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs began spinning around him, and repulsive force and senjutsu gathered into his hands as he spun as well. This was clearly the foundation of Kite, Heavenly Spin. Senpo Juken, Rikudo Kaiten, Sage Art Gentle Fist, 6 Paths Heavenly Spin. In an instant, a massive spherical barrier formed with Neji as its center. The violet lightning slammed into it, and was completely reflected back, unable to deal so much as a scratch. Madara could only use his Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs, to block the rebounding lightning as it came screaming back toward him. Chapter 423. Not until Neji's Kite, Heavenly Spin, came to a stop did Madara launch another attack. He stared at Neji and, despite himself, sank into thought. He had praised Neji earlier, but in truth, Madara had always been fiercely proud of his own talent. Yet Neji's aptitude was genuinely beyond imagination. To be outshone by a junior like this left a bitter taste in his mouth. So he raised his free hand. All 9 Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs, gathered into his palm and compressed, finally into a massive black sword. Then he swung it down with brutal force. Neji narrowed his eyes, sensing the power packed into that black greatsword. If that blade came down, it would slice open the land of lightning itself. Damage on a planetary scale, with the potential to trigger catastrophic natural disasters. So it needed to be stopped. Neji immediately unleashed Rikudo Kite. 6 Paths Heavenly Spin again, and a huge spherical barrier formed around him once more. The next second, the black greatsword crashed down and locked against the barrier. The clash produced an earth-shaking impact, and it even stirred up a violent thunderstorm, forcing Natsuki and the others to retreat under the pressure. The two forces remained deadlocked, neither side giving an inch. But anyone with eyes could tell. Madara looked relatively relaxed, while Neji was the one burning stamina. Once Neji's spinning force ran dry, he'd be split in two. Even if he could dodge at the last moment, there was no way he'd escape unhurt. Natsuki knew they couldn't keep watching. He flashed Kakashi a look again, and charged forward himself. Kakashi understood instantly. He activated dual Kamui, condensing several Kamui shuriken into his palm and whipping them out toward the black greatsword. HMPH, you're not even at the 6 Paths level and you dare interfere? That's just asking to die. Madara sneered. Below 6 Paths, all were ants. He was wary of Kamui's potential, and he was wary of Natsuki's suicidal 8th gate, but Kakashi's mere shuriken attack wasn't something he considered worth his attention. Then the Kamui shuriken struck. Space twisted violently. The black greatsword was forcibly warped and deformed. An entire section of it sheared away, as if reality itself had taken a bite. Neji was freed from beneath the blade and immediately stopped spinning, exhaling hard in relief. Natsuki kept sprinting forward. The instant he opened the 7th gate, his speed skyrocketed. He was in Madara's face in the blink of an eye. Madara snapped out 4 Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs, trying to erase Natsuki in one sweep. But a formula kunai flew into Natsuki's path, and Minato flashed into existence in front of it, taking the 4 Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs with his own body, then instantly using Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to teleport away. The result jolted Madara. He hurriedly formed the remaining Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, into a curved shield. But Neji's Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, arrived at the same time, shaping into two giant hands that seized the curved shield and ripped it open, fully exposing Madara. "Shine Madara," Natsuki roared. He drove a kick into Madara's body. A thunderous boom exploded outward. The force tore at space and earth alike. Half of Madara's body detonated on the spot, and he was hurled backward, slamming into the ground hard enough to punch out 10 deep craters in succession. Natsuki didn't fool himself for a second. Madara wasn't dead. Taijutsu alone could damage a Six Paths body, sure, but it couldn't kill it. Madara would regenerate almost immediately. So Natsuki flung a whole handful of Formula Kunai after him, trying to chain Hurishin, Flying Thunder God, for speed. But Madara saw the plan and immediately blasted everything away with repulsive force. Natsuki had no choice but to charge in on foot. Neji, Kakashi, and the three Hokage moved with him, pressing the advantage, intent on crushing the ultimate demon enemy once and for all. Madara opened his mouth and fired off a sage art technique, an outright laser sweep that forced Natsuki and the others to halt for a split second. At the same time, Madara's body regenerated rapidly. Then he abruptly expelled the ten tails from within himself and even spat out a huge jar. No, not a jar. It was the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying pot. Only after doing all that did he finally seem to relax, chuckling lightly. No wonder my body felt heavy. Turns out I was carrying too much inside. Heh. Six Paths tools, what boring junk. And you, Ten Tails, your mission isn't finished. Grow up already. He punted the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying pot, far away, even tossing out a casual joke as he did it. The Ten Tails immediately rooted itself into the earth, transforming into a towering colossus of a tree, its final form. The Chakra Divine Tree. At the top of the tree was a flower bud, and inside the bud sat a Rin Sharingan, reaching out for the moon's power, preparing to cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. So this is the divine tree, Hashirama frowned. I've got a bad feeling about it. Is that Baka really going to activate Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi? It feels like he's unleashing some kind of monster. He didn't know the truth, but his instincts weren't wrong. If he could see the Black Zetsu hidden underground, he'd notice that Black Zetsu's face was twisted with exhilaration and fanatic joy. Black Zetsu had waited for this day for so long it felt like 1,000 years. Today, he could finally free Mother. But before Black Zetsu and Madara could celebrate, the sky suddenly darkened. Heavy clouds swallowed the moonlight, and thunder and lightning rolled across the heavens. The two of them froze in disbelief. Wait, where the hell did a thunderstorm come from? Earlier, when the Ten Tails had stirred heaven and earth, it had blown all the clouds away in this area. The sky had been crystal clear. Tonight should have been a blanket of stars with the moon hanging bright overhead. How could it suddenly change like this? In reality, it was the Allied forces, those who had already pulled back. After Tent and Shino retreated, they felt deeply unwilling to accept it. They'd worked so hard to become stronger, so they could fight alongside Natsuki. But the battle's dimension was too high. Their strength didn't even qualify them to step into it. The frustration stung. They still wanted to do something. And then Tent remembered something her husband had once said half as a joke. If it was rainy and the moon couldn't be seen, then maybe Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, couldn't be cast. So she immediately went to everyone and laid out her idea. If we can't do anything else, then let's all work together and make a storm. Cover that damn moon. I want to see how Madara launches Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, when he can't even see it. Hahaha, great idea. The 5 Cage were familiar with it. Back when Natsuki joked about it, most of them had been present. They hadn't taken it seriously then, but now it might actually be worth trying. After all, none of them could join a battle at that level. The unwillingness in their hearts was intense. They hated their own weakness, and they all wanted to contribute somehow. Now that there was a method, even a crude one, their enthusiasm surged. They knew Madara could likely disperse the clouds with ease, but if they could create even a little trouble, it was still something. Maybe they could buy Natsuki's side an opening, create a moment where Madara had to focus on clearing the sky, and in that moment, land a decisive strike. Chapter 424. So the Reikage stepped up again and played the role of commander, immediately organizing the advisory unit for an emergency meeting. The advisors argued at top speed and quickly produced a plan to manufacture a violent thunderstorm, then began assigning tasks. Anyone who could use Sutin water release would spray water. Anyone who could use Katten fire release would boil it. The goal was simple: generate massive amounts of steam, build dense cloud cover as fast as possible, and have the Futin wind release users whip up dust and sand while pushing the cloud mass toward the main battlefield. As for lightning, waiting for the clouds to naturally produce it would take too long. They needed shinobi coordination. Tenten directly pulled out the lightning release sword Kiba and, with a surge of chakra, drew lightning down through the cloud layer. In no time, the thunderstorm was complete. Hee, honey, I put your plan into action. That means I helped, right? So you have to win. We're still going to get married and have kids. Under Tenten's whisper, the storm clouds were driven onward by the allied forces' gale force winds. And by sheer coincidence, the divine tree appeared at that moment, rooting into the earth as if it were trying to answer the moon. Everyone instantly started cheering the clouds on like they were a living thing. Go, cover it, clouds, you can do it. Block the moon. Cover that damn moon completely. To hell with Mugen's Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. The thunderclouds answered their wish, finally sliding into place, wedging themselves between the divine tree and the moon and blotting the moonlight out. Cheers erupted across the allied ranks. The despair and resentment that had been choking everyone eased, at least a little. They'd done something. Even if it wasn't enough to decide the war, it was still better than doing nothing. And while they had no idea it was happening, the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto had their consciousness tugged by an unseen force, pulled into a strange, unfamiliar space. An old man stood before them. His appearance was almost identical to Madara in his six paths form. Sasuke and Naruto immediately understood. You're the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths nodded. I am the Sage of Six Paths. My name is Hagoromo. I have been watching the shinobi world, and watching you. Within you are the reincarnated chakra of my two sons, Ashura and Indra. Soon, Hagoromo told them the story of his sons. Indra was a genius, but arrogant. Ashura was a failure in talent, but unbreakable in will. They fought each other, and Hagoromo ultimately left his inheritance to Ashura. Indra's resentment only deepened, and their conflict escalated until it consumed everything. Even after death, their chakra continued to reincarnate, repeating the same cycle of opposition in the shinobi world. And in this generation, Ashura's chakra rested in Naruto, while Indra's chakra rested in Sasuke. As for why the two of them were supposed to be opposed, well, for some special reason, they didn't seem fiercely opposed at all. If anything, they'd become friends. But the point was, the two of them were, in effect, Hagoromo's sons. Then Hagoromo explained the real danger. If Madara cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, it would release the sealed Otsutsuki Kaguya, Hagoromo's own mother. When that happened, the shinobi world would face an apocalypse. So Hagoromo placed the responsibility on their shoulders, ordering them to save the world. And with that, he granted them his gifts. Naruto's right hand received the sealing jutsu's yang power. He awakened six paths sage mode and learned yin, yang release techniques. Sasuke's left hand received the sealing jutsu's yin power. His left eye evolved into a six-damo Rinnegan. When Kaguya was released, all they would need to do was combine yang power and yin power to activate the sealing jutsu together, sealing Kaguya away once again, saving the world. It was an absurdly forced shortcut to Six Paths power. But there was no helping it. These two were the protagonists, the saviors. Sasuke stared at the crescent mark on his left palm and suddenly said, "So, you once sent Natsuki a dream, didn't you?" Naruto blinked. The Sage of Six Paths sent Natsuki a dream? What's that supposed to mean? How come I never knew about this? Sasuke shot him a look. Because you were weak back then and you never stopped running your mouth. Who would trust you with something like that? Anyway, Natsuki knew the truth. He shared it with me, with Neji, with Lady Tsunade, and with Jirya, and later Lady Tsunade even made it public at the 5-Cage Summit. So a lot of people already know that Abido was used, that Madara was deceived by Black Zetsu, and that Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, is a complete scam. Just Black Zetsu's plan to revive his mother. So that's what happened, Databeo. You guys suck, why'd you hide it from me? Naruto bristled, feeling like everyone had shut him out, even though he should have been allowed to know. Sasuke could only feel exhausted. He just said Naruto was weak and loud. If they told him, he'd probably leak it to the enemy within an hour. Hagoromo hesitated for a moment, then admitted, "Yes, I was the one who sent that child, Natsuki, a dream." He had been watching the shinobi world, watching his son's reincarnations, so he naturally knew of Natsuki as well. He'd been shocked when Natsuki revealed the truth, and what left him speechless was that Natsuki claimed it was due to a dream from the Sage of Six Paths. Hagoromo didn't understand Natsuki's origins, and he didn't know why Natsuki knew so much. But he could tell Natsuki's intentions weren't malicious, so he simply accepted the claim. Naruto grew even more curious. "Sage, Grandpa, then why did you send the dream to Natsuki? If we've got your son's chakra inside us, shouldn't you have sent it to us?" Hagoromo coughed, momentarily at a loss. After struggling with it, he gave an answer. "It was for fairness. My sons fought, it wouldn't do for me to openly favor either one. And even if I sent the dream to you too, you likely wouldn't have believed it. So I chose that child, Natsuki. He's smart, strong, and able to think calmly. I believed he would be of great help." Sasuke nodded without hesitation. In his view, that was exactly right, and Natsuki had helped him more than anyone. Sasuke wouldn't say it out loud, but most of the money he'd needed, Natsuki had covered it. He was genuinely grateful. Hearing Hagoromo praise Natsuki like this made Sasuke happy for him. "All right," Hagoromo said. "Time's running out, you need to go. The battle is growing more intense, you have to help." As soon as the words fell, Naruto and Sasuke's consciousness snapped back into their bodies. They woke up. Sakura lit up in relief. "Sasuke-kun, are you okay?" Tsunade hurried to check them as well. "Naruto and Sasuke are fine. It looks like they were just knocked unconscious. Probably some concussion symptoms from Madara's attack." Sasuke immediately asked, "What's the situation now?" Sakura rapidly explained what she knew, but all she could say was that everyone had retreated. She didn't know the current state of the main battle. Naruto and Sasuke couldn't sit still for another second. "No, we have to go," Naruto barked. "Tenten, use Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, and send us to Natsuki. Now, if we're any later, we might not make it in time." Chapter 425. Over on this side, Madara stared at the thunderclouds blanketing the sky, utterly dumbstruck. Natsuki and Kakashi, on the other hand, couldn't help laughing. Kakashi said, "Natsuki, you suggested we make it a rainy night, didn't you? Looks like after everyone retreated, they didn't just sit around, they actually managed to whip up a thunderstorm. The timing couldn't have been better. Honestly, it's brilliant." Natsuki hadn't expected it either. He'd only tossed it out as an offhand idea. He never thought they'd actually run with it. Hearing that, the three Hokage exchanged looks. So you two knew Madara's plan ahead of time, and even arranged this kind of countermeasure. No wonder Madara looked so stunned. He was probably one step away from cursing everyone out. Madara's face darkened. "So this is the allied shinobi's little stunt? HMPH, petty tricks. It's just a thundercloud. Dispersing it isn't exactly impossible." "You can try," Neji said, eyes sharp and predatory. "Let's see if I can't catch the opening and kill you." To be honest, the storm really did help. Against an opponent at the same Six Paths level, even the smallest lapse could be seized instantly. If you slipped for even a moment, you could genuinely die. And Madara wasn't only facing Neji. Natsuki was terrifying in his own right. Madara hadn't forgotten how Natsuki had blown his body apart with a single kick. It meant Natsuki could reach Six Paths level force just by opening the seventh gate. Even if Taijutsu couldn't kill a sage outright, it could still destroy the body and create an opening for teammates to finish the job. On top of that, Kakashi's Kamui was downright unfair. Warping space at range was perfect support. With all of that stacked against him, Madara really couldn't casually try to blow the storm away. And Natsuki wasn't about to give him time to breathe. He charged again, one kick snapping out with such violence that it produced a crushing air cannon. Madara hurriedly defended with Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, but even so, the orbs shuddered under the pressure, vibrating like they might explode at any second. That level of pure taijutsu was horrifying. Hachiman Tonko, Dainana Kamen Ogi 8 Gates, 7th Gate Secret Technique, Sekizokai, Seizo Evening Elephant Modified Star Elephant, First Speed. Natsuki blurred in, then drove a straight punch that launched an even faster, even stronger air cannon, slamming Madara down so hard he was pinned to the ground and couldn't move. Opening only the 7th gate, Natsuki had already reached the level of Gai-sensei's 8th gate power. So he shamelessly dragged an 8th gate technique down into the 7th gate. And because the aura was a blue current of chakra, he renamed it Star Elephant. Compared to a Star Tiger, this was naturally far stronger, so he used it without hesitation. Madara strained to knock the air cannon away. But the next second Natsuki was already at his flank, another kick firing off an air cannon that was faster and heavier than before. Second speed. Boom! Wrapped inside a spherical shield of Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, Madara was blasted backward. The air cannon dragged him along in a roaring tide of pressure, like it was trying to part the Earth's hair down the middle, gouging a path as it forced him to plow across the ground. Third speed. Fourth speed. 2 more consecutive air cannons hammered down, continuing to suppress Madara, until faint cracks even began to appear on the Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs. That made Madara's eyes widen in genuine shock. He could no longer stay calm. He never imagined that an air cannon produced purely by taijutsu could become powerful enough to destroy Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, reinforced by the power of the path of heaven. It was absurd. Fifth speed. BOOM. The final air cannon slammed Madara straight into the earth, carving out a massive pit so deep it seemed bottomless. The Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, shield detonated on the spot, and the remaining force shattered Madara's temple, leaving his body severely damaged. Recovery wouldn't be quick this time. Luckily, Natsuki stopped, and he closed the 7th gate. Steam rose from his body. He panted harshly, clearly drained, and undoubtedly enduring pain that most people couldn't even imagine. To beat Madara down to this state was already unbelievable. The 3 Hokage were completely stunned. They didn't even know how to describe the shock in their hearts. They'd always believed Natsuki was strong, but none of them had ever imagined he could suppress Madara through taijutsu alone. Young shinobi, these days were terrifying. Neji, however, wasn't surprised at all. Natsuki had always been strong. Even now that Neji had reached the 6 paths level, he still didn't feel like he'd surpassed Natsuki, because until you truly fought him, you'd never know. Natsuki was like a mystery. His depth never seemed to have an end. As long as Natsuki was there, it felt like you didn't need to fear losing. He was the pillar, the anchor, the core that made everyone feel safe. So this outcome was, in a sense, exactly what Neji expected. Kakashi, too, stood frozen for a moment, then his expression softened into pure pride. He remembered the time Guy had brought Natsuki to him, the boy's face still young as he spoke about wanting to grow stronger, about protecting the people who mattered most. Now Kakashi felt something he couldn't put into words. Deep, aching satisfaction. That boy had grown up. And he was truly making good on his promise. Not just protecting everyone, he was fighting to protect the entire shinobi world. Kakashi had been right about him. And then, whoosh! Sasuke and Naruto suddenly appeared beside Natsuki, startling everyone. Only when they realized it was their own people did they relax. Kakashi immediately demanded, "Naruto, Sasuke, why are you here? This isn't something you can handle. Leave now." Naruto grinned with confidence. "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. We just met the Sage of 6 Paths grandpa. He gave me and Sasuke power. We can fight Madara too now." The Sage of 6 Paths could just hand out power like that. So what couldn't he power up tens of thousands of allied shinobi to? Even temporary borrowed strength would do. They could jump Madara together. How perfect would that be? That thought flashed through everyone's minds. But nobody said it out loud, because everyone knew it wasn't possible. The fact that Hagoromo had empowered Naruto and Sasuke at all was already a miracle. Now they had 2 more helpers, meaning their odds improved sharply. Sasuke looked at Natsuki. Natsuki, don't tell me you got bullied by Madara. Relax, I'll avenge you. In truth, they'd wanted Tenten to teleport them over earlier, but everyone had refused no matter what. Only after they mentioned receiving Hagoromo's power did the others finally agree, and Tenten used Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to send them here. At least they'd arrived in time. Natsuki's side was still standing, but seeing how rough Natsuki looked, Sasuke assumed he'd taken a beating. Good thing they were here now. Natsuki rolled his eyes. That's a terrible choice of words. I just beat Madara until he couldn't even fight back. You should really be clear about who bullied who. He exhaled and waved it off. Whatever, I'm going to rest, you 2 take it from here. With that, he decisively retreated to Kakashi's side. Opening the 7th gate wasn't hard for him, but he'd been using it continuously since the fight with the 10 Tails, and just now he'd forced Star Elephant on top of it. The drain was real, and his body hurt. He needed a moment. Chapter 426. Sasuke and Naruto didn't really believe what Natsuki said. They knew Natsuki was strong, but Madara was 6 paths tier. That wasn't someone you could just casually beat down. And Natsuki claiming he'd beaten Madara until he couldn't fight back at all, honestly, it sounded like bragging. Still, no one else reacted like it was nonsense, which made it feel like it might actually be true. It was hard to tell. Neji said, now's not the time to chat. Madara got driven underground by Natsuki, he must be injured. We need to wipe him out while we can. With that, Neji flew straight above the massive crater. And Madara was gone. He vanished. Where did he go? Neji pushed his Tenseigan to its limit, sweeping his gaze across the land. Almost instantly, he locked onto 2 presences. Black Zetsu was dragging Madara underground, slipping away through the earth. Madara's body was mangled, clearly wrecked by Natsuki, and he was in the middle of regenerating. Strike while he's sick, finish him. Neji lifted a hand and unleashed gravitational pull, ripping the earth up and yanking them out by force. Madara and the Black Zetsu clinging to his shoulder reappeared. Black Zetsu was still controlling Kabuto. Just now, he'd used a mayfly underground technique to quietly carry Madara away, and being exposed like this instantly sent him into a panic. Maybe Black Zetsu truly hadn't expected the allied forces to produce so many monsters. Neji had entered the 6 paths level. Natsuki could blow apart a 6 paths body with just the 7th gate. Kakashi's Kamui was a cheat code support, and now 2 even more ridiculous people had shown up. It was suffocating. Sasuke stared at Neji's transformed presence and finally caught up. Neji, you're 6 paths too. Naruto jolted. Neji's 6 paths? How did you do that? We only got there because the Sage of 6 Paths grandpa helped us. How did you? It wasn't their fault they didn't know. They'd been knocked out. Neji had stepped up afterward. But Neji shook his head. Not now, we kill Madara first, Black Zetsu too, and we destroy the Divine Tree. Whatever it takes, stop Mugen's Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Got it, that thing's the Divine Tree, right? Then watch this. Naruto locked onto the towering tree and immediately entered 6 Paths Sage mode, still blazing gold, except now he had several Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, floating beside him. He enlarged one Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, cupped it in his palm, and began compressing a chakra sphere with tailed beast chakra. He only had a severed fragment of the 9 tails left inside him, so his tailed beast chakra reserve wasn't huge. But combined with a Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, it was more than enough. Tailed Beast Bomb Rasengan Shuriken, take this. Naruto didn't know the proper name for Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, so he named it after a tailed beast bomb. The instant he threw it, space seemed to warp, and in the next breath, it cleaved through the Divine Tree from its lowest trunk. Boom! The enormous Divine Tree crashed down. The tree was unbelievably tough. Without overwhelming power, you couldn't even damage it. But for Naruto, that was trivial. Meanwhile, Sasuke locked onto Madara. His 6-Damo Rinnegan activated Amenochikara, swapping places with a rock beside Madara and appearing in front of him in an instant. Chibaku Tensei. He slammed a hand forward, intending to trigger it centered on Madara, to bind and seal him right there. But Madara wasn't about to let that happen. Sasuke didn't even have Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, he only had the 6-Damo Rinnegan. Madara judged it manageable. He simply opened his mouth and fired a Sage Art laser straight at Sasuke's face, interrupting the technique. Sasuke barely dodged in time. If he'd been even a fraction slower, he would have shown up, tried to look cool, and been instantly erased. He immediately transformed into his final Susanoo form, using the Rinnegan's power to fuse the small amount of tailed beast chakra inside him into Susanoo, making it truly flesh and blood, like a real giant. Its attack and defense surged dramatically. With one swing, the ultimate Susanoo blade looked like it could split mountains. Madara originally meant to block with Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, but sensing something abnormal in that slash, he chose to fly away and evade instead. As for Black Zetsu, he could fend for himself. Black Zetsu, still controlling Kabuto, tried to run. But a gravitational pull seized him. From far away, Neji yanked Kabuto back with attraction, dragging him toward the battlefield as Sasuke's Susanoo blade descended. But Madara used Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, as well, snatching Black Zetsu and Kabuto away even more forcefully. Because Madara was closer, he stole them right out from under Neji's grip. BOOM. Sasuke's sword cleaved down, tearing the earth open and triggering a violent quake. If Madara hadn't dodged, he would have been shredded by the sword's force. Naruto yelled, "Sasuke, be careful. What if you split the whole shinobi world in half?" Sasuke didn't bother replying. Of course, he understood how terrifying his strength was now. If he truly wanted to, destroying the shinobi world wouldn't be difficult, but he could control his power. He wasn't going to casually bisect the planet. Naruto was just talking nonsense again. Madara looked disheveled, but he didn't despair. He'd waited in the shadows for years just to reach this moment. There was no way he'd give up now. Black Zetsu urgently warned him, "Madara-sama, it's time to gamble everything." Madara knew time was running out, and he was close to the severed divine tree, close enough to hear it calling him. So he decisively drew the divine tree into his body. Natsuki looked utterly exasperated and barked, "Hurry up and absorb it already." Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji rushed in. But Madara poured everything he had into it. He absorbed the divine tree completely at top speed, achieving an undying body. At the same time, his will exploded outward. He unleashed Rinbo, Hengoku Limbo, border jail at full power, blasting Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji away. Then he shot into the sky at maximum speed, his sheer killing intent alone scattering the thunderclouds into nothing. Moonlight flooded down again. And it looked blood-red. As if the crimson moon itself were Kaguya's Rin Sharingan, radiating a dreadful omen that made your skin crawl the moment you looked at it. Madara stared up at that blood moon and, without hesitation, opened the Rin Sharingan in his brow. He began the ocular technique. Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. HMMM. The blood moon reflected the pattern of the Rin Sharingan, then exploded in white light that instantly swallowed the entire shinobi world. In that moment, nearly everyone's eyes turned into spirals as they fell into the illusion. Orochimaru stared up at the sky, dumbstruck. "I finally have a Rinnegan." Sasuke had sensed the danger in advance. He immediately raised his special Susanoo, shielding Naruto and Neji inside it. Only then did the three of them avoid being caught by Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Natsuki, however, merely lifted a brow. He showed no sign of being affected at all. Because he was genuinely immune to genjutsu. And he wasn't panicked. If anything, he looked like he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Otsutsuki are invaders from outside. Someday, we'll have to face them again. I'm sure I won't be caught by Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, and I'm sure I can beat Kaguya. But this kind of thing still has to be tested first, doesn't it? Chapter 427. That's right, this is the truth. In a certain sense, Natsuki actually agreed with Akatsuki's ideals. Only by making the world feel pain would people cherish the hard-won peace. Only by adding a powerful external enemy would the world's people truly unite. So the shinobi world needed this war. So the shinobi world needed to go through this Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. The shinobi world before this was simply too twisted and chaotic. The great nations tore at each other over Chinese letter, feuds, and slaughter, while the smaller nations suffered endlessly. Everyone in the shinobi world lived through hardship and pain as if it would never end. But this war made everyone, for the first time, put aside their prejudice and unite against a common foe. That was the right beginning. Natsuki had originally planned to respect the world's fate, but later he changed his mind. Because he would live in this 732 world. He and Tenten would have children in the future, so this world couldn't be allowed to remain terrible. The future had to be reformed, not saved every time by some so-called messiah. If it stayed like that, Natsuki and his family would never know peace. And after Natsuki opened the Dairoku Kamen, 6th gate, Gate of Joy, for the first time and fought Madara Uchiha to a standstill, he fully understood his own strength. He was sure he could defeat Rikudo Madara, 6 Paths Madara, and he was sure he could defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki. Even if Naruto and Sasuke, the pair of saviors, never awakened in the end, he could still resolve everything. But he also knew Kaguya Otsutsuki wasn't the only enemy. The Otsutsuki were alien invaders, and more would keep coming in the future. The shinobi world would always be facing an enormous threat. So Natsuki intended to fight Kaguya Otsutsuki once, truly confirm his own limits, and use this moment to make the shinobi world understand. Foreign enemies will come. Everyone must unite, and the shinobi world must develop peacefully and quickly so it can protect itself in the future. If they kept fighting among themselves, the only outcome would be extinction. Looking back carefully on this war, Natsuki had contributed a great deal, but he hadn't gone all out. He could have opened the Dai-Nanakayomen, 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, earlier and killed the Jido Mazo, Outer Path demonic statue, killed Madara, killed Black Zetsu, then nothing would have gone wrong. But he didn't. He had been holding back the entire time, because, in truth, he had been waiting for this moment. And the way he fought so hard earlier had 3 reasons. First, to build influence, so that later he would have more voice, and it would be easier to force change upon the shinobi world. Second, to reduce casualties, at the very least, to ensure his friends and loved ones didn't die. Third, to confirm everyone's capability. He wanted to see whether, with his help, they could stop the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. The results proved that everyone had some strength. But it still wasn't enough. They still couldn't stop the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. That was fine. It was the perfect chance to finish off Kaguya Otsutsuki and avoid leaving behind unnecessary hidden dangers. Natsuki glanced at Kakashi. This time, even Kakashi with double Kamui had been trapped in the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. Only the 3 Hokage were fine because they weren't living people. Hashirama Senju's face was grim. This is bad. We actually failed to stop the Tsukuyomi. Tobirama Senju, however, looked as if he'd seen through something. Kid Natsuki, you had the ability to stop it, didn't you? Natsuki didn't deny it. Some things have to be experienced. Madara worked that hard, how could I let his efforts be wasted? At the very least, he forced the shinobi world to unite. And this Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, will make the shinobi world even more united in the future. So you deliberately didn't stop it. Minato Namikaze was stunned. Weren't you afraid it would spiral out of control? If you got caught in the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, then. The 3 of them all stared at Natsuki in surprise. Right, why wasn't this kid affected by the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi? Natsuki chuckled. I'm completely immune to genjutsu. Manjikayo Sharingan genjutsu doesn't work on me. The Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, doesn't work either. I knew I'd be fine, and I was waiting for this moment. The shinobi world's hidden dangers need to be resolved, and after this, the shinobi world will welcome long-lasting peace. Just wait and see. The three Hokage were speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. They hadn't expected Natsuki to be using this war. But it wasn't necessarily bad. Madara had been dead set on playing the Mugen Tsukiyomi, Infinite Tsukiyomi, card anyway, so the war couldn't be avoided. If so, it was better to make use of it. They had also seen the shinobi world's first true great unity, and they understood Natsuki's thinking. Maybe the shinobi world really would keep getting better. Hashirama laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, kids got ideas, young people these days are incredible. Tabarama nodded. Natsuki, you'll be an excellent Hokage. Minato also gave him a thumbs up. Go, save this shinobi world. I'm not becoming Hokage. Natsuki rolled his eyes. Being Hokage means waking up earlier than a chicken and sleeping later than a dog. A mountain of chores every day and not even time to be with your wife. In the end, Hokage is just a village chief. There's nothing worth being. As long as I'm strong enough, that title doesn't matter. What I want to do, no one will be able to stop me. Well, damn. The three Hokage scratched their heads. He wasn't wrong. Still, someone that outstanding, why wouldn't he be Hokage? Konoha needed him, the shinobi world needed him, people needed him, he should be Hokage. Natsuki ignored them and looked up into the sky. Madara spread his arms wide, as if gazing down upon the entire world. The Mugen Tsukiyomi, Infinite Tsukiyomi, will cover the whole world, ignoring all shadows and obstructions. Even people on the other side of the planet will fall into the genjutsu. Next, Shinju Korin, Advent of the God Tree. Madara performed another ninjutsu, and an enormous Shinju God Tree began to grow across the world. Its branches and leaves blanketed the entire shinobi world, while countless vines extended outward, wrapping everyone up, like cocoons woven from a spiderweb, hanging them in midair. It looked bizarre. But Madara was clearly satisfied. He glanced down again and saw Naruto and Sasuke still pinned beneath Susanoo, and three others still safe. And Natsuki and the three Hokage hadn't been caught by the genjutsu, either. Hashirama and the others are Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation bodies, so it makes sense they aren't affected by the Mugen Tsukiyomi, Infinite Tsukiyomi. Those three are protected by Susanoo, so they're fine too. But why isn't Natsuki affected? It seems this guy's been immune to genjutsu all along. He ignored my Mangekyou genjutsu earlier. This is troublesome. It was obvious that Madara was extremely wary of Natsuki. Back when Natsuki relied on the Dainana Kyomen, 7th Gate, Gate of Wonder, he had nearly beaten Madara to death. It was absurd. Now he would have to fight seriously. He couldn't be killed by these little brats, otherwise the Mugen Tsukiyomi, Infinite Tsukiyomi, would have been for nothing. Just as Madara was thinking, Kabuto Yakushi, controlled by White Zetsu, had already reached Madara's back. Then, with a brutal black tiger steals the heart, he punched straight through Madara's chest, piercing his heart cleanly. Chapter 428. Madara Uchiha was horrified. In an instant, countless images flashed through his mind, until they finally froze on what Natsuki and the others had said. The Mugen Tsukiyomi, Infinite Tsukiyomi, is actually a black Zetsu scam. He'd never believed them before, because he trusted what his own eyes had seen on the stone tablet. And that tablet had been left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, so the Mugen Tsukiyomi, Infinite Tsukiyomi, recorded there had to be the jutsu that would save the shinobi world. That was why he'd stayed unwavering, still determined to activate the Mugen Tsukiyomi, Infinite Tsukiyomi, no matter what. Only after Black Zetsu betrayed him, spearing his heart from behind, did he begin to realize that maybe everything Natsuki and the others had said was true. Black Zetsu crowed smugly, Madara, did you enjoy the feeling of being a savior? But you're not a savior. Just like Abido, who you used, you're nothing but a tool of mine. Madara spat blood, his eyes still full of disbelief. Aren't you, my will? Ha 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 ha, I was never your will, Madara. Black Zetsu launched into his villain lecture. My mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, was sealed 1,000 years ago by 2 unfilial sons. I've been lurking in the shinobi world ever since, waiting for my chance, just to save my mother. And you probably never imagined this, but the Uchiha stone tablet was tampered with by me. The Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, isn't a jutsu meant to save the shinobi world at all. It's the jutsu that frees my mother. And everyone caught in the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, will become nourishment for her, until they all turn into white zetsu in the end. That's the truth behind everything. What a joke, you've always congratulated yourself on being clever, running a Baido around in circles. Did it ever occur to you that you were the one being played? Every time you tried to look cool, I couldn't help wanting to laugh. Now I finally can. Ha 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 ha. As Black Zetsu spoke, ripples like blossoms blooming across the tree's surface swayed through everyone's pupils. A powerful torrent of chakra surged up from the ground and poured into Madara's body. Madara immediately began to swell. But Madara didn't even react, he was completely dazed. So that's what it was. Everything I did was meaningless. In the end, I was wrong, Hashirama. Then he ballooned fully into a massive sphere, and Black Zetsu discarded Kabuto Yakashi and fused into the sphere as well. In the next moment, the sphere absorbed an ocean of chakra, then began to compress, until it finally reshaped into a white-robed, long white-haired woman. She had Byakugan white eyes, and on her forehead was a Rin Sharingan. It was the progenitor of chakra, the sage of six paths mother, the woman known as the rabbit goddess. Kaguya Otsutsuki. Lady Kaguya had descended upon the shinobi world. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji had been watching all of this the whole time, and naturally they'd heard Black Zetsu's explanation. Now, sensing the terrifying aura rolling off Kaguya Otsutsuki, all three of them turned solemn. Sasuke and Neji had known the truth for a long time, but facing an enemy like this still made their hearts pound. This was the origin of chakra itself. Could the three of them really handle her? Kaguya Otsutsuki also noticed them, and her brows knit. She could immediately tell that Naruto and Sasuke carried the power of her two sons, and disgust rose in her. As for Neji's presence, it surprised her. Still, the chakra in all three of them made her greedy. Through Black Zetsu's memories, she knew how strong they were, so to her, the three of them were like three smaller chakra fruits. If she devoured them, she could push herself even further. Then, when the Otsutsuki clan sent more people, she would have enough power to face them. So swallow these three. Naruto stared at Kaguya Otsutsuki, feeling unsteady. Sasuke, Neji, what do we do? Neji answered without hesitation. We beat her. Even if she's the progenitor of chakra, even if she's the sage of six paths mother, we still have to defeat her. That's the only way to save the shinobi world, to save everyone. Otherwise, everyone will become white zetsu, and the entire shinobi world is finished. Naruto had heard some of the sage of six paths explanations, but he didn't really understand the details. Hearing that everyone would become white zetsu, and the shinobi world would be destroyed, made him instantly panic. Then what are we waiting for? Let's wipe her out right now. He wasn't naive enough anymore to think he could talk no jutsu an enemy like this into sparing the shinobi world. They had to defeat her. But Sasuke said, Naruto, you know this, right? The power the sage of six paths gave us is for sealing Kaguya Otsutsuki together, so the two of us absolutely cannot die. The shinobi world can only be saved by us two, understand? Naruto instinctively raised his hand and looked at the sun mark on his palm, then nodded solemnly. I understand. At that moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki attacked first. She swooped down at high speed, both hands extending and transforming into enormous Mokutin, would release, as she tried to coil around the three of them. If she wrapped them up, she could absorb their chakra. But the three of them weren't about to let her. Sasuke used the power of yin in his palm to condense a blade, leaped up, and severed the Mokutin, would release. Naruto entered Six Paths Sage mode again. He needed two Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, into a Futen Shuriken wind release shuriken, and hurled it out. Only for Kaguya to knock it aside with Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Everything in the shinobi world, chakra, Kekkei Genkai, came from Kaguya Otsutsuki. She could use every kind of power. That made her an absolutely terrifying foe. Even Six Paths power wasn't necessarily enough to deal with her. Neji immediately unleashed a barrage of 6 paths divine vacuum palms. 9 Gyudadama, truth-seeking orbs, fused with senjutsu and repulsive force, blasted forward, so strong the very space in front of him warped. But Kaguya Otsutsuki simply swung both hands and fired back with Yasugami Kyujiki, 80 Gods vacuum fists. Dense air fists slammed in, not only blocking Neji's attack, but continuing onward to strike at him. Neji's eyes widened, startled by how overwhelming her technique was. Compared to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist and 8 trigrams palm, the progenitor's own fist art was even more terrifying. He hurriedly dodged. The Yasugami Kyujiki, 80 Gods vacuum fists crashed into the ground, and a continuous thunderous roar erupted as the earth actually convulsed in an earthquake. Even the Shinju God Tree was affected. Kaguya Otsutsuki frowned. This shinobi world was her seedbed for creating a white Zetsu army. She couldn't allow it to be destroyed. So she activated her power, and in the next second she dragged the 3 of them into a different dimension. Below, the 3 Hokage watched that terrifying battle, and all they could do was worry. A fight on that level was no longer something they could participate in. Charging in would only be useless. But seeing Natsuki still standing there without moving, they could only urge him on. Natsuki, hurry up and get in there. Kill the enemy already. Didn't you say you were confident? Oh, I'm confident, Natsuki replied calmly. I was just waiting for her to go to another dimension. My moves are too powerful. If I'm not careful, I might blow up the shinobi world. That would be a waste. Was that really the reason? The 3 Hokage exchanged looks, clearly not convinced. Meanwhile, Natsuki brought his hands together, and his body began to change. He was about to unleash the final ultimate technique he'd been hiding all along. Chapter 429. All this time, Natsuki had been thinking and experimenting. He'd been thinking about how to become stronger, strong enough to easily defeat the final boss, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and strong enough to no longer fear the threat of the Otsutsuki clan. So he devoured books and drank in knowledge like a madman, all to broaden his horizons. And the Senju clan's library had truly benefited him. He knew very clearly that he only had 80% pure Senju bloodline. That meant he had more chakra, sure, but there weren't many other advantages. So he had to make sure he had more tools in his arsenal. Fusing into carbon release, Mokuton wood release, and magnet release had only been the first step. If he wanted to become stronger, Kekkei Genkai wouldn't be enough. He needed Kekkei Toda or even Kekkei Mora. Kekkei Mora was a realm only 6 paths level beings could reach. A fusion of yin-yang and the 5 elements, Katten fire release, Sutin water release, Daten earth release, Futin wind release, Reitan lightning release, plus Inyaten yin-yang release, a bloodline born from total convergence. And reaching that step was truly difficult. Neji had forced his way up through Byakugan evolution. Naruto and Sasuke were even more ridiculous. They'd basically won the lottery with a great dad. Natsuki could only rely on himself. But he had a cheat. Besides letting him borrow gravity to temper his body, that cheat also gave him a chance once every month, on the night of the 1st, to test things without fear of death. 12 times a year, 36 times in 3 years. He wasn't about to waste those opportunities. He kept researching every possible path to greater strength. After repeated, suicidal experiments, he found a breakthrough. Earth could grow all things, water could nourish all things, lightning could bring rebirth through destruction, and yang was the power of life. So in truth, Daten earth release, Sutin water release, Reitan lightning release, and Yaten yang release all represented the power of life. If those 4 natures were fused together, that life force would only become more overwhelming, so overwhelming it might even approach true immortality. With that hypothesis, he fused the 4 chakra nature transformations and stepped onto an entirely new level. Secret art Nikuten flesh release, open. Natsuki's body began to swell, his muscles bulking up in an instant. But it wasn't mere muscle inflation. Every single cell began radiating an immense aura of life. In that moment, his very level of existence was forcibly lifted, one step, maybe several. Next, that life force poured out of his flesh, only to be forcibly compressed into 9 crimson spheres. Red Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, almost. His hair also lengthened at that instant, turning bright red, like Kakarot's Super Saiyan 4 form. And from that moment on, Natsuki had stepped into the 6 paths tier. The fusion of fire, water, earth, and yang, though still short of full yin-yang 5 elements, combined with Natsuki's terrifying physique and the sheer strength of Senju bloodline Yaten, yang release, forcibly shoved him into the 6 paths realm. In simple terms, it was like his body had become a saint. And the strength he had now wasn't merely 6 paths level. It was far above it. As for why it was called Nikyuten, flesh release, honestly, Natsuki didn't know what else to name this Keke-style nature. Anoki's Keke Toda was called Jinten, dust release. But Natsuki's, something that made his body erupt with power like a Kaioken, was just hard to name. So he'd gone with Nikyuten, flesh release. Because his body was absurdly tough now, put simply, he was insanely tanky with ridiculous HP, impossible to kill. Calling it flesh release wasn't wrong at all. The 3 Hokage stared at Natsuki in shock. In their eyes, he was a different person now. Every cell in his body seemed to radiate infinite power. And he had stepped into the 6 paths realm, enough that even Kaguya's killing techniques no longer seemed like something he needed to fear. So Natsuki hadn't been bragging. He really did have the confidence to back it up. That put them at ease. Still, the name Flesh Release made their mouths twitch. Who named a bloodline like that? Wasn't it just begging to be laughed at? Minato couldn't help speaking up. Natsuki, you really are powerful, but isn't Flesh Release kind of an ugly name? How about I help you come up with something? You can quit right there. Natsuki rolled his eyes. Your naming sense is so bad even your wife was speechless. Don't start, I'm going to help out, later. With that, he sensed the flying Raijin markings on Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji. Then suddenly lifted a hand, tore open space with brute force, and vanished with a sharp shun. The 3 Hokage sucked in a breath. Tearing open space barehanded, this kid was terrifying. In the other dimension, Kaguya Otsutsuki faced off against the 3. This was a world of magma. If you slipped even once, you'd be melted for real, so they had to be careful. Neji floated directly. Naruto used the Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, to support both himself and Sasuke. All 3 stared down Kaguya Otsutsuki, the air tense enough to burn. In the next second, Sasuke moved first. He manifested a giant Susanoo, condensed a bow, and fired an arrow. The instant the arrow reached Kaguya, he used a Menochikara, heavenly hand power, to swap his own position with the arrow. Then brought down Susanoo's greatsword in a cleaving strike. Kaguya didn't panic at all. She simply raised a hand and used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, blocking the attack like it was a joke. With a casual sweep of her arm, Yasugami Kyujeki, 80 Gods vacuum fists, shattered Sasuke's Susanoo from afar, forcing him to retreat. Then Kaguya suddenly vanished. Neji immediately warned, behind you, she can warp through space. Naruto and Sasuke whirled around and saw Kaguya emerging from a rip in space, a long gray bone protruding from each palm as she fired them straight at the 2 of them. Tamagoroshi no Heikatsu, all-killing ash bones. A technique that could petrify and collapse any living being. Naruto and Sasuke dodged frantically and counterattacked. Naruto used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, sending a dense swarm rushing Kaguya. Kaguya fired Tamagoroshi no Heikatsu, all-killing ash bones again and again. Several clones were struck, instantly petrifying, then crumbling into dust. The sight made all 3 of them feel their scalps go cold. If those gray bones landed a direct hit, it would be certain death. But Kaguya was clearly dissatisfied. The 3 of them were too agile. Even with the ash bones' speed, they kept evading. So she decisively formed an enormous Gyutadama, truth-seeking orb, and hurled it at them. The 3 felt the annihilating power contained within it, like it could devour and erase everything. They couldn't help trembling, and because it was so enormous, it was hard to dodge. Neji inhaled, then spun 9 Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs between his hands, pouring every last ounce of his power into them, ocular power, senjutsu, repulsive force, everything. Then he thrust both palms out. Jinrin Tensei Bakuhatsu, silver wheel reincarnation explosion. Boom! A colossal tornadic storm erupted, slamming into the massive Gyutadama, truth-seeking orb. But the storm's power was still swallowed up. The orb's advance slowed slightly, yet it continued to crush forward, bearing down on them. Naruto formed another Gyutadama, truth-seeking orb, shuriken and threw it. Sasuke gathered yin power and the tailed beast's power together, and loosed Indra's arrow. Chapter 430. In the next second, the enormous Gyutadama, truth-seeking orb, detonated with a deafening boom. The three of them tried to dodge, but they were still flipped by the shockwave. Before they could even recover, the surroundings abruptly changed. Then all three slammed to the ground, pinned there as if by an invisible mountain. What's going on? It's so heavy. Naruto couldn't even struggle. It's gravity, Sasuke understood immediately. The gravity here is far stronger than in the shinobi world. We're in an extreme high-gravity state, we probably can't get up. Not just us. Neji lifted his head with difficulty and indicated forward with his gaze. She can't handle it either. Naruto and Sasuke looked ahead, and sure enough, even Kaguya Otsutsuki was flattened to the ground, unable to move under the same crushing weight. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. If you're going to switch environments to fight, at least pick a good one. You can't even move yourself in this high gravity. How are you supposed to attack? But in the very next heartbeat, Kaguya transformed, almost instantly becoming a massive white rabbit, about the size of a tailed beast. The rabbit's face was savage. It suddenly stretched out a claw and swiped straight for Naruto. Naruto couldn't move at all, so he couldn't dodge. Sasuke and Neji wanted to help, but even that was difficult. All three of them panicked at once. And then, with a ripping screech, space itself tore open, forcibly split by raw power. A red-haired, muscular man flashed out of Chinese letter, and stepped right onto the rabbit's extended claw, crushing it on the spot. The white rabbit yelped and instantly retracted its shattered paw. The sudden turn left all of them shocked, but they recognized the newcomer almost immediately. "You're Natsuki," Sasuke stared, dazed. "Why do you look like that?" "Natsuki, he's 6 paths now," Neji blurted. He immediately connected the dots. Not only has his appearance changed, he's condensed red Gyutadama, truth-seeking orbs, and he's not affected by the high gravity at all. Only then did Naruto and Sasuke fully register it. Natsuki's hair had grown long and turned red, his muscles were swollen and dense, and his presence felt downright terrifying. Most importantly, Natsuki stood perfectly upright, completely unbothered by the crushing environment. "Natsuki, how can you do that?" Naruto couldn't help asking. "You mean this?" Natsuki scoffed. "It's just high gravity, only the weak can't stand. I've been used to this for a long time." And he really had. At this level of gravity, he could still stroll around like it was nothing, walking calmly toward Kaguya Otsutsuki. The war had dragged on long enough. It was time to end it. Kaguya Otsutsuki was rattled by his appearance. From Black Zetsu's memories, she recognized him, she knew he was dangerous. And she could feel it, a massive threat. So she immediately used her space-time power, swallowing the area whole. The high-gravity dimension vanished, and they were thrown into a world of ice and snow. Kaguya returned to her original form and could finally move again. She stared at Natsuki warily, then decisively used nature fusion, freezing the entire dimension in an instant. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji, who had only just regained movement, were immediately frozen solid. Their minds were still awake. Their eyes were full of fear. They hadn't expected Kaguya to have something like this. But Natsuki only flexed his body and shattered the ice binding him, as if no force placed upon him could hold. Then his aura surged, waves of pressure rolling off him. And in that state, he opened the 8 gates. "Even if I can beat you at 6 paths, it's not easy to kill you instantly," Natsuki said, raising his fist and gathering power. "So I'll spike my strength. My body plus the Dairoku Kamen, 6th gate, Gate of Joy, should be more than enough to one-shot you." Kaguya's face changed drastically. She hurriedly formed an enormous, swelling Gyutadama, truth-seeking orb, and launched it at him, trying to erase everything in the dimension. Natsuki only raised an eyebrow, and even had time to glance at Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji. Then he casually moved their positions to the side. Only after that did he nod in satisfaction. From your viewpoint, Kaguya is on the left, and as everyone knows, in a beam clash, the left side always loses, so you're finished. Then he drove his fist forward. Ryuken Bakuhatsu, Dragon Fist Explosion. Roar! A dragon's cry rang out, and a colossal red dragon burst from his punch. It tore through the ice-snow dimension in a straight line. When it collided with the swelling Gyutadama, truth-seeking orb, it pierced it clean through, shredding the orb into powder on the spot. The dragon shrank somewhat from the impact, but it still surged onward, swallowing Kaguya Otsutsuki whole. Kaguya screamed. Black Zetsu's voice also shrieked in terror. A dragon-shaped force had drilled through Kaguya's chest and wrapped around her body, binding her so she couldn't move. The loathsome black Zetsu hidden in her sleeve burst apart instantly, dead or not, no one could tell. And the entire ice-snow dimension was now covered in cracks. In the next second, it shattered like broken glass. Just as Natsuki had said, his power was too great. If he wasn't careful, he really could blow up a world. This ice-snow dimension had been destroyed by a single punch. When everyone came back to their senses, they were already back in the shinobi world, back in the sky where they'd been before. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji were freed from the ice. They stared in disbelief at Kaguya Otsutsuki, struggling helplessly. This was an enemy the three of them, going all out together, couldn't defeat. Yet Natsuki had casually subdued her with a single move. When the three of them looked at Natsuki again, it felt like staring up at a mountain they could never climb. They'd broken into the Six Paths realm and thought they'd finally surpassed Natsuki. Turns out they'd been dreaming. Natsuki was still as absurd as ever. And yet, strangely, that made them relax. With Natsuki here, they felt safe, utterly at ease. Yeah, Natsuki had always been the thickest. As long as Natsuki was here, nothing could go wrong. Naruto, Sasuke, why are you still standing there? Natsuki snapped them back. This thing is probably unkillable. Hurry up and seal her. The war needs to end. Naruto and Sasuke snapped out of it and rushed forward. Each raised a hand, one yang, one yin, and pressed them onto Kaguya Otsutsuki, activating the sealing jutsu. Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation. Rumble, rumble, rumbles. Centered on Kaguya, countless masses of matter were drawn in, rapidly condensing into three enormous spheres. Kaguya let out an unwilling roar. She had only just broken free, only to be sealed again so soon. And this seal was different from last time. With a dragon binding her and continuously destroying her body, even if the seal lasted for years, her body would be ground down to nothing, eventually dying out entirely. She was furious. But what could she do? A massive sphere sealed Kaguya completely, then flew into outer space, becoming a second moon. And Madara, used as a tool to the end, finally fell from above as well. Below, the three Hokage had been watching with slack-jawed shock. Seeing the terrifying enemy finally sealed, they all let out a huge breath of relief. The war had finally ended. Hashirama immediately used Mokuton, wood release, and caught Madara steadily. Chapter 431. With Kaguya Otsutsuki sealed away, the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, ended as well, and it was already daylight. The Shinju God Tree withered and collapsed, and everyone was released. People slowly opened their eyes, looking dazed and a little lost, with a hollow kind of wistfulness. After all, their beautiful dreams had ended. Take Mei Terumi, for example. In her dream, she'd married a gorgeous guy and lived a blissfully happy life. Maybe she didn't want to wake up. Returning to reality now probably wasn't easy for her to accept. Or Kiba. In his dream, he became Hokage and made everyone raise dogs. Coming back to reality, he probably wasn't too thrilled. And then there was Konan, who, in her dream, was together with Yahiko and Nagato, the three of them living peaceful, quiet days. It was only a dream in the end. Good thing we got out. Tenten stretched her back and huffed. Luckily, I had the 6 Paths ninja tools on me, so my consciousness didn't get swallowed by the dream. And Dream Natsuki was so fake. That wasn't my husband at all. Fortunately, everyone was tough. Before long, they pushed the dream aside. And the dream ending meant the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, Genjutsu had been broken, which meant the main battlefield had won. Tsunade hurriedly said, "Naruto and the others must have won. Let's go take a look." Everyone immediately agreed. "Yeah, let's go see, ha 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 ha, the war is finally over." As for Tent, no need to say anything. She locked onto the formula mark on Natsuki and used Huraishin no Jutsu, Flying Raijin technique, vanishing in a flash. Over here, Natsuki had already released his Nikuten, flesh release, state and landed on the ground, but he was still staring up at the second moon, his mind full of thoughts. Earlier, he'd considered taking samples from Kaguya Otsutsuki for research. Blood, hair, even her eyes. But he hadn't done it in the end, because that bastard black Zetsu was essentially something formed from Kaguya's own essence, meaning anything from Kaguya might carry Kaguya's will. Especially eyes. He absolutely couldn't leave something like that behind. Otherwise, it would just become another, save mother, plan, and leave the shinobi world with a new hidden danger. Sure, using Otsutsuki power to defeat the Otsutsuki would make dealing with future invasions easier. But Natsuki believed humanity's growth was limitless. As long as people knew a crisis existed and trained like their lives depended on it, they could defeat powerful enemies. Even without relying on external power, it would still be possible. Okay, fine, chakra and bloodlines were external too. But they'd already become native to this world. Now they belonged to the shinobi world. As long as people kept developing them, they could absolutely become stronger. Sasuke couldn't help asking, "Natsuki, what was that just now you called it, flesh release?" Neji and Naruto also looked over. The name flesh release was honestly a little hard to take seriously. Natsuki didn't hide it. It's just a kekemora created by fusing 4 chakra transformations, lightning, earth, water, and yang. That state fills my cells with limitless life force, and my body gains endless strength, directly surpassing 6 paths. That's why I call it Nikuten flesh release. And in that state, I open the 8 gates and one-shot Kaguya Otsutsuki. Seems reasonable, right? Reasonable my ass. That name alone made you want to roll your eyes. But aside from the name, there was nothing to criticize. That power was undeniable. Just one word. Insane. Just then whoosh. Tenten appeared beside Natsuki and threw herself at him. "Husband, are you okay?" She hurriedly looked him over. Only after confirming he was fine did she finally let out a hard breath. As long as her husband was okay, everything else could wait. Natsuki rubbed her hair. "Of course I'm fine. Your husband is ridiculously strong, you know. That Kaguya Otsutsuki almost got punched into pieces by me. Anyway, I'll tell you everything slowly when we get back. For now, let's clean up the battlefield." Tenten nodded rapidly. She'd always known Natsuki was strong, and she believed him without hesitation. Over there, Hashirama was guarding Madara. Madara looked utterly worn out, his whole body drenched in despair. "Hashirama, looks like I was wrong. I really am a big idiot." Hashirama sighed. "You didn't do it right, but I can't say I was right either. I think this world should be handed to the young. They're smarter and stronger than we were. With them, the shinobi world will only get better." Madara didn't answer, clearly sunk into a deep gloom, one he was about to carry into death. Hashirama couldn't bear seeing his old friend like that, so he quickly spoke up again. "Madara, Natsuki told us something. He said that because of your efforts, the shinobi world achieved true unity for the first time. After this war ends, the shinobi world will finally welcome long-awaited peace. He's powerful. He had chances to stop you the whole time, but he didn't because he believed the shinobi world needed this war. What you did wasn't meaningless." Heh, Madara's expression finally loosened for once. "Is that so? Then it seems I was used again." He said that, but he looked oddly pleased. "But this time, I'm happy to have been used. Maybe because of me, the shinobi world took a big step toward peace. Perhaps I did have a little use after all." Hashirama nodded firmly. "Yes, you didn't work for nothing. And Natsuki also said this Mugen Tsukiyomi, infinite Tsukiyomi, made the shinobi world understand there are foreign threats like the Otsutsuki out there. Everyone will unite for the long term to protect the shinobi world. Madara, you didn't do all of this for nothing. Natsuki, when did I say that? Madara's eyes brightened. So my role wasn't small, huh? In that case, before I die, I'll do 3 last things for the shinobi world. As he spoke, he slowly raised both hands and formed a seal. Rin Tensei no Jutsu Rin Rebirth. In the next instant, the King of Hell was summoned. Its mouth gaped wide and spat out countless souls. Those who had died in the war began to revive one after another. And Hashirama Senju, Tabarama Senju, and Minato Namikaze all felt their bodies change as well. Their paper-like forms vanished, replaced by real flesh and blood. The 3 of them were resurrected. Hashirama was moved. Madara, you. Madara only smiled. Didn't you say there are foreign enemies? With 3 Hokage revived, you'll be able to do more. Hashirama, carry my share too. Protect the shinobi world. Hashirama didn't say anything more. He only nodded solemnly. Madara closed his eyes, and his life finally faded completely. Hashirama felt sorrow, and yet also relief. A tangle of emotions twisted together until he couldn't speak. Tabarama, meanwhile, judged coolly, Madara Uchiha. At least he managed to do 3 things right before he died. And Minato couldn't wait another second to reunite with Naruto. Naruto cried like a kid, tears streaming nonstop. Dad, you actually came back to life. That's awesome, Dadabeo. Chapter 432. The newly resurrected people were still a little dazed, not understanding what had happened. Luckily, it wasn't long before the allied shinobi forces rushed over. They'd originally come to check on the situation, but the moment they saw their comrades, who'd sacrificed themselves earlier, standing there alive again, they instantly broke down in tears. Not long after that, it turned into singing and dancing, celebrating a beautiful new day. So, what's the situation right now? The 5 Kage gathered around. Let me explain. This is about the only thing I'm useful for at the moment, Tabarama spoke up on his own. Huh, second great uncle Yuyu. We were revived by Uchiha Madara using Rin Tensei. Everyone revived here is the same. Then Tabarama gave them a rough rundown of what happened after the alliance withdrew. The 5 Kage learned that Uchiha Madara successfully activated the infinite Tsukiyomi, only to be backstabbed by Black Zetsu, that Otsutsuki Kaguya was released, and then, after everything that followed, she was sealed again by Natsuki, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji. Finally, Uchiha Madara came to his senses and used the Rinnegan's power to revive the dead. Even after hearing it all, they still couldn't quite process it. As for Otsutsuki Kaguya, the 5 Kage couldn't grasp just how terrifyingly strong she truly was. But she was the progenitor of chakra and the sage of 6 paths mother, meaning she had to be unbelievably powerful. And yet she'd been defeated by 4 teenagers. For a moment, everyone felt both relieved and complicated. Especially the 4 Kage besides Tsunade, who didn't know what to say. Because those 4 teenagers were all from Konoha. In other words, Konoha now had 4 6 paths, level powerhouses. Add Senju Hashirama, Senju Tabarama, and Namikaze Minato being revived on top of that, and Konoha's strength had hit its absolute peak. That meant for many years to come, Konoha would be the unquestioned top dog of the shinobi world. No one would dare raise their voice at them again. And if Konoha ever decided to unify the shinobi world one day, it wouldn't be impossible. When that time came, how would the other villages and nations resist? Over there, Orochimaru had arrived in front of Yakashi Kabuto. Kabuto wasn't on the revival list, because he still had one last breath in him. Somehow he'd held on until now without dying. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto's voice was weak. Did I choose wrong? Orochimaru shook his head. I don't know either. I'm still searching for what my choices mean. But the process of searching is exhilarating in its own right, like every experiment. Every new discovery makes your blood sing. Kabuto's lips tugged upward faintly. That really is exactly what you'd say, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru looked at his assistant, who was about to die, and for once softened. Kabuto, don't grieve. Maybe you'll never find the meaning of your existence, but so what? Your foster mother, Nano, is probably waiting for you in the Pure Land. Even if you never find meaning, you're still her beloved child. Hearing that, Kabuto forced himself to lift a hand and touch his glasses. His eyes were already wet. Choking up, he said, "That's right. I've lived too long. I can't keep the headmistress waiting or she'll stop recognizing me again. Orochimaru-sama, farewell, I hope you can achieve your dream." In the end, Yakashi Kabuto closed his eyes, bringing his complicated life to an end. Orochimaru only let out a long, deep sigh, looking down at the assistant who died. And as Kabuto died, the people he'd revived with impure world reincarnation had their souls released from the seals, immediately drawing the attention of the allied shinobi. Natsuki saw it and nodded to Tenten. Tenten immediately opened the crimson gourd and released the sealed impure world army. Konan was saying her final goodbyes to Yahiko and Nagato, but she was crying so hard she couldn't get a single word out. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a smile. "Konan," they said, "the shinobi world is at peace now. Live well for the two of us too. We'll always be watching you from the Pure Land." Konan's face was drenched in tears. She could only nod again and again, watching her two precious people fade away, crying until she could barely breathe. Jiraiya stood off to the side, quietly patting his student's back, not knowing how to comfort her. Neji saw his father. Hyuga Hisashi stared at Neji's smooth forehead, so excited he almost danced. "Neji, my good boy, you finally broke free. You can fly as you please now." Beside them, Hyuga Hayashi hurried to add, "Hisashi, Neji isn't just the clan's heavenly shinobi now. His strength has reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths. The main house and branch house system has been abolished. The caged bird seal is gone. Neji made it happen, and he's the Hyuga clan's clan head now." Hearing that stream of good news, Hyuga Hisashi looked utterly stunned, then immediately filled with pride for his son. With time running short, Neji said quickly, "Dad, I'll be okay. You have to be okay too." Hyuga Hisashi nodded solemnly, then left with a smile full of relief and pride. Tsunade met Kato Dan. After they poured out everything in their hearts, Dan pressed a kiss to Tsunade's forehead and then flew away. Kuretsuchi met the Deidara she'd longed for. Naruto also said goodbye to Zabuza and Haku, and there were countless others, so many people meeting their family and friends again. Whether living or dead, in that moment, it felt like everyone finally let go. Yakashi Kabuto, the dream fulfillment master, really did live up to the name. Of course, there were still those who weren't revived, like Saruto by Hiruzen, since he hadn't fought alongside them and thus wasn't on Uchiha Madara's revival list. And Uchiha Obito, too. Uchiha Madara understood Obito would rather stay in the Pure Land with Nohara Rin, so he didn't revive him. In its own way, it was a small kindness from Madara. After that came cleaning up the battlefield. Natsuki took Tenten with him to find the amber purifying jar, choosing to return it to Kumagakure. Then they found the Uchiha Gunbai, snapped into several pieces, and Natsuki handed it to Sasuke. Sasuke stared at the fan, conflicted. "Natsuki, it's broken this badly. Is it still useful?" Natsuki snorted. "If you don't want it, give it to me. This fan was made from a part of the God Tree. It can deflect any attack. Even if it's too damaged to repair, you can still turn it into some pretty great ninja tools." Sasuke immediately tucked it away. "Then I'll take it. The Uchiha clan still needs to be restored. We need good stuff like this." Once the battlefield was mostly dealt with, the allied shinobi started calling out to head back to Kumagakure and celebrate properly. But Natsuki went with Tenten to find Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, Tenten and I are going home first to report we're safe," Natsuki said. "Otherwise my mom's going to worry herself sick." Tsunade waved them off. "Go, go. Remember to report back to the village too. And don't forget, come back to Kumagakure tonight for the celebration banquet." "You got it, we're heading out." Then the newlyweds vanished in a flash. Flying Thunder God always made people jealous. When everyone blinked again, the two of them were already inside the ninja tool shop. The owner was sprawled on the counter, bored out of his mind and low on energy. Hearing the sound, he assumed a customer had come in. Without even looking up, he waved a hand. "We're not doing business today." "Dad, we're back." Chapter 433. Tenten's voice made the shop owner jump to his feet. When he saw the two of them return safe and sound, his eyes immediately welled up. "My good daughter, my good son-in-law, you're back. How did the war go? Are the village shinobi okay? And Tsunade-sama and the others?" The rapid-fire questions made it obvious just how anxious he'd been. Tenten quietly hugged him and said softly, "Dad, sorry to make you worry. We won. Everyone's fine, so you can relax now." The owner only nodded, then looked at Natsuki and nodded again. He didn't need words to say anything more. In that moment, he truly let himself breathe again. Natsuki hurriedly said, "Father-in-law, Tenten and I are starving. We didn't even get breakfast or lunch before rushing back. And we still need to go to the Hawkage building to report we're safe." The owner immediately said, "Then go head to the Hawkage building. I'll make lunch. And I've got to share the good news with the neighbors." Natsuki and Tenten didn't linger. Seeing the owner finally at ease put them at ease, too. They used Huraishin, Flying Thunder God, to flash to the Hawkage building, delivered the news of victory in the 4th Shinobi World War, and had the official in charge of those staying behind announce it publicly. In an instant, all of Konoha turned bright and festive. After that, the two of them flashed back home, and shamelessly started enjoying their own private time. 3 days of war, and they hadn't even had a proper shower. Natsuki went into the room for a moment, then quickly came back out. "Tenten, where's our umbrella?" Tenten shot him a look dripping with allure. Then she aimed the shower head at herself, hot water soaking through her clothes, until even the air in the bathroom seemed to turn pink. "The war's over," she said, "so we should get married already, right? Who needs an umbrella?" Natsuki stared at her like that, swallowed hard, and nodded emphatically. "True, it's not even raining, why would we need an umbrella? Tenten, watch me. I'm gonna ride the plane." By the time the two of them, refreshed and brimming with energy, returned to the ninja tool shop, it was already afternoon. The owner originally wanted to complain a little, but seeing the two of them like that, he didn't even bother. He quickly waved them over for lunch and asked about the details of the war. Tenten only picked the parts she could talk about, and mostly focused on how she and Natsuki had shown off and dominated. The owner listened with rapt attention. Especially when he learned that Natsuki had participated in the final boss fight and become a hero who saved the shinobi world. The owner grinned so wide it looked like his mouth might split to his ears. After all, his daughter's man was the chosen savior of the shinobi world. That was the kind of story he could brag about until the day he died, okay. After lunch, Natsuki and Tenten went home again to nap for a while. There was no rush to head to Kumigakure. No matter how fast the allied shinobi were, they'd only make it back to Kumigakure in the afternoon. Between resting and cooking, it would still take time, so there was no need to hurry. When evening came and they'd finished resting, they flashed to Kumigakure. They appeared right beside Sasuke. They hadn't expected that the moment they arrived, they'd find Sasuke surrounded by a crowd of beautiful girls. Naturally, the two of them ended up inside the circle too. Natsuki and Tenten even saw Sakura in the middle of the group, biting a handkerchief, obviously jealous. But their sudden appearance made the scene turn weird for a beat. Then, in the next second, the pretty girls got even louder. "Natsuki-sama, Tenten-sama, you're back, please sign for us." "Natsuki-sama, does your house need someone to warm the bed? I'm soft and sweet and I fall over with one push, top-tier bed warmer." "Natsuki-sama, look at my figure, it's absolutely amazing. Totally built for an easy delivery, I'll never let you or the kids go hungry." The lines got more and more outrageous, and Tenten instantly exploded. She grabbed Natsuki and used Huraishin, Flying Thunder God, to flash straight to Tsunade-sama. She was so furious she could actually carry someone with Huraishin now. Impressive, honestly. But Natsuki understood Sasuke's situation right away. Sasuke was one of the heroes who saved the shinobi world, and with a face that handsome, of course he was popular. Beautiful girls were going to swarm him. Natsuki even thought, if Sasuke ever made up his mind and took them all, restoring the Uchiha clan would be a complete non-issue. As for whether Sakura was sad, that wasn't Natsuki's problem. Tenten was still fuming. "HMPH, those vixens actually dared to covet my husband. I'll blow them away with the Bashozen banana palm fan. I'll suck them all into the crimson gourd. I'll blast them with an electromagnetic cannon. Seeing Tenten all puffed up like an angry cat, Tsunade burst into laughter so hard she nearly doubled over. Ha 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 ha! Tenten, your man's too outstanding, of course people are going to stare. Want me to teach you? If you want to keep a man's heart, just being pure and cute isn't enough. You've got to be beautiful and sexy, and the key is having a great figure. Tenten stared at Tsunade and nodded rapidly. Tsunade-sama, please teach me. I want to become someone like you, Tsunade-sama. The dream sounded the same as before, but the meaning behind it was definitely different. Natsuki couldn't even be bothered. He moved to sit beside Neji instead and asked curiously, Neji, you're a big hero too, and you're handsome. How come nobody's swarming you? Neji actually blushed a little, which was rare for him. My uncle stopped them. He said I can choose any outstanding woman within the clan. Outside, the clan is not allowed. Hayashi immediately leaned his head over and said, Naturally, Neji is an immortal now. For the clan's prosperity, and to ensure the Byakugan remains pure in his descendants, it's best to marry within the clan. Neji couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Clearly, some of the old hardliners in the clan were not easy to change. And the problem was, you couldn't even say it was wrong, because it was for the clan. Besides, Neji didn't have a girl he liked yet, and nobody was tearing apart some love story, so he couldn't exactly argue much. Natsuki shrugged at Hayashi's attitude. It was obvious Hayashi was fanatical about evolving the Byakugan. If he wanted Neji's children to have the purest Byakugan possible, of course he was going to be intense about it, hence insisting Neji marry within the clan. Natsuki even suspected that if Hinata and Neji weren't cousins, Hayashi would have agreed to that match without hesitation. Hinata didn't seem to be here. She was probably off secretly watching Naruto again. After all, Naruto was a hero now too, and he was also being surrounded by girls. And since Hinata never had a chance to confess the way she did in canon, Naruto still didn't know how she felt. Whatever, why bother worrying about it? The idiot deserves to be single. Not long after, the feast was ready. Kumagakure's efficiency really was incredible. The delicious dishes were fully laid out in no time. Just looking at them made everyone's mouth water. The 5 cage stood on a raised platform and had everyone lift their cups with them. Shinobi, cheers to our victory in this war. Cheers. To our heroes, cheers. Cheers. To ourselves, cheers. Cheers. Now enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Tonight is a carnival. Oitechage. Chapter 434. In an instant, all of Kumagakure was singing and dancing, full of laughter and cheer, like it was New Year's. The older folks gathered together to drink and brag. Hashirama, Jirya, Tsunade, I, Anoki, Mei, and the rest. Oh sorry Mei, not saying you're old on purpose. The big eaters were locked in mortal combat over the food. Choza, Choji, Lee, Gai-sensei, and the others. Oh, and Hinata was the biggest eater of all, but she didn't have her mind on that right now. Instead, she was secretly watching a certain blonde guy who was currently being surrounded by a bunch of girls. And then the ones who loved to have fun started entertaining themselves. Like Killer Bee, he launched straight into his own personal rap concert on the spot. And honestly, a lot of people were into it, which massively satisfied him. The key part was that tonight his big bro wasn't going to shut him down, so he just went all out and vibed. A young girl ran over to invite Natsuki to dance, only for Tenten to spread her arms and block her instantly. A young girl ran over to invite Neji to dance, only to get scared off immediately by Hayashi's dark expression. So the girls could only go after Naruto and Sasuke instead. And most of them still chose Sasuke, because Sasuke really was ridiculously handsome, and that cool, distant vibe was exactly what girls liked. Even Mei, already a bit tipsy, specifically ran over to tease Sasuke, spinning around him and surrounding him in a tight circle. Sasuke finally couldn't take it anymore. He escaped in one clean move and ran over here, dropping straight into the space between Natsuki and Neji. Only then did he let out a huge breath. Natsuki laughed. Sasuke, you're seriously popular. Sasuke rolled his eyes so hard they were whiter than Neji's Byakugan, all-seeing white eyes. Don't talk. You're popular too. If Tenten wasn't blocking for you, you'd be in the same hell I'm in. Natsuki replied like it was obvious. That's the advantage of having a partner. Sasuke, now that the war's over, the whole shinobi world's about to enter a period of peace. If you want to restore your clan, now's the time. You should get married and have kids. If your numbers stay thin, forget restoring the clan, you won't even qualify as a clan. Sasuke went quiet, blinking with his 1.5 eyes. Back at the Hokage's office, he'd already heard Natsuki say something similar, and he'd been thinking about it ever since. He'd even, on Kakashi's recommendation, read the entire set of Ika Ika Paradise, but the stuff in there that made his face heat up, he couldn't learn it. If he wanted advice, looking around, the only couple here was Natsuki and Tenten. Except Sasuke didn't think he'd get good advice from Natsuki, because dating and training were not the same thing. Neji spoke up. Sasuke, this might sound unpleasant, but if you really want to restore your clan, you'll probably need multiple wives and multiple children. And multiple wives and multiple kids. Sasuke's mouth fell open. He was completely stunned. He didn't even know how to find one, and Neji wanted him to go for multiple. That was basically a death sentence. Tenten frowned. Neji, why are you teaching Sasuke that? Sasuke's a pure, handsome guy, don't corrupt him. Neji stayed dead serious. I'm just speaking pragmatically. The Uchiha clan only has one seedling left him. If he doesn't have multiple wives and multiple children, restoring the clan is empty talk. Of course, personally, I don't like that either. That's why I said it might sound unpleasant. It depends on what Sasuke wants. Tenten couldn't really argue. Sasuke carried a heavy responsibility. If an old great clan was going to be rebuilt, population really was priority number one. It's just, with Sasuke's personality, could he even do something like that? None of them noticed that Sakura had quietly sat down not far away at some point. She'd clearly heard everything, and her teeth were grinding so hard you could practically hear it. Neji, you thick-browed liar, teaching Sasuke this kind of thing. And yet, Sakura also knew Neji was making sense. She looked down at herself, realized she could see her feet, and suddenly wanted to cry even more. Could she help Sasuke-kun restore the Uchiha clan like this? And would Sasuke-kun even choose someone like her? She genuinely had no confidence at all. Sasuke groaned in frustration. If I'd known, I should have saved Abaido and let him handle this problem. He was an adult, after all. Natsuki, Tenten, and Neji all froze. Sasuke was really bold enough to say that out loud. Did he not know Abaido loved Rin to death? If you kept him alive as some kind of clan restoration breeding tool, Abaido would have killed himself on the spot. Kakashi came over at that moment, his dead fish eyes practically capable of killing Sasuke on contact. Sasuke, how can you have such a horrifying thought? Yes, Abaido committed crimes, but before he died, he woke up. He entrusted me with the Sharingan and had me carry on his will to protect the shinobi world. That counts for something. He's in the Pure Land with Rin now, living peacefully. Don't ever say something like that again. Sasuke suddenly looked straight at Kakashi. Or rather, at Kakashi's eye. For a moment, Kakashi actually got creeped out. Why are you looking at me like that? Kakashi looked like he wanted to run. Kakashi, since you have a Sharingan, doesn't that basically make you part of the Uchiha clan too? If you accepted Abaido's atonement duty, shouldn't you atone for the Uchiha clan by producing a few kids? No, I'm not. Sasuke, stop that dangerous train of thought. Kakashi was so alarmed he didn't even bother arguing. He just vanished on the spot. If he'd known, he wouldn't have opened his mouth. Kids these days were terrifying. Tenten quickly broke the awkward vibe. Okay, Sasuke's only 16 or 17. It's way too early. Sooner or later he'll meet a girl he likes. Let's not overthink it. Yeah, Tenten's right. Natsuki jumped on the opening to change the subject. Come on. Kumagakure beef is seriously good. We've gotta eat more. If we come back another time, we might not get another chance. Sasuke and Neji gave him the courtesy and started devouring with him. And honestly, Kumagakure really knew how to throw a banquet. When they shared, good wine, good dishes, good meat, good desserts, nothing held back. Eating felt smooth and satisfying. Before long, Naruto wandered over with his eyes half floating, wearing a blissed-out expression. It was obvious why. A guy who'd never been welcome anywhere suddenly became wildly popular, surrounded by beautiful girls, being invited to dance. Of course, he was drunk on happiness. Minato came along too, smiling a little awkwardly. Sorry, Naruto's just really happy. Fourth Sama, they greeted. Minato sat down with them. Seeing Naruto like that, Natsuki could only shake his head, but he didn't say anything harsh. Naruto really hadn't had it easy. What kind of childhood had he even lived through? Now his father had been revived, and he was getting showered with attention. He'd finally gotten what he'd always wanted. Let him enjoy it. But Natsuki did remember something important. By the way, he said, what's the situation with the tailed beasts right now? Chapter 435. Natsuki had almost forgotten about it. Seeing Naruto was what made it come back to him. Logically speaking, after the 9 tailed beasts were absorbed by the 10 tails, they should have been sealed away together with Kaguya-sama. But Natsuki didn't believe that old Six Paths geezer hadn't left a backup plan. Sure enough, Naruto quickly said, I know. After you and Tent left, Sasuke and I got called over by the old sage of Six Paths again. He summoned all 9 tailed beasts back, Kurama and the others. The sage told me and Sasuke to make proper arrangements so the tailed beasts can live the way they want. As long as they don't harm the shinobi world, humans aren't allowed to interfere. Sasuke picked up the thread. I promised that I'd return freedom to it once everything was over. But I'm worried someone with bad intentions will capture and seal it again, so I'm planning to bring it up at the post-war debrief meeting. With the war over, a summary conference was inevitable. And since representatives from every village would be there, it was the perfect time to raise the issue. When 2 Six Paths, level powerhouses like Naruto and Sasuke spoke, nobody else would or dare object. From that point on, the tailed beasts could finally be free. Of course, some tailed beasts might choose to stay and continue helping humans. That would be up to them. Either way, humans couldn't force the tailed beasts, and the tailed beasts couldn't casually harm humans. Peaceful coexistence was best. Hearing that, Natsuki finally let out a breath. With the tailed beasts settled, maybe tragedies born from human nature wouldn't happen again. They hadn't been talking long before I, Anoki, Mei, and the others came over too. Mainly, they wanted to chat with Natsuki's group. After all, these were the heroes who'd saved the shinobi world, and they were ridiculously strong. No matter how village relations shifted in the future, being on good terms with them was never a bad move. Anoki still hadn't forgotten his plan. Natsuki already had a partner, so Anoki couldn't do anything there. But Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto didn't, so naturally he started aggressively promoting his granddaughter, Kuretsuchi. Neji kid, you don't have a partner yet, right? Old man can tell at a glance. You're handsome as hell, and my granddaughter Kuretsuchi is heroic, cool, and pretty. She's absolutely the top pick. Want to consider it? Naruto, when I first saw you, I knew you weren't ordinary. And sure enough, you've soared. You definitely don't have a partner yet, right? My granddaughter Kuretsuchi is great and very pretty. You know her too, don't you? I'll talk to your dad directly about this. Also, Karin and Kuretsuchi are trying to get along. Sasuke, my little, blah blah blah. The old man's abacus beads were basically bouncing off everyone's faces. The whole group was speechless. Off to the side, Kuretsuchi felt both mortified and furious, and she immediately punched her own grandpa. Even more absurd, Mei straight up recommended herself. You handsome boys, don't listen to that old fossil Anoki. What's so good about Kuretsuchi, that little brat? If you're looking for someone, you should be looking for a big sister like me. So, want to seriously consider it. That was unbelievably bold, and it made Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji stare toward the heavens in utter defeat. But what could you do? A woman desperate to marry wasn't going to overthink it. She just wanted a good man to date and marry. What was there to be shy about? Even more unexpectedly, Sasuke actually showed a thoughtful expression. Sakura completely lost control. She rushed over, planted herself in front of Mei, and bared her teeth like an angry cat. You old hag, don't you dare set your sights on Sasuke-kun. Oh, old hag, Mei's face froze. You little brat actually dared to jump in. Listen here, I'm at the age where I'm gorgeous like a blooming flower. I've got the looks, I've got the figure, of course little boys like me. And you? Look at you, flat as a board. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a guy. Sakura's head practically started smoking. This old hag actually called her flat, she was still growing, okay. Mei refused to back down, glaring right back. It turned into a full-on farce, and it was so entertaining people couldn't look away. Natsuki and Tenten were cracking sunflower seeds, watching like they were addicted, and everyone else copied them. Turns out sunflower seeds really were dangerously addictive. Later, someone suggested playing Ninja Killer, so the whole group started playing together. It was Hashirama, Tabarama, and Minato's first time touching a card game like that. They ended up having an absolute blast. When they heard there were even character cards for the Hawkage, they got even more excited. The other village's Cage watched with envy. So they came to the inventor, Natsuki, and demanded that he hurry up and design character cards for them, too. Natsuki had no objections, and he was 100% supportive. Before, he'd avoided designing shinobi character cards from other villages because he worried it would spark conflict. But now that they were personally requesting it, there was no need to hold back. He could update the card set right away and conveniently make another pile of money. He certainly wasn't going to complain about earning too much. Before anyone realized it, the night-long celebration banquet was over. Everyone had had a great time, and one by one they found places to crash. But once they woke up, they quickly cleaned up, and the higher-ups from each village gathered in the conference room to begin the post-war summary meeting for the 4th Shinobi World War. Attendees included not only the Cage, but also a number of special figures. Like Natsuki, Sasuke, Neji, and Naruto, the 4 main heroes, along with the 3 revived Hokage, Hashirama, Tabarama, and Minato. There was also Mifune representing the Land of Iron, Fu representing Takagakure, Konan representing the Land of Rain, and Orochimaru representing the Land of Rice Fields. Of course, the ones with seats were just the main attendees. The people without seats still had to attend from the back. On Konoha's side, Tenten, Shino, and Shikamaru were all there. Guards from the other villages were present as well, Darui, Kuretsuchi, Chijuro, Temari, and others. I, as Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces, spoke first. Everyone, we achieved victory in this war. We celebrated last night. Now it's time to summarize our objectives, our process, our meaning, and discussions about certain post-war matters. We need to put everything on the table. Everyone nodded. These were the real, practical issues. Especially the post-war matters. Profit distribution, the future relationship between nations and villages, and so on. All of it had to be discussed. Better to settle it early rather than drag it out until something went wrong. Tsunade, as the Allied Forces strategist, continued. This war was initiated by Abido, who worked with Madara and Kabuto to seize the tailed beasts, merge them into the 10 tails, and activate the infinite Tsukiyomi. But the truth was that Black Zetsu was plotting to release the progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kaguya, bringing catastrophe upon the shinobi world. Our 8-fold allied forces fought through blood and fire and finally overcame the enemy. And because Madara repented and revived the fallen soldiers, the losses in this war were extremely small. That is something we should be happy about. Chapter 436. Tsunade's words were met with unanimous agreement. But for the most part, it was all polite, surface-level talk, plenty of important details still left unsaid. Fortunately, Gaara, as Supreme Commander of the Allied Shinobi Forces, spoke next and went through everything in concrete terms. Pre-war preparations, troop organization, the battles themselves, the strengths and flaws revealed during combat, and even the most meticulous statistics on casualties and losses. It could be said that Gaara had done an excellent job as Supreme Commander. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, and Mei, the Mizukage, also gave speeches of their own, affirming the shinobi's performance in the war and praising the outstanding achievements of certain heroic shinobi. For example, Shikamaru, though not particularly strong, was exceptionally sharp, and he performed very well in areas like tactical planning and coordination. For example, Shino, whether it was surprise attacks, capturing objectives, defense, or support, excelled across the board, repeatedly remaining active on the main battlefield. No one could deny that. Especially Tent. With the Six Paths tools in hand, she slaughtered enemies left and right. You could honestly say that she alone wiped out most of the Edo Tensei army, driving allied casualties down to the lowest possible level. After that, she even joined the campaign against Madara, and at one point she actually managed to seal Madara. That kind of merit was truly astonishing. As for Natsuki, Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji, there was no need to say more. They were the great heroes who defeated the final boss. Their power was overwhelming, and no one could deny their contributions. And the meaning of this war was obvious. It forced shinobi to set aside prejudice, unite, and work together against a powerful enemy. For the peace of the shinobi world, it was a massive step forward. After that, others continued to speak. Sasuke and Naruto naturally brought up the Sage of Six Paths' final charge. The tailed beast's wishes must be respected. Humans were not permitted to force them. Even if some people disliked it, under the pressure of two Six Paths, level powerhouses, they had no choice but to nod. At least on that front, the issue seemed like it could be resolved perfectly. And yet, by the time the meeting reached this point, the atmosphere started to feel wrong. Anoki, May, several of the cage looked hesitant, as if they wanted to say something but couldn't bring themselves to voice it. So much so that, afraid of the awkwardness, I had someone prepare tea, then lifted the lid to cover his mouth as he drank. Naruto probably didn't fully understand what was going on. He only sensed the strange mood, so he didn't dare speak. Sasuke and Neji seemed to notice something too, but they weren't certain. Seeing this, Natsuki more or less understood what it was about. He took the initiative and said, "What's with all the hemming and hawing? If you've got something to say, just say it. We're comrades now, partners. If you miss today, you won't be able to bring it up later. I'll spell it out first. You're worried that Konoha is a threat, right?" That single sentence made quite a few faces change. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji also came to a sudden realization, so that was it. Meanwhile, Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and Tsunade, the four Hokage, didn't change expression at all. It was obvious they'd already guessed. Gaara reacted too, finally understanding what was going on. No wonder the other cage had been acting strange. He'd felt something was off, but he couldn't see what it was. He hadn't expected it to be this. As for why he hadn't felt that kind of threat, this wasn't about him lacking political instincts. It was that he was on good terms with Naruto, Natsuki, and the others. He'd even lived in Konoha for a fair length of time, and he genuinely believed Konoha was friendly and peace-loving. And with Sunagakure allied to Konoha, it never occurred to him that Konoha's strength would threaten the sand. But the other villages were different. The mood grew even stranger, like Natsuki's words had brought the water to a full boil. In the end, it was Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, who spoke first. As things stand, Konoha now has 4 Six Paths level powerhouses, Natsuki, Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto, and 3 Hokage have also been revived. You could say Konoha's strength has reached an unprecedented peak. So I want to ask, what are Konoha's plans going forward? Everyone else hummed in agreement, all of them silently letting out a breath of relief. Thank goodness Mifune had said it. And besides, they really were curious about Konoha's intentions. By all logic, with power like this, Konoha could simply force a complete unification of the shinobi world. But if it came to that, every nation and every village would resist. So would Konoha crush them into extinction or threaten them into surrender? It would all come down to a single decision from Konoha. 4 Six Paths, level fighters. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Who could possibly resist? Natsuki didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at Tsunade and the others. If you want peace in the shinobi world, there are only 2 choices. 1, unify the shinobi world. After that, everyone becomes part of the same country, and war naturally won't happen anymore, and Konoha could do it right now. 2, form a grand alliance, unite everyone together, and in the short term, war shouldn't break out either. What do you think? The 4 Hokage exchanged looks. Tsunade hesitated. Unifying the shinobi world? That doesn't feel right. Hashirama shook his head. Tsuna's right. There's no need to unify the shinobi world. Things are fine as they are, aren't they? If everyone works together to build peace, that's already wonderful. Minato analyzed calmly. Different countries have different circumstances. Even if you forced unification, internal conflicts would keep erupting. And one day it could split again, leading to even worse chaos and war. So the first Hokage-sama is right. This is fine as it is. Everyone working toward peace together is enough. As expected, those three were naive. They didn't understand the benefits of unification at all. If the shinobi world were fully unified, with the sheer strength of Natsuki, Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji, decades of unified peace would absolutely be possible. Govern well, and the people would come to support it. Over time, the concept of unity would naturally sink into everyone's hearts. Forget it. In the end, they weren't people from China. Of course they wouldn't understand. Talking about it would just be a waste of breath. And because of what those three Hokage said, everyone else finally relaxed. So they definitely weren't going to do it. Only Tobirama said, actually, unification might be a very good idea. If everyone becomes part of one country, war naturally disappears. As for splitting in the future, if it's governed properly, why would it split? See, Tobirama really was the political one. But he was immediately met with glares from his older brother and his granddaughter. Clearly, they didn't agree. Then, under everyone's tense stares, Tobirama spoke again. But peace has finally been achieved with great difficulty. Forcing unification right now really would cause turmoil. So we'll go with what my brother said, this is fine as it is. Natsuki shrugged. He wasn't surprised by that answer. The shinobi world's way of thinking was strange anyway, like letting those useless daimyo rule the countries and all that. So whatever their final decision was, it wasn't exactly shocking. In truth, Natsuki supported unification more. But if everyone else refused, he couldn't be bothered to throw himself into pointless work. The people from the other villages finally breathed out in relief. Konoha had no intention of forcing unification, choosing peaceful coexistence instead, and that was the best possible outcome. And from here on, every village would be even less likely to provoke anything out of fear of Konoha's overwhelming strength. The shinobi world's turmoil would be delayed, and peace would last for a good long while. Chapter 437. We've certainly felt Konoha's goodwill. A rarely seen smile appeared on A's face. Then, just as rarely, he asked cautiously, so then, how exactly would this grand alliance work? Anoki and Mei clearly meant the same thing. If Konoha wasn't going to pursue total unification, then they couldn't refuse some kind of alliance. They just hoped it wouldn't be too overbearing. Then everyone turned to Natsuki. After all, it was Natsuki who'd proposed the grand alliance, so he had to have something in mind, right? Natsuki twirled a pencil between his fingers, thinking. Honestly, there are parts of Akatsuki's philosophy that I agree with. Akatsuki's philosophy? Everyone froze for a beat, instinctively looking toward Konan. Konan hadn't expected it either. She hadn't anticipated Natsuki bringing up Akatsuki out of nowhere. Natsuki continued, Akatsuki's original idea was to gather the tailed beasts, create tailed beast weapons, become the enemy of the entire shinobi world, and by doing that, force the entire shinobi world to unite and move toward peace. And looking at this war, Akatsuki's objective actually came true. The 5 great villages and the major nations fought together. Everyone set aside prejudice and stood shoulder to shoulder to protect the shinobi world. We came to understand each other, trust each other. We also learned, more deeply than ever, how hard-won peace truly is. And after the war, the people's hearts are turning toward peace. That's a very good beginning. People looked at each other, one after another, nodding with open agreement. It was true. This war had united everyone. Even villages and individuals who'd been sworn enemies had set aside old hatred and bias. After the war, everyone yearned for peace. You could easily foresee decades of peace ahead. Seen that way, perhaps Akatsuki's original philosophy had been partly right. Hearing that, Konan's eyes shimmered with emotion. Clearly, if parts of Nagato's ideals were being acknowledged, then at least some of what he'd done hadn't been in vain. And in that moment, her heart softened. But what Natsuki said next made everyone's faces change. Now that everyone knows the truth about the shinobi world, Otsutsuki Kaguya was a powerful being from beyond the stars. She brought the Ten Tails god tree here to plant it, and then she plundered this world's power. Someone that strong, someone with a lifespan that long, can't possibly be the only one. It should be a clan. To put it simply, the Otsutsuki are very likely a predatory clan out there in the cosmos, going from world to world and stripping them clean. Otsutsuki Kaguya was just one member of that clan. And one day, her kin will find this place. When that happens, the shinobi world will face calamity all over again. The instant those words fell, everyone's expressions shifted violently. Some of them might have had vague suspicions already, but hearing Natsuki say it out loud still sent a chill through their bones. The progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kaguya, had been that terrifyingly strong, and yet someone like her was merely one individual in a clan. They lived long. They plundered worlds. And the shinobi world was nothing more than one stop on their route. The shinobi world had endured Kaguya's catastrophe, but what about the next Otsutsuki? What if the next group arrived in greater numbers, with even greater strength? Wouldn't the shinobi world still end in annihilation? Just imagining that future made everyone's scalp go numb. They couldn't even fathom it. Anoki's voice stuttered. So that's why you agree with Akatsuki's philosophy. Because we really do have a common enemy, and we're being forced to unite to face whatever disaster comes next. That's exactly right. Natsuki nodded firmly. The shinobi world is one whole, we have enemies from beyond, so we need to stop all meaningless fighting, stop wasting ourselves on internal wars and unite. We need to become stronger together to face the Otsutsuki threat. That's the purpose of the Grand Alliance. My proposal, who agrees, who objects? Everyone shook their head decisively. No one was going to object to that. For the most exhilarating novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Faced with a world-ending enemy, internal wars became irrelevant. An alliance was the only sane answer. Gara pressed, specifically, how would it work? Natsuki didn't bother playing coy. Centered on the 5 great nations, with all smaller nations joining, forming a grand alliance. The alliance signs a peace accord. War is forbidden. Any disputes are to be coordinated and resolved through Alliance Council meetings. Any nation or faction that starts a war will be denounced by the Alliance, and if necessary, we act directly to stop it. That way, there's no war between major powers, no slaughter, no sacrifices, and the smaller nations won't be trampled and ravaged whenever the great powers clash. That's how we achieve peace across the entire shinobi world. I support the alliance, Conan said first. She understood better than anyone the disasters war brought. The land of Rain had once been a battlefield for the 5 great nations. A country ravaged by war was left shattered, its people starving, corpses everywhere, endless suffering. If an alliance could bring peace, she would naturally be the first to support it. Mifune immediately spoke as well. I support it too. The Land of Iron had always maintained neutrality, but Mifune knew perfectly well that eternal neutrality was impossible. And against powerful shinobi, samurai didn't have much ability to resist. If you can't beat them, you join. Survival came first. Anoki, Mei, and Gara all nodded in agreement as well. This outcome was the best possible one. Natsuki continued, the alliance's goal is complete peace, to prevent meaningless internal bleeding, to let everyone grow stronger together, and to prepare for the future catastrophe. As for how each nation and village governs itself, the alliance won't interfere. If needed, the alliance should even help solve difficulties. Mutual aid is best. Also, we should sign a peace-based trade agreement. Brutal plunder through war is never sustainable. True strength comes from developing your own nation, and trade is the best means of growth. For example, the Land of Wind has a harsh environment, mostly desert, and its resources are extremely scarce. But it isn't lacking wind. Couldn't they research wind power generators, then sell electricity to other nations? And if the Land of Wind lacks water, the neighboring Land of Rain has plenty, couldn't they buy water at low cost? That solves Wind's water problem and also helps Rain's economy. Every nation has its own strengths. The Land of Earth has abundant minerals. The Land of Water has hydropower. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire go without saying. Develop your advantages, cooperate through trade, and progress together. That's the true path. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke out across the room, praising Natsuki's proposal. It was true, compared to looting through war. independent development was far more reliable. As long as peace endured, trade would naturally flourish. Even resource-poor countries wouldn't be unable to grow strong. Only Naruto looked dizzy, as if his head were full of fog. He'd basically never considered any of this, and this wasn't the kind of thinking he'd unlocked, so he probably didn't really understand. Someone who spent all day shouting that he'd become Hokage thought being Hokage meant charging into battle first and protecting the village and everyone else, without realizing that a Hokage had far more to consider. Chapter 438. Just looking at Hiruzen and Tsunade made it obvious. As Hokage, the amount of tedious work you have to handle is enormous, assigning shinobi teams, arranging missions, mediating internal disputes, dealing with foreign affairs, bargaining with the daimyo, and so on. In short, you're busy to the point of madness. Even in wartime, the Hokage usually doesn't have to go to the battlefield. So the real Hokage and the Hokage Naruto imagines are two completely different things. That's why in Boruto, after Naruto becomes Hokage, he looks so unhappy and ends up neglecting his family because he's buried under work. Maybe he actually isn't suited to being Hokage. Anyway, back on topic. Natsuki didn't stop speaking. Development is each nation's own business. I won't say too much about that. What I really want to talk about is how we deal with future powerful enemies. There's a saying, those who love war will perish, but those who forget war will be in danger. After the shinobi world achieves peace, even without wars, we can't slack off in terms of military strength, otherwise we won't be able to face whatever threats come next. So I propose that, in addition to the annual Chunin exams, every few years we also hold ninjutsu tournaments and military exercises. The ninjutsu tournaments are meant to let shinobi from every village spar and exchange techniques, to identify talented seedlings, then focus on training them, ideally producing more cage-level and super cage-level fighters. That's the baseline combat power we need against the Otsutsuki threat. And if we can cultivate a few six-paths, level fighters, then the future of the shinobi world becomes far less worrying. As for the military exercises, the goal is to build coordination and synergy among the nation's shinobi, so if we need to form an allied army again in the future, we won't waste time on breaking in and can form combat power instantly. And military exercises also spur competition between villages, pushing them to strengthen their forces. For the future, that can only be a good thing. The flood of words had everyone nodding again and again. It was a simple idea, but it made perfect sense. There was no reason to oppose it. And compared to actual war, ninjutsu tournaments and military exercises were obviously far better. They preserved peace while still maintaining military strength. Why wouldn't you do it? Of course, the specifics would still need to be discussed in depth later. In any case, everyone was going to be busy from now on. After a few more additions from others, the atmosphere grew even more harmonious. But in the end, it was Orochimaru who finally spoke. Then, members of the Alliance, how do you plan to deal with a criminal like me? A criminal, Orochimaru really was, by definition, exactly that. Even if he'd woken up at the end and switched sides, the trouble he'd caused was still immense. And with the sheer scale of his atrocities, there were many things that simply couldn't be waved away. Deciding what to do with him was bound to be a headache. Instinctively, everyone looked to Natsuki again, hoping to hear his take. Natsuki looked exasperated. Why are you all staring at me? I've said everything I needed to say. You should speak freely. Gaara smiled. Everyone just wants to hear your opinion. You usually have unique insights. If you say it well, then nobody else has to strain their brain. Everyone chuckled, because honestly, they didn't want to wrestle with it. Orochimaru was curious too. I also want to know your thoughts on how to handle me, Natsuki-kun. Natsuki sighed, choosing his words carefully. If we go by Orochimaru's crimes, killing him dozens or even hundreds of times wouldn't be excessive. He really has done an incredible amount of evil. Orochimaru smiled. How ruthless, so, is there any room for leniency? Natsuki nodded. But killing him would be letting him off too easily. He should make amends through merit. Jiraiya immediately asked, how does he make amends? Jiraiya was the one who least wanted Orochimaru to die, so the moment he heard there was a path to atonement, he was desperate to know what it was. Natsuki said, to be honest, I think Orochimaru is the shinobi world's greatest scientist, the most formidable researcher alive. Look at the modified people in Otagakure. Look at his research results. Everything proves he's basically unbeatable in the research field. We're going to face powerful enemies in the future, so we can't afford not to use Orochimaru's capabilities. Have Orochimaru research the Otsutsuki's power, use Otsutsuki to fight Otsutsuki. That might be the optimal solution. After all, our chakra, even our bloodlines, ultimately trace back to the Otsutsuki. So we need to deeply research their power, grasp their power, and then defeat them. Oh ho, now that's an interesting idea. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked his face. My dream was always to master all ninjutsu and pursue the secrets of immortality, and now it seems the source of everything lies with the Otsutsuki. If you assign me to study that, I'll give everything I have to help. Heh, how exciting. People exchanged looks. They agreed with Natsuki's logic, but Orochimaru's danger still made them hesitate. Because that man really was a venomous snake. And venomous snakes aren't trustworthy. For the most exhilarating novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Neji spoke up. Natsuki, you have a point, but Orochimaru is dangerous. Can we really trust him? Everyone, yeah, can't trust Orochimaru. Natsuki said, I never said we should trust him. Assigning him research is making amends through merit. He's earning redemption while serving his sentence. That means every project must be approved by us. His experiments must be supervised. We do spot inspections whenever we feel like it, and he's absolutely not allowed to conduct unethical experiments. In exchange, we provide the research conditions and materials he needs. Any unreasonable requests get rejected and he gets warned. Doesn't that solve it? So that was the plan. Then there was no problem. Neji nodded. In that case, nothing should go wrong. Orochimaru didn't seem to mind. Instead, he asked, so, Natsuki-kun, did you specifically collect samples from Kaguya? Blood, hair, even her eyes. Everyone looked at Natsuki too, full of anticipation. Kaguya had been unbelievably powerful. Her eyes had to be priceless, the most valuable research treasure of all. Natsuki rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Not a single thing. Orochimaru immediately grew anxious. How can you have none? Without samples, how am I supposed to research anything? Natsuki said, did you forget Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu was nothing more than a puddle of Kaguya's leftover black blood, and it still carried her will, enough to play that whole, save mom, scheme with us. If we'd kept Kaguya's blood, or even her eyes, can you imagine how huge the risk would be? Maybe you transplant her eyes and instantly become her. Who the hell could handle that? Everyone scratched their heads. That really did sound plausible. So it wasn't lack of foresight, it was the danger of the material itself. Orochimaru spread his hands. Then how do you expect me to do research? Natsuki clearly already had an answer. We have plenty of material. You should know, many of us are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. The Senju and the Uzumaki inherited the sage's body. The Hyuga and the Uchiha inherited the sage's eyes. The Shiketsumiyaku inherited the sage's bones. Tell me, are we lacking research material? Orochimaru smiled. By that logic, we have abundant material, and compared to my old methods of scheming to steal what I needed, having you provide it yourselves is far more convenient. Chapter 439. No one had any objections to an arrangement like that. Orochimaru really was the shinobi world's greatest scientist. Killing him would be an enormous waste. Letting him make amends by researching the Otsutsuki's power, so long as he produced results, so long as everyone could learn to wield that kind of overwhelming strength, then the shinobi world's future calamities would no longer be a problem. Neji, however, looked surprised. So Shiketsumiyaku really is the sage's bones inherited from the Otsutsuki? That explains it. I kept thinking Kaguya looked weirdly familiar, so it's because she resembles Kimimaro a bit. Sasuke added, Kaguya used bones to attack. Her techniques were very similar to Kimimaro's Shiketsumiyaku. That made everything click. No wonder Kimimaro had been so formidable. His bloodline came from the same source. Orochimaru also sighed. If I'd known earlier that Shiketsumiyaku was the sage's bones, I would have invested far more in researching it. I wouldn't have wasted such excellent material. But luckily, Kabuto has a sample of Kimimera's bloodline on him. We can make use of it when the time comes. This guy still wasn't going to let Kabuto's corpse go, huh? Well, fine. It was only extracting a bloodline sample, probably not a big deal. Seeing that everyone was on board, Natsuki didn't mind sharing more intelligence. As far as I know, the Otsutsuki tend to operate in pairs, moving from place to plant god trees and harvest energy. So Kaguya didn't come to this world alone. Where her partner went? That still needs investigating. We might even be able to find that person and use them as a research specimen. Also, the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother, Hamura, went to the moon back then to stand guard. His bloodline is also the Byakugan, and they have a main house and branch house too. But it seems the branch house rebelled and wiped out the main house, then tried to fuse all the Byakugan together to evolve into the Tenseigan. They may have come down from the moon before, and their target is the Hyuga clan. How did you even know something that important? And shouldn't you have said it earlier? Everyone glared at Natsuki, but considering his strength, and the fact that he'd received dream messages from the Sage of Six Paths, no one pushed it further. Neji recalled, "You mentioned that to me before, so, are they coming down?" Natsuki nodded. They couldn't afford to ignore it, and it would probably be dangerous. Orochimaru, the most sensitive to danger in the room, immediately grasped what Natsuki meant. So the Otsutsuki faction on the moon are enemies, not allies. Natsuki-kun wants to capture anyone who comes down, as research material. More or less, Natsuki admitted. They've lived on the moon the whole time. Their Otsutsuki blood should be relatively purer, which should help your research. Sasuke said, Kaguya's partner also needs to be investigated. We should assign people to look for them. Other than nodding, there wasn't much else to say. This plan seemed solid. If any problems showed up later, they could address them then. Before long, the meeting finally ended. With the time about right, the allied shinobi forces announced their disbandment. Everyone would go home, back to their own villages, to their own lives. As for how the meeting's decisions would be carried out, each village would handle its own responsibilities. Rewards for meritorious shinobi and the like would be handled after everyone returned. Right now, people were simply eager to go back. As for Orochimaru, observers would naturally be assigned, and a laboratory would be arranged as well. None of that required Natsuki's involvement. Hashirama even urged him, Natsuki, use Hurricane to take me back first. I want to see what Konoha looks like now. Natsuki looked at Tsunade. When she nodded in agreement, he immediately used Hurricane to bring a whole group back, mainly village leadership and a few friends. As for everyone else, they could make the trip the normal way. A group appeared at Konoha's gates, eyes full of emotion. Hands on his hips, Hashirama wore a homecoming grin. Ha 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 ha, Konoha, it's been so long, I wonder what it's like now. Natsuki cut in briskly, Tsunade-sama, since you're their granddaughter, you can take your two grandpas around. Tent and I are leaving. And with a flash, he vanished. Tsunade couldn't help cursing with a laugh. That brat, where's the Hawkage's aid attitude? The second he finds a chance, he runs off to slack. Just you wait, I'll deal with him later. Now, Tsuna, don't be so strict, Hashirama said, waving a hand. Natsuki's done more than enough. In battle and after the war, the role he played was bigger than even you, the Hawkage. Letting him be lazy once in a while is fine. Tsunade shrugged. She wasn't truly blaming Natsuki, she was just complaining. Tabarama, on the other hand, said, it's a headache, someone that exceptional, and he still doesn't want to be Hawkage. Hashirama, Minato, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all agreed. He was clearly the one most suited to being Hawkage, yet he had zero desire for it. What were you even supposed to say to that? Naruto just laughed with both hands behind his head. That's Natsuki. He's not interested in being Hawkage. He'd rather spend all his time with Tenten. And if we're talking Hawkage, I'm definitely the better choice, Databeo. Everyone turned to Naruto, then shook their heads. His strength was more than enough, sure, but he was completely unsuited to being Hawkage. That jumpy personality, that painful lack of brains, that dull political sense. It was hard to imagine how disastrous Konoha would become if you put it in his hands. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I really am suited to be Hawkage, Naruto protested. Sure, you're suited to be Hokage, Minato soothed him helplessly. Naruto, take me home first. Your dad wants to see where you've been living all these years. Naruto immediately brightened. All right, Dad, come with me. As Naruto and Minato left together, the others also split up. Tsunade and Jiraiya naturally accompanied the two grandpas around, showing them Konoha's prosperity. Before long, the entire village knew the first, second, and fourth had been revived. In an instant, the village was in an uproar again. Natsuki and Tenten didn't care about any of that. They went straight to the ninja tools shop. Once there, they shut the place down for business, then sat with the shop owner to discuss the biggest event of all. The owner was trembling with excitement. So, you two have finally decided you're getting married. Natsuki and Tenten held hands, solemn and sincere. Yes, the war is over. The shinobi world is entering a period of peace. We want to get married, so we came to discuss the process with our father-in-law, Dad. The owner looked deeply gratified. You're finally getting married. I've waited so long for this. And hadn't he? These two had been in love since they were 6 or 7. They constantly clung to each other right in front of him, this old father, all lovey-dovey. Then they'd gone and crossed the line early, too, yet they still refused to marry that young. And since they were still on the young side, it wasn't suitable to have children yet, which made his desire to hold a grandchild grow downright desperate. After that, Natsuki's fame only grew, to the point where the owner started feeling a real sense of crisis, afraid Natsuki might abandon Tent. And people tried to make moves on Natsuki every other day. Especially this time. After Natsuki became the great hero who saved the shinobi world, even more people came asking whether he wanted to marry a few more wives, which made the owner so angry he wanted to kill someone. But thank goodness. These two were finally getting married. Chapter 440. Q. In the shinobi world, who's the one person you absolutely should marry? A. Of course it's Tenten, because if you marry Tenten, you can become Hayashin. That was what Natsuki was thinking in his head. Hayashin, those who get it, get it. Besides, even if he and Tenten weren't officially married yet, they'd already long since become Hayashin. The wedding process itself wasn't complicated. First, pick an auspicious day, then send out invitations far and wide, then prepare the banquet and ceremony. Most of the arrangements could be handed off to his bargain father-in-law. After all, the man was more motivated than anyone. He'd been waiting forever to hurry up and hold an outer grandchild. What Natsuki and Tenten needed to focus on was renovating their new house, preferably expanding it. Luckily, there was plenty of empty space next to the old house. Natsuki just needed to mention it to the Hokage to claim the land. After that, one burst of Mokyutin would handle the construction. Ridiculously convenient. On top of that, the two of them still had to write invitations and personally deliver them. The shop owner could decide who he wanted to invite, but Natsuki and Tenten knew a lot of big-name people, so they had to think through their own guest list. They talked it over until evening. After eating dinner there, they walked home hand in hand. Only once they reached the courtyard did they realize they still hadn't let go the entire way. Natsuki quietly set up a soundproof barrier, exchanged a grin with Tenten, then swept her into a princess carry and brought her into the house. There was no rain, so there was obviously no need for an umbrella. But maybe because the wedding was so close, Tenten got a little too excited. The next day, Natsuki could only yawn his way to the Hokage Tower. Right at the entrance, he ran into Kakashi, late as usual. Natsuki laughed. Kakashi-senpai, your chronic lateness is back, and you look even more drained than before. Kakashi shrugged. I was only being proactive because of Abido. Now that Abido's business is settled, I've returned to my true form, and I'm not drained. It's not that kind of weak. It's that those two dead-eyed tabby cats of mine drain me dry after I drink. Natsuki glanced at the two Sharingan Kakashi still couldn't close, and it all made sense. One Sharingan had already left Kakashi half dead, two was just murder. You had to wonder whether Abido had done it on purpose. He knew perfectly well how brutal the Manjikayo's chakra consumption was, and he still gave Kakashi both eyes. Was he trying to make sure Kakashi never enjoyed a happy life? Yeah, if you wanted to go full conspiracy theory, it actually held together. Kakashi looked at Natsuki's exhausted face and clicked his tongue. You kids need to learn some restraint. Even if you're healthy, you can't just keep going like that. Look at you, you're wiped. And cover the hickey on your neck already. Seriously. Heh, just a single guy's jealousy. Natsuki didn't feel embarrassed at all. If you've got a wife, why wouldn't you be affectionate? A hickey wasn't even a big deal. Not long after, the two of them reached the Hokage's office, and to their surprise, quite a few people were already there. The four Hokage, Jiraiya, the Ino, Shika, Cho clan heads, Neji, Sasuke, basically all the higher-ups. They'd even set up a large conference table in the office itself for a meeting. Why weren't they holding this in the actual conference room? What was this setup? You're too slow, Tsunade snapped. Even if the war is over, as the Hokage's aide you shouldn't slack off. Kakashi is one thing, but Natsuki, you're young, how can you be late? Natsuki couldn't help complaining. Tsunade-sama, the war just ended, can't we get a couple days off? Tsunade shook her head without hesitation. No, even if you're going to take time off, we need to arrange everything first. Konoha needs new deployments, and the alliance matters have to be handled quickly too. You were the one who proposed the alliance. If you don't finish dealing with it, you think you can rest. Natsuki's head started to pound. The war was already over, so why was it still this busy? He couldn't even rest for 2 days. He hurriedly said, then can I take leave? Tsunade frowned at him. Do you have something you need to do? Natsuki immediately broke into a delighted smile. Well, the shinobi world's about to enter peace, right? So I figured I should hurry up and marry Tent. We need to be busy preparing the wedding banquet. The entire office went silent, everyone staring at Natsuki in shock. For the most exhilarating novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Then, in the next instant, the room filled with joy. Hashirama roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha, so the kid's finally marrying little Tenten. That's a huge event, a huge event. Then of course we have to give you time off. Tsunade laughed too. You should have said so sooner. With something that big, you think I wouldn't approve it. Everyone chimed in with congratulations. Neji and Sasuke were even more blunt. You two are finally getting married. We were sick of your sticky sweetness ages ago. We thought we'd have to wait another few years. Natsuki puffed up proudly. Ha ha ha. I'll send you invitations in a few days. Better start thinking about what gifts you're bringing. If it's not sincere, you're not qualified to enter the banquet. It was obviously a joke. Even if they brought nothing, as long as they showed up, Natsuki would be happy. But nobody else saw it that way. Even setting aside Natsuki and Tenten's status as heroes, just being close friends meant the gift had to be heartfelt. That was something they'd have to think through carefully, otherwise it would be downright embarrassing. After that, the meeting finally began. The agenda mainly had a few points. First, promotions and rewards for shinobi who performed outstandingly in the war. For example, Naruto Uzumaki, Yamashiro Rinya, Kato Megumi, and Rock Lee would be promoted to Jonin. Some people would also be assigned new posts and responsibilities. In short, talent needed to be used. Those with ability couldn't be left to rot. Second, arrangements for the 3 revived Hokage. Naturally, they would be placed in elder roles, participating in village affairs both large and small, as well as major alliance matters. Tsunade even proposed stepping down herself to become an elder, letting one of the 3 Hokage return to the seat, only to be met with unanimous opposition. The reason was simple. Tsunade hadn't been Hokage for that many years yet. It was far too early to step down. Besides, the alliance was a huge undertaking that needed handling right now. Suddenly changing Hokage would be a terrible idea. At minimum, they had to get everything organized and stabilized first. Only then could they consider anything else. Tsunade was furious, but she couldn't win the argument. She was probably already sick to death of the Hokage's endless chores, desperate to escape the seat as soon as possible. And honestly, Hokage really wasn't a job for humans. You worked nonstop all day. Forget spending time with family, there wasn't even time to sneak a little drink now and then. So who in their right mind would want to be Hokage? Tsunade immediately turned to Natsuki and tried to coax him. Natsuki, your contributions in this war were the greatest, your strength is the greatest, and your head is good too. You've got real leadership charisma. I think you should be Hokage. Natsuki refused on the spot. Kedwaru, no way I'm being Hokage. If I become Hokage, I won't even have time to be with my wife and kids, so I refuse, firmly. Why are you so stubborn? Tsunade wouldn't let it go. Being Hokage has plenty of benefits too. Think about it. Once you become Hokage, Tenten, her dad, and your future kids will all be proud of you. What's there to be proud of, being a village chief? Not being Hokage doesn't stop me from being the strongest in the shinobi world. Tsunade-sama, don't even try to fool me. Natsuki wasn't going to fall for it. Hokage. Even a dog wouldn't do it. Chapter 441. For a moment, Tsunade felt completely deflated. Being village chief really wasn't anything to brag about. The key point was that this village chief job had her busy like a dog. She didn't even have time to sneak a drink. She didn't want it either, okay. To make Tsunade drop the idea, Natsuki decided to shift her attention. Tsunade-sama, I don't want to do it, but there are people who do. Look at Kakashi-senpai, Sasuke, and Neji. Their strength is top tier too, and they're excellent in every way. Especially Sasuke and Neji, they carry their clan's responsibilities. They'd definitely be willing to become Tgthegood. Tsunade blinked, then her eyes lit up as she immediately locked onto the three of them. All three flinched at the light in her gaze. Kakashi spoke at once. I am not suitable. Sasuke and Neji are both 6 paths level, and they've been the most outstanding geniuses since we were in school. Their performance over the years has been excellent, and they're the heroes who saved the shinobi world. They're the most suitable. Tsunade started shouting excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. Sasuke, don't you want to restore the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha were one of the founding clans of Konoha alongside the Senju. I'm a Senju and I've already been Hokage, so now it's your turn. And I've heard the Uchiha's dream is that one day an Uchiha will become Hokage. Do you want to fulfill your clan's wish or not? When it came to his clan, Sasuke couldn't help feeling tempted. He actually started thinking it over. Then Tsunade turned to Neji. Neji, if you want the Hyuga clan to become even more glorious, you want to be Hokage too, right? Neji didn't refuse at all. I always assumed Natsuki would be the future Hokage, but since Natsuki refuses, then I'll take it without hesitation. Mainly because those old fossils in his clan cared a great deal about that village chief position. If that was the case, then he'd give it a shot. But Sasuke wasn't happy. Neji, I can uste upe on other things, but not the Hokage seat. Hokage belongs to the Uchiha. Neji smiled, then it looks like we'll have to compete. For a moment, their gazes collided, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop again. Right, now this was more like it. The Hokage seat should be something people fight over, not something people reject with disgust. Finally, things felt satisfying again. Tsunade clapped happily. Great, then you two are Hokage candidates. Once we finish handling the village and alliance matters, we'll move to a public election. For now, keep doing your work in the police force. While you're at it, go build support, raise your approval. I believe that no matter which of you becomes Hokage, you'll be the most outstanding Hokage and the strongest Hokage. Clap, 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 everyone applauded. Even Tobirama looked satisfied by this development. He might have been dissatisfied with the Uchiha in the past, but now only one remained, and he was that outstanding, so Tobirama naturally had no objections. Hashirama's eyes even turned moist. Back then, he'd always believed Madara was suited to become Hokage, but for one reason or another, Madara never became one. Now the Uchiha were finally competing for the Hokage seat again. He was definitely voting for Sasuke. Natsuki also let out a quiet sigh of relief. With those two eager to become Hokage, he finally wouldn't be targeted anymore. No way was he becoming Hokage. As Hokage's aide, he could still participate in major matters, and not being Hokage didn't affect his strength at all, so not doing it was obviously better. After the meeting ended, its contents were quickly announced to the public. Those promoted from Chunin to Jonin were naturally ecstatic, but that wasn't really what people focused on. Right now, the truly explosive news had 2 headlines. First, Natsuki and Tenten would soon be getting married. Second, Sasuke and Neji had become Hokage candidates and would compete for the Hokage seat in the future. In an instant, the entire village became lively again. When Naruto heard the news, he immediately stormed into the Hokage's office, anxious and furious. For the most exhilarating novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Tsunade Bachan, why are only Sasuke and Neji Hokage candidates? What about me? What about me? Tsunade Bachan, you can't play favorites. Naruto's loud fussing made Tsunade's head hurt. She gestured for Minato to handle it. Minato naturally supported Naruto's dream, but he also knew Naruto definitely wasn't ready, so he could only find a way to talk him down. He picked up a document from Tsunade's desk and handed it to Naruto. Naruto, don't panic, look at this first. Naruto took it and saw mission assignments, internal disputes, and diplomatic affairs. He looked even more confused. Dad, why are you showing me this? Minato smiled like a little son. Your strength is more than enough to be Hokage, but being Hokage isn't only about strength, it's also about capability. What you're looking at is the Hokage's daily paperwork and chores. Try doing it, you'll understand. Naruto went, oh, then found a spot and started racking his brain. After a long time, he returned the file to his dad with a grin. Minato took one look and instantly went numb. Tsunade snatched it too and immediately started slamming the desk. Naruto, look at what you arranged. For a tiny mission like this, you assigned Shino. Do you think an elite Jonin has nothing better to do? And this mission is obviously suspicious, yet you sent a genin squad. Are you sending them to their deaths? And then there's this, and it takes you ages to process even one matter. There are piles of these every day. How are you going to be Hokage like this? Naruto was completely stunned. Nobody had told him the Hokage had to do all this. It was like Monkey D. Luffy wanting to become Pirate King without understanding what being Pirate King actually meant. Naruto had been yelling that he'd be Hokage without even knowing what the Hokage's job involved. It was hard not to laugh. Minato could only comfort him. Naruto, don't be discouraged. Even if you can't make it as the next one, then fight for the one after that. Dad believes you can do it. Naruto immediately pulled himself together. Yeah, I'll definitely become Hokage and make everyone acknowledge me, Dadabayo. Having confidence is good. If you have a dream, you have to start working for it. As Minato spoke, he turned to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, could I ask you for a position? Let Naruto do some office work, help with simpler tasks. Tsunade doted on Naruto anyway, so she agreed. Fine. Starting today, Naruto will be Kakashi's secretary. Naruto, Kakashi will teach you properly. You need to learn properly too. Whether you can become Hokage depends on you. Naruto nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll work hard. Little did he know, this was the beginning of suffering. The Hokage was busy. The Hokage's aide was busy. And how could the aide's secretary possibly be idle? But Natsuki didn't know any of that. He and Tenten had received leave, so they started finalizing their invitation list, then began writing and delivering invitations one by one. Chapter 442. Chapter 443. Natsuki and Tenten really did know a lot of people. First, there was everyone in Konoha, 4 Hokage to invite, plus a whole pile of teachers, mentors, and friends. Then there were people in the land of lightning, the land of wind, the land of water, the land of earth, the land of iron, Tgthegood, and more. The guest list was so long it was borderline ridiculous. Whether they were close or not didn't even matter. As long as they'd crossed paths during the 4th Great Ninja War, they still needed to be invited. If someone chose not to come, that was their decision, but the invitation had to arrive. Natsuki and Tenten listed everyone out, double-checking until they were sure there were no gaps. Then Tenten ground the ink while Natsuki personally wrote each invitation by hand, and in the end, they both added their signatures to make it feel properly formal. To prevent any last-minute omissions, they even carried a few blank invitations with them when they went out delivering, just in case they remembered someone on the spot. Once they'd finished most of them, the two headed out together. The first stop was Gai-sensei and Lee. Gai-sensei was Tenten's teacher, and 263 was basically Natsuki's teacher too, after all. The Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates, he'd taught had helped more than anything in the war. So of course he had to be first. Lee was there because he trained with Gai-sensei every day. And it wasn't just the two of them. There were plenty of unfamiliar faces around as well, apparently people who'd come specifically to learn taijutsu from Gai-sensei. After all, the Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates, had completely stolen the spotlight. Gai-sensei had opened the 7th gate and fought Edo Madara evenly, and Natsuki had opened the 7th gate and beaten 6 paths Madara into speechlessness. Naturally, tons of people decided the 8 gates were absurdly overpowered and wanted to learn. That delighted Gai-sensei to no end. He didn't mind teaching, either. The problem was that most of them simply didn't have the physique for it yet, so they needed far more conditioning first. The moment Natsuki and Tenten arrived, everyone's eyes lit up. But because Gai-sensei ran a strict session, not a single person dared move out of line. They kept training. Yo, our 2 great heroes are here. Gai laughed, hands on his hips, exactly as spirited as ever. Lee mirrored the pose perfectly. They called themselves teacher and student, but they looked more like father and son. Natsuki immediately pulled out 2 invitations and handed them over. Gai-sensei, Lei, Tent and I are getting married next month. We're inviting you to the wedding banquet. You have to come. Ha 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 ha, you 2 are finally getting married. Gai thrust his thumb up, his bright white teeth practically sparkling. Don't worry, we'll be there, and we'll bring you an ultra-big gift. Lee burned with enthusiasm too. Then my gift has to be youthful and passionate. I'll definitely surprise Natsuki and Tenten. Natsuki and Tenten both twitched at the corners of their mouths, but they couldn't exactly complain. They just couldn't begin to imagine what an ultra-big gift and a surprise from those 2 would look like. Please don't be green spandex. No, the more they thought about it, the more terrifying it became. They needed to leave fast. Then we'll get going, Natsuki said quickly, waving his hands. We still have a lot of invitations to deliver. Then he added to the people training nearby, even if you don't have an invitation, you can still come. You're all welcome to attend mine and Tenten's wedding. Everyone replied excitedly, Natsuki-senpai, Tenten-senpai, will definitely go, congratulations. Hand in hand, the 2 of them headed to the Hawkage's office next. Inside, it was a whirlwind of work. The war had just ended, and there were mountains of things to arrange. Fortunately, Tsunade wasn't handling it alone, otherwise she would have cracked. Natsuki also noticed a small extra desk set up behind Kakashi, with Naruto sitting there. Even without knowing the details, Natsuki could guess what was going on. Naruto was aiming to become Hokage, so he'd started suffering through office busywork. Everyone, sorry to interrupt, Natsuki called. Tenten and I are here to deliver invitations. The wedding is next month, so you all have to come. They gave invitations to Tsunade, Hashirama, Tabarama, Minato, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Naruto, and Shizune. They even gave one to Tenten. Shizune had come back to help since the hospital wasn't too busy right now. Tsunade took the invitation, and a smile finally surfaced on her exhausted face. Okay, we'll all go, and we'll definitely prepare a big gift for you too. Tenten couldn't help guessing. Don't tell me it's the Senzu library, free reading voucher my husband's been thinking about. Hashirama looked startled. Young lady, you're sharp. How did you know I was going to give that? Tsunade's expression instantly changed. Grandpa, that was my gift. How can you give the same thing? No, you have to pick something else. I promised Natsuki that a long time ago. Hashirama chuckled. Tsuna, your grandpa doesn't have much he can offer. I heard Natsuki likes our family's collection, so that's all I could think of. You should come up with something else. Tsunade refused to budge. No, absolutely not. Tabarama cut in at that moment. Stop arguing, I already made the voucher. This gift is from NA and I, we don't agree. The office immediately erupted into bickering, loud and lively. Shizune could only sigh helplessly, but she still smiled at the 2 of them. I can't believe even Taunton got an invitation. That's really thoughtful. Tenten patted Taunton's head. Taunton's our good partner too, of course there's one for her. We'll prepare something nice for Taunton as well. Taunton was visibly delighted. Pooey. Kakashi opened his invitation and took a look. It was clearly made with care, elegant style, neat handwriting. Just seeing it made you feel comfortable. You could tell how much effort the 2 of them had put in. He nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations. This time I definitely won't be late, and I'll give you a good gift too. Natsuki grinned. Kakashi-senpai, just don't give us Ika paradise. Jiraiya's eyes bulged immediately. I can't give Ika paradise, then what am I supposed to give? Wait, you were seriously going to give that? Someone's wedding is a huge life event, and you're planning to gift them an adult novel. Your audacity is unreal. Even Kakashi was speechless. Jiraiya-sama, Ika Paradise may be a bestseller, and it may be famous, but it's really not appropriate as a wedding gift. Please think of something else. Jiraiya scratched his head, suddenly stumped. He genuinely had no idea what else to give. Naruto lifted his head too, holding his invitation with open envy on his face. Natsuki, Tenten, I didn't expect you two to get married so fast. I wonder when I'll be able to marry Sakura. Yeah, good luck with that. And you probably won't get there. Natsuki didn't want to get into that, so he changed the subject. Naruto, you're working hard to become Hokage, huh? Naruto immediately turned into a miserable pout. Yeah, Dad said if I want to be Hokage, I have to learn how to handle all this paperwork, so I'm learning under Kakashi-sensei for now. I didn't know being Hokage was this hard. One chore after another, my head feels like it's going to explode. I'd rather fight Otsutsuki Kaguya again. That earned a wave of eye rolls from everyone. Even Minato looked resigned. It was basic administrative work, and he was comparing it to fighting Kaguya. What if he can't do paperwork, the world ends? At this point, it was hard to tell who should be crying, him or everyone else. Chapter 444. After leaving the Hokage office, the next stop was the military police force. The military police force was busy too. Sasuke and Neji, the two captains, were extremely invested. After all, they were trying to win support votes, so they were determined to handle the village's security as perfectly as possible. It just so happened that both Team 8 and Team 9 were there, saving Natsuki and Tenten from having to make extra trips. Hi, everyone, we're here to deliver invitations, Natsuki and Tenten said in unison. The wedding is next month, so you all have to come. The invitations were handed out with full ceremony. It felt genuinely formal. After Yimi, Tomoya, and Megumi from Team 9 accepted theirs, the three of them immediately spoke in perfect sync. Boss, sis-in-law, congratulations. The key detail was that all three of them were wearing sunglasses. If you didn't know better, you'd think some underworld kingpin was getting married. The scene left everyone else half amused, half speechless. Natsuki thanked them with a grin and gave Tomoya a friendly pat on the shoulder. You and Megumi need to hurry up too. Megumi keeps getting more and more amazing. If you don't move fast, someone else might snatch her away. Tomoya nodded solemnly. Boss is right. A good wife like Megumi, I'm definitely not letting her slip away. Megumi immediately flushed red and lightly punched him. Tomoya scratched the back of his head and laughed like an idiot, the lovey-dovey atmosphere pushing Yimi right out of the way, so much so that even Akamaru ended up getting fed the dog food. Natsuki also had Megumi summon Pakun specifically, so he could deliver an invitation as well. Pakun blinked in surprise. Didn't expect you'd even send invitations to us ninja dogs. That's thoughtful. Natsuki answered seriously, you fought alongside us too. That makes you comrades. Of course you're invited. When the time comes, have Megumi bring all of you. We've prepared top-grade dog food for the occasion. Pakun's eyes lit up instantly. All right, we'll definitely go. We'll be waiting for you at the Ninja Hound Unit 8. Over there, Kiba held up 2 invitations and laughed. Didn't expect Akamaru would get one too. Just for that sincerity alone, my gift is gonna be legendary. Akamaru barked, woof woof. He didn't understand, but the meaning was close enough. Hinata looked openly envious, but she only said softly, Natsuki-kun, Tenten-san, congratulations. Tenten patted Hinata on the shoulder. You need to work hard too. You have to fight for yourself. Don't leave yourself with regrets. When Natsuki chased after me, he was only 6, you know. You've got to learn to be thick-skinned. Otherwise, the person you like will end up becoming someone else's partner. Don't you think? Hinata knew Natsuki and Tenten's love story, which was exactly why she admired them so much. Now, with Tenten encouraging her, she immediately clenched her teeth and nodded. I understand. Thank you for supporting me, Tenten-san. Nearby, Shino adjusted his sunglasses, calm but clearly pleased. Natsuki, My invitation is a little different, isn't it? Am I attending the wedding as the matchmaker? Natsuki and Tenten nodded firmly. That's right, you're our matchmaker. Shino shot the others a faintly smug glance and cleared his throat. Ahem, naturally. Since I'm the matchmaker who brought you two together, it's only proper that I serve as matchmaker for the wedding as well. For a close friend like Shino, of course Natsuki and Tenten wouldn't forget him. Back then, the whole reason Natsuki had even gotten the idea to pursue Tenten was because of Shino's misunderstanding. After that, Shino had helped in all sorts of ways, so much so that Natsuki and Tenten became a couple early on. Shino truly, genuinely was their matchmaker, so his role was naturally special. But seeing Shino act smug for basically the first time ever, everyone else couldn't help feeling numb. It's just matchmaker, what's so great about that? Neji smiled. I've received the invitation. Natsuki, you said a long time ago you were waiting for my big gift. My big gift will definitely be the best. Sasuke scoffed, mine will be the best. No, you two don't need to compete here. This has nothing to do with the Hokage position. But what the others didn't know was that the two weren't competing because of politics at all. They both felt Natsuki had helped them far too much, and they wanted to repay him properly. If their gift was worse than someone else's, then their repayment wasn't enough, and that was the one thing neither of them could accept. After finishing with the military police force, they went on to the hospital, the academy, and other places. Sakura Ino, Shika Cho, Yaba Yamashiro, Genma's trio, Konoha's two gate gods, and more naturally, all of them had to receive invitations too. After that, they still needed to visit the major clans, the Hyuga, the Ino Shika, Cho clans, the Inuzuka, the Aburame, and so on. The invitations had to be delivered to each clan head in person. Even though Hayashi wasn't the clan head, he was familiar enough that he still needed one. And these invitations weren't only for individuals, they were invitations for entire clans. If any clan members wanted to attend, they were welcome. However, once Natsuki and Tenten reached the Aburame clan, they were grabbed and flat out refused permission to leave. They had to stay for dinner. Shino's mother was extremely warm and welcoming. After all, the two of them were Shino's best friends, and when they were kids they'd eaten at the Aburame home many times with Shino. They were practically family. Aburame Shibai looked at the invitation and smiled with quiet satisfaction. I knew when you were children, you two were the best match. Now you're finally getting married. You've kept us waiting long enough. Shino's mother hurriedly added, Honey, I heard Shino was the one who brought them together. Shibai's smile faded a notch. I heard that too. Shino really did a wonderful thing, but he can't only worry about other people's business, he should worry about his own as well. The war is over, and he still hasn't invited Fu over to visit. Honestly. Shino's mother sighed. That girl Fu is truly wonderful, bright and lively, perfect to balance out Shino's quiet personality. And she likes insects too. It's rare for Shino to meet a girl that good. Natsuki and Tenten exchanged a look, both clearly surprised. They were close with Shino, but they rarely interfered in his personal life. Before, they'd been too busy dealing with the war to pay attention. Natsuki had only introduced Shino and Fu so they could study insects together, and the research had been going great. But now it sounded like Fu came to Shino's house often, and she got along pretty well with his parents. More than that, the two elders approved of her. The only question was what Shino thought. After all, that guy's expressions were hidden behind his sunglasses, his tone never changed, and it was hard to read him. Plus, it wasn't really something they could ask about casually. And the biggest issue of all was whether Shibuki would even be willing to let his little sister marry out of the village. Natsuki and Tenten couldn't meddle too much. If Shino asked for help, they would help without hesitation, but if he didn't say anything, they couldn't just force their way in. By the time they finished delivering invitations throughout the village, the sky had gone completely dark. They went home, then headed straight to the new house. All the surrounding land had already been assigned to Natsuki, and he'd built the new home with Mokyutin, wood release. Even though they weren't married yet, they still needed to live in the new house. And it was the perfect chance to leave proof of their love all around the place, on the sofa, by the windowsill, in the entryway, and so on. Oh, the ceiling worked too. After all, shinobi could stick to ceilings. The difficulty level wasn't that high. Chapter 445. The next day, naturally, they had to keep delivering invitations. First, the two of them went to Kumagakure and handed invitations to A, Killer B, Darui, Samui, Atsui, and the others. But Natsuki also asked about something else. Reikage, what are you planning to do with the 2 broken legs of the Jido Maz, demonic statue of the outer path? I was honestly a little troubled as well. I haven't decided yet. The Jido Mazo is the vessel of the 10 tails. This is a serious matter. Maybe it should be sent to Orochimaru for research. Orochimaru has. Oh, he'd forgotten to write invitations for Orochimaru and Karin. They'd been enemies before, sure, but that didn't mean they couldn't be invited. I do have an idea, Natsuki said. I heard the Uchiha Gunbai was made from part of the God Tree. Those broken legs are part of the God Tree too. If you use them to make ninja tools, they're bound to be extraordinary. A's eyes lit up at once. That's right, hahaha Natsuki, you really do have a way. Darui, of all people, suddenly offered a rare stroke of inspiration. Boss, since the Jido Mazo is the container for the tailed beasts and can absorb a massive amount of chakra, how about using it to make chakra batteries? Might increase capacity by a lot. And if the battery ends up being compatible, anyone could charge it for you later. Natsuki, Tenten, and all stared at Darui in surprise. Well, damn. So the lazy guy could actually think like this. It made perfect sense. As the 10 tails vessel, the Jido Mazo had an absurd tolerance for chakra. It could absolutely boost a chakra battery's capacity by a huge margin, and if it could accommodate different chakra signatures, then anyone could use it. That kind of thing had enormous strategic value. As things stood now, chakra batteries were basically charge it yourself, use it yourself, which came with heavy limitations. Once a war started, you couldn't spare much chakra at all. When a battery ran dry, you often couldn't refill it. But if they could develop a new battery from the Jido Mazo's broken legs, they could have genin assigned to charge them. Hell, even disabled shinobi who couldn't take missions anymore could be paid to charge batteries. That would both solve livelihood problems and solve the charging hassle in one go. I immediately decided I'll arrange for some of the leg material to be sent to Orochimaru for research, and we'll have craftsmen start on new ninja tools too. Natsuki laughed. Reikage, remember, if you get new batteries and new ninja tools the Alliance shares, don't even think about hoarding it. I snorted. With freaks like you Konoha people around, you think I dare hoard anything? You still have more invitations to deliver, right? Then hurry up and go. This guy, he wasn't even going to keep them for dinner. Don't tell him the celebration banquet wiped out all the beef. After Natsuki and Tenten left, I immediately summoned everyone to discuss what gift they should prepare. Natsuki was the strongest person in the shinobi world. They had to stay on good terms. And honestly, everyone's relationship with Natsuki and Tenten wasn't bad, so the gift had to be excellent. I insisted on premium beef. Killer B wanted to gift a brand new wrap. Everyone else racked their brains in misery. Meanwhile, Natsuki and Tenten had already arrived in Sunagakure. They delivered invitations to Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, and because of Chiyo's behalf, they also delivered an extra invitation. They were close enough that there was no need for nonsense. All 3 of them would definitely come. After that, they went to Iwagakure. Anoki, Kuretsuchi, Akatsuchi, and Kitsuchi all received invitations too. Natsuki didn't have much to say to Anoki either. But after Natsuki and Tenten left, Anoki kept staring at his granddaughter. After a long while, he let out a faint, haunted sigh, like he was regretting something. Kuretsuchi got so irritated her forehead veins nearly popped. Then it was the land of water. Mei, Chijiro, and Ao all got their invitations. Mei, however, stared at the invitation, then stared at Natsuki and Tenten holding hands, and the jealousy was vicious. She grabbed Natsuki's shoulder with both hands and demanded, "Natsuki, do you have any friends who like older women? Introduce me. I want to get married too." Natsuki went slack-jawed. "How desperate are you?" Tenten hurried to intervene. "Mizukage, Konoha has a ton of single guys around your age, Kakashi-sensei, Yaba-sensei, Gai-sensei, Genma-senpai, Reito-senpai, and so on. They're all outstanding jonin and they're all single. You're beautiful. If you're willing to take the initiative, someone will definitely say yes. Really? May's eyes lit up. Really, that's how it is, Tenten blurted. Then she immediately rescued her husband, said a quick goodbye, and used Hurricane no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique, to whisk the two of them away. She was genuinely afraid May might get too jealous, and, in a moment of weakness, try to snatch her husband. After that, the two of them went to the land of iron to see Mifune, then on to Tgthegood and Aimgakure. Tgthegood was for Shibuki and Fu. Since Fu was no longer a Jinchuriki, she wasn't ostracized or treated coldly anymore. These days she lived happily in the village. She still contacted Chomai, the Seven Tails, from time to time, though. Supposedly, Chomai had wandered off to travel, drifting all over the place without a fixed destination. When she heard Natsuki and Tenten were getting married, Fu patted her flat chest and promised she would definitely attend, and that she'd give the most sincere gift. As for Aimgakure, the main person they needed to see was Conan. After the summary conference ended, Conan decided to return to the Land of Rain and focus on rebuilding the country properly. Because Conan had contributed 600 billion explosive tags during the war, and had made countless efforts in other ways as well, everyone discussed allocating a massive amount of supplies to her, both as reimbursement for the explosive tags and as a reward. It was an enormous stockpile, enough for the people of the Land of Rain to live on for 100 years. And once the Grand Alliance was established, the Land of Rain would also receive aid from the great nations. They would sign a trade agreement with the Land of Wind as well, selling off the surplus water that the Land of Rain couldn't possibly use up. Even if the unit price was low, the Land of Wind needed such huge volumes that it would still be enough to keep the Land of Rain's relatively small population fed and clothed. Most importantly, without war grinding it into the mud, the Land of Rain would only get better. When Conan learned Natsuki and Tenten were getting married, she actually smiled, rare for her, and offered her congratulations, saying she would definitely attend. But after they left, Conan grew troubled again. She didn't know what to give them to properly express her feelings. She could use Shikigami, Nomai dance of the Shikigami, to make beautiful flowers, but her flowers were white, and that wasn't suitable for a wedding. Then I'll research how to dye paper with colors. I have to make brilliant, multicolored flowers. And so everyone ended up busy, everyone struggling over gifts. Natsuki and Tent also wrote a few extra invitations and delivered them to Orochimaru's new laboratory. Orochimaru, Guren, Suijutsu, Karin, and Jugo all received one. They even ran into Yukimaru there. Apparently he and Guren were getting along pretty well. So Natsuki wrote an invitation for Yukimaru on the spot, and Yukimaru was so happy he practically bounced. Orochimaru, on the other hand, just stared at his invitation in a daze. He probably never expected that Natsuki and Tenten would invite a villain like him to their wedding. Chapter 446. Natsuki-kun, you really do surprise me, Orochimaru said, his smile full of amusement. You're actually daring enough to invite me to your wedding. Aren't you afraid I'll do something nasty? Would you dare? Natsuki's tone made it clear he was completely unbothered. Hehe, I suppose I wouldn't, Orochimaru admitted. After all, Natsuki-kun is an existence that surpasses even the Sage of Six Paths. Right now, all I want is to conduct my experiments properly. I have no desire to die. Then there you go. Natsuki wasn't worried about Orochimaru pulling anything. Sending the invitation was simply a matter of attitude. Besides, future research would rely on Orochimaru. Offering a little goodwill didn't hurt. Even if Orochimaru was making amends through merit, when the Otsutsuki came knocking again, everyone would be comrades. Some old grudges needed to be set aside sooner or later. Natsuki also casually mentioned the idea of using the Jido Mazu, demonic statue of the outer path, to design a new kind of chakra battery, and Orochimaru immediately took it seriously. After all, the Jido Mazu was the Ten Tails vessel. Orochimaru naturally coveted high-quality material like that. Since the materials would be handed to him, he'd throw himself into the research without holding anything back. Over there, Suijutsu walked up to Tenten. Tenten, I heard you have 5 of Kirigakure's swords. Can you sell them to me? Tenten put her hands on her hips. I'm planning to put them on display in the ninja tool shop as signature pieces. I'm not selling. Suijsu panicked. My dream is to collect all 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If you won't sell, you're making my dream impossible. Heth, you think I'm easy to talk into, so you're trying your luck? Tenten wasn't having it. Then go steal Chijuro's Hurame-kari, twin blades, Hurame-kari first. If you dare do that, I might consider it, though I still won't agree in the end. That's still a no. Suijsu looked devastated. His dream was basically finished. He really did have some nerve. Even Kirigakure hadn't dared ask for those blades back yet, and here he was, demanding them first. He had a death wish. Karin punched his head so hard it burst into water, then turned to Tenten with an apologetic smile. Tenten, Suijsu's an idiot, he's just joking. Don't take it seriously. Though, if you do want to take it seriously, that's fine. If you want to kill him, go ahead. Just don't take it out on the rest of us. Suijsu exploded. Karin, are you saying I should die alone? Obviously, Karin punched him again. Who told you to be so reckless and ask Tenten for ninja swords? If you make Natsuki mad, 100 lives wouldn't be enough to calm him down. And just like that, the happy bickering pair started fighting again. Tenten couldn't help feeling amused. She and Natsuki weren't bloodthirsty demons who killed without blinking. How had Karin gotten scared to this extent? Karin was way too timid. Natsuki and Tenten didn't linger long. They soon left. After that came the rest of the wedding preparations. They had to hire an MC to arrange the venue and rehearse every step of the ceremony. They had to get the restaurant to handle the banquet. They had to purchase all kinds of supplies. In short, there was plenty to keep them busy. And in the blink of an eye, the day arrived. Guests from every village began to pour into Konoha. Thanks to the war, everyone was already familiar with one another, and the village became lively and bustling overnight. Quite a few people even started comparing gifts with each other, some delighted, some miserable. Fortunately, the shop owner had reserved enough hotel rooms in advance, so none of the guests had to worry about having nowhere to stay. Money wasn't an issue. No matter how many people came, he could arrange it. This was his precious daughter's life event, and every guest was more impressive than the last. He couldn't afford to lose face on accommodations. Natsuki didn't have time to meet friends one by one. Instead, he kept checking every part of the process together with his bargain-priced father-in-law, only relaxing once they confirmed nothing could go wrong. That morning, firecrackers started going off early. Natsuki changed into the groom's outfit. Under the gaze of countless friends and family, he led Tenten from the ninja tool shop back toward home. There were many styles of weddings in the shinobi world, some leaned Japanese, some Western, some Chinese. After discussing it, Natsuki and Tenten chose a more Chinese-style ceremony. Tenten wore a red kippao, and after she was all made up, she looked even more dazzling. The moment Natsuki reached out to her, he just stared, completely stunned. Behind them, some people tossed flower petals, others set off firecrackers. Friends and family followed along the whole way. The shop owner even asked Konohamaru and Mogi to help hand out candy and blessings, making everything loud, festive, and packed with joy. Once they reached the new home, and with friends and family as witnesses, they went through a whole series of steps. At last, the wedding ceremony was complete. It wasn't overly complicated, but it was more than festive enough. All the gifts had already been collected by staff the shop owner arranged in advance, so Natsuki and Tenten didn't need to manage any of that. After the ceremony, they still had to go table to toast the guests and thank them. Led by the MC, Natsuki, Tenten, and the shop owner carried drinks to the head table first. This table was filled with kage. The reikage, Anoki the tsuchikage, Mei the mizukage, Gara the keizukage, Konoha's 4 hokage, plus Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, and Shibuki, the leader of Tgthegood. Toasting the kage first was a sign of respect. All the kage stood and raised their cups with full courtesy. As for Natsuki and Tenten, they still couldn't drink alcohol, because shinobi weren't allowed to drink before the age of 20. It was an absurd rule, but there was nothing to do about it, so they used plain water instead. The one actually drinking for them was the shop owner. But just as the water was poured, Tenten suddenly clutched her stomach and cried out. Tsunade froze, immediately grabbed Tenten's wrist, and then smiled as she knocked her knuckles against Natsuki's forehead. Good boy, congratulations, your wife's got one. The sudden announcement stunned the entire room into silence. And then the uproar hit. Friends immediately left their seats and crowded in, staring at Tenten in disbelief. Megumi even came over to check personally and nodded with complete certainty. That's right, Tenten really is pregnant. She's been pregnant for a month. Natsuki and Tenten looked at each other and instantly thought of the fact that about a month ago, they had stopped using protection. For a moment, they were both a little embarrassed, then that embarrassment turned straight into joy. The shop owner downed a mouthful of alcohol and grinned so wide he couldn't close his mouth. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be a grandpa. I'm going to be a grandpa. Everyone began offering congratulations at once. Congratulations, congratulations, double happiness. Shop owner with news this big, we're drinking until we drop today. Shop owner with news this big, your shop should have discounts. Shop owner with news this big, your shop should be free shopping for 3 days. One by one, the suggestions got more and more outrageous, but his father-in-law truly was delighted. He hurriedly poured himself another cup, still smiling as he kept making the rounds to toast. Before long, he was actually a little drunk enough to sling an arm over A's shoulders. Natsuki didn't stop him. After finishing one more table of toasts, he took Tenten specifically over to their friend's circle. Their friends thoughtfully moved the fish and meat aside so Tenten wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Chapter 447. As soon as the two of them came over, Tenten got dragged off to the side by Megumi, Yakumo, Hinata, Sakura, Ino, and Fu. They were all basically the same age, after all, so of course they were curious about pregnancy. And as they stared at Tenten's still flat stomach, every single one of them looked a little envious. Who would have thought Tenten wouldn't just be the first to get married, she'd be the first to become a mom, too. Natsuki, meanwhile, got surrounded by the guys. And yeah, guys was the right word. Every one of them was a lonely single dog. Even Tomoya, who wasn't single anymore, still hadn't gotten to that stage. Even Neji couldn't help copying guy sense and giving a thumbs up. Natsuki, you're seriously incredible, getting married and becoming a dad on the same day. None of us can compete with you. Tomoya and Lee gave thumbs ups too. Boss/Natsuki is awesome. Naruto just felt sour. Natsuki's got it so good. He married the person he likes, and now he's going to be a dad. Shikamaru shot him a look. Isn't that normal? Natsuki chased Tenten when he was 6. They've been together forever, and they've already been living together. If they weren't underage, they wouldn't have waited until now to get married. That had everyone nodding in full agreement. I mean, if you'd locked in your future spouse at 6 years old, getting married early was completely normal. Naruto, however, stared at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, that's easy for you to say. I saw you on a date with Temari yesterday. Wanna explain yourself? Oh. Gossip. Everyone immediately turned to stare at Shikamaru, and under that pressure, his face turned bright red. Temari was sitting at another table, but with Naruto's big mouth, she'd obviously heard everything already. Her face went red through, and through too, she couldn't even lift her head under all those looks. Kinkuro spoke up for his sister. Isn't that normal? You reach that age, you meet someone you like, of course you get together. Right, totally normal. They were just shy, that was all. That kind of youthful, awkward sweetness was honestly pretty great. But this group loved to stir trouble. Before long, they pushed Temari into the seat next to Shikamaru. Kinkuro, worried his sister might get bullied, hurried over and sat down too. Even Gaara, who'd originally been seated at the cage table, got chased over, with the excuse that kids should come play over here. The whole group got loud and lively, the sugary atmosphere so thick it practically stuck to your face. But no one noticed that Sasuke had been sitting quietly the whole time, looking at Natsuki for a moment, then looking at Tenten, as if lost in thought. One dog did notice. Pakun was leading the 8 ninja hounds in devouring premium dog food, and when he looked up, he caught the contemplative look on Sasuke's face. Seeing Natsuki get married and have a kid, and thinking about the heavy responsibility of restoring his clan, so young, and he's already under so much pressure. Thinking too much is tough. Being human is hard. Being a dog is way better. Muttering to himself, Pakun dropped his head and kept eating like his life depended on it, because today, he was absolutely going to eat his fill. Akamaru was also stuffing his face while nodding along, though it was anyone's guess whether he actually understood what Pakun meant. The wedding banquet went on happily, and it wasn't until evening that the guests gradually began to leave. Some even invited each other out to Yakiniku-kyu to keep eating and drinking. After seeing everyone off, Natsuki and Tenten finally let out a breath, then looked at each other and smiled. The shop owner quickly said, "Someone will clean up here, so you don't need to worry. Natsuki, tomorrow, take Tenten to the hospital for a proper checkup. Make sure you ask what she needs to pay attention to. The baby is our family's treasure. There can't be even the slightest mistake." "Don't worry, Grandpa." Natsuki immediately corrected his form of address. "Ha, I like that. I can't believe I'm going to be a grandpa." The shop owner looked blissfully smug. It was rare. His alcohol tolerance was clearly great because he was still awake even now. After the new house was cleaned up, Natsuki personally escorted the shop owner home, and only then did he finally relax completely. When he returned, Tenten was sitting on the sofa, gently stroking her belly, unconsciously radiating a soft maternal glow. She probably still couldn't believe she was going to be a mother so soon. Natsuki walked up and wrapped his arms around her, then said, "Wife, it's our first day married and you're already pregnant. What am I supposed to do? On a day this good, am I going to get neglected?" Tenten couldn't help laughing, half amused, and patted the flesh at his waist. "Then, my dearest husband, what do you want to do?" Natsuki immediately exposed his true intentions. Make a few shadow clones, then wear different outfits. Fine, geez. Tenten sighed, but she was smiling. "You need to take care of yourself too. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu shadow clone technique." A night passed. The next morning, Natsuki took Tenten to the hospital, and he specifically asked Megumi to help. Megumi immediately arranged a reliable OBGYN. Since she was only a month along, there were plenty of things to watch out for, and the two of them listened carefully to the doctor's instructions. Megumi listened beside them too, probably thinking she'd need all of this in the future as well. After they got home from the hospital, they finally had time to look through all the gifts their friends and family had brought. Hashirama's gift was actually would release secret techniques. Looks like he hadn't managed to win the fight over the Senzu library free reading voucher, so he chose this instead. Still an excellent gift either way. After all, Natsuki had synthesized the wood release bloodline. Their child would probably have wood release too, so it would be perfect. Tsunede's gift was even bigger. She gave Tenten the no Fuin, strength of 100 seal, and Tenten was absolutely thrilled. Tenten's chakra reserves had never been particularly large. When she used 6 Paths tools, she relied on chakra batteries for support. If she learned the seal, not only could she maintain a youthful appearance, she could continuously store chakra, meaning her strength would only keep growing. As for the Senzu library free reading voucher, it really was Tabarama who gave it. He hadn't been joking. Looking at everyone else, Shikamaru gave a hot springs travel voucher. Choji gave a luxury meal package voucher. Ino gave a photo frame. Sakura also gave a photo frame. Gai-sensei and Lee gave dumbbells. Tomoya and Megumi gave an extra-large refrigerator. Yakumo gave a beautiful landscape painting. Hinata gave handmade matching couples gloves. Shino and Fu gave a huge jar of premium honey. Naruto and his dad Minato gave. Anyway, what you could feel most strongly was everyone's sincere blessing. Then Sasuke's and Neji's gifts got interesting. Sasuke somehow got his hands on a set of classic ninja tool designed scrolls from a famous master craftsman of Takumi Village. The scrolls contained the master's design and forging philosophy, plus plenty of powerful blueprints, and he even included a pile of rare materials. He'd clearly put real effort into it. Calling it a heavy gift wouldn't be an exaggeration. And it was exactly the kind of gift Tenten loved most. She was so happy she practically glowed. As for Neji, That guy straight up gifted them a luxury estate property under the Hyuga clan's name. He said it was for Natsuki and Tent to live in for fun anytime they wanted. Seriously, rich clan problems. But there was an even more shocking gift. That bastard A actually sent over the Kohaku no Johei, amber purifying pot. Using a 6 paths tool as a wedding gift, that was the most absurdly lavish move of all. Chapter 448. Teehee, I finally completed the full set of 6 paths tools. I'm the real 6 paths Tenten now. Tenten hugged the Kohaku no Johei amber purifying gourd like she couldn't bear to let it go. She truly hadn't expected it to spring a surprise like this. When she'd asked him for it before or tried to buy it, he'd refused every single time, insisting it was the village's treasure, not for gifting or selling. But now he'd handed it over as a present. Hey, he's generous, Natsuki said. He looked over the rest of the gifts. Not just the Kohaku no Johei amber purifying gourd, either. Kumagakure's premium beef, plus a bunch of their new tech products. He really put thought into this. It was probably the result of a thinking it through carefully and discussing it with Kumagakure's upper ranks. His goal, naturally, being to build goodwill with Natsuki, the strongest man alive. Sure, the Kohaku no Johei amber purifying gourd was a priceless treasure, and Kumagakure definitely didn't want to part with it. But now that the world was entering an era of major peace, it was different. And even if it weren't, if war were still on, Kumagakure could team up with the other great villages and still wouldn't be able to beat Konoha. In that case, whether they had the Kohaku no Johei amber purifying gourd or not didn't really change anything. So it was better to give it away. Everyone knew Tenten had always wanted to collect the complete set of 6 paths tools. This gift was guaranteed to hit like a bomb. It was practically a major favor, one that would make future negotiations a whole lot smoother. Clearly, A and his people had read the situation correctly. Natsuki really would accept this favor, because whoosh, Natsuki doted on his wife. As he kept looking, he found an unexpected gift from Orochimaru. 6 new model chakra batteries, along with a note explaining them. Turns out the new chakra batteries, developed using material from the demonic statue of the outer path's severed legs, were a success. Just as predicted, each one had 10 times the capacity of the old batteries, and extremely strong chakra compatibility. Even more important, each battery used only a tiny amount of the leg material. The portion consumed was basically comparable to a microchip in the modern era. That was terrifying. Those legs were massive, yet shaving off a fingernail-sized piece was enough to produce a brand new battery. With the amount of material in those 2 legs, they could fully cover the battery demand of the 5 great villages. Of course, the leg material was too precious to be used exclusively for battery production. So in the early stages, these new batteries would basically be reserved for Jonin first, ensuring elite combat power enjoyed a decisive chakra advantage. As for everyone below Jonin, they could keep using the old batteries for now. They were still good enough. The most critical point was compatibility. In the future, there'd be no worry about mismatched chakra making a battery unusable. They could even post missions to hire people to recharge them, saving users from the hassle of doing it themselves. With a battery like this, Tenten's mood naturally shot through the roof again. And Kakashi, too, no more fear of running dry. Even if double Kamui still couldn't be spammed without thought, at the very least he could sustain a prolonged fight. Tenten had barely put away the Kohaku no Johei amber purifying gourd when she saw the new batteries and immediately beamed so hard she couldn't close her mouth. Hubby, you were totally right. Orochimaru is absolutely the greatest scientist in the ninja world. He's insane. Of course, Natsuki said. That's why I suggested we don't kill him. We should use him for what he's worth. Natsuki had never intended to redeem Orochimaru. You couldn't. Orochimaru's crimes were too deep. And even now, he probably didn't feel an ounce of remorse, so they still had to stay on guard. At the moment, Orochimaru was cooperating only because he feared the power of Natsuki's 6 paths level fighters, and because he was intensely curious about the Otsutsuki's power. He couldn't be trusted completely. But he could be used. As long as Orochimaru believed continued cooperation was the only way to gain new research breakthroughs, he wouldn't dare cause trouble. They kept going through the gifts, and soon found one from Orochimaru's student, Anko, a set of premium dango. Well, how to put it, if Anko was willing to give away her favorite dango, then her sincerity was definitely there. Nothing else to say about it. The only question was whether Orochimaru and Anko, master and student, had truly reconciled yet. Before they knew it, 3 days passed. Early one morning, Natsuki had no choice but to head to the Hokage's office and begin his daily routine. What he didn't expect was that Naruto was already there, sitting at his small desk studying administrative paperwork, while Minato patiently coached him from the side. "Natsuki, you're here early," Minato said with a smile like a little sun, warm and bright. "Natsuki, you're here," Naruto said, looking utterly deflated. Clearly, digging through this paperwork had murdered countless brain cells. With his "I'm terrible at studying" skill set, this really was torture for him. Natsuki laughed, starting to understand why I don't want to be Hokage. Naruto nodded rapidly. "I get it. I totally get it. I had no idea being Hokage was this much of a pain. I thought the Hokage just stands at the front whenever the village or friends are in danger and protects everything. I didn't think there'd be this much stuff to do." Natsuki shrugged. "Then all I can say is you misunderstood from the start. You didn't even know what it was, but you screamed about wanting to be Hokage all day. Honestly, I'm impressed." He continued, "Your real dream is getting everyone to acknowledge you, right? But with your strength and contributions, and the fact you're the fourth son, everyone already acknowledges you. So it wouldn't matter if you didn't become Hokage, would it?" "No," Naruto's face snapped serious. "I'm definitely going to be Hokage. I keep my word. That's my Uzumaki Naruto-style ninja way, databeo." He wasn't joking. Even after learning how painful administrative work was, he still wanted to do it. The current Naruto was no longer the old dead last. He'd truly grown, reliable, steady, the real deal. Natsuki could only give him a thumbs up, then keep it up. Seriously, sometimes, if you don't understand something, don't shout about it blindly. Like how some people yell they'll be Pirate King for 20 years, then it turns out their dream isn't even actually being Pirate King. It's the kind of thing people roast forever. Not long after, Tsunade, Hashirama, Taburama, Jiraiya, and Kakashi all arrived as well. They handled the day's paperwork first, and then started a small meeting. Tsunade said, "After a month, the proposal for the Grand Alliance has been conveyed to the leaders and daimyo of every country. They've probably already discussed it. Before long, the Alliance induction ceremony will be held in the Land of Iron. We still need to work with the other great villages to finalize the concrete articles and rules." "That won't be a problem," Taburama said easily. "I've been using Huraishin, Flying Thunder God, to travel to each village for negotiations. Drafting the articles has been going smoothly. We just need to confirm everything again at the induction ceremony, and if anyone has concerns, we can discuss revisions then." Hashirama looked pleased. Seems like everyone's really motivated. Everyone's longing for peace. Kakashi smiled. Because everyone knows there's an outside enemy coming that wants to destroy the ninja world. No one wants war at a time like this. The little bit of profit you can loot in war isn't worth mentioning compared to total annihilation. Everyone nodded in agreement. But nobody looked happy. Their expressions were heavy, solemn. The Otsutsuki clan posed too great a threat to the ninja world and to all living planets in the universe. Whether the ninja world could truly stand against them, that was still unknown. Even with Natsuki's 4-6 paths level fighters, who could guarantee the other Otsutsuki wouldn't be even stronger. When that time came, could Natsuki and the others really win? Chapter 449. How long until the Alliance induction ceremony, exactly? Just back at work, Natsuki obviously still didn't have a clear grasp of the situation. Tsunade answered, 10 days from now. The representatives from the various countries and villages who plan to join have probably already set out. We'll have to leave in 2 days as well and head straight to the Land of Iron to lock down the entire process with the great nations and make sure nothing goes wrong. Hearing that, Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. Looks like things really were going smoothly. Once the Grand Alliance was formed, the ninja world would be completely at peace. After that would come the plan for the Otsutsuki invasion. First, capture the Otsutsuki who'd been lying low, Ishiki, and use him as experimental material to eliminate the hidden threat to the ninja world and rapidly raise their overall combat power. By the time the other Otsutsuki arrived, they'd be in for one hell of a surprise. Orochimaru would definitely be so excited he'd shout, "Materials, it's all materials." "Natsuki, you have to go too." Tsunade's one sentence yanked him back to reality. "Huh, why do I have to go?" Natsuki blinked, dumbfounded. "Tsunade-sama, can't you just represent us? I've been married for barely 12 days. I haven't even had a honeymoon yet and I already had to come back to work. I'm suffering here. And Tent is pregnant, I've got to stay home and take care of her. How am I supposed to be running around?" Tsunade folded her arms and sneered. "You took a full month off for your wedding and everyone else split your workload. We nearly worked ourselves to death while you were off living the good life. And now you want to keep being free and easy? Dream on." Kakashi agreed completely. "Natsuki, the Grand Alliance was your idea, you have to be there. That's Konoha showing sincerity." Hashirama added, "In fact, the great nations have requested that all 4 Kage and all 4 great heroes be present, show our strength properly, so the countries and villages that still aren't convinced will fall in line. Besides, a lot of people want to meet the heroes who saved the ninja world. Even if you don't want to go, you have to." Natsuki rolled his eyes, but he didn't keep arguing that he wouldn't go. Worst case, he'd just use Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to slip home when he had a moment. His Hurricane was busted anyway. After that, Natsuki specifically asked for a copy of the draft charter to read through. Even if it wasn't the final version, it should be close, especially the Alliance Treaty. That part absolutely had to be airtight. They couldn't let anyone exploit loopholes in the wording. As he read, he casually brought up the new type of battery. Clearly, nobody else had gotten the news yet. Orochimaru had probably only just finished developing it and hadn't submitted his research report. When they heard the advantages of the new chakra battery, everyone got excited. Tsunade, in particular, didn't hold back. She unfastened one battery right off Natsuki's arm. Each of them tried it, confirmed it was highly compatible, and realized the chakra capacity was enormous. Immediately, everyone was grinning from ear to ear. Tsunade gave an instant thumbs up. "With this new battery, I won't need to activate Inyaten Yin Release when facing strong enemies." Kakashi also praised it. "Now my double Kamui can actually be used where it matters." The Senju brothers were extremely satisfied as well. Even if they already had a lot of chakra, who would ever complain about having more? More chakra meant you could fight longer. This new chakra battery was a huge deal. Jiraiya's eyes even turned a little wet. "This is great. Orochimaru's finally done something that counts. It should offset at least some of the evil he's done." Out of everyone, Jiraiya had always cared the most about Orochimaru as a companion. He'd once been heartbroken over Orochimaru's defection. Now Orochimaru had turned away from darkness and could make amends through merit. There was no better outcome than that. Naruto tried it too, and was very satisfied. Even though he had the 9 tails as a massive battery, relying too much on that power wasn't always a good thing. The last time they fought the 10 tails, the 9 tails chakra had been drained tremendously, so much so that it needed time to recover for the first time. If they'd had high-capacity chakra batteries like this back then, they wouldn't have been so passive. But how much chakra does this battery actually hold? We need a number, right? Naruto was genuinely curious. Well, everyone looked to Natsuki, because none of them had any real sense for it. Natsuki didn't have a sense for it either, but he could invent a new one. One battery is about 5 bars. 1 bar is roughly about the same as Naruto's own chakra, and Naruto's chakra is about 100 Kakashi-senpai. So why don't we use Kakashi-senpai as the unit? 1 kidney-deficient Kakashi worth of chakra is 1 ka. Then 1 bar is 100 ka, and 1 battery is 500 ka. Thoughts? Kakashi immediately objected. "No, terrible, what does this battery have to do with me? Why is my name the unit? And I'm not kidney-deficient. My chakra just gets drained by Kamui, that's all." But everyone else nodded. 1 Kakashi equals 1 Ka, 1 battery equals 500 Ka, super clear, super straightforward. Let's do it. No, Nuo. For the best web novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Kakashi protested with all his might, but it was useless. He could already imagine how people would look at him once he became a chakra unit. Like, look, that's kidney-deficient Kakashi. His chakra capacity is only 1 Ka. Even 500 kidney-deficient him only equals a single new battery. How was he supposed to go outside like that? Then Kakashi glared at Natsuki. Natsuki, did you do that on purpose or by accident? Natsuki looked completely serious. Kakashi-senpai, I'm helping you become famous. Kakashi's Sharingan practically turned into a Hyuga Byakugan. I don't need fame. My reputation as Konoha's top technician is already loud enough. I don't need an extra kidney-deficient title. And also, you invented the chakra battery, Orochimaru improved it into this new model. Wouldn't it make more sense to call a bar 1 Na or 1 Oro? Natsuki and the others all shook their heads. No, the numbers don't line up, and 1 Ka, 100 Ka, 500 Ka rolls off the tongue. That's what we're calling it. Everyone decided unanimously. Kakashi's objections were invalid. And sure enough, it didn't take long for the unit to spread all across Konoha. Faced with his friends' teasing smiles, Kakashi felt like his entire life was over. Whatever, just got screwed by a junior once, that's all. Later, I'll screw him back. Besides, the fact that he liked reading Star Uncle stories was already common knowledge anyway. One more embarrassing reputation wasn't going to kill him. The next day, Orochimaru's report on the new battery arrived. Somehow, Orochimaru had gotten the news unbelievably fast, because the report used Ka as the unit, leaving Kakashi utterly speechless. Tsunade couldn't help laughing, but she still read through the report with everyone and planned to discuss production of the new chakra battery with the other villages afterward. This was strategic material. They couldn't afford shortages. Orochimaru would only handle research, not production. His research time was too precious. He'd already submitted the report. How to manufacture it was something the villages needed to figure out. Chapter 450. Another day, and Natsuki, Tabarama, and Minato used Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to flash a whole group straight into the Land of Iron. This time, Konoha's delegation for the accession ceremony included Natsuki, Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji, plus 4 Hokage. Shikamaru came along as an office advisor, and they also brought an ANBU escort squad. As for the village's safety, that was left to Jiraiya and Kakashi. The security force would be temporarily led by Shino, and the major clans would provide auxiliary support. And Tenten had been ordered to stay home on leave. If anything happened, she'd send an immediate paper tag message. There was no need to worry about Konoha's security. Aoki, Mei, and Gaara had already arrived. After all, they couldn't use Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, so they had to reach the shinobi venue early. I didn't bother with pleasantries. The moment he came up, he said, "Hurricane really is convenient. Think you could teach it to some of our village's youngsters, too." Aoki, Mei, and Gaara all jolted. None of them expected it to actually say that out loud, and he didn't sound like he was joking even a little. What shocked them even more was that Natsuki simply nodded and agreed. Of course. Pick a few boys with aptitude for space-time, and their character has to be solid. I don't mind passing it on. Tsunade and the others, hearing that, didn't object. Because there was a great enemy outside. Right now, everyone was tied to the same rope, one grasshopper chain. They should be open and straightforward. If every major village had people who could use Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, then whether it was communication or reinforcements, everything would become vastly easier. Everyone was moved by Konoha's righteousness. For a moment, they just stared, a little stunned. Aoki gritted his teeth. Then Iwagakure will also send people to learn Hurricane, and I'll put our Yaten lava release, secret techniques on the table as well. Your other villages can send outstanding young shinobi to learn them. He hadn't offered Jinten, particle style outright, but for the stubborn old Aoki, this was already a massive step. Clearly, he understood it too. In the face of peace in the shinobi world, a mere secret art was nothing. If you wanted trust, you had to show sincerity. threw back his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha, Anoki, you're quicker on the uptake than I am. Then my Reitan lightning release chakra mode, I won't mind sharing that either tilde. Seeing the momentum, Gaara spoke decisively. Sand manipulation and Argitnan magnet release, secret techniques, Sunagakyur can share them as well. May flicked her hair back, charming as ever. I have Yatan lava release and Futten boil release. You can arrange good seedlings to come learn from me too, and it'd be best if you send a few handsome guys. Teacher-student romance really isn't so bad. At May's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The last time May had come to attend a wedding, she really had tried hard to strike up conversations with Konoha's single Jonin. But she'd been too enthusiastic, and her intentions were way too obvious. She scared a lot of them off. In the end, she didn't land even one. Still, she truly was beautiful and alluring, and there were definitely people who liked her. She was just too impatient, desperate to get married, and now she was even setting her sights on future students. It was hard not to find it absurd. Since everyone is showing such righteousness, then the land of Iron's Kenjutsu can be shared as well. Mifune walked over, looking bold and high-spirited. Obviously, in the face of the Shinobi world's crisis, everyone had firmly united. Old grudges were set aside, and no one planned to hoard their secret arts anymore. First, protect the Shinobi world, everything else could wait. Natsuki believed that with everyone this united, they would absolutely defeat the Otsutsuki and protect the Shinobi world. After that, everyone, together with Mifune, finalized the accession ceremony process for the Shinobi World Grand Alliance, especially discussing and amending any potential problems in the covenant. During this period, delegates from various nations and villages arrived one after another. That included Shibuki and Fu from Tgthegood, Conan from Aimgakure, and others. Even some neutral or remote countries and villages sent people. Whether or not they joined in the end, they still wanted to witness this major event. The daimyo arrived last. They were basically useless, and their heirs were enormous. But they had all been caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi, so they understood how serious things were. As a result, they largely raised no objections. After all, if the Shinobi world ended, they and their descendants wouldn't be able to continue living in luxury. And since they relied on Shinobi protection, they didn't dare block the Shinobi on matters of fundamental right and wrong. When the time came, the accession ceremony officially began. As Konoha was the largest representative, Tsunade spoke first, once again recounting everything about the Fourth Shinobi World War, emphasizing the threat of the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki, emphasizing the crisis facing the Shinobi world, and emphasizing the importance of the Shinobi World Grand Alliance. After that, Hashirama, the god of Shinobi, read the covenant aloud. The covenant was long, but boiled down, it was essentially a few points. First, the Grand Alliance would not interfere in the internal affairs of member nations or villages. If someone faced difficulties, they could also seek help from the alliance. Second, every nation and village must ensure they do not launch wars of external aggression. The Grand Alliance rejected all meaningless internal infighting. If anyone violated this, the alliance would condemn them and would even step in directly to stop them. Third, it emphasized the Grand Alliance's main mission: to develop together and make ample preparations to respond to any future Otsutsuki invasion. In addition, the matter of investigating the Otsutsuki would be put on the agenda. Nations and villages would form investigative teams. Everyone should participate actively, working together to eliminate any hidden threats to the Shinobi world's safety. After that, Natsuki, Sasuke, Neji, and Naruto, 4 great heroes, stepped forward, and the 3 revived Hokage did as well. Those countries and villages that didn't fully understand the situation saw how powerful Konoha was. Yet Konoha hadn't unified the Shinobi world, hadn't pursued hegemony, rather, they were forming an alliance. You could call it sincerity in the extreme. And the strength they displayed, really, did make people feel at ease. So many nations and villages were tempted, and one after another, they left their names on the accession scroll. Perhaps a few countries or villages didn't participate, but that didn't hinder the ceremony's success. From this day on, the Shinobi World Grand Alliance was truly established. Good, now we can start the investigation targeting Otsutsuki Ishiki. Natsuki thought silently to himself, even as his gaze swept across every unfamiliar face present. Unfortunately, he hadn't watched Boruto, so he didn't know anything about Ishiki's forces or members. That meant he had no foreknowledge advantage at all. For him, the only things he could rely on were the Alliance's intelligence capabilities and his own overwhelming strength. Otsutsuki Ishiki had endured and hidden for over 1,000 years. He absolutely already had eyes and ears spread everywhere. So he definitely knew about the Grand Alliance. If nothing unexpected happened, he would absolutely lie low and stay hidden. Unless he had complete confidence he could wipe out the Grand Alliance, he wouldn't appear rashly. After the accession ceremony ended, the delegates from various nations and villages used the opportunity to discuss cooperative trade arrangements. Conan, representing the Land of Rain, signed a water resource trade agreement with Gaara's Land of Wind. The unit price for water was very cheap, leaving the Land of Wind extremely satisfied. And with the Land of Wind placing massive orders, the Land of Rain, already not lacking in water, was delighted as well. It was true win-win cooperation. In addition, to ensure the Land of Rain could be fed, Conan also signed a grain trade agreement with the Land of Fire. The money from selling water was enough to buy enormous quantities of food. The people of the Land of Rain would never have to go hungry again. Chapter 451. Natsuki took the opportunity to discuss the matter of the investigation team with everyone else. Otsutsuki Ishiki was, ultimately, a lurking threat. No one knew when he might suddenly jump out, and when that happened, there'd be no guarding against it. Rather than waiting on the defensive, it was better to take the initiative, find his trail, then wipe him out in one thunderous strike. Gaara raised the obvious question. Natsuki, we don't have a single clue, where do we even start? The other Cage nodded as well. Yeah. Forming an investigation team isn't the problem. We have our best tracking and intel shinobi, but we have no idea what Kaguya's partner is actually like. Even if we stumble onto a lead, we might overlook it. That really was the core problem. If you had 0 leads, there was nothing to investigate. But Natsuki knew anime inside and out. The idea that a villain could sit still forever. Please. In anime, villains were always up to something. And as long as they were up to something, whether in the open or in the shadows, there would be traces. Natsuki analyzed calmly. Kaguya's partner is definitely in the shinobi world, and he's been hidden for a long time. Finding him won't be easy, but as long as he still has the same objective Kaguya did, then he'll act. So our investigation needs to lock onto 2 elements. 1, unusual, 2, mysterious. Everyone looked blank. They could understand each word he said. They just didn't understand what he was really getting at. Neji, sharp as ever, picked it up first. Unusual and mysterious, meaning a mysterious organization and unusual behavior. Sasuke followed immediately. If he has the same objective as Kaguya, then even if he's hiding, he won't do nothing. He might have built a secret organization. As for unusual behavior, gathering intel across the shinobi world, especially prying into 4th Shinobi World War information about Kaguya and the Ten Tails, that fits both unusual and mysterious. We start from those 2 points. Natsuki stared at the 2 of them, genuinely surprised. He hadn't even explained it properly yet, and they'd already grasped it. They really were growing fast, not just in strength, but in perspective. They were already capable of being excellent leaders. The others saw it too, and they all nodded in recognition. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel jealous of Konoha. Konoha's talent pool was absurd. Luckily, they also saw Naruto scratching his head and looking tortured, which restored their emotional balance a little. Apparently not every powerhouse came with a powerhouse brain. Naruto had started participating in miscellaneous work, but his comprehension still couldn't keep up. That wasn't really his fault. He'd been a lousy student since he was little. Aside from growing stronger, he struggled to keep pace in other areas. In the original story, before Naruto became the 7th Hokage, he'd spent years cramming under Kakashi's supervision before he finally took the baton. Even then, His administrative speed was still far behind. He couldn't even properly attend his daughter's birthday, and Boruto was often furious enough to want to kill his own father. Anyway, back to the investigation team. Now that they had a direction, everything became much simpler. So we cast a wide net. Any suspicious individuals or organizations, none of them get a pass. Anoki added, in that case, the investigation team needs not just sharp instincts, but numbers. We gather every suspicious bit of intel across the shinobi world, then analyze it together. It's like looking for a needle in the ocean, but if the enemy is unusual enough, finding traces won't be difficult. The other cage nodded, and then they began discussing personnel assignments for the investigation team. Konoha's side planned to put Kakashi in charge. He was an all-around talent, strong, smart, and steady. Having him lead was the most reassuring choice. And with Kakashi, he could freely pick members from the Aburame clan, the Inuzuka clan, and the Hyuga clan. Those three clans were the strongest when it came to information gathering. With their support, the investigation would be effortless. Seeing Konoha go that hard, the other villages naturally refused to be outdone. Pushed forward his best right-hand man, Darui. Anoki even had his own son, Kuretsuchi, no, not Kuretsuchi, Kitsuchi, take charge. Mei assigned Ao. Gaara assigned Kankuro. All of them were elites of their respective villages. Whoever took point, it would work. After they'd more or less finished the discussion, Mifune intended to properly host everyone. But as always, if nothing unexpected happened, then something unexpected had to happen. A slip of paper suddenly appeared in front of Natsuki. He grabbed it, scanned it rapidly, and his eyes narrowed. Looks like Konoha will have to miss Mifune Dono's hospitality. Everyone froze. They instantly understood something had happened. Natsuki directly handed the note to Neji. Neji knew it was a message from Tenen. He snatched it up and read it, and in the next second, rage exploded across his face. So he finally showed himself, and he dares kidnap my little sister. He's dead. Naruto's face changed. Hinata was kidnapped. The others hurried over to look as well. The note said, Hanabi, while carrying out a genin mission, had been kidnapped by someone claiming to be Otsutsuki Tonri. Current location unknown. Otsutsuki Tonri, Otsutsuki. Everyone sucked in a breath, because they'd literally just been talking about investigating the Otsutsuki, and now one had practically walked into the net on his own. Though the one kidnapped wasn't Hinata, it was Hanabi. Sasuke frowned. He kidnapped Hanabi. For the Byakugan, then he probably isn't Kaguya's partner. Neji nodded. Definitely a descendant of Hamura on the moon. Natsuki said their target is the Hyuga clan. He probably learned Hanabi's Byakugan is unusually pure, so he set his sights on her. And he likely saw the village's defenses were tight, so he waited until she left the village on a mission. Hanabi now was different from the original story. In the original, because Hanabi replaced Hinata's position and was meant to inherit the Hyuga clan head seat, even during the academy, and after graduating, she wouldn't be assigned to a squad. She'd remain within the clan's controlled arrangements. But now, because Neji had changed the Hyuga clan, Hanabi had reached 12 or 13, graduated, and was naturally placed into a small team like normal, going out on missions. And on one rare trip outside the village, Tonri had set his sights on her. Tonri wanted to use Hanabi's eyes so he could obtain the Tenseigen. Natsuki said, Neji, this concerns the shinobi world, but it's also Konoha's matter, and it's directly your Hyuga clan's matter. What do you plan to do? Natsuki intended to hand the matter to Neji. It involved the Hyuga, and as clan head, Neji had the authority to decide. Besides, this was a perfect chance for Neji to show leadership. Neji didn't lose his cool. He glanced at Natsuki and said evenly, I want this resolved without you having to step in, Natsuki. Natsuki blinked. He hadn't expected Neji to say that. But Sasuke immediately understood what Neji meant. Neji, you don't want to rely on Natsuki, do you? Because Natsuki's just too strong. Chapter 452. Neji nodded. Right. I believe that if Natsuki steps in, then that so-called Otsutsuki Tonri wouldn't survive even a single Nikuten flesh release, punch from him. But if we do it that way, it's meaningless. The Otsutsuki who invade in the future won't be just one. We can't only know how to rely on Natsuki. We have to be able to defeat the enemy ourselves. This time, Naruto understood. So this is the best trial, a trial where Natsuki doesn't interfere. Everyone else had the same realization, and they looked at Neji with renewed respect. To stay calm when his little sister had been taken, and to still think that far ahead, Neji really was outstanding. Natsuki spread his hands. Then I'll go find Orochimaru. I'll bring him along to watch from the sidelines, and I'll use the downtime to collect samples. After all, even a single drop of blood from Otsutsuki Tonri is excellent research material. We can't waste it. Neji agreed. Fine, then let's go with the flow. Natsuki had no objection. He'd intended to let Neji handle this anyway. Since Neji had a plan, Natsuki was happy to let him run with it. Mifune said, "In that case, everyone from Konoha, you handle your urgent business first. I'll host the others. If you need help, say the word at any time. And once you're done, come back. My hospitality won't be skipped." The other cage added, "If you need help, you'd better ask. Don't be shy." "All right, thanks everyone." Neji didn't stand on ceremony. Then he turned to Minato. "Fourth Dono, please take us back to Konoha." If he said no relying on Natsuki, then it was no relying on Natsuki. He wouldn't even let Natsuki bring them home. That was no Natsuki mode activated on the spot. At this rate, Natsuki probably wouldn't even be allowed to speak. Natsuki just smiled, then used Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to jump straight to Orochimaru's lab. Orochimaru was in the middle of an experiment. He sensed Natsuki arriving, but didn't bother to stop. He kept working. Natsuki said, "Hamura's descendants on the moon have appeared." "Correct." Orochimaru crushed the test tube in his grip. He snapped his head around, vertical pupils gleaming with excitement. "Otsutsuki material has surfaced. Haha, what do you need me to do?" Natsuki found a place to sit. "No rush, I'll explain. A guy calling himself Otsutsuki Tonri just abducted Hanabi from the Hyuga, so we're guessing he's Hamura's descendant. Neji is taking point on this, and I've been ordered not to interfere. All I need to do is bring you along to observe once the fighting starts, and if there's an opening, collect samples." Orochimaru flicked his tongue out and licked across his face, still buzzing with anticipation. "Collecting samples? That's what I do best. Then I should prepare my tools first." He immediately started assembling supplies on his own. Containers for collecting blood that dripped onto the ground. Large glass cylinders for sealing severed limbs and flesh. Nutrient bottles for preserving eyeballs, everything that might be needed, all of it. After all, this Tonri was a descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, living long-term on the moon. His bloodline would be pure. For material that good, Orochimaru wouldn't want to waste even a single strand of hair. Once Orochimaru finished preparing, Natsuki flashed them back to Konoha at once, heading straight for the Hyuga compound. Neji and the others had only just returned themselves and were still gathering details. Hayashi had already gotten the report from Hanabi's mission instructor. Now he was briefing Neji directly. According to them, the kidnapper had blue-white long hair and wore a white coat. He was young, but kept his eyes closed the entire time. He had a puppet with him, black clothes, black hat, and a moon emblem on the hat. The puppet was very strong. The Jonin in charge wasn't a match. The man took Hanabi, claimed he was Otsutsuki Tonri, and told the instructor to bring a message back. He demanded the village hand over Hinata, and he declared he would destroy the shinobi world created by the Sage of Six Paths. Destroy the shinobi world? What a loudmouthed little bastard. We're all Otsutsuki like this, always talking about ending the world. Hinata immediately spoke up. "Nejine-san, if his target is me, then let me go too. I'll bring Hanabi back." Naruto stepped in at once. "Hinata, don't worry, we'll bring Hanabi home." Hayashi snapped reflexively, "Hinata, don't cause trouble. Follow the clan head's arrangements." But Neji reached out and rested his palm on Hinata's head, serious and steady. "Hinata, you and Hanabi are both my little sisters. I won't let you take that risk, and I won't let anything happen to Hanabi. Trust me, Hanabi will be fine. And that Tonri, if he dares lay a hand on my little sister, then there's only one ending for him: death." As he spoke, killing intent burst from him, Neji's first time ever releasing it. Not even when he faced Kaguya had he been like this. It was obvious. Otsutsuki Tonri had touched Neji's reverse scale. Taking Hanabi was one thing, setting his sights on Hinata too was another. He was basically dancing on a minefield. Hinata didn't find Neji's killing intent scary at all. Instead, she felt reassured. She believed Neji-san would rescue Hanabi. "Oh, that won't do, Neji-kun." Orochimaru cut in smoothly. "I want living material. Dead specimens lose most of their value." Neji paused but didn't refuse. "Fine, I'll leave you one alive. A man like that ending up alive in your hands is worse than dying." Orochimaru's smile turned sinister. "Exactly, I'll make sure to teach him a proper lesson for you." Everyone else couldn't help but shiver. Compared to Neji's 6-star killing intent, Orochimaru was somehow even more terrifying. If Tonri became Orochimaru's research material, he probably wouldn't even be allowed the mercy of suicide. He deserved it, but just imagining it was horrifying. Naruto urged, "Can we stop talking and get to the point? How are we saving her?" Neji looked up at the sky. If he came down from the moon, then he likely went back there. "Sasuke will need you." "Relax, it's just the moon. If I want to go, I go." As Sasuke spoke, one eye shifted into a 6-damo Rinnegan. With his Dojutsu activating, a black void opened instantly. A space-time portal. It can reach any space. Natsuki blinked, then remembered. Sasuke's Rinnegan really could perform space-time movement. It just consumed more chakra the farther the destination was. But the moon wasn't that far. A few round trips were nothing. It was absurdly convenient. Natsuki still asked, "Sasuke, looks like you've got space-time aptitude. Want to learn Hurricane, Flying Thunder God sometime?" Sasuke's eyes lit up. "Good thing you reminded me. When you've got time, teach me. The portal is fine, but the consumption is heavy and the speed isn't great. Hurricane is still more convenient." Honestly, Sasuke had wanted Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, for a long time. He just hadn't wanted to ask. Since Natsuki brought it up himself, Sasuke wasn't going to be shy about it. Once he learned it, he could flash around anywhere he wanted, whenever he wanted. Chapter 453. Everyone didn't waste a second. They stepped straight into the black hole, and the black hole slowly vanished. When they came back to themselves, they were already in a desolate region. The air had turned thin, but at least it was still breathable, so survival wasn't an issue. This time, the ones who came to the moon were Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto. Natsuki and Orochimaru were here to watch the show and collect materials. Before long, they locked onto a grand cluster of castles in the distance. They hadn't expected there to be so many castles on the moon, and at that scale. It looked like the descendants who had once guarded the moon alongside Hamura had been, more numerous than anyone thought. Just then, the castle side erupted with movement. A crowd of black-cloaked, black-hatted figures surged out. Puppets, obviously. Naruto charged first without hesitation, throwing out Taju Kage Bunshin, no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, and colliding with the puppet swarm. His strength was overwhelming, but it didn't change the fact that shadow clones were fragile by nature. One clone would barely take down a few puppets before getting popped. Still, he had more than enough clones to burn, and his real body only got fiercer the longer he fought. The whole scene turned loud and chaotic in a hurry. Sasuke, on the other hand, simply activated Susanoo. One sword swing wiped out most of the puppets in a single sweep, efficient to a ridiculous degree. Naruto saw that and refused to be outdone. He flared into his Golden Ninetales mode, rampaged through the rest, and erased what was left in one clean pass, just as reliable. Neji couldn't be bothered with fodder. He was practically leaking killing intent, and he only wanted one thing, to find that Tonri and grind him into the dirt. A blue and white-haired man in white drifted out from within the castles, floating in midair as he looked down on the intruders. His empty eye sockets held a pair of blue eyes, and those eyes carried unmistakable weight, wariness, and real apprehension. The moment Orochimaru saw them, his excitement spiked even higher. Another pair of Tenseigen, perfect materials. Natsuki wasn't surprised. After all, Otsutsuki Tonri's whole reason for taking Hanabi was to steal her eyes, awaken the Tenseigen, and then begin his plan to destroy the shinobi world. Neji stared into Tonri's eyes. His Byakugan began shifting into blue as well. He rose into the air, drifting upward until he stopped with his head a full notch higher than Tonri's. This man dared to take his little sister, and now he dared to look down on him. He was asking to die. So what if his name started with Otsutsuki? Right now, I'm the Otsutsuki. Tonri, in truth, wasn't relaxed at all. He had just ripped out Hanabi's eyes and replaced his own. Even though he had successfully awakened the Tenseigan, it was still in its fetal movement stage. It would take several pulses before it fully matured. He hadn't expected the shinobi world to move this fast. And after reading Hanabi's memories, he'd learned exactly who had come. The strongest four who had once defeated the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. Worse, one of them, Neji, had already awakened the Tenseigan too. That was the point where his confidence cracked. He wasn't arrogant like in the original timeline. With things like this, forget destroying the shinobi world. He wasn't even sure he could keep himself alive. Naruto was the first to snap, roaring, "Hey, you piece of crap Tonri, where's Hanabi? You didn't do anything to her, did you? And why are you demanding Hinata too? What's your goal?" The talk no jutsu questions came out in a flood, and as a supporting villain, Tonri could only do what he always did. He answered, "I am a descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. For generations we have guarded the moon. But Hamura believed the shinobi world created by the Sage of Six Paths was wrong, and he wished to destroy it. As his descendant, I inherit his will. However, I was born without eyes. I captured Hyuga Hanabi to take her eyes and awaken the Tenseigan." His gaze sharpened. "Now that I have succeeded, I will control the moon and crash it into the earth, annihilating the shinobi world. And as for Hyuga Hinata, I visited Konoha when I was a child and saw her with my own eyes. She is adorable. After the shinobi world is destroyed, she will become my partner, and together we will serve as the progenitors of a new humanity, creating a new race." "You bastard, you want to destroy the shinobi world?" Naruto exploded. "No way, Databeo, the shinobi world and Hinata and Hanabi, I'll protect them all." Tonri couldn't be bothered to respond to Naruto. His focus stayed locked on Neji the whole time. In his mind, the Tenseigan was the greatest power here. Everyone else was secondary. Neji didn't waste breath. "Naruto, Sasuke, go find Hanabi, he's mine." Naruto hesitated, but Sasuke was already moving, shooting toward the castle complex. Naruto clenched his teeth and followed, but before leaving, he still whipped his arm and threw a Rasen Shuriken. Tonri countered with a green orb of light. The instant it touched the Rasen Shuriken, it swallowed and wrapped it, then hurled it right back at Naruto. "What the hell is that?" Naruto froze. He'd never seen his ultimate move dismantled like that. In the next heartbeat, Sasuke stepped in front of him and used a Rinnegan repulsion to knock the green orb aside. It flew off, punched through a castle, and detonated. The entire structure blew apart into shattered chunks. Sasuke snapped, "Idiot, Neji said he's handling him. Are you trying to screw it up?" Sasuke and Neji had sparred privately. He understood exactly how nasty the Tenseigan was. So if Neji said he had it, there was no reason to stall here. Saving Hanabi came first. Once she was safe, they could fight however they wanted. And Sasuke believed Neji would win. Naruto could only grit his teeth and listen. He wanted nothing more than to beat Tonri into the ground and pay him back for Hinata, but he understood Hanabi's safety mattered more. So the two of them headed deeper into the castle. Tonri immediately moved to intercept. Then, in the next instant, Juken Hak Rokujian, Shinkusho, Gentle Fist 8 Trigram 64, Vacuum Palm. Bangs bang bangs bang. 64 terrifying palm strikes, loaded with senjutsu, repulsive force, and truth-seeking balls, arrived in the blink of an eye right in Tonri's face. Tonri's expression jolted. He tried to block with repulsion, only to realize each palm carried a crushing weight. This wasn't something mere repulsion could offset. So he did the only thing he could. He dodged, frantically, refusing to take a direct hit. But Neji was no longer the Neji of the past. His mouth might have said 64, but his palms never stopped. Strike after strike after strike, uninterrupted. Before long, it wasn't 64 anymore. It was already over 200. Fine, the name was just a name. With Neji's current level, he could throw as many palms as he pleased. Tonri was driven into complete helplessness. All he could do was evade. And then Neji sped up again. Tonri nearly failed to slip away several times. His movement finally cracked, a flaw flashing into existence for just a fraction of a second. And Neji caught it on the spot. 6 paths gentle fist, Shinkugeki. Boom! A vast palm force, like it was tearing through space itself, swallowed Tonri whole. This technique was modeled after Kaguya's 80 Gods vacuum fists. Even if it was only one strike, its power was far beyond the 8 trigrams palms. Now it was simple. Let's see how you take it. Chapter 454. Otsutsuki Tonri felt death closing in. He didn't dare hesitate for even a second and immediately used Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. In the next moment, he summoned an enormous stone statue in front of himself. Only then did he finally feel a sliver of security. After all, this statue wasn't just solid, it could also automatically restore itself after being shattered. No matter how terrifying that palm force was, it shouldn't be able to hurt him. Boom! The entire statue exploded on the spot, blowing into 4 mangled pieces. Tonri's eyes went wide in disbelief. The shockwave sent him flying, and for a moment he was in so much pain he could barely breathe. Neji lowered his hand and exhaled, then snorted. That's it, your combat fundamentals aren't even as good as Naruto's. Truthfully, Tonri didn't have much combat experience at all. Living alone on the moon, he rarely had the chance to fight. Most of the time, he just relied on overwhelming power to bully weaker opponents. The moment he ran into someone in the same weight class, he would get crushed on experience alone, let alone when Neji's raw strength was outright higher than his. Behind them, the 2 spectators were watching with obvious enjoyment. A fight between 2 Tenseigan users was just too interesting. Natsuki watched Tonri get blasted away, cracking sunflower seeds as he spoke. Orochimaru, get your tools ready. That guy's coughing blood. Don't forget to collect any that drops. That stuff's valuable. Don't tell me what to do. Orochimaru licked his face with excitement. Then he started theorizing out loud. But he just said he was born without eyes. He swapped in Hanabi's Byakugan, and yet he awakened the Tenseigan so quickly. Is it a bloodline issue? Hagoromo and Hamura each inherited different aspects of Kaguya's power. If the bloodlines of their descendants were to merge, could that awaken a new power? Haha, this is getting more and more interesting. Neji-kun, go easy. Don't break such excellent research material. Natsuki paused mid-crunch and shot the snake a sideways glance. It really had to be said, Orochimaru was a top-tier scientist. Just from Tonri's few lines, he'd already carved out a plausible hypothesis. That was insane. Once Orochimaru got his hands on Tonri as a specimen and started comparing him with the Hyuga's Byakugan, and even the Uchiha's Sharingan and Rinnegan, he might truly produce something shocking. And when that happened, the shinobi world would gain several more 6-paths tier powerhouses. No way the Otsutsuki clan could invade and win. Still, Natsuki had heard rumors about some Otsutsuki god. The Boruto-era power scaling just kept getting more ridiculous. It felt like the story had jumped straight from Dragon Ball into Dragon Ball Super, broken power levels, and not even fun to watch. Natsuki figured he still had room to grow. If one day he could tank 100 times gravity like Kakarot, then activate Nikuten, body release, and stack it with Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates. Maybe he really could punch that so-called Otsutsuki god in the face. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke rushed deeper into the castle complex. Any puppets they ran into got one shot on sight. But Naruto couldn't help feeling uneasy. Sasuke, why are there no living people in here? It's all puppets. Don't tell me that Tonri guy actually lives on the moon alone. Who knows? Sasuke couldn't be bothered to think about it, but he still warned, Naruto, you're the softest idiot alive. Don't start feeling sorry for that blue and white-haired bastard just because he lives alone up here. Naruto immediately protested, I'm not soft-hearted. Sasuke gave a low laugh, not bothering to call him out. He knew Naruto's personality better than anyone. Forgiving people was practically Naruto's default setting. Not long after, they reached the deepest part and saw Hanabi. She was trapped in a cage, her hands bound by iron chains. Her eyes were tightly shut, and bloody tears streaked down her cheeks. That bastard! He really did dig out Hanabi's eyes, Naruto raged. Sasuke's gaze flicked to the enormous eye nearby. Something about it felt wrong. His instincts screamed warning, but the huge eye didn't move at all. He didn't hesitate. He drew the Kusanagi sword and sliced the cage apart, then cut through the chains. Then he pulled Hanabi into his arms. Small, soft. For a split second, he froze. When Nick-san held me back then, did it feel like this? If I'd had a younger brother or sister, maybe it would have been like Hanabi. No wonder Neji's such a sister-obsessed idiot. Forget Hinata for a second, Hanabi's actually pretty cute. The thought flashed through him, but his mouth moved quickly. Hanabi, are you okay? Hanabi looked ecstatic. It's Sasuke-nee. Sasuke-nee, I'm fine. I just got my eyeballs ripped out, that's all. Sasuke's eyelid twitched. You call that fine? Don't worry. Your Neji-nee is fighting the bad guy right now. That guy stole your Byakugan and awakened the Tenseigan. Once Neji-nee beats him. He spoke like it was obvious. You'll get your eyes back. Hanabi blinked. The Tenseigan is mine. Sasuke answered without hesitation. Of course it's yours. Those were your eyes. Hanabi's excitement spiked instead of dropping. Then doesn't that mean I can be as strong as Neji-nee and Sasuke-nee? That's great. Then I can protect my sister too. That bastard actually dared to set his sights on my sister. I'll wreck him. Naruto leaned in too. Hanabi, Hinata's been worried sick. I promised her I'd bring you back. Hanabi smiled at Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-nee. She knew better than anyone how much her sister liked this blonde idiot. Back then, when she wanted Hinata to escape the burden of inheriting the clan's role, she'd worked hard to defeat her sister again and again. But then Neji-nee rose like a comet and changed the Hyuga for good. Hanabi believed that as long as Hinata worked up the courage to confess, she'd definitely lock Naruto down. So of course she had to be nice to her future brother-in-law. Sasuke cut in, voice sharp. Hanabi, do you know what Tonri's deal is? Hanabi's expression turned heavy. He's probably been alone for too long, so he talks a lot. He told me some things. Their branch are descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, and they stayed on the moon. Her shoulders tensed. But later, because their beliefs clashed, they split into a main house and a branch house. The branch house believed the shinobi world created by the Sage of Six Paths was a failure because it was full of endless war, and that they should follow the ancestors' will and destroy the shinobi world. The main house supported peace. After that, the main house and branch house went to war. The main house was completely defeated. The branch house was reduced to almost nothing too, until in the end. Hanabi swallowed hard, fear rising in her eyes. Only Tonri was left. As she spoke, she trembled, clearly shaken by the implications. She could easily imagine it. If the Hyuga never resolved the conflict between main house and branch house, sooner or later they would face the same disaster. One day they'd end up like this moon Otsutsuki branch, the entire clan wiped out, leaving only a lone survivor. Luckily, the clan had produced Neji-nee. And seeing Neji-nee like this now, it was simply the best. Chapter 455. Sasuke sensed the little girl's fear and instinctively held her tighter. Then that giant eye. Hanabi swallowed. It's formed from the Byakugan of everyone in that Otsutsuki branch gathered together. It's a gigantic Tenseigan, and it has terrifying power. Tonri wants to use that giant eye to control the moon and smash it into the earth, wiping out the shinobi world completely. A gigantic Tenseigan. The moon crashing into the earth to destroy the shinobi world. It sounded absurd, seriously. Like hell I'm letting him, Naruto snarled, already starting to condense truth-seeking ball shuriken in his hand. I'm going to destroy that giant Tenseigan. Stop, Naruto, Sasuke cut him off instantly. Don't be impulsive, that thing can't be destroyed. Naruto bristled. Sasuke, are you kidding me? How can we leave something this dangerous around? That guy's trying to wipe out the shinobi world. You can live with that. Sasuke stared at him like he'd grown a second head. You idiot, use your brain. Can Tonri beat Neji? Even if he could, can he beat Natsuki? He's done. He's going to lose, and that Tenseigan will become research material. Don't you remember what Natsuki said? We're going to use Otsutsuki to beat Otsutsuki. This is Otsutsuki power. We should be the ones to exploit it. If we research it properly and raise a whole group of 6 Pathsteer fighters, then when the Otsutsuki clan invades, we crush them. This is about the shinobi world's survival. Do you get it or not? Naruto went stiff. A second ago, he'd only had rage in his head. He hadn't analyzed anything. He just wanted to lash out and destroy it. Now Sasuke had dragged him back to reality, and it made Naruto feel even worse. Maybe Asura and Indra really were destined to clash. Naruto huffed. You're real calm for someone who knows the shinobi world's about to be destroyed. You can still think that far ahead. Sasuke finally couldn't help it. He rolled his eyes so hard it looked like he'd borrowed a Hyuga's Byakugan. Calm is a basic qualification for a leader. If you fly into a rage over everything, how do you lead a village? How do you lead shinobi? You're still a long way off. If you want to become Hokage, you need more trials. Learn to control your emotions first. Back then, Sasuke himself had lived on the edge of losing it, consumed by hatred, always one step from spiraling. It was Natsuki who had pointed him toward restraint, who taught him to stay cold-headed. That was why Sasuke had grown so quickly, and why he'd learned to think most clearly precisely when things mattered most. Because that was how you break deadlocks. That was a leader's essential trait. Naruto opened his mouth, then shut it again. In the end, he couldn't say a single word back. Even if he wasn't the sharpest, he understood Sasuke was right. But it left a bitter lump in his chest. He'd chased Sasuke for years. He'd finally caught up in strength, but in every other way he was still behind. No wonder everyone said he wasn't ready to be Hokage yet. It wasn't just paperwork and decision-making. He hadn't learned calm. He hadn't learned to think. He really was still far away. Hanabi, meanwhile, reached up and touched Sasuke's face without thinking, praising him brightly. Sasuke-ne is so handsome. Sasuke actually felt his cheeks heat. He remembered how, when he was little and praised Nick-san would look proud and embarrassed at the same time. Maybe they really did have the same kind of personality. He quickly changed the subject. All right, let's get you out of here first. Neji's going to get impatient. That giant eye, we leave it to Orochimaru. He'll understand it better than we do. Naruto didn't object. The 3 of them headed back the way they came. On the other side, after blasting Tonri away, Neji only took one breath before rushing him again. He didn't care about Talk no Jutsu. He didn't care about Tonri's story. He only wanted to beat him into the ground. How dare he dig out Hanabi's eyes? How dare he set his sights on Hinata? Neji only had 2 little sisters. How dare this bastard? If they didn't need Tonri as research material, Neji would have torn him apart on the spot. Tonri was in rough shape. He used the opening to duck into a castle. But right then, the Tenseigan's fetal movement kicked in again, and for an instant he lost his strength. The next second, the entire castle exploded. Neji had apparently erased it with a single palm. Tonri was absurdly lucky. The falling debris didn't crush him, and he even managed to ride out and endure that second pulse of fetal movement. He didn't know when the next pulse would hit, but the Tenseigan's power had awakened further. That meant he could fight back more effectively. In his eyes, victory and defeat still weren't decided. His whole body flared with a translucent green glow. Green truth-seeking balls appeared around him. He had fully entered Tenseigan chakra mode. Then he kneaded the truth-seeking balls in his hands, spinning them, and slammed his palms forward. A tornado-like storm took shape. Jinrin Tensei Baku, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The familiar technique made Neji pause for a fraction of a second. So that was how it was. Descendants of Otsutsuki, different branches, same destination. Tonri could use the same kind of move too. Fine then. Let's see whose is stronger. Jinrin Tensei Baku, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Neji launched his own, driving it out with palm force. The tornado he created was bigger and denser. In the next heartbeat, the 2 storms collided. Rumble. The impact erupted into violent turbulence that made the entire lunar surface tremble. Boom. Tonri's tornado was crushed. Neji's storm kept pushing forward, ready to swallow Tonri whole. Tonri immediately accelerated upward, shooting high into the air and barely slipping out of range. He snapped, half unraveling, "You stole my technique." Neji laughed. "When I used this move against Kaguya, you didn't even have eyes yet. So tell me, who stole from who? How do you even have the nerve to say that out loud?" Tonri refused to accept it. "I don't believe it, I just came up with that." Neji's mockery sharpened. "All that proves is how ignorant you are. The whole shinobi world knows I can use this. If anyone saw it, they'd say you copied me. Of course you would. You live alone on the moon with zero information, narrow-minded and sealed off. You don't understand anything, yet you run around doing whatever you want and calling it justice. What's the point of someone like you even existing?" Tonri went blank for a moment. Why had this suddenly turned into a personal attack? And worse, Neji was denying the meaning of his existence. He was the descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura. He had inherited Hamura's will. If the shinobi world was nothing but endless war, then it was a failed world. Wasn't destruction the natural conclusion? Who was the self-righteous one here? "You bastard." Tonri cracked. He flew even higher and used gravitational force to yank meteors down, smashing them toward Neji in a frenzy. Neji only sneered. That kind of attack might work on fodder, but against someone who also possessed the Tenseigan, it was useless. Did Tonri really not understand that? His combat fundamentals were pathetic. Neji deliberately decided to show off, to force this sheltered idiot to open his eyes and see what real skill looked like. Chapter 456. Seninpo Juken, Rikudo Kaiten Sage Art Gentle Fist, 6 Paths Rotation. Neji began to spin, and with senjutsu, repulsive force, and truth-seeking balls all woven into the rotation, he formed a massive spherical barrier. Meteors kept raining down, only to be knocked away the moment they came close. Many of them were even bounced back, faster and stronger than before, forcing Tonri to dodge. Tonri had investigated the Hyuga clan before. Of course he knew about their Kaiten, but he hadn't expected Neji to fuse 6 Paths power with Kaiten this cleanly and at this level of force. He was utterly stunned. Facing a Neji this strong, could he really win? "No, I can win. I will destroy the shinobi world. That is the meaning of my existence." Tonri forced himself to cling to his conviction. He stopped controlling the meteors and instead raised a hand, pulling all of his truth-seeking balls into his palm. They compressed and reshaped, forming a gigantic golden sword that radiated a terrifying presence. It looked like a blade that could split the moon in two. Could Neji block it? "Hyuga Neji, if you've got the guts, then take this. Kinrin Tensei Baku, Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion." Slash. The sword came down with unstoppable might. Neji's 6 Paths rotation didn't stop. Repulsive force erupted under his feet, launching him upward even faster, straight at the golden blade. Watch this 6 Paths rotation spin launch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The huge rotating sphere shot into the sky and slammed into the blade, while the sword's power was still building, before it could reach its peak. A thunderous boom exploded across the lunar surface. The golden sword was actually knocked back by Kaiten. Tonri felt the weapon collapse in his hands. Before he could even pull his truth-seeking balls back, the massive spinning sphere was already smashing toward him. Yet he wasn't blown away. Because the repulsion on the sphere abruptly flipped into gravity, locking onto him and dragging him in. Neji's palm strikes followed like a storm, hammering Tonri over and over. They disrupted his chakra pathways and shredded his body with brutal efficiency. Tonri let out a scream that sounded like it tore his throat apart. From birth until now, he had always been above everyone else. He'd never suffered this kind of injury. He'd never had to endure this kind of pain. In the end, Neji slammed him down into the moon's surface. The impact carved a massive crater. Tonri lay there, completely drained of strength, racked with pain, unable to move at all. And what terrified him even more? The blue in his eyes vanished, degrading back to white. His Tenseigan's ocular power was exhausted. Neji finished up and looked down at Tonri from above, tossing out a cold verdict. "HMPH, that's all. You think you can destroy the shinobi world with this? And you dared lay hands on my little sister." Orochimaru had already collected the blood that had splattered nearby. Now he jumped into the crater, staring at Tonri with feverish excitement. But he frowned a moment later. "Neji-kun, you broke him. Why is his Tenseigen gone?" Neji answered lazily. "Ran out of ocular power, obviously. Either way, he's your research material now. Also, those are Hanabi's eyes. Take them out and put them back in her." Before Neji even finished speaking, Orochimaru had already performed the surgery at terrifying speed. 2 eyes were sealed into a nutrient vial. Neji froze, genuinely unsure what he was supposed to say to that. Natsuki patted his shoulder. "Orochimaru doesn't have the patience to listen right now. He'll handle the specimen. And don't worry, he won't dare keep Hanabi's eyes for himself. He'll probably study them first, then return them." Neji looked at the feverish obsession in Orochimaru's gaze and couldn't relate at all. But as long as his sister got her eyes back, that was all that mattered. Natsuki chuckled. "Neji, those Byakugan already evolved once. They just degraded because the ocular power ran dry. If Hanabi gets them back, do you think she can make them evolve again?" Neji answered without hesitation. "She can. Hanabi's the best of our generation besides me." "Huh, then congratulations in advance. The Hyuga clan's about to gain another 6 paths-tier shinobi. From your mouth to the sage's ears." Neji didn't bother being modest. He believed in his sister. Hanabi's talent was obvious. If those eyes had evolved once, then in Hanabi's body, they would evolve again. "Neji nae." Hanabi's voice reached him, and Neji finally breathed out. He looked up and saw Hanabi being carried over in Sasuke's arms. Her eyes were still shut tight, dried blood staining the trails beneath them. Neji's killing intent spiked again instantly. Without thinking, he stepped down on Tonri's hand and crushed. Bone snapped, the wrist broke under his heel. Tonri, already drowning in despair from losing the Tenseigen, let out a pig-squeal scream and passed out on the spot. Orochimaru immediately slapped Neji's foot away. "Neji-kun, I know you're angry, but this man is my research specimen now. Can you not damage my material?" Neji didn't look apologetic. "Orochimaru, put Hanabi's eyes back, now." Orochimaru hesitated. "You don't understand, Neji-kun. Those eyes were worn by that disgusting man. They're covered in bacteria. I need to sterilize them properly before returning them so Hanabi doesn't get an infection." Neji gave him a look that said, "Do you think I'm stupid? What kind of garbage excuse is that? Don't pretend. You're just going to study them first." Orochimaru didn't even deny it anymore. He said it righteously. "Of course. If I uncover the true secret of the Tenseigen, the ones who benefit most will be your Hyuga clan, and my mission is to research Otsutsuki. I'm obviously going to study it first. What's wrong with that?" Neji fell silent. Because Orochimaru did have a point, and he wasn't saying he wouldn't return them, only that it would take time. So Neji had to compromise. "Then be fast, Hanabi's waiting." Orochimaru gave him a reassuring look. "I will. I want the Tenseigen secrets as soon as possible, too." Sasuke and Naruto jumped down into the crater and reached Neji's side. Neji instinctively reached out to take Hanabi. Sasuke instinctively took one step back. Neji's hand froze in midair. The two of them paused, both caught off guard. Somehow, Natsuki had produced a camera from nowhere. Click! He snapped a photo of the moment. Then, looking at the awkward scene, he burst out laughing. Neji cleared his throat. "Sasuke, hand her to me. You've been carrying her the whole way. You're tired." Sasuke shook his head. "You just fought. You're more tired. I'll keep holding her." Neji's voice sharpened. "Hanabi is my little sister." Sasuke answered like it was obvious. "Neji, don't be like that. Your sister is basically my sister too, so me holding her is fine." Neji refused flatly. "Hanabi's 13, she's not a little kid anymore." Sasuke sighed, then finally handed her over. There was even a trace of reluctance in his eyes. "Man, why don't I have a cute little sister like this?" P.S. I wrote it wrong earlier. Both the Hyuga clan and the Moon Branch are Hamura's descendants. Thanks to the readers for pointing it out. Chapter 457. Hanabi's face was bright red. Just like Neji said, she was already 13, a proper young lady. Being carried the whole way by a handsome guy was obviously going to make her embarrassed. And the key detail was, this handsome guy still looked reluctant to put her down. That was enough to make her want to die of embarrassment. Natsuki, on the other hand, was genuinely curious about Sasuke's mindset. He pulled out a plastic water bottle, held it up like a microphone, and started interviewing him. "Mr. Sasuke, please tell us what you were thinking just now. Why were you reluctant to let go of Miss Hanabi?" Neji stared at Sasuke like a hawk. He clearly wanted to hear this upright Sasuke's answer too. If this guy dared to set his sights on his little sister, they were fighting. No negotiation. Sasuke looked a little embarrassed, but he still answered. "I just thought Hanabi is small and cute. It reminded me of how my brother used to hold me. I felt nostalgic. I was thinking that if I had a cute little sister too, it'd be nice. I didn't mean anything inappropriate." Natsuki nodded in exaggerated understanding. "I thought you had special intentions. What a shame. Mr. Sasuke is not a lolicon. This has been reported by the Land of Fire, Konoha Village channel." What kind of roleplay even is this? Still, Neji finally relaxed. As long as Sasuke wasn't aiming at his sister, it was fine. Sasuke really was incredible too, excellent across the board, but if you asked whether he was worthy of Neji's little sister, honestly. Neji's brain short-circuited. Damn it, he couldn't even come up with a reason to reject him. Curse you, Sasuke. Why did you have to be both handsome and outstanding? Luckily, no one got hung up on it. Naruto brought up the gigantic Tenseigan deep inside the castle. Orochimaru immediately got even more excited. After they bundled Tonri up, Orochimaru practically urged Naruto to lead the way. The four of them returned to stand before that massive Tenseigan. Subarashii yo, Orochimaru was practically glowing with joy. So this is the treasure formed from the eyes of every Otsutsuki in that moon branch over 1,000 years. The research value is tremendous. Natsuki-kun, bring this back to the lab with me, along with everything else. I'm starting my work immediately. He was a little too excited. But with that many Byakugan in one place, it would have been weirder if he wasn't losing his mind. Natsuki looked to Neji. "Neji, how do you think we should handle that giant Tenseigan?" Neji stayed calm. Even if the Moon Otsutsuki branch uses Byakugan, those eyes don't belong to our Hyuga clan. Let Orochimaru research them. Hopefully he produces something worthwhile, but Hanabi's eyes need to be returned as soon as possible. Orochimaru waved a hand. Relax, I'll return them soon." With a giant Tenseigan like this, those two degraded Tenseigan eyes weren't that important anymore. He just needed to confirm why they degraded, then he'd give them back. Orochimaru had no intention of provoking Neji at a time like this. That would only cut into his research hours. Seeing Neji didn't object, Natsuki activated Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and transferred Orochimaru, the giant Tenseigan and Tonri straight to the lab. Then Orochimaru ignored Natsuki entirely and immediately started working. Natsuki only shrugged and vanished, heading home to see his wife. Neji and the others didn't linger on the moon either. After Sasuke opened another space-time portal, they returned to the Hyuga clan grounds in the next instant. Hayashi and Hinata were still waiting where they'd been, and the moment they saw them return, they rushed forward. "Hanabi." Hinata broke down on the spot, tears spilling as she pulled Hanabi into her arms. Hanabi couldn't see, but she hugged Hinata back with careful tenderness and comforted her. "Don't cry, One-san, I'm okay. Neji-nai, Sasuke-nai, and Naruto-nai were amazing. They already beat the enemy." Hinata's hands trembled as she gently touched Hanabi's eyes. "Then your eyes." Neji quickly said, "Hinata, don't panic. We got Hanabi's eyes back too. But because Tonri awakened the Tenseigan using them, Orochimaru has them right now for research. He'll return them soon." Hinata finally exhaled, relief washing over her face. She smiled at Neji through tears. "Thank you, Neji-nai." Neji reached out and ruffled Hinata's hair. "Don't be polite. You and Hanabi are both my little sisters. A big brother protecting his sisters is only natural." In that moment, he fulfilled the promise he'd made as a child. He would protect his sisters. Hayashi watched the three siblings together, and his eyes grew wet. It felt like something inside him had finally been mended, something left broken by the tragedy of his younger brother Hisashi. He believed the Hyuga clan would only get better from here. But hearing that Tonri had used Hanabi's eyes to awaken the Tenseigan still shocked him. Then the shock turned into joy, because those eyes would be returned to Hanabi, which meant the Hyuga clan might gain another Tenseigan. The Hyuga's future would stand at the very top of the shinobi world. Hinata turned to the other two. Thank you to Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun. Sasuke too, I'm the add-on. Naruto stuck up his thumb. See, I told you not to worry, Hinata. Hanabi's back now and I kept my promise, Databeo. Hinata nodded quickly, cheeks red as she lowered her head. She still wasn't used to Naruto's sunny grin. Neji's expression darkened. This damn blonde idiot. Neji and the others didn't plan to stay long. They still had to report to the Hokage, so they prepared to leave. Hanabi hurriedly spoke up, Sasuke ne bye. Sasuke paused, then gave a rare smile. Yeah, bye Hanabi. Neji's face went even darker. After that, Neji and the others went straight to the Hokage's office and reported everything in detail. The Hokage and the others finally breathed easy. Fortunately, they'd moved fast, the damage was minimal. And the gains were enormous. Everyone believed Orochimaru would produce real results. The alliance's overall strength would rise again, and when the Otsutsuki came, they'd all be stomped underfoot. Hashirama immediately said, since it's resolved, then we head to the land of iron. Mifyune's waiting for us to start the banquet. No one objected. They even had ANBU notify Natsuki that he had to come too. Natsuki didn't refuse. He brought Tenten along as well. She'd already met those big names at the wedding banquet, so strengthening those connections would only help. Their family business would be booming in the future. With Flying Thunder Godspeed, everyone regrouped once again. From the moment they received the news to the moment everything ended, only 3 hours had passed. Konoha's efficiency really was on another level. Mei Terumi, Anoki, Gaara, and Mifyune immediately crowded around them, firing questions from every direction. Naruto, being the lively one, started talking on his own, saving everyone else the trouble. When the others heard the full story, they couldn't help feeling chills. No one expected the descendant of the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother to want to destroy the shinobi world. It was terrifying to think how close they'd been to disaster. Thankfully, they'd stopped it in time, or nobody knew how catastrophic it would have been. Chapter 458. Time was like the planets the Otsutsuki destroyed, one after another, withering away in the cosmos without end. Before anyone realized it, more than half a year had passed. Konoha's ninja had become absurdly busy, especially the higher-ups, who were practically dying from it. Overtime had become the norm. It couldn't be helped, there was simply too much to do. Most of it was league business. Requests for aid kept coming in from small countries and minor villages. Trade disputes and negotiations with the major nations and great villages never stopped. They also had to plan the first ninjutsu tournament, scheduled for next year. The workload was as endless as White Zetsu. Senju Tabarama and Minato had it even worse. Because the league mattered so much, they had to use Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to blink across nations for talks from time to time. It wasn't like they hadn't considered setting up a central league headquarters, with each village dispatching representatives to handle league affairs. But some matters were too significant, and only the Kage of each village could make the call. When that happened, they would still have to send messages back and forth to notify everyone, which would waste even more time. So they simply didn't build a headquarters. Or rather, they treated Konoha as the league's temporary headquarters. If any league member had a problem, they could send it straight to Konoha. After all, Konoha had multiple people who could use Hurricane, Flying Thunder God. Coordinating with other villages was effortless. They could even pull everyone into a group discussion at any time. If something came up, it could be debated immediately. Which meant Konoha's leadership suffered. And they couldn't exactly complain. With great power came great responsibility. Konoha had 4 Six Paths level powerhouses and 4 Hokage. Their strength was ridiculous. Everyone acknowledged Konoha as the strongest village in the shinobi world, and everyone trusted Konoha enough to set the league's hub here. so Konoha could only sign off and shoulder the burden. Of course, the League wasn't something Konoha handled alone. Some matters had to be distributed to the other great nations and major villages, or Konoha would go insane. In short, the way could be spoken, but it wasn't the eternal way. Busy could be described, but it wasn't busy enough. To the point that even the military polices, 2 division captains got drafted as extra hands. Village security was important, sure, but having 2 6-paths-level monsters handle, it was like using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. More importantly, both of them were Hokage candidates, so the police work was handed off to others. Get to the office and start doing paperwork. As for the village's miscellaneous administrative junk, Tsunade got mad, then got mad again. In the end, she packed it all up and dumped it on Naruto. Naruto wanted to be Hokage, right? After a period of studying, he should be able to handle plenty of village affairs now. Even if Kakashi wasn't around, he ought to manage. If he ran into something he didn't understand, he could ask. So Naruto accepted the assignment with tears in his eyes, and got so busy, he barely touched the ground. Natsuki was deeply dissatisfied with this level of busyness. He didn't even have time to accompany his wife. But he didn't dare complain. The Great League had been his idea. If everyone was swamped because of him and he still complained, he would be torn apart by the group. Besides, what else could he do? The Otsutsuki threat hung over their heads like a nuclear bomb. If the shinobi world wanted to protect itself, how could it not form an alliance? Thankfully, Natsuki also knew how to slack off. He simply sent 3 Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, to sit in the office, and then went to the hospital to stay with Tenten. Tenten's belly was getting bigger by the day. Moving around was becoming inconvenient, and for safety's sake, she was staying at the hospital. Natsuki was too busy to take care of her regularly, after all. Her dad was worried sick too. For his daughter and for the grandchild, he couldn't sleep at night. So he hired 2 injured, disabled ninja to help watch the shop, while he ran to the hospital every day to keep his daughter company. At first he thought his son-in-law was too busy to spend time with Tenten. Then he discovered that Natsuki was using Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, to work while his real body kept flashing over to the hospital. Even after Tsunade chewed him out a few times, he never changed. Every day, at the very least, he was at the hospital during meals. He was putting his heart into it. Both her dad and Tenten tried to tell Natsuki he didn't need to do so much, that the thought was enough. Natsuki would nod while listening. And then he'd do the exact same thing anyway. It left people helpless and touched. After that, everyone in the office started copying him. They threw out a bunch of Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, to handle work, while their real bodies tried to slack off as much as possible. Even if the clones dispelled later and the fatigue hit like a truck, that was later. First slack, then suffer. Of course, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji still hadn't started slacking. Naruto didn't dare. He took responsibility seriously and focused on finishing his work. His Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, were only there to assist him because his processing speed was still slow. Sasuke and Neji, on the other hand, were competing for the Hokage seat. So they were competing over who worked hardest and who was most efficient. For now, the 2 of them were neck and neck. But the praise for the 2 Hokage candidates only grew. No matter who won in the future, wouldn't it be a great thing for Konoha? That day, Tsunade punched Natsuki's 3 clones so hard, they went brain dead on the spot. Not because she was angry. She just wanted his real body to come to the meeting, so she blew up the clones as a message. It was an absurd method. Natsuki had been discussing baby names with Tenten and his father-in-law when he got summoned like that, so he was obviously annoyed. Tenten could only coax him. All right, go already. Don't keep Lady Tsunade and the others waiting. If you don't go, then I'm going with you. Natsuki sighed. Fine, then stop clinging to me. He leaned in and kissed Tent on the forehead, then flashed away. In the next instant, he was in the Hokage office. 2 shadow clones were still working. Natsuki sat down at the conference table, his expression still sour. Tsunade couldn't help laughing as she scolded. What are you pouting about? This is a routine meeting, you know. Natsuki snorted. Don't worry about it. I'm annoyed, that's all. I'm still here, aren't I? Everyone burst into laughter. They all knew he'd been having a good time talking with Ten and got interrupted, so of course he was irritated. But nobody criticized him. After all, the work his clones handled was always completed properly. He never delayed a single thing and still managed to keep slacking. That was a high level of slacking. If you had the skill, you could learn. The problem was, most people couldn't learn it without also messing things up. Tsunade immediately shifted the topic back to business. Several reconnaissance squads just sent back new reports. Everyone, take a look. The intel scrolls were passed around, one after another. That was the daily meeting. The scouting squads from every village had already been scattered across the shinobi world, mainly to investigate anomalies. Any intel they found had to be sent back immediately, so the leadership could analyze and discuss it, and determine whether there was any sign of an Otsutsuki threat. And the villages had to exchange intel frequently as well, to make sure there were no gaps. The reason Kakashi wasn't present was because he was personally leading recon missions. He had even assigned a lot of Hyuga, Inuzuka, and a Burame ninja, pushing the village's best scouting clans to scour every corner of the world. Even Jirya had already departed, planning to investigate in his own way. Chapter 459. Nowadays, Jirya didn't need to go looking for any child of prophecy anymore. His mindset had completely shifted. He'd wasted years drifting before. Now that he was old, he no longer cared about living free and easy. Instead, he planned to devote whatever time he had left to the responsibility of protecting the shinobi world. It wasn't that he didn't trust Kakashi and the others' scouting ability. He just didn't want to keep sitting around in an office. Compared to paperwork, he figured he actually had some talent for reconnaissance, so he should do what he was best at. Most importantly, he felt he was old enough to stop fearing danger. If he really did run into the Otsutsuki, dying wouldn't matter. Even if it cost him his life, he could still get the intel back. Maybe that was simply what he believed he ought to do. No one tried to stop him, they only told him to be careful. At the time, Natsuki's thought was, why didn't the shinobi world have that life paper technology from pirates? If they had something like Jirya's life paper, they'd always know whether he was in mortal danger, and they could use Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to blink over and rescue him at any time. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about creating it, but making something out of nothing wasn't realistic. He'd been able to develop chakra batteries because he understood chakra and had mastered Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, so there was a foundation for it. But this so-called life paper, it had no logical basis at all. All he could do was mention it in passing to Orochimaru, the strongest scientist around, hoping Orochimaru might look into it if he had time. As for whether it would work, Natsuki didn't hold any expectations. Natsuki frowned as he finished reading the intel scroll. There really were quite a few strange incidents, but some of them became clearly unrelated to the Otsutsuki once they were investigated further. It was a headache. Everyone else was in the same boat. Because they had zero memory of Kaguya's companion, trying to sift through these anomalies and identify anything truly connected to the Otsutsuki was unbelievably difficult. And that was when the best brain in the room finally went to work. As the office strategist, Shikamaru naturally attended the meeting. After reading all the intel, he focused on one particular report and brought it up for discussion. Everyone, I think this one is worth investigating more deeply. Hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. They all knew Shikamaru was sharp. He might hate anything troublesome, but when it was time to work, he never cut corners. If he was speaking up on his own, it meant he'd noticed something. Everyone leaned in. Victor Medical Equipment Company. They'd seen that one too. The company definitely had some anomalies, it just hadn't been clear why. So everyone looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru explained, this Victor, the CEO of a multinational medical equipment company, is a real businessman. Yet he participated in the previous Shinobi War as a businessman. And pay attention to this, he fought directly. He was active on the battlefield, not just providing supplies. Everyone frowned, they all felt the same wrongness. That war hadn't only involved the 5 great villages and the great nations. Plenty of small countries, minor villages, and even individuals joined in. The personnel mix was chaotic, and there hadn't been time to thoroughly screen everyone. As long as they confirmed no white Zetsu had infiltrated, they basically let it go. Even now, it didn't look obviously wrong. After all, plenty of people really had contributed to protecting the shinobi world. Maybe Kaguya's companion had slipped people in back then too, specifically to investigate the Ten Tails. There was no proof, so they couldn't accuse anyone on a whim, but Victor wasn't a shinobi. He'd gone to war as a businessman, stayed active on the battlefield, and survived. That alone was bizarre. Even stranger, there wasn't much information about him. Most people didn't seem to remember him at all. After the war, he seemed to vanish. That was not normal. So what exactly had he joined the war for? Sure, maybe even a businessman could have the righteous impulse to protect the world. But according to the investigation file, this man was greedy to the bone and never hesitated to squeeze money out of anything. Calling him righteous was hard to swallow. And even if he wanted to support the Allied forces, he could have just provided supplies or donated medical equipment. There was no need to put himself on the front lines and risk his life. The more they thought about it, the less it made sense. If he'd gone to the battlefield personally, his motive was absolutely not simple. As for the anomaly in the report, Victor's company in the Land of Valleys had recently been recruiting huge numbers of civilian workers, and quite a few of those workers had apparently gone missing. The recon squad had sensed something off. Even though they hadn't dug deeper, they still sent the intel back. If Shikamaru hadn't caught it, everyone might have overlooked it. Tsunade decided immediately. Have Kakashi's team personally investigate Victor and that company. Tell them not to alert the target. Minato, you go to the other villages right away and ask whether they have any additional information on Victor and that company. Hopefully this leads somewhere. If the Otsutsuki are truly hiding in the shinobi world, that's far too dangerous. Everyone agreed. Once there was suspicion, they had to strip Victor down to the bone, no matter what it took. If he was connected to the Otsutsuki, then waiting to talk about it later would be too late. Minato nodded at once, tucked the intel away, then smiled toward his son, who was still working at a side table. The next moment, he vanished. The meeting ended for now, and everyone finally let out a breath. Hashirama stretched lazily. "Hugh, we were efficient today, morning work's done. Let's all go drink and eat yakiniku." Tabarama stopped him immediately. "Big brother, drinking at noon? You want to be useless all afternoon." Tsunade was tempted too, but she forced herself to resist. "Then let's go to Ikaraku. I'm having the deluxe set, 3 bowls." Naruto instantly gave her a thumbs up. "Granny Tsunade's right, I want the deluxe set too." Sasuke and Neji didn't care, food was food. But the moment they opened the office door, they found a few girls waiting outside. Looking closer, it was Hinata and Hanabi, and Temari was there too. Right, Temari was temporarily staying in Konoha, as the Land of Wind's diplomatic envoy. Apparently Gaara had arranged it on purpose, as a gesture of reciprocal goodwill. Temari and Shikamaru exchanged a quick glance. Both of them immediately turned red. That awkward, youthful sweetness made the older generation chuckle. Kids these days. So young. So enviable. Hanabi hurriedly said, "Sasuke Nae-san, Neji Nae-san, and everyone, my sister and I and Temari-1-san know you've all been really busy, so we prepared some food. Let's eat together. The cherry blossoms are in bloom too. We can go sit under the trees and do some hanami. It'll be a good rest and help ease the fatigue." Hashirama didn't even wait for Tsunade's response. The 3 older ones' eyes lit up at once. "Good Hanabi, that suggestion is amazing. Then everyone, let's go enjoy the blossoms." Chapter 460. Natsuki had originally been about to use Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to blink away, but the moment he heard that, he immediately thought of tents. So he said right away, "If we're doing Hanami, I'll bring tent with me." Tsunade shot him an approving look. "You brat, you really do dote on your wife. Tenton's months along now. Keeping her mood up is important. Staying cooped up in the hospital all the time isn't good either. She should get out, walk around, and move a bit." "Then I'm going." Natsuki vanished on the spot. He still had to prepare more things, after all. Pregnant women weren't easy to take care of. Naruto grinned excitedly. Heh, Hanami sounds great. Should we call the others too? Sakura should be off work by now. And Shizune-san and Taunton too. Sasuke and Neji, of course, had no objections. But Neji's face was still dark. This little blonde idiot was still hung up on Sakura and didn't notice Hinata's downcast eyes at all. Because everything had diverged so completely from canon, Hinata had never managed to gather the courage to confess to Naruto. And Naruto, with that personality of his, hadn't noticed her feelings at all. He was still stuck on Sakura. It made Neji furious. On top of that, Neji was even more irritated at Sasuke, because Hanabi had called Sasuke-ne-san first, and only after that had she called Neji-ne-san. That meant she'd put Sasuke ahead of him as a big brother. Obviously, after Sasuke had saved her last time, and even carried her in a princess hold, Hanabi had gotten completely bewitched by that guy. This was extremely bad. And Neji couldn't even stop it. Damn it, evil Uchiha brat. Before long, the group arrived beneath the cherry blossom trees. As the breeze blew and petals drifted down in a soft storm, the exhaustion from days of work seemed to wash away in an instant. Hinata and Hanabi hurried to spread out the picnic blanket. Since it was Hanami, most of what they'd brought were sweets. After all, sugar made people happier. Hashirama immediately locked onto one particular treat, grabbed one, and stuffed it into his mouth. His face turned blissful as he chewed. As expected, Sakuramachi is amazing. Did you little ones make this yourselves? Ha, not bad. You'll all make great brides someday. Hinata, Hanabi, and Temari all flushed red at once. Bride was a painfully embarrassing word for girls their age. Hanabi, being bolder, smiled. If the first Hokage likes it, that's great. Everyone, come try some too. Eating sweets while looking at blossoms makes your mood even better, you know. No one held back. They all sat down, picked out cookies they liked, and ate while watching petals fall like snow. Smiles crept onto everyone's faces. Temari even selected a few Sakuramachi and offered them to Shikamaru, her cheeks bright red. These, I made them. They might not taste good. Shikamaru accepted them, just as red, and immediately shoved one into his mouth. They're really good. You're amazing at this. Are really, then, that's good. Happy. Shikamaru scratched his head. Temari lowered hers. Both of them were so flushed they might as well have shoved everyone else away with the sheer weight of their puppy love. Seeing that, Hinata took a deep breath. She was just about to gather the courage to offer Naruto the Sakuramachi she'd made when Sakura's voice rang out the next second. Hey, so this is where you all are. Sakura's here. Naruto, the devoted simp, immediately dashed over and started wagging his tail around her. Hinata's shoulders drooped in disappointment. And Sakura's gaze, meanwhile, never left Sasuke. When she saw Sasuke eating the cookies Hanabi handed him, Sakura nearly ground her teeth to dust. Unbelievable. She, Haruno Sakura, had guarded against everything and everyone, but she hadn't noticed that Hinata's little sister was a sneaky kitten. Without anyone realizing, she'd already gotten that close to Sasuke-kun. Everyone watched the scene unfold and silently enjoyed the show. Young people's messy love lives were not something the older generation should interfere with. Watching from the sidelines was far more entertaining. Shizune came too, along with Taunton, Yakumo, Koharu, Tomoya, Lee, Choji, Ino, Sai, and others. They must have all just gotten off work. The moment they heard, they hurried over. It was rare for the higher-ups to relax. Of course, everyone came to keep them company. And they brought plenty of things: sweets, snacks, drinks, and even ninja-killing cards and playing cards. Before long, it was lively and loud. Whoosh, Natsuki arrived with Tenten and her dad. Yakumo and Koharu immediately came over and helped Tenten sit down. Seeing Tenten's big belly, the girls couldn't hide their envy. They quickly gathered around her and started chatting. They asked what pregnancy felt like, since they'd all go through it someday and wanted to understand it properly. When they heard how difficult it really was, every last one of them sighed with feeling. Yeah, the birth of life was never simple. And precisely because of that, every new life was precious. And that was why it made people so happy. Natsuki had also brought a lot of food. plenty of sweets and snacks and even meat. He'd even prepared alcohol for the 3 older men. If they were going to do hanami, they might as well eat well. Of course, the most important part was all the food Tenten liked. Seeing Tenten chatting happily with her friends, Natsuki finally relaxed. Ever since she'd moved into the hospital, she hadn't seen her friends as often. Everyone was busy. Even when they visited her, it was rushed. A few words, then they were gone. Tenten understood, so she told them not to come too frequently. But going that long without seeing friends still made her bored. Now, with beautiful scenery around her and all her favorite people to talk to, she was genuinely happy. Oh, right, I heard Hanabi's eyes have already recovered. Tenten stared at Hanabi's Byakugan. Those eyes once evolved into the Tenseigan, didn't they? Can you control it properly now? Everyone else looked at Hanabi too, just as curious. If Hanabi could successfully regain a Tenseigan evolution, she'd absolutely reach cage level and beyond. One step further, and she could reach 6 paths level like Neji. For Konoha, and for the shinobi world, it would be an enormous blessing. It would mean the future had one more pillar of hope. Hanabi's eyes changed right then. A faint blue glow spread through them, but the blue vanished almost immediately. Still, what everyone saw was enough to make them excited and envious. Hanabi gave an embarrassed smile. Right now, I've only figured out a few tricks. I'm still far from it. Orochimaru analyzed it for me too. Since this Tenseigan has degraded, the ocular power is severely lacking. So I'll only be able to achieve another evolution after my strength reaches a certain point. And even if I fail then, I can absorb some ocular power from that giant Tenseigan to trigger the evolution again. He told me to just focus on improving and not put pressure on myself. Chapter 461. Orochimaru truly deserved the title of the shinobi world's greatest scientist. As long as he had sufficient experimental conditions, he would always produce results. And his research into the Tenseigan clearly had already borne fruit. As for how far along things were now, only the higher-ups knew. After all, the leadership had been supervising Orochimaru the whole time, and they would visit the lab periodically to check in person. Orochimaru was also very cooperative. With the current conditions, he was more than satisfied. He had no reason to stir up trouble. Which was good, it saved everyone a headache. The hanami didn't last long. Everyone adjusted their mood, eased the fatigue and anxiety brought on by non-stop work, and felt noticeably better. When it seemed about time, the group began to disperse. Natsuki used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to send Tenten and his father-in-law back to the hospital, then blinked back to the Hawkage office. But since Orochimaru had come up, Natsuki figured he should go take a look. He left 3 cage bunshin, shadow clones, behind, and in the next instant he flashed into the lab. Orochimaru, in the middle of an experiment, raised his head. His smile carried that familiar rasp. Natsuki-kun, what brings you here? If I recall, the 5 cage inspected the place not long ago. Don't tell me you found out I'm doing something evil. Natsuki found a spot and sat down. Have you been doing something evil lately? Orochimaru shook his head. No time. Then there you go. Natsuki glanced toward the giant Tenseigan nearby. A bunch of us went to see the cherry blossoms today. We saw Hanabi has already figured out some of the Tenseigan's tricks, so I came to see your results. So that was it. Orochimaru looked enlightened. He didn't hide anything. He simply pointed to his own forehead. Natsuki frowned, confused. In the next second, a vertical slit opened on Orochimaru's forehead. A third eye. And it was a Byakugan. Worse, the Byakugan began to shift, the color changing bit by bit until it turned blue. Orochimaru raised a hand. A burst of attraction yanked a chair into the air, then a burst of repulsion blasted it away. Natsuki lifted an eyebrow. You implanted a Byakugan into yourself, and you even evolved it into a Tenseigan. You've got guts, and you actually succeeded. Orochimaru closed the vertical eye again and smiled. It's nothing special. The Byakugan is different from the Sharingan. It doesn't reject non-Otsutsuki bloodlines, and I'm using a white Zetsu body right now, so my compatibility with special eyes is extremely high. Besides, this Byakugan is the eye I had Naruto-kun create for Tonri using Yaten Yang release. It also has the potential to evolve into a Tenseigan. As long as I absorb more ocular power from the giant Tenseigan, success is inevitable. Natsuki laughed without restraint. Ha, karma, the heavens don't answer prayers, but they sure do keep receipts. He couldn't help wondering whether Tonri regretted his past choices now. Living like this was probably worse than dying. Still, Natsuki was curious about Orochimaru's current level. So what's your strength now? Can you ascend to 6 paths level? Orochimaru shook his head. I'm not an Otsutsuki bloodline. I can only draw out a portion of the Tenseigan's power, enough to reach beyond cage level. Stepping into 6 paths territory would be extraordinarily difficult. However, if I use Fushi Tensei, living corpse reincarnation, on the test subject, then I certainly could. Oh. Now that was an idea. Compared to a white Zetsu body, Tonri's body was obviously superior. If Orochimaru could seize that body, he would gain Otsutsuki blood. Then, with a Tenseigan installed, reaching 6 paths in the future would be entirely plausible. Natsuki didn't object. A test subject was a test subject. Orochimaru could handle it however he liked, as long as he didn't waste the materials. What Natsuki cared about was something else. Orochimaru, if you take Tonri's body and successfully step into the 6 paths realm, what do you plan to do? Break free of confinement and become independent again? Orochimaru didn't hesitate. He shook his head. 6 paths is nothing. In front of you, Natsuki-kun, it would be like an ant. Trying to run would just be asking to die. And while I'm not a good person, I've said before that if the shinobi world is destroyed, it becomes terribly boring. So I won't refuse to contribute to protecting it. More importantly, the power and immortality I seek both point toward the Otsutsuki. Only by cooperating with you can I possibly realize my dream. Isn't that right? Natsuki looked at him for a long moment. He could tell Orochimaru wasn't lying, and there was no need for him to lie. If Orochimaru could become part of the League's strength, then he was, in fact, someone they could trust. Consider it earning his way back with merit. After thinking it over, Natsuki said, I'll discuss it with the higher-ups. Your idea probably won't be opposed. So don't act on your own. Use Tonri as research material until you're completely certain you don't need anything else from him. Once the leadership agrees, then you can proceed with Fushi Tensei. Don't worry, there's still a great deal of research waiting for me. I won't be reckless. Orochimaru was unusually agreeable when experiments were involved. However, I'm requesting Naruto-kun's help one more time. Have him create another eye for Tonri. I need to prepare a full pair of Tenseigan in advance. I don't want to start using it until I have both. Natsuki didn't refuse that kind of request. I'll report it. Only then did Orochimaru seem satisfied, lowering his head to continue his work. Natsuki felt a bit disappointed. It looked like Orochimaru still hadn't made any progress on that life paper idea. If he had, he would definitely have said so. But Natsuki also knew he couldn't force it. He didn't linger and simply flashed away. Elsewhere, Kakashi's team received the order and immediately began moving toward the land of valleys. Since the higher-ups suspected Victor, they needed a thorough investigation. Fortunately, the members of Kakashi's squad were all extremely capable at reconnaissance, so they expected it to be easy. In less than a day, the 4-man team reached the land of valleys. After transforming, they quietly slipped into the town where Victor's company was located. They first gathered information on the company, and they heard a lot of positive reviews. Victor's company primarily handled the development and cross-border trade of medical equipment. The quality was excellent, so the profits were naturally significant. The company also hired large numbers of workers within the land of valleys, and Chinese letter was extremely good. So its reputation was excellent. Every time recruitment was announced, civilians rushed to apply. However, a small number of people had noticed something off. Some of their friends and relatives had joined the company and then disappeared. Unlike the employees who came and went normally, some people truly hadn't been seen again. The company's explanation was that those employees had voluntarily joined important experiments and were now living on site. For confidentiality reasons, they were not permitted to leave, and visits were forbidden. That explanation only made people more uneasy. Maybe it was instinct. but a few people vaguely sensed that some kind of threat had already woven itself into the shadows like a net. After their preliminary investigation, Kakashi and the other three regrouped, all with grim expressions. They had clearly sensed the problem too. Chapter 462. Shino said, "This company hasn't been around that long, but its reputation has always been good, and employee has been excellent too. However, they've never had a habit of forcing employees to eat and sleep inside the company. This change is sudden and extremely abnormal, and it's only a select few employees. If they just weren't allowed to leave, fine, but they aren't even allowed visitors. That alone is enough to raise suspicion. The key is what this so-called important experiment even is." Kiba spoke up. "If they're testing new medical devices and having employees experience them firsthand, maybe you could explain it away. But that kind of thing doesn't need this level of secrecy. This company sells medical equipment. Research is normal. As long as they don't leak data, it should be fine. But right now they're going out of their way to hide everything, like they're deliberately covering something up." Hayashi said with the calm of an old hand, "If nothing else, those missing employees probably aren't coming back. Either the experiments failed, or they were silenced." Hayashi was here in Hinata's place. Originally, it should have been Team 8 following Kakashi, but Hayashi weighed the danger of the mission, and he also knew his daughter's personality. He understood she wasn't suited for this kind of assignment. So he firmly took her slot himself. At this point, Hayashi no longer carried any regrets. He had watched the clan break away from decay and start to soar. His wish had already been fulfilled. Now his only wish was for his daughter to be safe and sound. He'd been far too harsh on Hinata in the past, and the guilt sat heavy in his heart. He refused to let her take on a mission this dangerous, so he'd stepped in and forced the substitution, all so Hinata wouldn't be exposed to danger. It was overprotective, but it was also a father's love. Kakashi ultimately didn't reject it. Shino and Kiba could understand too. And just like that, Hinata was temporarily left behind by Team 8. Kakashi said gravely, "I have a bad feeling. This so-called experiment is absolutely not simple. Lady Tsunade and the others ordered us to dig deeper, which means they sensed something off too. So this time, without alerting them, we need to uncover Victor and this company's secrets." Shino immediately said, "I'll send a few insects inside to take a look. Maybe we'll find something." Kakashi nodded, "Then we'll be relying on you, Shino." Shino didn't waste words. He released a swarm from his body, but the insects scattered quickly, flying toward the company from different directions at different times. The others, when you said a few, you meant an entire army. Still, no one stopped him. When it came to insects, no one in this era understood them better than Shino. They let him handle it. The enemy might be sharp, but surely they weren't on constant guard against bugs. In an age like this, even high-end restaurants had flies, let alone a company building. Shino's insects were tiny. The odds of them being noticed were naturally low. Shino's scouting insects didn't have much intelligence, but they could record what they saw like cameras. Once they returned to Shino, they would transmit those stored images back to him. Back during the Chunin exams, Shino had cheated the same way. The four waited outside with patience. Before long, insects began to return in waves. Shino immediately gathered them into his hand and started extracting the images they had captured. In the footage, the employees were all working with their heads down. Some were manufacturing equipment, some were assembling, some were doing inventory, some were cleaning. There was nothing obvious. Until the last handful of insects came back. Only then did Shino finally see Victor. Victor, accompanied by a female secretary, entered a sealed laboratory. The insects slipped in after them too. The reason they hadn't returned for so long was simple. The door had shut and they couldn't get back out. But the recorded conversation between Victor and the secretary remained. In the footage, Victor and the secretary stood before a massive glass container. Their mouths kept moving, clearly discussing something. Shino immediately used lip reading to decode part of what was said. And his expression changed at once. Kakashi and the other two saw it and asked quickly, "Shino, what did you find?" Shino adjusted his sunglasses. His voice was heavy. "Victor mentioned fragments of the God Tree. He's using God Tree fragments for experiments." Fragments of the God Tree. Kakashi and the others all jolted. They hadn't expected the trail to suddenly connect to the God Tree. What was the God Tree? The 10 tails. And yet Victor had 10 tails fragments. Combined with how strangely he'd participated in the Shinobi War before, it was obvious he'd gone to the battlefield for the 10 tails. Back then, the 5 great villages and great nations had been declared on by Abido, and they'd called on other countries, villages, and individuals to join the fight. They'd announced the enemy's plan: collect the tailed beasts and fuse them into the 10 tails. They hadn't explicitly said God Tree. But anyone with a brain understood the 10 tails would be catastrophic. Even Shinobi wanted to stay as far away as possible. For a mere businessman like Victor to charge into the war, bold as steel, meant his goal was clear from the start. He might have already known the 10 tails was the so-called God Tree. And if he knew that, then someone informed him. Kakashi's group didn't believe the Allied forces' high command would go out of their way to tell some irrelevant outsider like Victor. Which left only one possibility. Kaguya's companion, the Otsutsuki hidden in the shadows. It was still a hypothesis, but none of them were stupid. They all knew it was very likely. Victor learned the Allied forces were fighting the 10 tails, the God Tree, so he chose to join the war deliberately. After the God Tree formed, he quietly detached from the Allied forces and successfully obtained fragments. After the war ended, he returned to his company and started experimenting with those God Tree fragments. Was he trying to cultivate an entirely new God Tree from those fragments? The best experimental subjects were employees. That was why certain employees were being forced to live on-site, why they weren't allowed out, and why visitors were forbidden. In truth, they were likely already dead from the experiments. Or they were being experimented on right now. That bastard, Hayashi was furious. Does he even understand how dangerous the God Tree is? He's trying to cultivate a new one and using living people as test subjects. He's courting death. Kiba, on the other hand, let out a breath. This proves Victor knows the God Tree's secret. He's probably trying to grow a God Tree himself, then eat the chakra fruit and become an existence like the Otsutsuki. And the one who told him the secret is likely Kaguya's companion, the Otsutsuki hiding in the Shinobi world. Kakashi's tone was decisive, but it had turned lighter. We thought it would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. Instead, we found a lead this fast. If we can drag this Otsutsuki into the light and eliminate the Shinobi world's hidden threat, then we can focus entirely on the Otsutsuki from beyond the skies. With a discovery like this, they needed to report upward immediately. And to get more information, their squad would have to investigate even deeper next. Chapter 463. Konoha, the Hokage's office. A high-priority intel scroll delivered by Team Kakashi arrived, and it immediately jolted everyone in the leadership into full alert. Without the slightest hesitation, they shoved every other task aside, raised a soundproof barrier, and only then began an official closed-door council. Attending were the 4 Six Paths, the 4 Hokage, and Shikamaru as the office strategist. The content of this meeting was absolutely classified. They could not let even Natsuki hear a word of it, in case someone was listening through the walls. This matter was too important. There could be no carelessness. Tsunade set the intel scroll on the desk, her voice unsteady despite herself. The Grand Alliance has only been around for a little over half a year, and we already have good news. And this time, we have Shikamaru to thank for it. Shikamaru scratched his head. I just did the usual analysis. The real credit goes to Kakashi-sensei and the others. That was true. The top brass only needed to analyze. Kakashi's team had to think through far more on the ground. Still, it was a genuine surprise. What started as a suspicion had turned into intel that might be tied to another Otsutsuki. Team Kakashi's efficiency was terrifyingly high. Of course, everyone understood part of it came down to the enemy's lack of caution. The Grand Alliance advocated investigating the other Otsutsuki, but it had not broadcast the matter publicly. The squad sent out to investigate all moved in extreme secrecy, leaving outsiders with no idea what was happening. One side was prepared, the other side was completely unprepared. Getting results quickly was only natural. So what do we do next? Natsuki asked, casually tossing out a question everyone already knew was coming. This is too big. Don't act rashly, Tsunade said, voicing what most of them were thinking. We call the other four Cage and Mifune and hold a joint meeting first. Some decisions can't be made by us alone. The Alliance has to discuss it, then we decide. Anyone with sense could see that. This was Alliance business. It could not be forced through by unilateral orders. So a meeting was mandatory. Even Naruto, who usually looked like he ran on impulse, wore a steady expression as he nodded. He really had grown. After that, Tobirama, Minato, and Natsuki were tasked with bringing everyone over. Hurricane, flying thunder god technique, made it absurdly convenient. Sasuke was learning it too, but he still couldn't transport people freely yet. SHFF, 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 SHFF. 5 flashes in a row, and the 4 Cage and Mifune were all brought in. It didn't matter what they'd been doing. There was no time to explain first. I was holding a huge bowl, a chunk of meat in hand, right on the verge of stuffing it into his mouth. But with the sudden change of scenery and so many pairs of eyes locking onto him, he couldn't swallow a bite. He set the bowl down, hovering on the edge of an explosion. Natsuki brat, even if it's an emergency, you couldn't wait until I put my bowl down. Natsuki spread his hands. It's urgent enough that I didn't have time to explain. Bringing you here was the explanation. I was furious, but he could tell the situation really was severe if they didn't even have time for that. He forced the anger down for now and waited to hear what Konoha had to say. Mei swept wet hair back from her shoulder. Luckily, she'd finished bathing. Otherwise, Minato might have literally found her in the bathroom. Anoki, Gaara, and Mifune had all been busy too. Being yanked here without warning left them equally stunned. Tsunade didn't waste words. She handed the intel scroll over immediately. The 5 of them read it, and their eyes lit up at once. So fast, and it's that Victor Minato asked about before. There was no way not to get excited. Everyone had believed Natsuki when he said Kaguya had a companion, but deep down, many still doubted whether they could ever find anything. After all, that Otsutsuki companion had been lurking in the shinobi world for 1,000 years without leaving any trace. Even if they cast a wide net looking for anomalies, it should have been like searching for a needle in the ocean. And yet, just over half a year into the investigation, they had something. It felt like heaven itself was backing the shinobi world. Tsunade said, it's still only Shino's inference based on lip reading through his insect's viewpoint, but it's probably close. Whether Victor is an Otsutsuki or merely part of an organization under an Otsutsuki still needs deeper confirmation. Konoha can't decide this alone, which is why we pulled you here so urgently. The 4 Cage and Mifune nodded. Any lingering irritation faded. If any of them had gotten this kind of news, they'd have been frantic too, and unlike Konoha, they'd have had no way to move this fast. They had arranged for people to learn Hurricane, flying thunder god technique, from Natsuki, but nobody had mastered it yet. Without that, they simply didn't have Konoha's ability to convene a meeting instantly. Like it or not, Konoha's operational tempo was on another level. I immediately said, then we grab him, arrest Victor and force a memory read. That's an option, Gaara said, but it's not a good one. If this really is tied to the Otsutsuki, they're not an enemy we can underestimate. A capture might not be simple, and if we spook him and he escapes, we may never find him again. Mei nodded. Gaara's right, we can't be reckless. We're talking about the Otsutsuki. Every person in the room treated the Otsutsuki clan with maximum caution. They all understood one thing, the Otsutsuki are strong. Without absolute confidence, they couldn't act. If the target slipped away, the lead might snap, and then they'd have nothing. And besides, if Victor had been told about the god tree, it was possible he was under an Otsutsuki's direct control. If they grabbed him and still got no useful intel, it would be a catastrophic trade. Anoki, however, said, spooking him might actually be the clever play. Everyone froze and turned toward him. Shikamaru understood immediately. The Tsuchikage means we rattle Victor on purpose. If he panics, he'll run to the Otsutsuki. All we need is to plant something on him, like Shino's insects. Then we can trail him and follow the line straight to the Otsutsuki. Anoki nodded in approval. Exactly. You really are a Nara, sharp as they come, so got someone yet? My granddaughter Kuritsuchi is a fine girl, you know. I do, Gaara cut in at once. Shikamaru is Temari's boyfriend. That is already settled and cannot be overturned. As a younger brother, Gaara would protect his sister's happiness. He wasn't about to let Anoki set his sights on his future brother-in-law and make Temari cry. Shikamaru's face went red, but he didn't deny it. Anoki blinked, then snorted. Keisuke, your sister moves fast. Gaara shook his head. They met during the Chunin exams. It's mutual. Don't make things up, Tsuchikage. Chapter 464. I agree with spooking him on purpose. Neji cut in, interrupting the pointless back and forth between Anoki and Gaara. Victor wants to use a fragment of the god tree to cultivate a new god tree. That's an extremely dangerous act, and we must stop it. The moment we move, we'll be spooking him anyway, so this is the only plan we can choose. Sasuke agreed as well. Victor hasn't had the god tree fragment for long. The cultivation experiments have only just started, yet ordinary people have already gone missing after taking part. His company has hired an absurd number of employees. I have reason to suspect he's preparing fertilizer for a new god tree. The room's expressions shifted. He was right, Victor's headcount was far too high. For a greedy businessman, that level of hiring was obviously irrational. If he were expanding the company, that would be one thing, but there were no signs of that. Before you plant a tree, you prepare fertilizer. Those employees might be exactly what Sasuke suspected, god tree feedstock. Just like during the infinite Tsukuyomi, when everyone was bound by the god tree and drained of chakra. That bastard, Naruto slammed the table as he surged to his feet. We can't let him succeed. We do it the Tsuchikage's way. We stop him from cultivating a new god tree and spook him hard. Everyone glanced around at each other, and in the end, they all nodded. Just as Neji and Sasuke said, Victor had to be stopped, which made the spook him plan inevitable. Natsuki finished writing everything onto a note and confirmed again. So the plan is locked, right? I'm about to send this to Kakashi-senpai. If there's anything to change or add, say it now. They exchanged looks once more, then nodded to Natsuki. Send it. Natsuki activated Hurricane, Flying Thunder God technique, and flashed the note away. Sasuke added, just in case should one of us 4-6 paths go along. If we run into an Otsutsuki, we can act immediately. Naruto instantly agreed. Sasuke's right, one of us should go, I'll go. Everyone looked at Naruto. Not a single person showed any intention of agreeing. They all knew Naruto's personality. Even though he'd grown, it still wasn't enough. And the way he just slammed the table and blown up proved he wasn't suited for this. If Victor said one wrong thing and Naruto got provoked, then one impulsive Rasengan and Victor would be dead. At that point, there'd be no spooking anybody. It would just be self-sabotage. Neji spoke up at once, Sasuke should go. The others agreed immediately, Sasuke should go. Sasuke shot Naruto a smug look. This round was the victory of Indra's reincarnation. Naruto obviously refused to take it. Why? Why does everyone support Sasuke going but not me? I've got 6 paths level strength too. You're all biased toward that smug Sasuke. See, no matter how much this reckless guy grew, his temperament still hadn't changed. Everyone was speechless. Fortunately, Minato stepped in at just the right moment. Naruto, don't get worked up. Calm down and think. Natsuki and Neji also have 6 paths level strength, and Natsuki is even stronger. So why didn't anyone suggest either of them go? Naruto blinked. Why? Minato was patient with his son. Because Sasuke learned Hurricane, Flying Thunder God technique. He can already use it to send notes so he can stay in constant contact with us. Neji can't use Hurricane, so he's not suitable. Natsuki is our trump card. We won't deploy him unless it's the final moment. As for you, you can't use Hurricane, and you're still impulsive, so you're not suitable either. Understand? Naruto opened his mouth, then finally said nothing. A father really did understand his son best. In one shot, Minato talked him down. Natsuki glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke was wearing that smug, obvious, of course it's me expression, which made it clear he'd already guessed he'd be the one going. With Sasuke's current brain, it was only natural he could see it coming. That was why he'd made the suggestion. A perfect excuse to ditch the office's boring paperwork and head straight to the front line. This kid was becoming harder and harder to underestimate. Then I'm going. Sasuke didn't waste time. He activated his Rinnegan and opened a spatial portal, heading toward Team Kakashi's vicinity. After watching Sasuke leave, Natsuki finally spoke again. That's the meeting. Any other additions? Hashirama immediately added, just in case, everyone should wait in the office. The 4Kage and Mifune shouldn't head back yet either. Natsuki, send a note to their villages first to let them know. Also, lunch is almost here. Go order Ikaraku ramen, put it on the public account, and remember to order the deluxe set. We're hosting guests today. Tabarama immediately exposed the real motive. Aniki, if you truly wanted to host guests, why are you ordering mere ramen? You should book a full table at Yakiniku-Q instead. The truth is you've been sneaking out to gamble these past 6 months, and you've blown most of the household money. You haven't had Ikaraku's deluxe set in a while, so you're using this as an excuse. And the excuse isn't even that convincing. Everyone turned to Hashirama. Hashirama's face went awkward. Once upon a time, the Senzu were rich beyond measure. Now the clan had long since declined. They didn't have that kind of financial power anymore. And with both Hashirama and Tsunade being gamblers, the debts they'd racked up lately were no joke. How could Hashirama have the luxury to eat and drink freely? Oh, there was still money, sure. But the Senzu finances were in Tabarama's hands now, so Hashirama and Tsunade naturally didn't have much on them. Hashirama scratched his head. I do like gambling, but I don't lose that much. The one who loses the most is Tsuna. She's always losing. Tsunade went flat. Grandpa, you're the one who dragged me into gambling with you. I dragged you and you just went. You're the acting Hokage right now. How can you go gambling? Think how bad that looks. Tsunade laughed coldly. You, the first Hokage, didn't care. Why should I? Besides, everyone in the world knows Tsunade loves gambling. Going to a casino is no big deal. And I can heal people and earn money too, unlike you, Grandpa, just sitting around eating for free. What did you say? Hashirama's eyes went wide. Tsuna, your wings have gotten stiff. You actually dare say your grandpa eats for free. Ha, Tsunade folded her arms. I'm over 50, I'm not some little girl. Why can't my wings be stiff? You've got the nerve to say that, Hashirama jabbed right back. Over 50 and still single. Natsuki's kid is about to be born. Look at yourself. What kind of example is that? Don't tell me what to do. I like being single. What are you going to do about it? Tabarama pinched the bridge of his nose. These two, grandpa and granddaughter, were something else. As family, he really had it rough. The sympathetic looks he got from everyone else only made his face fill with helplessness. Every family had its own sutra to recite. Natsuki had already sent notes to the 4 great villages and the land of iron. Seeing Hashirama and Tsunade still going at each other, he didn't bother asking again. He simply flashed over to Ikaraku and ordered 5 deluxe bowls per person. Someone here could definitely eat enough. No risk of leftovers. Chapter 465. When Natsuki came back with the ramen, Hashirama and Tsunade were somehow still arguing. Whether that family dynamic was good or bad was honestly hard to say. All right, eat first. Natsuki handed out chopsticks and casually offered a suggestion. First Hokage, that little elder stipend of yours really isn't enough to live on. If you want to make money, you could just take construction jobs. 1 Mokyuten, Sanshitsuiru would release, 3-bedroom and a living room technique, and you could build 10 villages a day. Why would you ever worry about cash? What the hell is 3-bedroom and a living room technique? That's literally Hashirama's wood-style housing, okay. Still, everyone nodded in agreement. A house made from Hashirama's would release really was ridiculously convenient. Hashirama took his chopsticks and shook his head. I can build fast, sure, but that's stealing craftsmen's livelihoods. If it isn't an emergency project, I shouldn't be jumping in whenever I feel like it. Natsuki stared. First Hokage, you actually have principles. If you've got principles, can you stop gambling already? Tabarama instantly approved. Exactly, Aniki. Gambling has no benefits. If you have time, you should train more. If you push your strength into 6 paths territory, the pressure on the rest of us drops a lot. Slurp, slurp. Hashirama finished a whole bowl in 2 gulps, then bounced in place 3 times like he was trying to shake the carbs into his muscles. At last, he nodded. Tabarama's got a point. I'll train when I can. I don't want to keep getting held down by you 4 brats forever. That was the spirit. Before the Otsutsuki came crashing in at full force, getting stronger was the only correct answer. Meanwhile, Team Kakashi received Natsuki's note, and everyone immediately had trouble holding themselves back. Kiba blurted out, "If we're spooking him, we just storm the company. I'll have Akamaru piss all over Victor. Guarantee we leave a scent, then we follow it. Clan head Hayashi can find the Otsutsuki for sure. Victor, do you have any manners? Dog pee." Shino added, "I can plant female insects too. He won't get away." Hayashi didn't speak. His Byakugan could see a lot, but if they needed to track Victor specifically, Kiba and Shino really were more convenient. Kakashi weighed it carefully, then gave orders as team leader. Charging the company directly is too reckless. If Victor bolts immediately, we won't even have time to plant anything. We'll wait until the employees get off work. Then we replace a few and infiltrate the building. The instant Victor appears, we move. Hayashi nodded. That's steadier, and we need to get into that mysterious lab as soon as possible and destroy the so-called fragment. Kiba and Shino had no objections. Either way, it would end with them planting the hooks, and tracking Victor later would rely on them. No matter how they fought, they'd have a chance to shine. Then, in the next moment, a black void opened beside them. Team Kakashi jolted, but they immediately recognized it as Sasuke's spatial portal and relaxed. Sure enough, Sasuke stepped out and got straight to the point. "Kakashi-sensei, Shino, Kiba, Hayashi-senpai, leadership discussed it and decided to send me as support. My main job is to handle any Otsutsuki that might appear." Kakashi's eyes lit up. "Perfect. With you here, we can finally act without holding back." Kakashi was genuinely wary of the Otsutsuki. He'd been on the main battlefield back then. Aside from Natsuki's for 6 paths and the 3 Hokage, he was the only one present with dual Kamui, so he understood exactly how terrifying 6 paths Madara had been. Even though he hadn't personally watched Kaguya fight, he still knew the Otsutsuki were on another level. Dual Kamui gave him confidence against most things, but if an Otsutsuki really showed up, he couldn't guarantee the team would survive, and he didn't even believe they'd necessarily escape cleanly, let alone transmit intel. Now though Sasuke, a 6 paths powerhouse, was here. With Sasuke present, at minimum they could pin an Otsutsuki down, and with Hurricane, Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke could send a note for reinforcements instantly. That made the plan far safer. "Sasuke, you showing up is huge," Kakashi said quickly. "We just worked out a plan. It goes like this." Kakashi laid it out from start to finish. Sasuke listened and didn't object. "Works for me. You find your opening and move. I'll stay outside as Overwatch. If anything shifts, I act immediately. Also, make sure only Victor is allowed to run. Nobody else gets away, especially Victor's secretary. She might know plenty. If you can capture her and read her memories, we can extract more intel." Sasuke wasn't going to steal the recon team's credit. The spook him plan was Team Kakashi's assignment. They'd already built a workable method, so they should execute it themselves. If it were Naruto, he'd join the action and try to take the lead. But Sasuke was different. He intended to become Hokage one day. He understood that certain things needed to be done by others because it wasn't just their job, it was their credit. A leader shouldn't snatch other people's work. If you do, where does that leave them? Don't assume your strength means everything should be handled by you alone. Taking other people's responsibilities is wrong, and it can breed resentment and distance. People start thinking, if you can do everything, what do you need us for? Fine, do it yourself. We're out. Sasuke knew his role clearly. He was here to prevent an Otsutsuki from appearing. Everything else belonged to Team Kakashi. Sure enough, after hearing him say that, the whole team visibly relaxed. Especially Kiba. He'd been itching to earn merit. If Sasuke really tried to grab the fun parts, Kiba might have cried on the spot. Thankfully, Sasuke had no intention of meddling, which meant Kiba still had room to perform. Time passed quickly. Before long, it was the company's quitting hour. Employees streamed out in waves. Some walked in groups, some invited each other to go eat. They looked no different from modern office drones. But there were also some who seemed distracted and heavy-eyed. Maybe they knew secrets, like a friend vanishing. Someone like that wouldn't be happy at work, and even clocking out wouldn't brighten them. Team Kakashi immediately targeted employees like that. People in poor spirits were easier to imitate. If they had to infiltrate and ran into someone familiar who said hello, they could just act listless and brush it off, lowering the risk of exposure. Also, those employees might actually know something. They could try asking. After locking onto a single man who lived alone, Kakashi flashed right in front of him, trapped him with genjutsu, and interrogated him. As expected, it checked out. A friend of his had suddenly disappeared. Even going to the boss for answers got him nothing, and meeting that friend again was impossible. The man believed something had happened, so he'd grown depressed. He even suspected the company was dirty, and he feared that one day he might vanish too. Chapter 466. Your friend is probably not coming back, but don't worry. The people who killed him will get what's coming to them. You'll sleep until tomorrow night, and then you'll be fine. As Kakashi spoke, he put the male employee into a deep sleep. Then he hid the man inside a wardrobe, planning to take his appearance tomorrow and enter Victor's company as him. It wasn't just that one employee. 3 other employees in similar situations were handled the same way. Tomorrow, Shino, Kiba, and Hayashi would impersonate them. As for Akamaru, Kakashi could simply stash him inside Kamui. Divine might, space for the time being. Soon, the next day arrived. After transforming, the 4 of them trudged toward the company looking listless and drained. On the way, a few people greeted them. They only nodded, not bothering to respond. Luckily, because those 4 had been acting like this for days, nobody found it suspicious. After clocking in, Kakashi's group used the intel they'd extracted under genjutsu to locate the 4 employees' desks and began putting on an act, pretending to work. One of the most important lessons for a shinobi is learning how to disguise yourself and infiltrate. All 4 were veteran shinobi, so the acting wasn't difficult. And since most of the workers around them were ordinary civilians, the risk of exposure was even lower. Even so, Shino kept working while quietly releasing insects. He found the mysterious laboratory with ease, and he also got a clear read on the company's internal security. When no one was watching, Shino extended several chakra threads from his forehead and linked them to his 3 teammates' foreheads. He'd learned the technique from Natsuki. It made covert communication effortless. He twitched the chakra threads, using Morse code to share what the insects had discovered, then immediately retracted them to avoid being noticed. After half a day of fake work, Victor finally showed up. Victor was a short, one-eyed old man. He didn't match the version from Boruto, and it wasn't because of any injured leg. The timeline had already changed. Most of the 4th Great Ninja War's danger had been shouldered by Natsuki and the other top-tier fighters, so even if Victor had taken part, he hadn't suffered any crippling injuries. But it hadn't changed his ambition. From the beginning, his goal had been the God Tree. So the experiments continued. A different timeline didn't mean different choices. Victor arrived in a hurry with his dark-skinned female secretary and headed straight for the mysterious lab, not sparing a glance for the employees. Naturally, he didn't notice Kakashi's group either. Shino immediately had his insects tail them. Once the insects confirmed Victor had entered the lab, they flew back at once to report. Shino gave his teammates a slight nod. Then the 4 of them left their desks and moved directly toward the mysterious laboratory. Their sudden departure caught other employees' attention. The employees didn't stop them, but security did notice something was off. They rushed over with batons and barked at them. "Hey, what are you doing? Get back to your stations." But the guards dropped to the floor one after another, unconscious. Shino's insects had already landed on them without anyone noticing. At the signal, the insects released their toxin and put them down cleanly. Good. At the same time, the 4 of them reverted to their real appearances, revealing Konoha forehead protectors. No explanation was needed. The employees saw Konoha shinobi at work and not only refrained from sounding the alarm, they didn't even dare say a word. Nobody wanted to risk their life. Kakashi's group reached the lab door without resistance. Inside, Victor stared at a massive cylindrical glass apparatus and snapped in irritation. Why is the God Tree fragment's activity so low? It's absorbed plenty of life force and power, and it still can't even sprout. The secretary hesitated. Boss, if it's a God Tree, using a handful of ordinary people as sacrifices won't be enough. Victor paused, then nodded. That's true. But if we mass sacrifice company employees, the results might still be bad, and it'll draw the Ninja Alliance's attention. It's not the time for that. If we want to raise the fragment's activity, we need something with extremely strong vitality for it to absorb and… extremely strong vitality? Isn't that Hashirama's cells? Victor's knowledge of the shinobi world wasn't shallow. He knew exactly how terrifying Hashirama was. He knew about would-release experiments. He also knew how famously potent Hashirama's cells were. So he immediately saw the possibility. Use Hashirama's cells to force the God Tree fragment into higher activity. But the secretary still hesitated. Boss, Hashirama really has been revived, but as the god of shinobi, he's monstrously strong. And Konoha has multiple Hokage now, plus several 6 Paths level fighters. If we go after Hashirama, how is that any different from suicide? We shouldn't take that risk. From her perspective, going after the first Hokage was far worse than preying on the company's own employees. The risk difference was absurd. Victor snorted. Idiot, did I ever say we'd go after Hashirama himself? I said we need Hashirama's cells, not that we have to take them from Hashirama directly. Orochimaru ran would-release experiments before. We can start with Orochimaru. He didn't even finish the sentence before something moved behind them. Both of them spun around, only to see the reinforced door twist and tear open, as 4 shinobi wearing Konoha forehead protectors burst in. Kakashi's Kamui was already active. The door had been ripped apart by Kamui, divine might. At the same time, Kakashi released Akamaru from Kamui space. Akamaru leapt into the air and fired off 2 streams of urine, splashing Victor and the secretary squarely. The two of them. Konoha shinobi, seriously. We haven't even spoken yet, and you're already letting your dog piss on us. Do you people have any decency at all? Having completed his mission, Akamaru immediately trotted back to Kiba, tail wagging, clearly asking for praise. He got head pats and a thumbs up right away. Meanwhile, Shino had already quietly released insects, planting a hidden mark. It was unclear whether the insects had returned to Victor's body or remained somewhere else, but the hook was in place. Victor was livid. Konoha shinobi, you've gone too far. You broke into my company's laboratory and let a dog urinate on me. Are you trying to seize my company's medical research by force? Kakashi didn't flinch at all. He sneered. Victor, you're finished. You've been using civilians for experiments in secret. The evidence is solid and you still want to deny it? We're taking you in right now, so behave. And we don't need you to confess. All we have to do is probe your brain and we'll know everything. As he spoke, he pointed at several smaller cylindrical glass tanks beside the main one. Human silhouettes could be seen inside. Those were clearly the missing employees. That alone was enough evidence to arrest Victor. And Kakashi was saying it on purpose. He wanted Victor to understand that if he was caught, he wouldn't be facing interrogation, he'd be facing direct mind reading, a memory extraction. At that point, any excuses were meaningless. Every secret would be stripped bare. Chapter 467. So Victor's only option was to run. But even then, he would still be facing pursuit from Konoha shinobi. If he wanted any chance of escaping, the only way was to go find that Otsutsuki. That way, Team Kakashi could tail him all the way, locate the hidden Otsutsuki, and take him down. The shinobi world's hidden threat would be resolved. That was the plan on paper. The only question was whether Victor would actually do it. So even Kakashi's team couldn't be fully sure. They had doubts, but they still had to execute the plan. Sure enough, the moment Victor heard Kakashi's words, panic flashed through him. He tried to argue his way out. They volunteered for these experiments. I had them sign consent forms. You can't convict me for that. And this is the land of valleys. Even if Konoha is strong, you can't bully civilians in another country. Aren't you afraid the entire shinobi world will condemn you and spit on you? It sounded reasonable at first glance, but it was all bark and no bite. And he was backing away as he spoke, inching toward the massive cylindrical glass apparatus. He was clearly trying to take the god tree fragment with him. Kakashi didn't waste time. He snapped a hand signal. Shino, Kiba, and Hayashi charged at once and dropped the dark-skinned secretary on the spot. But Victor had already retreated a good distance. He formed seals quickly and spat out a swirling gale. Futen, Bafusen wind release, storm whirl. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was a decent wind release. It forced the three of them to halt their advance. In truth, breaking through it wouldn't have been hard. They stopped on purpose. If Victor couldn't run, then there was no point to the whole plan. Seeing it work, Victor's face lit with relief. He formed seals again and slapped his palm to the floor. Daten, Sagenrin earth release, sand dust tempest. In the next instant, a massive wave of sand surged up from the ground and swallowed Shino's team whole. Victor used the opening to pull back, racing straight to the main cylindrical apparatus. He wanted to yank the god tree fragment out and bolt, but Kakashi appeared beside the device without warning and kicked Victor hard, sending him flying. Damn you, had it Kakashi. Victor had recognized him immediately. Victor had taken part in the war. He'd definitely seen the 3rd Division's captain. He knew Kakashi was dangerous, and he understood in that moment that there was no way he was taking the god tree fragment with him. Rage boiled up so fiercely, he wanted to kill them all. But he couldn't, their strength was beyond him. The only option was to run, forget the fragment, save yourself first. Because Victor's identity wasn't simple. If Konoha caught him, a lot of buried secrets would come spilling out. So he had to run. Katen, Gonka fire release, Great Flame Blossom. Victor formed seals again and blasted out a massive fireball, then turned and fled. He actually managed to force his way out of the lab and cut through the facility, sprinting out of the company by a shorter route. Kakashi's team looked as if they were blocked by the giant fireball, and for a brief moment they really didn't catch up. Victor didn't dare relax. He pushed his speed harder, quickly putting the company behind him as he tore off in a specific direction. Sasuke was outside the company, watching Victor disappear into the distance. Looks like Kakashi-sensei's plan is going smoothly. Hopefully, the old man really does run to that hidden Otsutsuki. Inside the laboratory, Kakashi's group exchanged looks, unable to stop their smiles. Shino asked, Kakashi-sensei, do we chase right now? Kakashi nodded. Shino and Kiba chase immediately, but stay far behind. Let Victor know you're pursuing him. Only if he feels the pressure will he seek help from the Otsutsuki. Shino and Kiba didn't hesitate. They took off at once. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the massive cylindrical apparatus. Hayashi, we'll deal with this here and publicize Victor's crimes so the employees don't riot. Though honestly, once their high-paying job disappears, they're going to make noise anyway. Not our problem. Hayashi didn't respond. He couldn't be bothered to spare ordinary civilians a thought. Not long after, Kakashi sealed the god tree fragment along with the main apparatus, planning to bring it back for Orochimaru to examine. A thing like the god tree was strange. It seemed to be the Otsutsuki's method of stealing a planet's power. Now that they'd obtained a fragment, they couldn't just destroy it carelessly. They needed to study it, find weaknesses. If they could identify a weakness, then the next time an Otsutsuki tried to plant one, they would have a targeted way to stop it. As for the employees' bodies, those would serve as evidence of Victor's crimes. Their friends could retrieve them and give them proper burials. Meanwhile, Victor sprinted to a temporary safe house. He gulped down tea before finally breathing easier, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he smashed the cup and flipped the table. How could he not be furious? He'd been so close. With the god tree fragment, he could have cultivated a new god tree and used it to ascend alone. And then Konoha's shinobi ruined everything. He'd underestimated Konoha's reach. They'd investigated him that quickly. Even if they'd only started watching him because of the disappearances, the new god tree project could never stay hidden forever. And worst of all, his secretary had fallen into their hands. Damn Konoha, they moved too fast, and so silently. They just stormed my lab out of nowhere. I didn't even have time to prepare. As Victor raged, he also couldn't help sighing. Some things really were impossible alone. In the end, he had to crawl back to the organization and keep working under them. At that moment, the air in front of him warped. A figure condensed into view, a man in a white haori with strange braided hair and a black diamond mark on his chin. Victor's expression eased. He spoke in a low voice. Gaijin, why contact me through Genjutsu, Tsushin illusion technique, communication so suddenly? Genjutsu, Tsushin illusion technique, communication allowed someone to project an illusionary image at a specific location. It was perfect for notifications and meetings. Victor was clearly used to it. And this mysterious man called Gaijin was clearly no ordinary figure either. Gaijin's face was calm, his eyes cold. If I didn't appear, you'd already be captured by Konoha. Your death doesn't matter, but Kara operates in secrecy. We can't let a fool like you expose more to Konoha, let alone the Alliance. It's not the time for us to face the shinobi world head-on. You'll hide at headquarters for a while. Victor didn't argue, he nodded. Konoha shinobi are still chasing me. Take me to headquarters now. Gaijin said nothing more. The projection vanished. In the next instant, a black-hand red circular portal opened. Victor stepped through immediately, and the portal snapped shut a heartbeat later. Chapter 468. Shino and Kiba, who had been tracking him the whole time, both froze. They exchanged a look on instinct, confirmed they were sensing the same thing, and immediately stormed into the temporary base, only to find Victor was gone. Even the scent had vanished. Akamaru couldn't smell anything at all. Shino couldn't sense his female insect's location, either. This is bad. Shino touched the teacup on the table. The tea was still a little warm. Victor doesn't look like the type who can use Jikuken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu. If he could, he would have used it to escape a long time ago. It's pretty obvious someone used Jikuken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, to snatch him away without warning. We have no idea where they took him. Kiba nodded grimly. Probably somewhere far. Anyway, Akamaru can't smell the mark anymore, and even your bugs can't sense it. For a moment, both of them fell silent, faces dark. They'd been so confident. They were sure they could follow the trail and dig up the Otsutsuki hiding in the shadows. They hadn't expected something like this to go wrong. Shino, Kiba, Sasuke appeared in a flicker. Sasuke, Victor's gone. Shino and Kiba sounded pissed. I know, I sensed it. Jikuken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu. Sasuke didn't look surprised. If nothing else changed, the one who made a move was that Otsutsuki, and they might not even be inside the shinobi world. They could be in a different dimension. A different dimension, no wonder. If Victor had been taken into another dimension, Akamaru naturally wouldn't be able to track the scent, and Shino wouldn't be able to sense his female insects. And up to now, the only person everyone knew who could freely come and go through different dimensions was Otsutsuki Kaguya. So the one who took Victor into a different dimension was extremely likely to be the lurking Otsutsuki. So the stirring the grass to startle the snake plan really had worked. The problem was, now they couldn't find the target. Seeing how calm Sasuke was, Shino guessed something. Sasuke, can you sense that dimension? Kiba blinked, then lit up. If they could lock onto that Otsutsuki, that was huge. Sasuke gave a small nod. When they used Jikuken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, I felt out the location. I can confirm the general direction. My space-time portal can reach any space. We should be able to find it. That made Shino and Kiba finally breathe again. Thank goodness Sasuke showed up. Otherwise, their investigation team would have failed the mission, and they'd have no face going back. Sasuke seemed to read what they were thinking, but didn't bother comforting them. He just said, "The plan is over. We shouldn't keep provoking them. We'll regroup with Kakashi first, then report back to the higher-ups. This is a major situation. Once preparations are in place, we'll launch a full assault on that dimension." Shino and Kiba had no objections. The next second, Sasuke's eyes shifted into the Rinnegan with 6 Tamo. He opened a space-time portal and brought the two of them back to Kakashi and Hayashi. Kakashi asked immediately, "How did it go? Did the Otsutsuki show up?" Sasuke nodded. "The plan worked, but the enemy is in another dimension now. We're heading back first. We'll discuss a new plan with the higher-ups before we move." Then he used the portal again, bringing them straight back to the Hokage office. After the flower viewing, Natsuki and the others had been waiting in the office the whole time. When they saw Sasuke return with Kakashi's team, everyone's faces filled with anticipation. Naruto couldn't sit still first. Well, did that Otsutsuki show up?" Kakashi motioned for Naruto to calm down, then began his report, laying out the entire, stirring the grass to startle the snake, operation in detail, with Shino, Kiba, and Sasuke adding clarifications. After hearing it all, everyone looked thrilled. A's hands were already itching. "So you're saying, Sasuke, you can take us to that dimension and find that Otsutsuki?" Sasuke answered firmly, "I can sense the location. Opening a portal isn't a problem, but to be safe, I didn't rush in. I came back to discuss it first." Smiles of approval spread around the room. In an unclear situation, barging into an unknown dimension alone, even if you found the Otsutsuki, would be extremely dangerous. One mistake and you might not come back, and your only lead would die with you. Then everything they'd done up to now would be wasted, and the alliance would be forced into a passive position. Luckily, Sasuke had made a cool-headed call. That was exactly what they needed. Natsuki asked, "So what's the next step? Do we just hit them head-on?" Anoki stopped him at once. "Absolutely not. We have no idea what their organization looks like. We don't even know how to deploy our forces. Charging in blindly is too dangerous." "The Tsuchikid's right," Hashirama said. "We need more intelligence." Tobirama pointed at the dark-skinned secretary. "Didn't you bring one back? Interrogate him and see if we can squeeze out anything else." Hearing that, Neji didn't waste a word. He moved immediately, pressing a green orb of chakra to the secretary's head. He'd learned this memory-reading method from Hanabi, who'd said the Tenseigan's powers could be used like this. With the same Tenseigan, Neji mastered the trick fast. Using it was effortless. Not long after, Neji pulled his hand back. Facing everyone's expectant stares, he said, "This secretary doesn't know much. He only knows Victor is an inner member of the Kara organization. Everything Victor knew about the Divine Tree came from Kara. Beyond that, he doesn't know anything." Kara. So was Kara the organization that Otsutsuki had built? Everyone couldn't help but start thinking hard. Shikamaru raised a hand weakly. About Kara, I think I've seen the name in some scattered records." Anoki nodded as well. "You remember it too, kid? I've also seen that word in miscellaneous notes before, but it was so minor I assumed it was just some no-name civilian group. I didn't pay it any attention." Tsunade and Mei exchanged looks and nodded too. Kara really had shown up here and there in random documents, but it had never drawn anyone's attention. Thinking about it now was terrifying. If Kara was founded by that Otsutsuki, it must have existed for many years. And yet it had stayed hidden the entire time, never once attracting notice. That meant the Otsutsuki had been watching the entire shinobi world, while everyone in the shinobi world knew nothing at all. Just imagining it was enough to make your skin crawl. Fortunately, the enemy hadn't acted openly until now. No one knew what they were wary of, but precisely because of that, the shinobi world had been given a chance to save itself. Now, they needed to figure out how to destroy the enemy. The only thing everyone worried about was the Otsutsuki's strength. If it was so overwhelming they couldn't beat it, then the shinobi world was finished. Chapter 469. The meeting continued, but everyone's expressions turned grim. What came next was obvious: preparing to assault that other dimension and digging up more intelligence on Kara. Kara had likely existed for a long time. In theory, there should be plenty of traces to unearth, but no one expected too much. If that organization had stayed hidden for so many years without drawing attention, then the old records probably held little more than a name, if even that. On top of that, the dimension they'd located might not even be Kara's true headquarters. That Otsutsuki had been lurking for so long, which meant they were extremely cautious. That dimension might only be a temporary hideout. Still, regardless of speculation, The work had to be done, and done properly. You couldn't decide something was probably pointless just because you had a hunch. That was how you got killed. Perfect, Tabarama said. We'll act like we don't know that dimension exists. He spoke evenly, already thinking several moves ahead. Victor was being pursued too closely, so they had to yank him into the dimension as an emergency measure. They're probably on guard now, maybe even fully prepared. So we need to look anxious, like we've completely lost Victor's trail. If we do that, they might relax. Then, on the day we finish our preparations, we strike without warning and catch them off guard. That was tactics. It sounded simple, but it wasn't something the enemy would necessarily anticipate. And as the saying went, you can spend 1,000 days stealing, but you can't spend 1,000 days guarding. If the Alliance made no moves for a while, the enemy would inevitably loosen up, assuming the Alliance couldn't find the dimension at all. That would give the Alliance a huge advantage. Everyone, I think we should make a bold assumption, Shikamaru said suddenly. I believe that Otsutsuki still has 2 more divine trees. The room went dead silent. Then everyone reacted at once, faces shifting with shock. It wasn't that the idea was impossible. It was that nobody had even been thinking in that direction. Natsuki's earlier intelligence had been that the Otsutsuki was Kaguya's partner, that the 2 of them had come to this world together. Kaguya had already planted a divine tree, the Ten Tails. By that logic, there shouldn't have been a second divine tree at all. A divine tree wasn't some cheap, common thing. It was extremely rare. If that Otsutsuki had a divine tree, why hadn't they planted it all this time? No matter how you looked at it, it didn't add up. So when Shikamaru said it out loud, it hit like a punch. Tsunade leaned forward. Shikamaru, why do you think that? Shikamaru didn't hesitate. Victor was clearly cultivating a new divine tree in secret using fragments. Kara's upper ranks should have known, but they didn't stop him. They let him mess around. They didn't even send strong guards to protect him. It's like they didn't care at all. He lifted his gaze, calm and clinical. Why wouldn't they care? Because they already have something better. Compared to divine tree fragments, Kara must have a complete divine tree. That made sense. Everyone's eyes widened in realization. It was straightforward. If you have the best, you don't value scraps. If Kara looked down on divine tree fragments, it was because they had a complete divine tree. And the one who possessed it could only be Kaguya's Otsutsuki partner. Kakashi spoke quickly. Shikamaru's theory is extremely plausible. The divine tree, meaning the 10 tails, is bound to be terrifyingly strong. We need countermeasures. We also captured Victor's divine tree fragments. I suggest we have Orochimaru research them and find weaknesses so we can deal with a divine tree if it comes to that. A flicker of hesitation passed through the room. Then in the end, everyone nodded anyway. A divine tree was dangerous, and handing anything dangerous to Orochimaru was also dangerous, but you couldn't refuse to act just because something was risky. If that Otsutsuki planted another tree and cast infinite Tsukuyomi again, whether the shinobi world could be saved, a second time was anyone's guess. So the research had to be done. Natsuki immediately added, Orochimaru previously applied to use Otsutsuki Tonri for Fushi Tensei immortality transference. I think we should approve it. He's a villain, sure, but he's tied to us now. If his strength increases, that's effectively increasing our combat power. When we assault the dimension, we should bring him along. For him, an Otsutsuki is the perfect specimen. The moment he said specimen, several people visibly twitched. Because the Alliance had Orochimaru's lab under supervision, the monitors went in for inspections from time to time. They'd seen what Tonri looked like after being treated as research material. And Tonri was only an Otsutsuki descendant. If Orochimaru got his hands on a full-blooded Otsutsuki, nobody wanted to imagine how excited he'd be. After more discussion, everyone agreed. Orochimaru would use Fushi Tensei immortality transference to take Tonri's body. In the future, the Alliance would gain another 6 paths level fighter. As for whether Orochimaru would pull something, at the very least, he wouldn't until the Otsutsuki threat was completely eliminated. Orochimaru was chasing power and immortality, and everything pointed toward the Otsutsuki. He wanted the Alliance's cooperation more than anyone, because it secured his lab environment and his research materials. With reality staring him in the face, he wasn't going to waste time causing trouble. He would cooperate. Then we'll adjourn for now, Tsunade concluded. Everyone return to your posts and start searching for information on Kara. Keep it confidential. Don't alert them. As for the operation, we'll move in 1 month after we're fully prepared. Then we'll strike that dimension together and wipe out this hidden Otsutsuki in one decisive blow. Afterward, Tabarama and Minato escorted the 3-cage and Mifune back. Natsuki, meanwhile, went with Kakashi to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru was in the middle of checking Tonri's physical condition. Hearing footsteps, he looked up at once, tongue flicking over his lips as if washing his face. Natsuki-kun, Kakashi, you two coming here at this hour means something big happened. Typical snake, too sharp, Natsuki muttered. He didn't waste time, he explained the situation at speed. So, you're cleared to use Fushi Tensei, immortality transference. And the divine tree fragment research is yours too, but you're not cultivating anything. You're finding weaknesses. Don't do anything stupid. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Relax, I'll be very well behaved. In that case, I won't hold back. As he spoke, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large snake. The snake shot forward, burrowed into Tonri's body, and in an instant erased Tonri's soul, seizing the body for Orochimaru. Then Orochimaru took out 2 nutrient containers, removed 2 Byakugan, and installed them directly into his new body. Uryo ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, activated. The eyes recovered immediately. From that moment on, Orochimaru had become an Otsutsuki Orochimaru. Chapter 470. Tonri's face had already become Orochimaru's face, and even his eyes had turned into vertical slits. Orochimaru let out a twisted chuckle. Heh, as expected of Otsutsuki blood. I can feel power flooding through every inch of me, and once I fully master the Tenseigen, I'll be able to step into the 6 Paths realm. As he spoke, both eyes shifted into a vivid blue that radiated a heavy, oppressive strength. But he quickly reined it in. He wasn't about to get too cocky in front of Natsuki. Kakashi, meanwhile, unsealed a large cylindrical glass container from a scroll, the divine tree fragments suspended inside. He even commented while doing it, Fushi Tensei, immortality transference, really is convenient. Taking someone else's body and bloodline is like child's play. Heh, convenient, yes, but it comes with risks. I caused trouble for your hospital 3 times back then. Orochimaru spoke casually, but he was already at the container, studying it closely. So this is a divine tree fragment? That Victor actually had some ideas, but the fragment's vitality is too low. Absorbing human life force alone won't be enough. It probably needs Hashirama cells. Hashirama cells have the strongest vitality. They could fully revive these divine tree fragments. Hashirama cells? Maybe. Natsuki knew exactly how terrifying Hashirama cells were. Even years after Hashirama's death, their vitality was still absurd. Almost anyone who transplanted them ended up mutating. Only Uchiha Madara, Yamato, and Shimura Danzo had managed to succeed. And even Danzo didn't count as truly successful. He'd needed a whole armful of Sharingan just to keep the cells suppressed, and he still couldn't properly use wood style. That alone said everything about how overwhelming Hashirama cells were. Natsuki stared hard at Orochimaru. You've got Hashirama cells, don't you? Orochimaru laughed softly. Natsuki-kun, don't be so guarded. Yes, I have them, but I'm not going to waste them on something useless. Even if these fragments were cultivated successfully, the fruit would just be artificially ripened trash. It wouldn't be worth much. A real chakra fruit only forms when the Ten-Tails devours the power of an entire planet. If I truly wanted a chakra fruit, I'd be better off joining the Kara organization you just mentioned. Oh, you're planning to join Kara. Natsuki-kun, that was a metaphor. Orochimaru's smile widened. Kara's leader is definitely an Otsutsuki. Their goal is to destroy the shinobi world. How could I possibly join them? Much better to defeat him and turn him into my research material. As soon as he said, research material, Orochimaru's excitement spiked again. He was getting more and more interested in the Otsutsuki by the second. Natsuki wasn't truly suspecting him. It was more like a verbal tap on the cage, just to make sure Orochimaru didn't float off the ground after gaining new power. When the timing felt right, Natsuki dropped a final line. "The assault on the Otsutsuki will be in about a month. Prepare yourself. When the time comes, you're coming as a specimen collection specialist, and you'd better get comfortable with the Tenseigan. Otherwise, you'll end up dying together with them." A month, understood. Orochimaru agreed, then fully immersed himself in studying the divine tree fragments. Natsuki immediately took Kakashi and flashed back to the Hokage's office. The three Kage and Mifune had already been escorted home, but everyone else still hadn't left. They were digging through old files, trying to find anything connected to Kara. The moment Natsuki and Kakashi returned, they were drafted into the labor too. Luckily, all they needed was to search for the three characters Kara, so it wasn't hard. They simply used a swarm of shadow clones to brute force the workload. Before long, every old document containing Kara had been pulled out, but after reading through them, everyone's faces fell. Kara really had appeared early on, but the relevant records were frighteningly sparse. Most documents only mentioned the name in passing, nothing else. It was as if Kara had never once been taken seriously. And in truth, that wasn't exactly wrong. Back then, who even knew what an Otsutsuki was? Who would have imagined a no-name organization could be tied to something that deep? There was no choice. They'd have to investigate from scratch. They held another brief meeting. In the end, they decided Kakashi would take the same team as before and head out again, pretending to search for Victor's trail while actually probing for intelligence on Kara. Minato also used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to go find Jiraiya and explain the situation. Jiraiya had his ways when it came to information gathering. No matter how secretive Kara was, he should be able to dig up something. And when the Alliance attacked the dimension 1 month from now, Jiraiya had to be back. Whether he was fighting on the front lines or guarding the village, he was a critical piece of their strength. For the moment, Natsuki wasn't assigned anything new. Life returned to normal. When the meeting ended, he left a few shadow clones behind to keep handling paperwork, while his real body headed straight for the hospital. Tenten came first, always. They weren't at war yet. Everyone else had their roles. He didn't need to grind himself down. "Wifey, I'm here." Natsuki walked into the room with a grin and saw Tenten poring over a scroll of weapon design blueprints. This was a gift Sasuke had brought her. It had made Tenten so happy at the time, and ever since then she'd basically been glued to it, like she could never get enough. And honestly, it made sense. She was pregnant, there were a lot of things she couldn't do. So the only thing left was reading and thinking, and weapon design was the thing she loved most. Her dad was sitting off to the side flipping through a book as well. Earlier, everyone had talked about naming the baby, but they still hadn't decided, so her dad had found himself a mission. He was determined to choose a great name for his grandkid, and lately he'd been taking that job very seriously. Which was good, it meant he had less time for other ideas. "Hubby, come here," Tenten beamed. "Come look at this design. If I add this here and take this part out, doesn't it feel like it'll become some kind of divine weapon?" Natsuki leaned in and examined it carefully. He didn't dare shut her down. "That's not bad, you should try it. When you have time, sketch out a full revision. Just don't overdo it, okay? We can't let you tire the baby out." Pregnant women could get carried away with their thoughts, and this was exactly what that looked like. Tenten thought she was overflowing with inspiration, but she was also being a little too freewheeling. A master craftsman's blueprint wasn't something you could casually tweak. One small change, and the whole thing could turn into a different beast. But Natsuki couldn't stop her, and he definitely had to keep her mood up. If he dismissed her idea, she'd get discouraged or worse, annoyed, and that wasn't worth it. So he went along with it. Let her draw, let her kill time, let her keep her mind busy. And anyway, money wasn't an issue. Her dad could always hire people to build it. Besides, once Tenten gave birth, Natsuki planned to dig out all these divine weapon ideas later. That would be hilarious. Thinking about the baby, Natsuki smiled and pressed his cheek to Tenten's belly, listening and feeling for movement. Then, in the very next instant, a tiny foot kicked out hard. Natsuki was launched straight out the window. Chapter 471. Natsuki, are you okay? Tent immediately panicked. What happened? The shop owner hurried over too. What's going on? Megumi happened to be making rounds with Sakura at that moment. Hearing the commotion, she rushed over, only to see Natsuki stuck headfirst outside the window like a planted scallion. She froze on the spot. Whose subordinate was brave enough to send even Natsuki, who had surpassed the 6 paths, flying with a single kick? Natsuki pulled his head back out, laughing despite himself as he fixed his hair. I'm fine. I was listening to the baby's kicks, and then the little guy kicked once and sent me flying. Huh? That answer left all of them dumbstruck. Megumi stared, utterly shaken. So you're saying the boss's kid isn't even born yet, and just from inside the womb, one kick actually knocked the boss flying. Sakura looked like she couldn't process it either. That kick has to be at least genin level, right? Isn't that a little too insane? They exchanged a look, then both nodded anyway. Because Natsuki was always insane. And Tenten, using the 6 paths ninja tools, was also kind of insane. So their child having that kind of strength before being born somehow felt perfectly normal. The shop owner was practically vibrating with excitement. Ha ha ha, that's my grandkid. That kick was so damn nice. Natsuki didn't feel embarrassed at all. He looked delighted instead. This little rascal's definitely going to be a handful. I just don't know which Kekkei Genkai he inherited. Best case, he gets all of them. Natsuki's combined bloodline limits were Mokuton Wood Release, Jitten Magnet Release, and Ranton Storm Release. His Kekkei Mora was Nikuton Flesh Release. No matter which one the child inherited, the kid's future would be bright. If he inherited all of them, then with proper training, he'd absolutely become a second Natsuki. 6 paths level would be a lock. Tenten, though, looked a bit angry and started lecturing her belly. Baby, how can you kick Dad? Mom's going to be unhappy. It was the kind of scene that left you not sure what you were supposed to say. The baby wasn't even born yet. How could he possibly understand? And yet, somehow, when Natsuki pressed his ear to Tenten's belly again, the baby didn't kick this time. He became unbelievably well-behaved. Tenten was very satisfied and decided the kid was smart. Megumi and Sakura watched with envy, but envy was all they could do. Megumi was fine, really. Things were going well with Tomoya, and she'd probably be getting married before long. Sakura, on the other hand, wore a miserable expression. She still hadn't won Sasuke's heart, and lately there was a little stray cat hanging around him, making Sakura feel like she was in serious danger. Hanabi might not be that old, but her looks and figure were top tier. Sakura had zero confidence she could outmatch her. On top of that, ever since Sasuke had saved Hanabi with a princess carry, Hanabi had gotten clingy. She kept calling him Sasuke-nae, acting like she was just his little sister. But what she was really thinking, nobody knew. Before long, Megumi and Sakura finished Tenten's routine checkup and left. Naturally, the girls' gossip instincts detonated. The story about Natsuki getting kicked out a window by his unborn kid spread like wildfire, and somehow it turned into something everyone in the village knew. When Natsuki went out to buy groceries so he could cook for Tenten, he started receiving all kinds of curious stares. And on the road, he ran into a lot of familiar faces. The 3 Hokage, just getting off work and heading to Yakiniku-Q for drinks, grinned the second they saw him. Yo, Natsuki buying groceries? We heard all about it. You got kicked flying by the baby in Tenten's belly. Ha ha ha, that means the kid's super healthy. He's definitely going to be a genius. Keep it up, kid. While you're young, have a few more. Natsuki, you were just in the office working. How did you learn what happened at the hospital that fast? Then he ran into the blonde father and son. Naruto looked like he'd been stabbed in the heart by envy. Natsuki, I heard you got kicked flying by your kid before he's even born. Your kid's amazing, and I still haven't even won Sakura over, and your baby already has genin-level strength. Damn it, I'm so jealous I could die. Minato stood beside him, clearly wanting to say something and clearly deciding not to. As Naruto's dad, Minato paid close attention to this kind of thing. He knew Naruto liked Sakura, he knew Sakura was still hung up on Sasuke, and he also knew Hinata had been quietly in love with Naruto the whole time. As a father, Minato wanted Naruto to be loved, which made him hope Naruto would notice Hinata's feelings instead of continuing to be Sakura's doormat. But he also couldn't just barge into his son's love life. One wrong move, and it could turn into a father-son rift. Hearing Naruto's words now, Minato's emotions turned into a complicated mess. Natsuki waved them off. Good luck with that, I've still got groceries to buy so I can cook for Tenin. After that, he ran into Neji, Hinata, and Hanabi. Just grocery shopping had turned into meeting half the village, and it was honestly kind of surreal. It felt like people were doing it on purpose. Neji's expression was serious. Natsuki, I heard, you got kicked flying by the baby. Natsuki sighed, why does everyone know? Hanabi giggled. Because anything related to Natsukine is the village's hottest gossip, obviously. You and Tentenwan are Konoha's model hero couple. Of course everyone's watching your baby too. Hee. A kid who can kick Natsukine flying before he's even born is going to be absurdly strong. Neji nodded. Natsuki, congratulations. Hinata spoke softly too. Natsuki-kun, congratulations. So you three arranged a chance encounter with me while I'm buying groceries just to say that. Fine, in a world where the strong rule, a powerful child was the best kind of news. As friends, it made sense they'd come congratulate him. Natsuki could only accept it, then firmly shoo them along. He still needed to shop. He hadn't even finished buying everything yet. Then he ran into Shikamaru and Temari on a date, Sai and Ino on a date, Choji and Karui on a date, and then he ran into Guy and Lee on a date. Wait, hold on. Something about that last one felt extremely wrong. Whatever, he'd run into way too many people either way. Finally, Natsuki managed to finish buying groceries and hurried home. He couldn't let Tenten go hungry. But when he got back, Sasuke was waiting at the front gate. Sasuke, what brings you here? Natsuki opened the gate and let him in, then kept working with his hands busy. I've got to cook for Tenten. If you've got something to say, just say it. Sasuke didn't mind, he went straight to it. I heard too, your unborn kid kicked you out a window. Natsuki's mouth twitched. Yeah, and you're like the 100th person today to say that to me. Everyone found out and came to congratulate me. You too. Congratulating you is part of it. I'm here for something else. Sasuke's tone turned serious. I want to talk about the Rinnegan and the Rin Sharingan. Natsuki paused mid-motion. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Sasuke didn't hide it. I'm thinking, can I absorb Madara's eyes and become stronger? Chapter 472. Natsuki looked surprised when he heard that. Looks like now that Sasuke had learned to actually think things through, he had a lot of ideas, and they were pretty solid. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, Madara, as a member of the Uchiha, naturally had his body handed over to Sasuke, and Sasuke had kept the corpse preserved ever since. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Madara a proper burial. It was to prevent someone like Yakushi Kabuto from showing up again. If Madara got revived with Edo Tensei again, it would be a huge headache. Madara's eyes had naturally been removed and stored separately. A pair of Rinnegan and a single Rin Sharingan were, without question, overwhelmingly powerful and absolutely could not be allowed to fall into anyone else's hands. But now, it looked like Sasuke had set his sights on those eyes. Natsuki kept working as he asked, why did you suddenly think of doing this? Sasuke answered seriously. Earlier, I not only sensed that other dimension, I could also tell that Otsutsuki won't be easy to deal with. In any case, he shouldn't be weaker than Kaguya. With my current strength, I probably can't beat that Otsutsuki by myself. And when the Otsutsuki clan invades in the future, the combat power I can provide on my own still won't be enough. So I have to become stronger. And right now, the only thing left that can still support a further boost is Madara's eyes. For Sasuke to say that meant he'd clearly thought it through. Right now Sasuke had one eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and one 6-Damo Rinnegan. His strength was just barely at the 6 paths level, but if he wanted to defeat an Otsutsuki alone, it really was nowhere near enough. At the very least, that Mangekyo on the other side was too low tier in comparison. Otsutsuki aren't afraid of Mangekyo Sharingan at all. Susanoo can't block an Otsutsuki's power, and Amaterasu won't do much either. Boruto had already shown exactly that, so an upgrade was necessary. At minimum, both eyes needed to evolve into the Rin Sharingan. Sasuke had already been forcibly boosted by the Sage of Six Paths back then. If he wanted to improve on his own now, it would be even harder. The only thing he could think of was Madara's eyes. The Sharingan and the Rinnegan rely on Uchiha blood as their foundation, and those three eyes could be fused. Back then, Obito could just slot in Madara's Rinnegan and use it, while Nagato and Yakushi Kabuto couldn't fully control the Rinnegan. That was a bloodline issue. So Sasuke's idea had a basis. Even if he didn't outright replace his eyes with Madara's, he could at least absorb the ocular power and ocular techniques. That would be the only way for him to take another step forward. In the last war, Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji couldn't beat Kaguya even together. If Sasuke advanced further, he could at least match Kaguya and might even become stronger. At that point, he really would be able to fight Natsuki to the heavens and back. Still, as good as the idea sounded, Natsuki couldn't actually answer the question. He spread his hands. Sasuke, I don't understand Uchiha eyes. If you're asking me, I can't give you any real advice. Sasuke understood that, but he still said, I just want you to help me analyze it, see if there are any holes. Natsuki heard him out, thought hard for a moment, then said, Sasuke, you've completely learned how to think calmly now, and right now you're the one who understands the Uchiha best, the Sharingan and the Rinnegan best. If you came up with this method, you definitely did it after careful consideration. So don't doubt yourself. Try it. Just one reminder, make sure you're safe. Power matters, but your life matters more. Sasuke nodded solemnly. Got it, I understand. Natsuki, thanks again. Natsuki waved him off. This time, he really hadn't given any useful advice. He knew Sasuke wasn't fully at ease, so he'd come over for reassurance. In truth, Sasuke had probably already simulated this plan in his head countless times, and with his current 6 paths level strength, it likely wouldn't be a problem. So Natsuki didn't have the shamelessness to accept Sasuke's thanks too warmly. After seeing Sasuke off, Natsuki finished cooking, packed the food into a lunchbox, and headed to the hospital. And while Konoha was busy and peaceful like this, somewhere in a certain other dimensional base, things were anything but calm. Victor faced Gaijin with a nervous, unsettled expression, not knowing what to say. Secretly cultivating a god tree fragment had been his mistake, and the fact that Konoha's shinobi had destroyed it only made him look even more useless. Kara wasn't well known in the outside world, but the members all knew Gaijin's secret, and they all understood how terrifyingly powerful he was. Victor wasn't afraid of being kicked out of Kara. He was afraid of being silenced. Because Kara might not need a reckless, incompetent member, everything depended on a single thought from Gaijin, the leader. Resistance was completely impossible. Compared to Victor's anxiety, Gaijin was calm and elegant as he ate steak and drank red wine, as if Victor's mess was nothing more than a trivial matter. However, the arrogance and coldness in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Beneath that composed elegance was something foul and abyssal. Victor, Gaijin said in a mocking tone, you spent all that effort just to cultivate a trash god tree. I only wanted to try, Victor argued. It's not easy to get a piece of a god tree fragment. It'd be a waste to throw it away. If my experiment succeeded, even fruit from a trash god tree could still help the organization cultivate a batch of members with decent strength, right? Gaijin let out a soft laugh. I didn't realize you'd dare insult the god tree like that. Victor immediately pledged his loyalty. I've been doing it all for the organization, boss. You can't punish me just because I didn't handle some personal matter well. Gaijin didn't answer right away. He simply stared at Victor. Those deep eyes made Victor's fear surge. He kept swallowing, terrified Gaijin would suddenly explode and kill him. Fortunately, Gaijin withdrew his gaze and continued drinking his wine. I won't interfere with your little trash god tree project. What members do on their own time, I don't care, as long as it doesn't harm the organization's interests. But because you exposed yourself and nearly exposed Kara's existence, you can't escape responsibility. Kara had existed for many years, without being discovered by the great nations or villages, because they operated in secrecy. No matter how chaotic the ninja world became, all Kara did was continuously gather intelligence. They never involved themselves in the ninja world's messy conflicts. Because in Jaijin's eyes, the only thing that mattered was cultivating the God tree. Only by successfully cultivating it and then eating the chakra fruit could his strength advance further. When that happened, wiping out this ninja world would be effortless. But the time still wasn't right, so Jaijin continued to keep a low profile. And yet Victor had pulled this kind of stunt and gotten Konoha and even the Ninja Alliance to take notice. He was a complete idiot. Jaijin understood the ninja world well. He also knew the current alliance's primary target was the outsider Otsutsuki clan, which meant a hidden infiltrator like him was also within their scope. If Konoha's shinobi traced Victor's screw-up back to him, it would be extremely bad. Glossary. Chapter 473. Jaijin, the one known as Ishiki, was Kaguya's partner. In ancient times, Ishiki and Kaguya came to Earth together to plant the divine tree. The plan had been to sacrifice Kaguya to the Ten Tails, but at the critical moment, Kaguya suddenly launched an attack. Ishiki was gravely wounded, and the Ten Tails devoured half his body. Ishiki's upper half managed to escape. At death's door, he happened to encounter a passing monk named Jaijin. So Ishiki used the secret art Sukuna Hakona, shrinking, miniaturized himself, slipped into Jaijin's ear, and seized control of him. That was how he survived. After surviving, Ishiki kept an extremely low profile, terrified Kaguya would discover him. Later, he heard Kaguya had borne 2 sons, only to be sealed away by them working together. He mocked her, but became even more cautious. He did not dare show himself at all, afraid Kaguya's son, the Sage of 6 Paths, would notice him and seal him just like Kaguya. And so he stayed cautious for 4,930 years. Even after the Sage of 6 Paths passed away, Ishiki still remained in hiding because he had gotten used to living that way. During that long concealment, Ishiki even learned all sorts of human etiquette and political scheming. He understood the value of survival better than anyone and hid himself even deeper. Originally, the Otsutsuki had a secret technique called karma. It could copy the user by converting their data and imprinting it into another person's body, leaving behind a diamond-shaped mark. Once the karma thawed, the user could resurrect. Ishiki did leave a karma on Jaijin, but he quickly realized Jaijin's body could not withstand his overwhelming power. It was not suitable as a vessel for reincarnation. To reincarnate perfectly, he had to find a proper vessel. If he searched alone, it would be like looking for a needle in the ocean. Fortunately, he had a trump card, a second 10 tails. So, in secret, he founded Kara. Using chakra fruits as bait, he gathered a mysterious force. Kara's inner members all knew his Otsutsuki secret, and they supported him in nurturing the 10 tails. They also actively helped him search for a suitable vessel, all so that one day they could eat a chakra fruit and obtain tremendous power and a long life. But after all these years, they had tested many people, and none were a qualified vessel. The divine tree plan kept getting delayed. In Boruto, the suitable vessel is Kawaki, but that's more than 10 years in the future. He hasn't been found yet. Ishiki had been hiding for ages, and his patience was absurdly good. He wasn't in a hurry and planned to keep lying low while continuing the search. However, because of Victor's reckless stunt, Kara now faced the risk of exposure. Ishiki would have to be furious. If the Shinobi Alliance discovered them, and those people who sealed Kaguya came after him, life would become a living hell. Of course, Ishiki wasn't saying he couldn't beat them. The problem was his current condition. He was controlling Jaijin's puppet body and couldn't bring out much of his true power. If those people pushed him too far and he was forced to reincarnate using Jaijin's body, he would only have a few days of lifespan left. How could he not panic? Luckily, Konoha's shinobi didn't seem to have discovered anything further, so he could relax for the time being. But Victor still had to be punished. Otherwise, that fool would dare pull something again, and the other members might start getting creative, too. A warning example had to be made. Victor instantly panicked and shouted, "Leader, all these years I've been out there earning money for the organization. Even if I don't deserve credit, I've at least put in the work. You can't forget my contributions just because of one mistake." Jaijin narrowed his eyes at him, unmoved. He was cold by nature, And deep down, he still carried the Otsutsuki's lofty arrogance, the contempt that treats all life as beneath them. He didn't see the people of the shinobi world as people, and that included Kara's members. If Victor's fault went unpunished, wouldn't the whole organization turn upside down? Gaijin raised a hand. With a sharp whoosh, one of Victor's legs was snapped by a black rod that appeared out of nowhere. Victor collapsed to the ground and let out a gut-wrenching scream, rolling and thrashing in agony pathetic beyond words. It didn't earn even a trace of sympathy from Gaijin. Gaijin said coldly, "Today, I break one of your legs as punishment. You should be grateful you're still alive." Victor was burning with hatred and rage, but the situation was against him. All he could do was grit his teeth and say, "Thank you, leader, for sparing my life. I'll remember this." He would remember it all right. What he was remembering was the hatred. One day, he would find a chance and betray them. Meanwhile, in Konoha, after Sasuke got home, he took out the eyes he'd kept hidden away. Shisui's pair of Mangekyou Sharingan, Midoriya's pair of Rinnegan, and a single Rin Sharingan. Just as Natsuki had said, Sasuke had already thought it through. He had learned to think ahead. He also knew, with painful clarity, that he still wasn't strong enough. He had to reach beyond the 6 paths if he wanted the power to stand against the Otsutsuki on his own. Forget the partner of Kaguya, he would have to hunt down later. The future invasion of the Otsutsuki clan would be an even greater catastrophe for the shinobi world. They couldn't rely entirely on Natsuki. He, Naruto, and Neji had to become stronger. Neji had his own plans, so Sasuke wasn't worried. Naruto might settle into complacency, so talking would be pointless. Sasuke didn't care what others chose to do. He focused on what he needed to do. Only by becoming strong first could he face the future with more confidence, and if he became stronger, it would push Naruto and Neji to chase after him. It would push everyone else, too. If they all improved together, then the shinobi world would have hope. The shinobi world belonged to everyone. They couldn't relax just because a savior existed. They couldn't assume Natsuki would solve everything just because Natsuki was there. So he had to become stronger. Chase Natsuki's footsteps. And surpass him. Sasuke was deep in thought when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He immediately put the eyes away, opened the door, and found Sakura standing there. Seeing Sasuke, Sakura grew awkward, hesitating like she wanted to speak but couldn't. Sasuke frowned. He didn't want to waste time. "Sakura, why are you here? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm pretty busy right now." Sakura panicked, then forced herself to ask, "Sasuke-kun, I want to know if you like someone like Hanabi." "Huh, Hanabi?" Sasuke blinked, stunned. "Why would you ask that?" Sakura rushed on, "Because you clearly don't like being surrounded by girls, but it's fine when Hanabi comes close. And you're really gentle with her. I know Hanabi's pretty and has a great figure and guys all like that, but I still need you to confirm it. Otherwise, I can't sleep." "You guys," Sasuke pinched the bridge of his nose. "If you have time to obsess over love, can't you train instead? The shinobi world is facing a massive threat, and you're agonizing over this." Chapter 474. Maybe guys and girls really do prioritize different things. Guys tend to focus on big picture stuff or bonds of friendship, while girls think more about romance. Even Naruto, the resident lovesick idiot who's always chasing Sakura, can still lock in when something serious happens. That's why everyone trusts him. But Sakura, from start to finish, it feels like she never put the safety of the shinobi world first. She treats her feelings for Sasuke as everything, even above everything. Even if the world ended, it still wouldn't matter more than Sasuke's choice in love. That might be the biggest difference from the original story. In the original, Sasuke's defection was a heartrending blow for Sakura. That pain hardened her resolve. She became desperate to grow stronger, no matter what, and that's how she stood out in the Fourth Great Ninja War. People even got that illusion of god-tier Sakura, but canon Sakura was undeniably excellent. At the very least, the original Sakura played a huge role in the war. Even while still caring about Sasuke, when it came to right and wrong, she was tougher. Now look at how things are. Because Sasuke never defected, Sakura has always felt like he was right there beside her. She never went through the agony of losing the person she loved, so naturally she couldn't forge the same kind of firm growth. Even though she's training under Tsunade now, she's still not as outstanding as she was in canon. What she thinks about the most is still her relationship with Sasuke. Sasuke was honestly at a loss. For a moment, he didn't even know how to evaluate Sakura. But when he saw that hopeful, anxious look in her eyes, he softened a little teammate to teammate. He met her gaze and said seriously, "Sakura, I see Hanabi like a little sister. I don't have any special feelings there. And your feelings for me, I've always known. You've stayed the same for so many years. Honestly, I'm moved." Sakura's eyes lit up. She blurted out happy, "Sasuke-kun, then." "Don't rush," Sasuke cut in, stopping her joy, then continued, "I don't really understand romance. But if I'm being honest, I really admire a couple like Natsuki and Tenten. Not because they fell in love young, and not because their relationship is supposedly perfect, but because they understand each other and support each other." Sakura didn't get it. She tilted her head at him. She admired Natsuki and Tenten too, but what she envied was that they became lovers from childhood, that they were affectionate as husband and wife. What Sasuke admired seemed different. Sasuke went on, "Sakura, do you know, Tenten is always working to become stronger. She loves Natsuki, but she's never his attachment and she's never his burden. She can fight alongside him. Because Tenten knows this, a man like Natsuki, only a strong woman truly deserves him." Sakura seemed to understand and stumbled back a step. "Sasuke-kun, are you saying I'm too weak, so I'm not good enough for you?" Sasuke shook his head. "You still don't understand. Look at Tenten's strength compared to Natsuki's. She's far behind him, but she still matches him perfectly because she's strong inside. She's a truly strong kunoichi. And your head is filled with romance all day. Have you ever thought about becoming stronger? Have you ever thought about fighting at my side? Have you ever thought there are things in this world more meaningful than love? My wife doesn't need to be overwhelmingly powerful. But she must be someone with a resilient heart, someone who cares about what's right, someone who can truly understand me. Sakura, is that you right now? Is that you right now?" That single question left Sakura frozen in place, tears sliding down before she could stop them. Maybe she still couldn't fully understand. Maybe she vaguely did, but she couldn't answer Sasuke's question. Because right now, it felt like she had nothing except her blazing love for him. Even becoming Tsunade's student, all she'd gained was medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength. But did that matter? Deep down her answer was, it didn't. To her, Sasuke was everything, nothing else mattered. But Sasuke clearly didn't think the same way. What Sasuke needed wasn't a wife whose world was only him. He needed a clear-headed, strong-hearted partner who could support him. In Sasuke's eyes, what Sakura needed to learn wasn't just medical ninjutsu and power. She needed to learn Tsunade's character. Tsunade didn't become Hokage only because she was strong. She became Hokage because she held the greater good in her heart, because she could give everything to protect the village, to protect the shinobi world. That was the most precious thing about her, and the thing Sakura most needed to learn. Sasuke patted Sakura's shoulder, still serious. "Sakura, go back and really think about it. Following Tsunade-sama, what have you actually learned? Medical ninjutsu? Strength? The yin seal? Those might be important, but what truly matters you still might not understand. When you finally do, maybe you'll understand me too." Sakura nodded numbly. Then she turned and walked home, one step at a time. She listened to Sasuke and really tried to think, but maybe she still wouldn't be able to understand it in a short time. Only after Sakura was gone did Sasuke look to the side. "Come out, Naruto." Naruto stepped out, staring in the direction Sakura had left. His expression was complicated as he shook his head at Sasuke. "You shouldn't have said that to her. She loves you so much." Sasuke looked Naruto straight in the eye, his tone severe. "And you love Sakura, so does that mean she's obligated to accept you?" That shut Naruto up. Because yeah, it wasn't fair. Just because Sakura loved Sasuke didn't mean Sasuke had to accept her. If it worked like that, then Naruto, who loved Sakura like crazy, should have been owed an answer too. But Sakura didn't have to respond. So Sasuke absolutely could reject Sakura, and Naruto had no right to accuse him. And in truth, Sasuke hadn't even outright rejected her. He'd simply said what he wanted in a future wife. Sakura clearly didn't meet that standard right now. Maybe Sasuke was being harsh, but he wasn't forcing her. Sakura had the right to let go of Sasuke and choose someone more suitable. She had agency. Her feelings were hers to choose. If she insisted on hanging herself on Sasuke's tree, then the only path left was to become the kind of person Sasuke liked. Sasuke continued, and what I said was meant to tell Sakura that she should learn to grow instead of staying in place because of romance. Otherwise, she'll only drift farther and farther away from us. Since she's Tsunade-sama's student, she should become someone like Tsunade-sama. A calm, wise, strong kunoichi who carries the greater good in her heart. That's the kind of Sakura who would truly have charm. Naruto was silent for a long time. In the end, he nodded. The Sakura of today really was still far behind. She really did need to keep growing. Only a Sakura like Tsunade-bachan would be the most captivating Sakura. Chapter 475. Sasuke sent Naruto away, then took those eyes out again. In the end, he chose Madara's Rin Sharingan. He held it before his own Mangekyo Sharingan, began absorbing its ocular power, and tried to absorb its Taijutsu as well. Madara's power would push him another step forward. Meanwhile, Naruto walked home in a daze, distracted. He curled up on the couch, thinking about something. Minato came back from grocery shopping and immediately noticed something was off with his son. He decisively set the bags down and sat across from Naruto. "Naruto, what happened? Want to talk to your dad about it?" Minato smiled like a little son. "Dad." Naruto weighed his words, then told him about the messy feelings between him, Sakura, and Sasuke. He knew Sasuke was right, but he still felt uncomfortable. Uncomfortable because Sakura still loved Sasuke, uncomfortable because Sasuke turned Sakura down. Everything about it just felt wrong. Minato sighed to himself, he knew it. It was about feelings again. With Naruto's current strength, it wasn't possible for him to be agonizing over power. The only thing that could truly trouble him was love. In Minato's eyes, Naruto and Sakura were actually both still not fully grown. Sasuke, on the other hand, had already become someone who could stand on his own. Not just in ability, but in mindset too. Minato said, "Sasuke isn't wrong. Naruto, you understand that, don't you?" Naruto lowered his head. "I understand, I just can't stand seeing Sakura sad. Sasuke, he should be nicer to her, she likes him so much." Minato shook his head. "But Naruto, you like Sakura a lot too, right? Has Sakura ever been nicer to you?" Naruto fell silent. It wasn't that different from what Sasuke had said. He understood it. He did, and yet he was still tangled up inside. Maybe he didn't really know what he wanted. He was supposed to like Sakura a lot, but when Sasuke rejected her, he still couldn't be happy about it. Minato kept gently guiding him. "Naruto, what Sasuke means isn't hard to grasp. He doesn't want Sakura to stay like a little girl with romance on her mind all day. He wants her to learn to grow up. She should learn Tsunade-sama's character. Put simply, responsibility. Stop putting love first. Start carrying her responsibilities for real, become stronger, and take on even more responsibility in the future. Just like you, back when you were a troublemaker, people didn't like you. Now you have a sense of responsibility, and that's what everyone respects about you most. Don't you think so?" Naruto thought about it. If that was the frame, then maybe he did get it. A Sakura who was all romance and no responsibility might have zero charm to Sasuke. She might even be less appealing than Tsunade-bachan. So Sasuke turning Sakura down wasn't just rejection. It was also, in a way, for her own good. If Sakura couldn't grow, then it was better for her to be left behind. Because a wife with no sense of responsibility would become Sasuke's burden. And Sasuke was going to become Hokage. Once Naruto pieced it together, his mind suddenly cleared. And strangely enough, he also realized something else. Sakura didn't actually have that much about her that truly drew him in. What did he even like about her? Minato struck while the iron was hot and pointed out the window. "Naruto, look down from the window, see if you notice anything." Naruto didn't understand, but he walked over and looked down. He saw Hinata lurking furtively in a corner. Her Byakugan met his gaze for a split second, then she shrank back like a startled little rabbit. No, not a little rabbit. More like a big rabbit. Naruto was even more confused. Dad, why is Hinata there? What is she looking at? Minato sighed helplessly. You really don't get it. How would I? Naruto's words died in his throat as a possibility hit him. He stared, disbelieving. Hinata, is she watching me? She's spying on me. But how is that possible? Minato ruffled his son's hair and laughed. Nothing's impossible, you dense idiot. I really shouldn't be the one saying this, but Naruto, your eyes are full of Sakura, and Sakura has never once looked your way. You should shift your gaze a little. Pay attention to the people who actually notice you, who actually love you. Don't let the people who care about you get hurt. Naruto stood there blankly, like this had never even occurred to him. He tried to remember, but his mind was filled with scenes of him chasing Sakura and snapping at Sasuke. Hinata barely appeared at all. And yet, maybe, while he'd been fixated on Sakura, someone else had been watching him all along. Only he'd never noticed because he was so oblivious. Maybe he really was someone who could be loved too. Elsewhere, Sakura walked in a daze. She didn't even know where she was going. She just kept moving forward, her mind a mess. Sakura, what's wrong? A familiar voice. Sakura looked up instinctively and saw her best friend Ino hand in hand with Sai, like they were on a date. Sakura opened her mouth, but no words came out. Ino immediately noticed something was wrong. She quickly sent Sai off, then dragged Sakura back to her place. The two of them sat facing each other, Ino's face full of worry. Sakura, what happened? You can tell me, is it Sasuke-kun? The moment Sasuke came up, Sakura finally reacted. Ino understood right away. It had to be about Sasuke. She paused, not pushing for a moment. Ino had always admired how Sakura's feelings for Sasuke never changed for so many years. But she also knew Sakura's path in love was never going to be smooth. Because Sasuke's personality, he didn't understand love at all. Early on, Sasuke was consumed by revenge. Later, he started shouldering the duty of protecting the village and the shinobi world. Romance simply didn't rank for him. And yet Sakura's love for Sasuke was her entire world. If Sakura wanted to end up with Sasuke, there was no negotiating it. Ino was grateful she'd given up on Sasuke early. Now she had a handsome boyfriend, but seeing her best friend like this still made her heart ache. So she clenched her teeth and said, Sakura, if Sasuke-kun bullied you, I'll get revenge for you. I'll go beat him up right now. No, Ino, don't. Sakura hurriedly grabbed her. It's not bullying, it's like this. Before long, Sakura repeated Sasuke's words, then lowered her eyes again, tears spilling no matter how hard she tried to stop them. Ino let out a huge sigh of relief. With a wry smile, she flicked Sakura on the forehead. You dummy, this is why you're crying? Isn't this simple? Sasuke-kun thinks you don't have enough sense of responsibility. Sakura tilted her head. Not enough responsibility. Ino looked at her like she couldn't believe it. Yes, all you think about is dating. How is Sasuke-kun supposed to fall for that? You need to learn to shoulder responsibility, whether it's for your future family, or for the village, or for the shinobi world. You need to carry what you're supposed to carry. Only then will you stop being a clueless little girl and become a truly mature, charming woman. Chapter 476. Actually, none of this is hard. Sakura just doesn't understand it yet. Take Ino, for example. Sure, she's always wanted to land a handsome guy, but she's never forgotten her responsibilities. She works hard to get stronger, shoulders her clan's burdens, and contributes to protecting the village. Or take Hinata. She's timid, and she's been quietly in love with Naruto forever. But Hinata would never let her feelings for Naruto make her ignore everything else. She trains like her life depends on it to protect the gentle fist, and it's not just for Naruto. It's for everyone she cares about, her little sister Hanabi, her cousin Neji, even her father Hayashi. Her sense of responsibility is no weaker than anyone's. People might criticize her for being timid in day-to-day life, but when it truly matters, she'll still step forward without fearing death. Just that alone makes Hinata stronger than Sakura by who knows how many times. Only then did Sakura finally realize it. So, when Sasuke-kun said what I should learn most from Tsunade-sama, he meant responsibility. Ino answered like it was obvious. Yes, you seriously didn't get it? You became Tsunade-sama's student and you only learned medical ninjutsu and super strength? Tsunade-sama's strength has never been about those techniques. Honestly, she rarely even needs to fight. Her determination to protect the village, protect everyone, protect the shinobi world. That's what makes her the most captivating, isn't it? Sakura opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. She was burning with shame, and even more with regret. The answer had been simple, everyone knew it, the only one who didn't was her. Her world was nothing but Sasuke. If someone asked her to choose between Sasuke and the village, she wouldn't hesitate. She'd choose Sasuke because he was everything to her. But for Sasuke, restoring the Uchiha, protecting the village, and protecting the shinobi world were what mattered most. The all-consuming love she thought was devotion. In Sasuke's eyes might be worth nothing. It might even run directly against his beliefs. So that was why Sasuke never accepted her. Why, I'm so stupid. I'm really stupid. Why didn't I understand this sooner? Sakura broke down sobbing. All right, it's not too late. It's time for you to grow up. Ino hugged her best friend and patted her head to comfort her, finally letting out a breath. Thank goodness she'd run into Sakura today. Otherwise, Sakura might have walked straight into a dead end. Still, Sakura really was a girl who hadn't truly grown up yet. After that, Konoha noticeably changed. Naruto threw himself into office busy work. When he saw Sakura, he wasn't a lovesick puppy anymore. Instead, he'd call out to Hinata, who was hiding in the shadows, and the two of them would go off together, flirting and fooling around. Minato was all smiles about it. He didn't go play third wheel, and he threw himself into work with even more energy. Sakura seemed to pull herself together, too. She trained hard every day, and she also took her hospital work seriously and responsibly. She earned a lot of praise, grew more confident, and carried herself with a brighter, more magnetic presence. She really did gain a bit more charm. She had to, because her looks weren't top tier and her figure was pretty average. If she didn't rely on charm, what else did she have? Otherwise, how would Sasuke ever look at her twice? Time passed without anyone noticing, and soon the 3-month deadline arrived. Tenten's due date was close now, which made Natsuki even more irritated at that Otsutsuki. If he had to go out on a mission at a time like this, he might miss Tenten giving birth. He wanted to be outside the delivery room the moment it happened. But Natsuki also knew wiping out the enemy mattered more, so he didn't complain. He just carried a killing intent so sharp it felt like he wanted to punch every Otsutsuki straight out of existence. At that moment, everyone gathered in the Hokage's office. Natsuki, Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto, the 4 Six Paths. Tsunade, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato, the 4 Hokage. Jiraiya and Kakashi as support. Shino, Shikamaru, Hayashi Hyuga, the 3 clan heads of Ino Shikacho, Shibaya Burame, Tsum and Yuzuka, and more. Practically the entire upper echelon was there. Not everyone would be fighting. Some would stay behind, but everyone had to be informed. If the group went to another dimension and couldn't return quickly, the village needed people who could keep everything running. Otherwise, things could fall into chaos. Tsunade said solemnly, I originally wanted to go too, but everyone shot it down, so I won't force it. I only ask that you all return safely and that the subjugation goes smoothly. Next, second Grandpa, Minato, Natsuki, Sasuke. The 4 of you will each go pick up the fighters from the 4 great villages. Once everyone is here, we depart immediately. Yes. The 4 answered, then vanished in a flash. Over the past month, Sasuke's strength had increased drastically. He could even use Flying Thunder God to transport people casually. It was honestly ridiculous, but it also made him even more reliable. Having one more person who could use Flying Thunder God only made the battle plan stronger. Natsuki flashed to the Reikage side and found the Reikage, Killer Bee, Darui, Samui, Atsui, and the rest already gathered in the Reikage's office. Every one of them was a heavy hitter. Reikage, you ready? Natsuki asked. Ha, been ready a long time. I've been waiting on you. The Reikage cracked his knuckles, itching to go. Good, leave whoever you're keeping behind. Everyone else, come with me. Natsuki held out his hand. One by one, they placed a hand on his. After confirming the head count, he flashed back to the Hokage's office in an instant. Not long after, Sasuke, Minato, and Tobirama returned as well, bringing Anoki, Akatsuchi, Meiterumi, Chijiro, Gaara, Kinkuro, and more. Natsuki even went to the lab and dragged Orochimaru along. Orochimaru licked his lips like he was washing his face, more excited than anyone. Haha, is it time to depart? My collection tools are already prepared. Next comes the harvesting of experimental materials. Everyone stared at Orochimaru, more than a little speechless. They were heading off to fight the Otsutsuki, and he was thinking about collecting lab samples. Truly unbelievable. But they had to admit, Orochimaru had real skill. The new chakra batteries he'd developed earlier had let everyone experience what it felt like to spend chakra like it was free. With those new batteries as support, dragging out a prolonged fight with the Otsutsuki wouldn't be a problem. Tsunede's expression was grave. All right, we're leaving. Everyone, advance with us. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He immediately opened a space-time portal, and he opened it at maximum size. The group filed through one after another. In the next moment, they were all inside a different dimension. The portal closed, and everyone looked around. It seemed barren, but there were still plenty of structures, and they could sense the presence of many powerful figures. It had to be Kara's headquarters. And the intrusion of outsiders immediately drew the attention of the dimension's residents. Alarms blared. Gaijin personally arrived with his people. When he saw the elite of the Shinobi Coalition, his face sank. Chapter 477. Damn that Victor. Gaijin's killing intent toward Victor hit its absolute peak. It was obvious. A month ago, because they'd spared Victor, the Shinobi Alliance discovered the existence of the alternate dimension. They'd done nothing since then because they were pretending they hadn't noticed, deliberately letting this side lower its guard. And today, they struck at the perfect moment, catching them completely off guard. Honestly, Gaijin really had been caught off guard. He'd spent over 1,000 years in hiding, always calculating, always in control. This was the first time he'd been played like this. The fury boiling in his chest was hard to describe, but as the leader, he still had to keep his composure. Ha ha ha, what's this supposed to be? Why are there so many shinobi invading? Leader, you're slipping. A guy who looked like a playing card clown laughed mockingly. Delta, don't be disrespectful to the leader. An old man who looked straight out of a Hayao Miyazaki film scolded him. It's obviously because that idiot Victor exposed us last time. The Shinobi Alliance endured for a month, gathered their forces, and came to kill us. Victor broke into a cold sweat and immediately shouted back, Amato, don't pin this on me. This has nothing to do with me. The others only stared at Victor coldly. They weren't stupid. This headquarters had always been hidden. Aside from Victor's blunder a month ago, there was no other explanation. Natsuki cut in, interrupting them. Enough! Kara, you don't have time to tear yourselves apart. Now, whoever the Otsutsuki is, step forward. A proud Otsutsuki isn't going to hide like a turtle, right? Otsutsuki Kaguya has already been sealed. It's your turn. Behind Natsuki, everyone radiated killing intent. They had zero goodwill toward Kara, and especially toward the Otsutsuki. Planting divine trees and devouring a planet's energy was unforgivable. A sin that could never be pardoned. Gaijin took 2 steps forward, voice steady. I am Kara's leader. My name is Gaijin. My true identity is Otsutsuki Ishiki. Kaguya and I were partners. Good, admit it. At least you've got guts. We were just worrying we wouldn't be able to find you. But then Gaijin continued. And I should thank you for sealing that traitor Kaguya. She was the one who was supposed to be devoured by the Ten-Tails. I never expected her to betray me. She deserved the fate she got. Natsuki gave a cold laugh. Then you'll get your own ugly fate soon enough. Tell me, where is the second Ten-Tails? Ishiki's heart jolted. Neji added, it's easy to guess. Victor secretly tried to cultivate a new divine tree, and you, as leader, didn't care at all. That means you already have a complete divine tree. Just like Kaguya, your goal is to keep planting trees and devouring the shinobi world so the divine tree can bear fruit. We won't let you succeed. Ishiki's face darkened. Then we'll see what you're made of. That was it. Everything that needed to be said had been said. So what was there to hesitate over? Fight. Naruto charged first, instantly activating 6-path Sage mode. But Ishiki only raised a hand. In the next second, Several black rods pierced straight through Naruto's arms and thighs, and Naruto crashed to the ground. So fast, what just happened? Everyone was shocked. They hadn't even seen Ishiki move. Naruto! Minato immediately flashed over with Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, and pulled Naruto back. Everyone be careful. Sasuke's eyes had already become Rinnegan. No, not just Rinnegan. After absorbing the ocular power from Madara's eye, his eyes evolved again. His Rinnegan turned blood red, and both of them held 9 Tamo. He could see it clearly. The enemy can make tiny things instantly become huge. The ground is covered in tiny black rods we can't see. Naruto got hit because they suddenly expanded. Ishiki began his villain explanation. This technique is called Sukuna Hikona, shrinking. It allows me to instantly reduce anything and restore it. You have no chance of winning. Since you've come, obediently become nourishment for the Ten Tails. So that was it. Everyone's faces shifted as they understood. It wasn't that they couldn't see the trajectory of the attack. It was that the black rods were invisible while shrunken, then enlarged in an instant. That was going to be nasty to deal with. Neji immediately ordered, "Ishiki is for the few of us. The rest of you deal with the other Kara members. Make sure we wipe them out completely. Natsuki, Orochimaru, you two strike first and search for the Ten Tails' whereabouts." Got it. Everyone agreed at once. Kakashi and Shino went straight for that arrogant clown-looking guy, Delta. Anyone who dared mock the leader like that had to be dangerous. Meanwhile, the AB brothers rushed the Miyazaki-looking old man, who seemed to be called Amato. As for Victor, under the pressure of all these invaders itching to fight, he looked like he was about to pee himself. He wasn't strong to begin with, and he'd had one leg broken not long ago. His situation was obviously deadly. Anoki started enjoying the feeling of bullying the weak. "You're Victor, right? Surrender obediently." Kara didn't have that many members. Besides Gaijin, there was Amato, the R&D guy, Koji Kashin, Jiraiya's clone, the playing card clown Delta, a blonde teenage girl named Delta as well, plus Code, Burrow, and someone called Ao. Anyway, not a single one of them looked familiar. A lot of these characters showed up in Boruto. Most of them had joined Kara long ago. But Natsuki hadn't watched Boruto. He only knew from short videos that Naruto's son was called Boruto and his daughter was called Himawari. Sasuke's daughter, what was her name again? Orochimaru also seemed to have a son. Basically, it was all second-gen stuff, and it didn't look that interesting. Plenty of complaints, power scaling falling apart, the whole thing. But no matter what, Ishiki existed. So destroying Kara and eliminating every hidden threat to the shinobi world was the Shinobi Alliance's #1 priority. The Alliance's powerhouses each picked a target and started dogpiling without mercy. They had numbers. They weren't going to give the enemy any honorable one-on-one. Natsuki and Orochimaru stayed in the back, watching while searching for where the Ten Tails might be hidden. Unexpectedly, Hashirama was also standing nearby instead of joining the battle. He said to Natsuki, "Natsuki, when you find the Ten Tails, don't forget what we agreed on." Orochimaru blinked, looking from Natsuki to Hashirama, curious what kind of deal those two had made. Natsuki grinned and nodded. "Don't worry, I won't forget. We're talking about adding another 6 paths level powerhouse to our side. I can't wait." Orochimaru immediately understood and couldn't help licking his lips again. So the first Hokage was really willing to go all in, huh? Chapter 478. Orochimaru's guess was right. Hashirama really did intend to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Everyone knew that once Madara became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he immediately jumped from beyond cage level to the 6 paths realm. It was a complete leap in tier. And Hashirama, without question, was also beyond cage level. But taking the next step was extremely difficult. So after thinking it over again and again, Hashirama decided that becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was the most convenient and fastest route. That was why, earlier, Hashirama had approached Natsuki. He wanted Natsuki to help him subdue this second Ten Tails, and then, together, seal it inside him. Natsuki hadn't expected Hashirama to choose a method like that, but he agreed immediately. The shinobi world desperately needed 6 paths level fighters. If Hashirama could level up through this method, there was no reason not to support it. As for the risks of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, like being assimilated by the Ten Tails, or not being able to control its power without a Rinnegan, those weren't really problems. Because this was Hashirama. Hashirama himself was an absurd existence. Even without a Rinnegan, he had the sage bloodline, Asura's chakra in his body, and he definitely learned powerful sealing techniques from his wife, Maido Uzumaki. Suppressing the Ten Tails would be easy for him. There was no need to worry. Besides, with Natsuki personally stepping in to help, what could possibly go wrong? Hearing that, Hashirama finally put his mind at ease. But he still had no intention of joining the fight. Not only because the alliance had so many strong fighters that the enemy wasn't enough to go around, but also because he needed to preserve enough strength for sealing the Ten Tails afterward. At this moment, Neji and Sasuke were already fully engaged with Ishiki. Ishiki entered Kama Stage 1. Black markings spread across his body, and his aura became profoundly oppressive. Fighting 2-on-1, he was actually locking Neji and Sasuke into a deadlock, even gaining a slight edge. Neji had already activated the Tenseigan, stepping fully into the Six Paths realm. But Ishiki's hands moved like lightning. He caught Neji's palm strikes cleanly, and the black Kama mark in his palm absorbed the force. He didn't take even a hint of damage. Bang! He countered with a palm strike of his own and blasted Neji away. Sasuke drew his blade and unleashed the White Fang sword style, taking advantage of his Rin Sharingan. Every strike went straight for Ishiki's vital points. Ishiki calmly produced a long black rod and dueled Sasuke's swordwork. Every block was effortless, and he could launch counters at will, leaving Sasuke with a splitting headache. Neji dove back in again, only to see Ishiki lift a finger toward him. In the next second, several black rods appeared out of nowhere on the ground. If Neji didn't stop, he'd be skewered from head to toe, and he'd lose his ability to fight on the spot. This Sukuna Hikona looked like it was just shrinking and restoring objects, but it was brutally hard to deal with. Because once an object became small enough, it was nearly impossible to notice. Then the instant it restored, it could inflict serious damage, even strike a vital spot. It was extremely dangerous. If Neji and Sasuke didn't have special eyes that could catch what most people couldn't, they would have been hit long ago. Neji dodged around the rods and pressed forward. Soon he and Sasuke were fighting together, exchanging blows with Ishiki, but they rarely gained an advantage. "This guy's taijutsu is insane," Sasuke muttered, once again reminded there was always someone stronger. Fortunately, Sasuke wasn't the reckless, arrogant version of himself anymore. He was calm now. When he met a powerful enemy, he observed and thought. Right now, he was searching for weaknesses. Neji was doing the same. Even if he couldn't dominate in taijutsu, it didn't mean there was no way to win. Most importantly, the alliance had numbers. Natsuki, their trump card, still hadn't moved yet. Neji and Sasuke had time to grind Ishiki down. They refused to believe they couldn't win. "Hey, don't forget about me." Naruto, having pulled the black rods out of his body, rejoined the fight. 3 Six Paths level fighters surrounding one Otsutsuki. Now this battle finally had some spectacle. The only question was whether Ishiki had other terrifying tricks up his sleeve. "You're really annoying," Ishiki said, clearly displeased, lifting a hand toward Naruto. Naruto immediately dodged. Several black rods fell where he'd been standing. Naruto's expression turned grave. He knew that technique was deadly. If he didn't notice, or if he reacted a beat too slow, he'd get hit. And if one of those rods pierced a vital point, not even a god could save him. So he had to stay fully focused. "Let's go Databeo, multi-shadow clone jutsu." Naruto created shadow clones. In an instant, dense waves of golden figures surged toward Ishiki. Ishiki remained calm. With every movement, every strike, and the black rod attacks paired with Sukuna Hikona, he kept popping clones one after another. His taijutsu was monstrously strong. Winning through taijutsu alone felt nearly impossible. Naruto's clones immediately formed a massive Rasengan and slammed it forward. Ishiki didn't dodge. He raised his hand and absorbed the massive Rasengan into the black Kama mark in his palm. Clearly, Ninjutsu was useless against him too. Amaterasu. Sasuke immediately unleashed black flames. But Sasuke was also uncertain. Was Ishiki unable to move while absorbing techniques, or was he choosing not to dodge on purpose? And even after being hit by Amaterasu, Ishiki didn't panic in the slightest. That made everyone uneasy. Amaterasu, a dijutsu that burns anything to ash, right? But it seems like it's never actually killed anyone. It won't work on me either. Ishiki's roast was lethal. From the looks of it, the comma mark in his palm could absorb any ninjutsu. That made him a nightmare. You're done showing off. My turn, Ishiki said. He lifted his hand, and black rods erupted from the ground in a frenzy, like Kimamero's dance of the seedling fern. In an instant, Naruto's shadow clones were wiped out. Then Ishiki vanished, moving at an absurd speed. Sasuke and Neji shouted at the same time, "Naruto, behind you." Naruto spun, but there was no enemy in sight. He instantly realized Ishiki had shrunk himself. Naruto started forming a Rasengan to counter, but he was too slow. PFF, PFF, PFF. 3 black rods punched through Naruto's abdomen and shoulder. Chapter 479. Naruto. Sasuke and Neji both jolted, rushing toward Naruto at once. But Ishiki was faster. A black rod was already in his hand, aimed straight at Naruto's head, ready to finish him. Then, in the next instant, Sasuke used a Menojikura, heavenly hand power, to swap places with Naruto. He knocked the rod aside with one slash, then drove a kick into Ishiki's stomach. Ishiki went flying. Neji wasn't about to waste that opening. He spun his truth-seeking orbs with both hands and unleashed Jinrin Tenseigen Baku, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A violent tornado surged forward, swallowing Ishiki in its path. Ishiki had only just steadied himself when he immediately absorbed the tornado with the comma marks in both palms. But while he was absorbing it, a truth-seeking orb Rasen Shuriken shot in from behind. No one even knew when Naruto had gotten behind him. Ishiki's expression darkened. He hurriedly used a space-time portal. A blackened red void opened like a hole in space. Ishiki vanished and reappeared elsewhere, narrowly avoiding the truth-seeking orb Rasen Shuriken. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji still held their formation around Ishiki, refusing to let him escape. Naruto yanked the black rods out of his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was only a guess, but it's confirmed. When you absorb ninjutsu, you can't dodge. That's your weakness. Sasuke nodded. He'd been suspecting it too. That was why, while Ishiki was absorbing the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, Sasuke had used a space-time portal to place Naruto behind Ishiki, forcing a sneak attack. They didn't think it would beat Ishiki outright, but it did confirm the weakness. And once you knew the weakness, it wasn't hard to exploit. You just had to force Ishiki into a situation where he had to absorb ninjutsu, then create an opening during that window. Natsuki, Orochimaru, and Hashirama were watching with obvious interest. Orochimaru licked his lips, washing his face with his long tongue. Haha, Sukune Hikona, what an interesting technique. I wonder if it's Ishiki's Dijutsu. I really want to study it. And those markings, they can absorb all ninjutsu. That's not ordinary at all. This guy's taijutsu is strong, Hashirama commented. At the very least, compared to Kaguya, his taijutsu is far stronger. If anything, that still understated things. Ishiki wasn't just strong in taijutsu. The way he fused taijutsu with his secret arts was almost flawless. His strength was so sharp and clean it was hard to imagine how Kaguya had ever managed to land that sneak attack back then. In any case, Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto fighting together still didn't seem to have much of a winning chance. Natsuki, however, kept his eyes on Sasuke. He had the feeling Sasuke was still far from going all out. Sasuke had already evolved both eyes to something on the level of a Rin Tenseigen. His strength should be beyond this. Was he deliberately hiding his hand, waiting for the perfect moment to explode with a decisive strike? Natsuki didn't bother guessing too deeply. He was focused on locating the Ten Tails, but after sweeping this dimension thoroughly, he still hadn't found anything. It looked like Ishiki had hidden the Ten Tails in another dimension entirely. No one knew where. Unless Ishiki summoned it into battle or they defeated Ishiki and dug through his memories, they weren't going to find it. Natsuki wasn't in a rush. He took a moment to check on the other fights. Kakashi and Shino versus the guy named Deepa was outright bullying. Deepa seemed able to carbonize his body, boosting hardness and striking power. He wasn't weak at all. At the very least, Shino's insects couldn't break through easily. But Kakashi was a nightmare matchup. Kakashi simply threw a Kamui shuriken. The moment it struck Deepa, space warped into a crushing twist, a spatial shredder that easily tore Deepa's carbonized arms clean off. Never underestimate space itself. It didn't matter if Deepa's carbonization was hard. Even if he'd carbonized into diamond-level hardness, it would still be worthless in front of warp space dismemberment. Deepa's mental state instantly collapsed. He'd been so arrogant. He must have believed his carbonization was unbreakable, that no one could possibly pierce his defense. But in front of Kakashi's Kamui shuriken, it meant nothing. How could he accept that? He didn't have a choice. Before long, Kakashi and Shino subdued him. At the same time, the AB brothers quickly restrained Amato. Amato was a scientist, good at inventing advanced weapons, but his personal combatability wasn't impressive. On the other hand, the teenage girl Delta was no joke. Even the AB brothers had a tough fight against her. Jiraiya fought alone against Kashin Koji, but after trading blows, Jiraiya realized Koji's techniques looked an awful lot like his own. Koji could even summon the toads of Mount Myaboku. And Koji's build felt strangely familiar, giving Jiraiya a very bad feeling. Sure enough, after a burst of heavy attacks from Jiraiya, Koji's mask finally shattered. Beneath it was an extremely young face, though the skin looked almost gaunt and dried out. Jiraiya shouted, "That's impossible, I don't have any brothers that young." Anoki, who had already subdued Victor easily, laughed. "Maybe he's your son, Jiraiya." Jiraiya shook his head instantly. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I go to brothels all the time, but I never get anyone pregnant, so there's no way I have a son." Everyone laughed. Who would believe a pervert like Jiraiya? He was also a drunk, who knew what he'd done by accident while wasted. At that point, Amato spoke up on his own. "I collected Jiraiya's flesh and blood and manufactured a clone. That's Kashin Koji. And Delta is also a clone. She's a clone of my late daughter. I only joined Kara to bring my daughter back. You won't stop me." Hearing that, everyone silently pitied Amato for exactly 1 second. In a world like this, people died every day. Amato's daughter wasn't some unique tragedy. If you pitied everyone, you'd drown in sorrow for life. Yes, Amato's love as a father was real. But supporting Ishiki was still wrong. The Otsutsuki were the greatest threat to the shinobi world. They had to be eradicated. Amato chose to aid evil, so the alliance wasn't going to hold back. Still, his cloning tech really was impressive. It might be something they could take and use. After all, the only way to survive the future catastrophe of an Otsutsuki invasion was to seize every advantage, take every tool, and make themselves stronger. No need to feel guilty about it. The enemy's power belonged to them now. Taking it was the correct play. Chapter 480. Seeing everyone completely suppress the enemy, Natsuki finally relaxed. Kara's members were all fairly capable, but the only truly terrifying one was Ishiki. As long as Ishiki was held in check, the rest weren't difficult to deal with. After all, the alliance had brought the top elites from every village. Their strength was on another level. If they couldn't even handle Kara, the shinobi world would have been destroyed a long time ago. Natsuki withdrew his gaze and focused again on Ishiki's battle. Ishiki's face looked ugly now. Clearly, his opponent's power exceeded his expectations. He'd been hiding in the shinobi world and plotting for ages, but he was also arrogant about his own strength. Even knowing these so-called Six Paths fighters had sealed Kaguya, he hadn't believed they could be that strong. Now it seemed he'd truly underestimated them. "You will be obstacles to planting the divine tree. Since you've all come here, I'll erase you. If Kama Stage 1 can't deal with you, then Kama Stage 2. As Ishiki spoke, a horn suddenly grew from his head. It emerged from his left temple, curled around the back of his skull, then jutted out near his right temple. Black markings ran along it. It looked a little ridiculous, but it also made Ishiki feel far more dangerous. The oppressive pressure rolling off him grew even heavier, like a giant looming overhead. Sasuke didn't dare take chances. He immediately activated his perfect Susanoo. Naruto did the same, transforming into his golden Ninetales mode. The two of them, like twin towering war machines, closed in to surround Ishiki. Neji didn't have a mech, but he raised a hand and condensed all his truth-seeking orbs into a massive greatsword. It was the technique Tonri had used before, Kinrin Tenseigen Baku, Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. That move hit hard. Borrowing it for a moment was no big deal. Ishiki didn't hesitate either. He lunged straight toward Susanoo. The Susanoo giant swung its great blade in a sweeping arc that looked like it could tear space apart, but Ishiki dodged easily. He flashed onto the flat of Susanoo's blade, then exploded with power from his legs and leapt. In the blink of an eye, he was at Susanoo's chest. One kick actually broke through Susanoo's defenses, and in the next instant that massive foot was right in front of Sasuke. Luckily, Sasuke crossed his arms in time to block, but he was still sent flying. Susanoo shattered at once. Sasuke! Naruto panicked. The golden Ninetales charged. Its claws thrashed in a frenzy, like it wanted to crush Ishiki into paste. Ishiki kept slipping away, even more effortlessly than before. You got bigger, so you look stronger, but you're too slow, slower than before by a lot. This is ridiculously easy to deal with. He even dodged the energy cannon, fired by the golden Ninetales, without trouble. Then he suddenly sprang upward and punched, blowing the golden Ninetales' head apart. The transformation exploded, and Naruto dropped out of it, vomiting blood as he fell. Ishiki was ruthless and efficient. He raised a hand, about to spear Naruto with another black rod. But then his brow twitched, his body vanished. Neji's greatsword slammed down, and the sheer force split the ground of the alternate dimension, shaking everything violently. But just as Ishiki had said, being huge made you powerful, not fast. The Golden Wheel Reincarnation explosion's destructive force was absurd. It could split the moon in half with one strike, but if it couldn't hit the target, it meant nothing, and it burned a huge amount of power. Ishiki simply used Sukuna Hikona, shrinking, to make himself smaller, absurdly small. At that point, Neji's sword swing was like a human trying to kill a mosquito with a blade. You basically couldn't hit, much less kill. And Ishiki was already fast even at normal size, so he dodged with ease. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Neji. He raised his hand and unleashed a cluster of black rods, but in the next instant, they were all knocked away. Under my eyes, you shrinking is meaningless. Neji's voice was cold. Repulsive force erupted from him, and that was what blasted the rods aside. He accelerated, closed the distance in a few steps, and once again took his gentle fist stance. Ishiki only smiled with contempt. He was extremely confident in taijutsu. But Neji's body began to spin. In a flash, he unleashed Senpo Gentle Fist, 6 paths rotation. A massive spherical barrier formed around him, layered with senjutsu, repulsive force, and even truth-seeking orbs. It slammed into Ishiki like an unstoppable battering ram. Ishiki was blasted away hard enough to spit blood. Clearly, Neji's technique wasn't a light hit. It hurt. In the next moment, Golden Naruto charged in again, holding an ultra-big ball Rasengan, smashing it straight toward Ishiki's head. Ishiki felt utterly fed up. He raised a hand and absorbed the Rasengan with the comma mark. But then his forehead jolted. He immediately tried to use a space-time portal to evade. Too late. A pitch-black long blade swept in, warping space itself. The space-time portal was disrupted, and with a bang it shattered apart. That sudden turn made Ishiki panic. Then he saw Sasuke, holding that black blade, continuing to cut. Wherever the blade passed, space twisted and buckled. Just looking at it was terrifying. Ishiki didn't dare be careless. He conjured a black rod and tried to block. The rod met the black blade. Space distorted violently around the blade, and the black rod was crushed into fragments in an instant. Along with it, several of Ishiki's fingers were shredded as well. He didn't even have time to be shocked. Naruto's fist smashed into his face, sending him flying. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji didn't waste words. They flashed after him and boxed him in again. But Neji and Naruto both stared at Sasuke, or rather at the pitch-black long blade in Sasuke's hand, curiosity obvious. Neji also looked at Sasuke's eyes and immediately understood. Sasuke, after your eyes evolved again, you gained a new ability. Sasuke didn't hide it. I absorbed Madara's Rin Sharingan. Now both my eyes have evolved into Rin Sharingan. My abilities improved across the board. And like you too, I can form truth-seeking orbs now. This blade is made by transforming a truth-seeking orb. It can warp space, similar to Kakashi's Kamui Shuriken. So that's how it is. That's incredible. Naruto couldn't help sounding a little jealous. He hadn't expected Sasuke to grow this much just by absorbing the power of one of Madara's eyes. It was honestly outrageous. Natsuki, Orochimaru, and Hashirama were watching from the sidelines, and they'd heard it too. All three were surprised. Sasuke's progress was no joke. At this rate, Ishiki was about to get pressed hard. Still, the three of them were standing there chatting loudly while surrounding Ishiki. Were they seriously not even treating the Otsutsuki as a threat anymore? Chapter 481. You really are a threat, then I absolutely can't let you live. Ishiki climbed back to his feet, killing intent bursting out of him. The calm facade from before, the master strategist posture, was completely gone now. Because he understood it clearly, he had severely underestimated these people. Panic was inevitable. He could no longer pretend to be composed, and he was desperate to wipe them out as fast as possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the divine tree plan that failed. He might not even keep his life. Otsutsuki Ishiki had hidden in the shinobi world for over 1,000 years. He hadn't endured all that just to die now. He was going to cultivate a chakra fruit, then ascend as a god of the Otsutsuki. Otherwise, what would all those years of patience and humiliation amount to, if not a joke? Ishiki's gaze locked mainly on Sasuke, or more specifically, on the pitch-black blade in Sasuke's hand. The space-warping power coming off that weapon made him feel genuine danger. So he had to kill that Rin Sharingan user first. As for Naruto and Neji, they were troublesome, but he was confident he could beat them. Ishiki stopped hesitating. His eyes changed. One became the Byakugan. The other turned yellow, with a black rice character pattern in the pupil. It was his most unusual eye, his Kokugan black eyes. In the next instant, he used the Kokugan's power to summon something enormous. A colossal beast rose like a mountain, 10 tails sweeping behind it. The second 10 tails. He finally couldn't hold back and brought it out. Natsuki, Orochimaru, and Hashirama all lit up with excitement. They'd been worrying they couldn't find it. Now the enemy had delivered it personally. Which meant the next step was obvious. Seal the 10 tails. Ishiki immediately issued an order. 10 tails, you deal with the blue-eyed one and the blonde. The moment he finished speaking, a crack spread across his abdomen with a sharp snap. His expression turned even uglier. He shut the Byakugan and the Kokugan. It seems Jijin's body can't handle any more of my power. If I keep outputting, this body will be ruined, this trash body. It was never worthy of being my vessel. Damn it. If I'd already found a proper vessel, I wouldn't be forced into this. Jijin was furious. He'd hidden for more than 1,000 years and still hadn't found a suitable vessel. So he'd had to keep using Jijin's weak body, unable to reincarnate. The moment he reincarnated into Jijin, he'd only live a few days. A body that couldn't bear his power would only break down. Before that happened, he had to find a new body and implant a comma mark, or it was a dead end. That wretched body was the reason he'd been dragged into this predicament. Or rather, being stuck with that body was the reason he'd been forced to hide for 1,000 years in the first place. If not for that, he would have succeeded in planting the divine tree long ago. All you could say was, Ishiki was unlucky. Other Otsutsuki pairs cooperated cleanly. Only he got stabbed in the back by Kaguya, and then, at death's door, ran into a frail monk like Jijin, which shackled him ever after. Then, for years, he never found a new vessel, never reincarnated, and now he was being hunted down by the Shinobi Alliance's strongest. It was brutal. From the moment he arrived in this world, It was like misfortune never stopped following him. If he'd known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come even if someone beat him to death. Sasuke kept Ishiki locked in his sights. The moment Ishiki shut his Byakugan and Kokugan again, Sasuke knew something was wrong with him. And that meant this was the best time to finish him. He snapped, "Neji Naruto, you two hold the 10 tails. I'll deal with the Otsutsuki." Naruto and Neji both looked up at the 10 tails. With their current strength, they didn't feel overwhelmed. 6 paths power could suppress the 10 tails without much trouble. They were thinking about how to handle it. Should they kill it outright? Or, like the Sage of 6 Paths, would it be better to split it up? Just then, Natsuki, Orochimaru, and Hashirama surged forward. Natsuki said, "Neji Naruto, keep working with Sasuke to handle Ishiki. Leave the 10 tails to us." Orochimaru was staring at Ishiki like a perfect specimen. He'd seen it clearly, that switch from Byakugan to the rice pattern eye. That Kokugan had to be Ishiki's special eye, just like Kaguya's Rin Sharingan. Which suggested a tempting hypothesis. The Otsutsuki generally inherited the Byakugan, but each one also possessed their own unique special eye. And that special eye was the most valuable thing to research. Maybe Sukune Hikona was the Dojutsu of that eye. This was getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru washed his face with his long tongue again, unable to resist urging, "Natsuki-kun, why don't you move already and capture that Otsutsuki? I can't wait to get my hands on that research material." "Why are you in such a hurry? He's not going anywhere," Natsuki said, unbothered. "This is the perfect chance for Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji to sharpen themselves. Whether they can better resist the Otsutsuki invasion later depends on whether they grow again in this fight. Let's help the first seal the 10 tails first. Then we'll have one more 6 paths level fighter. Don't worry, you won't be short on research material in the future." Orochimaru smiled, chillingly pleased. "Haha, fine, I'm the one being impatient. I trust you, Natsuki-kun. Then first, let's see if the first can succeed." As he spoke, Orochimaru's eyes turned blue. The Tenseigan activated. However, Orochimaru still didn't seem able to form truth-seeking orbs. Maybe he'd only just obtained this new body, and his mastery of the Tenseigan wasn't deep enough yet. Still, it was more than enough to fight the 10 tails. Orochimaru used gravitational pull on the 10 tails, violently dragging at its massive body. The 10 tails roared in fury and swung a gigantic claw down at Orochimaru. Wood release, wood dragon jutsu. Hashirama immediately responded. In the next instant, a massive wooden dragon coiled up and wrapped around the 10 tails' claw. Hashirama's wood dragon wasn't simple. It didn't just bind. It also absorbed chakra, just like back when Hashirama casually broke Madara's armored Susanoo. But now the enemy was the 10 tails. The wood dragon looked enormous, yet in front of the 10 tails it was barely a loach. The 10 tails became even more enraged. It extended multiple claws, seized the wood dragon, and tore it apart violently. Then it opened its mouth and fired a gigantic energy sphere, trying to blow these irritating gnats into nothing. But in the next second, the energy sphere vanished, transferred away by Hurricane. Far in the distance, a terrifying explosion bloomed, a mushroom cloud rising. "Good thing I placed Flying Thunder God seals elsewhere in advance," Tobirama said coolly. "Otherwise, dealing with the 10 tails tailed beast bomb would be a real problem." Chapter 482. Natsuki said it like that, but his tone was way too calm. Hashirama and Orochimaru both couldn't help feeling speechless. The old Natsuki never used to act this cool. Was it because he was about to become a dad, so even his personality had changed? Natsuki didn't bother wasting time. On the spot, he opened the 7th gate of shock, and in the next instant he flashed onto the 10 tails' back. First, he left a Flying Thunder God seal. Then he drove a straight punch down. The terrifying force cratered the 10 tails back inward. The 10 tails let out a scream so brutal it sounded like its insides were being torn apart. And its massive body slammed to the ground with a boom. The ground itself exploded into a giant crater on impact. With the 7th gate, Natsuki had long since reached 6 paths level power. Dealing with the 10 tails wasn't a problem. Knocking it down in one punch was, to everyone watching, completely expected. But Ishiki's eyes went wide. What the hell are you? Why can you punch the 10 tails down? Ishiki truly couldn't understand it. Natsuki looked ordinary. He hadn't inherited Kaguya's eyes, and he didn't seem to have Kaguya's bloodline either. Yet the taijutsu power he just unleashed was absurd, utterly beyond reason. Even with intel on Natsuki, even knowing he was one of the Shinobi World's 4 Six Paths fighters, Ishiki had never imagined Natsuki would be this strong. Neji sneered, "You should be grateful Natsuki didn't move against you from the start. He's the strongest of the 4 of us. He could crush you in minutes." Ishiki clearly didn't believe it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Believe it or not, you're finished today. Naruto charged again, multi-shadow clone jutsu erupting once more. With his chakra reserves now, splitting into 5,000 clones was no problem. And with his taijutsu greatly improved, multi-shadow clone really was terrifyingly effective. Even with Kama Stage 2, Ishiki was getting swarmed to death. With Neji and Sasuke constantly looking for openings, Ishiki remained pinned and passive. But Ishiki was even more worried about the 10 tails. He had a bad feeling about that guy named Natsuki. He was sure Natsuki was plotting something, and it had to be stopped. Except Ishiki was being tied down by these 3, and couldn't spare attention for the 10 tails at all. On the other side, Orochimaru rose into the air above the 10 tails and released repulsive force from above, pressing it down so it couldn't move. Hashirama surged with wood release, binding the 10 tails' limbs, tails, and even its huge torso, leaving it no chance to escape. "Natsuki, Orochimaru, coordinate with me." Hashirama shouted and immediately used Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating 3 clones. Natsuki made 3 clones as well. Together, the 2 of them formed a team of 8. They split to different positions and began forming an 8 trigram seal. Sealing technique, 8 trigrams 64 seals. 8 people using the 8 trigram seal at once meant 64 seals total. 8 times the strength of the seal that had once restrained the 9 tails. They had no choice. Hashirama didn't have a Rinnegan, so he couldn't dominate the 10 tails. The only option was to strengthen the sealing technique and force it shut. If that still wasn't enough, they'd go to 8 trigrams 128 seals. No matter how strong the 10 tails was, it would be locked away. As the 8 of them activated the sealing technique together, the 10 tails instinctively sensed danger and began struggling violently, even breaking free from the wood release bindings. But Orochimaru increased his repulsive output, still grinding it into the ground. Escape was impossible. "Roar!" the 10 tails screamed shrill, almost like it was begging for help. Ishiki's face changed instantly. "Not good, they're sealing the 10 tails, I can't let them succeed." Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji understood immediately, and all 3 grinned. So Natsuki and the others had been waiting for the 10 tails from the beginning. They were planning to create another 10 tails Jinchuriki. If they succeeded, the alliance would gain another 6 paths level powerhouse, massively strengthening their side. Which meant Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji had one mission: hold Ishiki down. Truth-seeking orb Raisen Shuriken. 8 trigrams 128 vacuum palms. Space slash. The 3 unleashed their strongest moves at once. 3 terrifying forces swallowed Ishiki whole. Ishiki's expression turned vicious. He stopped holding back and activated the Kokugen again, instantly shrinking the attacks down and nullifying the damage completely. Then he immediately canceled the summoning. With a boom, the 10 tails vanished from where it stood. Cracked. The fracture across Ishiki's abdomen widened even more. Opening his eye again had clearly inflicted severe damage to this body. It could no longer support him for much longer. He shut the Kokugen, his face dark enough to kill. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji saw they hadn't stopped him, but they weren't discouraged. They actually smiled. They knew Natsuki had definitely prepared for contingencies. If the 10 tails appeared, there was no way he'd let it escape, so there was no need to worry. And for Ishiki to save the 10 tails, his own situation had clearly worsened. The rest of the fight was going to be fun. Hashirama shouted, "Natsuki, bring the 10 tails back." Orochimaru immediately took Natsuki's position in the sealing formation and continued the 8 trigram seal. Natsuki's main body flashed away. When he returned, he dragged the enormous Ten-Tails back with him. The seal Natsuki had left on the Ten-Tails' back was for this exact moment. Since the Ten-Tails had shown itself, it would not be allowed to run. The Ten-Tails was momentarily stunned. Before it could even process what happened, Natsuki slammed it down from midair with a dragon fist air cannon, pinning it so completely it couldn't move. The 8 trigram sealing formation immediately pressed down on it again. For a moment, the Ten-Tails went from furious to terrified, so overwhelmed it even forgot to howl. Ishiki realized Natsuki had left a trap, and rage nearly split his skull. But his own condition was failing, and he couldn't do anything about it. "Damn you, you forced my hand." Ishiki's eyes turned manic. He activated the comma on Jaijin's body. He chose reincarnation. At this point, he couldn't afford to think anymore. Forget whether the Ten-Tails would be sealed. This body couldn't keep fighting. If he forced it, the only outcome was collapse. So he had to reincarnate. If he moved fast enough, maybe he could still wipe these people out. And once they were dead, he might be able to pick a useful vessel from among them and complete a new reincarnation. No matter what, he had to gamble. But Hashirama's side was faster. As the 8 trigram seals slammed down, the Ten-Tails' massive body was sealed, forcibly stuffed into Hashirama's body. In the next instant, with a sharp hiss, Hashirama's body began to change. Chapter 483. Buzz, a powerful aura spilled outward. Hashirama's entire body turned white. His original red armor became a white robe. Horns sprouted from his forehead, several truth-seeking balls circled around him, and he held a shakujo staff in his hand. Just like Madara back then, he looked noble, solemn, and overwhelmingly strong. Madara would probably be happy, Hashirama murmured to himself. Even if our goals were different, we both became Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. It's like the bond that snapped back then has connected again. I'll use this power, and Madara's share of it too, to protect the shinobi world. He really couldn't forget his old lover. Now, with his memories completely restored, that feeling only grew clearer. Still, the sheer power made him elated. He no longer had to stand aside and just watch these young guys fight monsters. He was joining the battle too. The commotion on this side naturally drew everyone's attention. The Kara members' faces all changed drastically. Clearly, they hadn't expected Hashirama to choose to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. With that, the Shinobi Alliance's side became even stronger, and without the Ten-Tails, the organization's tree-planting plan instantly went bankrupt. Of course, if they could snatch the Ten-Tails back, the plan could continue. But looking at the situation now, forget retrieving the Ten-Tails. They weren't even sure they could keep their lives. Meanwhile, the Alliance's side was ecstatic. No one had known in advance, so seeing Hashirama become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and successfully step into the Six Paths realm made them deliriously happy. The Alliance was extremely united now. And with the Otsutsuki as an external existential threat, having more peak-tier powerhouses in their own camp was nothing but a massive win. Even though all the Six Paths level fighters were currently in Konoha, Konoha had shown real sincerity. Not only did they refrain from throwing their weight around, they didn't take the chance to unify the shinobi world either. They even shared powerful techniques like Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, and Hachiman Tonko, 8 Gates, which was admirable both in strength and in breadth of vision. So naturally, no one objected. Everyone believed that if people from the other villages ever got the chance to step into the Six Paths realm, Konoha would definitely support them too. Tabarama was grinning from ear to ear. "So that's what you've been acting all mysterious about lately, big brother. I'll be honest, you really surprised me. All I can say is, beautifully done." Others raised their thumbs as well. First Hokage-sama, beautifully done. Natsuki and Orochimaru exchanged a look and both nodded. The Gossip 64 seal was extremely stable, completely trapping the Ten-Tails so it couldn't move at all, while forcibly wringing power out of it. With that, Hashirama's current strength definitely wasn't weak. Not only had they stopped the enemy's tree plan, they'd also increased their own power. There couldn't be a better outcome than this. Over there, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji also looked pleased. Hashirama's success was undeniably a shot in the arm. Next, all they had to do was defeat this Otsutsuki Ishiki. "You bastards, I won't forgive you." Ishiki was completely beyond rage. His entire presence became totally different. His face and skin turned deathly pale, the karma patterns on his body vanished, his left Byakugan and right black eye opened fully, and only the right black eye had thick, eyebrow-like markings arranged around it. There were also many more Magatama pattern tattoos on his. He looked colder, more arrogant, like he regarded all life as insects. Reincarnation successful. Otsutsuki Ishiki had fully returned. Even if his lifespan might be short, the current Ishiki was unquestionably terrifyingly strong. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji immediately felt an intense pressure. None of them dared to slack off for even a moment. They continued to tightly encircle the enemy and waited for the right moment to strike. But Ishiki couldn't wait. He whooshed and vanished, clearly shrinking again, and his speed was even faster. Neji and Sasuke caught it immediately, launching attacks at once while warning, "First Hokage-sama, he's going for you." Hashirama snapped back to focus and also felt the danger closing in. But he was full of confidence now. He intended to fight Ishiki head-on and see the true power of an Otsutsuki for himself. Whoosh, Ishiki revealed himself. The Sukune Hikona shrunk divine air attack and space slashes behind him were reduced by the power of his black eye and, causing no damage or obstruction at all. He lifted his hand, aiming at Hashirama, about to kill the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki on the spot. But Hashirama reached out and scooped, smoothly grabbing several black rods right into his hand, actually neutralizing Ishiki's attack with ease. To everyone watching, it was unbelievable. Ishiki didn't believe it, thinking it was a fluke, so he launched another barrage of black rods. And yet Hashirama simply scooped with both hands, catching a bunch of black rods and tossing them to the ground. Ishiki's attacks genuinely did nothing. Ishiki was completely stunned. Impossible. How could you Chinese letter my Sukune Hikona? You can't be that strong. Hashirama stayed calm. "I'm not strong enough. My strength might even be below yours. But your black rod attacks, no matter how small you make them, are still just projectiles. As long as you pay enough attention, you can spot them. And if you can spot them, you can intercept them. That's a required course for shinobi. Don't tell me you and Otsutsuki don't know that." "You, damn it." Ishiki was furious. He felt Hashirama wasn't trying to mock him, just stating a fact. But that tone, that matter-of-fact delivery, made it feel like the worst kind of humiliation. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji looked at each other, because they seemingly couldn't intercept the black rods barehanded either. Even if Sasuke and Neji could spot the rods with their eyes, actually grabbing them still felt basically impossible. Because the rods were just too fast. So how was the first Hokage doing it? In truth, it was experience. Hashirama was the god of shinobi from the Warring States era. He'd fought countless battles, and nothing was more basic to him than guarding against projectiles. No matter how small they were, they couldn't escape his sensing. Before, maybe he couldn't have stopped them, but now he was 6 paths Hashirama. Catching black rods was naturally not a problem. What he probably hadn't expected was that this kind of simple handling completely broke Ishiki's mentality. "I don't believe it. I'm going to kill you. Give the Ten-Tails back." Ishiki roared and charged in, going straight into close combat with Hashirama. To be fair, Ishiki's taijutsu really was strong, at the very least far stronger than Kaguya's. But Hashirama's taijutsu was clearly above his. After a flurry of exchanges, Ishiki couldn't gain any advantage at all. Even when he occasionally tried to enlarge a black rod for a sneak attack, Hashirama would casually scoop it up, making it useless. That result only made Ishiki angrier. He poured on even more power, determined to beat Hashirama to death. Then he'd use black rods to nail Hashirama to the ground and see if he still acted so smug. What Ishiki didn't know was that Hashirama was actually having a great time. Chapter 484. No one who crawled out of the Warring States era was anything but warlike. Hashirama still remembered it. The last time he'd had a truly exhilarating battle with Madara was, well, the last time. Even if he'd ultimately been forced to choose to kill his best friend with his own hands, the fight itself had still been intensely joyful. Because Madara's dance really was beautiful. Because Madara's intent lived entirely in fists and feet. Battle was happiness, and a battle where you could go all out was the purest happiness of all. Hashirama cut loose. Every move he threw had been tempered through countless fights, powerful to the extreme. Even against an ancient monster who'd lived for over 1,000 years, he didn't give an inch. Ishiki fought with mounting frustration and decisively unveiled a new move. Tgthegood. His black eye flickered, and huge stone pillars suddenly appeared out of thin air, crashing down to suppress Hashirama. Tgthegood and Sukune were both among the Black Eye's Dojutsu. They could store any shrunken object inside a timeless, motionless space, then summon it at any moment to attack. Ishiki, in daily life, loved stuffing random things into that still space. Giant stone pillars were nothing more than ordinary clutter to him. Still, the pillars really were massive, and they appeared even more abruptly than the black rods. It genuinely caught Hashirama off guard. Hashirama had no time to dodge. Thick branches erupted from his body automatically, successfully bracing every pillar overhead, but Ishiki's heavy boot was already in front of his chest. Bang! Hashirama was kicked flying, rolling several times across the ground before he barely stopped. And when everyone looked again, there was a gaping hole punched through his chest. Before anyone could even worry, the hole repaired itself instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal, not a trace of injury left behind. Orochimaru couldn't help licking his lips as he praised, as expected of the first Hokage-sama. That recovery is just as freakish as ever. Natsuki nodded too, not surprised in the least. Hashirama's would release had always been abnormal. His yang release chakra had always been absurdly overpowered. Now that he'd stepped into 6 paths, it had only become even more unstoppable. A mere external wound meant basically nothing. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji, who'd originally planned to spectate a little longer, finally relaxed when they saw that, then immediately charged in as well. Before, they'd thought Hashirama might overwhelm Ishiki and win on his own. Now that it was clear he couldn't, they'd just jump him together. No point wasting time and risking some other variable cropping up. Once Hashirama recovered, he also rushed in at once. 4-on-1 was bad news for Ishiki. He prided himself on his taijutsu, but facing that many top-tier fighters, he was starting to feel stretched thin. It looked like he'd have to use his full strength. Otherwise, he'd be the one in danger. As the 4 closed in, his black eye lit up again. Tgthegood. The next second, gigantic black cubes abruptly appeared in midair, then slammed down with repeated booms. Hashirama frowned. Several truth-seeking balls instantly gathered and formed a massive black hand to brace the first cube. But the cube wasn't just huge, it was unbelievably heavy. His truth-seeking ball hand could only barely hold it back, shaking under the strain. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji chose to dodge without hesitation, because they could all feel how dangerous those cubes were. They really were bizarre. No one knew what they were made of. Their jet-black surface was etched with red, squared spiral patterns, as if they'd always been that enormous and were only being carried around because Sukune had shrunk them down. More importantly, the cubes seemed to block sensing entirely. The sudden strikes were almost impossible to detect in advance. Boom, a second cube stacked down on top, the weight instantly exploding upward. Hashirama's truth-seeking ball hand shattered, and Hashirama himself was pinned to the ground beneath 2 enormous cubes. Fortunately, the very next moment, Hashirama burst up out of the earth some distance away, and everyone finally let out a hard breath. Hashirama warned them in a deep voice, "Kids, these cubes are dangerous. Don't try to block them lightly and watch out for sneak attacks. If you get caught wrong, you can die." Got it. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji honestly didn't even need the reminder. They could tell at a glance the black cubes weren't normal. So this was Ishiki's trump card. A moment ago, he couldn't even gain the upper hand in a 1 versus 3. Now that he'd used this, the entire situation flipped, and the 4 of them instantly fell into a disadvantage. And Otsutsuki really wasn't going to be simple. Natsuki asked, Orochimaru, can you tell what those cubes are? Orochimaru observed with the Tenseigan, but shook his head. A very strange substance, probably something from space. Not only is it incredibly heavy, it also blocks chakra sensing. I've never seen it before, but it's interesting. This will be one of my research materials too. Maybe I can forge some terrifying ninja tools out of it. The cubes truly were special, even more special than god tree materials. It was hard not to be intrigued. If they could be made into ninja tools, they'd definitely be ridiculously strong. Natsuki sounded genuinely expectant. Don't worry, you won't be short on materials. Look at all those cubes. I'm more worried you won't be able to research them all. Orochimaru licked his face with his tongue. Ha ha ha. Whether I can handle the research isn't something you need to worry about, but the materials I want can't be missing. Otherwise, wouldn't a scientist like me be wasted? When it came to research, Orochimaru was supremely confident. He was the strongest scientist in the shinobi world, his level of research decades ahead of everyone else. Who could possibly compare? Amato of the three paths, who are you looking down on? My cloning tech is better than yours. Boom, booms, boom. The Daikoten cubes kept falling like a rainstorm. And after each cube landed, Sukune Hikona would shrink it down again. Then it would be enlarged again up in the sky and dropped once more, smashing down in a frenzied loop. As long as Ishiki didn't stop the technique, the cube downpour wouldn't stop either. In that case, there was no way Hashirama and the others could even get close, much less defeat him. Seeing that, Sasuke immediately summoned two shields shaped like oversized ping-pong paddles, then strapped them onto his forearms. With a bracing shove of both arms, he actually batted the falling cubes off to the side. Ishiki froze for a split second, then immediately intensified the cube barrage on Sasuke. But Sasuke raised his arms overhead, and the ping-pong paddle shields kept bouncing the cubes away, completely unable to halt his advance. Hashirama recognized it at once. Those are Madara's gunbai, aren't they? I remember it shattered during our battle. Neji reacted too. After the war, Natsuki gave all the gunbai fragments to Sasuke. Looks like Sasuke reforged what was left into two small shields. The gunbai was made from god tree material and has the power to deflect any ninjutsu. I didn't expect it could even deflect these bizarre cubes. Don't hesitate, let's back Sasuke up. Naruto made the call instantly. He used Tajukage Bunshin, no jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, sending a huge number of shadow clones charging forward to put pressure on Ishiki. At the very least, they had to split the enemy's attention. Chapter 485. Neji didn't hesitate either. He immediately went all out and unleashed Jinrin Tensei Baku, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A massive tornado storm surged upward, actually holding a huge swath of the giant cubes suspended in midair. Hashirama took the opening to charge forward. Gigantic trees continuously sprouted around him. Even if they couldn't fully prop up the enormous cubes, they slowed their descent enough for him to push ahead faster. Under the four of them's fierce offensive, Otsutsuki Ishiki was, to some extent, forced into scrambling. But he had plenty of Daikoten stockpiled in his Daikokuten storage. He decisively increased output, turning the cube rainfall into a torrential downpour. They smashed down nonstop, immediately halting the four of them's movements. And he wasn't just standing there either. He went straight for Sasuke. He flashed right in front of Sasuke, and a Daikoten cube just happened to be dropping directly above Sasuke's head. Sasuke had no time to dodge. He could only raise the shielded forearms and brace with difficulty. In the next second, 3 black rods punched straight through his body. Sasuke! Naruto snapped on the spot, going berserk and transforming into a golden nine-tails again. 9 enormous tails propped up the giant cubes overhead. He opened his gaping maw and fired a tailed beast ball, sweeping away a huge cluster of cubes in a single blast. At the same time, the dense swarm of shadow clones seized the moment and rushed in to kill. Ishiki shot black rods, wiping out several shadow clones, but Naruto's clones were as numerous as ants, making him sick with annoyance. So he used Daikon again to patch the gap, successfully blocking Naruto's shadow clones completely. Sasuke used the chance to activate a Menochikara, heavenly hand power, swapping positions with Ishiki. Ishiki immediately found himself under the suppression of 3 enormous cubes. But those cubes were his to begin with. He instantly used Sukuna Hakona to shrink them down. Sasuke then formed a pitch-black long blade again with truth-seeking balls and lunged in, intending to take Ishiki into close combat. Ishiki, however, was wary of that black blade's ability to warp space, so he blocked again with black cubes. Then his body shrank once more and vanished. "Naruto, he's coming for you." Neji and Sasuke caught it again and hurriedly warned him. It seemed Ishiki had realized it too. Dealing with Naruto was, comparatively speaking, simpler. Sasuke and Neji had special eyes that made it easy to spot attacks. Hashirama was veteran and hard to subdue quickly. Compared to them, Naruto looked like the easier target. Ishiki arrived right in front of a Naruto and used black rods to blow it apart. But when he looked up, he found that even though Naruto's shadow clones kept getting smashed apart by the cube downpour, their numbers never seemed to drop. They just kept replenishing, to the point Ishiki couldn't even tell which one was the real body. Ishiki immediately grew furious. This blonde looked easy to handle, but he was actually a massive nuisance too. Looks like Ishiki would have to keep circling and wearing them down. Watching all this, Natsuki and Orochimaru couldn't help yawning. The fight had dragged on for a while now, and neither side could truly put the other down. Ishiki's strength really was absurd. If he were only dealing with 2 6 paths level fighters, he'd definitely have more than enough. But now there were 4, and every single one of them was a pain in the neck. Even Ishiki was starting to panic. Even though it looked like he had the upper hand, the fact that he couldn't take down even one person was making him uneasy. If this kept dragging on, his lifespan wouldn't be enough. Was he going to get worn to death, bit by bit? At that moment, the others started gathering in as well. Natsuki froze, subconsciously turning to look back, and realized Kara had already been completely taken down. Clearly, the Shinobi Alliance's side had too many strong fighters, and they were too strong. Under a group beatdown, almost nobody could resist. As long as Kara's members didn't have a death wish, most of them chose to behave once they were beaten down. Only that clown-looking guy, Deepa, had been too cocky. Kakashi and Shino had bullied him so badly it was pathetic. On top of that, the interior of the headquarters had been fully infiltrated by Alliance personnel. Documents and materials were all being seized and looted. Kara's secrets were about to stop being secrets. At this point, only Otsutsuki Ishiki was left. The Kara members watched their leader display overwhelming, might yet still fail to finish the enemy, and they could only feel helpless and resigned. Looks like the Otsutsuki really were strong, but the Shinobi world wasn't weak either. Powerhouses were emerging one after another. The Otsutsuki probably couldn't get any advantage at all, let alone their tree plan. This time, they were definitely finished. All their previous effort was going to be washed away. After struggling for so long, only to never even get a glimpse of what a chakra fruit looked like, the mood turned grim. The Otsutsuki really are incredible, Tabarama couldn't help praising. The 4 of them at 6 paths level are fighting him together, and we're still at a disadvantage. It's unbelievable. Anoki's voice was low. When people used to talk about the Otsutsuki clan's invasion as a calamity, I couldn't quite picture it, because I never got to see how terrifying Kaguya really was. Now I understand. If the Otsutsuki are all as strong as Ishiki, or even stronger than him, then the Shinobi world's calamity absolutely can't be avoided. Minato, however, was full of confidence. His smile was as warm as the sun as it steadied everyone. No need to worry. That's exactly why we united the entire Shinobi world. If we can deal with one Otsutsuki today, then in the future we can face the entire Otsutsuki clan. The others were infected by that smile and relaxed a little. Yeah, to prevent that future calamity was the whole reason they formed the alliance in the first place, wasn't it? Now the alliance had 5 6 paths level fighters. In the future, there would definitely be more. The Otsutsuki were nothing more than foreign invaders. Orochimaru spoke up at this moment. Natsuki-kun, it's time for you to step in, isn't it? The first Hokage-sama and the others are at a disadvantage, and they can't hold much longer. Don't let my experimental materials run away. All right, I guess I really should warm up. Natsuki was tired of waiting too. He clapped his hands together. Secret technique, Nikuten flesh release. His body immediately began undergoing earth-shaking changes. His hair grew long and turned red. He became tall and powerfully built, like Super Saiyan 4 Kakarot out of Dragon Ball. And the pressure of his aura was suffocating. His crimson blood and chi condensed around him into colored truth-seeking balls. Everyone had heard of Natsuki's Nikuten before, but aside from Tabarama and Minato, this was their first time seeing what it looked like. Feeling that vast, surging life force, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Even Orochimaru's tongue nearly tied itself in a knot. So this is Nikuten? What terrifying vitality. Then I'm going in. As Natsuki spoke, he vanished in an instant, so fast he couldn't be seen at all. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Ishiki, and a sky-covering fist was swelling in Ishiki's face. Not good. Bang, Ishiki was sent flying sideways. The cube downpour stopped as a result. Hashirama and Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji finally had room to breathe. Seeing Natsuki step in, they at last relaxed. Chapter 486. Natsuki, you finally decided to step in. As Neji said it, he actually shut down his Tenseigen, clearly not planning to keep fighting. After all, once Natsuki moved, it meant no one else would even get a sip of the soup. There was no point for him to interfere. He could just rest and watch the show. Naruto also canceled his Golden Sage mode, grumbling, Natsuki, I'm not done yet, Databeo. Couldn't you watch a little longer? At least wait until I've had my fill before you jump in. Sasuke shot Naruto a look. The four of us fought one guy for that long, couldn't take him down, and we were even getting pushed back. Natsuki was yawning while watching. And you still have the nerve to say that? Enough. Let Natsuki clean this up and end it sooner. The fact we forced Ishiki to reincarnate at all is already impressive. Hashirama also canceled his six-path state, and he didn't object. He was battle-crazy, sure, but fighting Ishiki just now had made him feel constrained. He still hadn't fully gotten a handle on six paths power, so it was fine to stop for now. Besides, if the Otsutsuki clan invaded in the future, they definitely wouldn't be short on enemies. You all go rest, I'll have some fun. Natsuki waved the four of them off, then turned to Otsutsuki Ishiki. Ishiki rubbed his swollen face, his expression so dark it looked murderous. He hadn't expected Natsuki, who'd been sitting out the whole time, to suddenly sneak in. And that speed, that strength, he hadn't been able to react at all. This guy, how could he be this strong? It made no sense. What the hell are you? Ishiki's gaze was practically trying to kill. Oh, you're pretty tough. You only took that much damage. Natsuki was genuinely surprised. He hadn't opened Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates. But even with just Nikuten, flesh release, his power already surpassed ordinary 6 paths level fighters. And yet the punch had only swollen Ishiki's face. This Otsutsuki had some real skill. But to Ishiki, those words were a massive insult. He was an Otsutsuki, a cosmic cultivator, someone destined to become a god someday, and this shinobi world native was calling him tough, like he was some punching bag. It was humiliating, like he'd been looked down on. He was going to kill this bastard. So Ishiki didn't bother talking. He raised a hand and fired a storm of black rods. But Natsuki just kept walking forward step by step, casually batting aside every incoming rod, strolling like he was swatting flies. To everyone watching, it was utterly absurd. And to Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji in particular, it was almost impossible to believe, because they'd personally experienced how nasty those black rods were. They were tiny, hard to detect, and insanely fast. Then they'd suddenly enlarge like they'd appeared from nowhere. Most people couldn't dodge them at all. Even Hashirama had needed full concentration to notice them and intercept. There was no way he could do it as easily as Natsuki was doing now. All they could say was, Natsuki was ridiculous. What the hell are you? Ishiki was starting to crack, launching black rods in a frenzy, but it still did nothing. In a rage, he immediately summoned a Daikon cube. The massive block slammed down toward Natsuki's head. Natsuki noticed it, raised a hand, and simply caught the cube. Then he kept walking forward, completely unaffected by its weight. That result made Ishiki's whole body tremble. What kind of strength was this? Hashirama couldn't help commenting, "That cube is insanely heavy. I could barely prop it up with truth-seeking balls earlier. But Natsuki is just carrying it with raw physical strength while walking. I don't even have words for how absurd that is." Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji all nodded hard. As the ones who'd been bullied by those cubes, they understood exactly what Hashirama meant. Natsuki wasn't human. Daikyote, boom, another cube stacked on, weight times 2. Daikyote, boom, weight times 3. Daikyote, weight times 4. Natsuki stopped, his brows knit. "It's kind of heavy, don't add any more, I'm going to have trouble holding it up." "You've got to be kidding me." Ishiki nearly screamed. These cubes were heavy enough to pin a 6-paths-level fighter so they couldn't move. You're holding 4 of them, and you're only saying they're kind of heavy. How is that remotely reasonable? "So what the hell are you?" Natsuki kept walking forward, and Ishiki backed away in fear. Clear terror showed in both his black eye and his Byakugan. Obviously, Natsuki wasn't just posing. He was doing it on purpose, trying to completely intimidate Ishiki, crush his will, and make him fall into despair until he lost all desire to resist. After all, black rods didn't work, cube suppression didn't work. So what else did Ishiki have? If every technique failed, it meant he could never beat his opponent. Once an Otsutsuki's pride shattered into dust, all that was left was despair. That made him much easier to handle. Whoosh, Natsuki vanished. The 4 stacked cubes hadn't even had time to fall. The bottom cube was kicked away by Natsuki's foot, smashing brutally into Ishiki. Ishiki spat out a huge mouthful of blood, blasted backward by the impact. Natsuki caught the remaining 3 cubes again, and chased after Ishiki while carrying them. "How's it feel? You've been dropping cubes on people this whole time. Now you've felt the weight yourself, right? Next I've still got 3. You're going to get hit 3 more times, so grit your teeth and hold on." Ishiki fully snapped. He turned and ran. "Don't come any closer." Natsuki wasn't about to listen. He sped up, caught him, and kicked another cube straight into Ishiki's back. Ishiki was sent flying again, vomiting another huge mouthful of blood. He felt like his spine was about to shatter. His face was pure terror now, not a shred of resistance left in him. Everyone stared with their jaws on the floor, too shocked to even pick them up. Because the terrifying Ishiki from a moment ago was now getting chased down and beaten like a drowned dog by Natsuki. It made even this strange dimension feel surreal. Hashirama and Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji exchanged looks, all a bit embarrassed. It was obvious Natsuki was stronger than them by an obscene margin, and this was only Nikuten. He hadn't even opened Hachiman Tonko. Back then, Nikuten plus the 6th gate, that single Ryukin, Dragon Fist, burst that completely suppressed Kaguya. Thinking about it now, they finally understood how horrifying that move really was. No wonder Kaguya hadn't been able to resist at all. If 10 Kaguyas showed up, they probably still couldn't resist. The only one who didn't react like that was Orochimaru. He immediately pulled out a collection device and hurried toward the spots where Ishiki's blood had splattered. He was even shouting, "Natsuki-kun, take it easy. Don't ruin my experimental materials. And stop playing around, hurry up and capture him. All that blood hitting the ground is such a waste." Everyone's. Chapter 487. Honestly, Orochimaru somehow felt even more unhinged. From start to finish, Orochimaru had treated Otsutsuki Ishiki as nothing but lab material. No matter how strong Ishiki was, in Orochimaru's mind, it was only natural that Natsuki would beat him down and deliver him to the operating table. It was just a question of how much effort Natsuki felt like using. If Natsuki wanted, he could probably end this faster and not let Ishiki spill even a single extra drop of blood. But the Alliance quickly accepted it. Fine, Orochimaru had always been a mad scientist. Grave robbing and tomb digging used to be routine for him, and he'd gone around tricking talented kids into following him too. So this version of him was honestly not that hard to accept. As long as he did proper research, dug out every last bit of Otsutsuki power, and helped everyone get stronger, that was pretty nice. As for his personality, there was no need to meddle. Natsuki acted like he hadn't even heard Orochimaru. He snapped out 2 more kicks, sending the remaining 2 cubes flying. With a ripping boom, the cubes tore through the air and reached Ishiki in an instant. Ishiki had been terrified before, but now he reacted. It was like he finally remembered his power. He decisively used his black eye and activated Sukuna Hikona, shrinking the 2 incoming cubes and avoiding the attack. Only then did he let out a hard breath of relief. When he looked back at Natsuki, there was fear in his eyes, but also a thick, burning, killing intent. This man was the greatest enemy. Even those 4 with 6 paths level strength hadn't forced him, and Otsutsuki, into this kind of dread. He had to eliminate this guy. But right now, he probably couldn't win. And his lifespan wasn't long either. He had to find a new vessel as soon as possible. He couldn't keep wasting time here. Ishiki gritted his teeth and spat out a threat. Natsuki, right? Otsutsuki Ishiki will remember you, just you wait. One day, you'll pay back today's humiliation. Oh, you're trying to run. Natsuki understood instantly, and naturally had no intention of letting him escape. He opened Hachiman Tonko, 8 gates, and went straight to the 6th gate. In an instant, his long red hair whipped wildly in the violent chakra airflow. The aura he released was so overwhelming that even the spectators far away couldn't help trembling. Ishiki was shocked by Natsuki's change. He was already this strong, and he could still get stronger. This guy was terrifying. He had to run now. Ishiki immediately released all of his Daikon cubes. The giant blocks fell like a torrential storm, trying to obstruct Natsuki's approach. At the same time, Ishiki opened a space portal, planning to leave at once. But how could Natsuki let him have his way? Ryuken Bakuhatsu, Dragon Fist burst. Natsuki threw a decisive punch. The terrifying straight punch compressed the air into a dragon-shaped cannon blast. A dragon roar erupted, and the air dragon surged forward. The cube downpour abruptly stopped. A number of cubes were swept by the dragon, and actually exploded on the spot. And the air dragon reached Ishiki in an instant. Under Ishiki's horrified stare, space itself twisted. The portal was torn apart, leaving him no way to flee. With a roar, an air dragon pierced straight through Ishiki's chest, then coiled tightly around him, locking him down so he couldn't move at all. At the same time, the dragon fist's force swept across the entire dimension, cracking the ground apart. If Natsuki hadn't held back, he might have blown the entire space to pieces. Everyone watching could only stare in stunned shock. Ishiki, that terrifyingly powerful Otsutsuki, was subdued in a single move. It was absurdly strong. Hashirama, Taburama, and Minato, along with Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji, were seeing this move again and still couldn't stop marveling. Back then, it had been this same dragon fist burst that completely crushed Kaguya. Now Ishiki was about to follow in Kaguya's footsteps. No, maybe it would be worse. Because he was going to become Orochimaru's experimental material. And since his time was short, he probably wouldn't last long anyway. Ishiki truly was in despair now. He'd underestimated his enemies. He couldn't believe someone could even tear apart a space portal, leaving him unable to run at all. If he got another chance, he would run immediately. No, he'd never come here in the first place, and he definitely wouldn't have partnered with Kaguya. But regret was useless now. No, I won't accept ending like this. I have to live. Right, this Natsuki's body is insanely strong. He's the perfect vessel. I have to find a way to place my Kama on him. Ishiki lowered his gaze, not letting Natsuki see the sharp gleam in his eyes. He only had one chance. He had to succeed, or this was absolute death. So he began secretly charging power, copying all of his power and converting it into data, waiting for the moment Natsuki came close so he could imprint it onto him. But Natsuki had already noticed Ishiki's little movements and knew he still had something up his sleeve. So he pretended not to know and started walking closer. When the distance was less than a meter, Natsuki suddenly seemed distracted by something. He turned around and looked off in another direction. Ishiki seized the moment. The only finger he could still move jabbed toward Natsuki's body, and the Kama mark fired out instantly. But Natsuki had deliberately exposed that opening. He wasn't going to let Ishiki succeed. The next second, he vanished with a whoosh, reappearing in the distance beside a black cube. Clearly, he'd left a Hurricane, flying thunder god, formula on the cube earlier. The cube was sent over by flying thunder god, and the comma mark struck the black cube instead. Ishiki fell into total despair, because comma could only be placed on a living person to successfully parasitize and allow a future reincarnation. Striking a dead object did absolutely nothing. Sure enough, in the next moment, the black comma mark vanished on the spot. Natsuki flashed back. His movements were lightning fast as he instantly plucked out Ishiki's black eye and Byakugan. Ishiki's vision went black. The next second, he let out a soul-tearing scream. It wasn't because losing the eyes hurt that much, but because the pain in his heart was even worse. Most of his power came from those eyes. Without them, how was he any different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Beautifully done, Natsuki-kun. Orochimaru had already arrived, pulling out 2 nutrient canisters and sealing the black eye and the Byakugan inside. Staring at the pinwheel-patterned black eye, Orochimaru couldn't help licking his lips, clearly thrilled. He was obviously very interested in Sukuna Hikona and Daikokyun. As for the Byakugan, it was better than nothing. He'd research it later and see how this one differed from other Byakugan. Natsuki reminded him, Orochimaru, be careful. I didn't fully understand that sneak attack he tried just now, but it probably isn't related to the eyes, so he can likely still use it. Don't let your guard down and end up taking a hit. Chapter 488. When Ishiki tried that sneak attack earlier, Natsuki had actually planned to take it head-on. But he'd instinctively sensed something was off, so he dodged instead. He just had this gut feeling that getting hit by it wouldn't be a good thing. So it was necessary to warn Orochimaru, just in case he got so deep into his research that he accidentally fell for it. Blood tears streamed down Ishiki's cheeks. Even without his eyes, you could still see the despair and unwillingness in him. But his entire body was wrapped tightly by the air dragon, and he couldn't move at all. Natsuki's technique wasn't something you could break out of so easily. Even if the air dragon couldn't bind him for very long, it could still trap Ishiki for 8 full seconds. At that moment, the others gathered around too, studying Ishiki with curiosity, but none of them dared get close. They'd all just seen Natsuki almost get sneak attacked. The enemy could still move, so anyone without the strength shouldn't go looking for death by getting too close. Then Tabarama walked over with Amato of the 3 Paths. Natsuki, he says he has something to tell you. Natsuki looked curiously at the man who resembled Hayao Miyazaki and waited for him to speak. Amato of the 3 Paths spoke without hesitation. That sneak attack just now was meant to leave a comma mark. It's a technique for stealing a body. Everyone's expressions changed. They'd assumed it was just some ordinary sneak tactic. They hadn't expected it could seize someone's body. The Otsutsuki really were dangerous. Good thing Natsuki hadn't tried to tank it and had chosen to dodge. Otherwise, if Natsuki's body got taken, that would be true despair for the shinobi world. Ishiki roared, Amato, are you betraying me? Amato of the 3 Paths pushed up his glasses, calm as ever. You're at the end of the road now. What good would loyalty to you do me? In fact, I was never loyal to you. I made a clone of Jiraiya to deal with you. What? Ishiki's voice turned sharp. Don't you want to revive your daughter? Of course I do. But if the shinobi world is devoured by your tree plan, if this entire world stops existing, then even if my daughter is revived, where would she go? And you, an outsider, have never treated the people of this world as people. Even if the god tree truly succeeds, would you really share the chakra fruit with us? I will. Hess, I don't believe you. Amato of the 3 Paths smiled with open ridicule. Your arrogance, your coldness, your Otsutsuki superiority. I've watched all of it for years. You only care about yourself. For your own safe reincarnation, for your own chakra fruit, you didn't hesitate to reveal your identity and dangle bait in front of everyone. Greedy people will believe your lies, but I absolutely won't. Ishiki. He had nothing to say. In truth, he saw himself as a lofty Otsutsuki. Of course, he'd never put shinobi world natives in his eyes. He didn't care whether Amato's daughter could be revived. The only thing he cared about was whether Amato worked properly and whether he could help find a suitable vessel. It was the same for the other members. If it weren't for the fact he hadn't reincarnated yet, he wouldn't have relied on these worthless insects at all. Share chakra fruit with him, they could dream. The others watched the drama with interest. Looks like Kara's internal situation was pretty entertaining. They'd have to dig into it properly. Natsuki pressed, so what exactly is this karma mark? Amato of the Three Paths didn't hide anything. Karma is the Otsutsuki clan's method of reincarnation. They copy all of their power, convert it into data, and implant it into someone else's body, leaving behind what's called a karma mark. Over time, the karma gradually thaws, continuously invading the host's brain until it ultimately takes the host's body and completes the reincarnation. But not everyone can withstand that power, so the reincarnation vessel is crucial. A vessel, or a host, is the key to reincarnation. Amato of the Three Paths continued. Ishiki bragged that he and Kaguya came to this planet in ancient times. Originally, the plan was for Kaguya to be sacrificed to the Ten Tails and for him to reincarnate through karma. But Kaguya suddenly betrayed him. He fled on the brink of death. Fortunately, he encountered a monk named Jaijin, so he used Sukuna Hikona to shrink himself and enter Jaijin's body, taking it over. But Jaijin's body was no good and wasn't suitable for reincarnation. So Ishiki spent many years searching for a proper vessel. Later, he realized searching alone was too inefficient, so he created Kara. I was lured into Kara because I wanted to revive my daughter. Over the years, I primarily handled the research work, while the other members helped him search for qualified vessels. The plan was, once a vessel was found, Ishiki would place the karma mark. When the karma had thawed enough, he would use Jaijin's body to sacrifice the Ten Tails, then reincarnate through karma. The Ten Tails would become a god tree and bear fruit. At that point, all inner members would supposedly share the fruit. Now that was a huge pie he'd been drawing. Everyone looked at Ishiki, and honestly they were impressed. He'd dared to expose his true identity under massive risk. He'd aimed straight at human greed. After all, once people learned that eating a chakra fruit not only granted enormous power, but also increased lifespan, very few could resist the temptation. And Ishiki's confession had looked sincere, naturally making greedy people believe him. So the greedy would willingly work for him. In reality, it was all for Ishiki's reincarnation. Once Ishiki truly reincarnated with that overwhelming power, who could possibly stop him? As if he'd share the chakra fruit then. Only greedy idiots would think that kind of bait tasted good. You had to admit, Ishiki understood the weaknesses of human nature. He exploited people's greed, and he exploited Amato's love for his daughter. He really was a successful final boss-level villain. But Ishiki was also truly unlucky. First, he got stabbed in the back by Kaguya. Then, on the verge of death, the person he found was a useless body that couldn't serve as a vessel. He searched for years and still couldn't find a container that could bear him. He hid in the shadows for ages, only to get exposed because his useless underlings blew it. It was like everything that could go wrong did. Natsuki couldn't help laughing. So after all those years of hiding, he still never found a suitable vessel. Amato of the Three Paths sighed. He tried many people. No one could withstand his power. That's why his reincarnation kept getting delayed. And without reincarnating, he couldn't sacrifice the Ten Tails either, which delayed the tree plan. That's insanely unlucky. Natsuki doubled over laughing, and the others couldn't hold it in either, all of them grinning wide with bright teeth showing. Hearing their laughter, Ishiki felt the mockery stab into his ears. He was so furious his insides seemed to burn. He wanted nothing more than to destroy the shinobi world on the spot. Chapter 489. Still, judging by how straightforward Amato of the Three Paths was being, it really did seem like he intended to defect. And he just said he cloned Jiraiya specifically to deal with Ishiki. If that was true, then setting aside Amato's motives for the moment, it might be worth trying to win him over. After all, he knew a lot, and his scientific skill wasn't low either. If they could bring him over, it would be a good thing for the alliance. Natsuki looked back at Ishiki. So his lifespan is short now, right? Amato of the Three Paths nodded. Yes, he only has a few days left. Hearing that, Orochimaru immediately got anxious. Then we need to start research right away. Living material and dead material are completely different. We can't waste this. But Natsuki still looked worried. Could he still have some other way to revive? Like his eyes, his blood, or some other part carrying his will, surviving and waiting to resurrect later. The last Shinobi War was basically Black Zetsu's save mom scheme. Everyone immediately thought of Black Zetsu and fell into thought. Black Zetsu really had been absurd. Kaguya was just a lump of menstrual blood, yet it had lurked for over 1,000 years, plotting to unseal her, and somehow actually succeeded. It had even successfully conned someone like Madara, the Asura of the Shinobi world. Just thinking about Madara, someone so powerful and smart, getting played like a monkey by a lump of blood. That black history alone ruined his reputation forever. And it also served as a warning. The Otsutsuki were truly dangerous. That was why, back then, Natsuki had only dared to seal Kaguya. He hadn't even dared to pluck out her eyes as experimental materials. With Otsutsuki, being careless was not an option. Amato of the Three Paths spread his hands. I don't know either, so I can't guarantee anything. Since we have a precedent like Black Zetsu carrying Kaguya's will, we can't ignore the risk. Better to be cautious. Tobirama immediately suggested, Natsuki, you should take Orochimaru back right away and start experiments. Have Amato assist Orochimaru. You 6 Paths level fighters personally watch the experiments to make sure Ishiki can't pull any tricks even as he dies. As for the mess with Kara, leave it to us. Minato added, yeah, let us handle the odds and ends here. The second Hokage-sama and I both know Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, so traveling back and forth is convenient. You don't need to worry. Hearing that, the 4 Kage of the other villages all nodded. It was just Kara cleanup. They could handle that. Orochimaru's research was the priority. They couldn't afford to waste time. Natsuki exchanged a confirming look with Hashirama and with Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji. Then he nodded. All right, we'll do it that way. The 5 of us will head back to the lab first. Amato of the Three Paths-san, since you intend to defect, cooperate with Orochimaru for the experiments. We won't make things hard on you, but don't think about sabotaging anything. Amato of the Three Paths showed a rare smile. Don't worry, I'll behave. Neji immediately used 6 Paths chakra point sealing, shutting down Ishiki's chakra pathways. Hashirama also stepped in, placing additional seals to ensure Ishiki couldn't use any more tricks. Seeing that, Natsuki dispersed the air dragon. But his eyes never left Ishiki, guarding against any hidden last-ditch move. Sasuke opened a space portal, and the 6 Paths group vanished together with Ishiki, Amato of the Three Paths, and Orochimaru. Reikage A immediately cracked his knuckles. All right, the 6 Paths enemy is being handled by 6 Paths fighters. Now it's our time to shine. Kara's secrets, we're digging up every last one of them. The other Kage were eager too. Even though they'd formed the alliance, the rivalry between villages still existed. Konoha had just been the star of the show. If the other villages didn't seize this chance to perform and prove their value, they'd be too embarrassed to show their faces. So the powerhouses from each village prepared to turn this dimensional headquarters upside down. As for Tobirama, Minato, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shino, and the others, they were assigned to guard the Kara members and prevent them from performing any further. Konoha had already shown off enough. Couldn't they leave some opportunities for the other villages? Konoha's people could only laugh awkwardly. Meanwhile, in the lab, Orochimaru and Amato of the Three Paths immediately got to work. Ishiki was strapped to an operating table, subjected to all kinds of sampling and tests. Even without his eyes, you could still read the dead, hollow despair on his face. An Otsutsuki powerhouse like him, reduced to lab material for natives. His life had been unlucky before, and now his ending was just miserable. He'd rather have died on the spot. But now he couldn't even move. He couldn't even commit suicide. Damn Shinobi World natives. Natsuki, Hashirama, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji stood around the room, watching for any tiny movement from Ishiki and also watching Amato of the Three Paths. They couldn't let Ishiki find any chance to place a comma mark. They also had to guard against the possibility that Amato's defection was fake, and that he was waiting for a chance to rescue Ishiki. Still, Amato of the Three Paths really did seem like a first-rate researcher. From the very start, every step he took was well coordinated with Orochimaru. Even Orochimaru couldn't help praising him. "Amato-san, you're excellent at research." Amato of the Three Paths replied modestly, "You flatter me, Orochimaru-san. You're the strongest scientist in the shinobi world. I only understand a little. I don't deserve the word excellent." Orochimaru simply smiled and didn't say more. How good Amato really was, Orochimaru's snake eyes had already seen clearly. For a moment, Orochimaru felt true kinship. Most shinobi focused only on ninjutsu and hardly cared about research at all. So the shinobi world's science level really was behind. Now that he'd suddenly encountered a like-minded scientist with real ability, of course he was pleased. Next, the two of them worked together, running countless tests on Ishiki, mapping out the Otsutsuki genetic sequence, and comparing it to Otsutsuki Tonri and to the genetic lines of the Sage of Six Paths descendants like the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju. They wanted to find the differences and identify the underlying issues. The people assigned to guard them didn't understand any of it. But research took time. Before long it was night, yet the two scientists showed no sign of stopping. Naruto couldn't help yawning. Hashirama was also starting to lose patience with the boredom. Seeing that, Natsuki formed several chakra threads and linked them to everyone's foreheads. They switched to Morse code chatting. After all, speaking out loud would disturb the work, but just staring would get mind-numbingly dull. Even Natsuki was struggling to endure it, and he could only admire researchers from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 490. Natsuki, bored, let's chat. Naruto, finally we can talk, even if it's Morse code databeo. Sasuke, this research is going to take a long time. Neji, at the very least, we have to wait until Ishiki's lifespan runs out. Looking at Orochimaru and Amato, they have zero intention of sleeping. They're going to work overtime and push through. Naruto, then aren't we going to die of sleepiness and boredom? Hashirama, research work really is tedious. Just watching makes me drowsy. I genuinely can't understand how someone can bury their head in it for that long. Natsuki, it's tedious for us, but for people like Orochimaru and Amato, immersive research is happiness. Especially when they get new samples, new discoveries, new progress, even new results, it makes them happy to the point of madness. They're natural-born scientists. That talent and passion lets them crack any problem, and they're exactly what we need. Hearing that, the others all quietly looked toward Orochimaru and Amato of the Three Paths. Sure enough, both of them had excited eyes. Even after so many hours of research, they were still brimming with energy, like the experiments themselves were their personal stimulant. Natsuki was right, they needed people like this. Only they could dig out the secrets behind Otsutsuki power and turn them into something that could arm them. Only then would they have the strength to stand against powerful invaders from beyond the world. Then Orochimaru suddenly spoke. "Natsuki-kun, do us a favor and go buy some Ikaraku ramen. We're hungry." The moment he said it, a lot of stomachs started growling. Natsuki pulled out paper and a pen. "Tell me what flavors you want and how many bowls. I'll write it down and send it to Ikaraku's owner with Flying Thunder God. When it's about ready, I'll go pick it up." Ha. Natsuki-kun's Horatian is as convenient as ever. Orochimaru licked his face with his long tongue. "Then just order the deluxe set for everyone. 5 bowls each shouldn't be too much." Natsuki nodded. "The village is covering it. Order whatever you want. Research is hard work." Hearing the village would pay, Naruto was the happiest of all. "I want 8 bowls." Hashirama immediately added, "I want 10 bowls. Ikaraku ramen is so delicious. Of course I'll eat a lot." Everyone was speechless. Ikaraku might taste great, but that had nothing to do with whether you could physically eat more. A person's appetite was what it was. Even if it was good, you couldn't just keep eating forever. After confirming the quantities, Natsuki. Then he took the opportunity to ask, "Orochimaru, how's the research going so far? Any new findings?" Orochimaru used the break to speak. The Otsutsuki are extraterrestrial life, so their genetic sequence differs from ours. But the genes of Kaguya's descendants, clans like the Senju, Hyuga, Uchiha, and Uzumaki, have portions that are similar to, or even identical to, the Otsutsuki. That may be the key inheritance point. What we need to do is uncover the secrets behind those powerful genetic sequences. In the future, we can modify the human body and drive it to become stronger. Naruto's eyes turned into spirals immediately. There was no way he understood. Hashirama, Sasuke, and Neji were also only half following. Even Natsuki, despite having studied biology in a past life, felt his head ache when faced with something this specialized. Amato of the Three Paths added, changing the human genetic sequence directly may be very difficult. The best approach is probably to utilize Otsutsuki cells. Orochimaru approved. Exactly, just like when I experimented with Hashirama cells. Hashirama cells have extremely strong vitality. Once injected, they can remodel the body in terrifying ways. As long as the host can adapt, their body changes and grows stronger. Otsutsuki cells should be the same, but we can't act recklessly. We have to test first. Natsuki understood, so, human experimentation. Orochimaru clearly understood Natsuki's concern. Natsuki-kun, I understand what you're thinking. Don't worry. The test subjects are all white Zetsu. White Zetsu. Not just Natsuki, everyone else was shocked too. They hadn't expected white Zetsu to still exist. Orochimaru looked a little pleased with himself. If I'm going to be the Alliance's main research pillar, of course I consider the issue of human testing. Experiments like that will always be restricted or opposed, but white Zetsu is different. White Zetsu isn't really human anymore, yet its traits are almost identical to the human body. Its compatibility is also excellent. It's the best possible experimental material. So I collected and sealed quite a lot of white Zetsu spores. As long as we feed them chakra and cultivate them, we'll never run out of test bodies in the future. Natsuki finally relaxed, letting out a hard breath. Human experimentation was ultimately inhumane. It was normal for it to be rejected. But if they used white Zetsu then? Just as Orochimaru said, white Zetsu wasn't really human anymore. It was closer to a fungal organism, since it could be produced through spores. Its body was nearly indistinguishable from a real human's, and its adaptability really was incredible. In canon, Kabuto had reinforced white Zetsu with Hashirama cells. White Zetsu's compatibility was absurd, making it perfect research material. As for experimenting on Otsutsuki Tonri and Otsutsuki Ishiki, Natsuki didn't feel bad about it either. The Otsutsuki were cosmic pests. They intended to destroy the shinobi world. If the shinobi world wanted to use their power, then experimentation was unavoidable. Letting them contribute to the shinobi world with their own bodies was only fair. Before long, Natsuki went and brought back the prepared Ikaraku ramen. Ikaraku's owner took Natsuki's order very seriously. Back during the Shinobi War, Natsuki had even helped drum up business by delivering Ikaraku ramen to the Allied forces' headquarters, spreading its reputation far and wide. After the war, whenever shinobi from other villages came to Konoha, they'd visit Ikaraku on purpose. Ikaraku ramen became famous everywhere. So Ikaraku's owner was deeply grateful to Natsuki, and naturally treated Natsuki's orders with special care. And besides, Natsuki always ordered massive quantities. That was incredible for business. How could he possibly be careless? After trying it, Amato of the Three Paths couldn't help praising it. I've heard of Ikaraku ramen's reputation too. Naruto puffed up proudly. Heh heh, of course, Ikaraku ramen is the best food in the world. The blonde had grown up eating Ikaraku ramen. You could practically say all his nutrition came from it. And he often ate it together with friends and family, so of course he was attached to it. More importantly, in Naruto's childhood, Tsuchai and Iam were among the rare people who didn't reject him. They took care of him in many ways. Naturally, he carried that gratitude in his heart. Chapter 491. The experiment still didn't end after that. It dragged on for days. Natsuki, Hashirama, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji started rotating shifts, keeping constant watch over Otsutsuki Ishiki. Even if Orochimaru and Santo Amato fell asleep, the guards couldn't. Still, Ishiki's decline was visible to the naked eye. His life was clearly running out. Maybe because he could sense he was done for, Ishiki showed no reaction the whole time. He seemed to be quietly waiting for death. The good news was that Orochimaru and Santo Amato were making fast progress. They'd already moved into the cell injection phase. They injected the extracted cells into white Zetsu bodies, then observed the white Zetsu's reactions. But it was obvious that Ishiki's cellular activity still far exceeded expectations. Every white Zetsu used for the experiment turned to stone. Not a single one survived. Orochimaru felt like he had two headaches at once, like he'd been dragged back to his old Hashirama cell days. He truly had no answer. Thankfully, Santo Amato was also well-versed in this area. With the two of them trading ideas, they gained quite a few new angles. It was just that the things they were discussing weren't anything Natsuki and the others could understand. During that time, Minato and Tabarama would occasionally use Flying Thunder God to deliver notes. The investigation into Kara was going smoothly. Not only did they turn Kara's main base inside out, they also used the momentum to dig up the smaller outposts planted across the shinobi world. They'd already identified, of them, and lately the allied shinobi forces had been discussing how to assign squads to wipe them out. In addition, Kara's members were behaving, even that cocky clown Deepa from the beginning. After repeated interrogations, they really did extract a lot of intel on Kara, including how the organization was founded, the full roster of inner and outer members, the intelligence they'd collected, and most importantly, the list of candidates for vessels. That vessel list was a thick stack. The number of victims was clearly enormous. So many people had been used for karma mark experiments, and not one had succeeded. It was enough to make people feel sick with helpless anger. Kara didn't care what kind of person a vessel was. If someone seemed suitable, they'd be kidnapped in secret and tested without restraint. Who knew how many innocents were caught up in it? Even worse, many of them were children. The cruelty was beyond words. While the investigation was underway, every investigator wore murder on their face, as if they wanted to tear Kara's people limb from limb. Natsuki read through it all. Even though he'd expected it, he still couldn't stop the anger rising in his chest. At least Kara had been destroyed now. Not only were all its members captured, but even its leader, Otsutsuki Ishiki, was about to die. Maybe that counted as avenging the innocent dead. Once they dug deeper, if they confirmed certain members' crimes were truly unforgivable, then they'd be executed without hesitation. Natsuki didn't interfere. Someone was already handling it. By then, the experiment had reached a special stage. Orochimaru controlled a white Zetsu, then carefully performed an eye transplant. He successfully implanted Ishiki's black eye into the white Zetsu. The next second, the white Zetsu visibly shriveled up. But it didn't die immediately. Orochimaru hurriedly examined it and reached a conclusion. This black eye is probably like the Rinnegan or Sharingan. It needs special bloodline support. Without the corresponding bloodline, the black eye will drain massive amounts of chakra to sustain itself. Everyone had an instant realization. Just like the Sharingan and Rinnegan, they relied on Uchiha blood to support them. When Kakashi, who didn't have Uchiha blood, had a Sharingan installed, he was constantly wiped out because the Sharingan consumed too much chakra. And when Nagato, who didn't have Uchiha blood, had the Rinnegan installed, he became thin and frail too. Even as an Uzumaki descendant, he didn't have that overflowing vitality because the Rinnegan's chakra drain was absurd. And now this black eye came from Otsutsuki Ishiki. It was the original, authentic black eye. Who knew how much chakra it would take to keep it fed? But what Natsuki worried about most was the real issue. Could Otsutsuki Ishiki use this to reincarnate? Orochimaru and Santo Amato checked the white Zetsu's condition and both shook their heads. Otsutsuki Ishiki is on the verge of death. If he could reincarnate through this, he'd definitely be using every last ounce of strength. But there's no sign at all that he's attempting to reincarnate, so it's probably not possible. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Natsuki said. But his concern wasn't baseless. After all, Orochimaru, you died back then and you still revived through your curse mark, so I think it can't hurt to stay cautious. Orochimaru understood. Fair point, I'll be even more careful. No one else spoke, clearly sharing Natsuki's worry. An Otsutsuki was an invading powerhouse. Strong as hell, and any number of reincarnation or revival methods might exist. They couldn't afford not to guard against it. If they let him slip away by accident, he'd become a massive future threat to the shinobi world. They had to prevent that at all costs. It was Senzu Amato who offered a new idea. Orochimaru-san, I think it might not be just about bloodline. Orochimaru froze. What do you mean? 014703005 Chinese letter 064192580. Senzu Amato explained, special eyes might all need to absorb chakra. Whether you have the matching bloodline isn't an absolute requirement. An eye has to maintain its own life, so of course it needs nourishment. It's just that nourishment from the corresponding bloodline is more comfortable, so the eye is more compliant. But if nourishment comes from a different bloodline, maybe it's insufficient, or maybe it doesn't suit its tastes. So the eye gets angry, and that's why it starts plundering. Hey, you're making it sound like the eye is alive. Naruto yelled dramatically. The eye is alive, Senzu Amato said flatly. An eye is an organ formed through cellular differentiation. Cells have activity, so naturally the eye has activity too. Special eyes have even stronger activity. That means they're alive. Even Orochimaru agreed. Maybe you're right. These special eyes really might be alive, like a mischievous little kid. It only likes mom's cooking. If it eats mom's food, it stays quiet. But if it eats someone else's food, it won't behave. Natsuki and the others looked at each other, all feeling like the two scientists were getting a little unhinged. The more they explained, the less reliable it sounded. And yet they didn't know how to refute it because they were outsiders. They didn't even know what angle to challenge the experts from. At that moment, Orochimaru chuckled and looked at Natsuki. Natsuki-kun, have you ever considered installing a black eye in yourself? Natsuki went a little blank. He pointed at his own nose. Me, install a black eye? Are you kidding? I'm serious, Orochimaru said. He wasn't joking at all. This kind of eye might be like a bratty kid. Ordinary people can't tame it. Only someone exceptional can make it behave. With your physical strength and vitality, I think you could make the black eye obedient. And if we're being precise, Natsuki-kun, you also have Senju blood. That makes you an Otsutsuki descendant too. I think it's worth a try. Chapter 492. Natsuki couldn't help but think it through. Orochimaru's words weren't that hard to grasp. It was simple. The two scientists believed the black eye was alive and might have a will of its own. If it was nourished by the corresponding bloodline, it would naturally behave. But if it was fed by some other bloodline, it would naturally kick up a fuss. That probably should have been called rejection. But the two top-tier scientists insisted on their own interpretation, treating rejection like a bratty kid throwing a tantrum. So if it was the bloodline of a strong person, maybe, that could tame the black eye and make it behave. It sounded absurd, but it weirdly had a tiny bit of logic to it. And Orochimaru had also said Natsuki had Senju blood. In other words, he was basically an Otsutsuki descendant too. It might be possible for him to tame the black eye. Maybe it was worth trying. Natsuki looked at the others. What about you? You're all Otsutsuki descendants too. You could try it as well. You might get stronger. Sasuke and Neji both waved him off immediately. Sasuke said, the Uchiha have our own eyes. Neji said, the Hyuga have ours. Naruto shook his head too. It's ugly. I'm not swapping my eyes for that, and I want to get stronger through my own effort, Databeo, so no eye swapping for me. Hashirama also refused. With my current strength, I probably wouldn't be able to handle it. You do it, Natsuki. Natsuki was still hesitant, and he looked toward Orochimaru again. Orochimaru was possessing Otsutsuki Tonri. His Otsutsuki bloodline was purer, so he should have been more suitable. Orochimaru spread his hands. I'm weaker than the first Hokage, and I still haven't fully mastered the Tenseigan yet, so taming the black eye would be even harder for me. Natsuki, everyone wants you to get stronger. You can tell, can't you? Me, turning misfortune into fortune. Natsuki went a little blank, sweeping his gaze across everyone, only to find them all nodding. For a moment, he didn't know what to say or how to refuse. He'd wanted to leave the black eye for someone else. Maybe they could cultivate another 6 paths level powerhouse. He hadn't expected everyone to be trying to strengthen him instead. Sasuke's expression turned serious. Natsuki, we know you're strong, but we don't think you'll stay ahead forever. The Senju bloodline has limits. Maybe you're already at the ceiling of what Senju can reach, and improving further will be incredibly hard. But we have no idea how strong the Otsutsuki's true monsters can get. Honestly, we're not confident. You're our biggest hope, so if there's a chance to make you stronger, we're going to support it. Neji patted Natsuki on the shoulder. You've always been the most reliable one. As long as you stay the strongest, even if more Otsutsuki come, we'll still have confidence we can win. So think it over carefully. Should you accept the black eye, and can it really make you stronger? Naruto gave him a thumbs up. We'll always believe in you, Databeo. Natsuki opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Being trusted like this honestly didn't feel bad. Somewhere along the way, he'd fully become part of the shinobi world. He would work to protect it. He would be happy when he earned people's trust. Maybe he really did need to become even stronger. Up until now, his path to power had always been the gravity training room, strengthening his body. As long as his body kept improving, his body release and the 18 gates would stay at the top. He just hadn't expected everyone to hand him a power-up on a silver platter. Right, in a world famous for legendary eyes, how could he not have a special eye of his own? And like Sasuke said, when they didn't know how strong the Otsutsuki's strongest might be, having an overwhelmingly powerful ace on their side really was reassuring. The strongest Otsutsuki? Natsuki frowned and looked at Ishiki. He'd tried probing the guy's memories before and failed. It felt like there was a restriction in Ishiki's soul. The moment an outsider tried to pry into his memories, the soul would be erased, leaving the intruder with nothing. Which made sense. A clan that strong wouldn't allow secrets to leak. Tampering with their members' souls was completely normal. But that also meant a lot of Otsutsuki intel was impossible to obtain. Whether Ishiki had other reincarnation methods, whether he could seize a body through the black eye, information on other Otsutsuki members, information on their strongest. None of it could be confirmed. Santu Amato might know some of it, but what he knew was only what Ishiki had told him. Whether it was true or false was hard to say. So instead of wasting time on unknowns, it was better to focus on getting stronger as quickly as possible. At that moment, Natsuki sensed something off about Ishiki. Ishiki's body suddenly went rigid, then completely fell silent, and then it began to petrify. Everyone else noticed too. They watched in silence as Ishiki fully turned to stone, becoming a statue with no trace of life left. Otsutsuki Ishiki, dead. Orochimaru hurriedly checked and found that the black eye and the Byakugan were fine. The tissue, bone, and blood samples extracted ahead of time were fine too. Only Ishiki's body had petrified. Orochimaru finally let out a hard breath. He checked the white Zetsu with the black eye again and confirmed, Natsuki-kun, Ishiki is completely dead and he still didn't reincarnate through the black eye. That suggests he can't. You can relax. If you have no objections, you can try it first. If you feel like you can adapt, we can switch it back. When he said it, Orochimaru looked helpless. A living specimen dying and petrifying after death naturally left him disappointed. Natsuki thought for a moment, then finally agreed. All right, I'll try installing the black eye. As he spoke, he activated body release. The red-haired muscle man form returned, and then a slit opened in the center of his forehead. He forcibly shaped his flesh into an eye socket. From there, no surgery was needed. All he had to do was place the black eye into the empty socket. Natsuki didn't ask anyone for help. He raised a hand, removed the black eye from the white Zetsu socket, and slowly pressed it into the empty socket in his forehead. At the same time, his optic nerves connected to the black eye. Everyone stared at Natsuki with a mix of tension and anticipation, hoping he could control it. If he pulled this off, his strength would jump to a whole new level. The next second, Natsuki felt a tightness in his forehead. The black eye started to reject him, but the bloodline limit all-killing ash bones network inside him surged up and forcibly suppressed the black eye. And for some reason, whether it was his imagination or not, Natsuki felt the gravity training room tremble 3 times. Then the black eye settled down. Natsuki froze, then silently exited body release mode. The black eye remained obedient, absorbing chakra normally. It didn't drain him excessively, he could even close it. He'd actually succeeded. Chapter 493. When everyone saw that Natsuki could actually close the black eye, they all got excited at once. With Kakashi as the example, they all knew that if a bloodline didn't match an eye, a special eye couldn't be closed, and it would also consume even more chakra to keep itself nourished. But Natsuki was clearly controlling the black eye. It was genuinely something to celebrate. Orochimaru ran his tongue over his lips. Natsuki-kun, well. Natsuki described what he felt. At first, the eye seemed like it wanted to act up, but my Kekaimora bloodline limit activated and seemed to suppress it. Now it feels pretty obedient. All he could say was, those unscientific guys' judgment had been right. This black eye really did feel like a bratty kid. The moment it ran into an overwhelming bloodline, it instantly behaved. Orochimaru and Santo Amato exchanged a look, then said, Natsuki-kun, you need to have your blood drawn again for testing. We want to see your change. Natsuki didn't object. He also wanted to see what was different about him now. Before long, the test results were in. Orochimaru wore a look that said just as I thought. Natsuki-kun, comparing your genetic sequence before and after the black eye transplant shows that your hidden sequence has been activated. Clearly, your Kekaimora, bloodline limit, intimidated the black eye, and the black eye proactively activated your hidden sequence. In simpler terms, it awakened part of the Otsutsuki blood in your body. With familiar Otsutsuki blood nourishing it, it finally settled down. Natsuki nodded in realization. So in the end, it still comes down to Otsutsuki blood. The black eye being suppressed by Natsuki's Kekaimora, bloodline limit, was one part of it, but the key was that the eye itself found an Otsutsuki-compatible bloodline and activated the dormant blood within him. That was what made it truly obedient. Which also meant that from now on, the black eye wouldn't act up anymore. It belonged to Natsuki completely. Santo Amato smiled. Natsuki-san, congratulations, you've successfully obtained the black eye. Naruto, a beat late, finally caught up. So that means from now on, this black eye is completely Natsuki's, not like Kakashi-sensei's situation. Isn't that obvious? Sasuke said, smiling for once. Part of Natsuki's Otsutsuki blood got activated. The black eye acknowledged him. From now on, the black eye belongs to Natsuki, and Natsuki can use its power whenever he wants. But Neji was thinking further ahead. The most important part might not even be the black eye. It's that the dormant Otsutsuki blood has awakened. With Natsuki's talent, he reached this level on Senju blood alone. Now that he has partial Otsutsuki blood, he might be able to go even further. He'll only keep getting stronger. Hashirama didn't say anything, but he was clearly satisfied with the result. He'd known this young man would create a miracle. The future of the shinobi world would have to rely on Natsuki. Natsuki was also feeling out the changes. He found that his body had shifted a little. It felt tougher, and his chakra reserves had increased too. Looks like that dormant genetic sequence being activated really had made him stronger. He opened the black eye again. Even though it was a third eye, it didn't affect his control at all. It felt no different from a normal eye. Well, there was a difference, because the black eye's abilities were extremely special. Natsuki took out a kunai and tried, using Sukuna Hakona. The kunai immediately began shrinking and returning to its original size in his hand. It seemed the technique was becoming smoother and smoother. Then he tried the so-called Dekokyut and discovered a time-stopped, extra-dimensional space. But the space was completely empty. Figures, Natsuki muttered to himself. This is my Dekokyut, not Otsutsuki Ishiki's. Even if this black eye originally belonged to him, no matter how much stuff he stored in his Dekokyut, the black eye I obtained doesn't inherit his separate space. So of course there's nothing inside. Once he understood that, he didn't get discouraged. Instead, he started thinking about how to use these two techniques in combat. To be honest, with his current strength, Sukuna Hakona and Dekokyut didn't seem that impactful. The Otsutsuki blood awakened by the transplant felt like the bigger boost. Still, this world was basically a legend of special eyes. Once you had a special eye, you had to use it in battle. After all, he wasn't going to activate body release every single time. Using these two Tgthegood in combat wasn't a bad idea. When Naruto saw him playing around with it, he couldn't help but ask eagerly, well, no problems using the black eye. Natsuki smiled and nodded. No problems. The black eye techniques feel smooth. How to apply them in combat will take some development, but they're definitely helpful. That's good, ha Natsuki, you're going to get even stronger now. Naruto put both hands behind his head, his tone full of envy. You were already way stronger than us. If you keep getting stronger, we won't even be able to see your back anymore. Sasuke said, I told you to change eyes earlier and you refused. Now you're jealous. Naruto snorted. I can be jealous and still not do it. I'm definitely going to get stronger through my own efforts. Even if Natsuki leaves me farther and farther behind, I'll still chase him down. I'm going to be the man who becomes Hokage Databeo. Everyone watching Naruto like this got a little fired up by his words. Especially Hashirama, who looked downright moved. Exactly. A real man should aim to become Hokage, not like Natsuki, who was obviously perfect for it but always tried to refuse. It was like he didn't take being Hokage seriously at all. Sasuke refused to lose. Dead last, the one who becomes Hokage next is me, Uchiha Sasuke. If you want to be Hokage, you'll have to wait until I retire. Neji cut in, Sasuke, don't talk like it's decided. Who succeeds as Hokage between you and me is still hard to say. The three of them started bickering, turning the lab lively. Hashirama watched the three with a broad smile, the pride in his eyes almost overflowing. Natsuki couldn't help rolling his eyes. He quietly shifted his feet, trying to get farther away. He had no intention of getting dragged into their arguing. Santu Amato was very curious. Natsuki-san, you don't want to become Hokage? By all logic, you're the most suitable candidate. Natsuki waved a hand. It's just being a village chief. What's there to fight over? Village, chief. If you thought about it, no matter how big Konoha was, it was still just a village. The Hokage as its leader really was just a village chief. But Hokage sounded so cool and hot-blooded. Calling it village chief felt way too low rent. Natsuki chuckled. Even if you called the Hokage a village chief, it still beat Boruto by a mile. Besides, I'm already so busy as Hokage's assistant that I'm working like a dog every day. My wife's pregnant, and I don't even have time to be with her. They won't even approve my leave. If I became Hokage too, I'd be busy to death. My family matters way more to me than being Hokage. Amato agreed wholeheartedly. Well said, family is the most important thing. Chapter 494. Senzu Amato had only ever been lured into Kara for one reason, to bring his daughter back. To him, she mattered more than anything, so of course he was the one who agreed with Natsuki the most. And he envied Natsuki badly. As an inner member of Kara, he naturally kept tabs on shinobi world intelligence. A prodigy like Natsuki, rising out of nowhere, was impossible not to notice. He knew Natsuki had been an orphan since he was little, yet now he had a warm, happy family. Not only did he have a good wife, he was about to welcome his first child. Compared to that, Amato was alone. The one person he treasured most, his daughter, had been dead for years. The loneliness and pain in his heart went without saying. So when he heard how fiercely Natsuki cherished his family, even giving up on becoming Hokage because of it, how could Amato not approve? But Natsuki didn't bother trying to untangle what Amato was thinking. He simply asked, Orochimaru, is the experiment finally over? Orochimaru nodded. For now, yes. After several straight days of high-intensity research, it's time to stop and rest. More importantly, the test material is dead and we haven't had any new breakthroughs. We can only shelve it for now. All the samples need to be sealed and preserved. I'll restart the research whenever I need to. As he spoke, he began sealing away Otsutsuki Ishiki's petrified remains. When it came to that kind of work, Orochimaru understood it best. No one objected. Honestly, just standing guard for the past few days had left Natsuki and the others exhausted and irritated. Now that the experiment was over, it was unquestionably good news. But Orochimaru hurriedly added, Natsuki-kun, don't forget to send me some of those black blocks. Intact blocks and some of the pieces you smashed too. I still need to study them later. Don't worry, I won't forget, Natsuki promised, then started assigning tasks. All right, next we disband. Sasuke Neji, you two take Mr. Senzu Amato back to Konoha's interrogation unit first. There are still things he needs to explain in detail. Naruto, First Hokage, you two head back to the office. Lady Tsunade and the others are probably waiting. I'll go to the other dimension and collect all those black blocks. Those Daikokyutin blocks were absurdly heavy, and there were too many of them. Cleaning them up was a nightmare, so the allied shinobi forces had basically left them alone. Senju Tabarama had already told Natsuki about it, waiting for Natsuki and the others to deal with it. Now that Natsuki had obtained the black eye, he was the best possible person to collect those blocks. No one disagreed, and without realizing it, everyone accepted Natsuki's arrangements as a matter of course. Maybe it was the strongest effect, the way people naturally listen to whoever's strongest. People tend to assume the strong are right, or at least not someone you can go against. Natsuki didn't even notice. He was just organizing things on instinct without thinking too deeply. Once everyone agreed, he locked onto the other dimension's location and vanished in a flash. Sasuke reminded Orochimaru to be careful, in case Otsutsuki Ishiki wasn't fully dead and tried to possess someone and reincarnate. Only then did he open a space-time portal and lead Amato back to the village. Inside the other dimension, there was no one left. Not far away, the shattered buildings made it obvious the Kara headquarters had been turned inside out by the allied shinobi forces. They probably hadn't even left behind a single scrap of draft paper. Natsuki looked at the black blocks scattered everywhere and, curious, reached out to touch one. During the fight, he hadn't had time to study them. Only now could he take a closer look. He had no idea what material these black blocks were made of or where Otsutsuki Ishiki had gotten them. In the hand, they felt unbelievably heavy. The key was that they could block chakra-based sensing. That alone made them extremely special. Natsuki picked up a shard from one he'd smashed and examined it carefully, but gained nothing. Naturally, he didn't understand this kind of thing, and he didn't have any kind of appraisal skill, either. Looks like he could only rely on Orochimaru's science. Sukune Hakona, shrinking technique, Daikokyutin Great Black Sky. He immediately activated the black eye and used those two techniques. One by one, the massive blocks shrank, then were sent into a time-stopped subspace. He didn't miss even a single fragment. He had to admit it looked cool. It just didn't seem that strong as a support ability. The actual combat application was pretty primitive. It was basically just hiding bricks, making them big, then throwing them. If the enemy was fast enough, they could dodge most of it. Still, Sukune Hakona, shrinking technique, was something he could develop properly. Sukune Hakona, shrinking technique, could shrink any non-living object. Living things could only shrink the user himself. It sounded plain enough, but if you developed it well, it could become terrifying. For example, shrinking yourself. If you got tiny and crawled into an enemy's body like Son Goku, you could become an overwhelming threat from the inside. In the end, there were no useless Jujutsu, only people who didn't know how to develop them. Otsutsuki Ishiki, I'm talking about you. After collecting all the blocks, Natsuki didn't linger. He flashed straight to Orochimaru's lab, dumped several blocks and shards on the ground, and vanished again without even saying hello. Orochimaru was used to it by now, and at that moment, the blocks had already captured his full attention. He reached out and stroked the surface, excitement flashing in his eyes. See, a scientist really is a scientist. Their attitude toward experiment materials is completely different. Natsuki flashed back to the village. He was just about to go to the hospital to see his wife, Tenten, when Kakashi happened to pass by and dragged him off, saying there was a meeting in the conference room. Kakashi-senpai, let me go see Tenten first, okay? Natsuki wanted to cry. He hadn't used Flying Thunder God to appear right beside Tenten because he was afraid of startling her with a sudden appearance. That was why he'd reappeared somewhere else first and was heading toward the hospital on foot. He hadn't expected to run into Kakashi at the worst possible time. Kakashi refused to let go. They're waiting for you to start. After the meeting, you can go to the hospital. With no choice, Natsuki followed him to the conference room. Inside, almost everyone was already there. Even the Reikage, Anoki, Mei Terumi, and Gaara were present. Was this an allied shinobi forces meeting? But everyone was staring at Natsuki, or more precisely, at the center of his forehead. Looks like they all knew he'd obtained the black eye. Reikage couldn't help asking, "Natsuki, I heard you transplanted Otsutsuki Ishiki's black eye. Can we see it?" Aside from Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, and Hashirama, everyone nodded along, clearly curious. "You dragged me here just to look at the black eye, didn't you?" Natsuki said, exasperated. Still, he opened the black eye on his forehead. Then he lifted a hand and shrank the conference table in front of everyone, stored it away, and placed it back again a moment later. Everyone recognized it as Sukuna Hakona, shrinking technique, and the room immediately buzzed with excitement. Being able to turn an enemy's ability into your own weapon was a huge boon. And just like Neji had said before, as long as Natsuki stayed strong, everyone could keep their confidence that they could face the Otsutsuki and whatever terrifying enemies came next. Chapter 495. Tsunade laughed and praised him. "Excellent, now the strongest in the shinobi world has got even stronger." Gaara nodded along. "Yeah, the stronger Natsuki is, the safer we feel. Otsutsuki or whatever they are can forget about destroying our home." Anoki, however, sighed with genuine regret. "Such a shame. A talented kid like this already has someone. If he didn't, then my granddaughter Kuretsuchi." "Shut it, old man." Mei shot him a look. "Don't make everyone feel like slapping you when we're in a good mood." Anoki never learned. The moment he saw an outstanding young shinobi, he started trying to sell his granddaughter Kuretsuchi. Now he was even bold enough to set his sights on Natsuki. Was he asking to get hit? If Natsuki were still single, like Mei would ever let it get to some snot-nosed little girl like Kuretsuchi. She would have made a move herself, okay. Ahem. Reikage cleared his throat and dragged the conversation back on track. Natsuki being able to control the black eye means his strength will rise to an entirely new level. That's great news for the future of the shinobi world. But we can't rely on Natsuki for everything. Protecting the shinobi world is everyone's responsibility. We need to get stronger too. Even if we're too old to improve much ourselves, we should be cultivating even stronger successors. Now that was the right attitude. Natsuki couldn't help giving Reikage a mental thumbs up. Protecting the shinobi world was never one person's job. You couldn't just dump everything on someone because they were stronger. That was wrong. Everyone needed to pull their weight. Natsuki immediately asked, "So what's this meeting about?" Tsunade slipped straight into work mode. "Right now, the investigation into Kara is basically at the finish line. The only remaining piece is interrogating Senzu Amato, who just got back, to see if we can squeeze out more intel. Today we're discussing what to do with Kara and how to distribute certain items." As she spoke, she had files handed out. Natsuki flipped through his copy. The contents were the finalized investigation summary on Kara. It covered Kara's formation, funding sources, day-to-day operations, special operations, and the damage they'd caused. Maybe not every last detail had been uncovered, but the vast majority had. Funding mainly came from Victor's business ventures. Cross-border sales of medical devices was only one part. They were also involved in selling ninja tools, human trafficking, and basically every high-profit criminal industry. And they'd hidden it extremely well. Even when someone did discover something, it rarely drew serious attention. After all, the shinobi world was chaotic. Plenty of people sold ninja tools. Human trafficking was practically routine. Especially trafficking. If a country or village lacked population, paying to buy people was considered normal. That meant traffickers and black markets were always active. If that kind of thing existed even in peaceful times, then of course it could exist in the shinobi world. Kara's involvement in trafficking, in particular, was mainly to find suitable vessels for Otsutsuki Ishiki. Most of the time they would secretly abduct a bunch of children, pick a few they considered qualified as backup vessels, then sell the rest for cash. One operation, two objectives. Their main goal and their funding both got satisfied at once. As for Kara's day-to-day operations, there wasn't much to say. Otsutsuki Ishiki didn't demand much from members. Most of the time, everyone did their own thing. As long as they didn't expose the organization's secrets or interfere with its business, it was all fine. It was hard to imagine a group run this loosely could stay hidden so well. There were also special operations, though those weren't frequent. Mostly, it was when they discovered someone who looked like a possible qualified vessel and needed an inner member to move personally. Overall, Kara's greatest threat was always their original purpose, planting and cultivating a chakra fruit. Everything else they did was ultimately in service of that. If a god tree was planted in the shinobi world, it would drain the entire planet's nutrients. It would absorb every living being's chakra and turn everyone into white Zetsu. That was no different from ending the world. The crime was unforgivable. These people knew Otsutsuki Ishiki's goal and still chose to join and serve him. Their greed had long since smothered their humanity. They were beyond saving. The ones who deserved to die should be executed without debate. As for the clone units, they should be imprisoned and observed for a time, then judged after sorting out their intentions and behavior. And then there were special cases, like Senzu Amato. He knew too much, and his research ability wasn't weak. Maybe, like Orochimaru, he could be forced to atone through service. And that Kashin Koji, Tsunade brought up specifically, looking helpless. Since he's Jiraiya's clone and his personality is almost identical, the two of them are getting along pretty well. Jiraiya even wants to acknowledge Kashin Koji as his little brother. Seriously, Natsuki hadn't expected that at all. Kashin Koji was still an inner member of Kara. Even if he was a clone of Jiraiya, you couldn't handle that so casually. Was Jiraiya getting way too free now that he didn't have to chase some child of prophecy? Or was it just that, after so many years alone, he'd finally met someone who could feel like family, and he couldn't stop himself from grabbing onto that? That was normal, in a way. The shinobi world was that kind of place. Sometimes bonds formed for reasons that made no sense. After thinking it through, Natsuki offered a conservative suggestion. Then let Jiraiya-sama be primarily responsible for Kashin Koji. If Kashin Koji can genuinely turn over a new leaf under Jiraiya-sama's guidance, then maybe it could work. I agree, Minato said immediately. Jiraiya-sensei isn't reckless. He'll be able to guide Kashin Koji properly. And since Kashin Koji is Jiraiya-sensei's clone, his talent should be excellent too. That means we gain another strong fighter, doesn't it? Naruto gave a thumbs up. Let's trust Pervy Sage. Everyone looked at the father and son pair, more or less speechless. Those two were a little too driven by emotion. Some things weren't solved by trust. Jiraiya had trusted Orochimaru once too. So yeah, there needed to be restrictions. Tobirama spoke up decisively. Jiraiya can handle it, but for now, he is not allowed to acknowledge Kashin Koji as his brother, and he absolutely cannot act on emotion. Observation comes first. If Kashin Koji makes any suspicious move, he is to be captured and imprisoned immediately. Tsunade nodded. I'll also assign people to keep an eye on it in secret, just in case Jiraiya gets careless. It wasn't that they didn't trust Jiraiya. It was that sometimes that idiot really was unreliable. Not even going far back. When Jiraiya took Naruto to find Tsunade, he actually left Naruto alone in the wilderness to train, then used gathering intel as an excuse to go hang around the red light district. If Natsuki and Guy hadn't arrived in time, Naruto might have been taken by the organization. That level of unreliability was nerve-wracking. They had no choice but to take precautions. Chapter 496. Minato and Naruto still looked like they wanted to argue, but Hashirama stopped them with a look. The two of them were actually a lot like Hashirama. They believed in the power of bonds, which was exactly why they were willing to trust Jiraiya without conditions. But sometimes you couldn't blindly trust bonds. Kashin Koji was only Jiraiya's clone. Their bond hadn't been built yet. So blindly believing in it wasn't the right move. Tobirama and Tsunade's approach was clearly more rational and cautious. Besides, the matter was still being handed to Jiraiya, wasn't it? As for what it would become, that depended entirely on Jiraiya himself. Next came the distribution issue. After wiping out Kara, there were plenty of spoils. Cloning technology, advanced medical devices, scientific ninja tools. a lot of it could significantly help every village's development. So distribution, naturally, became a problem. Some things would be shared across the allied shinobi forces, but some items were better assigned individually, which meant every village had something to fight for. The issue was that this was exactly where conflicts formed. Konoha had indeed contributed the most, but Konoha had also already gained the most. Just look at Natsuki obtaining the black eye. That alone was already Konoha taking the biggest advantage, not to mention that a lot of the tech would have to pass through Orochimaru's hands. Overall, Konoha would still end up with the most. So the rest, naturally, should be distributed among the other members of the alliance. Even though the alliance united the major powers of the shinobi world into a single whole, you couldn't deny that each power was still an individual. Each one still needed to develop independently, which meant they had to fight for greater benefits. On that point, Konoha's side mostly stayed silent. It wasn't easy to argue for more, and it wasn't easy to openly favor any one side either. Fortunately, the Four Cades talks didn't get heated. After some discussion, the distribution wrapped up fairly quickly. By then, the meeting was basically over. Reikage A even used the chance to ask about Orochimaru's research progress. After all, letting Orochimaru remain was originally for the sake of researching the Otsutsuki. Naturally, everyone was eager for results. At this point, Orochimaru and Senzu Amato have basically figured out the Otsutsuki clan's powerful genetic sequences, Natsuki explained as simply as he could. Next, they might start researching genetic mutation. If they can develop genetic drugs, we could strengthen our shinobi population as a whole through injections. With good enough aptitude, producing a few more Six Paths level powerhouses won't be a problem. He wasn't making things up. That conclusion came straight from the research results. In simple terms, once they could control the powerful genetic sequences, the drug they developed could push shinobi genes to mutate and evolve in the direction of those stronger genes. And good aptitude was basically code for people with hidden Otsutsuki blood. If the genetic drug awakened that dormant Otsutsuki bloodline, they would naturally become stronger. With enough luck, stepping directly into the Six Paths realm wasn't impossible. So leaving Orochimaru to research was obviously not wasted effort at all. In just a few years, the shinobi world would absolutely produce talents in droves and enter a golden age of development. And with Kara wiped out, the shinobi world likely no longer had the hidden threat of Otsutsuki infiltrators. The alliance could develop without restraint, making the most thorough preparations possible for a future Otsutsuki invasion. Clearly, everyone was satisfied with Natsuki's answer. With that, the meeting ended, and Natsuki was in a rush to get to the hospital. The moment he stepped out of the Hawkage building, Lune came sprinting up to him. Boss, Tenten is about to give birth." What? She was going into labor. Natsuki was shocked and overjoyed. He immediately ignored the future father-in-law etiquette, grabbed Tsunade, and used Hurricane, Flying Thunder God, to flash over. When the others heard, they were thrilled too. "Tenten's having the baby. Let's all go see. We can celebrate for Natsuki and Tenten." Hold on. We can't show up empty-handed. Let's go get some small gifts." Right. Childbirth takes a while anyway. We have time to pick gifts. And we should notify more friends so they can come congratulate them too. Everyone scattered at once, some heading straight for the market, others running to spread the news. Before long, all of Konoha knew Natsuki's child was about to be born. The village turned lively in an instant, overflowing with joy. Friends headed for the hospital one after another. Natsuki's soon-to-be father-in-law and more friends all rushed over too. It was genuinely bustling. At the hospital, Natsuki flashed in with Tsunade and hurried to his father-in-law's side. "Dad, how is Tenten doing?" The shop owner's face was full of joy and worry. "My good son-in-law, you're finally back. Tenten's been talking about you nonstop these days. She just heard you came back safe from subduing Kara, got too excited, and labor started. She's in the delivery room right now." "Dad, don't panic. I brought Lady Tsunade," Natsuki said, anxious himself but still trying to steady him. Good. The shop owner finally let out a huge breath when he saw Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, I'm counting on you." With Tsunade, the greatest medical shinobi alive, there was no way anything would go wrong. Tsunade had already changed into medical gear. She smiled. Relax, I checked Tenten before. She's in great shape and the baby is healthy. Everything will be safe, just wait out here. It won't take too long. Then she decisively pushed open the delivery room door and went in. Natsuki and the shop owner could only wait outside, anxious and helpless. Before long, friends started arriving one after another. They congratulated him first, then all waited together. Especially the Konoha rookies. They were incredibly curious about Natsuki's child. After all, Natsuki and Tenten were the first among them to marry and have a baby. Everyone felt a kind of longing toward the birth of new life. They waited 8 hours. Then a baby's cry rang out from the delivery room, and everyone jolted. The shop owner blurted out, shaking with excitement, "He's born, he's born." Natsuki was ecstatic, but he still couldn't help worrying about Tenten. Soon, a nurse opened the door and let Natsuki and the shop owner inside. Both of them were stiff with nerves, moving awkwardly, but not slow at all. They hurried into the delivery room. Tsunade was holding a swaddled bundle. Inside was a tiny, wrinkly, loud-crying little one. "Natsuki, sir, congratulations. Mother and child are safe." Those words made both men sag with relief. Natsuki immediately flashed to the bedside, gripped Tenten's hand, and gently stroked her cheek with aching tenderness. "Tenten, you worked so hard." Tenten smiled, radiant with happiness. "Honey, our baby was born safely." Natsuki only kissed her forehead. Words weren't enough to express what he felt. Then he reached out and took the little one from Tsunade, bringing him close to Tenten's face. The two of them looked at the baby with eyes full of love, their smiles bright with joy and contentment. Natsuki could feel it. The baby's vitality was astonishing. He definitely inherited the Kekemora. In the future, the kid's lowest ceiling would be 6 paths level. Absolutely a peerless prodigy. Tenten was exhausted. Before long, she fell asleep. Her dad carried his grandson out of the delivery room, grinning so widely it looked like his face might split. Anyone could tell how happy he was. Their friends crowded in, peering curiously at the baby. Some said he was cute. Some said he was ugly, but the 6 paths level fighters could all sense the baby's immense life force. "By the way," someone asked, "what's the kid's name?" Tsunade immediately jumped in. "I suggest Nawaki." Hashirama tugged at his granddaughter's arm. "Little Tsuna, Nawaki isn't great. I think Madara sounds better." Everyone was speechless. "Enough, you two." Natsuki had just stepped out and heard them. He rolled his eyes. "Tsunade, no matter how much you miss your brother, and Hashirama, no matter how much you miss your buddy, you can't set your sights on my kid's name." But Natsuki hadn't expected the others to pile on too. Sasuke spoke without hesitation. "Natsuki, you can use my brother's name." Neji added, "My father's name, Hisashi, is a good one too. You can use that." Even Shino spoke up. "Natsuki, I was the matchmaker. How about I help name him? I'll definitely come up with something good." One after another, what was he even supposed to say? Besides, the baby's name had already been decided. Natsuki raised a hand to quiet everyone and announced, "Stop arguing. The baby already has a name. His name is." At the end,